Chapter 1. A Stroke of Bad Luck. In the Jojo Empire, at the Shanghai City Garrison. In the living room. Unfilial son, I shall present you with two choices. The first, from this day forth, you shall no longer be my blood. I will erase your name from our family register, as if you were cast upon the wall. The second choice, I will beseech the Prime Minister on your behalf for a reprieve. You must take up your post immediately. In a daze, Li Jin was jolted by an icy voice. As he attempted to gather his wits, the cold voice rang out once more. Wait, someone. Take this worthless fool straight to Lai Durong. I never wish to see him again for the rest of my life. No sooner had the chilling words left his mouth than an elderly voice interjected. Master, the Lai Durong Islands are now a lawless territory. If the young master ventures there, should anything unfortunate occur, better he dies. The cold voice echoed again, impatience seeping through. Quickly remove this waste from my sight. Li Jin, feeling dazed, sensed himself being lifted and subsequently confined to a cramped space, then transported to what resembled a ship. Time passed in a blur. Finally, Li Jin regained consciousness, rubbing his aching head as he sat up. Surveying his surroundings, panic suddenly gripped him. He hurried to the window, peering outside. Before him lay an endless expanse of ocean. He was indeed on a ship. Could it be that everything he had just heard and felt was real? How could this be? Hadn't he merely indulged in a drink and taken a nap in his small rental apartment? How had he ended up here? As Li Jin grappled with confusion, a heavy sensation enveloped his mind, and unfamiliar memories surged forth. After a while, a bitter smile crept upon his face. He had never imagined that a mere nobody like himself would one day transcend to another realm, and not just any realm, but as the heir to a marquis. Moreover, it was not a mere soul transfer. He had been reborn in the womb, yet he could not fathom why his past memories had only now awakened. In this world, he also bore the name Li Jin, the eldest son of Li Shicheng, the Duke of Zhenhai, garrison commander of Shanghai City, commander of the Southern Fleet, and admiral of the Imperial Navy. However, he was anything but favored, as he was born of a commoner's daughter, especially after the untimely death of his biological mother. He had been driven to his maternal grandfather's home under the instigation of Li Shicheng's new wife, a separation that had lasted a decade. Unexpectedly, just a fortnight ago, the steward of the marquisate had approached him, announcing that Li Shicheng wished for him to return and inherit the title. Before awakening to these memories, Li Jin had been a simpleton, and upon hearing the prospect of becoming a young lord, his mind was instantly consumed with visions of grandeur, and without a second thought, he had agreed. Little did he suspect that his brief taste of good fortune would soon lead to the current predicament. As for the world he now inhabited, its technological advancements mirrored those of his previous life. The only distinction was that he resided in the Jojo Empire, a constitutional monarchy. Creaked just as Li Jin was sorting through his memories. The cabin door swung open, and a burly middle-aged man strode in. With an indifferent glance at Li Jin, he pointed to a suitcase on the table. Take that and follow me. With that, he turned and walked out of the cabin, displaying a complete lack of regard for Li Jin. Li Jin frowned. He recognized this man as Chun Taian, a deputy captain of the Marquis's Guard. Hurry up, don't force my hand. As Li Jin remained lost in thought, an impatient voice called from outside the cabin. He could only manage a bitter smile, a mere pawn in someone else's game. Reluctantly, he picked up the suitcase and stepped outside. Moments later, Chen Taian led Li Jin to the deck. Li Jin cast a glance around, and aside from the vast ocean, there loomed a massive island not far ahead. As he surveyed the surroundings, the ship approached the island's coastline, anchoring at a rather dilapidated dock. Standing behind Li Jin, Chun Taiyan's cold voice cut through the air. Take your belongings and get off the ship. The lifeless tone of Chun Taiyan ignited a spark of anger within Li Jin, who was already bewildered. What audacity! Surely, one ought to inform him of his whereabouts. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, unable to restrain himself as he retorted, Fine, I'll leave. With that, he grabbed the suitcase and stormed down the gangway. His sudden outburst catching Chun Taiyan off guard for a moment. However, a smirk soon crept into Chun Taiyan's eyes, who would regard a mere, illegitimate son with any respect. Once ashore, Li Jin cast a resentful glance at the swiftly departing yacht and cursed under his breath. Damn it, do not underestimate the youth. One day, I shall make you kneel before me, begging to lick my boots. Having vented his frustration, Li Jin finally took stock of his surroundings. Before him lay a range of rolling mountains, flanked by dense woodlands. The dock where he stood clearly bore signs of long neglect, overgrown with weeds and exuding an air of decay. Even the nearby buildings had crumbled into ruins, evoking an unsettling feeling. Li Jin stood momentarily dumbfounded. Where was this place? He swiftly turned around, but the vessel that had brought him here was now but a distant shadow. Whoa! Li Jin couldn't help but exclaim in shock. In his moment of disorientation, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Beep. Host has arrived at the territory. Modern warship system is loading. Beep. Congratulations, host. The modern warship system has successfully loaded. Beep. Modern warship system add-ons treasure store integrating. Beep. Modern warship system add-ons. Ground mobilization center integrating. Beep. Modern warship system add-ons aerial mobilization center integrating. A series of mechanical notifications echoed in his mind, leaving Li Jin momentarily stunned. A system? The child of destiny? Liao Yin? Beep. System loading complete. Beep. As this is the host's first activation of the system, 2 summoning opportunities will be awarded. As another mechanical voice resonated in his mind, a luminous screen appeared before him. Name: Li Jin. Rank: Jiuzhou Empire, Army Major General. Position: Governor of Lai Durong Islands. Commander of Lai Durong Garrison. Chief Justice of Lai Durong. Chief Prosecutor of Lai Durong. Status: None influence. None confidence. None territory. Lai Durong Islands 1024 square kilometers summons. 2 wealth. 0 gold bars. 0. Chapter 2. Peter the Great. Li Jin looked at the introduction on the screen. Although it was filled with zeros, he was still incredibly excited and quickly asked, System, can you introduce yourself? A voice immediately echoed in his mind. Please be informed, the modern warship system is a multifunctional system that integrates summoning, exchanging, and storing. The core of the system is the warship summoning system. The host can gain summoning opportunities by completing tasks. The system includes an external treasury store, where the host can use gold bars to purchase weapons and military supplies. As the system integrates various features, the host may also summon other troop types in addition to warships. Recruitment composition is random. Troop types are random. Listening to the system's detailed introduction, Li Jin couldn't help but break into a big smile. System, how do I use the summoning opportunity? A voice then echoed in his mind. Ding. Would the host like to start the lottery program? Li Jin eagerly replied, Start it. Ding. Summoning program is starting. Ding. Congratulations, you have used 1 summoning opportunity. The summoning reward has been stored in the system warehouse. Just as the system's voice faded, a new screen appeared before the somewhat dazed Li Jin. Summoning reward. Customized Kirov-class nuclear-powered missile cruiser includes a small naval base that can be upgraded equipped weapons, 40 Zircon hypersonic anti-ship missiles, speed, 9 Mach. Range, 1,000 kilometers, 3 cashed-in close-in weapon systems, 3 Armor-M close-in weapon systems, 1 SV, 22 Osprey anti-submarine helicopter. Li Jin looked at the introduction on the screen, and for a moment, he couldn't stop smiling. But suddenly, he seemed to recall something, and the smile on his face disappeared. He hurriedly asked, System, does this warship have crew members? Ding. Please rest assured, the Peter the Great is equipped with a full complement of combat and command personnel. Upon hearing this, Li Jin felt relieved and thought for a moment before saying, System, open the store. Ding. The treasury store has been opened. As the system's voice fell, the screen in front of him immediately transformed into a shopping page similar to an online marketplace. Li Jin focused on the page, nearly dazzled by the variety of items displayed. There were Xian aerospace fighters, large strategic airborne platforms, tactical drones, and more. Additionally, items like FEXX, electromagnetic cannons, and laser weapons were also featured on the shopping page. It seemed that there was nothing that couldn't be bought. Feeling excited, Li Jin inadvertently clicked on the Xian aerospace fighter. A purchase page instantly popped up, but the price nearly dropped his jaw. It had a staggering 4 zeros, valued at 880,000 gold bars. Unable to contain himself, Li Jin asked, System, how do I exchange for these gold bars? Ding. The host can exchange gold bars using gold or other precious metals. Ding. The exchange rate for gold bars is 1 gold bar for 20 grams of gold. The exchange price for other valuable items will be assessed by the system. Li Jin couldn't help but gasp in amazement. A Xian new space fighter jet was worth around 1 to 200 tons of gold. How could he possibly afford that? He soon chuckled bitterly. Not to mention a space fighter, he was currently struggling to afford a meal. However, Li Jin quickly regained his spirits. After all, he was now a man who owned a warship. How could he let the thought of a meal trouble him? Li Jin immediately said, "System, I want to use the summoning opportunity again." Ding, please wait a moment, host. Ding, the summoning reward has been deposited into the system warehouse. Please check it at your convenience. Li Jin hurriedly looked at the display, which was showing detailed information about the rewards. Summoning reward, Mechanized Infantry Assault Brigade, System version. Includes an assault brigade camp and a base of 150 ammunition. Composition, 1st Armored Battalion, 42 Leopard 2, A7 main battle tanks, 2nd Mechanized Battalion, 42 M113 Armored Personnel Carriers, 3rd Mechanized Battalion, 42 MRAP Vehicles, 4th Fire Support Battalion, 18 PZH 2,155mm self-propelled howitzers, 6 PHL-03 long-range rocket launchers, 5th Air Defense Battalion, 6 Panzer S1 air defense systems, 12 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, ground attack squadron, 8 AH-64D Apache attack helicopters, ground assault squadron, 4 UH-60 helicopters, 2 V-22 Ospreys, 3 CH-53K heavy helicopters. As Li Jin looked at the system's description, he almost drooled. Goodness, the system was clearly trying to help him achieve great heights. Just as Li Jin was feeling pleased, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket, bringing him back to reality. He quickly took out his phone and glanced at the screen, which displayed the name Yin Xiaoning. Li Jin frowned slightly. Yin Xiaoning was his girlfriend in this body, and their relationship was quite intimate. However, at that moment, he simply swiped to hang up the call. His mind was in disarray, and he had no interest in soothing a woman. Just as he was about to put away his phone, it vibrated incessantly again, prompting him to turn it off and toss it aside. He then opened his suitcase. But to his disappointment, it only contained a few military uniforms and a document. Oh, and there was also a letter of appointment. Li Jin took a quick look. And just like the system had indicated, he had been appointed by the Emperor of the Empire of Kyushu as the governor of Leidong and several other positions. He was in charge of all affairs in the Leidong Islands, as a vassal of the empire, directly commissioned by His Majesty the Emperor. This meant that from today onward, this group of islands belonged to him. No one could interfere with him. Of course, no one would help him either. Li Jin frowned slightly. Although the Leidong Islands were nominally under the Empire of Kyushu, they were not inherent territory. Instead, they were allocated to the empire as compensation for its heavy losses and significant contributions after the World War by the World Alliance. Unfortunately, the Far Eastern Empire has never truly controlled this area. One of the main reasons is that its geographical position is too important, controlling the maritime and aerial traffic routes of the Western Pacific. The sleeping giant of the Kyushu Empire has long been a thorn in the side of many nations. And when it came to receiving the Radarong Islands, several countries actively obstructed the process, with the most intense reactions coming from a certain empire. Moreover, at that time, the Kyushu Empire had just suffered a major disaster and was in a state of rebuilding. In order to stabilize the domestic situation as quickly as possible, it had to reluctantly set aside the issue of Radarong. This went on for several decades. However, it is unclear why the islands were suddenly handed over to Li Jin. Was it to assert sovereignty, or was he being treated like a guinea pig? How could such a significant opportunity just fall into his lap without reason? Li Jin found himself puzzled, but soon pushed these distracting thoughts aside. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. After all, this was now his territory. Chapter 3. Standing tall. After a bit of self-reassurance, Li Jin still couldn't shake off his unease. Although he was the rightful owner of the island, he felt completely lost and didn't even know where he was. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in frustration, scolding himself for being such a fool. He wasn't transported to ancient times. He was in a world that was not much different from the modern one. If he wanted to know something, he could simply look it up online. Determined to take action, Li Jin quickly grabbed his phone. As soon as he unlocked it, a flood of messages appeared. His brow furrowed, but he opened the messaging app anyway. Yin Xiaoning had sent him over 100 messages. He clicked on one, and a frantic voice came through the phone. Li Jin, you liar, big liar. Didn't you say you were the son of the Marquis of Zhenhai? I went to the Marquis's residence to find you, and they said there's no one by that name. Big liar. I can't believe I wasted a year on you. You think if you don't respond, it'll all be fine, right? Li Jin, I'm going to kill you. Li Jin couldn't help but frown. Was this woman crazy? Without thinking much, he replied, Li Jin is dead, and promptly deleted Yin Xiaoning from his contacts. Crazy. He muttered under his breath as he lowered his head to open a map app on his phone. The map immediately displayed his location, right at the northern tip of the Radarong main island. Looking at the map, the northernmost part of Radarong was a mountainous forest, with the nearest settlement being a place called Jiuchonga City, which was still several dozen kilometers away. Fortunately, not far ahead was a cement road leading to Jiuchonga City, likely used by the port, though it had fallen into disrepair and was overgrown with weeds. Li Jin then began searching for information on the Radarong Islands on a popular encyclopedia. Before long, a series of tidbits about the islands appeared on the screen. The entire archipelago consists of about a dozen volcanic islands and some coral reefs, stretching several hundred kilometers across the Pacific Ocean. Among them, only the largest island is inhabited, known as the main island, which covers over 500 square kilometers and has a population of around 160,000, most of whom reside in a city. As for other areas, they are almost uninhabited. After all, this is not a favorable place. It is said that due to the absence of government, the security situation is dire. Li Jin pondered for a moment. He had already checked online about his appointment to the archipelago, but there was no information available. Although the archipelago is small, its geographical location is extremely important. Shouldn't the appointment of such an important lord be announced widely? Why was Li Jin's appointment so quiet? Or is he merely a stepping stone, with no one caring about him? Fortunately, Li Jin is not one to dwell on such matters, since he couldn't understand. He simply pushed it aside. He had more important things to do now. System, can I establish a naval base here? Beep. The host can decide for themselves. Li Jin hesitated for a moment, but then resolutely said, System, deploy the base. Beep. Please wait. Li Jin felt a flash before his eyes. And when he came to his senses again, everything had changed dramatically. The old, dilapidated dock had disappeared, replaced by a brand new one. Not far from him, many buildings had appeared. At that moment, a massive warship was quietly docked, the Kirov-class cruiser he had drawn, now named Jojo. Li Jin was momentarily stunned. This was incredible. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Beep. Please be informed. The naval base includes one military dock, one hangar, one repair dock, several buildings, and all base personnel. Seeing this, Li Jin decided to go all out and said directly, System, I want to extract an assault brigade. Beep. Please wait. System extracting. Li Jin felt another flash, and a large area of forest in front of him had vanished, replaced by a continuous cluster of buildings. There was even an airport. While Li Jin was still in shock, the system's voice came again. Beep. Please be informed, as the host is in the beginner phase, to ensure the host's absolute safety. The system has activated comprehensive stealth mode. Until the host fully controls the archipelago, all radars and satellites will be unable to detect the existence of the main island. Within a 20-kilometer radius of the main island, interference will be received, and only signals from the communications company under the Empire of Juzhou can be accessed. The host can change or block these at any time. All signals from other countries will be completely blocked, exempt from system products. Li Jin was taken aback for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy. The system was truly thoughtful. In this information age, everything can be exposed with just a satellite scan. Li Jin felt a twinge of fear at this thought. Fortunately, the system was reliable. Otherwise, if a base suddenly appeared in such a sensitive area, it would likely cause a huge uproar globally. While Li Jin was lost in thought, two strong and resolute voices suddenly sounded behind him. Reporting to the commander, Captain Liu of the Kyushu is here to report. Reporting to the commander, Brigade Commander Song Hai is here to report. Li Jin quickly turned around and saw two officers in imperial military uniforms saluting him respectfully. Li Jin suddenly felt a bit at a loss, opening his mouth not knowing what to say. He had never encountered such a grand scene in his previous life. However, he quickly regained his composure and raised his hand to return the salute. Just as Li Jin was trying to find something to say, Captain Liu of the Kyushu spoke up. Commander, all personnel of the Kyushu are assembled. Please review them. Upon hearing this, Li Jin looked toward the Kyushu and saw that soldiers had already lined the ship's side, standing tall and solemn. Salute. At that moment, a loud voice rang out from the ship. With a swish, all officers and soldiers on board immediately turned to Li Jin, raising their hands in salute. The synchronized movements stirred something within Li Jin. He never expected he would have such a glorious moment. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, a synchronized sound of running footsteps came from behind him. Li Jin turned to see a fully equipped infantry formation running toward him from the assault brigade's camp. The rhythmic footfalls felt like drum beats, resonating in his heart, leaving him profoundly shocked, as if he were back at a military parade in his previous life. The overwhelming emotions were beyond words. At this moment, the infantry formation stopped a dozen steps away from Li Jin, their resolute stances filled with fervor as they looked at him. Song Feng stepped forward, legs together, saluting, reporting to the commander, "The 1st Assault Brigade is assembled. Please review." Chapter 4. Clearing the courtyard and sweeping the holes. Li Jin, filled with excitement, reviewed all the troops under his command before somewhat dazedly following Song Hai into an office. After a long while, Li Jin finally calmed down and explained the current situation to Song Hai and the others. He then opened his phone to familiarize them with this world. He spread his hands and said, "That's the situation. What do you think we should do?" Song Hai pondered for a moment and replied, "Commander, I suggest we keep our identities concealed for now." Li Jin's expression shifted slightly. "Song Hai, why do you think we shouldn't reveal our identities?" Song Hai explained, "Commander, as you know, the importance of the Raider Islands is significant. If we disclose our identities, it may provoke a strong backlash from certain countries. At that time, we would be very passive. What I mean is, we can control the Raiderong Islands under different identities." Li Jin frowned, thinking that with the strength of certain countries, once they gained control of the Raiderong Islands, it wouldn't take long for their information to be on everyone's desk. In that case, what difference does it make if we are exposed? He couldn't help but ask, "Is there any difference?" Seeing the confusion on his leader's face, Song Hai quickly explained, "Commander, it makes a big difference. What is in the open and what is hidden are two completely different matters. Although Raiderong officially belongs to us, the Kyushu Empire has never declared ownership here. It has always been a no-man's land. This is also acknowledged by all countries, serving as a buffer zone. If we act in the name of the Kyushu Empire, it would break the balance, and other countries would dare to use that as an excuse to take tough measures against us. But if we use another identity? Although these countries are well aware of the truth, since it's not in the open, the Empire can easily deny it. And as long as the Empire does not openly cross the line, other countries naturally have no way to use open means against us and can only think of ways in secret. This way, our situation would be much better." Li Jin nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, Li Yu chimed in, "Song Hai is right. As long as we do not reveal our identity, we can only represent ourselves. Unrelated to the Empire. The Empire today is no longer the one that can be bullied at will. Other countries have to consider the Empire's feelings even if they want to play tricks. I believe the Empire has not made your identity public for this reason." Li Jin suddenly realized. He finally understood why Kyushu had not declared his identity. The geographical position of the Raiderong Islands is indeed too important. Although there is a legal alliance backing it, certain countries may not care about that. Perhaps this island could really spark a world war. To avoid provoking those shameless countries, subtly taking measures to control the Raiderong Islands in secret is also a good strategy. This way, the Empire benefits, and other countries have a fig leaf to cover themselves. So naturally, they have nothing to say. However, what puzzled Li Jin was why he was chosen. Was he really just a stepping stone? Li Jin felt a bit of a headache thinking about this, but he quickly brushed these thoughts aside. These are future matters. The most important thing for him now is to get his own assets in hand and continually strengthen his power. As long as his strength increases, all problems will not be problems. What should we do now? Song Hai and Li Yu exchanged glances and said, "Commander, all the population on the Raiderong Islands is in the Bougainvillea city. As long as we take it with a thunderous force, it would mean controlling the entire Raiderong Islands. When the time comes, as long as we cut off all communication facilities and have the protection of an invisible shield, the outside world won't be able to notice what has happened in the region for quite a while. Even if they find out later, they won't be able to use satellites for reconnaissance and can only send people." Li Jin understood this naturally, but he still hesitated. If they suddenly occupied the city, what would the outside world's reaction be? Especially from the powerful empire that is used to being dominant. What would their response be? Would they take immediate action against him? Just as Li Jin was feeling indecisive, a mechanical-sounding voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding! The system task has been issued. Please check it." Immediately, a light screen appeared in his right eye. Task: control the island group. Reward: 2 summoning opportunities, and 10,000 gold bars. The straightforward task and reward made Li Jin, who had been hesitant, immediately firm in his decision. What do you two want to do? Report. At that moment, a loud voice came from the entrance. Li Jin casually said, "Come in." A captain immediately opened the door and walked in, saluting Li Jin, then placed the documents he held on the table and said, "Report, Commander. This is the intelligence just transmitted from the reconnaissance battalion." Li Jin was momentarily taken aback. And Songhai quickly explained, "Commander, our assault brigade has a tradition of gathering local intelligence whenever we arrive at an unfamiliar place. This should be the intelligence collected by the reconnaissance battalion about the island." Upon hearing this, Li Jin couldn't help but appreciate Songhai. As expected of an elite unit, they always prepare in advance. He immediately pointed to the documents on the table and said to both of them, "Take a good look and then discuss what to do." On this point, Li Jin was self-aware. He didn't understand military matters and was even less knowledgeable about politics, being completely inexperienced. Such military and national affairs should still be left to those who know what they are doing. He just needed to handle the final decision. Half an hour later, Songhai and the others finally put down the documents. As the senior officer, Songhai confidently said, "Commander, according to the intelligence we received, the city is controlled by 3 forces: merchants, a gang, and a security agency. The merchants are of a certain ethnicity and are considered part of the local community. They control the entire import and export trade, energy, hospitals, and other legitimate businesses in the city. The gang is made up of individuals from a neighboring kingdom, controlling the city's casinos, brothels, and other underground activities. As for the remaining security agency, it was originally a paramilitary force established by the merchants to counter the gang and has gradually developed into one of the 3 major forces on the island. Among these 3 forces, the security agency has the largest armed force, with over 1,000 patrol officers. They are equipped with many M16 rifles, M2 heavy machine guns, and dozens of M113 armored personnel carriers. Their air power consists of 2 helicopters, but they have no naval forces." Li Jin nodded slightly. He truly did not take this matter seriously. However, he had one lingering question. Why didn't Li Durong have a government? Songhai shook his head and said, "Commander, the current situation is intentionally fostered by certain forces. Over the decades, many have attempted to establish a regime, but without exception, they have all failed." Upon hearing this, Li Jin rested his chin in thought and asked, "What is their reputation like?" Songhai replied, "They are all notorious villains." "Oh, really?" Li Jin said thoughtfully, then solemnly ordered, "Let us take a trip to Jiazhong City. I want to see what kind of monsters they really are. Mobilize the entire assault brigade except for essential personnel." Chapter 5. I Am a Hero. Jiazhong City is about 40 kilometers away from where Li Jin was. Naturally, walking was not an option. As Li Jin and Songhai stepped outside, a rugged and powerful AMPV armored off-road vehicle was already waiting for them at the steps. The sight of such a formidable armored vehicle made Li Jin's eyes light up. He had always loved off-road vehicles in his previous life, but unfortunately, he had been too broke to afford even a single tire and could only watch videos online to satisfy his cravings. He never expected that in this life he would have such a magnificent treasure. Songhai opened the door first, and it was only then that Li Jin came back to his senses and turned to Li Yu, saying, "Li Yu, the base is in your hands." Li Yu solemnly saluted Li Jin, saying, "Please rest assured, Commander." Li Jin nodded and then got into the vehicle. Sitting in the passenger seat, Songhai turned and asked, "Commander, shall we set off?" Li Jin nodded. "Let us go." An hour later, they arrived at the outskirts of Jiazhong City. Just as had been said, the Li Durong Islands were indeed vast and sparsely populated. Along the way, they had seen no signs of human habitation, only towering ancient trees and majestic mountains. One could easily mistake it for a deserted island. "Commander, we have arrived." Songhai, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly announced. "Stop the car," Li Jin shouted, then opened the door and got out. Not far away, skyscrapers stood tall, resembling a steel jungle, embodying a modern urban style. The sudden transition from complete desolation to a bustling city left Li Jin momentarily dazed. "Songhai, let us park here and walk over." With that, he led the way toward the city. After about 10 minutes, they finally reached the city center, and the bustling sounds welcomed them. Reminiscent of the city where he had worked in his previous life, similar modern architecture, similar lively atmosphere. "Commander, the Li Durong Islands are a no-man's land, with no taxes and no government control. The three major forces maintain public order here very well for profit, and they spare no effort in urban development. This has attracted many people to come here for tourism and business. Business? Li Jin couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Wasn't the black and white business in the city already divided among merchants and gangs? Where could there still be business to be done? Seeing Li Jin's puzzled expression, Song Hai quickly explained, "Sir, because there is no government regulation here, it has become one of the largest black markets in the world over the decades. Transactions involving population and other goods are rampant here." Song Hai's explanation made Li Jin's expression darken, and he silently walked into the city. Soon, they arrived at a wide street bustling with people. One could imagine how prosperous it was, but the scene that followed made Li Jin uncomfortable. He saw that the shops lining the street were not real stores, but small rooms separated by transparent glass, inside which were women dressed provocatively and adorned flamboyantly. This was clearly a red light district. Moreover, it was broad daylight. And watching the tourists around him scrutinizing the women as if they were shopping made Li Jin quicken his pace to another street. This new street seemed much more normal. Both sides were filled with shops, all high-end brands and luxury goods. Unlike the previous street filled with men, this one had people of all ages and genders. However, just as Li Jin had taken a few steps, a shadow suddenly fell from above and crashed heavily to the ground, causing a commotion among the people. Li Jin focused his gaze and was shocked to see a woman, barely clothed, with horrifying scars crisscrossing her body. Before Li Jin could react, 4 or 5 tall figures rushed over, swiftly stuffing the woman into a sack and taking her away, leaving behind a pool of glaring blood. But soon, a cleaning vehicle arrived, and within a few minutes, the street was clean again, as if nothing had happened. The people on the street seemed unfazed, going about their business without showing any concern for the loss of a life. This scene sent chills down Li Jin's spine. This seemingly glamorous city hid so much filth beneath the surface. After walking a few steps, a Chinese restaurant caught his eye. "Let's go in and sit down," Li Jin casually said. Song Hai hurriedly opened the restaurant's door, and as soon as they entered, a wave of noise and heat rushed towards them, making Li Jin feel slightly dizzy. He dazedly found an empty seat to sit down. "What would you like to eat?" At that moment, a soft voice came to his ear, bringing him back to reality. He looked up to see a very beautiful girl standing next to him with a menu in hand. However, she looked frustrated, slapped her forehead, and said again, "What do you want?" Li Jin couldn't help but smile. "What do you have that's good? Just bring us a few of your specialties." The girl showed a look of surprise on her face after hearing Li Jin's words. "You can understand me? Are you also from the mainland?" Li Jin smiled and nodded. "Yes, we just came over from the mainland today." The girl's expression immediately became excited. But before she could speak, a plump woman at the counter suddenly started rattling off a lot of English. Unfortunately, Li Jin had never been interested in English since he was a child. The highest score he ever got on a test was 60 points, which had thrilled him at the time. The girl, however, turned pale at the woman's words, her body trembling slightly. Just as Li Jin was puzzled, Song Hai, who was sitting next to him, whispered, "The boss wants this girl to go upstairs to serve drinks to the guests." Li Jin raised his eyebrows. How could serving drinks scare a little girl like this? But considering where they were, he guessed it was something along those lines. He immediately said, "You wait here. I'll finish ordering first." After saying that, he leisurely opened the menu. The girl's face lit up, and she quickly said something to the plump woman. But the woman just kept babbling on in a chaotic manner. Li Jin's expression darkened. Although he didn't know what the woman was saying, it was definitely not anything good. The girl beside him had turned completely pale and seemed resigned as she lowered her head to leave. Seeing this, Li Jin grabbed the girl's hand. If it were someone from another country, he wouldn't want a medal, but he couldn't just stand by when it came to his fellow countrymen. "You stay here. I want to see who dares to take you away." As they say, a bear's strength gives him courage. If this were before, Li Jin wouldn't have dared to act this way. He would have only cursed a few times in his mind and not even said a word. But now that he had power and weapons, his temper naturally flared up. What he wouldn't have done before, he now charged into without a second thought. Perhaps it was all that repression that had built up. The plump woman looked at Song Hai and the others, who were all big and sturdy, and clearly realized they were not to be trifled with. After muttering something under her breath, she suddenly turned and left. The girl looked at Li Jin with gratitude. But soon her expression changed as she anxiously said, "You guys should leave quickly. There are gang members and business people upstairs. If they come down, you won't be able to leave." Just as the girl finished speaking, Hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase not far away, followed by several dwarfs in woven outfits coming down, closely followed by a few men in suits. Damn it! The leader of the group cursed loudly and raised his hand as if to slap Li Jin. But his expression changed when he saw a gun pointed directly at him. Anger instantly flashed across his face as he shouted, "You!" Bang! The sudden gunshot silenced the entire restaurant. Chapter 6. A Grand Entrance Bang. The leader fell heavily to the ground, never understanding why Li Jin had dared to shoot. The group associated with the fiery individuals was momentarily stunned, but their expressions quickly changed as their hands instinctively moved towards their waists. However, Song Hai was faster. He drew his handgun and fired at the group, taking them down one by one. The restaurant erupted in gasps as the diners, who had initially gathered to watch, were horrified to see so many people killed. They all scrambled to their feet and rushed towards the exit. Li Jin, observing the bodies lying in pools of blood, felt no fear. Instead, a thrill surged within him. "Commander, we should leave here," Song Hai whispered urgently in Li Jin's ear. Li Jin nodded, realizing they were in a busy area and the gunshots would soon attract the attention of their associates. Without hesitation, he took the girl by the hand and headed for the door. Sure enough, not long after they left, several vehicles roared up and surrounded the small restaurant. Meanwhile, Li Jin and his group had already reached another street, near a small garden. He paused to look at the girl, who still wore an excited expression, and felt a bit surprised. Most girls would have screamed at the sight of such a bloody scene, yet this one seemed exhilarated. Yes, exhilarated. Driven by curiosity, Li Jin couldn't help but ask, "What is your name and how old are you? What brings you here?" The girl replied without hesitation, "I'm Tang Xian, 18. I came here for a talent show." "A talent show?" Li Jin was taken aback, perplexed by the term. Noticing his confusion, Tang Xian explained, "It's basically a gathering where wealthy individuals select women. If chosen, you can earn $150,000 for a single night. I'm here for that. Just one night can secure a lifetime of comfort." Li Jin was momentarily speechless, staring at Tang Xian's nonchalant demeanor. However, his discomfort bubbled up, prompting him to say, "At your age, where did you learn this? Don't you feel embarrassed?" Tang Xian looked at him, puzzled by his frustration, and replied, "Brother, this Iason, ancient times. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just a mutual agreement. My mother often tells me, laugh at the poor, don't laugh at the prostitute. In this age, it's all about money. Who cares about your past? Since I'm going to lose it anyway, why not trade my first time for some cash?" Her twisted reasoning infuriated Li Jin. He wasn't angry at the girl. Instead, he felt a bit disturbed, realizing he somewhat agreed with her perspective. Shaking his head vigorously to dispel those thoughts, he snapped, "You should think carefully about this." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Tang Xian standing there alone. "Boss, there's no need to be upset. How many people with functioning brains come to places like this?" Song Hai quickly approached Li Jin, trying to soothe his anger. Li Jin replied irritably, "I have no relation to her. I'm just upset with myself. What's going on with this talent show?" Suddenly, Li Jin recalled what Tang Xian had said and couldn't help but ask. Song Hai replied, "We received information about an event called the Flower Appreciation Conference, which is organized in the same way as selecting a courtesan in ancient brothels. The women participating in the conference only need to stand on stage, and the wealthy merchants below will throw money at the woman they choose. The one with the highest bid wins. The money earned is split evenly between the organizers and the women. If someone receives the title of the top courtesan, there is also a reward of $1,500,000. Li Jin frowned. Are these women all doing this voluntarily? However, thinking of Tang Xian, he couldn't help but rub his forehead. Money can indeed tempt people. Song Hai shook his head. "Boss, they may come voluntarily, but leaving might not be the same." Li Jin nodded in agreement, knowing that given the nature of the three major forces, they would never engage in a losing venture. He immediately said, "Notify our people to enter the city right away. I don't want to wait any longer." Song Hai was overjoyed upon hearing this. From the very beginning, he disagreed with Li Jin taking personal risks. In his view, since they had the strength to crush, they should just push through. "Commander, I'll send someone to relay the message right now." Meanwhile, at the center of Juchonga City, there stood a large mansion, the residence of the most powerful merchant in the Lade Rong Islands. In a pavilion in the backyard, an energetic old man with white hair in his 70s, a burly middle-aged man in his 40s, and a short, dwarf-like middle-aged man were seated around a round table. The white-haired elder said with a serious expression. President Qingtian. Director Long, I invited you here today to discuss an important matter. The dwarf-like man, somewhat displeased, responded, Can't this be discussed over the phone? Why do we have to come here? The white-haired elder glanced at the burly man who was silent and said seriously, This matter is different. If we handle it poorly, we could all be finished. The elder's words caused the dwarf and the burly man to exchange glances, and the elder continued without keeping them guessing. The Empire of the 9 Provinces has sent a lord to our laid Rome. What? The dwarf and the burly man were immediately shocked and stood up, with the burly man exclaiming, How is this possible? Are they trying to break the balance? The white-haired elder calmly replied, I don't know the specifics. This is the news just sent by the Myligia Empire. What I do know is that this person is the son of a marquis, and everything else is unknown. Upon hearing the elder's words, the dwarf's expression immediately calmed down. Mr. Shang, if what you're saying is true, then this lord is just a stepping stone, right? What is there to be afraid of? I really don't believe the people from the region would dare to boldly send troops over. It's just a young kid after all. At that moment, the short man made a decisive gesture with his hand, and the originally high and mighty tall man immediately echoed. President Qingtian is right. This Lydrong belongs to us. Whoever tries to take our things must die. But then he looked puzzled and asked, Mr. Shang, since the people from a certain region already know about the actions of the others, why don't they stop them? The elderly man's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this. The information I received indicates that the two parties seem to have reached some kind of agreement, allowing the others to send a lord to Lydrong. How is this possible? The short man exclaimed. How could they possibly give up such an important position? The elderly man replied, That's why it's a lord and not an official. This means that this place will become an autonomous region. And perhaps that's the reason they are turning a blind eye. However, since everything is being conducted in secret, it indicates that it cannot be made public. Just as President Qingtian said earlier, this so-called marquis' son is merely a stepping stone. Kicking him out is just to see the reactions around us. In that case, the elderly man's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Let us properly entertain this lord. Just as the elderly man finished speaking, the sound of helicopters suddenly resonated overhead, followed by a strong beam of light shining down, forcing the three of them to close their eyes. Soon after, intense gunfire and explosions could be heard. Chapter 7. I only acknowledge money. The three of them were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. Just when they were at a loss, a large group of fully armed soldiers rushed in, wearing Kevlar helmets, digital camouflage uniforms, and a complete set of individual combat systems. Although their faces were obscured, the murderous aura emanating from them sent chills down the spines of the elderly man and his companions. It was an army, a real army. As the three were in shock, a light and brisk sound of footsteps suddenly approached, followed by a young man, somewhat excessively handsome, striding forward with several officers. This young man, while only moderately good-looking, had a fierce and extraordinary demeanor, especially due to the glaring star insignia on his shoulder. The brilliance of the star made it hard to look away. The elderly man was even more horrified, as he realized that the young man was wearing the standard military uniform of the Empire. Could it be that the Lord has arrived? Wasn't he supposed to be alone? What else with this sudden appearance of the army? Li Jin, of course, had no idea what the elderly man was thinking. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. Looking at the three anxious individuals before him, a smile involuntarily appeared on Li Jin's face. He originally thought it would take some effort, but he didn't expect that these three major forces sounded intimidating by name, yet crumbled easily in battle. In front of the soldiers of the assault brigade, they were hardly worth mentioning. At this moment, the white-haired elder reacted first, quickly clasping his fists. I am Shang Minghai, the chairman of the Shang Group. May I ask if the general is? Li Jin, upon hearing that this old man was Shang Minghai, couldn't help but look him up and down, making Shang Minghai feel quite uncomfortable. He then said, So you three are the so-called three major forces of Lydrong? Shang Minghai quickly smiled and said, The general is joking. What three major forces? It's just something others made fun of. He then pointed to the burly man behind him. This is Long Shengwu, the director of the Lydrong Security Bureau. Then he pointed to the short man. This is Mr. Qing Tianying, the younger brother of the president of the Black Clothes Society, the largest gang in the kingdom of Liang. Li Jin looked at the short man that Shang Minghai emphasized, and upon hearing the introduction, the short man, who had been timid, suddenly straightened up and looked at Li Jin with pride. Li Jin, seeing the sudden bravado of the short man, couldn't help but sneer. He wasn't in the habit of indulging anyone. He directly drew his pistol from his waist and pulled the trigger at Qing Tianying's chest. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots were fired, leaving Qing Tianying a bloody mess as he fell heavily to the ground. Even at the moment of death, Qing Tianying couldn't understand why this person wanted to kill him. Shang Minghai and Long Xingwu were instantly frightened by Li Jin's sudden gunfire, and Shang Minghai turned pale. Stammering, "General, what are you?" Li Jin casually tossed the gun to Song Hai behind him and said flatly, "It's nothing. Just suddenly felt annoyed and wanted to kill someone." Li Jin's emotionless voice made Shang Minghai's legs weaken, almost collapsing to the ground. "All right. I don't have the mood to catch up with you." Li Jin waved his hand impatiently, looking coldly at Shang Minghai. "You only have one option now. Hand over all your money to me. Otherwise, I'll strip you clean." Li Jin looked at the almost fainting Shang Minghai and continued, "Of course, I'm not a bad person. You have been in Liderong for decades. Surely you have an asset of 1,000 or 800 billion, right? I won't ask for much, just 100 billion. As long as you provide 100 billion, I won't make things difficult for you, and I'll send you right back where you came from." 100 billion? Shang Minghai was immediately taken aback and cautiously asked, "Are you referring to Inid?" Li Jin was momentarily stunned. "Inid? What's that?" Song Hai, standing next to Li Jin, saw his confusion and quickly leaned in. "Sir, the Shang family is a prominent family in the kingdom of Inid. What he means is the currency of the kingdom of Inid. According to our information, it seems that one state currency can be exchanged for over 2,000 Inid." Li Jin listened to Song Hai's explanation and couldn't help but feel both angry and amused. He directly grabbed an 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle from a soldier nearby, pulled the bolt, and aimed at Shang Minghai's leg before pulling the trigger. Bang! To Li Jin's astonishment, at such a close range, he missed, and the bullet grazed past Shang Minghai's leg. Cough! Li Jin cleared his throat, glanced around as if to say something, but seeing Shang Minghai's terrified expression and the calm demeanor of Song Hai and the others, he suddenly realized that they probably thought he was just trying to intimidate Shang Minghai. If it were someone else, they would have backed down by now. But Li Jin was not that kind of person. He went against the grain and directly pulled the trigger at Shang Minghai. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets instantly shot out, completely shredding Shang Minghai's calf. Only then did he stop shooting. Looking indifferently at the moaning Shang Minghai on the ground. "I forgot to tell you. I've never touched a gun before. Today is my first time shooting." Saying this, he played with the automatic rifle in his hands and added, "This time you got lucky. If I shoot again next time, it might just be your head that gets blown off." Li Jin's words drove Shang Minghai to the brink of collapse. He cursed Li Jin for being a madman in his heart, but quickly spoke up. "I'll pay. I'll pay." Li Jin immediately broke into a smile. "That's more like it. Song Hai, take our friend from the Shang family to get the money." Seeing Li Jin so eager, Shang Minghai quickly replied, "General, our Shang family can't possibly come up with 100 billion in currency. I can only provide 10 billion. But I have a lot of collections and properties in my estate, worth at least 1 to 3 billion. I'm willing to offer all of it." Li Jin's expression darkened at once. Seeing this, Shang Minghai was nearly scared out of his wits and hurriedly explained, "General, we are just workers for the Shang family. Most of the money we've earned over the years has gone to our superiors. We really can't come up with that much." Li Jin's heart stirred. Could it be that this Shang family was also an informant planted by someone in the ranks? Who could it be? At this point, Shang Minghai dared not hesitate and quickly said, "It's the Megan family, one of the 10 major families of the Malagay Empire. 60% of all the shares in the industries controlled by our Shang family belong to the Megan family." The Megan family? Li Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. He went through his memories several times, but found no recollection of the Megan family. However, thinking back to the past, Li Jin was just an ordinary citizen. How could he possibly know about these things? He decided not to dwell on it any longer. Whatever came, he would face it head on. "Song Hai, take him to get the money. Oh, and remember to treat his wounds. We can't have him dying on the way." Chapter 8. A sudden turn of events. Under the immense gratitude of Shang Minghai, he was taken away by Song Hai. Li Jin then turned his attention to Long Xingwu, sizing him up from head to toe. However, Li Jin remained silent, and instead took an automatic rifle from another soldier. The sound of the bullet being chambered made Long Xingwu's legs tremble uncontrollably. He opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment, it was as if he had lost his voice, unable to make a sound. Immediately, a foul smell began to permeate from the pavilion. Just then, A series of gunshots rang out, and Long Xingwu's chest was instantly splattered with blood. He then collapsed. Li Jin tossed the gun to the soldier and shot a disgusted glance at Long Xingwu, who lay on the ground with unclosed eyes, muttering, "Waste." He then turned and exited the pavilion. At that moment, Song Hai approached and said, "Commander, Shang Minghai has transferred 2.6 billion to several anonymous accounts at Ruishi Bank. We can withdraw it as long as we have the passwords." Li Jin looked astonished and asked, "What did you say? 2.6 billion?" Song Hai hurriedly explained, "This Shang Minghai is indeed a wealthy man. He has kept over a dozen lawyers and accountants at his estate, and these accountants are well aware of his financial details. The method of transferring funds was suggested by these people. As for other properties and stocks, they have all been notarized by the lawyers. According to them, Shang Minghai's stocks and properties alone are worth around 16 to 17 billion. Upon hearing that this old man dared to deceive him, Li Jin's expression darkened immediately. "Go. Aside from these lawyers and accountants, I don't want to see anyone else at this estate." Don't blame Li Jin for being ruthless. He was currently in a weak position. Who knew what these people were hiding? If a moment of compassion led to his downfall, it would be a great injustice. Song Hai nodded, and then instructed a nearby lieutenant colonel. He returned to Li Jin's side, and Li Jin asked, "How many banks are there on later on? Have you investigated?" Song Hai thought for a moment and replied, "Commander, there is only one bank in Laterong, called Megan Bank." "Megan Bank?" Li Jin repeated, a mysterious smile suddenly appearing on his face. Good. The reason Li Jin had so decisively killed Qing Tianying and Long Xingwu was that, firstly, these two did not have much money, unlike Shang Minghai, who was in business with assets spread across the country. These two could only be considered local tyrants in Laterong, and all their assets were certainly within Laterong. If not, they would be in the bank. Secondly, Li Jin has already figured out how to make money. In his view, places like this are unlikely to have many banks. He initially planned to send someone to rob these banks, and then appear nearby as a righteous messenger to offer some comfort. However, he was surprised to find that there was only one bank on the entire island. This made things easier, and even more interestingly, this bank belonged to the Megan family. Song Hai, issue the order to seal off the entire city. No one is allowed to enter or exit. Also, arrest all the merchants, gang members, and security personnel. Thoroughly sweep the entire city. Anyone who dares to resist will be dealt with on the spot. In a city like this that has already fallen, only a heavy-handed approach can bring about a rebirth. Otherwise, it will only sink forever. He used to be indifferent, but now this is his territory, and he naturally needs to clean it up properly. Upon hearing Li Jin's orders, Song Hai immediately saluted and responded, "Yes, Commander." With Li Jin's command, it was destined to be a bloody night in the city. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, on the busiest street in the city, a white man wearing a white hat hurriedly walked along the street. The sound of gunfire echoed around him, urging him to quicken his pace. He soon stopped in front of a convenience store and knocked 6 times on the push-pull door. Before long, the door was pulled open, and the man quickly entered. Inside, 7 or 8 white men armed with M16 rifles stood guard at the windows and door, looking vigilant. At that moment, a burly man walked out from the back room and asked, "Burn, what is going on?" The man with the hat replied grimly, "A group of armed forces has taken over the city. They seem to be from a certain region." The burly man frowned. "From that region? Do they intend to disrupt the balance?" The man with the hat shook his head. "They are not using standard weapons and have no obvious insignia. Even if they are from that region, we have no evidence to indicate they are part of their military." Just then, the sound of a helicopter suddenly erupted from outside. The burly man quickly walked to the window, pushed aside the blinds, and looked out, his expression turning blank as he exclaimed, "It's an Apache." The man with the hat was startled and hurried to the window, just in time to see an armed helicopter swoosh past. His expression changed instantly. Such helicopters were their prized possessions. How could they have fallen into the hands of those people? And they hadn't received any intelligence. Could it be that this group of armed individuals was not from that side? "Quick, immediately report everything here to headquarters." The burly man had regained his composure and shouted to the back. Soon, a dwarf man emerged from the back room, saying, "Mr. Willie, our communication system is experiencing severe interference and cannot send information to the outside." The strong man quickly took out his phone upon hearing this, only to find there was no signal at all. He looked up and said, "Then let's use a satellite phone. We must get the message out." The dwarf shrugged helplessly and replied, "Sir, there is no signal on the satellite phone either." We even tried using the radio, but we still can't send any information." The strong man's expression changed drastically as he slammed his fist down, exclaiming, "What the heck? Who did this?" The man in the hat remained calm, saying, "Willie, calm down. Since the armed forces outside haven't attacked us, it's clear they don't know our identity. You saw it too. They even have armed helicopters. We are no match for them." The strong man seemed to disagree with the hat-wearing man's opinion, scoffing, "It's just a helicopter. I have some missiles here. I can take it down in no time." The man in the hat frowned. As an undercover operative, he feared arrogance and overconfidence the most. It was like delivering oneself to the enemy. Just as he was about to say something, a sudden grinding sound of tracks came from outside, causing his expression to change instantly. As an intelligence officer, he was all too familiar with that sound. He cautiously opened a gap in the blinds and was left dumbfounded. The strong man quickly leaned in, his eyes widening in shock. "Oh my God, it's a leopard too." Chapter 9, Fatal Flaw. "No," the man in the hat said with a serious expression, "it's an A7. "What?" The strong man was stunned, incredulous. "How is that possible? How could such an advanced tank be on a small island, especially in the hands of those people? It's simply unbelievable. Take a look for yourself." The man in the hat moved aside without arguing. The strong man hurriedly leaned forward and saw dozens of tanks slowly passing by on the street, surrounded by heavily armed soldiers. Just then, a soldier marching alongside the tanks suddenly glanced in the direction of the strong man, their eyes meeting. The emotionless gaze made the strong man's heart stop for a moment, almost making him choke. Fortunately, the soldier had no intention of approaching. They simply exchanged a brief look before continuing on. This allowed the strong man to breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would have been done for. These soldiers have killed before. At that moment, the voice of the man in the hat came through. "Look at their marching formation. It's clear they've undergone rigorous training. We can be 100% sure they are a well-trained army." The strong man, no longer feeling arrogant, replied solemnly, "Which faction are they from?" Both the strong man and the man in the hat immediately ruled out the possibility of them being from those people upon seeing the army's equipment. With so many advanced weapons, they definitely couldn't have gotten them. Even if they wanted to buy them, there would be no place to do so. The man in the hat shook his head and said, "Our most important task now is to relay the information. I believe the headquarters will make a judgment." The burly man spread his hands and replied, "But we have no way to send the message out right now?" The man in the hat calmly replied, "Since the communication has been disrupted, we should send someone to carry the message out. No matter how capable they are, they can only interfere with this island at most. I refuse to believe they can disrupt the sea." In a stylish building in a certain empire's city, a charming woman in a work dress walked in high heels to an office door. She knocked twice and entered, where an elderly man with a full head of white hair sat behind a desk. The woman placed a document in front of him and said, "This is a report just received from the Satellite Monitoring Bureau. Their satellite, during a routine reconnaissance of a certain archipelago, suddenly found that it had vanished." The elderly man frowned instantly, put on his glasses, and carefully reviewed the document. The woman continued, "The Monitoring Bureau initially thought it was a satellite malfunction, so they deployed other satellites, but the result was still empty. They even specifically called in the star refining system for observation, but the results were the same." The elderly man furrowed his brow and asked, "What do our intelligence personnel in that archipelago say?" The woman replied, "Communication from that side has completely been cut off, and we cannot contact them at all." Upon hearing this, the elderly man finally realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately stood up, saying, "Notify the Strategic Command immediately and have them send a reconnaissance aircraft for on-site investigation." The woman nodded and turned to leave. In a two-story villa in the garden of a defense office in another empire city, a man named Li Shurcheng was reviewing documents in his study on the second floor. Suddenly, he heard footsteps coming up the stairs, and soon after, an elderly man entered, saying, "Sir, Qin Taihan has returned." Li Shurcheng did not even raise his head and just replied with a sound. The elderly man hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sir, that place is lawless. Shouldn't we send a few people to protect the young master?" Li Shurcheng paused with his pen and slowly raised his head. "Fu Bo, are you teaching me how to do my job?" Fu Bo immediately shivered and hurriedly bowed. "I would never dare, sir. I just thought that the young master's journey is also for our Li family. And what if something happens?" "Enough." Li Shurcheng interrupted Fu Bo impatiently and said coldly, "Humph. He is just a bastard. Since he has entered the Li family lineage, He must be prepared to sacrifice for the family. Moreover, I have even found him a good position. A major general in the Empire, the lord of a fief. What glory is that? What more could he want? I owe him nothing. Li Shurqing's impatient demeanor made Fu Bo realize that further discussion was futile, and he quickly lowered his head respectfully, saying, "What you say is absolutely right, sir. It was my overstep." Li Shurqing noticed that Fu Bo had softened, and his expression immediately became much gentler, clearly indicating that Fu Bo held a significant position in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "This matter should not be mentioned again. You may leave now." Fu Bo quickly bowed again and then exited. It wasn't until he had gone downstairs and reached the entrance of the villa that he sighed. "Ah, the master has truly changed." Just as Fu Bo finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "People always change." Fu Bo paused and turned around to see a middle-aged officer in military uniform striding out from the house, his expression grim as he said, "For the sake of one son, you push another son to the brink. Our Lord is no longer the same Lord he used to be." Fu Bo sighed and replied, "It's too late to say anything now. I can only hope that the eldest young master will have good fortune and overcome this crisis. Unfortunately, the master no longer trusts us old fellows like before. Otherwise, we could have helped a bit. At least we could repay the lady for her kindness to us back then." Upon hearing this, the officer's face turned ashen, but then, like a deflated balloon, his once upright posture suddenly slumped, and he bitterly said, "We are just two servants. Even if we want to help, we have no right to do so. Now we can only pray for the eldest young master's good fortune." Alas, poor child. For a moment, the two fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. On the Laidalong Islands, Li Jin was naturally unaware that someone was worrying about him. He was currently gleefully playing with a gold brick that weighed about a kilogram. This thing was indeed heavy. "How much do we have?" he asked. Song Hai hurriedly replied. A total of 72 such gold bricks were found in Long Xingwu's house. 12 10-kilogram gold melons, and 5,873,000 Mei gold in cash. Li Jin was astonished and said, "This Long Xingwu has a problem. How could he keep so much cash at home?" Song Hai explained, "Sir, I have already sent someone to inquire. Long Xingwu has a hobby. He loves counting money. If he doesn't count it once before going to bed, he can't even sleep. He even built a safe in his bedroom, and this money was taken from that safe." Li Jin chuckled. "This bad habit is quite amusing. I like it. What about Qing Tianing? Did you find anything?" Song Hai shook his head and said, "No. We only found a few 100,000 Mei gold in his house." Li Jin nodded. "That's more like it. Only someone as unhinged as Long Xingwu would hide money in his own home. However, I estimate that Qing Tianing shouldn't have much saved either. Probably just as much as Long Xingwu. Qing Tianing can only be considered a branch leader. The big money must have been taken by those above." At this point, Song Hai continued, "Sir, my assault brigade has already combed through the entire Jiuchonga city, as per your instructions. We are currently sorting through the information. I believe data will be reported soon." Li Jin nodded in satisfaction, but then his expression stiffened as he suddenly thought of a critical loophole. System. What if these weapons get discovered? Will it cause trouble? Chapter 10 Enemy Aircraft Incoming. Ding, please rest assured. All weapons and equipment that have appeared in this world have legitimate military sales contracts and are fully traceable. If you need, you can extract them from the system space yourself. Upon hearing the system say that the weapons he drew had legitimate military sales contracts, Li Jin immediately felt relieved and couldn't help but admire the system's thoroughness. As for how the system managed to do this, he already had the system. So it wasn't a big deal, was it? With his worries gone, Li Jin instantly became energetic. Just then, Song Hai rushed over. "Commander, Liu is on the line." A reconnaissance aircraft suddenly appeared over the island of Lade Rome and is circling around the island. Li Jin's expression tightened. The inevitable had finally arrived. However, it came too quickly, so fast that he didn't even have time to mentally prepare. Just when his mind was in chaos, a voice suddenly echoed in his head. "Ding. Please be informed that the system task has been released." Following that, lines of text appeared in his mind. System task. Resolve the crisis. Details. An RC-135V strategic reconnaissance aircraft from the Empire has appeared over your airspace for unknown reasons and is conducting all-round reconnaissance. Please handle it properly. The system will provide different rewards based on your performance. A reconnaissance aircraft from the Empire. Li Jin's heart raced. This was the world's strongest nation, known as the world's leader. What should he do? Shocked, Li Jin repeatedly asked himself, Since the reconnaissance aircraft from the Empire was here, they must have noticed something unusual. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arrived so quickly. If that's the case, did he expose himself? Li Jin's gaze instantly turned cold, and he suddenly looked up at Song Hai and commanded, "Send a message to Li Yu. Shoot it down." Song Hai immediately straightened up and saluted. "Yes, Commander." A few minutes later, Li Yu, standing on the bridge of the ship, received Li Jin's order. Li Yu immediately picked up the communicator and announced, "Battle alert." In an instant, a shrill alarm sounded on the cruiser, and the soldiers who were already at their stations sprang into action. At that moment, a voice rang out from the radar position in the operations command room. "Report, Captain, an enemy aircraft has been detected in the southeast. Distance 23, altitude 8,000. Li Yu immediately picked up the communicator and commanded, "I order, air defense system, eliminate the enemy aircraft." With Li Yu's command, the operations command room became busy, and the fire control radar on top of the bridge began to spin rapidly, aiming southeast. In the operations command room, the fire control position suddenly reported, "Target detected." Li Yu immediately commanded, "Lock on the target. One missile. Launch." As soon as the order from Li Yu was given, the soldiers at the launch position immediately pressed the red launch button. Suddenly, one of the vertical launch units at the bow of the ship opened, and a missile was propelled into the air. Almost instantly, a thick plume of smoke emerged from the missile's base, and within moments, it disappeared into the sky. At the same time, several kilometers above the sea, a large reconnaissance aircraft was flying over the water, its spacious cabin filled with various display instruments. Dozens of men and women were busy at their stations. A female officer quickly walked up to a burly colonel and said, "Colonel Linus, our detection shows that any electronic signal that gets close to the area within a 22-kilometer radius of the island will inexplicably vanish, leaving a blank space. The entire area seems to be cloaked. Our satellites and radar showed no response." With a worried expression, she continued, "Colonel Linus, this strange situation is too dangerous for us. We should leave immediately. If the island were to launch missiles at us, we wouldn't be able to detect them at all." Upon hearing this, interest flashed in Colonel Linus's eyes. He dismissed the female officer's concerns, not believing that anyone would dare to launch missiles at them, except for some madman, of course. However, before he could respond, alarms blared in the cabin. Without understanding what was happening, a missile penetrated the reconnaissance aircraft's fuselage, followed by an explosion. A massive shockwave and flames swept through the entire cabin, and the aircraft disintegrated mid-air, scattering debris into the ocean. In the warship's command room, a soldier at the radar station reported loudly, "Report to the captain, the target has been eliminated." Hearing this, a smile spread across Li Yu's face. "Immediately send a report to the commander." In the Shang's estate in Bougainville City, Li Jin was sitting in the hall of a villa, his expression somewhat grim. Whether Li Yu's mission succeeded or failed, it had already drawn the attention of a certain empire. He had originally planned to develop cautiously for a while longer. Who would have thought that things wouldn't go as planned? However, considering his location, he realized how closely the empire was monitoring the area. There were likely numerous satellites keeping watch, and although the system had cloaked this place, the risk of exposure had actually increased. After all, a suddenly vanishing archipelago would certainly raise suspicions. Li Jin didn't blame the system. At the very least, this layer of protection acted like clothing, obscuring his situation and preventing others from acting rashly. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps jolted Li Jin from his thoughts. Song Hai quickly entered the room, saluting Li Jin as he reported, "Report, sir. Captain Li Yu has shot down the reconnaissance aircraft." Li Jin nodded, having calmed down after some reflection. He looked seriously at Song Hai and asked, "Is the city of Jiuchenggu fully under control?" Song Hai straightened his chest and replied, "Report, Commander. The entire city of Jiuchenggu is completely under our control." Li Jin nodded. "In that case, you should immediately send someone to issue an announcement that the island of Lade Rome will be closed for 3 months, with no entry or exit allowed. Set a deadline of 3 days. During these 3 days, people on the island can leave freely. The official closure will start after 3 days." Upon hearing Li Jin's order, a worried expression appeared in Song Hai's eyes. "Commander, won't this expose us?" Li Jin waved his hand dismissively. "If they don't leave, will we remain undiscovered? Just like the reconnaissance aircraft today. Some countries may have already noticed something unusual here. Since that's the case, we might as well take the initiative. It will also prevent them from resorting to extreme measures." Li Jin sighed. What is meant to come will eventually come. At that moment, A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing the crisis mission. The reward has been delivered to the system space. Please check it yourself. Chapter 11 Tactical Nuclear Graphics Card. Upon hearing that he had completed the mission, Li Jin quickly focused on opening the system space. He saw a golden card floating inside. Immediately, some parameters about this card appeared in his mind. Task Reward. Tactical Nuclear Graphics Card Launcher for Kirov-class cruisers. Launcher detailed parameters. Equipped with 3 GTX 690 tactical nuclear graphics cards. Uses a self-guided system. Maximum range, 5,000 kilometers. Maximum speed, 308 Mach. Maximum power. A single tactical nuclear graphics card can instantly destroy a standard aircraft carrier group of a certain empire, including underwater defenses. Li Jin looked at the reward's parameters and felt a surge of excitement. This was fundamental for his survival in this world. With 3 trump cards. A cold smile appeared on Li Jin's face. If the certain empire dared to come, he wouldn't mind giving them one as a greeting gift. Commander, you actually don't need to worry. Seeing Li Jin lost in thought on the sofa, Song Hai couldn't help but say, we have a shielding screen for protection, which is like blinding the enemy's eyes. Unless they send aircraft to drop bombs directly or use naval guns to attack us, other guided weapons 1T work against us. Li Jin finally came back to his senses, looked at the worried Song Hai, and stood up to pat his shoulder, saying, I'm not worried about that. I'm happy. From now on, we also have some means of self-protection. Song Hai looked at Li Jin, who suddenly became spirited, with a puzzled expression. Hadn't they always had some means of self-protection? Report. At that moment, a soldier appeared at the door of the living room and loudly reported, Commander, there is someone outside claiming to be the general manager of a certain bank who wants to see you. Li Jin raised his eyebrows in surprise, realizing how quickly the Megan family had acted to come to him. Let him in. About 10 minutes later, a soldier brought in a sharply dressed elderly Caucasian man. Upon entering, the man saw Li Jin seated comfortably on the sofa, showing no intention of getting up to greet him. However, the elderly man did not seem angry. Instead, he slightly bowed, saying, Mr. Li, I am Mungto, the branch manager of the Megan Bank in Laterong. Looking at the polite elderly man before him, Li Jin suddenly revealed an elusive smile. Mr. Mungto, you know me? Surprisingly, Mungto responded straightforwardly, of course. I heard some time ago that the Empire of the 9 Provinces was sending someone to Laterong to explore, so we naturally conducted our investigation. Li Jin squinted slightly, as the term explore used by Mungto sounded particularly jarring to him. Mr. Mungto, could you share what your family has discovered? Mungto smiled slightly and slowly said, Li Jin, son of Li Shicheng, the Duke of Jinghai in the Empire of the 9 Provinces. Mother Meng Qi, from Taoqing in the Hebei Province. As for why you are here, Mungto suddenly paused, not continuing. Li Jin frowned, realizing that these people also played such mind games. However, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Li Jin's mouth. Mungto had miscalculated one thing. He was not an impatient person. Some things are meaningless when heard from others. Only by investigating oneself is it interesting. Seeing Li Jin remain unmoved, Mungto's expression turned to one of astonishment. He did not expect such restraint from someone so young. All right, Mr. Mungto, let's discuss your purpose. Li Jin directly shifted the topic. Mungto was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to pressure Li Jin, but found that this young man was not taking the bait. At this point, with no cards left to play, Mungto could only say, Mr. Li, I have only one matter to discuss. I hope you can continue to cooperate with us as the 3 major powers did before. Li Jin smiled slightly and replied leisurely, cooperation is certainly possible, but what will I gain from it? Mungto raised his eyebrows, Mr. Li. Perhaps you do not yet understand the strength of our Megan family. Enough. Li Jin interjected impatiently. I don't have time to listen to your family's glorious history. Here, I am in charge. Just tell me what I can gain. Mungto looked at the impatient Li Jin and was momentarily speechless. Did this guy not realize the significance of the Morgan family? With their support, Li Jin could undoubtedly gain considerable advantages, something many people dream of but cannot obtain. Watching Li Jin remain calm and collected, Mungto felt a surge of anger. It seemed this damn guy had him in a tight spot. If it weren't for a special task that required him to stay here, he would have turned around and left without hesitation, taking the bank with him. Mungto suppressed his anger and said, Mr. Li, if you are willing to cooperate with us, the Meijin family can offer you a global black gold card and a Meijin palladium card. We will deposit 100 million Meijin into this palladium card every year. Furthermore, We will do our utmost to assist you within our capabilities. 100 million Meijin every year. The friendship of the Meijin family. This was undoubtedly a blatant temptation. But to Mengto's astonishment, Li Jin remained unmoved and simply replied, not enough. Mengto was instantly furious. Did this guy really think he was a fool? However, thinking about the task assigned to him by their leader, he could only suppress his frustration and ask, Mr. Li, what exactly do you want? Li Jin smiled slightly and said, my request is very simple. 10 billion worth of gold in Meijin. Mengto was completely taken aback. Gold worth 10 billion? Who did this guy think he was? How could he dare to ask for such an outrageous amount? Just as Mengto was in shock, a soldier approached the door and said, Sir, there is someone claiming to be Mr. Mengto's subordinate who wants to see him. Li Jin directly said, let him in. Moments later, a middle-aged white man hurried in and whispered something in Mengto's ear. Mengto's face immediately showed a look of astonishment, and he glanced at Li Jin in disbelief. After finishing his words, the middle-aged man turned and left, while Mengto looked at Li Jin with a strange expression, which, upon closer inspection, seemed to carry a hint of admiration. He then said, Mr. Li, it's not that we can't meet your request. However, Chapter 12, Reviewing Gains. Mengto suddenly changed his tone, his gaze sharp as he looked at Li Jin and said, if you want to obtain this 10 billion worth of gold, Mr. Li, you will need to prove your capability to earn this money. After all, the Meijin family never engages in unprofitable deals. Li Jin was momentarily taken aback. Then he recalled the middle-aged man from earlier and suddenly understood what was going on. It was highly likely that Mengto already knew about the incident where he shot down the reconnaissance aircraft. As for how they found out, Li Jin never underestimated the power of these families. He even maliciously thought that perhaps the rulers of the empire had not yet received the news. While these powerful families were already well prepared, he immediately stood up and smiled. Then let us wait and see. Please show him out. On March 26th, at noon, in Leiden City, at the highest leader's residence, the ruler of the empire, Yozel, was sitting in his office, intently gazing at his phone. If one were to look closely, they would see a group of hotly dressed women dancing passionately on the screen. A series of high-heel clicks echoed from outside the door, and then the office door was swung open. A middle-aged woman in a black uniform walked in. Joseph calmly flipped his phone face down on the desk and asked Ms. Lena, what brings you here? The middle-aged woman, with a serious expression, placed a document on Joseph's desk and said, Mr. General, this is a report just received from the command of the Allied Kingdom. One of our strategic reconnaissance aircraft was shot down near the Laird Islands. Joseph's expression changed dramatically as he stood up abruptly. What did you say? Someone dared to attack our reconnaissance aircraft. The middle-aged woman replied sternly, you heard correctly. One of our strategic reconnaissance aircraft has indeed been destroyed. We have investigated and confirmed that it was the unidentified armed forces on Laird Island who did it. Bang! Joseph slammed his hand on the desk and roared, what unidentified forces? It's the people from the eastern region. What do they want? Do they intend to provoke a third war? In Joseph's view, this was a blatant provocation that he could not allow. Where is our aircraft carrier strike group? Upon hearing that Joseph was considering deploying the aircraft carrier strike group, Lena quickly advised, Mr. General, shouldn't we communicate with the council first? Joseph's face darkened as he replied, they have already destroyed our reconnaissance aircraft, which is tantamount to declaring war on us. In such an emergency, I have the right to make any decisions. Seeing Lena still looking worried, Joseph smiled and said, Ms. Lena, rest assured, I have no intention of going to war with the eastern region. Our target is just Laird. They must pay the price. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to gain complete control over Laird. As for how the eastern region might react, Joseph was not concerned. Waving his hand, he said, all right, Ms. Lena, you are my security advisor, so just focus on your duties. Seeing Joseph's dissatisfaction, the middle-aged woman quickly added, the closest group to the Laird Islands is the Ms. Battle Group near the Sultanate of Sulu. They are currently on a mission in that area. Upon hearing this, Joseph immediately turned back to his desk and picked up the phone, saying, get me General Willis. In a moment, a voice came from the other end. Joseph immediately replied, General Willis, I am aware of the situation. Our Ms. Group is nearby, right? Let them handle this matter. I am granting you full authority to eliminate all terrorists on Laird Island. Meanwhile, at the Laird Lord's residence in Bougainvillea City, which was formerly a merchant's estate directly requisitioned by Li Jin, a dozen men and women in suits stood anxiously in the hall. One middle-aged man, around his 30s, cautiously handed a document to Li Jin, who was seated on the sofa, saying, "Mr. Li, here are all the asset details in the hands of Shang Minghai. Additionally, I have opened an account for you at a bank and transferred 2.6 billion into this account." Upon hearing this, Li Jin nodded in satisfaction and said, "Tell me, how much assets does this businessman have?" As soon as Li Jin finished speaking, a very knowledgeable woman stepped forward and said, "Mr. Li, I am Su Lale, the financial advisor for the business. The most valuable asset is the 10 stake in the Freeport Mining Group, which is worth 10.8 billion. Li Jin was immediately taken aback. 10.8 billion? What kind of company is this? How can it be worth so much? Seeing Li Jin's confusion, Su Lale quickly explained. The Freeport Mining Group is one of the largest producers of thermal coal and aluminum copper in the world, with a market value of over 100 billion. Li Jin understood at this point. Su Lale continued, "Additionally, there is the Capella International Hotel Group, in which the businessman holds a 90% stake, valued at around 16 billion. Su Lale seemed to notice that Li Jin was unfamiliar with these companies, so she elaborated. The Capella Group primarily focuses on creating world-class luxury hotels and resorts, and is one of the most renowned luxury hotel brands globally, with a total of 37 hotels. Lastly, there is the Ryder Company, which is involved in nearly every aspect of the Ryder Islands, including utilities and daily necessities. It can even be said that all the properties in the city are under the control of the Ryder Company. This is also the most profitable company for the businessman, generating tens of billions in revenue each year. Tens of billions in revenue. Li Jin's heart raced, but then his brows furrowed. He naturally knew where this money came from. Every bill likely carried blood. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of taking control of Ryder. Reward system summon opportunity. 2. Reward system gold bars. 10,000. Ding. Rewards have been issued to the system page. Please check them yourself. Li Jin's eyes lit up. It seemed that Song Hai and the others had completed their task. At that moment, Su Lale continued. In addition to these stocks, the businessman also owns 24 properties and a 20,000 acre estate. Upon hearing this, Li Jin couldn't help but gasp in awe. Just how much money has this businessman made relying on Ryder? No wonder the family values this place so highly. Mr. Li, we have completed the preliminary procedures for these stocks and assets, but the subsequent procedures will take at least half a month to complete. Li Jin nodded and said, "You all did very well. I am very satisfied." Li Jin looked at Su Lale and the others, who had visibly relaxed due to his affirmation, and smiled. "Would you like to stay and continue working for me? I can increase your original salary by 20. Li Jin certainly understood the story of spending a fortune to buy bones. He was in urgent need of talent and would not be stingy with money. Upon hearing that Li Jin was offering them a salary increase of 20, Su Lale and the others immediately showed signs of interest. They had no intention of sacrificing themselves for their superior. Their only principle was that whoever provides for them is their benefactor. As for Li Jin's choice not to find others, but to use these individuals, it was naturally because Song Hai had already informed him of the rules in these special industries. Unless faced with life-threatening danger, or if the boss had died, or there was a huge temptation, individuals in these special fields generally wouldn't betray their employers. Doing so would mean they could no longer work in this industry and would carry a lifelong stain. In Li Jin's view, finding others would yield the same type of people, so it was better to use these individuals, especially since they were familiar with the business's operations, which would save him a lot of trouble. Song Minghai's chief legal advisor, Clarence, excitedly said, "Mr. Li, I am willing to serve you." "So am I, Mr. Li," said Su Lale, the second to respond, and soon others chimed in as well. Li Jin couldn't help but smile, instructing the soldiers nearby to take these people away. Not long after they left, Song Hai rushed in, saluted Li Jin, and said, "Commander, the investigation of Bougainvillea City has been completed." Chapter 13. Tailoring Plans to Individuals. The data from Bougainvillea City is out? Li Jin immediately became excited. To plan for the future, he needed to know what resources he had to address the issues effectively. Unfortunately, the Ladron Islands had no government, and people like Song Hai were only focused on making money, so they only had a general understanding of the situation. As for the information online, it was even less reliable, consisting of decades-old data with no value. Li Jin urged, "Please tell me." Song Hai opened the folder in his hand, saying, "Commander, according to our statistics, the total population of Ladron Island is 288 million. Among them, there are 108 million permanent residents. The other 180,000 are tourists. Of the permanent residents, 960,000 live in Bougainvillea City, mainly working in service industries in the urban area. Other residents are scattered in the northeastern plains, primarily engaged in fruit farming and fishing. Additionally, Ladron Island has an airport capable of accommodating large aircraft and a large port that can dock ships of 10,000 tons. However, both of these facilities were built by the Megan family, and the control is in their hands. Li Jin frowned slightly, but said nothing, gesturing for Song Hai to continue. Commander, another issue is that Ladron Islands produce almost no grain. Nearly 99% of the food needs to be imported from overseas. According to our statistics, the food currently available in Ladron can only last for 15 days. The food imports are also handled by the shipping fleet at the Megan family's port. However, this fleet left the port last night, and its destination is unknown. Li Jin rubbed his temples. Even though the Megan family was not visible in Ladron, their presence was felt everywhere. Ladron was an island, and as long as they controlled transportation and food, it would be difficult for anyone to make a significant impact. After all, with the capabilities of the Megan family, there are likely very few who would dare to offend them in this world. But Li Jin immediately sneered. While others feared the Megan family, he did not. He had nothing to lose, being a single man. At worst, they would both suffer. Moreover, he had a system at his disposal, making others' difficulties seem trivial in his eyes. However, the expression in Li Jin's eyes flickered unpredictably. Suddenly, he slammed the table and stood up, saying, Song Hai, send out the order to have our troops immediately take control of the airport, the port, and the banks. He had made up his mind. Those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who do. The more you fear, the more the enemy will take advantage of you. Just like a saying from a great figure in his previous life, strike first to avoid 100 retaliations. He needed to take the initiative, aiming for a decisive victory to strengthen his position while weakening the enemies. Only by instilling fear in the enemy, making them want to strike but not daring to do so, could he gain the upper hand. Otherwise, a small ant trying to shake a towering tree was nothing but wishful thinking. For a moment, Song Hai was taken aback by Li Jin's orders and couldn't help but ask, Commander, weren't you in talks with Mr. Moncott? Li Jin smiled slightly and replied, You must understand that a transaction requires a deposit. Otherwise, who knows if they will back out. It seems Mr. Moncott has forgotten that it would be quite rude to disturb someone over such a trivial matter. We can just take it ourselves, saving them the trouble. I believe Mr. Moncott will surely understand. Hearing this, Song Hai nodded in agreement, saying, Commander, you are absolutely right. This is your territory. And they dared to build ports and airports here without permission. They clearly do not respect you. We should not only confiscate, but also demand decades worth of land lease fees from them. We cannot let them off easy. Li Jin looked at Song Hai carefully and then smiled, patting him on the shoulder. Not bad for one of my soldiers. Caught off guard by the praise, Song Hai was momentarily flattered and quickly saluted, saying, Commander, I will dispatch people to take control of the port and the banks right away. There's no need to rush. Li Jin waved his hand and then asked, Have the tourists been arranged to leave? Song Hai replied with a heavy tone, Commander, while the barriers have protected our safety, they have also blocked all electronic signals, and there is no communication company from our region here. Only a few merchants have tablets with cards from our region that can be used. Due to the signal restrictions, all communication and navigation facilities at the airport have become ineffective, and planes simply cannot take off. However, while the planes are unusable, cruise ships can still operate. Although they are also affected, they can still navigate without signals. If these people want to leave, they can only take the ships. But there are only 10 ocean-going passenger ships in total, which can only transport about 50 to 60,000 tourists. Li Jin did not expect it to be so troublesome and frowned. Apart from these cruise ships, are there any other ocean-going vessels? There are, Song Hai quickly said. There are 2 roll-on roll-off ships at the port, each with a capacity of 10,000 tons, specifically for transporting vehicles. They can carry tens of thousands of people. Li Jin pondered for a moment and replied, Then get those 2 roll-on roll-off ships ready and transport everyone who doesn't want to stay here. Remember, we won't charge ordinary tourists any fees. But one thing must be clear. All precious metals like gold and silver must be left behind. We can buy them at the highest price. Although Li Jin wanted to gather money, he understood one crucial point. Popularity leads to development. If he damaged his reputation, it would take a long time to rebuild it. Therefore, he decided not to pursue some money, as he didn't care about the small amounts those people had. He had already thought of other ways to make money. Songhai, how about those underground forces apart from these ordinary tourists? Li Jin asked. Upon hearing Li Jin mention those notorious figures, Songhai couldn't help but respond angrily. Commander, only some minor players are willing to pay for their lives. But those with power are very stubborn and refuse to engage with us, seemingly knowing that we want to kill them. In my opinion, it would be better to execute them directly. Li Jin shot Songhai a glare and said, Nonsense. If you kill them all, who will I get money from? Don't you know they are our current sources of wealth? Moreover, the forces behind these people are deeply rooted. They could be linked to significant powers or relatives of influential individuals. If we kill them, we will become targets ourselves, and our future paths will narrow. Although emotionally Li Jin wished he could eliminate them all, rationally, he understood that in these critical times, it was better to have one less enemy. Songhai helplessly said, Commander, what should we do now? Li Jin sneered, Don't worry, I will make sure they hand over their money. He took a deep breath and continued, Songhai, you are to issue an order. Starting today, the Lade Rong Autonomous Territory is established. Spread the word immediately through the broadcast. Songhai's expression turned serious. Yes, Commander. Just as Songhai was about to leave, Li Jin called him back, saying, When you make the announcement, add one more thing. Say that due to the establishment of the autonomous territory, a fleet has already been dispatched. At that time, these people will leave on their own without needing persuasion. We might even make a profit. And those tough ones, let them all go. Aren't they formidable? Now that all places are sealed off, if they want to leave, they can only buy tickets from us. Tell the ticket sellers that for these individuals to board the ship, tickets are 1 million each, sold in batches of 10. If they can't even come up with that amount, they clearly aren't significant powers, so just take care of them. Just one thing. Act according to the situation and adjust your approach as needed. As soon as Li Jin's words fell, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden task Soaring to the Sky. Chapter 14. Reactions from various countries. Hidden task? Soaring to the sky? Li Jin was momentarily stunned by the system's prompt. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Please note, this task is a hidden task, and the system rewards are 4 options to choose from. As soon as the system's voice fell, a light screen appeared before Li Jin. Reward 1. The area of Lade Rong Island doubles. Reward 2. Reward gold bars worth 200,000. Reward 3. Global Positioning Navigation System 1000-mile eye. Reward 4. Intermediate Personal Firearms Proficiency. Li Jin stared wide-eyed at the rewards provided by the system. Doubling the island area. Personal Firearms Proficiency. What kind of operation was this? Li Jin couldn't help but wonder if he was playing a game. He didn't choose a reward immediately but instead asked, System, what does this hidden task mean? Ding, it means what it says on the surface. When the host does a certain thing or says a certain phrase, there is a certain probability of triggering a hidden task and receiving generous rewards. Ding. Hidden tasks have uncertainty and randomness. The host needs to explore this on their own, and the system cannot provide assistance. Li Jin nodded thoughtfully, then turned his gaze to the screen. Which one should he choose? In the Jiuzhou Empire, in the capital, in the Royal Palace's Republican Hall, Emperor Li Yi was standing before the imperial desk, writing vigorously. At this moment, a servant quickly approached the desk. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister and Marshal Lin are here to see you. Li Yi's expression showed a moment of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure and said, Let them in. Before long, a sprightly white-haired elder entered, accompanied by a burly old man in military uniform. The white-haired elder slightly bowed and said, Your Majesty. The burly elder also raised his hand in salute. Li Yi cheerfully walked around the desk and led the two to a nearby reception room. After the guests were seated, Li Yi asked, Prime Minister, have you come to see me for something specific? The white-haired elder, who was the Prime Minister Song Lian of the Empire, turned his gaze to the military man. The military man was none other than Marshal Yun Xiaoyuan, the first deputy commander of the Empire's Supreme Command. Yun Xiao immediately stood up and said, Your Majesty, the military has just received news. The carrier battle group of the Melaga Empire station near the kingdom of Sulu has suddenly departed. Li Yi smiled lightly and replied, Isn't that a good thing? Yun Xiao's expression slightly tightened as he responded, They are headed towards Lade Rong Islands. Li Yi's smile froze, followed by a frown. What news do we have from Lade Rong? Yun Xiao paused for a moment and said, Lade Rong has disappeared. Disappeared? Li was taken aback. Yun Xiao nodded and said, to be precise, it has disappeared from radar and satellites. Li raised his eyebrows and asked, what happened? Yun Xiao said, after the anomaly occurred, we contacted our intelligence personnel on the island of Laterong immediately. According to their investigation, all communications on the island of Laterong have been blocked since yesterday. Only our national communication system is operational. This is interesting. Li laughed and said, my marshal, you must have found out the reason. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Song Lian. Prime Minister, if I remember correctly, you sent a lord to Laterong? Song Lian slowly stood up and slightly bowed. Your Majesty, you misunderstand. Without your seal, our cabinet has no authority to appoint a lord. Li looked at the serious-faced Song Lian and couldn't help but laugh. Prime Minister, it's not fair to let a little guy wade through such deep waters without giving him any benefits. Song Lian slightly bowed again. Your Majesty is mistaken. I didn't do anything. They volunteered, and I just went along with it. Li seemed uninterested in arguing and immediately waved his hand. All right, Prime Minister. Then he turned to Yun Xiao and said, Marshal Yun, if there are any other discoveries, please share them. Yun Xiao said solemnly, Your Majesty, our intelligence personnel discovered that an armed force suddenly appeared on the island of Laterong, which has already taken control of it. According to our intelligence personnel's investigation, this armed force is controlled by Li Jin. Moreover, they are equipped with a large number of advanced weapons. There are Leopard A7S and Longbow Apaches. Just now, Li Jin announced the establishment of the Laterong Dominion, with himself as the Lord. Li Yi's expression suddenly became serious, and at that moment, Song Lian said solemnly, Marshal Yun has already checked, and the army of Shunhai has not been mobilized, nor does Li Jing have the guts. Furthermore, he doesn't have the capability to obtain so many advanced weapons. Li Yi frowned. Then where did this army come from? Mercenaries? Or a security company? Yun Xiao shook his head. There are only a few that can be equipped with such top-notch weapons, and they haven't sent any personnel to me. Additionally, we've investigated this Li Jing. He grew up in the country and has no special circumstances. After Li Yi finished asking, he turned his gaze to Song Lian, who remained calm, and said, Your Majesty, we can only observe the changes for now. Li Yi frowned, clearly displeased with Song Lian's response. Marshal Yun, didn't you just say that communications with the Laterong archipelago have been cut off? Shouldn't the other side first ascertain the situation? How could they act so hastily? Yun Xiao couldn't help but smile wryly and said, Li Jin shot down a reconnaissance aircraft from the other side with a missile. Li Yi was taken aback and looked at Song Lian, who was also shocked. You mean this little guy has clashed with them? Yun Xiao nodded affirmatively. It has been confirmed. The expressions of Li Yi and Song Lian became serious. This was no ordinary provocation and could even be considered an act of war. No wonder they dispatched a combat group directly. Marshal Yun, what do you think? Li Yi asked in a deep voice. Yun Xiao's body reflexively straightened as he shouted, I have only one opinion. We must not let them succeed. Li Yi turned his gaze to Song Lian, who shook his head and said, I do not recommend engaging in conflict with them. We are not prepared yet. If things escalate, our decades of efforts could be ruined in an instant. The bigger picture is what matters. Upon hearing Song Lian's words, Yun Xiao initially wanted to refute, but fell silent at the last 4 words. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became tense. At that moment, Li Yi suddenly chuckled and stood up, saying, But why make the atmosphere so heavy? Wars are not that easy to start. We are cautious of them. But do they not have to consider us as well? Although Laterong is not our inherent territory, it is still our vassal. How can we remain indifferent? My suggestion is to take action to counteract their movements. We can easily send a fleet nearby to stage a show. Yun Xiao's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, I agree. Li Yi and Yun Xiao then looked at Song Lian, who pondered for a moment before smiling wryly. I agree. Yun Xiao seemed worried that the two would change their minds, and immediately said, No time to hesitate. Chief Minister, please issue a command. After His Majesty seals it, I will take care of it immediately. As for what to do if they took military action afterward, the 3 shared a tacit understanding and said nothing. After Song Lian completed the command and Li Yi sealed it, Yun Xiao excitedly left with the order. Just as Song Lian was about to take his leave, Li Yi suddenly spoke up, Chief Minister, please have someone bring over Li Jin's edict later. After I seal it, store it in the archives of the appointment hall. Song Lian was momentarily taken aback, and after a slight hesitation, he bowed and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 15, Scorpion Special Forces. Lade Rong Island, Bougainvillea City, Meganport. Li Jin watched the continuous stream of people boarding ships at the port and turned to Song Hai, who was standing behind him, asking, "What about those who plan to hold out against us?" Upon hearing Li Jin's inquiry, Song Hai hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Commander, I spread the news that we are establishing a Lord's government, and those people panicked." Without a word, each of them paid 5 million for their tickets. 5 million. Li Jin was surprised. Did I not say it was 1 million each? Song Hai awkwardly scratched his head. I thought since it's a one-time deal, why not just make it 5 times the amount? Li Jin face-bombed. Did they really give it so easily? Song Hai quickly responded, "Yes, Commander." They said nothing. And as soon as they heard they could leave, they transferred the money without hesitation. They looked quite happy. Li Jin was momentarily stunned. Did they underestimate the situation? Then he realized the reason. The importance of Lade Rong was clear to these people. They probably understood that if he, Li Jin, suddenly established an autonomous region here, those covetous nations would surely not agree. When the time comes for a real fight, staying here would naturally mean great danger for them. At that moment, Li Jin told them to leave, and they couldn't be happier. This was actually one of Li Jin's strategies. But the one thing he miscalculated was that these people were indeed wealthy. For a moment, Li Jin couldn't help but feel a bit regretful as he watched the fleet that had already set sail, wishing he could stop them and extract more from them. However, he soon calmed down. With the system in place, there would be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. How many people are still on the island? Song Hai replied, "There are still less than 60,000. Li Jin nodded and looked out at the vast sea, saying, "Everything will get better from now on." After taking a deep breath, he asked, "How is the search for the military port going?" Upon hearing this, Song Hai immediately took out a map and said, "Commander, look here. This is the largest natural harbor in the area, surrounded by a peninsula, with only one outlet to the sea, like an inland lake." As he spoke, he pointed to the sea between 2 long pieces of land several kilometers away, saying, "Commander, that's the only entrance to the natural harbor. It's a natural good port. Once it's properly developed, it can accommodate over a dozen warships. And that's just the inner harbor. There's also an outer harbor, which is where we are now." Song Hai pointed to the sea in front of them, saying, "This is the harbor built by the Megan family." He then indicated a long breakwater extending westward, saying, "This breakwater is 5 kilometers long and 50 meters wide at its narrowest point, constructed by the Megan family using several coral reef islands, effectively enclosing around 20 square kilometers of sea, forming an outer harbor." Li Jin couldn't help but smile, saying, "The Megan family has really done us a great favor." He then asked in his mind, "System, can I relocate the base?" Beep. Please note, host, that there are only 2 opportunities to adjust fixed items. The host has used one, and there is 1 relocation opportunity remaining. Would the host like to use it? Without hesitation, Li Jin replied, "Use it." As soon as he spoke, a map of the main island appeared before him. He quickly spotted the egg-shaped inland sea surrounded by land and peninsula. Relocate the military port and the infantry brigade camp here. As soon as Li Jin's thought emerged, a yellow dot quickly flew from the southern part of the island to a coastline in the egg-shaped inland sea. Beep. Relocation complete. A smile appeared on Li Jin's face. Having the military port in the outer sea was too easy for others to discover, but now moving it to this hidden inland sea greatly increased its safety. Let's head back to the base. About 10 minutes later, Li Jin and his team finally returned to the headquarters building of the assault brigade. Li Jin sat down on the sofa, looking out at the calm sea. Beyond the sea, a peninsula jutted out, with no mountains or hills, just a stretch of wild forest. He could even see the boundless ocean behind the peninsula. Magnificent. It was truly refreshing. System, do I still have 2 summoning opportunities? Beep. Would the host like to use 1 summoning opportunity? Use it. Ding. Please wait. The system is summoning. Ding. Congratulations on successfully summoning the Scorpion Special Operations Team. A light screen suddenly appeared in front of Li Jin. Reward summon. The Scorpion Special Operations Team from the Call of Duty World Team Leader. ZMO members. 36 Special Operations Soldiers, 72 Reserve Special Operations Soldiers, and several logistical personnel equipment. A Special Operations Camp. A smile immediately appeared on Li Jin's face. A Special Forces unit was exactly the sharp weapon he needed right now. System, I want to continue summoning. Please wait. The system is summoning. Ding. Congratulations on successfully summoning a Virginia-class attack submarine. The light screen unfolded again. Rewards Summon. Virginia-class submarine Thor from the modern Warship world equipment. The latest submarine-launched X-51 hypersonic cruise missile with a flight speed of 7 Mach additionally. A full crew and a small submarine base. Surprise flickered in Li Jin's eyes, but he soon showed a hint of regret. Although it was a nuclear submarine, it was not on par with strategic nuclear submarines and was not equipped with nuclear warheads. However, it was better than nothing. In fact, Li Jin had looked through the store from the very beginning. Although the store had everything, with weapons as vast as the ocean, some items were simply astonishingly expensive. For example, a Shin Nu fighter jet cost 880,000 gold bars, and nuclear warheads, being weapons of mass destruction, were even more expensive. He had no idea how the rules of the treasure store were set. Even the smallest yield nuclear warhead cost over 1,000,000 gold bars, which he couldn't afford. Even if he could, it would be too much of a financial burden, and the cost-effectiveness was far too low compared to completing missions. Thinking of this, Li Jin suddenly remembered something. He quickly opened the treasure store in his mind and typed grain into the search box with his thoughts. To his disappointment, it displayed a blank page. He couldn't help but frown. He had hoped to find a solution to the food shortage problem for Li Zhurong from the system to avoid being constrained in the future. But clearly, he was overthinking it. Just as Li Jin was about to think of another way, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he hurriedly typed military rations into the search box. As the screen changed, a dazzling array of products appeared on the page: flour, rice, bread, meat, eggs, etc. Everything one could imagine. Even wheat and corn kernels were available. Li Jin clicked on the wheat icon, and a purchase page immediately popped up, clearly showing high-quality wheat, 1 gold bar for 40 tons. Chapter 16. The earth shakes and the heavens fall. Li Jin's eyes widened immediately. 1 gold bar could buy 40 tons of high-quality wheat. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and look again, and only then did he become excited. 1 gold bar from the system was equivalent to 20 grams of gold, worth about 9,000 yuan. Calculating this way, 1 kilogram of grain cost just over 0.2 yuan, nearly 10 times lower than the market price. He quickly glanced at the meat supply: 25 tons of premium beef, 10 tons of premium pork, and 30 tons of premium lamb. Li Jin was so delighted that he didn't know what to say. With these inexpensive system-supplied resources, even if there were issues with grain production, no one could strangle his livelihood. It truly confirmed the old saying, with grain at home, one is not anxious. With his last bit of concern gone, Li Jin realized that as long as he could get through the current troubles, he could focus on developing his territory. Ding! Please note, the 5th system task has been released. Please check it as soon as possible. Li Jin paused for a moment, surprised that the task came so quickly. His expression then turned serious because every time a task was issued, it meant danger was approaching. At that moment, a light screen appeared before Li Jin. Task: a certain hostile nation is spying on your territory and has taken action. Please take immediate steps to prevent a tragedy from occurring. Reward: the system will provide rewards based on your response and results. Looking at the text on the screen, Li Jin's face grew grave. He knew exactly who would want to cause him trouble at this time. How would they deal with him? It could only be through maritime or aerial means. As for aerial threats, he wasn't worried because of the presence of the cruiser. But for maritime threats, would they really send an aircraft carrier fleet? Li Jin's heart sank. Although he had the means to eliminate an aircraft carrier, there was one prerequisite. He needed to locate the carrier first. But the vast ocean was not easy to navigate. If it could be easily found, it would become a sitting duck, and who would bother to build it then? In his previous life, Li Jin was somewhat of a military enthusiast and had seen relevant materials. Detecting an aircraft carrier fleet usually involved deploying reconnaissance and early warning aircraft. However, the detection range of early warning aircraft was limited, especially since aircraft carrier fleets also had their own early warning aircraft. Perhaps before he even spotted the enemy had already detected him. The main issue was that while the treasure shop sold these weapons, there were no personnel available to operate them, and he couldn't find anyone to manage these weapons in a short time. Aside from these options, there was also the ground wave over-the-horizon radar on the cruiser. However, due to altitude restrictions, the search range over the sea was only 200 to 300 kilometers. As for the newly summoned attack submarine, it could only detect sonar within about 100 kilometers. Sending them out to search for an aircraft carrier in the vast ocean was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, he was reluctant to send the cruiser or the submarine out. Another option was satellites. Radar imaging satellites and ocean monitoring satellites could accurately locate an aircraft carrier. But to monitor the world's oceans around the clock, thousands of satellites would need to be deployed. This was also why many people were so concerned about satellite constellations in his previous life. This was unrealistic for Li Jin. Suddenly, Li Jin's eyes flickered, and he exclaimed, "Heavenly wave radar." Although the sky wave radar has its drawbacks, it can detect targets from 1,000 to 4,000 kilometers away. Moreover, it is inexpensive and easy to operate, allowing personnel to be directly assigned from the assault brigade. For Li Jin, it is indeed a cost-effective choice. Without hesitation, Li Jin quickly found a model of sky wave radar in the treasure store. The Fengshen Eye Sky Wave Beyond Visual Range radar has a main component length of 200 meters and a height of 30 meters, with an effective detection range of 4,000 kilometers. It can conduct all-weather detection of stealth aircraft, surface ships, submarines, and more. Note, this radar can only detect targets from 300 kilometers to 4,000 kilometers away. Targets within 300 kilometers require collaboration with ground wave radar and early warning aircraft for monitoring. Price, 50,000 gold bars. 50,000 gold bars. Li Jin felt a bit of pain. He had completed so many tasks to earn 110,000 gold bars, and now half of it was gone. However, he quickly prioritized what was important. He immediately confirmed the purchase and selected the installation location. As for whether it would be discovered, Li Jin planned to deploy it in the south, where mountains would block the view from the north, making it impossible for Jiazhong City to see it. After some time, if it was discovered, it wouldn't matter. He could just say it was part of his construction. Thinking of this, Li Jin slapped his forehead. Realizing he still had a 4-option reward he hadn't chosen. He already knew what he wanted. What is the most expensive thing these days? Land is the most valuable. However, he still had some concerns. Although the island of Ladrone currently has a stealth mode shielding, what about later, when the stealth mode disappears, and the Ladrone Islands suddenly double in size? How would he explain that? System, if the island suddenly doubles in size, will it attract attention? Li Jin couldn't help but ask in his mind. Ding, please be informed, host. When the island expands, there will be significant geological activity in the surrounding sea, providing a scientific basis for the island's expansion. Then a light screen appeared before Li Jin. Ding, please be informed. The territory added to the island of Ladrone will rise from the eastern and western seas. Upon hearing this, Li Jin immediately said, I choose the first reward. Ding. The reward is being dispensed. Just as the system's voice resonated in his mind, Li Jin felt the ground shaking violently, causing him to quickly grab the windowsill. Outside, the previously calm sea began to surge with monstrous waves, towering over 100 meters high, making Li Jin's legs tremble. S-System, what is happening? Ding, please be informed, host. Everything is caused by geological activity. Rest assured, the summoned rewards and beings will not be affected. There is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, Li Jin breathed a sigh of relief, but then he became anxious. What about Jiazhong City? Ding. Jiazhong City is not within the system's protection range and will suffer some damage. Li Jin fell silent for a moment. With such violent geological activity, if Jiazhong City showed no signs of anomaly, it would be hard to explain. For the sake of the future, they would just have to endure it. Even Li Jin had a thought in his mind that this might not be a bad thing. After the disaster, he appeared in Jiuzhonggu City as a savior, which could earn him a large following. He didn't know how much time had passed. The earth finally stopped shaking, and a voice appeared in Li Jin's mind. Ding. Please be informed that today is the System Year Double 12 Promotion Festival. Rewards are doubled. Immediately, a light curtain appeared in front of Li Jin. New Laid Island. Total area of 3,680 square kilometers, 128 kilometers long from north to south, 38 kilometers wide from east to west. Except for the unchanged terrain in the north and west, the eastern and southern coasts are all steep cliffs. And the sea is also dotted with reefs, forming a natural defense zone. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Due to the promotional event, the system is giving away one type of mineral resource. Please proceed to spin the roulette. Just as the system finished speaking, a gray, large round disc appeared before Li Jin. Chapter 17. The largest oil field in the world. More minerals as a gift? Li Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. Such good fortune was unexpected. This promotional festival seemed much more substantial than the shopping festivals he had experienced in his previous life. It was genuinely giving away items. However, Upon seeing the roulette, his brows couldn't help but furrow. While it was indeed round, the surface was a gray blur, spinning like a mass of chaos. He could only make out the general shape of the roulette, but nothing else was visible. Just as Li Jin was filled with confusion, the system's voice rang out in his mind again. Ding. Would the host like to spin the roulette? Li Jin couldn't figure out what this thing was, so he simply nodded and said, spin. To his surprise, before his voice had even faded, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the offshore oil field of Lade Island. Then, a light curtain appeared in front of Li Jin. Lade Island offshore oil field. Located near the eastern sea area of the second largest island of Lade territory, Simon Island, about 10 kilometers from the island. The oil field has Tapi crude oil quality, with a total reserve of 9.2 billion barrels and an extractable reserve of 7.2 billion barrels. The total extractable reserve of natural gas is 36 trillion cubic meters. Li Jin stared blankly at the explanation on the light curtain, completely stunned. If he remembered correctly, the total reserve of the world's largest oil field was only around 7 billion barrels, right? Just from a random roulette spin. The system had given him a world-class oil field. Li Jin couldn't help but clutch his chest, overwhelmed by the sheer surprise, which made it feel a bit hard to breathe. It took a long time for Li Jin's emotions to stabilize. The system had given him so much over these days that he couldn't help but wonder who he really was. Could it be that he was the favored child of the heavens? But then, a strange thought suddenly popped into his head. How did the heavens bring him into existence? Li Dabiao suddenly found himself amused. But then he seemed to recall something and asked in his mind, System, didn't you just mention a roulette draw? I didn't see the roulette spinning at all. How did the rewards come out? Did you spin it for me? He fired off several questions in a row, and soon after, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Please be informed, host, that the system interface is currently undergoing an aesthetic enhancement activity, and the system has optimized the interface in response to this initiative, which holds no actual significance. There's no need for the host to pay it any mind. Li Jin was immediately taken aback. He thought the system was just a lifeless entity. He didn't expect it to engage in image projects as well. Sir, our radar base has been completed. Songhai walked in to report to Li Jin. Upon hearing that the radar was ready, Li Jin quickly set aside the system's antics and headed outside, saying, let us go take a look. Songhai promptly stepped forward to lead Li Jin towards a large building at the base. Before long, the two arrived in a spacious room filled with various monitors, especially a massive screen in the center that was nearly the size of a movie theater screen. At that moment, the screen was displaying the radar search interface. Songhai stood in front of Li Jin and explained, Sir, based on the information we've gathered online, there are military bases of certain entities in all 4 of our directions, but the closest ones are still over 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away. Also, I don't think they would initiate conflict with us right away. They are likely trying to intimidate us first, making us feel scared and compliant. If that doesn't work, then they might take action. To intimidate us, clearly just sending a few bombers won't suffice. They would need to deploy aircraft carrier strike groups. Just as Songhai finished speaking, the display screen flickered with red light. While Li Jin was still puzzled, an officer stood up and reported loudly. Report, sir. Southwest direction. 900 kilometers away. A large fleet has been detected. Li Jin's expression instantly became serious as he watched the large screen begin to zoom in rapidly. He saw 7 or 8 red dots scattered across the sea, with the largest red dot in the center likely being an aircraft carrier. However, Li Jin was soon taken aback again, as 4 or 5 red dots appeared in a combat formation in the northwest direction, also featuring 1 large dot. What are those dots? Li Jin asked, pointing at the northwest dots. The officer at the control panel quickly stood up and said, Report, sir. After comparing the shapes, this is an aircraft carrier group. Li Jin's expression darkened immediately. Did they really think so highly of him, sending 2 aircraft carrier strike groups? Was this intimidation? Or did they want him to meet his end even faster? Sir, perhaps it's not their fleet. Li Yu suddenly spoke up. Li Jin couldn't help but be taken aback. Not their fleet. Then whose is it? Li Yu noticed the puzzled look from Li Jin and pointed to the display screen, saying, Commander, look, there are no naval bases of that country in this sea area, nor have we heard of them deploying aircraft carriers nearby. Upon hearing Li Yu's explanation, Li Jin carefully observed the location of the fleet and suddenly exclaimed, Is it the fleet of the Kyushu Empire? Li Yu nodded seriously and said, It should be the Beiyang fleet. They have an aircraft carrier group. Li Jin pondered for a moment and then laughed. They've come to back us up. No matter what. Li Jin, appreciate this support. His expression then turned solemn. Keep a close watch on that country. Pass the order down. Level 1 combat readiness. Humph. Li Jin let out a heavy snort. Since they dare to come, I will make sure they leave without return. At the same time, 450 kilometers away in the Pacific Ocean, a massive battle group consisting of 7 surface warships was struggling against the raging waves. The rolling giant waves made the large Miju ship sway like a fragile boat. Inside the bridge, Fleet Commander Tonier gripped the handle tightly, his face pale as he looked at the towering waves ahead. To humans, an aircraft carrier seemed like a giant, but in such a storm, it was no different from a rotten egg dropped into a pile of dung, easily torn to pieces at any moment. Damn it, Tonier couldn't help but curse, continuously cursing the weather experts in his mind. Fortunately, after an hour, the giant waves finally calmed down, and Tonier breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, his roar echoed throughout the bridge. Contact the meteorological department immediately. What's going on? Are they joking with our lives? An officer quickly stood up and reported, General, the base has sent an urgent notification from the meteorological department. They said there was severe tectonic movement near the Ryder Islands, causing an underwater earthquake that triggered a tsunami. We are only experiencing the aftershocks. Hearing this, Tonier hurriedly inquired, What? Does the base want us to return? The officer quickly replied, To ensure the fleet's safety. The mission is temporarily cancelled. We should wait for an opportunity to act. Tonier's face darkened at the mention of canceling the operation. He had finally waited for a chance to showcase his abilities. He was not willing to let it slip away easily. After a moment of hesitation, Tonier's expression became resolute. The fleet continues to advance. The officer who had just conveyed the order to Tonier looked astonished and said, General, but the base. Enough. Tonier interrupted the officer impatiently. Looking out at the bridge, didn't the base say to wait for an opportunity to act? We are in position to do just that now. Chapter 18, Confrontation. The next day at noon, Li Jin, who hadn't slept all night, was sitting at the desk in the command center, staring intently at the red dots on the large screen. Report. The enemy strike group is 150 nautical miles away. Li Jin asked coldly, Liu, how many kilometers is our territorial sea? Liu quickly stood up and reported, Commander, according to the Alliance Ocean Convention, the baseline is defined by the furthest coastline at low tide, extending 12 nautical miles, or 22 kilometers, into the sea, which constitutes our territorial waters. Additionally, the convention delineates the economic exclusive zone, and the area within 200 nautical miles around Lade Rome is our economic exclusive zone. Li Jin's expression turned increasingly cold. So, the presence of those near us at 150 nautical miles counts as an invasion, right? Liu shook his head. Commander, it depends on how you interpret it. According to the Ocean Convention, it cannot be considered an invasion. After defining the territorial waters of each country, the convention also grants nations the right to navigate freely in any non-territorial waters. Li Jin was momentarily taken aback. Was there such a clause in the Ocean Convention? In his understanding, territorial waters should be at least 100 or 200 nautical miles. Liu's words left Li Jin conflicted about whether to go to war now. Commander, enemy fleet has aircraft taking off. Just as Li Jin was deep in thought, a voice suddenly rang out, snapping him back to reality. In an instant, the entire command center fell silent, and everyone focused intently on the large screen. A small red was rapidly approaching Lade Rome's main island. When it reached 30 kilometers from the island, it suddenly turned and began circling the island. Just as Li Jin was puzzled about what the others were trying to do, the red suddenly moved quickly, directly entering within 22 kilometers of Lade Rome's main island, but then swiftly exited. Damn it, this was an outright invasion. Li Jin's expression darkened immediately as he pointed at the audacious red and ordered, shoot it down. At the 5th Air Defense Camp of the Assault Brigade, an HQ-17A air defense missile vehicle, which Li Jin had just exchanged from the supply store, had its radar quickly raised and started rotating. Open the cover. Activate the search radar. Target detected. Bearing 181 distance. 2 missiles. Launch. With a series of commands, the vertical cover of the missile launch vehicle opened to the sides, and then a missile was ejected into the air. The moment the missile was launched, it ignited and flew toward the target, followed closely by a second missile being launched. Meanwhile, above Lade Rome's main island, an MF-35 fighter jet was circling, and the pilot was reporting to the fleet. Mothership, this is Grey Owl. As I approach within 22 kilometers of Laidrome's main island, all onboard electronic instruments have malfunctioned. Repeat, all onboard electronic instruments have malfunctioned. Requesting further instructions. Just as the pilot transmitted the message, a buzzing alarm suddenly sounded in the cockpit. Not good. I've been locked on. The pilot's expression suddenly changed. But it was already too late. As the aircraft began to issue warnings, the missile was already almost upon them. The pilot could only watch helplessly as a missile approached in an instant, followed by a loud explosion lighting up the sky. Almost immediately, a second missile came flying in, and the fighter jet was instantly reduced to a cloud of debris. On board the aircraft carrier, Tonier watched the fighter jet's signal suddenly vanish from the radar, and his face darkened. He turned and slammed his fist on the table, cursing under his breath. This was a situation Tonier had never anticipated. They had been caught off guard. It felt as if someone had slapped him across the face multiple times. The sting was unbearable. He ordered the first attack squadron to take off immediately, declaring he would level the entire island to the ground. Sir, an officer standing next to Tonier interjected. There is severe electronic interference near the island. Our missiles might fall into the sea before they even reach the target. Tonier replied coldly, then use conventional bombs. I don't believe the mighty Empire can't handle a small island. What does it matter if there are no electronic signals? It's just a tiny place. We can speed right past it. To be more cautious, Tonier ordered, relay the command. The fleet will continue advancing. Just as Tonier's order was given, an officer suddenly stood up and reported, Report. An unidentified fleet has been detected to the northwest, 150 nautical miles away. Tonier was momentarily taken aback, and another officer quickly added, Sir, satellite monitoring has reported. It's a carrier group from the Northern Fleet, heading directly towards us. Tonier's brows furrowed, but he soon sneered. Don't worry about them. Order the first squadron to change their ammunition. Inform them that the terrorists on the island might have short-range anti-aircraft weapons, and they must be cautious. On the island, Li Jin watched the red disappear from the monitor and then looked at the position of the enemy fleet. To be honest, Li Jin felt hesitant and uncertain. He had once been an ordinary citizen. He had never commanded anything, nor had he seen such a grand scene before. After enduring hardships to become the island leader, he definitely didn't want to go back to square one. Therefore, he had to consider a realistic issue. If they managed to eliminate the entire enemy strike group, what would be the repercussions from them? He thought that even half of their attention would be enough to overwhelm him. Songhai, what do you think we should do now? Li Jin suddenly asked. Songhai's expression turned serious, and he looked at Li Jin, speaking slowly. Sir, we have no choices left. Li Jin Deng was momentarily stunned. Realizing that from the moment he chose to establish himself here, he had already lost his options. Indeed, we have no choices left, Li Jin murmured, then felt a surge of determination in his heart. Damn it, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Those arrogant people really think he's just a piece of mud. Damn it. Li Jin cursed under his breath and turned to Li Yu, saying, Li Yu. Li Yu immediately stood tall. Yes. Li Jin pointed at the red dots on the screen and commanded, Eliminate all of these bastards. Yes, Commander. Chapter 19, Shocking Vision. In the combat room of the Kyushu-class cruiser, the deputy commander stood at the command platform, issuing orders one after another. Activate search guidance radar. Start launch Bay 0. A white rectangular iron box on the top deck of the bridge slowly opened, and a cylindrical machine with a rectangular aperture in the middle rose from the box. It began to rotate in sync with the search radar. Target locked. Main control system ready. Launch the card. Fire. As soon as the launch command was given, the aperture of the cylindrical launcher suddenly lit up with a yellow glow, followed by an object resembling a graphics card shooting out from the aperture. The moment the graphics card was fired, it paused in midair and then vanished, leaving only a black light flashing in the sky, at a speed of 30 Mach. The tactical nuclear graphics card would take only 27 seconds to cover 150 nautical miles, just as the aircraft on the Ms-class aircraft carrier were busy reloading ammunition. The black graphics card had already appeared above it. As soon as the graphics card emerged, it exploded violently, sending an invisible wave of light radiating outward, directly covering an area of 150 nautical miles. Then a shocking scene unfolded. The Ms-class carrier suddenly exploded, instantly transforming into a massive fireball. Other ships in the strike group, even submarines beneath the ocean, also exploded simultaneously, turning into heaps of scrap metal. Meanwhile, in the waters 170 nautical miles away from the Miz. An aircraft carrier group was closely following one of the cruisers responsible for the rear guard of the Miz strike group. On the bridge of the carrier, Long Wu, Chief of Staff of the Northern Fleet, was lost in thought at the observation window. At that moment, the commander of the carrier group, Chen, approached Long Wu and said, "Chief of Staff, satellites show that the Miz group is rapidly approaching the island of Laterong." Long Wu's expression immediately became serious. It seemed their arrival had not made the previously arrogant individuals hold back. While Long Wu's expression was dark and uncertain, Chen hesitated for a moment and suddenly spoke. "Chief of Staff, if Tonier really launches an attack on Laterong, what should we do?" Long Wu was momentarily taken aback. And just as he was unsure of how to respond, a sudden exclamation rang out. "Look!" Long Wu quickly turned around and asked, "What happened?" An officer observing the waters ahead exclaimed, "Chief of Staff, the warship of the foreign nation has suddenly exploded." "What?" Long Wu was taken aback and quickly picked up his binoculars to look ahead. Indeed, he saw a warship in the distance billowing thick smoke, followed by a massive fireball appearing through his lenses. "What on earth is happening?" Long Wu was completely stunned. "Chief of Staff, what should we do now?" Chen asked urgently, having never encountered such an emergency in his military career. Long Wu quickly regained his composure and, after a brief contemplation, commanded, "Let's go over and see what happened." Chen hesitated for a moment upon hearing Long Wu's intention to move the fleet closer. "Chief of Staff, if we go over there, what if they blame us for this?" Long Wu frowned and replied, "Do you think if we don't go, they won't blame us?" He then added with a tone of frustration, "As soldiers, we can't be wishy-washy. The current situation is no longer what it used to be. Are we still afraid of them?" A cold smile crept onto Long Wu's face. "Even if they are bold, they only know how to talk big and make threats. They don't dare to go to war with us. They understand the principle of mutual destruction better than we do. Real wars aren't that easy to start. Follow orders." At the same time, in the command center of the Pacific Fleet of the foreign nation, the atmosphere was eerily silent as everyone stared blankly at the screens in front of them. After a long while, Fleet Commander Sparrow finally snapped back to reality, his face darkening instantly. "Report to headquarters immediately. Where is the nearest ship to the Miz strike group? Have them hurry over. Activate Level 1 combat readiness. Get me Chief of Staff Willis. I need to speak with him." In the homeland of the foreign nation, in Leiden City, Joseph was on the phone, his face grim. "What did you say? How could this be possible? Are you sure? Come here immediately." After hanging up the phone, he looked at the white woman standing in front of his desk and said, "Ms. Lena, I need to convene a security meeting. Right now?" The woman nodded and quickly left the office. Minutes later, in the conference room of the Black Palace, Joseph looked at the somewhat restless Chief of Staff Willis and said, "Can you update us on the specific situation?" Willis's expression was extremely serious. After Joseph spoke, he immediately replied, "The situation is as follows. Our satellite monitoring department has discovered that General Tonier is leading the Miz strike group toward the Ride-Long Islands and was attacked by unidentified weapons approximately 150 nautical miles from Ride-Long. All vessels in the fleet have lost contact." Willis's report caused an uproar among the officials present. A slightly overweight middle-aged man furrowed his brow and asked, "Have we lost contact with our submarines as well?" Willis nodded. "Yes, Mr. Trinken. All naval vessels have lost contact. We utilized satellite reconnaissance and discovered that all our surface ships have exploded and sunk. Additionally, we found an aircraft carrier fleet from a certain empire nearby." A portly man asked, "Do you suspect it was done by them?" Willis shook his head and confidently replied, "Their fleet has been under our surveillance. They haven't made any moves." The more the situation escalated, the more Willis was reluctant to casually blame them, because this matter was far too significant. If it truly was their doing, it would lead to serious trouble. What would we do then? Would we really go to war with them? This empire is not some third-rate country. It is a world-class power. A small spark could ignite a massive conflict. And it isn't something that can simply be talked into action. At that moment, Joseph spoke up. "It couldn't have been them. They are not powerful enough to destroy our fleet in such a short time without us noticing. It was that group led by Ryder." Joseph asserted firmly. "Don't forget Ryder's unusual behavior recently." Although this empire was a thorn in their side, Joseph still hesitated when it came to direct confrontation. He did not want to engage in battle with them. Minor skirmishes were acceptable, but a real conflict would not align with their interests. They only wanted to keep more of the resources for themselves and never intended to flip the table. Therefore, whether it was Ryder's doing or not. They had to pin it on him. Who else would be an easier target? If not him, then who? Chapter 20, Malicious. Joseph's words left the officials present in silence, as none of them believed that a small island could possess the capability to annihilate their fleet. Perhaps a Federation or the Empire had that capability, but attributing this incident to the Empire would escalate matters significantly. They understood Joseph's intent, but placing the blame on Ryder was another matter. A neatly dressed, middle-aged man sitting next to Joseph spoke up. Mr. General, attributing the destruction of our entire fleet to a small island may not convince everyone. The Congress might not believe it. Joseph's expression had completely calmed at this point. He showed no signs of displeasure upon hearing dissent. Instead, he explained, Ms. Haller, since the incident has occurred, our focus now should be on minimizing losses and maximizing benefits. This is the best opportunity for us to seize the Ryder Islands. Our fleet's sudden destruction has certainly put the Empire on high alert. If we direct our attention toward Ryder instead of them, do you think they would dare to provoke us again? Joseph remained calm, continuing at a measured pace. We are like a powder keg ready to explode, and I believe no country would want to step forward to bear the brunt of our fury at this moment. Joseph is confident because he stands on the territory of the world's most powerful nation. As long as we can take control of the Lie-de-Rong Islands, what we gain will far exceed what we lose. I believe this is something the representatives would be very pleased to see. Joseph's explanation completely convinced the officials present, and some of them couldn't help but wonder if the recent destruction of the Ms. Strike Group was orchestrated by Joseph himself, just to gain control of the Lie-de-Rong Islands. Suddenly, Joseph clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention and continued, what we need to do now is how to take control of the Lie-de-Rong Islands. Should we send troops directly or take another approach? As soon as Joseph finished speaking, a woman with yellow skin spoke up. I believe what we should do now is cut off Lie-de-Rong's retreat. The agricultural resources of the Lie-de-Rong Islands are scarce, and they lack the capacity for large-scale food production. As long as we cut off their food supply, even if we don't send troops, they won't last long. Joseph nodded. Ms. Yu, please continue. If we impose sanctions, the only ones who would dare to continue supplying food to Lie-de-Rong would probably be the Kyushu Empire. To make the Kyushu Empire cautious, it's quite simple. We can directly engage with their cabinet and demand an explanation for why the Kyushu fleet appeared in Lie-de-Rong waters. Our stance must be firm, and we need to make them explain. Even surrounding bases can be mobilized. I believe that not only us, but the Kyushu Empire also does not want to ignite a war. But they don't know, nor can they be sure whether we will fight or not. Just this point makes them hesitant to act rashly, for fear of provoking us. Joseph couldn't help but applaud. Very good. Ms. Yu, you made a great point. He looked around at the crowd. I agree with Ms. Yu's opinion. What do you all think? With Joseph's agreement, naturally, no one else had any objections, and they all nodded in agreement. The woman named Yu felt a rush of excitement from Joseph's affirmation and quickly continued. Even if we want to act without direct involvement, we don't have to do it ourselves. We can persuade nations like Liang, Sulu, and Ini to take the lead. Then we can reap the benefits. With our support, I believe these nations will be even more proactive. Joseph, appreciating the proactive suggestions from the woman, nodded in agreement and said seriously, let's do it. General Willis, you will be in charge of the Kyushu Empire. Ms. Halel, you are responsible for contacting these nations. Ms. Lena, regarding the Lie-de-Rong Islands. Li Jin looked at the screen, where the red dots had suddenly disappeared, feeling as if he had crossed into another world. Did he really just eliminate a carrier fleet of the Malaga Empire? Suddenly, Li Jin felt invigorated. He still had many things to do. The loss suffered by the other party was significant, and they would surely seek a scapegoat. Although he was quite certain that they would never suspect him of having destroyed their fleet, these individuals would not hesitate to seize the opportunity to control the situation. Given their track record, it was easy to predict their actions. It would just be a combination of sanctions and pressure. If it were someone else, they might truly be at risk. But was Li Jin an ordinary person? As long as he had time, who would end up outmaneuvered was still uncertain. Commander, the fleet of the Kyushu Empire has also retreated. Songhai suddenly spoke up. Li Jin raised his head and looked at the red dots gradually fading in the northwest direction, chuckling. We are quite the hot potato now. Just as Li Jin was lost in thought, a voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 5th system task. Rewards have been issued to the system space. Please check it promptly. A joyful expression appeared on Li Jin's face as he quickly opened the system space and discovered 3 new items inside. The first item, RS-28 Ballistic Missile Launch Silo X4. Each equipped with one Sarmat ballistic missile, range of 18,000 kilometers, maximum speed of 208 Mach, nuclear yield of 10 megatons. Complete personnel and equipment included. The second item, 2-liter class destroyers, modern warship world modified version, length of 163 meters, draft of 48 meters, full load displacement of 17,500 tons, speed of 36 knots. Equipped with 64 upgraded DF-17 hypersonic cruise anti-ship missile systems, range of 500,1500 kilometers, with a strike circular error probability of less than 1 meter. S-500 air defense missile system included, along with Monarch 155mm naval gun and UGSD physicist torpedoes, complete with all crew personnel. The third item, fighter jet formation, 7 Wheelong fighter jets. Note, includes a large military airport with all ground personnel, including logistics and command. Looking at the items provided by the system, Li Jin was so excited that his lips trembled. With these assets, he could finally establish a foothold in this world. Chapter 21, Rescue. While Li Jin was elated, a weight lifted off his heart. He thought that after the significant loss of their aircraft carrier fleet, they would likely not trouble him for a while. This was the perfect opportunity to sort out the entire area of the islands he was in charge of. The first issue to tackle was communication. Songhai. Upon hearing Li Jin's call, Songhai quickly approached. Commander. Li Jin frowned slightly at the title, feeling it sounded somewhat off. After a moment's thought, he said, "From now on, don't call me Commander, call me Chief. It sounds more friendly." Songhai promptly stood at attention and replied, "Yes, Chief." Li Jin smiled and nodded, feeling as sweet as if he had eaten honey. He never expected there would come a day when someone would call him Chief. After indulging in self-satisfaction for a while, Li Jin finally remembered his purpose for contacting Songhai. Songhai, have someone reach out to the local authorities and arrange for them to build a communication base station for us. The communication issue cannot be delayed any longer. Li Jin was not planning to turn off the stealth screen just yet. It was the greatest assurance for the island of Lade Rome before he fully strengthened himself. Chief, I'll send someone right away. After Songhai left, Li Jin called over Li Yu and said, "Let us go check out Jiazhong City." In the past few days, Li Jin had been so weighed down by the situation in Meili Jia that he hadn't been able to focus on the disaster in Jiazhong City. Now that he had finally resolved some issues, he naturally wanted to see it for himself. A little over 10 minutes later, Li Jin stood in shock, staring at Jiazhong City. Was this still the once bustling Jiazhong City? The high-rise buildings that used to dominate the skyline had completely turned into ruins, resembling a massive garbage dump scattered with debris. Was this what the system referred to as minor losses? Reporting to the chief, the commander of the 2nd Mechanized Infantry Battalion. Xiaozhan is here to report. A weary voice broke Li Jin's trance. He looked at Xiaozhan, who was saluting him, and immediately returned the gesture. What is the situation in Jiazhong City? Xiaozhan hurriedly reported, "Chief, the situation is very grim. Almost 2/3 of Jiazhong City's urban area has been severely damaged, and tens of thousands of people are affected. We simply don't have enough personnel for the rescue. Additionally, there are too many injured. The city's hospitals were heavily damaged in the earthquake, and we lost a significant number of medical staff. We are currently extremely short on medicines, medical personnel, rescue workers, water, and tents." Xiaozhan's numerous reports made Li Jin's brow furrow deeper. Medicines and supplies could be managed. He could just buy them from stores. But rescue personnel and medical staff? Li Jin's expression changed dramatically as he suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Li Yu, arrange a call to the cabinet of the Kyushu Empire in my name." In the capital city, at the Zhuozheng Pavilion, the cabinet head, Song Lian, was bent over his desk handling official business when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approach. A staff member rushed to his desk. "Chief, Lord Li Jin of Lade Rome wants to speak with you." Song Lian paused, his pen still in hand, astonished. Li Jin was no longer just a young upstart. Having taken control of the Lade Rome Islands and daring to confront Meili Jia, especially after winning, had significantly elevated his status. Most importantly, Song Lian had received news of the destruction of the Meili Jia aircraft carrier fleet, and he was certain that it was related to Li Jin. The Meili Jia fleet wouldn't have destroyed itself, would it? "Get the phone ready immediately," Song Lian commanded, picking up the red phone on his desk. As he did, a clear voice came through the line. "Hello, Chief." A smile spread across Song Lian's face. "You little rascal, What brings you to call this old man? Li Jin's somewhat awkward voice came through. Chief, I wouldn't bother you without a reason. I need the help of the motherland. Li Jin's tone turned extremely serious at the mention of the word motherland. Song Lian's expression instantly became solemn as he asked, What happened? Li Jin forced a smile and said, Sir, you must have received the news. There has been severe tectonic activity in the Pacific, and we are at the forefront of it. Almost all the cities on the island have turned into ruins, and we urgently need rescue and medical personnel. Song Lian immediately understood Li Jin's meaning and without hesitation said, I will coordinate with the relevant departments to provide support to the island as quickly as possible. Rest assured, the motherland will not abandon any of its compatriots. Song Lian's resolute voice moved Li Jin deeply, and he finally replied, Thank you, sir. Words cannot express my gratitude. On the island, Li Jin put down the phone, his face regaining calmness. However, Li Yu looked somewhat worried and said, Sir, they are coming. Li Jin raised his hand to stop Li Yu and turned to him, saying, I understand your concern. Although the island is our territory, don't forget who I am. I carry the blood of our ancestors, and my roots are here. As long as I, Li Jin, am here, this place will be a second home for our people. Besides, aren't we, in name, also a vassal state of the empire? We just have complete autonomy. As for your worries, Li Jin's eyes turned toward the city. And he spoke slowly, No one can take what belongs to me. Chapter 22, Winning Hearts All Right. Li Jin suddenly said with a serious expression, Let's go take a look. He started walking toward the urban area, and upon hearing this, Li Yu's face turned tense as he hurriedly stepped forward to block Li Jin, saying, Commander, it's too dangerous in the urban area. If there are aftershocks, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Jin waved his hand, indicating that he was aware of the risks. Enough, you go and relay my orders. Apart from essential personnel, disperse our people. Every life saved counts. He then turned and walked toward the city. Naturally, Li Yu did not dare to disobey Li Jin's orders. He quickly told a soldier a few words and rushed toward Li Jin with his guards. At this point, Li Jin had already entered the urban area. Looking at the streets buried under broken concrete and collapsed buildings, he was filled with shock. He had only seen such disasters on television before, and did not feel it deeply, but seeing this apocalyptic scene in person left him speechless, as if a heavy stone was pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. Big brother, save me. Save me. A faint, almost inaudible child's voice reached Li Jin's ears. He quickly turned to the direction of the voice and saw a small car deformed under the weight of concrete blocks. He rushed over, crouched down, and looked through the gap, just in time to meet the gaze of a pair of big eyes belonging to a little boy trapped inside the car. Upon seeing Li Jin, the little boy immediately showed an expression of immense joy and exclaimed, Big brother, save me. Familiar words made Li Jin's heart tremble. He quickly shouted, Don't move. Brother is coming to save you. After saying that, he turned and yelled at Li Yu and the others who had followed closely behind. Hurry up and come help. He then lowered his head and threw aside the stones pressing on the car. Li Yu and the others rushed up to assist. Before long, they had dug out the crushed vehicle, but Li Jin frowned as the car body had been severely deformed, making it impossible to open the doors. Commander, our people are here. Li Yu's excited voice suddenly rang out, instantly lifting Li Jin's spirits. He looked up to see a team of soldiers with chainsaws, shovels, and other rescue tools approaching him. The soldiers struggled through the rubble. The short distance of just over 100 meters took them more than 10 minutes to cover. With tools in hand, everything became easier. They quickly rescued a woman and the child from earlier. Commander, the woman is not in life-threatening danger, but she has multiple comminuted fractures on her left side and needs urgent medical attention. The child only has a fractured right leg. It's not serious. Li Jin nodded and said solemnly, You must pass on my orders immediately to gather all the doctors and nurses on the island to set up a temporary hospital. List what instruments and medicines are needed. I'll take care of it. Li Yu raised his hand in salute. Yes, Commander. Thank you, big brother. The pale-faced boy suddenly said, When I grow up, I want to be a good lord like you. The innocent words caught Li Jin off guard. He squatted down and asked, Do you know me? The boy pointed behind Li Jin and said, Over there, there's big brother the Lord. Li Jin turned around to see a building that had collapsed significantly, with a giant electronic screen hanging above it. Although half of it was broken, it still displayed an image of a young man in military uniform. Who else could it be but Li Jin himself? Staring at the screen, Li Jin felt a surge of emotions. He had always treated this world as a game. without investing any feelings. However, the earthquake and the boy's call of Big Brother the Lord made him realize that this was not a game, but a real world filled with flesh and blood, and beneath this rubble lay his people. Li Jin's spirit felt cleansed, and his soul finally integrated into this world. He bent down and patted the little boy's head, saying, "Little brother, stay here with your mom and wait for treatment. There are more people waiting for Big Brother to save them." After speaking, Li Jin walked directly into the depths of the rubble. At that moment, soldiers were everywhere in the ruins, rescuing victims. Li Jin's arrival boosted the morale of everyone present, seeing their lord personally engage in rescue efforts. The anxious and helpless citizens found their anchor and joined in the rescue operations. Li Jin's actions also earned him the recognition of the local people, who truly regarded him as their lord. After working tirelessly in the ruins for most of the day, Li Jin finally dragged his fatigued body to the temporary camp. Although tired, Li Jin was in high spirits. Gaining the recognition of the local people made him feel like a child praised by their parents, filled with motivation. Upon arriving at the camp, Li Jin greeted Song Hai, who was approaching, saying, "How is it? Is there enough food?" Song Hai, with a serious expression, replied, "Sir, most of our food is buried under the rubble. The current supplies are only enough for one day." Hearing this, Li Jin immediately said, "You need to send someone to build a temporary warehouse right away, and it needs to be large. I have urgent needs." Song Hai understood the urgency and respectfully saluted before swiftly turning to leave. Li Jin then stepped into the camp, which was quite rudimentary, consisting of simple wooden shelters filled with people who looked dazed and dirty, sitting there listlessly. The moment they saw Li Jin, the crowd became restless. Many among them were saved by Li Jin, and several had followed him to help others. As Li Jin entered, they instinctively stood up, feeling somewhat restrained due to his status. However, Li Jin was friendly and waved his hands, saying, "Please sit down and rest. I just came to see how you are doing and to understand your difficulties. The Lord's residence will definitely help you resolve these issues." Noticing the still gloomy expressions of the citizens, Li Jin understood their concerns, and his expression became serious. "Citizens, rest assured, as the Lord of this place, I will not let you end up on the streets without support. I assure you that the Lord's residence will provide you with free housing." As he watched the citizens become excited at his assurance, Li Jin continued loudly, "Not only will housing be free, starting today, all residents of this area will enjoy free education and free medical care. Moreover, those with exceptional academic performance will be funded by the Lord's residence to pursue further studies in a distant region. Additionally, the Lord's residence will continue to improve the welfare system, ensuring that the elderly are cared for, the strong are utilized, and the young are nurtured. Those who are widowed, lonely, disabled, or suffering will also have support." Li Jin's voice echoed throughout the temporary shelter, and soon, a thunderous cheer erupted. Looking at the excited citizens who were singing and dancing together, Li Jin couldn't help but smile. With the system shop available, all his promises could be easily fulfilled. At that moment, Song Hai quickly approached and reported, "Sir, the volunteer team has reached the airspace 800 kilometers away." Li Jin thought for a moment and instructed, "Send the Dragon Squadron to greet them on my behalf." "Yes, sir." Chapter 23, Bargain Prices. After comforting the citizens, Li Jin went to the warehouse hastily built by Song Hai and the others. He waved for them to stay outside while he opened the treasure shop page to browse. This premium Wagyu beef looks good. Let us get 10 tons of it. 100 tons of rice. Maybe 200 tons. As for the eggs, 5,000 boxes should be enough. What kind of canned fruit should we get? 1,000 boxes of peach and 1,000 boxes of coconut jelly. Li Jinxing enthusiastically purchased a large amount of living supplies, and soon the warehouse was filled to the brim. When Li Jin calculated the total cost, he was surprised to find that it was less than 500 gold bars. For someone like Li Jin, who had a fortune of 110,000, this was just a drop in the bucket. Oh right. Li Jin suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about medical equipment. He quickly opened the store and searched for military medical instruments. And soon a dizzying array of devices appeared on the page, overwhelming Li Jin. At that moment, he remembered that he had no idea about these items. Forget it. Let us just buy them first. Li Jin browsed through the options, and his gaze landed on a full set of 5th-generation Da Vinci surgical robots, priced at 50 gold bars. This should be useful for surgeries, he thought, stroking his chin. Let us get 100 sets. After completing that purchase, He looked at other devices. An extracorporeal membrane oxygenation machine? That should be useful. Let us start with 100 units at 10 gold bars each. IABP. CRRT. What are these? Forget it. Let us just get 100 of each. Oh, right, MRI. Li Jin finally spotted something he recognized and focused on an icon. Siemens 30T MRI, priced at 40 gold bars. Not too expensive. Let us buy 100 units to avoid long queues. Li Jin realized that except for weapons, most items in the system store were quite cheap. Of course, there were expensive items too. He saw one that was a universal medical machine, Paradise version, costing 1 million gold bars. Clearly, only items available in reality were at such a low price. After spending over 10,000 gold bars, Li Jin finally stopped, still feeling unsatisfied. It seemed that the shopping addiction was not just for women. Men had it too, as long as they had money. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from the island of Lade Rome, two Kunping transport planes were rapidly flying towards Lade Rome. Inside one of the planes, a group of young girls in military uniforms sat together, excitedly looking at the turbulent sea below, chattering nonstop. Where are we going now? Are we going abroad for a rescue? Why Haven T? We received a mission briefing. A slightly plump girl sitting on a simple steel chair couldn't help but ask curiously. The other girls exchanged glances. They were all doctors and nurses from military hospitals in the capital and had boarded the plane in a daze, completely unaware of their destination. We are going to Lade Rome. At that moment, an elderly man in military uniform sitting opposite them smiled and said, Lade Rome? Where's that? The slightly plump girl was momentarily taken aback, as she had never heard of it. The old man showed a hint of complexity on his face, and after a while said, It's a place that haunts our dreams. Unfortunately, he sighed and didn't continue, which piqued the interest of those around him. Mr. Zhang, could you tell us more? Yes, Mr. Zhang, please share with us. Just then, a beeping alarm suddenly sounded from the cockpit, followed by a voice in the captain's headset. Emergency report. An unidentified group of aircraft has appeared in airspace 11,234. They are heading straight for you. Stay alert. The captain's expression tightened, and he replied loudly, Kunping received. After responding, he quickly turned to the radar and indeed saw several light spots directly ahead of them. The captain hurriedly turned and said, Unidentified aircraft spotted ahead. Prepare for battle. His words immediately made the other four in the cockpit tense. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a cheerful voice suddenly came through the cockpit communicator. Dragon calling Kunping. Dragon calling Kunping. We are the first fighter squadron of Lade Rome, tasked with escorting you. The initially serious captain immediately relaxed and smiled. Kunping received. Thank you for the escort. Inside the cabin, a girl was looking out the window when suddenly, a massive shadow darted past at high speed, scattering the clouds and prompting her to exclaim. What is that? Her shout made those nearby glance out the window, where they spotted a sci-fi-like fighter jet not far behind. It's the dragon. It's our dragon. Excited voices erupted in the cabin, creating a stir. Dragon? Where? Where? Let me see. The dragon fighter jet was the most powerful model in the region, shrouded in mystery, and was legendary even among the military, especially for those who spent their days in the hospital. At that moment, the cabin broadcast announced, Attention, attention. The first fighter squadron of Lade Rome is escorting us. Everyone, please return to your seats. Although the doctors and nurses in the cabin weren't pure military personnel, they naturally wouldn't dare disobey orders while in uniform, and reluctantly returned to their seats. Suddenly, surprised voices rang out again. Look over there. There are more. 2 more. The elderly man in military attire quickly looked out the window and saw 2 dragon fighter jets following the transport plane closely. Looking down at the vast Pacific Ocean below, he couldn't help but exclaim, Our country has indeed become powerful. Meanwhile, Li Jin had already arrived at Lade Rome Airport. Fortunately, only the coastal areas had suffered severe damage, while the inland areas were not greatly affected, and Lade Rome Airport was still able to operate flights normally. Li Jin's gaze was fixed on the continuous mountains rising in the eastern region of Lade Rome. He turned to Song Hai and asked, Have we sent anyone to check the eastern area? Song Hai quickly replied, Chief, we have already used helicopters to survey the area. The newly emerged land is covered with marine vegetation, and there are fish and seafood everywhere. The ground is also extremely muddy, making it impossible for vehicles and people to pass through. Chief, my concern now is that if we don't clear these marine plants and fish over time, they might pollute the entire Lade Rome. Upon hearing this, Li Jin's expression grew serious. He had forgotten about this issue, the land had risen from the sea, naturally bringing everything from the ocean with it. With over 3,000 square kilometers of land, nearly comparable to half of a major city, he couldn't imagine how long it would take to clear it. There simply wasn't enough time. In desperation, Li Jin had no choice but to seek help from the system. System, do you have any solutions? Chapter 24, God Mode. Ding. Does the host wish to use the full suite of assistance services? Assistance services? Li Jin was taken aback. He didn't know the system offered such services. He asked, "What is that?" Ding. The assistance service is a personalized service launched by the system to create a top-tier service provider in the system community. Oh, Li Jin responded. Then activate it. Ding. To activate the assistance service, a fee of 10,000 gold bars is required. Damn. Li Jin couldn't help but curse. Was this system trying to rip him off? What was the difference between this and paying a bottle opening fee for beer? But thinking about the 3,000 square kilometers of land beneath him, Li Jin gritted his teeth and said, "Activate it." Ding. The activation fee of 10,000 gold bars has been deducted. The assistance service is now starting. However, the next statement from the system almost made Li Jin faint from anger. The system announced, "The assistance system has been activated. Please be informed that the assistance service operates on a membership basis, and a one-time membership fee of 5,000 gold bars is required." Are you kidding me? Li Jin nearly exploded with anger, but held back the urge to curse. Was the system playing him? However, considering the previous deduction of 10,000 gold bars, he suppressed the urge to complain. Fine. Ding. The membership fee has been deducted. Please specify what assistance you need. Seeing that the system no longer demanded money, Li Jin felt a sense of relief and quickly said, "I need the system to transform all the excess land and later on into a paradise." Ding. The host's request has been received. Please select a transformation mode. Several icons appeared before Li Jin. God View Mode. You decide. Random Transformation Mode. Let nature take its course. Intelligent Custom Mode. I'll handle it. Li Jin looked at the modes provided by the system, especially the explanations for the latter options, and was speechless. Was this really a high-end system? I choose God View. Ding. The host must pay a customization service fee of 55,000 gold bars. Upon hearing that more money was required, Li Jin was furious. System, are you robbing me? Ding. Please do not question the system's credibility. This is a clearly stated price. Isn't this blatant robbery? You say you have a system. Why does it cost so much? Aren't we your hosts? Can't you make an exception and give me a freebie? If you could throw in a bonus of 10 or 8,000, that would be even better. Next year, I could even help you find a partner. Don't you think so? Li Jin was trying to persuade the system, hoping to see if he could outsmart it. But he was caught off guard by the system's next statement. He heard the system's mechanical voice in his mind say, "Ding." In response to the call for resource recycling in the system world, the gold bars will be rewarded to the host in the form of tasks. The emotionless mechanical voice almost made Li Jin explode with anger. So the system was taking his money and then rewarding him again? Even the greediest bosses wouldn't be this ruthless. Li Jin looked at his gold bar balance. 81,230. The system took away 70,000 gold bars in one go. Although it was worth it, his heart ached as if it were bleeding. How much is the intelligent customization mode? Ding. The intelligent customization mode requires 54,999 gold bars. What about the random mode? It requires 54,998 gold bars. Great. He finally understood what monopoly meant. This pricing was ridiculously arbitrary, clearly forcing him to choose the premium mode. Damn it. This money is worthless. You can't take it with you when you die, and if necessary, he could just earn it back. Li Jin kept brainwashing himself in his mind and gritted his teeth. I choose the premium mode. Ding. The mode has been selected. Please note, in order to ensure a smooth transition and avoid drawing too much attention, the system will complete the new land transformation within 1 month. Please select the terrain. And once selected, the construction team will immediately arrive on site. Li Jin didn't pay attention to the system's following words. All his focus was on the light screen in front of him. It displayed the newly added land on the island of Lateron. Li Jin clicked on the coast, and dozens of options appeared: height, slope, forest, prairie. After thinking for a moment, he directly chose a range of 2 kilometers inland from the eastern coast, raising the sea level by 810 meters with a slope of 90 degrees. Instantly, a 2-kilometer wide cliff appeared on the map. The seaward side was a sheer vertical drop. while the inner side formed a hilly terrain. In the middle section of the cliff, Li Jin directly raised a peak over 5,000 meters high, along with several subsidiary peaks over 3,000 meters. Just these mountains occupied nearly 700 square kilometers of Laterong Island's area. Then, with a wave of his hand, he created a large glacier on the mountaintop and formed a river at the foot of the mountain. Following that, he drew an irregular lake of about 1 to 200 square kilometers at the foot of the mountain, allowing glacier water to flow into it. As for the other newly added areas, Li Jin turned them into plains, totaling about 1,007 to 800 square kilometers, elevated about 30 to 40 meters above sea level. He then drew several rivers flowing from the small lake into the sea across the plains, further planting forests, prairies, and other lakes. Anyway, however fantastical and beautiful it may be, Li Jin spent a great deal of effort and finally completed his work. He took a moment to admire his painting, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. "Chief, the transport planes have arrived." At this moment, Songhai said softly. Upon hearing this, Li Jin quickly told the system in his mind to proceed as instructed and turned his gaze to the sky. 2 large transport planes were clearly visible, and soon they descended towards the runway, landing steadily. A smile immediately appeared on Li Jin's face. "Let's go." At the airport, as the rear door of the Kunping aircraft slowly opened, the girls who had been on the plane for 7 or 8 hours could hardly wait to disembark. The first few young girls had not yet stepped off the plane when they suddenly stopped in their tracks. The girls behind them were caught off guard, nearly bumping into them. The girls in the back looked up, wanting to complain, but upon seeing what was ahead, their expressions instantly turned blank, and they began to chatter in hushed tones, as if they had discovered a new world. "Oh my, look, it's a major general. He looks so young. He seems almost the same age as us. So handsome." Some girls even had starry-eyed expressions. "What are you all doing? Hurry up and form a line." At that moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from behind the girls, though it carried a hint of authority. Upon hearing the voice, the noisy girls scattered like birds, and soon they formed 4 neat columns. A figure standing at the back became visible. It was a very beautiful female officer with delicate features and an ethereal presence. Her flawless face was full of collagen, and her long eyelashes framed eyes that sparkled like autumn waters, seeming to speak with every glance. Dressed in a crisp major's uniform, she exuded an air of elegance and valor. However, at this moment, the female officer's eyes were filled with astonishment, as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. It turned out that Li Jin had specifically changed into military attire to welcome the rescue team. Upon donning the uniform, Li Jin seemed to transform into a different person, exuding an aura of heroism. Coupled with his recent experiences, holding a high position and wielding considerable power, Li Jin unintentionally radiated a sense of authority that made it difficult for others to look him in the eye. Just then, a male colonel came down with an elderly man. The male colonel walked straight up to Li Jin and saluted. Reporting to the chief. Chief of Staff Zheng Hui from the Imperial Military Headquarters is here to report. Li Jin returned the salute, and Zheng Hui then pointed to the officer beside him to introduce. "Chief, this is Professor Su Jishin, the Deputy Director of the Military General Hospital of the Imperial Capital." He then pointed to the beautiful major from earlier. "This is Major Yan Roi, the Deputy Leader of the rescue team." With a smile on his face, Li Jin raised his hand in salute. "The Laterong Islands welcome your arrival." The elderly man and the beautiful major quickly returned the salute. Though their eyes were still filled with astonishment, Li Jin's youth had exceeded their expectations. A major in his 20s. It's hard to find another like him in the whole world. While the two were still in shock, Zheng Hui introduced to Professor Su, "This is General Li Jinzhong, Governor of the Laterong Islands." When Zheng Hui emphasized general at the end, not only did Professor Su and the others show looks of disbelief, but even Li Jin was baffled. When did he become a general? Zheng Hui quickly handed a document to Li Jin, saying, "Sir, this is a document from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Military Department's Personnel Office for you." Upon hearing this, Li Jin's eyes flickered as he took the document from Zheng Hui. Opening it, he found 4 appointment letters, one from the cabinet appointing him as governor of the Laterong Islands, issued by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, one from the military department appointing him as a vice admiral in the Imperial Navy and concurrently as the commander of the Laterong garrison, issued by the Personnel Office. The other 2 were orders from the Imperial Court appointing him as the Chief Justice of the Laterong Islands and from the Imperial Prosecutor's Office appointing him as the Chief Prosecutor of the Laterong Islands. All 4 documents bore the imperial seal and signatures of the heads of the 4 major offices. Li Jin's expression instantly turned cold as he recalled the appointment letter he received upon arriving in Lade Rome, which had neither the emperor's seal nor the signatures of the 4 major officials, only a stamp of unknown origin. It was clearly fake. The most ridiculous part was that 4 unrelated official positions appeared on a single appointment letter, and he had not doubted it at all. How foolish. Li Jin's hands clenched tightly, crumpling the document, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled again. Humph. Those who dared to scheme against him should wait. He would make them understand what Li Jin's iron fist meant. This realization emphasized to Li Jin just how important strength was. Li Jin's thoughts whirled in an instant. But Zheng Hui didn't notice anything unusual about him. Only Yin Ruoi, who had been watching Li Jin closely, showed a thoughtful expression. Zheng Hui cheerfully said, "Congratulations, sir. Among the 9 vassal states of the empire, you are the only one promoted to vice admiral." The 9 vassal states. No, it should be 8 vassal states, as his Lade Rong Islands could only be considered a newcomer, while the other 8 had existed since the founding of the Kyushu Empire. As for which 8 vassal states they were, Li Jin could only recall a couple that he was familiar with. The others he had long forgotten after seeing them in books. The most well-known vassal state was the Jiolong governor's office, a city renowned around the world. Li Jin smiled but did not respond. Instead, he shifted the topic, saying, "Professor Su, you must be tired from your journey. I have arranged for you to rest." "No need." Professor Su interrupted Li Jin directly, his expression serious. "The disaster is urgent. The sooner we arrive, the more lives we may save. Sir, please arrange vehicles for us quickly." Seeing the anxious Professor Su, Li Jin couldn't help but sigh to himself. This is what a true healer is. Wholeheartedly dedicated to saving lives. Without saying much, he turned to Song Hai and said, "Let the convoy in." Song Hai nodded and pressed his earpiece. And immediately the roar of powerful engines filled the air as over 40 second-generation predators came roaring in, stopping not far from where Li Jin and the others were. The fierce appearance of these beasts drew gasps from the girls. "Wow, it's a predator. So cool, so big." Even Professor Su, Zheng Hui, and Yin Ruoi couldn't help but glance over frequently. This seemed to be the latest model of the predator, each worth at least 10 million coins. Zheng Hui looked particularly astonished. As a senior advisor in the military, he understood Li Jin's situation somewhat, a cast-off from the Li family. A stepping stone for the hardliners of the empire. Calling him a stepping stone sounds flattering. In reality, he was just an inconsequential pawn. It didn't matter who was sent, as long as they had identity and background. After all, they needed to show a resolute stance to the outside world to demonstrate their seriousness. What everyone didn't expect was that this down-and-out phoenix, which seemed no better than a chicken, had suddenly soared high with the wind, rising to great heights. It was unclear what forces had helped him, but in such a short time, he had taken control of the Raid Rong archipelago and even caused the Marigans to suffer a setback. With power in hand, naturally, his status rose. One of the reasons he came this time was to investigate the forces behind Li Jin. At this moment, Li Jin and the 3 of them got into a predator. The airport was not far from Jichang City, and about 10 minutes later, the convoy arrived at the aid station. Professor Su got out of the car and was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. "My God, what am I seeing?" There were at least dozens of complete MRI machines just sitting there on the grass, completely exposed. "What is that?" Professor Su's eyes widened instantly. Wasn't that the latest Da Vinci 5th-generation robot? Their hospital had just introduced one, handling it like a treasure. And here, it was practically everywhere. Seeing the surgical robot being violently dismantled by soldiers, Professor Su covered his chest and hurried over to a few soldiers carrying boxes, shouting, "Put it down! Put it down! If you handle these like that, you'll damage the precision instruments." He then turned to Li Jin, visibly upset, and said, directorly, "Do you plan to leave these instruments out here on the grass?" Li Jin looked at the enraged Professor Su, momentarily baffled, and couldn't help but ask, "Where else should we put them?" "Professor, isn't it all the same where these things are used?" Professor Su, looking at the confused Li Jin, was speechless and slapped his forehead. Discussing these matters with someone who knew nothing about medicine was like playing music to a cow. Standing nearby, Zheng Hui watched the two arguing and turned to the equally pained Yin Ruoi, asking, "Major Yin, why did Professor Su suddenly get so angry?" "Great, another cow has arrived." On Yin Ruoi's delicate face, a look of helplessness flashed by as she raised her elegant hand and pointed to a Da Vinci surgical robot, saying, "Do you see that? That is the most advanced surgical robot in the world, and one costs around 30 to 40 million. Zheng Hui's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced around, noticing that there seemed to be more than one of the same machine on the grass. At least dozens were in sight. Is this what the world of the wealthy looks like? Chapter 26. A strong foe returns. Li Jin was naturally unaware that Zheng Hui had regarded him as a wealthy tycoon. Instead, he looked at Professor Su, who was fuming and awkwardly scratched his head, saying, "Professor Su, you see, I'm in a mess here. I can barely take care of the people, let alone these machines." Professor Su was taken aback and incredulously pointed at the precision medical equipment on the ground, exclaiming, "You call these broken machines? Do you know how valuable these things are and how many lives they can save? You're making a joke out of human lives." Seeing Professor Su's scolding demeanor, Li Jin's expression slightly darkened, but he held back his frustration. After all, this old man wasn't he doing it for himself? Zheng Hui, who was standing not far away and sensed the awkward atmosphere, quickly stepped between them and said to the chattering Professor Su, "Old Su, the commander is a soldier, not a doctor, so he naturally doesn't know the value of these instruments. Now that you're here, isn't this the perfect time for them to be put to use?" When Zheng Hui mentioned the commander, he deliberately emphasized his tone to make Professor Su understand that the person before him was not his student or someone from the medical field, but a high-ranking general. However, it seemed Zheng Hui's words fell on deaf ears, as Professor Su still looked heartbroken, clearly not grasping the implications of what was being said. On the other hand, Li Jin understood that this old man was simply a pure doctor who didn't comprehend the ways of the world, which surprisingly eased his own irritation. With a smile, he said, "Professor Su is right. This is indeed my mistake. I will have them fix it right away." Without hesitation, he turned and commanded, "Song Hai, you immediately send people to set up emergency tents here and put all these things inside. Be extra careful, understand?" Song Hai naturally didn't dare to be negligent and quickly saluted, saying, "Yes, sir." Only then did Li Jin turn to Professor Su and say, "Professor Su, I'll leave these things in your hands. I grant you full authority. You can command the troops here to use this equipment at any time." Li Jin's humble attitude in accepting advice caught the attention of Yan Roi, who was watching from the sidelines. She was not like Professor Su. Although she was a military doctor, she had seen a lot and naturally understood the implications of a general's rank in the empire. Even if it was a nominal title, it was still significant. The person before her was clearly not just a nominal leader, but the actual ruler of an island, with immense power. Professor Su, upon hearing Li Jin's heartfelt words, felt a bit embarrassed for a moment, as it dawned on him that the person before him was not from his younger generation, but his superior. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Sir, what you say is too kind. It's I who have been presumptuous." Li Jin smiled slightly without saying anything, instead opting to demonstrate his attitude through action. "Song Hai, you immediately inform the soldiers here to follow Professor Su's orders." "Yes, Commander." Just as the atmosphere began to warm up, Li Yu hurried over. "Commander, the radar observation station reports that 3 warships from the Liang people and 2 from the Fisong people are approaching our territorial waters. It looks like they are trying to cause us trouble." Upon hearing this, Li Jin's expression immediately turned cold. What was going on? Even the most insignificant beings dared to provoke him. They truly did not know the limits. "Li Yu, here, you lead the fleet and teach them a good lesson." "Yes, Commander." Li Yu, looking serious, saluted Li Jin before turning and striding away. Zheng Hui and the others, having overheard the conversation, immediately became serious, especially Zheng Hui. Although he understood the importance of Liderong, he didn't expect other nations to so blatantly send warships over. Unable to hold back, he said, "Sir, now is not the time for impulsiveness. The Liang Navy is one of the strongest in the world. If we provoke them first, it could lead to a huge diplomatic crisis and put us in a passive position. Sometimes, it's better to endure for the moment and retreat for a broader future." Just as Zheng Hui was about to say more, Li Jin suddenly turned around, his expression indifferent as he stared at Zheng Hui, causing him to shiver and lose his words. However, Li Jin soon turned away, and Zheng Hui, whose heart was in his throat, let out a sigh of relief, realizing his back was soaked with cold sweat. At that moment, Li Jin's voice came through. "Do you know? I am straightforward in my actions. Whoever dares to trouble me, I will crush them with my fists. As for any crisis, I live by one principle. The one with the bigger fist speaks the truth. If you don't accept it, I'll beat you until you do." Chapter 27, A Delicacy? Li Jin turned to Professor Su. Professor Su, I'll leave this to you. I grant you full authority. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to find me, and I will solve them for you. Professor Su, knowing the importance of priorities, nodded in agreement and solemnly said, Rest assured, sir, this is what I, as a doctor, should do. Li Jin nodded and said nothing more, turning around and leaving decisively. Yin Ruai wanted to say something when she saw Li Jin leave, but Zheng Hui pulled her arm. Yin Ruai looked at Zheng Hui in confusion, who then said seriously, Don't get too close to him from now on. Yin Ruai frowned slightly. Are you warning me? Seeing Yin Ruai suddenly turn cold, Zheng Hui quickly released her arm. Awkwardly smiling and waving his hands, I'm just giving advice. Just advice. He glanced around and whispered, Don't be fooled by his current power. Once the crisis here is resolved, who knows how many people will have their eyes on this place. Although Li Shicheng is a general of the empire and seems to hold a high position, he isn't even a member of the council. So he doesn't really count as a high-ranking official. At this point, Zheng Hui pointed at the sky and quietly said, If those people decide to act, Li Shicheng won't be able to protect him at all. Moreover, Li Shicheng treats this sun as a pawn. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent him here. Zheng Hui's expression grew increasingly serious. I don't know who Li Jin has received help from to gain this power for self-preservation. Otherwise, he would probably have been wiped out by now. If this General Li were dealt with by the foreign forces, that would be one thing. But if he truly establishes himself, the nobles above will definitely take action. This is a huge opportunity. Do you think Li Jin can hold on to it? Yin Rui's beautiful eyes shimmered, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face, melting the ice around her and blooming like flowers, leaving Zheng Hui momentarily stunned. Really? Chief Zheng, do you think someone who remains unshaken under the strong pressure from the foreign empire can't withstand some pressure from certain young masters and young ladies? Yin Rui looked at the figure that was almost out of sight and said calmly, You underestimate him. Zheng Hui, having regained his senses, looked at Yin Rui, who was fixated on Li Jin, with a flash of jealousy in his eyes and retorted, Oh really? Don't forget, everyone has a weakness. Zheng Hui's comment made Yin Rui's expression turn icy. It's precisely because of people like you, without any bottom line, that you would go to any lengths. After saying that, she turned and walked towards Professor Su, leaving Zheng Hui gaping in astonishment. What happened to him? He only spoke a few heartfelt words. Yet he was dismissed by Yin Rui like this. Meanwhile, at the headquarters combat command center, Li Jin stood with his hands on his hips at the command podium. Surrounded by busy officers and soldiers continuously reporting a stream of data, situation report. Enemy forces, 1 Moe-class destroyer, 2 Chao-Ri-class destroyers, and 2 Lijar-class frigates are rapidly approaching our territorial waters. Direction, northwest, distance, 240 nautical miles. Standing next to Li Jin, Li Yu said, Commander, the enemy is not even conducting electromagnetic control. They are openly informing us of their arrival. Li Jin bit his lip and asked, What are their capabilities? Li Yu explained that the Risal-class frigate is the latest lightweight frigate commissioned by the Kingdom of Fisong. It has a displacement of 600 tons. Equipped with a 76mm naval gun, a 30mm machine gun, a set of anti-submarine torpedo launchers, and 2 sets of dual-mounted air defense missiles. Li Jin couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment, asking, Are there still modern warships that don't install missiles these days? Li Yu nodded, saying that the people of Fisong felt that missiles were too expensive, so they did not equip their warships with missiles, only symbolically installing 4 air defense missiles. Li Jin nodded. Despite the missiles seeming unremarkable, they are actually quite valuable. Even if he bought them from a treasure shop, it would cost him at least several gold bars. Li Yu continued to introduce. The Moe class is the most advanced 10,000-ton destroyer of the Liang Kingdom, featuring 96 vertical missile launch cells. The Chao-Ri-class destroyer has a displacement of 800 tons and is equipped with 32 vertical launch cells. Hearing Li Yu's introduction, a slight smile appeared on the corner of Li Jin's mouth. These people really think highly of me. They even brought out their top treasures. Let's go meet them. Li Jin immediately turned and walked out of the operations center, and Li Yu hurriedly followed. At this moment, 3 warships were docked at the Radarong military port. One was Li Jin's old love, the Kirov-class nuclear-powered cruiser, now called the Kyushu. The other 2 were leader-class multifunctional missile destroyers, named Yaoguang and Tianshu, respectively. On the Kyushu, Li Jin stood in the bridge's operations room, watching 5 small red dots rapidly approaching on the radar. He said in a deep voice, "Let's intercept them." Liu immediately raised his hand in salute. Yes. Before long, the piercing sound of a whistle rang out, and the engines at the stern of the warship began to spin rapidly, slowly pushing the massive Kyushu away from the dock. After passing through the narrow channel, it quickly accelerated towards the sea. An hour later, Li Jin led the 3 warships to the Pacific Ocean, dozens of nautical miles away from Radarong. Report. The target is 200 nautical miles away. Li Jin said, "Wait." Instantly, the entire bridge fell silent, and everyone held their breath. Only the reporting voice continued to sound. Distance 190 nautical miles. Distance 180 nautical miles. Distance 150 nautical miles. A lieutenant colonel at the radar station immediately stood up to report. Report. The enemy fleet has entered our exclusive economic zone. At this moment, Li Jin's face darkened, giving an intimidating air. He had only been in office for a few days and couldn't maintain an unflappable demeanor. He only knew that someone was slapping him in the face. "I command." Li Jin suddenly walked to the command platform and loudly declared, "All personnel to combat positions." Upon hearing this, Liu immediately picked up the communicator. "All personnel, immediately enter combat positions. Level 1 readiness." Repeat, Level 1 readiness. Soon, the communicator echoed with reports. Report. The navigation department is ready. Report. The artillery department is ready. Li Jin immediately said, "Activate the guidance radar." Moments later, a voice rang out in the operations room. Target 1 locked. Target 2 locked. Li Jin's expression immediately turned serious as he pronounced each word clearly. Eliminate them. As soon as Li Jin's voice fell, the leader-class destroyers on either side shrouded in smoke, followed by missile after missile soaring into the sky. Chapter 28. Clash on the Azure Sea. "Commander, should we warn them?" Just as the missiles were launched, Liu suddenly spoke up. Li Jin glanced at Liu and couldn't help but laugh. "Sounds good." At the same time, 100 nautical miles away from them, 5 warships were hastily advancing towards the direction of the target in an attack formation. The destroyer, MOE, under the command of Fleet Commander and Captain Yamamoto Kiwa, stood at the bridge's observation window, looking at the sea ahead through binoculars. He then put down the binoculars, took a sip of coffee from the table, looking relaxed and carefree, as if he were on vacation. At this moment, an officer hurried over and said, "Captain, the target has sent a public transmission, demanding that we immediately leave their territorial waters. Otherwise, we will bear the consequences." Yamamoto Kiwa sneered, "Don't pay any attention to them. What can they do to us? Are they going to launch missiles at us?" Beep, beep, beep. Before Yamamoto Kiwa's proud voice could finish, a piercing alarm sounded in the operations room, followed by a tense voice reporting, "Report, 5 incoming missiles detected, tracking their trajectory. The target is us." Yamamoto Kiwa's face turned pale instantly. His face felt as if it had been slapped. Just then, a series of voices echoed in the operations room. "Report. Monitoring radar is at maximum peak. Report. Guidance radar is activated. Report. Incoming targets locked. Combat system activated. Trajectory calculation in progress." At this moment, Yamamoto Kiwa could no longer care about his embarrassment and hurriedly leaned toward the radar, looking at the 5 light spots on the screen, shouting, "Destroy them. Quickly. Immediately." Voices filled the operations room. "Combat system ready. 5 missiles. Launch. Medium-range interception system standing by. Close range." The MOE's bow erupted in white smoke as anti-aircraft missiles soared into the air, shooting toward the incoming missiles, while the 2 accompanying Chowri-class destroyers prepared their Sparrow missiles as well. Within seconds, 5 missiles struck the anti-ship missiles gliding low over the sea, causing massive fireballs to erupt on the surface. However, only 4 missiles were intercepted. 1 narrowly missed the intercepting missile. At this moment, the incoming missile was less than 10 nautical miles away from MOE. Just then, several Sparrow missiles launched from one of the Chowri-class destroyers, arcing through the air and heading straight for the incoming missile. A few seconds later, several missiles collided directly with the incoming missile, resulting in a huge fireball. Yamamoto Kiwa sighed in relief as he watched the light spots on the radar suddenly disappear. Then his expression sharpened. "Lock onto them." At the same time, on the Kyushu-class cruiser, Li Jin looked at the missile signal that had vanished from the radar and couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed a bit difficult to destroy a modern warship with just a few ordinary missiles. He then straightened his expression and said, "Report the distance to the enemy ship." A loud voice immediately reported from the operations room. The target is 92 nautical miles away. After a brief contemplation, Li Jin ordered, "Prepare 5 Zircon anti-ship missiles. Target 5 enemy ships. First, launch 1 missile at the Moi. 20 seconds later, launch the remaining 4 missiles at the other 4 ships." With a command from Li Jin, the personnel in the operations center immediately sprang into action. The vertical launch system at the bow of the ship opened with a loud bang, and a large Zircon anti-ship missile was swiftly ejected. The missile's base instantly erupted with a massive flame, propelling it rapidly into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. On the Moi-class missile destroyer, Yamamoto Seiichi had just issued a command when the alarm blared throughout the operations room. They launched another missile. Yamamoto's expression tightened, immediately intercept. However, before he could relax, panicked voices filled the operations room. "It's bad. Their missile is too fast. The interception system can't lock on." "What?" Yamamoto was taken aback and quickly walked to the fire control system. The radar operator, pale-faced, reported, "Its speed is too high, at least over 8 Mach. And it's not flying in a straight line. It's maneuvering in an S pattern at low altitude." "Baka," Yamamoto cursed, realizing this was not the time to panic. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Distance 40 nautical miles. What the?" Yamamoto was stunned and shouted without thinking, "Prepare the close-in defense system." At the speed of a hypersonic missile, that distance was just a matter of seconds. Yamamoto hurried to the bridge to look in the direction of the incoming missile. At that moment, he could already see a dark spot dragging a white trail through the sky, rapidly approaching the Moi. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the close-in weapon system on the warship immediately opened fire, unleashing countless bullets to form a massive metallic net in the missile's path. The missile was now mere moments away, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the warship. Countless bullets struck the missile's body. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, followed by a shockwave sweeping through the area. The lookout windows on the bridge shattered instantly. Yamamoto crouched down behind the helm, feeling the rush of heat and the massive vibrations of the ship, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, the incoming missile had not caused significant damage. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded from outside the bridge, causing Yamamoto's expression to change again. He quickly stood up and looked out the side window, only to be frozen in shock. He saw a Chao-Ri-class destroyer, positioned to his right, billowing thick smoke, clearly hit by a missile. "Baka!" Yamamoto-sei's face turned pale, and just then, footsteps approached from behind. An officer strode up to him and reported, "Commander, the Chao-Ri has been hit by a missile in the midsection, resulting in a massive explosion and irreparable damage. The Buhua has been struck at the stern, and its propulsion system is destroyed. 2 frigates from the Faisong Kingdom have sunk after being hit. Our ship's starboard side has sustained damage, and damage control is currently in emergency repairs." "Damn it!" Yamamoto-sei cursed angrily, shouting, "Those despicable people have tricked us." On the Kyushu-class cruiser, Li Jin was intently watching the radar when an officer suddenly stood up and reported, 5 missiles have hit their targets. 3 have been confirmed destroyed. The Moe and Buhua's damage is unknown." Li Jin couldn't help but sneer. "Oh really? I'd like to see if the Moe is as formidable as the legends say. I have plenty of missiles. If 1 doesn't work, I'll fire 2. If 2 don't work, I'll fire 10. I want to see how many of these little devils can intercept." He then shouted, 2 Zircon missiles, target Moe. On the Moe, Yamamoto-sei's face showed a hint of despair. He thought this trip would be no different from a leisurely tour. But he found himself in grave danger instead. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist. It was just that the enemy was equipped with hypersonic missiles. And with Moe's existing air defense system, it was practically useless. They fired 2 more missiles. Just then, a terrified voice rang out from the operations room. A gasp filled the room as Yamamoto-sei felt his throat dry up. At a distance of over 100 nautical miles, the enemy's missiles would reach his warship in less than a minute, leaving him no chance to evade. In that case, Yamamoto-sei suddenly showed a frenzied expression, turning directly to the command platform and shouting, "Lock onto the enemy targets immediately and launch all missiles." After giving the order, it seemed he had exhausted his last bit of strength and collapsed into his chair. At that moment, 2 quadruple launchers mounted between the Moe's funnels erupted in flames, and 8 missiles shot out in succession. Just as the missiles left the launchers, the Zircon anti-ship missiles arrived in an instant. The 2 close-in defense systems aboard Moe immediately opened fire, and the buzzing of motors echoed throughout the area. However, luck was not on their side this time. As the close-in defense guns fired, 2 missiles struck the MOE, one after the other. The MOE shuddered violently, and 2 massive flames erupted from the warship. The tremendous impact combined with the explosive force of the missiles instantly split the MOE in 2. On the Kyushu-class cruiser, in the operations center, Liu walked straight up to Li Jin and said, "Commander, sonar reports detecting a strong underwater explosion and large amounts of metal sinking. The MOE is finished." Hearing this, Li Jin couldn't help but smile slightly. Suddenly, a loud report echoed in the operations room. "The MOE has launched missiles at us. 8 missiles. Tracking trajectories 86, 82, 4. Li Jin's expression immediately darkened. Why couldn't these damn things just wait to meet their end quietly? They had to make a fuss about it. Who were they trying to impress? Destroy them. Li Jin ordered in a deep voice. The ship beneath him, the Jojo, was not an old Kirov-class vessel but the latest upgraded warship, equipped with an incredibly powerful combat system and information exchange capabilities. In just a few seconds, the operations center rang out with a firm voice. "Target locked. 5 missiles. Launch." The weapons control officer pressed the red button with determination. The vertical launch system at the front of the bridge opened all 5 launch tube hatches simultaneously. One of the launch tubes erupted in flames as a Prometheus air defense missile shot out. The moment the missile was ejected into the air, its engine ignited. Intense flames surged from the bottom of the missile, propelling it skyward towards the target in the blink of an eye. The other 3 missiles followed suit. Rising into the sky, at a speed of 36 kilometers per second, they quickly closed in on the incoming missiles. Just as they were about to reach the incoming missiles, one of the missiles exploded violently, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. The debris enveloped the 3 incoming missiles, easily tearing apart their bodies. Instantly, 3 fireballs erupted in the sky. 3 out of 4 incoming missiles from the right were destroyed in the blink of an eye. As for the remaining missile, just after passing through the explosion zone, it collided with a Prometheus missile that was racing towards it, creating another fireball in the sky. On board the Jojo cruiser, at the bridge, the report came in. "Commander, all incoming missiles have been destroyed." Li Jin nodded and pointed to a blip on the radar. "What's going on with that ship? Why hasn't it sunk?" Liu, standing behind Li Jin, quickly stepped forward. "Commander, I have already dispatched the onboard helicopter. We should receive news soon." As soon as Liu finished speaking, a series of images appeared on the operational screen in front of them. A solitary warship was drifting on the surface of the sea, with thick smoke billowing from its stern. Clearly, the missiles had not inflicted fatal damage on it. "Commander, it seems their propulsion system has been destroyed. Should we sink it?" Li Jin shook his head seriously. "How can we do that? We are the good guys. We can't engage in such despicable acts. We must strictly adhere to the Geneva Conventions. Do you understand? Damn it. The people from the Rising Sun openly sent their warships to cause trouble for him. How could he let this slide? Did they think he was easy to bully? This was a perfect opportunity to make a point against those from the Rising Sun." Liu naturally did not dare to question Li Jin's decision and quickly passed the order down. At this moment, Li Jin sat down heavily in the chair at the command post, looking up at Liu and Song Hai, who were surrounding him, and said, "You both share your thoughts on what the next move of the foreign forces will be. Will they take a break for a while?" Liu and Song Hai exchanged glances. After a moment of thought, Song Hai replied, "Commander, I believe that after this battle, they should behave themselves for a while. At least, they won't make any major moves until they have figured out our situation." Li Jin nodded and turned his gaze to Liu. Liu quickly added, "Commander, I think Song Hai has a point. They just lost a combat group, and their allies were severely taught a lesson by us. The foreign empire is indeed powerful, but I don't think they would risk losing another combat group, or even several to trouble us. At least not for the time being." Li Jin nodded thoughtfully. He had insisted on confronting the foreign forces head-on from the very beginning, precisely to intimidate them and prevent reckless actions. Otherwise, given their nature, future troubles would likely be endless. He had just begun to establish his footing, and his ability to stand against the foreign empire was due to a few trump cards he held, as well as their lack of understanding of his true strength, which had given him an opportunity. However, Li Jin understood very well that the foreign empire had dominated the world for so many years. They could not be fools. They would likely come up with countermeasures soon, and that time would not be long. At that point, he would probably face a series of troubles again. It wasn't that Li Jin underestimated himself. In the face of the vast foreign empire, he was truly just a small ant. Therefore, everything he was doing now could not guarantee him a few days of comfort. To truly live a stable life, he needed to strike hard once more, to let everyone know that Li Jin was not someone to be trifled with. With this thought, Li Jin's gaze gradually became sharp. Chapter 30. Stirring the Pot. Just as Li Jin was contemplating where to stir up trouble, aboard the destroyer, Captain Peng Dingy stood on the deck of the bridge, his eyes fixed on the super helicopter circling above him. The helicopter was broadcasting in a loud voice. "Hey, you garbage on the ship. Listen up. I am from the Imperial Guard. You are surrounded, and your only way out is to surrender. We will strictly follow the agreements." The broadcast echoed in Peng Dingy's ears, causing his face to alternate between pale and flushed. As a steadfast and fearless individual, he immediately declared with righteous indignation, "For the Empire. Go. Hang the white flag I prepared on the mast." An officer standing nearby, who had originally looked anxious, suddenly became joyful. As an elite from the same background, he naturally raised his hands without hesitation, then stomped his feet in support of Peng Dingy's decision. He quickly saluted and shouted, "For the Empire." Then he hurriedly ran towards the bridge. In a short while, a huge white flag was flying from the steel mast of the ship. "We will strictly adhere to the treaty." The flying white flag caused the voice from the broadcast to momentarily pause, as it was clear that the people on the helicopter did not expect the opposing side to be so proactive. "Commander, the ship has surrendered." Li Jin was taken aback, staring in astonishment at Li Yu, who also wore a strange expression. Did they surrender so easily? Have these people become so competitive? However, to be safe, Li Jin could not just take it at face value and immediately ordered, "You must instruct them to jump into the sea and then blow up the ship." While it was somewhat regrettable, he had no shipbuilding facilities under his command. Keeping it would only mean keeping a pile of junk, so it was better to blow it up and save trouble. Send a boat to bring them back. "Yes, Commander." "Wait," Li Jin called out to Li Yu, who was turning to leave. "Remember, tell the soldiers to treat them well." Li Jin emphasized the word treat deliberately. Li Yu immediately understood and nodded before turning to leave. In the Empire, at a large screen in a grand palace, Yasser sat with a grim expression, the shock in his eyes evident. After a while, he turned heavily to his chief of staff, Willis, and said, "General Willis, you can see how difficult this Li Jin is. What should we do now?" Willis looked at his serious superior and nearly rolled his eyes. He did not believe that a small island could pose a threat to them. In his view, as long as Yasser gave the order, it didn't matter if that place had signal jamming. It could easily be pinpointed for targeted bombing. Although it might require more bombs, it would be a one-time solution. Unfortunately, his superior seemed to have some strange notions and rejected his proposal. Now that Yasser brought it up again, Willis's eyes lit up, but before he could speak, Yasser's sharp gaze shot over. "General Willis, do not mention your so-called three-dimensional carpet bombing again. Do you know how large a radius of several dozen kilometers is? The bombs dropped would be enough to bankrupt us." For a moment, Willis was spluttered at by Yasser, and didn't even bother to wipe his face. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Total T, we can completely use the old bombs from our previous stock." "Enough." Yasser didn't want to hear his explanation and directly rejected it. "I will not agree to this proposal." After saying this, he stood up and said, "That's all for today. You all can go back." He then left with his bodyguards, leaving Willis standing there in shock. As Joseph returned to his office, the silent security consultant, Lena, suddenly spoke up. "Mr. T, I think we should consider General Willis's proposal." Joseph frowned immediately and replied, "Ms. Lena, when did you become a soldier? Are you not using your brain? Don't you know there are tens of thousands of natives on the Rider Islands? This is not several hundred years ago when we could deal with these indigenous people at will. If we do that, it will only put us in a precarious position." "Ms. Lena," Joseph emphasized as he pointed to his seat, "I haven't even settled into this position yet. Do you understand?" His fierce gaze frightened Lena, turning her face pale, and she quickly bowed, saying, "Mr. T, I understand." Only then did Joseph show a satisfied smile, but soon his expression darkened again as he coldly remarked, "And that damned Kyushu Empire. Just now, the chief minister of the Kyushu Empire personally called me to express concern for Ryder. This is unprecedented, do you understand?" Hearing this, Lena's heavily made-up face wrinkled, looking like it was cracking. "What does the Kyushu Empire want?" Joseph shook his head and said, "No matter what they want to do. Since they dare to send a fleet, it shows their stance. Now is not the time to clash with them. Therefore, we cannot take overly aggressive measures to avoid provoking a strong backlash from them." Lena nodded, indicating she understood. But feeling somewhat reluctant about the loss of an aircraft carrier battle group, she said. Mr. T, shouldn't we take some measures? Joseph curled his lips into a cold smile that sent chills down one's spine, saying, Ms. Lena, have you forgotten what Ms. Yu said? Why should we rush to the front lines? The Liang people have just lost 3 of their most advanced warships. Do you think they will let it go easily? Upon hearing Joseph mention Ms. Yu, a look of dissatisfaction appeared on Lena's face. Mr. T, you? Joseph waved his hand, signaling her not to continue. Then tapped the table and said, Don't you think watching them fight among themselves is quite interesting? Lena immediately looked enlightened. Joseph stroked his chin and thought for a moment, saying, Perhaps we should add fuel to the fire. Ms. Lena, I think you should take a tour around Liang. Lena immediately understood and nodded. Chapter 31. Go out and blow up some fish. As Li Jin led the warships back to port, dusk had quietly descended, and the land gradually darkened, with only a streak of afterglow remaining in the west. Just as Li Jin walked into his office and hadn't even sat down to rest, a sound rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. The reward has been issued. Please check it yourself. Li Jin was momentarily stunned before remembering that when the warship of the Sun People appeared, the system had issued a mission. However, due to the urgency of the situation at that time, he hadn't had the chance to look closely. Just thinking about having something to take made his previously tired spirit suddenly become vibrant. He excitedly thought in his mind, Open the system warehouse. Instantly, a light screen appeared before him. 1. Mission reward. Imperial Bomber Squadron includes 3 160 ZJ White Swan strategic bombers, improved version of World of Warships. Bomber performance. Maximum cruising speed, 402 Mach, equipped with the most advanced turbofan engines. Made with the latest materials, allowing it to be as agile as a fighter jet. Maximum range, 280,000 kilometers. Internal ammunition bay with a maximum payload of 48 tons. Equipped with Kinzhal hypersonic missiles. Additionally, the bomber has been upgraded with an American and ASQ-239 electronic warfare system, a combined helmet display system, active phased array radar, and advanced optical distributed aperture systems. Li Jin looked at the introduction on the light screen and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. These 3 white swans were completely new. Aside from looking somewhat similar on the outside, they had almost been entirely overhauled inside. He then smiled. Now he had a complete set of land, sea, and air capabilities. Although they were small in number, they were quite formidable. Aside from a few military powerhouses, he truly had no fear with his current military strength. Li Jin continued to read down. 2. Mythical Aircraft Engine Manufacturing Plant, Unknown World Migration. This is an intelligent, fully automated factory covering an area of 4,086 acres, with a factory area of 972 acres, employing 39,823 people, including research and technical personnel. It can produce all models of engines from General Electric, Rolls-Royce, and Pratt & Whitney. It can independently manufacture all precision components. Li Jin was stunned. Was the system forcibly giving him people? A factory with nearly 40,000 employees was almost more than the entire population of Laird Rome. He then became excited. This was an engine manufacturing plant, a product that would sell well without any worries. Ding! Just as Li Jin was dreaming of a bright future, his phone suddenly chimed. Li Jin frowned, thinking it was his predecessor's girlfriend, Yin Xiaoning. He picked up his phone and opened it, immediately stunned. It was a red envelope. His hand uncontrollably clicked on it. Ding! 1,000 yuan has been credited. The crisp sound brought Li Jin back to his senses. It was a message from his cousin Bai Ning. Ding! A voice message popped up in the chat. Li Jin clicked to open it, and Bai Ning's cheerful voice came through. Little brother, this is your living expense for this month. If it's not enough, I'll transfer more to you. I have good news. I found a job now and can earn over 3,000 yuan a month. From now on, your living expenses and tuition fees will all be covered by your sister. Also, you are not allowed to secretly find a job anymore, understood? You are the only university student in our family, so you must study hard and make something of yourself to show that scoundrel what you're capable of. By the way, it's been almost a month. Why haven't you called home? Your grandparents are almost worried sick. Li Jin felt dazed for a moment, as memories from this life flooded into his mind. When he was 9 years old, his mother suddenly passed away. Less than a year later, his father remarried, and the 10-year-old Li Jin was ruthlessly thrown out. Fortunately, his mother was well liked in the household, and several guards secretly sent him back to his mother's hometown in Taozhou. His maternal family was just an ordinary household in Taozhou. His grandfather was a high school teacher in the county, and his grandmother was a primary school teacher in the village, with one son and two daughters. As for how his mother managed to marry into a prominent family, it was related to his uncle. His uncle had been the bodyguard of Li Shiqing's father, Li Yuan. When Li Yuan was the chief of staff of the South Seas Fleet, he was assassinated during an inspection. Fortunately, Li Jin's uncle saved him at the cost of his own life. Li Yuan was a man who valued loyalty and righteousness. Not only did he personally send Li Jin's uncle back to his hometown, but he also insisted on forming a brotherly bond with Li Jin's grandfather. It was at this time that Li Jin's mother, Leng Yueying, caught Li Yuan's attention. She was knowledgeable, diligent, and beautiful, and Li Yuan was determined to introduce her to his son, Li Shiqing. At first, Leng's grandfather was against it. The two families were worlds apart, and he feared his daughter would be wronged. However, the elder of the Li family was quite persistent and frequently visited the Leng family, even bringing Li Shiqing along. Li Shiqing, at the time, was a playboy, and upon seeing Leng Yueying, he was instantly captivated. After all, he was used to seeing either highborn ladies or courtesans, all decked out in extravagant attire. When had he ever seen a simple and elegant girl like Leng Yueying? He immediately began to pursue her fervently. Li Shiqing was also a handsome young man, and most women found it hard to resist him. Naturally, Leng Yueying was no exception, and the two soon got married and started off happily. However, good times didn't last long. After a few years, Li Shiqing's old habits resurfaced. Men have a natural tendency to grow tired of the same partner. After all, even the best things can become mundane with constant exposure. Fortunately, Li Yuan, the father-in-law, was quite fond of Leng Yueying. With his protection, she felt comfortable and at ease. However, a few years later, Li Yuan fell seriously ill due to a recurring ailment. Without him to keep things in check, Li Shiqing naturally became bolder, even openly bringing his mistress home. Leng Yueying couldn't bear this, and soon fell gravely ill, passing away shortly after, leaving only Li Jin all alone. Fortunately, Li Jin's grandparents treated him very well, and his cousin Bai Ning regarded him as a younger brother. Plus, his original self was quite diligent and even got admitted to Jinling University. However, he had a serious flaw. His vanity was too strong, constantly claiming to be the son of Li Shiqing and dreaming of one day soaring to greatness. Otherwise, the current situation wouldn't have happened. Li Jin took a deep breath. His original self had sneaked away to Shanhui to find family but hadn't dared to tell the Leng family. They still thought Li Jin was studying in Jinling. Otherwise, they would have been furious. He exchanged a few casual words with Bai Ning in the messaging app, but the memories he just recalled made him feel somewhat frustrated. So he decided to get up and walk outside the building. As he exited the building, he ran into Yen Rui and Zheng Hui, who were looking for him. As soon as Yen Rui saw Li Jin, she waved and called out, "Chief." A smile instantly appeared on Li Jin's face. He waved his hand, and the guards at the entrance allowed the two to pass. Yen Rui quickly walked up to Li Jin, her bright face beaming with joy. She saluted him with a standard military gesture, saying, "Good day, Chief." Li Jin returned the salute and asked, "What brings you two here?" Yen Rui quickly replied, "Chief, we wanted to report something to you, but you weren't here earlier." Li Jin smiled faintly and said, "I was feeling a bit down, so I went out to catch a few fish for fun." Yen Rui was momentarily taken aback. That was indeed a unique way to relieve stress. "Chief, all the captured people from the Liang Kingdom have been brought over." At that moment, Li Yu walked over quickly and said, "Chief, all 59 prisoners from the Not Fire have been brought to the dock." "Not Fire? Prisoners?" Zheng Hui, who was already a bit confused, felt a jolt in his heart. Wasn't the Not Fire the latest missile destroyer of the Liang Kingdom? How could its crew possibly be captured? As Zheng Hui recalled the earlier conversation between Li Jin and the others, he couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. Just then, Li Jin suddenly lifted his leg and walked towards the port. Yen Rui, seeing this, quickly followed him. After a few steps, she noticed Zheng Hui still standing there in a daze and tightened her brows, saying, "Zheng Hui, what are you doing?" Only then did Zheng Hui come to his senses and hurriedly catch up. Li Jin led the two around a large building and through a dense thicket, finally revealing a stretch of sea. The expressions of Yen Rui and Zheng Hui froze as they beheld 3 massive vessels anchored in the calm port, true behemoths. Upon seeing the central warship, Zheng Hui couldn't help but exclaim, "The Emperor? How is this possible? How could the White Bear people's warship appear here? Is Li Jin connected to the White Bear people?" Zheng Hui's mind was in turmoil, especially as he noticed the other two warships were not much smaller than the Emperor, which left him even more bewildered. As a senior operations officer, Zheng Hui was not unfamiliar with the main battleships of various countries, but he had never seen these two vessels before. They had a distinctly sci-fi look. Upon closer inspection, the two warships seemed to carry a hint of the Emperor's design, as if they were from the same lineage, exuding a wild aura. Could it be that these two giants were also built by the White Bear people? A thought suddenly flashed through Zheng Hui's mind. Of course, that wasn't the biggest issue. What shocked him most was how these three warships had arrived. These were not small fishing boats, but modern warships weighing over 10,000 tons. Each one would cost at least 3 to 400 billion in local currency. Moreover, even if someone had the money to buy such national treasures, there was no guarantee that anyone would sell them. Why would Li Jin have such vessels? That was the most incredible part. In an instant, Li Jin became even more enigmatic in Zheng Hui's eyes. Yin Ruai was no better off. She was even more shocked. How could he dare to confront a high-ranking officer like Zheng Hui? It was because she was the legitimate daughter of the current commander of the Imperial Navy, Yin Tianqian, a true noble lady. Naturally, she wasn't intimidated by a mere colonel. However, having been exposed to the Navy since childhood, she understood just how terrifying these three warships were. The largest destroyer of the Imperial Navy would be merely a little brother in front of these vessels. Yin Rui secretly observed the three warships, X-band radar, S-band radar, and microwave radar antennas, along with close-range defense systems and shipboard artillery. Just by looking at these devices, it was evident that these three warships were no ordinary vessels, but rather genuine modern warships. Yin Rui's expression changed dramatically. They indeed needed to reassess Li Jin's strength. Just like Zheng Hui, this young lady didn't come here for nothing. She had her own objectives. One of them was to investigate Li Jin's military capabilities and the reasons behind the sinking of the MIS battle group to determine whether it was related to him. After all, a powerful aircraft carrier strike group was destroyed so easily, without any prior warning. What could have caused such an event? This piqued the interest of many. However, no one believed that Li Jin was responsible. In the eyes of certain influential figures, it was merely a coincidence or there might be some connection. After all, everything concerning Li Zhirong was under their control, and they had thoroughly investigated Li Jin's background. No one would believe that within just a few days, Li Jin could suddenly possess such formidable military power. They assumed he was backed by some force. But now, Yin Rui suddenly felt that Li Jin might indeed harbor some unknown secrets. Her curiosity about him grew significantly. If she could uncover any surprises about him, it might help her father. Li Jin, of course, was unaware that these two individuals had such thoughts. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Why did he dare to bring them here? It was simply because he held the power in his hands, which gave him confidence. In his view, good things must be shown to others. Only by letting people know you possess them can you instill fear and avoid trouble. Li Jin exemplified a bold mindset. He was originally just a small player. If he kept hiding, he would only wait to be crushed. At that moment, not far from the Jojo ship dock, over 50 individuals in white uniforms were obediently kneeling on the ground. Li Jin walked straight to the front of one of them, who was kneeling. Li Yu quickly said, "Sir, this person is Captain Peng Dingy of the Buhua ship." Li Jin nodded, not intending to show off his authority. He directly instructed a nearby guard, "Go. Find a few cameramen. I want to take some photos." Then he looked at Li Yu and said, "You need to inform the relevant government immediately. Tell them I helped blow up the warship that invaded their territorial waters. Shouldn't they give me some benefits? And these worthless individuals, I can't help them for free, right? They should at least cover some expenses for deployment, ammunition, and food, shouldn't they? Oh right, find a place to lock these people up later. And give them a phone so they can have a good chat with their families. Understood?" Li Yu immediately understood, raised his hand in salute, and said, "Yes, sir." After giving these instructions, Li Jin felt much more at ease. Mariga indeed couldn't handle it for a while. But those two clumps of dirt floating in the water dared to provoke him recklessly. If he didn't assert his power, who knows what those scoundrels might do next? Yin Rui looked at the imposing Li Jin with surprise. Did this General Li not have any sense? Not to mention the kingdom of Fisong. Just these three warships in front of him could easily crush them. But what about the kingdom of Liang, one of the world's military powers? And Li Jin actually dared to issue an ultimatum to them. Didn't he fear making a fool of himself? These wolves were just waiting for an opportunity, and Li Jin was practically delivering it to them on a silver platter. At that point, even the entire region would be passive. Chapter 34. An Uninvited Task. General. Yin Ruoi couldn't help but say, the Kingdom of Liang is one of the top 10 powers in the world, far beyond a small nation like Fisong. Once war breaks out, even empires must go all out. Do you really think you can resist the Kingdom of Liang with just your small territory? General. Before Yin Ruoi could finish, Zheng Hui suddenly interjected, speaking seriously, please understand. The empire is currently in a phase of recuperation and cannot jeopardize the hard-won balance over some trivial matters. Li Jin frowned, revealing an expression of displeasure. He understood what Zheng Hui meant. His territory was insignificant and not worth the empire's effort. Of course, he didn't expect otherwise. What frustrated him the most was that these two regarded him as insignificant. Was this a sign of disrespect? At just over 20 years old, Li Jin was in the prime of his youth. Coming from an ordinary background, he lacked the intricacies of political maneuvering and subtlety. He only understood one principle. As long as his fists were strong enough, all schemes and plots were merely worthless paper in front of him. He snorted coldly and said, "Humph, do I need anyone's help to get things done? They've come knocking on my door, and you want me to be a coward? Dream on. Li Yu." Li Jin suddenly called out loudly, "Immediately issue a statement to the Kingdom of Liang in my name. They must explain within 24 hours why their warships have entered my territorial waters without cause. Otherwise, we will take countermeasures, and they will bear all consequences. And that damned Kingdom of Fisong, what do they think they are? How dare they send warships to trouble me? Immediately send them an ultimatum, telling them that when their warships sink, they will destroy the flowers and plants I have in the sea. They have 24 hours to send me 2 billion currency units, or I will make them pay dearly." Li Jin's decision was not made out of impulsiveness, but rather to show Zheng Hui and the others his stance. Lida Rome was under his command, and only he had the say. No one else should think of interfering. However, Yin Ruoi and Zheng Hui did not grasp Li Jin's intentions, as his declaration had left them stunned. Their minds were filled with thoughts of Li Jin losing his mind, actually thinking of comparing eggs to stones, believing that having a few aircraft and warships could dominate everything. Suddenly, Li Jin recalled the system's voice in his mind. Ding. Due to the host's strong desire for revenge, the system's 7th task is being generated. Immediately, a light screen appeared before Li Jin's eyes. 7th system task. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. A warrior takes revenge. Blood spills on the spot. As a host of the new era, one should seek to settle scores swiftly. Since others have thrown punches, shouldn't the host swing back with a hammer? Basic reward. A semiconductor equipment and precision instrument manufacturing base. This base possesses the complete production technology and equipment of ASML and Zyvex labs. Note: this base has been forcibly relocated from certain places in a certain world. Please observe 3 seconds of silence for it. Please do not laugh during the silence. The system will provide staff and technical researchers for free. Upgrade reward: 50,000 gold bars. Note: the number of gold bars will significantly increase or decrease based on the host's level of revenge, with the specific amount determined after task completion. Li Jin stared at the rewards presented by the system, momentarily stunned. What does a semiconductor company do? Make radios? On this aspect, Li Jin really wasn't too clear. But it seemed that what the system provided was definitely not ordinary. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Li Jin's mind. Silence begins. Hearing this, Li Jin quickly closed his mouth and silently reminded himself, "Don't laugh, don't laugh." Ding. Congratulations, host. Due to your sincere attitude, the staff and researchers have been allocated. Please check them promptly. A look of surprise immediately appeared on Li Jin's face. He didn't expect that receiving a reward could be this simple. "Commander, the photographer has arrived." Upon hearing this, Li Jin immediately said, "Let him come over. By the way, have those people from the Sun Alliance kneel down in front." He then turned to Yin Ruoi and the others and suggested, "Do you two want to take a picture together?" Yin Ruoi and her companion immediately jumped back like startled rabbits, repeatedly waving their hands. "No need. No need." Li Jin couldn't help but shake his head in regret, glancing at the people from the Sun Alliance kneeling at his feet, excitedly saying to Yin Ruoi, "What do you think about me holding a big sword?" Yin Ruoi and her companion were already scared of Li Jin's unpredictable ideas. How could they dare to participate in such things? They might end up dragging themselves and even their families into trouble. Seeing the terrified expressions on Yin Ruoi's faces, Li Jin's enthusiasm began to wane. Looking at the fearful soldiers from the Sun Alliance at his feet, He couldn't help but shout angrily. I went to great lengths to save you all, and you don't have the slightest bit of gratitude? Who are you showing this ghostly appearance to? Is this how you treat your benefactor? After finishing speaking, he raised his head and said to Li Yu, translate for them. Let them all show me a face full of gratitude. Otherwise, shoot them on the spot. Li Jin took out a handgun from his pocket, and the crisp gunshot not only frightened the kneeling individuals into silence, but even Yin Roi and her companion shivered involuntarily. They exchanged glances, wondering if General Li would really dare to pull the trigger. Just as this thought crossed their minds, Li Jin had already aimed the gun at one of the kneeling individuals, whose face was filled with indignation, and pulled the trigger. The splatter of blood made Yin Roi scream in shock. She quickly regained her composure and, seeing Zheng Hui's astonished expression, her face turned crimson with embarrassment, unsure of where to place her hands. However, she sighed in relief as Li Jin was not looking at them but was focused on the kneeling individuals. At this moment, Li Yu had already translated Li Jin's words into their language. After Li Jin's shot, these individuals displayed expressions even worse than crying. Seeing this, Li Jin couldn't help but smile and waved his hand. Immediately, a soldier approached with a camera. In the kingdom of Liang, Yangjing, the emperor of Liang, Zhaoqing, looked at the statement handed over by the foreign minister, especially the photos on it, with a face so dark it seemed like it could drip water. Chapter 35, Unbelievable. Emperor Zhaoqing glared at the Prime Minister Nakajima Shichiro standing on the steps, displeased, and asked, Prime Minister, when did our warships head to Lade Rome? Why was I not informed? Nakajima Shichiro hurriedly bowed deeply and explained, Your Majesty, you may have forgotten that we signed a contract with the Empire of Mariga. In emergencies, the Royal Army can be mobilized to cooperate with them without your consent. It was the Far East Command of the Mariga Empire that submitted the order for joint operations to the General Staff. At that time, Your Majesty was on vacation in the West, and I happened to be abroad. Boom. Zhaoqing's anger surged, and he slammed the table hard. These fools, can't they just refuse? Are they part of the Royal Army or the Mariga people? His sudden roar startled several officials in the hall. Nakajima Shichiro wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly cursing. Although on the surface the king of Liang had stepped back from the center of power, he had merely retreated behind the scenes. The power of the kingdom had always remained in the king's hands and had never shifted. The prime minister appeared to be enjoying great power, but in reality, he was just an inconsequential puppet, unable to make decisions on slightly larger matters. Of course, there were those who wanted to seize control, but they were already buried deep in the ground. Nakajima Shichiro quickly bowed and said, Your Majesty, I will immediately send someone to convey your orders. From now on, any commands from the Mariga people will be put on hold, waiting for your instructions. The words of Nakashu Jizanro startled Zhaoqing greatly. He had merely spoken offhandedly and had no intention of offending the people of a certain empire. In an instant, he set aside the king's authority and hurriedly said, The empire is our most important ally. It is only right for our troops to assist them. Let's not make a big deal out of this. This matter ends here. He then changed the subject, asking, What about the warships we dispatched? Zhaoqing held up a photograph and asked, What is going on here? Why are our soldiers in Raid Rome, kneeling at the feet of that wretched individual? Nakashu Jizanro's expression immediately grew serious, making Zhaoqing's heart skip a beat with a sense of foreboding. Your Majesty, the 3 warships we sent out have all been sunk. Zhaoqing's body swayed, feeling as if the world was spinning and stars were flashing before his eyes. 3 warships, including one of the latest MOE-class ZSD missile destroyers, of which there were only 8 in the entire kingdom. The other 2 were also newly commissioned anti-submarine vessels. Just like that, they were gone. This was like cutting into his flesh. Zhaoqing closed his eyes and took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart. He then opened his eyes and said, Immediately notify everyone to keep this information confidential. If this gets out to the public, it will create chaos. Nakashu Jizanro's face fell as he said something that nearly caused Zhaoqing to have a stroke. Your Majesty, this matter has likely spread throughout the nation already. What did you say? Zhaoqing sprang to his feet, feeling dizzy, and hurriedly supported himself on the table. What is going on? Nakashu Jizanro quickly explained, Your Majesty. Raid Rome sent this statement directly to a major video-sharing platform. Zhaoqing's face turned pale. That platform was the largest video-sharing site in the world, with billions of users. Now, not only the people of the kingdom, but likely the entire world would know. Sure enough, Nakashu Jizanro continued, Your Majesty. The relatives of the captured soldiers have already gone to the naval headquarters to protest. They demand that we find a way to rescue these soldiers immediately. Zhao Cheng was astonished. How could it happen so quickly? Nakashu Jizanro sighed. Those wretched Raid Rome people actually had the captured soldiers call their families. By the time we realized what was happening, it was too late. Hearing this, Zhao Cheng felt overwhelmed and couldn't help but exclaim angrily, "Why don't these people just die? Do the soldiers of today lack even the most basic spirit of the warrior?" Nakashu Jizanro quickly explained, "Your Majesty, they are from Daban." Zhao Cheng was taken aback, and his anger dissipated. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. If that were the case, he wouldn't be surprised by anything these people did. After a while, Zhao Cheng regained his composure and said, "All right, let's not discuss those issues now. Everyone, please share your thoughts on what we should do next." Zhao Cheng slammed the documents on the table, coldly saying, "It's ridiculous that a small corner of the world could eliminate 3 of our warships. Don't you find that laughable?" As for the ultimatum issued by Li Jin, Zhao Cheng didn't even have the interest to look at it. After all, would a wolf care about what a small ant has to say? If it weren't for the dozens of captives, this statement would likely have been tossed into the trash. Furthermore, when it came to the sinking of the 3 warships, Zhao Cheng didn't even think of Lai Durong, but rather speculated whether the Empire of Jiuzhou was secretly causing them trouble. Zhong Chu Shursan heard Zhao Cheng's inquiry and quickly took out a satellite photo, respectfully placing it on the table in front of Zhao Cheng, saying, "Your Majesty, our satellite reconnaissance shows that 3 warships have indeed appeared near Lai Durong. This is the analysis report from the Intelligence Department." Zhao Cheng picked it up and flipped through it, his brows immediately knitting together. "Are they warships from the White Bear people?" Zhong Chu Shursan's expression grew serious. "The one in the middle is that warship, a sister ship of the White Bear people's Dadeho missile cruiser. The other 2 should be the White Bear people's leader-class cruisers." "Leader class?" Zhao Cheng frowned. And Zhong Chu Shursan quickly explained, "It's a large warship designed by the White Bear people, but as far as we know, due to funding issues, this shipbuilding plan has already been halted. The military has discovered through the satellite reconnaissance network of the Maligia people that there has been no movement of the White Bear people's warships recently. They are all staying well in the naval base. The navy of the Jiuzhou Empire also shows no signs of mobilization." Hearing this, Zhao Cheng looked at Zhong Chu Shursan in disbelief. If neither the White Bear Empire nor the Jiuzhou Empire has made any moves, then where did these 3 warships come from? You can't possibly be telling me they belong to Lai Durong and the others, right? Would they even know how to operate them? Zhong Chu Shursan naturally knew that Zhao Cheng wouldn't believe him. He found it unbelievable himself because these 3 warships seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It's important to note that the waters near Lai Durong are a key monitoring area for Maligia satellites. Yet their thorough searches of satellite images over several months found no warships operating nearby. The electronic interference from the Lai Durong Islands had only occurred a few days prior. Previously, Lai Durong had no secrets from them, which meant these 3 warships appeared only after the electronic interference began. Chapter 36, The Swan. However, Zhong Chu Shursan would never disclose this information to Zhao Cheng, as it would only result in reprimands. He quickly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the Maligia people are very interested in this matter and are currently investigating. I believe there will be results soon." Although Zhao Cheng was not satisfied with Zhong Chu Shursan's response, since the Maligia people couldn't figure it out, his first reaction was that his own country wouldn't be able to either. He immediately waved his hand and said, "All right." Seeing that Zhao Cheng had no further questions, Zhong Chu Shursan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, "Your Majesty, what should we do about the soldiers still in Lai Durong?" Zhao Cheng's expression suddenly turned cold as he sternly looked at Zhong Chu Shizhenlang, speaking each word slowly. "Are there still things that I need to teach you? The blazing sun does not need cowards. It needs warriors who are willing to sacrifice for the nation." Zhao Cheng's icy gaze made Zhong Chu Shizhenlang inwardly groan. It sounded easy to say, but it needed to be achievable. They currently could not find any trace of Lai Durong, nor could they locate him. They couldn't just throw missiles into the sea, could they? Zhong Chu Shizhenlang felt frustrated but quickly changed the subject. "Your Majesty, the special envoy from the Mariga Empire, Advisor Lina, has arrived in Yanjing." Zhao Cheng's brow furrowed slightly. Those damn Mariga people never brought good news. However, he did not show it on his face. After all, the Mariga Empire was like a godfather to their Liang kingdom, closer than even a biological father. He didn't dare to say anything that could be perceived as rejection, let alone show his displeasure. He hurriedly asked, Does Advisor Lena need our assistance with anything? Zhongchu Shizenlang couldn't help but curl his lip at Zhao Cheng's sycophantic demeanor and quickly replied, Your Majesty, Miss. Lena requests our assistance in blocking the sea areas around Liderong, prohibiting any vessels from entering or leaving. They also want us to deploy our air force to assist with aerial control. The Mariga Empire's grandiose actions piqued Zhao Cheng's curiosity, and he asked in surprise, What's going on with the Mariga people? Why are they making such a big deal over a small piece of land? Zhongchu Shizenlang also revealed a puzzled expression. Your Majesty, we haven't found any useful information. After all, even though an aircraft carrier strike group is massive, it seems small in the vast ocean. The tactical nuclear strike launched by Li Jin not only destroyed all the warships, but also obliterated the communication facilities on the ships in an instant. Therefore, apart from the Mariga people and the Kyushu Empire, no one knows what happened. Of course, such a significant event won't stay hidden for long. Anyone who investigates a little will uncover the clues. Although Zhao Cheng was filled with confusion, he still ordered, Let's proceed as Advisor Lena suggests. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhongchu Shizenlang quickly bowed in agreement and then raised his head to say, Your Majesty. Advisor Lena mentioned that their Pacific Fleet is currently on an urgent mission and cannot dispatch warships temporarily. She hopes that we can first send out our fleet and aircraft to carry out the blockade mission around Liderong. After taking photos, Li Jin instructed Li Yu to go online and then took Yin Roy back to his office. Once seated, Li Jin got straight to the point and asked, What brings you here? Is there some trouble with Professor Su? Hearing Li Jin's inquiry, Zhang Hui quickly stood up. He was somewhat intimidated by Li Jin now because this person did not play by the rules. He said, General, we are here representing the Imperial Cabinet to invite you to the capital on August 15th to participate in the Mid-Autumn Festival celebration hosted by the Cabinet. You will also attend the Imperial Council meeting. Zhang Hui's eyes showed a hint of envy at the end of his speech. This was the pinnacle of the Empire of Jiuzhou. The fact that Li Jin was qualified to participate indicated that he had become part of the elite few at the top of the entire empire. Li Jin also wore a look of astonishment. He naturally knew what the Council of State was. It could be said to be the most core place in the Empire of Jiuzhou, where every command from the Empire was issued. As far as he knew, the entire Council of State had three key figures: the Emperor, the Prime Minister, and the President of the Imperial Parliament, along with 24 counselor positions. These included several cabinet ministers, deputy commanders of the military, and heads of core departments of the empire. There was also a rather special position, which was held by the governors of the 8 major territories, who seemed to take turns attending the council meetings. Indeed, Zhang Hui explained, General, the position of territorial counselor has always been rotated among the 8 major territories, and this year happens to be the turn of all 8 territories. Furthermore, Liderong had just become the 9th territory of the empire, and the Council of State had recently passed a resolution appointing you as the territorial counselor for this term. Li Jin pondered for a moment. Was this a benefit being granted to him? However, what intrigued Li Jin the most was that he had stirred up such a significant commotion here. Could it be that the upper echelons of the empire had not heard about it? They even invited him to participate. Just as Li Jin was hesitating, Li Yu rushed into his office, saying, Commander, the Meliga Empire has just issued a statement announcing sanctions against us and implementing an embargo. Additionally, they declared a no-fly zone and restricted navigation within 500 nautical miles of Liderong. No one is allowed to approach this area. Also, the Kingdom of Liang. Shortly after the Meliga statement was released, they expressed support for Meliga's decision and announced the deployment of 2 escort fleets to our nearby waters. Commander, the Liang people just posted an announcement on their Douyin account, stating that they will hold a troop deployment ceremony at Hengi Naval Port tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. What does it mean when sleep comes and someone offers a pillow? A cold glint flashed in Li Jin's eyes, and a smile slowly crept onto his lips. Since they wanted to play, he didn't mind playing along. He glanced at his watch, and his expression suddenly turned serious. Li Yu immediately stepped forward and saluted. Commander, Li Jin's voice was deep as he commanded, order the bomber unit to take off immediately, target Hengi Naval Port. Since they have already started thundering, we should at least let some rain fall, right? Li Jin was well aware of the strength of the Kingdom of Liang, but he had his trump card. Moreover, he was just a lone individual. While the Kingdom of Liang had grand ambitions, it wouldn't be so simple to fight to the death. Upon hearing Li Jin's order, Li Yu immediately saluted, Yes, Commander, and then turned to leave. Yin Roi, sitting on the sofa, was utterly stunned by Li Jin's command. They could hardly believe that Li Jin actually intended to attack Liang's homeland. This was no longer a provocation, it was outright warfare. It could even drag the entire empire of Jiuzhou into a quagmire. Zheng Hui couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up, wanting to say something. But Li Jin turned and walked towards the office exit, saying as he walked, "All right, let's call it a day. You all can head back." Zheng Hui's hand, raised in midair, froze instantly, his expression alternating between green and pale. Yin Ruoi, on the other hand, stared intently at Li Jin's departing figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. A man with such charisma, especially one in a high position of power and so young, was truly captivating, especially to women. Both of them walked out of the building, each lost in their own thoughts. It was already late at night, but the searchlights on the building illuminated the entire base as if it were daytime. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from the sky, prompting them to look up. They saw 3 large silhouettes soaring overhead, and a glimpse of white could be discerned. Yin Ruoi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Is that a swan?" Zheng Hui, equally astonished, blurted out, "No way. This is unbelievable." The next day, around 4 in the morning, over a stretch of sea more than 1,000 kilometers away from Lade Rome, 3 swans flew low over the water. Not far ahead, there was an island. As the bombers approached the island, they suddenly raised their noses and soared into the sky. At that moment, the air defense radar on the island blared with alarms, causing chaos in the radar station. The swans, now flying at supersonic speeds, quickly vanished above the island. At the Shihai military port, the chief of staff of the Navy of the Liang Kingdom, Sakai Chuan, looked at the warships docked at the pier, a satisfied expression on his face. He turned to several naval officers nearby and said loudly, "This operation by Lade Rome is a great opportunity for us, and we must seize it. Let the whole world see the strength of Liang." Just then, an officer rushed up to Sakai Chuan and saluted, saying, "General, the Air Defense Command just called. 3 swans have suddenly appeared near the Lahara Islands and are rapidly approaching Yangjing Bay. The Air Force has dispatched an M-35 fighter squadron to intercept them." Sakai Chuan's expression darkened instantly. These damn white bears were ruining his joyous day. But he didn't let it bother him too much. After all, it wasn't the first time white bear aircraft had been seen in the area. He replied firmly, "The ceremony will proceed as planned." The surrounding officers quickly bowed in agreement. With the new model swans flying at supersonic cruise speed, it wasn't long before the 3-plane formation swaggered into a 300-kilometer radius of Liang's mainland, triggering air defense alarms along the entire eastern coastline of the Liang Kingdom. At this moment, directly opposite 3 white swan bombers, 6 M-35A fighter jets had arrived with a roar. Among them, the commander of the 306th Squadron of the Royal Air Force, Zhao Wui, was loudly repeating orders in the squadron channel. Not knowing how many times he had done so. "Attention! Attention! Our mission is to drive them away. Do not take any extreme actions. All operations follow orders." Suddenly, the alarm system in the aircraft blared, and the red light sent a shock through Zhao Wui's heart. He was locked by the radar of a bomber. This was beyond his comprehension. Damn it! When did the bombers of the White Bear people become so formidable? Just as Zhao Wui's nerves were tightening, anxious voices suddenly came through the communicator. "Commander, I've been locked on. Commander, I've also been locked on." Zhao Wui felt a wave of panic wash over him. Did these damn white bears really want to play for real? Taking a deep breath, he fought the urge to press the ejection button and yelled into the channel, "Baka! They are bombers, not fighters. You idiots, is your head filled with crap?" Before Zhao Wui could finish his sentence, his mouth dropped open in shock, as 3 white-painted bombers suddenly appeared in his line of sight. "Baka!" Zhao Wui cursed quietly. At this moment, the fire control system of his fighter jet had automatically locked onto the incoming white swans. To Zhao Wui's astonishment, the bombers seemed oblivious to being locked on and continued their approach, causing him to hurriedly reach for the control stick to evade. Just as his hand grazed the stick, the white swan abruptly accelerated and in a blink, zoomed right in front of him, passing directly overhead and disappearing in an instant. In an instant, Zhao Wui's face turned pale. He had heard that the white bear swans flew faster than fighters, but he didn't expect it to be true. What infuriated him was that these damn white bears were insulting him. They flew right over his head in such a brazen manner, as if his missiles were mere decorations. Although he had indeed panicked just now, at this moment, a voice came through the fighter channel. "Commander, what should we do now?" Zhao Wui finally snapped back to reality. Looking at the blip on the radar rapidly moving toward the homeland, his expression suddenly changing. He quickly shouted, "Hurry, intercept them." After saying that, he pushed the throttle hard, and his fighter suddenly accelerated toward the bombers. But to Zhao Wui's despair, despite having the power at maximum, the distance to the bombers not only did not decrease, but instead widened at a visible rate. Baka, angry. Zhao Wui slammed his fist on the onboard display and opened the upper channel, shouting, "Yasha calling Ghost Nest. The enemy bombers are too fast, my aircraft cannot intercept. Requesting to open fire, requesting to open fire." Ghost Nest received. The request to open fire has been reported to the staff department. Please wait for orders. Please wait for orders. Zhao Wui looked at the light spots on the radar, which were getting farther away, and couldn't help but curse under his breath. The enemy aircraft were almost flying into their territory, yet they still had to wait. At this time, the General Staff Department of the Kingdom of Liang was also in chaos. Although they had faced off against the White Bear people numerous times before, it was unprecedented for bombers to approach their territory directly like this. The Chief of Staff, Qingshan Yi, stood with a stern expression in the operations command room, watching the 3 light spots on the radar that were about to enter their airspace, his face darkening with anger. Just then, a general hurried over to Qingshan Yi. "General, the Foreign Affairs Department has already communicated with the White Bear people. They claim that these 3 aircraft are not theirs." Qingshan Yi's eyes lit up instantly, and he ordered in a deep voice, "Shoot them down." Chapter 37, Aircraft in the Sky. Meanwhile, in a new Swan strategic bomber quickly approaching the territorial waters of the Kingdom of Liang, Captain Yang Guan of the Air Force's 102nd Bomber Squadron was focused on piloting the bomber. Suddenly, his co-pilot, Zheng Quan, spoke up, "Captain, weren't you afraid just now?" Yang Guan, looking straight ahead, slowly replied, "They wouldn't dare. The White Bear Empire is not to be trifled with. If the people of Liang dared to attack their bombers, missiles would have already been raining down on them." Zheng Quan was momentarily taken aback, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Yang Guan smiled and turned to look at Zheng Quan, saying, "However, by now they should have reacted. With such a big commotion, the people of Liang should have already communicated with the White Bear people." Sure enough, before Yang Guan's voice had faded, the alarm in the cabin began to flash rapidly, the blinding red light making everyone in the bomber serious. "Report, 3 missiles are flying towards us, directions 120 and 132, distance 45 kilometers. Based on the trajectory, they should be AGZ-3, speed 5 Mach." Yang Guan's expression remained unchanged as he stared intently at the 3 light spots on the radar. When the light spots reached a certain position, he quickly began operating in the cockpit. Suddenly, dozens of decoy flares were ejected from the wings of the bomber, creating bright flames that traced dozens of white lines across the sky. Immediately after, several cylindrical objects were released from the bomber, which then exploded, scattering countless strips of foil like flowers in the wind. At this moment, a missile was already roaring in, but the flames and foil strips caused it to lose its target instantly, flying off in another direction like a headless fly. In the blink of an eye, another missile came in, but like the previous one, it lost its way among the many foil strips. However, when the 3rd missile approached, most of the decoys and foil strips had dissipated. This missile swiftly penetrated the interference zone and shot straight towards the Swan ahead. Seeing this, Yang Guan and the bomber showed no signs of panic. He pushed the throttle with force, and the tail of the bomber was immediately shrouded in white mist, accelerating away as if it had put on a skirt, disappearing from its original position. The pursuing missile followed closely, but by this time, after the initial acceleration, the missile's fuel had nearly run out, entering an inertial flight phase, and its speed was decreasing. It could not catch up to the Swan, which was flying at maximum speed, and soon lost sight of it entirely. After all, one could only fly supersonic for about 10 seconds while the other could maintain supersonic speeds for several minutes, making comparison impossible. Unless the Swan was within the initial range of the air defense missile, with the AGZ-3 missile's speed of 5 Mach, it would have no chance of escaping. But alas, there were no ifs. At this moment, the Swan had already crossed the Threbu Peninsula of the Kingdom of the Rising Sun and was above the Hengi area. Report, arrived at the designated target location. Upon hearing this, Yang Guan's expression became solemn. He pushed the control stick, and the bomber dove towards the ground. Indeed, the aircraft, equipped with an unknown engine, exhibited maneuverability that was completely on par with fighter jets. At the same time, at the Hengi Naval Port. Sakai Chuanichi stood on the podium with passion, energetically addressing the neatly lined-up Navy personnel below. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from the sky, causing Sakai to pause and look up with a gloomy expression. His mouth fell open in disbelief as he saw a massive white-painted aircraft flying low overhead. As it passed, countless sheets of paper rained down from the sky, falling like rain, and one paper struck Sakai. He caught it, looked down, and his face instantly flushed with anger as he shouted, "Baka!" The paper displayed a large hand with a thumb pointing downwards, a blatant mockery of them. After the skyward scattering of leaflets by Yang Guan and his team, they shot straight up into the sky, as dozens of fighter jets were already surrounding them. Right in front of the new Swan, an M-35 fighter jet was roaring towards them, with only a few kilometers separating the two parties. Yang Guan remained calm in the face of danger, a slight smile even playing at the corners of his mouth. He pushed the throttle control all the way down, and the bomber instantly accelerated towards the oncoming fighter jet. At such a distance, with the Swan exceeding several Mach speeds, it would only take a few seconds for the two to collide. The M-35 fighter jet, preparing to launch missiles for interception, was immediately frightened by the massive object suddenly accelerating towards it. There was no time to fire, and the pilot hurriedly maneuvered the control stick to evade. At this moment, the two aircraft were almost within touching distance. Just as they were about to collide, Yang Guan quickly twisted the control stick, causing the massive Swan's right wing to rise, unexpectedly performing a roll in midair. The raised wing of the Swan accidentally sliced through the rapidly evading left wing of the M-35, and the Swan's enormous wing struck the M-35's left wing, tearing it apart instantly. The M-35 lost weight and plummeted straight towards the sea, while the Swan executed a graceful roll in the air before disappearing from sight. This scene was perfectly captured by journalists participating in a ceremony at the naval port. Within just a few minutes, these photos appeared on major websites and news outlets, causing a global sensation. Particularly, one photographer accidentally captured the white tiger emblem on the Swan's fuselage, beneath which were 5 characters in the local script, representing the air force of a place that had never been heard of before. The glaring 5 characters immediately stirred up a storm, and the name of this entity entered the global spotlight for the first time. No one could have imagined that a place previously unknown would prompt a powerful nation to impose sanctions, let alone dare to send bombers into the territory of another nation to drop leaflets, and even take down an M-35 fighter jet so decisively. It all seemed surreal. What was even more curious was how the Swan had become so common. Was it true that people from that region were so desperate? This only piqued the interest of those who loved to explore the unusual. In no time, the entire world was wide-eyed, eager to see what measures the powerful nation and the Sun Kingdom would take next. Chapter 38, The Sword Drawn. In the capital of the White Bear Empire, the supreme leader, Emperor Ai, looked at the intelligence on his desk with a furrowed brow. He glanced around at the imperial officials standing nearby and pointed to the documents, asking, "Can anyone tell me why our bombers appeared in that place? There are even 3 of them. It is known that the White Bear Empire has only 18 of such heavy bombers, and the fact that 3 of them appeared in a small area is quite concerning." The official in charge of intelligence quickly reported, "Your Majesty, we have already investigated. 33 years ago, the Imperial Aviation Group secretly organized a team to produce the White Swan bombers, but the exact number and performance are unknown. We only know that they were equipped with the latest developed aircraft engine at that time. Because this matter was classified, after the planes were completed, not only did all the production personnel go missing, but even the documents were ordered to be destroyed by the then leader. This included information on the engines and some new equipment. As for who they were sold to, that information is now lost." The emperor furrowed his brows even deeper. Such national treasures are always classified, so why were they sold at that time? Feeling troubled, he rubbed his forehead and then shifted his attention to other reports. He casually pulled out a picture showing the White Swan in a head-on confrontation with a fighter jet and asked, "Can our bombers do the same?" Air Force Commander Movich shook his head and replied, "Your Majesty, heavy bombers weigh around 200 to 300 tons. Such heavy aircraft, coupled with their large size, cannot perform overly aggressive maneuvers. If overloaded, it could lead to complete destruction." Movich then showed a look of confusion, continuing, "However, from the video, Ryder's White Swan bomber appears to be as agile as a fighter jet. While it might be related to the pilot, it certainly indicates excellent maneuverability. Not only that, but also its flight speed. An elder standing next to Movich suddenly spoke up excitedly. Their speed is at least above 4 Mach. I can confirm that Ryder's White Swan bomber is a completely new model, fitted with more powerful engines. Unfortunately, such technology was destroyed. If we could master this technology, we would have nothing to fear. The elder's words sparked a gleam in the Emperor's eyes, but his expression soon turned serious. With Ryder making such a significant impact, the White Bear Empire naturally conducted a thorough investigation into him. This was precisely what troubled the Emperor. Li Jin seemed a bit unstable, daring to confront a certain empire and clash head-on with another. Even a certain colonel during his peak did not dare to do so. Yet this individual showed no fear. Not only did he collide with the fighters of the Fiery Sun Kingdom, but he even dared to distribute flyers in their naval port. This was not just a slap in the face. It was akin to being completely humiliated. After pondering for a moment, the Emperor suddenly asked, "Is there any movement from the Kyushu Empire?" The Imperial Chief of Staff quickly replied, "Your Majesty, everything is very calm in the Kyushu Empire, with no actions at all. They seem to be like outsiders." Hearing this, a smile appeared on the Emperor's face. It seems that the high-ranking officials of the Kyushu Empire are also feeling quite stressed dealing with such a troublesome figure. The Emperor had made a decision in his heart. Let's observe the situation for now. As the people of the 9 provinces say, let's see how this mischievous son Wukong escapes the grasp of the Buddha from the western lands. We shall wait and see. Just like the White Bear Empire mentioned, the high-ranking officials of the 9 provinces empire indeed have a lot on their minds, as many questions linger in their thoughts. In the Imperial Palace, Emperor Li Yi, Chief Minister Song Lian, and Marshal Yun Shao were sitting in a pavilion in the Imperial Garden. Song Lian placed a top-secret document on the stone table and said with a smile, "Marshal Yun, according to this document, our Governor Li has quite a few secrets up his sleeve." Yun Shao nodded. "Indeed, it's quite confusing. Let's not mention anything else. Just the White Swan and the 3 warships. Where did these come from? Our intelligence department hasn't been able to uncover any useful information." Song Lian frowned. Could it be that these were provided to him by the White Bear people? These weapons certainly have a strong White Bear style. Yun Shao shook his head. While these weapons bear the shadows of the White Bear people, they are already completely different. As you can see from the report, both the warships and bombers have far surpassed the weapons of the White Bear people. We can only say they are wearing a coat of White Bear skin. Song Lian nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Li Yi, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "We have plenty of time to investigate these matters. But what is most important now is to think about how to respond to the upcoming situation." Li Yi's words caused the brows of Song Lian and Yun Shao to furrow tightly. Yun Shao, with a serious expression, said, "We just received news that the 2 aircraft carrier battle groups of the Sunlit people have left Yongjing Bay. Additionally, we have learned that the Westerners have secretly provided the Sunlit people with 20 M-35 vertical takeoff and landing fighter jets, which are now deployed on the 2 aircraft carriers." Humph. Song Lian snorted heavily. These Sunlit people are becoming increasingly audacious. After thinking for a moment, he looked up at Li Yi and said, "Your Majesty, although I have never met Li Jin, from his performance, he doesn't seem to be a reckless person without strategy. Perhaps everything he is doing now is already well thought out. My suggestion is that we should observe the situation for a while." As soon as Song Lian's opinion was voiced, the air in the pavilion suddenly became tense. Li Yi subtly frowned, not responding immediately but instead turned his gaze to Yun Shao. "Marshal Yun, what is your opinion?" Yun Shao cast a quick glance at the serious Song Lian, then looked at Li Yi, whose eyes were fixed intently on him. He suddenly felt dry-mouthed and opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. After a moment, Yun Shao finally made up his mind. "Your Majesty, Chief Minister, this time presents us with the best opportunity to control Lai Durong. If Li Jin is indeed eliminated by the Westerners, we may never have another chance." Unexpected words from Yun Shao changed Song Lian's expression immediately. Without waiting for Li Yi to speak, he directly said, "Your Majesty, if we can't make a decision, I think we should invite the speaker to come over for a discussion before we decide." Li Yi's originally smiling face suddenly stiffened. On Raid Rong's island, at the operations center, Li Yu pointed at the large electronic map on the table and said, "Commander, the 2 helicopter carrier battle groups from the Fiery Sun Nation are rapidly approaching us. They are less than 500 nautical miles from our territorial waters." Li Jin looked at the series of light spots on the map and let out a cold laugh. "Order. Strategic Strike Forces. 1 Sarmat Missile. Target. Enemy Fleet." Chapter 39. The rising mushroom cloud. Raidrong's island is located in a very open area in the northeastern part of the island, where several conical iron towers, each over 10 meters tall, stand. Surrounding the towers are 4 huge square manhole covers. This is where Li Jin has chosen the 4 Sarmat missile launch silos. Beep. Beep. At this moment, a beeping sound suddenly echoed above the launch base, and then one of the square manhole covers opened. Within a few breaths, a massive missile was ejected from the launch silo. The Sarmat Super Heavy missile uses cold launch technology, relying on compressed air expelled from the missile's bottom cover to launch the entire missile out of the silo. At this point, the missile had been launched into the air, and the bottom cover immediately detached, igniting sideways and flying out. The rocket engine at the bottom of the missile then spewed out scorching flames, propelling the missile rapidly into the sky. The blazing flames sprayed onto the ground, instantly raising thick white smoke that quickly spread in all directions. Under the powerful thrust of the rocket engine, the missile flew faster and faster until it became a mere black dot. This scene happened to be witnessed by Professor Su and his team, who were in Bougainville City for disaster relief. They merely glanced at it without much reaction. Only Zheng Hui and Yan Rui looked horrified, exchanging glances and exclaiming in unison, "Ballistic missile." At this moment, Zheng Hui's mind was completely in disarray. How could Li Jin possess such a treasure? How could there be so many powerful weapons? After a while, Zheng Hui regained his senses and hurriedly said, "No. I need to report this back to the homeland immediately." Yan Rui looked in the direction the missile disappeared with a very complex expression and said, "It's too late. Everything that should have been detected has already been detected." As Yan Rui mentioned, once the intercontinental missile entered the atmosphere, it was detected by the missile defense systems of major powers. In an instant, the nerves of the major powers became tense. In the Empire of Marika, at the 5-star building, Willis stood in the headquarters command room, looking at the huge red dot on the radar display with a wary expression. He never expected that in such a remote place as Raidrong, there would be such a devastating weapon as an intercontinental missile. In just a matter of seconds, the missile had already burst through the atmosphere and entered subspace. At that moment, a voice in the operations room reported that the missile had entered suborbital trajectory, heading northwest. Immediately, a gasp was heard as someone exclaimed, "Based on the trajectory calculations, its target is the kingdom of the fiery sun." Willis's heart sank, and he quickly said, "Hurry. Initiate the interception procedure. Notify the fiery sun side immediately." The entire operations room became bustling with activity, and the missile interception systems deployed in the Far East also went into combat readiness. Meanwhile, the second-stage rocket engine of the missile, now in suborbital flight, had already ignited, causing the missile to vanish from its original position. At speeds of 20 to 30 Mach, it flew several kilometers in the blink of an eye. Moments later, the second-stage rocket booster suddenly detached, followed by the ignition of the third-stage rocket. With the adjustments of the small thrusters at the bottom of the rocket, the missile abruptly turned and dove down towards the atmosphere. This unexpected maneuver left those preparing for mid-course interception in shock. Was the missile not aimed at the kingdom of the fiery sun? Just as everyone was puzzled, a voice from the operations room rang out, "Not good. Its target is the fleet of the fiery sun." Only then did everyone realize, but it was already too late. The intercontinental missile had entered terminal guidance, and the chance of interception was extremely slim. The countdown had essentially begun the moment it began its descent. Now, with only the third-stage booster remaining, the missile passed through the atmosphere, and the protective shield at the front detached, revealing 3 warheads and dozens of smaller decoy warheads inside. Li Jin did not intend to create too much commotion and only carried 3 warheads with a yield of 750,000 tons. As soon as these warheads were released from the protective shield, they were propelled out, spinning rapidly as they plunged towards the sea where the fiery sun fleet was located. At this moment, the fleet had also received the news. However, looking at the radar filled with warheads, everyone felt despair. Although they knew that most of the warheads were fakes, if just one were real, it would mean their complete destruction. On a helicopter carrier, the fleet commander shouted in desperation, "Quick, launch all missiles to intercept them." Intercept them. In an instant, countless missiles soared from the warships, but the warheads, already in terminal guidance, had already descended into the sea the moment the missiles were launched. Following that, towering waves over 1,000 meters high rose from the sea, surging in all directions. The helicopter carrier, caught at the center of the explosion, was instantly overturned by the massive waves, plunging into the ocean. In the blink of an eye, the enormous fleet of the fiery sun was engulfed by the overwhelming waves. At that moment, everyone standing before the screen seemed to turn mute, all losing their voices and staring in shock at the raging waves on the screen. 80 years had passed, and the destructive power of nuclear weapons was once again displayed before the world. The Melaga Empire. Willis stared at the images transmitted by the satellite, swallowing hard. His voice a bit hoarse as he said, "Maybe we should change our strategy. There's an old saying, the soft fear the hard fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are fearless. And Li Jin is that fearless one. No, he's a madman, a downright lunatic. No one knows how many nuclear bombs that damn guy has. Just the thought of a nuclear bomb being thrown at me while I sleep sends a shiver down my spine." He quickly added, "Immediately halt all actions against Li Durong. I need to meet with Mr. General T." In the Great Bear Empire, the Emperor was also sitting in a small conference room, looking at the images transmitted by the satellite. The overwhelming waves on the screen filled his eyes with complex emotions, and he finally said, "He's a tough guy. I'm not as good as him." He then stood up and looked at the shocked officials behind him, saying, "This matter has come to an end. Dulwike, you immediately send someone to contact Li Durong and say that we, the Great Bear Empire, are willing to establish diplomatic relations with them. We need such an ally." At this moment, the Emperor looked relaxed. Only he knew the immense pressure he had been under during this time. Now that someone was helping him share the burden, he couldn't be happier. In the Zhou Empire, Li Yi, Song Lian, and the Grand Speaker of the Imperial Parliament, Zhong Lifeng, were also in a small conference room, sitting in front of the screen. Sitting to the left of Li Yi, Song Lian's expression was dark and uncertain. He sighed, "We really underestimated him." Chapter 40. The Kickback System. The towering waves rising in the Pacific Ocean did not go unnoticed by just the three major powers. Many countries in the second tier also possessed early warning interception capabilities and naturally saw the events unfold. Some countries' television channels even broadcasted the images immediately. After all, in an information age where distance is no longer a barrier, the transmission of news happens in an instant. Suddenly, the fear of nuclear war surged, leaving the entire world speechless. Many countries were trembling in fear, thinking, "A madman, a downright lunatic." This was the only thought in everyone's mind. What surprised everyone, however, was that despite the terrifying night, nothing happened. Both the heavily damaged Sun Kingdom and its patron, the Melaga Empire, seemed eerily quiet, not a single sound. As people were puzzled, some began to understand. The Meligans were afraid. Indeed, the Meligans were truly afraid. Despite their immense anger, they found they had no way to deal with Li Jin because they didn't know his trump card. A place they couldn't probe, combined with a madman, made the deterrent effect far more complex than simple arithmetic. It was like asking a super-rich person who indulges every day to compete in a knife fight with a beggar who has nothing. Do you think that's possible? Wealth can be a burden. Those standing at the pinnacle of the world have lost the ambition to take risks, at least until they have figured out Li Jin's background. No one would foolishly provoke a madman. On the Radarong Islands, although there are no satellites, there are plenty of radars, which naturally keep track of the outcomes. After a full day and night of waiting, watching the radar without any significant movement, Li Jin finally relaxed, a smile creeping onto his face. He could finally sleep soundly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing task number 7. Rewards have been issued to the system space. Li Jin, momentarily startled awake, quickly summoned the system interface, which appeared before him, displaying the rewards for this task. Task number 7 rewards. 1. A semiconductor equipment and precision instrument manufacturing base. This base possesses the complete production technology, personnel, and equipment from ASML and Zyvex Labs. 2. 6,666 gold bars. Li Jin looked at the string of sixes at the bottom and couldn't help but break into a wide smile. The glory days of Li the landowner had returned. He walked back to his office, feeling refreshed, but instead of resting, he headed straight to the map of Radarong on his desk. Since he had drawn such good rewards, he needed to put them to use quickly. Suddenly, Li Jin slapped his forehead. He seemed to have forgotten something important. In the midst of thinking about how to engage in battle, he had completely overlooked the system's help with clearing the islands. System, has the construction team arrived? Ding. Please note, host, the construction team arrived at Radarong 2 days ago and is currently working. Li Jin's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the system to actually bring him a construction team. Filled with curiosity, He wanted to see what kind of monster the system had recruited, capable of clearing thousands of square kilometers in just a month. With this thought in mind, Li Jin couldn't sit still and turned to walk out the door. About 10 minutes later, Li Jin, accompanied by Song Hai, arrived at the eastern part of Raiderong, where it borders the new land. As soon as he got out of the car, he was stunned by the sight before him. The muddy ground, once covered with coral and marine debris, was now densely packed with various construction equipment, and groups of people wearing blue safety helmets were busily working. The scene was bustling with activity. While Li Jin was in awe, a plump middle-aged man approached him quickly, smiling broadly and bowing slightly. "Hello, General. My surname is Wu, and my name is Ren. I am the General Manager of the Legendary Group's construction team 1111007588888911. Li Jin was momentarily confused by the series of numbers coming out of Wu Ziren's mouth, but he didn't pay much attention to it. With a curious expression, he asked, "Where are you all from?" Wu Ziren replied with surprise, "General, what are you talking about? Aren't we your people?" Li Jin was taken aback for a moment, looking at the smiling Wu Ziren. With only one thought in his mind, this guy is definitely not a robot. He sighed, realizing that Wu Ziren clearly wouldn't say anything more. Feeling a bit bored, Li Jin found himself losing interest. At that moment, Wu Ziren leaned closer with a grin, saying, "General, if you have any requests, feel free to mention them. As long as it's related to agriculture, forestry, water conservancy, or engineering, we can provide you with the best service." Li Jin glanced at Wu Ziren, who resembled a sycophant, and casually said, "Then create the world's top beach for me." Wu Ziren's face immediately lit up with a big smile. "General, that counts as an additional project, and you'll need to provide a small reward." Li Jin looked at Wu Ziren, whose eyes were nearly squinting with delight, and couldn't help but feel speechless. This scheming businessman. Didn't we agree that he could ask for anything? "How much do you want?" Wu Ziren quickly replied, "Not much. Not much, just 10 gold bars." Li Jin's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but rub his ears, asking again, "How many did you just say?" Wu Ziren was startled by Li Jin's reaction and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "General, if you think that's too much, 8 gold bars will do." He then patted his chest and confidently assured him, "General, our group is the largest engineering contractor in the system realm, and our projects are renowned across all realms. Absolutely worth the price." Li Jin glared at Wu Ziren, gritting his teeth, and asked, "How much did you charge for this project?" Wu Ziren looked at Li Jin curiously and replied honestly, 5,500 gold bars. Li Jin's expression darkened instantly, and he nearly exploded with anger. 5,005 gold bars. Damn it. This system is a scheming merchant, charging him 55,000 gold bars. That's a tenfold markup. His heart was blackened with rage. Chapter 41. I want a city. The more Li Jin thought about it, the angrier he became, and he couldn't help but curse in his mind. "System. You damn thief, how dare you rob me? He had trusted you so much. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Just as Li Jin finished cursing, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Please pay attention to your wording. Dogs cannot give birth to systems." Ding. The system has received the host feedback. Please be informed that according to the newly enacted Labor Protection Law Article 24 in the system realm, the system has the right to charge a fee for services beyond the original ones to promote the host's self-sufficiency. Li Jin couldn't help but be stunned. Why was his system different from others? There's even a law to protect it. Of course, Li Jin was just venting his frustrations. The system had actually been very helpful to him. It had just rewarded him with a significant sum of money. After all, the benefits come from the source, and he could always earn it back later. Li Jin kept reassuring himself with positive thoughts, which made him feel a bit better. He then took a deep breath and asked Wu Ziren how much it would cost to build a governor's mansion. Wu Ziren quickly replied, 1 gold bar? Li Jin was taken aback. It seemed the gold bars provided by the system were worth much more than he had imagined. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he asked, "What if I wanted to build a city? How much would that cost?" Hearing this, Wu Ziren's eyes lit up with excitement. He eagerly replied, "General, that depends on how big you want it. We can customize it to your specifications." Li Jin pondered for a moment and asked, "How much would it cost for a city that can accommodate 5 million people?" He was wary of the system's potential hidden costs and thought it best to get everything he wanted built at once. Wu Ziren responded, "General, what era are you envisioning? Modern style or ancient style? Do you want all the city facilities or just the skyscrapers?" Without hesitation, Li Jin said, "Modern style." Just build it like the most bustling area of Shanghai City. I want a complete city that can be lived in directly, not just a bunch of buildings. Wu Ziran didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned and called to a few burly men behind him. After a brief discussion, he approached Li Jin and said, "General, since you have already designated the new territory's purpose, we suggest rebuilding a new city in the northern plain area of the existing island. It would cover approximately 230 square kilometers and can comfortably accommodate 1 million residents. As for the impact of typhoons and oceanic climate, we can construct a sturdy seawall along the northern coastline for you." Li Jin nodded at Wu Ziran's suggestion. He had been a bit presumptuous. Finding enough people to fill a city for 5 million would be quite a challenge. He immediately agreed. "All right, let's go with your plan. How much will it cost?" Wu Ziran quickly replied, "General, it's not much. Including all the city facilities, it will only require 400 gold bars." Li Jin's eyes widened in surprise. A city that could accommodate 1 million people would only cost a little over 4,000 gold bars. That seemed too cheap. Noticing Li Jin's silence, Wu Ziran's expression turned anxious. He quickly added, "General, we are here to do business. I can waive the change, so you only need to spend 4,000 gold bars to have a modern, pleasant city that can accommodate 1 million people." A smile crept onto Li Jin's face. "How long will it take?" "We need 3 months, Wu Ziran explained. "General, this is the fastest timeline possible. If we rush it, it might cause you some trouble." Li Jin nodded. The sudden appearance of a city would indeed attract some people's attention. These things are not like weapons that can be justified in some way. He immediately agreed, saying, "All right, let's do it this way. By the way, build me a governor's mansion. I want a blend of Eastern and Western styles. You all figure it out. As for the area, I think 100 or 200 acres would be enough." After a moment of thought, Li Jin added, "Also, build me a Universal Studios, a Fantawild, a Disneyland, and a large zoo and botanical garden. Oh, and build 2 universities for me as well. Just make sure they are big and beautiful. After all, it won't cost too much, so let's just do everything at once." Wu Ziran spoke up, "General, do you want us to handle the usage rights for these 3 amusement parks? It only requires 1 gold bar for all 3, which would save you some trouble, right?" "All right, let's go with what you said." Li Jin generously waved his hand and asked, "How much do we need in total?" Wu Ziran replied, "General, it will cost a total of 4,400 gold bars." Li Jin smiled with satisfaction, realizing he was still making a profit. He gave Wu Ziran a few more instructions before turning to get into the car, asking Songhai to drive to a recently cleared open area. Then, he communicated with the system in his mind. "System, extract the engine manufacturing plant." As soon as Li Jin's voice fell, a white mist suddenly appeared in the open area ahead, and then it vanished. Before him stood a vast factory that seemed to stretch endlessly, covering more than 4,000 acres, an astonishing concept. While it was called a factory, it was actually a production base made up of dozens of supporting factories. "System, also extract the semiconductor production base for me," Li Jin instructed again in his mind. Once more, a white mist enveloped the area opposite the engine factory, and soon a large complex of buildings emerged before Li Jin's eyes. At that moment, the sound of car engines roared, and a long line of 22 Land Rover Range Rovers drove out from the engine base, stopping not far from Li Jin. A large group of people got out of the cars, led by a middle-aged white man in his 40s, who jogged over to Li Jin and bowed, saying, "Sir, my name is Yurt, and I am the head of the power base." He then introduced the people behind him, all of whom were senior executives and scientists from the power base. At this time, a large group of people from the semiconductor base also emerged, led by a middle-aged man with yellow skin. "Sir, my name is Helian Chung, and I am the head of the semiconductor base." Li Jin nodded at both groups and said, "The power base will be renamed Jojo Power Group. Yurt, you will be the CEO. The semiconductor base will be renamed Jojo Precision Group. Helian Chung, you will be the CEO." Excitement immediately appeared on the faces of Yurt and Helian Chung, who hurriedly thanked Li Jin. "Do you have any issues that need resolving right now? I'm here to help you solve them." Li Jin asked again. Itel quickly spoke up. "Commander, the main issue is electricity. Without power, our factory cannot start operations at all. And there's also the problem of meals. If we want to begin work, we are short on raw materials. With our current raw material reserves, we can only produce 500 units of a certain engine model." Li Jin couldn't help but slap his forehead. How could he have forgotten such an important issue? Water and electricity are indeed significant problems. At this moment, Helian Chung interjected. "Commander, Besides the issues mentioned by Mr. Attelt, we also need to recruit workers. Currently, most of the staff in the factory are technical personnel, and we are lacking nearly 70% of ordinary workers. Li Jin frowned slightly. How many people do you need? Helian Chen quickly replied. Our factory operates on a full industrial chain, so we need quite a few people, around 15,000. Li Jin nodded. You all get familiar with the environment first. I will resolve these issues as soon as possible. After sending the two groups away, Li Jin turned to Song Hai, who was following behind, and instructed, Song Hai, go find Wu Ziren and have him build a road here as well. We'll settle the payment together. Song Hai raised his hand in salute and turned to leave. Li Jin then summoned the treasury shop and entered military power generation equipment in the search box. The page immediately filled with a plethora of devices. Li Jin wanted to build a city for 1 million people, and with the added industrial power consumption, it would require at least hundreds of billions of kilowatt-hours per year. There was no point in considering thermal power plants or hydraulic hubs. They simply didn't have the conditions for that. As for advanced energy sources and various peculiar energy options, Li Jin skimmed past them. They were too expensive, with prices reaching millions or hundreds of thousands of gold bars, which was not something a local tycoon could afford. Li Jin's gaze landed on nuclear power generation, and he soon discovered what he was looking for, a Model 1 integrated nuclear power station, codenamed Golden Crow. Description: this is a controllable nuclear fusion device from the wandering Earth world, originally used to power planetary engines, with a minimum annual output of 102 billion kilowatt-hours, and can be placed entirely underwater. Price: 72,000 gold bars. Li Jin looked at the page's description and couldn't help but click his tongue. The power generation of 20 billion watt-hours exceeds that of the Yangtze River Dam. However, the price was also quite staggering. It was a dilemma. He couldn't decide whether to buy it or not. Li Jin lowered his head and browsed through again. Although there were many good items, 99 were beyond his reach. The remaining options were either too small, inconvenient, or unsuitable, or they were too bizarre and strange. He worried that if he couldn't get the power sorted out, it might lead to some alien invasion scenario, which would be quite a joke. Li Jin felt a bit of a headache. The entire operation of his domain relied on the gold bars he maintained, and if he spent it all here, he feared he wouldn't be able to support himself. Ding. Please be informed, Task 8 is being generated. Just then, the system that he had just scolded suddenly popped up, causing Li Jin to pause for a moment. The system's speed in offering benefits was surprisingly quick. He couldn't help but look at the luminous screen before him. Task number 8. Red sleeves, add fragrance. As a powerful ruler, don't you feel a bit lonely at night? Host. Have you tossed and turned? Have you lost sleep? That's right. Host, you are in need of love. Please follow your heart and recruit 1 administrative assistant, 1 life assistant, 1 confidential assistant, 1 writing assistant, and 1 communication assistant locally. The system's only requirement is that they must have good looks and an appealing demeanor, whether graceful or handsome. Rewards. 1. A complete nuclear power plant, Golden Crow number 1. Note that all staff will be provided. 2. A large seawater desalination plant, annual desalination capacity of 72 million tons. Note that a sewage treatment plant will be included, capable of processing 80 million tons of sewage annually. Both plants will be equipped with management and technical personnel, while ordinary employees must be recruited by the host. 3. A VC-25B special aircraft equipped with dedicated pilots, which can be utilized immediately after the host accepts the task. Li Jin looked at the task given by the system, and his expression darkened immediately. Was this damn system looking down on him? As the esteemed governor of Lade Rome and a general of the empire, he could attract countless women with just a wave of his hand. Moreover, look at the system's requirements. So pretentious. Wasn't it just about having fair skin, good looks, and long legs? As for the last requirement mentioned by the system, Li Jin completely ignored it. He was a man of substance. While Li Jin despised the system in his mind, the rewards it offered filled his head with a single thought. What a great deal. Where should he go to recruit? Li Jin pondered as he rested his chin on his hand. Maybe he should visit his alma mater, and also bring his grandparents over. They had worked hard their whole lives and deserved to enjoy a peaceful life. Just thinking about his grandparents made Li Jin feel a surge of urgency. He truly envied the Li Jin of this world, who was loved and cared for by so many. In his previous life, although he had parents, their relationship was very poor. They had thrown him to live with his grandmother in the countryside while they took his siblings to the city. This separation lasted for more than a decade. As Li Jin recalled his previous life, his mood turned oppressive, prompting him to shake off those thoughts and focus on what else he might have overlooked. With the treasure shop available, he lacked nothing except for people. Moreover, there was the issue of self-sufficiency. Although the treasure shop had everything, it was all bought with money, wasn't it? From Wu Ziren and others. It was clear that the system's gold bars were quite precious. Using them to buy food and drinks seemed cheap. But based on the prices Wu Ziren had given him earlier, it was absurdly expensive. Spending valuable gold bars on ordinary items, while he felt it was worth it. He had to realize that Li Jin was no longer just an individual, but a man with over 5,000 square kilometers of land. If he relied solely on the system's resources, how would he maintain the economic structure of Lade Rome? Was it all about making money without spending it? In his view, earning money that couldn't be spent was the greatest tragedy. Only money that flows is real money. Otherwise, it's just a pile of worthless paper. It seems it's time to make a big move. Chapter 43. The Megan family arrives. System, do you have any administrative personnel? Li Jin suddenly thought in his mind. Because he realized a problem. If the operation is this large, having no available administrative staff would be a disaster. Ding. Please be informed. This system is military-oriented and does not have the capability to summon administrative personnel. Please resolve this on your own. Upon hearing this, Li Jin couldn't help but show a look of disappointment. It seemed that taking shortcuts was not an option, but he quickly regained his spirits. There are plenty of soldiers available, and besides, who is born to be an official? It's all learned in the end. Moreover, Li Jin figured it out. As long as he holds the power, what does it matter if the territory is governed by someone else? If anyone dares to be sly, they can be dealt with directly. Unknowingly, over 20 days passed. The world seemed calm, while a loud noise from the Pacific had faded from the uproar to silence. Someone once said that a fish's memory lasts 7 seconds, and the internet's memory lasts about 7 days. Once the heat passes, people just go back to their lives as if nothing happened. Li Jin finally understood this now. At Leidrong Airport, after over 20 days of rescue efforts, the disaster in Jiuchonga City had been mostly managed, so Professor Su and his team had no reason to stay. To bid farewell to them, Li Jin even organized a grand send-off ceremony. While Professor Su and his team were pleased, Yin Ruoi and Zheng Hui wore gloomy expressions because they had spent so many days here without gathering any useful information. Though they seemed free, they could only move around the vicinity of Jiuchonga City. If they tried to go anywhere else, they would be stopped. Even their UAV, which they had secretly launched, was shot down by a sniper almost immediately, causing them to be on edge for quite some time. As for Li Jin, since that brief encounter 20 days ago, it was as if he had vanished from the world, only showing up today to send them off from a distance at the podium, without giving them a chance to meet. This left them unable to find any reason to stay. They could only board the plane with long faces. At the podium under the airport terminal, Li Jin watched as the large transport plane gradually disappeared into the sky, a smile appearing on his face. At that moment, Songhai hurried out of the terminal and approached Li Jin, saying, "General, the Munkto from the Megan family has arrived." Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Jin's face grew even wider. "The god of wealth has come. Please invite him over." Before long, Songhai brought over 2 people. Leading the way was a young white man in his 20s, looking like a second-generation heir, with a hint of defiance in his eyes. Monko followed closely behind. "Hello, General." As soon as Monko saw Li Jin, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and he quickly approached with outstretched hands. Li Jin raised his hand to shake Monko's, and without waiting for him to speak, he got straight to the point. "Mr. Monko, where is my gold?" Monko was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered someone as direct as Li Jin when it came to asking for money. You heard it right. Li Jin was now a prominent figure, having survived a confrontation with a powerful empire. Few in the world could claim the same, and Li Jin certainly ranked among them. After a brief pause, Monko quickly responded, "Rest assured, General, we have prepared the gold worth 10 billion. Is that so? Since it's ready, then please send it over." Monko found himself momentarily speechless at Li Jin's nonchalant demeanor. Suddenly, a disdainful snort broke the tension, and Li Jin's expression darkened as he turned to look at the young man Monko had brought along. The young man wore a look of contempt, seemingly unfazed by Li Jin's dark glare, and brazenly scrutinized him as if he were inspecting merchandise. Monko sensed trouble when he heard the snort, and as he saw Li Jin's expression darken, he quickly said, "General, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Victor, the 12th heir of the Rosvade family." Li Jin's gaze sharpened, He had certainly heard of the Rosvade family, a legendary lineage rumored to possess assets worth 50 to 60 trillion, claiming to be the wealthiest family in the world. Victor, noticing Li Jin's change in expression, raised his head high, trying to project an air of superiority. Li Jin felt a surge of irritation. "Mr. Victor, do you know what is not tolerated in our territory?" he suddenly asked. Victor was momentarily stunned before he could react. He saw Li Jin raise his leg and kick out. Caught off guard, Victor was struck right between his legs, and an agonizing scream erupted. Looking at Victor, who was curled up in pain on the ground, Li Jin calmly said, "In our territory, we do not tolerate arrogance." Monko was horrified by Li Jin's actions and quickly stepped in front of him, saying, "General, he is still just a child. For the sake of mercy, please forgive him." Li Jin coldly responded, "Mr. Monko, mercy will not save him. It will only send him to hell." Monko shivered at Li Jin's chilling tone and quickly said, "General, what do you need?" A smile finally appeared on Li Jin's face as he slowly replied, "I need more money." Without hesitation, Monko agreed, "No problem." "Good, that's straightforward." Li Jin immediately praised, "I, Li Jin, am not a stingy person. A flat price, 1 billion May gold." Meng Keita's expression changed instantly. 1 billion May gold was astronomical for him. For a moment, Meng Keita hesitated. Seeing this, Li Jin's expression immediately turned cold. Without saying a word, he pulled out the gun from his waist. The crisp sound of the bullet being chambered made Victor, who was lying on the ground and moaning in pain, suddenly stiffen. He quickly raised his head and said, "I have it. I'm willing to pay. I'm willing to pay." "Humph," Li Jin coldly snorted. 1 billion May gold is a friendly price for Mr. Meng Keita. You think you deserve it? If you want it, it's 10 billion May gold. Saying this, Li Jin directly aimed the gun at Victor. "Otherwise, you can only die." Victor was immediately frightened, nodding repeatedly and shouting, "I have it. I have the money." Li Jin was taken aback. It seemed the Ross family really had money, as anyone could casually take out 10 billion May gold. Perhaps he could pay them a visit sometime. A thought suddenly popped into Li Jin's mind. "Songhai, take him to transfer the money." Before long, Songhai brought Victor back. "General, the transfer is complete." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Li Jin's face. And then he made a shocking move that left everyone present in disbelief. He directly raised the gun in his hand and aimed it at Victor. Bang! Victor's forehead instantly had a blood hole, and he fell straight back. Meng Keita looked at Victor lying in a pool of blood. His mind froze for a moment. Filled with one thought, Li Jin has gone mad, daring to kill a member of the Ross family. You actually killed him. He is one of the heirs of the Ross family. They will definitely not let this go. Li Jin slowly put the gun back in its holster and calmly said, "If I don't kill him, will they not come looking for trouble with me?" Meng Keita was immediately speechless. "All right, let us not discuss this any further. Where's the gold?" Li Jin suddenly changed the subject, looking at Meng Keita with a smile. Although Li Jin appeared warm, Meng Keita felt a chill run down his spine. He was already regretting coming here. Li Jin was too unpredictable. One misstep could cost him dearly. What made Meng Keita even more nervous was that he didn't have any 100 billion May gold worth of gold. The Megan family wasn't foolish. As one of the top families in the empire, how could they cooperate with the enemies of the empire? Every action they took had purpose and carried a hint of national interest. They had been secretly controlling certain individuals. And now they were facing someone who played by different rules, leading to this unexpected situation. Mokto looked at Li Jin's smiling expression, and his mind suddenly felt frozen, not knowing how to find an excuse. When he saw Li Jin's expression gradually becoming impatient, Mokto could only brace himself and say, "General, the gold is already stored in a bank in a certain kingdom. As long as we reach an agreement, we can transfer it to you at any time." Li Jin was naturally not a fool. Just by looking at Mokto's expression, he knew that these guys wanted to pull a fast one on him. He wasn't someone like that naive fellow from the business world. However, he didn't rush to show his impatience. Instead, he asked with a smile, "How do you want to cooperate?" Then he pointed at the victor lying on the ground and asked, "And what's this guy doing here?" Seeing Li Jin smile again, Mokto immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had successfully deceived him. He quickly replied, "General, didn't we agree on this before? We will provide you with financial assistance. But as you know, a small place like Leidrong, with just a few tens of thousands of people, cannot support a bank. Therefore, we have a small request. We hope you can allow us to send an evaluation team to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the Leidrong Islands." Seemingly afraid that Li Jin might misunderstand, he quickly emphasized again, "General, Please don't get me wrong. This is just a normal assessment. It can not only promote our cooperation, but also provide data support for your future development. Li Jin looked at Mongdo, who was swearing that he was thinking of him, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mongdo probably didn't know an ancient saying in the East. Explanation is a disguise. Did he really think he was naive? Such a clumsy lie dared to be used to fool him? Of course. They in the West didn't have thousands of years of cultural heritage, so they might not know what profound knowledge is. Perhaps in their eyes, this was already a brilliant strategy. After all, they had used such strategies to bring down countless countries. However, he wasn't someone who would be easily fooled. The smile on Li Jin's face grew wider, and he showed a grateful expression as he grasped Mongdo's hand. Mr. Mongdo, your proposal is a tremendous help to us in Leidrong. On behalf of the tens of thousands of people of Leidrong, I thank you for your generosity. Mongdo, who was initially a bit anxious, felt relieved at once. It seemed that these people from the East weren't as shrewd as others said. He had indeed managed to deceive them. By the way, Mr. Mongdo, you still haven't told me what this Victor is here for, Li Jin asked with a puzzled expression. Although Mongdo had not completely let down his guard, Li Jin's sincere demeanor was indeed somewhat deceptive. Moreover, this matter wasn't a secret, so he immediately said, General, you may not know, but the Ross family is selecting an heir, and this Victor is one of many competitors. Perhaps it is your displayed strength that attracted him, Mr. Victor wants to bring you under his wing to gain leverage. Mongdo spread his hands helplessly and said, the legend of the Ross family. The general should have heard of it too. I'm just a small bank manager, completely unable to resist. While Mongdo's face showed helplessness, he felt a sense of glee inside. That damned Li Jin could just wait for the revenge of the Ross family, as long as he completed his mission. Whether that damned guy Li Jin lived or died was none of his concern. Li Jin, upon hearing what he wanted, waved his hand and said, Mr. Mongdo, it's settled then. I still have matters to attend to, so please go ahead. Mongdo quickly replied, General Li, I'll take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Li Jin again, Mongdo turned and walked towards the terminal. As soon as Mongdo turned away, Li Jin's expression suddenly turned cold. He raised his hand and signaled to a nearby infantry fighting vehicle, then pointed at the retreating Mongdo. The turret of the fighting vehicle immediately rotated, and the coaxial 7.62mm machine gun slowly lowered to aim at Mongdo, who had already walked several meters away. Bang, bang, bang. A series of metal bullets instantly whistled out, hitting Mongdo in an instant, and blood splattered everywhere, reducing Mongdo to a pile of mangled flesh. Looking at Mongdo's tragic state, Li Jin couldn't help but snort coldly, thinking, offending him and still wanting to leave unscathed. Does he really think I'm easy to deal with? Songhai quickly approached Li Jin. General, immediately issue an order to confiscate all the assets of the Megan family under Raid Rome. Yes, General. Wait. Li Jin called to stop Songhai, who was about to leave. You need to gather all the remaining citizens of Jiuchonga City and tell them that for their safety, I will send them all to Saipan Island, claiming that the Raid Rome government has already rebuilt their homes there. They don't need to worry about their future lives. Also, go find Wu Ziran right now and tell him I'm giving him 1 day to build a town on Saipan Island that can accommodate 30,000 to 40,000 people. Money is not an issue. Since the entire table has been overturned, we might as well break it and reconstruct it. Move these citizens to another island. Just right for him to showcase his skills and create a brand new Raid Rome. Li Yu, you go notify the cabinet of the Kyushu Empire. Just say that I will return to the mainland in the next couple of days to handle some matters. Chapter 45, The Show. April 10th, Raid Rome Airport. Although it was April, the Raid Rome archipelago has a maritime climate, with temperatures remaining between 20 to 30 degrees Celsius year-round. However, it did not feel hot. Instead, it felt comfortable and pleasant. At this moment, Li Jin was wearing a dark gray polo shirt as he walked through the airport terminal. These clothes were brought to him by Zheng Hui, including administrative jackets, military uniforms, and trench coats, in several large boxes. You wouldn't believe it. I don't even know what material this shirt is made of, but it feels particularly comfortable to wear, making one feel exceptionally confident, as if the whole world is under their feet. Behind Li Jin, there were more than 30 robust men dressed in tactical shirts and pants. Although these tactical outfits looked similar to ordinary clothing, their stern expressions and the occasional glint of sharpness in their eyes indicated they were not ordinary individuals. This was to be expected, as they were special forces, not just security personnel. At that moment, a tall, young man with a cold and resolute demeanor quickly approached Li Jin and saluted, saying, "General, everything is ready. We can depart." Li Jin nodded and led the way towards the airport runway. At this time, two large aircraft were already stationed at the airport. One was Li Jin's private jet, a VC-25B, and the other was a C-5 transport aircraft, specifically for transporting vehicles. As a regional power holder, it was important to maintain a certain grandeur. To that end, Li Jin had specially purchased 2 bulletproof Cadillac DTS vehicles and 5 bulletproof Cadillac Escalade SUVs from a local store. He was now a target in the eyes of certain individuals, so safety could not be taken lightly. ZMO walked alongside Li Jin and said, "General, we have communicated with the Imperial Cabinet. The 36 members of the Scorpion Special Operations Team can enter the country, and they can carry their weapons as well. Additionally, to ensure your safety, the local security agency and station troops will be fully prepared." Li Jin nodded. As the safest country in the world, he was not particularly worried about any mishaps, just needed to be cautious on the way there. While they were talking, Li Jin had already arrived at the bottom of the private jet staircase. Only upon reaching the aircraft did he realize its enormous size, comparable to a Boeing 747, just with a different name. Just imagining its grandeur was enough. Once inside the cabin, even though Li Jin had envisioned its luxury, it still exceeded his expectations. It truly lived up to its reputation as a mobile palace. However, he felt a twinge of regret as he noticed the vast cabin was empty except for himself. As for ZMO and the others, they had gone to the transport aircraft, which Li Jin could understand. It was like when he was in school and the teacher sat next to him, an awkward feeling he would rather avoid. He couldn't help but silently complain to the system. "You only provide a pilot, but can't arrange a few flight attendants? That's really unhelpful. General, are we ready for takeoff?" A steady voice came from the monitor in front of him just as Li Jin sat down. Leaning back into the soft seat, he felt enveloped in comfort, almost letting out a sigh of pleasure. "Let's depart." Li Jin suppressed the urge to sleep and instructed. Moments later, with a thrust against his back, the aircraft soared into the sky. Li Jin turned to look out the window, noticing a fighter jet flying steadily not far from his private jet. For this trip, he had deployed 5 fighter jets for escort, a display that surpassed even that of a head of state. "General, we just received a call from the Jiangzhou office. The governor of Jiangzhou wants to meet with you." Just as Li Jin was feeling drowsy, the voice from the communicator rang out again. Li Jin couldn't help but frown. The governor was a high-ranking official. Here, it's necessary to mention the system of the Empire of the 9 provinces. At the top are the Emperor, the Imperial Cabinet, the Imperial Assembly, the Imperial Military Command, and the Imperial Supervisory Agency. These are the core of the empire. Locally, there are states, prefectures, and counties. The Empire of the 9 provinces comprises 32 states and 9 territories, so one can imagine the power of a state governor. Their authority was certainly much greater than that of a governor overseeing only a few thousand square kilometers of land. Li Jin pondered for a moment and realized why this high-ranking official was so eager to meet him. It was clear he coveted Li Jin's title as a member of the Advisory Council. With this title came the right to participate in significant matters of the empire. However, this title was merely a coincidence, and Li Jin had no intention of using it for anything, even though he had started to enjoy the conveniences it brought. Thinking this, Li Jin directly refused, saying, "Tell him that my visit to Jinling is for personal matters, so there's no need for a meeting." After saying that, he closed his eyes, intending to take a nap. "General, we've arrived." Suddenly, Li Jin felt someone calling him and opened his eyes. It was a middle-aged man in a flight suit, the captain of his private aircraft, the White Tiger, Zhang Cheng. "Arrived?" Li Jin asked, and Zhang Cheng quickly nodded. "Yes, General. We've arrived at the Xinyao base in Jinling City." Li Jin nodded and stretched before standing up and walking towards the cabin door. As he stepped out, he saw several soldiers waiting at the bottom of the stairs. As he descended, a middle-aged man with a star on his shoulder quickly approached, saluting Li Jin with a perfectly standard salute. "Commander of Xinyao base, Dong Qi." "Greetings, sir." Li Jin looked at the serious Dong Qi and returned the salute. After they exchanged greetings, Dong Qi's face broke into a smile as he extended his hand, saying, "The fame of the commander is well known." Dong Qi said, his eyes filled with admiration. Although this young man was only in his early 20s and held the rank of general, his reputation was genuinely earned, and Dong Qi felt a deep respect. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. With Dong Qi being so enthusiastic, Li Jin naturally wouldn't act aloof. He extended his hand to shake Dong Qi's and humbly replied, "General Dong, I am here by coincidence. If you were in my position, you would surely achieve great things as well." Li Jin's humility made Dong Qi's smile grow even wider. The two were eager to befriend each other, and soon their conversation became lively, as if they were long-lost brothers. After chatting for quite a while, Dong Qi finally said, "Sir, the governor of Jiangzhou is waiting for you outside the base." After glancing around, he leaned closer to Li Jin and said, "Sir, it would be best not to meet if possible." Li Jin frowned, momentarily unclear about Dong Qi's intentions. However, Dong Qi clearly had no intention of elaborating further, raising his hand and saying, "Sir, please." Chapter 46. Turbulence again. Li Jin took a deep look at the seemingly indifferent Dong Qi. Although he had been at Jinling University for nearly 2 years, he had never paid attention to such matters. Now, he realized that he didn't even know the name of the governor of Jiangzhou. Not to mention other things, he felt completely in the dark and passive, which made him understand the importance of intelligence. It seemed necessary to prioritize the intelligence network. He soon felt relieved, thinking that as long as he brought his grandfather and the others to Lade Rome, what was there to fear? He could confront anything directly if it didn't go his way. With this decision in mind, a relaxed expression appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Dong Qi, who was beside him, was secretly observing Li Jin. Seeing Li Jin go from frowning to relaxed, he thought Li Jin had understood his meaning, and a smile appeared on his face, completely unaware that their thoughts were worlds apart. At the same time, the Galaxy transport aircraft and 5 Weilong fighter jets swooped down from the sky, landing steadily at the airport. The officers at the base, including Dong Qi, were momentarily stunned. They had never seen such a grand scene in their lives. Especially the Galaxy transport aircraft slowly sliding toward the parking area made Dong Qi widen his eyes. Wasn't this the transport aircraft from a certain powerful nation? It looked so similar. It was almost as if it was made from the same mold. Dong Qi thought he might be mistaken and rubbed his eyes to look again. No, it really was. "Sir, this." Dong Qi stuttered as he pointed at the Galaxy. Li Jin smiled slightly and patted Dong Qi's shoulder, saying, "What is so surprising about it? It's just a transport aircraft. We will have one in the future too." At that moment, Dong Qi had no other thoughts. His only idea was to report this quickly, as such an opportunity was too rare. Li Jin could see Dong Qi's distracted expression and knew what he was thinking. He smiled faintly and said nothing more. Just then, Zimo and the others had already driven the car down. Li Jin decided not to linger any longer. Greeting Dong Qi before getting into the vehicle, a convoy of 7 cars drove straight toward the base exit, exuding an impressive aura. As they passed the base gate, Li Jin glanced outside and did see a few black sedans parked nearby, but there was not a single person in sight. They were all sitting inside the cars. Li Jin couldn't help but sneer, saying nothing as the convoy brushed past. At the same time, in one of the black sedans parked by the roadside, a young man in his 30s sitting in the back seat darkened his expression when he saw Li Jin's convoy not even slowing down. A young man in the front passenger seat immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. "Governor, isn't this Li Jin being a bit too arrogant? You came in person, and he didn't even stop his car." The young man sitting in the back seat spoke with a gloomy expression. Although Li Jin is the son of Li Shiqing, he was kicked out of the house at a young age and has lived as an ordinary person for over a decade. He only got lucky later on, but in the end, he is still just a small figure. "I came here personally. He can't possibly refuse to show respect." The young man snorted coldly at this point. "Humph, it must be that old guy Dong Qi who's messing around. That damn fellow. Since he can't be of use to us, let him guard the island." The young man turned his head. "Li Jin is crucial to me. Since he is ignoring us, we can only pay him a visit multiple times. As for settling the score, we have plenty of time once everything is settled. Let's go." In Jiangzhou, in the urban area of Jinling City, Li Jin's convoy was driving down the street, drawing a lot of attention. One car wouldn't attract much notice, but with 7 vehicles all at once, especially with the national flag displayed, it was a different story. Passers-by and vehicles on the street couldn't help but glance over. And even the law enforcement officers on the road became serious, as anyone could tell there was definitely a significant figure in this convoy. "Wow. 5 Cadillacs and 2 DTS models. Is the leader of the empire coming? Are you blind? Can't you see the flag on the car is ours? Huh. What about the flag across the street? Which country does that belong to? It looks like a white tiger with wings. Does that country even exist?" Li Jin, sitting in the car, was unaware of all this. At that moment, He was sorting through the memories in his mind. To be honest, looking back at his previous memories, Li Jin wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. The main issue was that the original Li Jin was quite peculiar. While he harbored a deep hatred for Li Shicheng, he also fantasized about a day when Li Shicheng would suddenly appear and take him back to enjoy wealth and honor. In school, to feel the sensation of being the center of attention, Li Jin often boasted about being the heir to a marquis. It's important to know that this kind of show-off requires investment. If he only talked about it, who would pay him any attention? Therefore, Li Jin was either treating people to meals or on his way to do so, spending money extravagantly. However, one thing Li Jin did respect about the original persona was that he spent lavishly but never asked his family for an extra penny. All the money was earned through part-time jobs. In truth, the original persona was well aware that none of those who befriended him believed he was the heir to a marquis. They simply wanted to gain some benefits from him. They even looked down on him behind his back and treated him as a joke. But it didn't matter. Li Jin enjoyed the feeling of being valued and admired. As for the slander behind his back, since it wasn't said to his face, he just pretended not to hear it. With Li Jin's ostrich mentality, it's easy to imagine what kind of reputation he had in college. At the moment, Li Jin just wanted to turn around immediately and leave this dreadful place. However, thinking about the task the system gave him, it was nearly impossible to find someone in the current job market who met those requirements. Only at the university might there still be a chance. Moreover, Li Jin had no intention of looking for a mere decorative figure. He wanted a multifunctional vase that could both hold flowers and raise fish. Just as Li Jin was lost in thought, he suddenly felt his stomach rumble. He raised his hand to check the time and realized it was already noon. Looking around, he saw that he was not far from the campus where he used to study. If he remembered correctly, there was a hotel of his nearby, so he decided to take a look. He immediately said, "ZMO, find a place to stop. Let us go have a meal." ZMO nodded and quickly found an open area to park. The Special Forces members in the Cadillac jumped out of the vehicle and began to stand guard. Seeing such a commotion, Li Jin hurriedly said, "ZMO, tell everyone to wait in place. You just follow me. This isn't a foreign country. There is not that much danger here." ZMO immediately replied, "Yes, General." Li Jin walked with ZMO through a narrow alley, occasionally turning into another small alley. In the past, to maintain his dignity while working, Li Jin would always take back roads to avoid running into his classmates, so he was very familiar with this area. Just as they arrived outside a seemingly upscale hotel, a familiar and excited voice called out from behind, "Young Master Jin." Li Jin paused because the voice was too familiar. He quickly turned around and saw an elderly man with graying hair looking at him with great surprise from the street on the right side of the hotel. "Fubo." Li Jin's face also showed a look of surprise as he hurried over to embrace the old man. "Fubo, what brings you to Jinling?" The elderly man was none other than Fubo, the steward from Li Jin's adoptive father Li Shicheng's residence, who had taken care of him over the years and had secretly found opportunities to visit him. At this moment, the old man's eyes were slightly red as he patted Li Jin's shoulder and said, "Young master, I've heard about what happened with Lai Durong. If Madame knew, she would surely be overjoyed." Mentioning his mother from this world made Li Jin feel a bit heavy-hearted, recalling the happy times of his childhood. Because of this, he grew increasingly resentful towards Li Shicheng, his biological father. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Fubo, I've taken care of everything here. I'm here to pay respects to my mother." The old man nodded appreciatively and then said, "Young master, I came to Jinling on behalf of the residents to attend a banquet, and I thought I would come over to see you. I didn't expect you to be back." Li Jin didn't ask about the banquet, but directly pulled the old man into the hotel, found a place to sit down, and planned to eat while chatting. He also had some questions he wanted to ask Fubo. After the two sat down, Li Jin recounted the airport incident, and Fubo's expression immediately turned serious. With a solemn tone, he said, "Young master, it seems that this Dong Qi truly wishes to befriend you, to dare to tell you these things." This piqued Li Jin's curiosity. "What do you mean by that?" Fubo replied earnestly, "Young master, it's normal for you not to be familiar with this aspect since you haven't been involved before. The governor of Jiangzhou, Li Zhan, is actually the fourth son of the current emperor." Li Jin's eyes widened in surprise as he listened to Fubo continue. "The current emperor is over 60 years old and recently announced his intention to select a crown prince for the empire. Young master, you are now a member of the Council of State and hold a crucial vote." Li Jin suddenly realized. He didn't know about this. The internet was too advanced now. And there was information everywhere. He had once heard a streamer explain that the heir to the empire, or the crown prince, could not be decided solely by the emperor's decree, but required the approval of the majority of the council members. Young master, there are currently 14 princes and 4 princesses with inheritance rights. Fu Bo continued. This 4th prince, Li Jun, is the son of the emperor's 2nd consort and stands out among the many princes. Li Jin nodded thoughtfully. He used to enjoy gossip news and knew that the current emperor, Li Yi, had 5 consorts throughout his reign. The current empress was appointed a few years ago after the emperor divorced his 4th consort. Now that he understood the background, Li Jin naturally had no interest in getting involved. Seeing Li Jin's disinterest, the elder sighed. Avoiding trouble only invites it. Young master, you are in this position now. You can't just avoid it. I came this time to attend a banquet hosted by Li Jun. The Marquis didn't want to get involved, so he sent me to handle it. Li Jin fell silent, understanding Fu Bo's implication. However, he quickly perked up. He was different from others. He had a system, and it was others who would find trouble with him, not the other way around. Fu Bo, why don't you come with me to Liderong? Li Jin suddenly suggested. The elder was momentarily taken aback, his eyes showing a clear flicker of interest, but it quickly faded, and he shook his head, saying, the master doesn't need me. Just a simple sentence made Li Jin feel a lot, and he had no intention of being angry with Fu Bo. He only felt gratitude for Fu Bo's loyalty. He decided not to insist further and changed the subject. Fu Bo, it's not easy for us to meet, so let's not talk about these things. Let's chat about something happier. However, Li Jin was unaware that he had already fallen into a web of intrigue the moment he got off the plane. And it wouldn't be that easy to get away. Just then, before they could start their meal, a young man in his 20s suddenly plopped down on the seat opposite Li Jin and Fu Bo, causing Li Jin to frown immediately. The young man across from him seemed completely oblivious to Li Jin's displeasure and spoke to himself. Generally, my boss would like to invite you for a chat. Please come with me. Li Jin was momentarily stunned, wondering where this audacious person had come from. How shameless could someone be? However, he didn't immediately get angry and simply replied, I can't help it. I just like being here. The young man seemed to have anticipated Li Jin's refusal, showing no sign of surprise. With a smile, he said, generally, please don't misunderstand. My boss only wishes to get to know you and has no other intentions. As for this place, the young man glanced around the hall. If the general likes it, it can be yours in the future. Li Jin was taken aback, feeling a bit confused. Wasn't this place already his? But he quickly realized what the man meant, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This is your boss's? The young man smiled slightly. Is there really a difference? As long as the general likes it, it is yours. Li Jin couldn't help but laugh in anger. Was this person foolish? Didn't he think to investigate before making such offers? Who do you think you are to give me something? The young man was momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting Li Jin to curse. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he spoke slowly, generally. You can ask the old man beside you who I am. Don't think that being a governor gives you the right to act recklessly. The world is vast, and there are some people you cannot afford to provoke. The young man's lecturing demeanor ignited Li Jin's anger. Was it just a meal? Why would someone so blind come up to him? Upset, Li Jin stood up, picked up a bottle from the table, and smashed it over the young man's head. Bang! A piercing scream echoed through the hotel lobby, startling everyone dining there. Li Jin looked at the young man, who was now bleeding on the ground, and casually clapped his hands. Fu Bo, let us continue eating. Fu Bo was already frightened and hurriedly stood up, saying, Young master, he is Li Jun's assistant. We should leave here quickly. Just as Fu Bo finished speaking, a calm voice sounded from behind Li Jin, General Li. What did my assistant do wrong to provoke such anger from you? Chapter 48. So impressive. The main character had arrived. A slight smile appeared on Li Jin's lips, but his expression quickly darkened as he coldly looked at the person behind him. It was a well-dressed young man, seemingly in his early 30s, with handsome features and a tall stature, exuding an air of nobility. However, his eyes were somewhat unpleasant, carrying a predatory glint that made one feel very uncomfortable. Young master, this is Li Jun. Fu Bo quickly leaned in closer to Li Jin and whispered, while Li Jin remained expressionless, his gaze still locked on Li Jun, as if countless bolts of lightning were flashing between them. An unknown tension instantly filled the air, causing the onlookers to shiver and instinctively step back, with some even fleeing in fear. However, more were simply curious, as they couldn't understand why this young man would address someone so young as a general. Is there really such a young general in the empire? Suddenly, a hint of a smile appeared on Li Jun's face. Regardless, since he had offended the general, a bit of punishment was to be expected. Li Jin coldly replied, "He wants to give me this hotel." Li Jun was clearly taken aback, not quite understanding what Li Jin meant, but he instinctively responded, "If General Li likes it, I can give it to you. It will be yours from now on." Great. It seems that birds of a feather flock together. Li Jin's expression suddenly turned stern as he raised his hand and slapped Li Jun hard across the face. With all his strength, Li Jin deformed Li Jun's face with that blow, blood and teeth flying everywhere. The impact left Li Jun stunned, and the two men in black behind him were completely unprepared for Li Jin's attack, momentarily frozen. Just as they reached for their weapons, ZMO swiftly stepped in front of them and efficiently struck their necks, causing them to collapse to the ground. Li Jin was not idle either. He kicked the dazed Li Jun hard, sending him sprawling on the floor, and shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are? Even the Emperor knows that private property is inviolable. How dare you steal my things and shamelessly offer them back to me? Do you have any shame? Kid, you've really upset me today. Let me tell you, even if you are the Emperor's son, I'll make sure you remember this." With that, he raised his foot and kicked again, filling the hall with Li Jun's cries of despair. Time passed, and it wasn't until Li Jin grew tired of kicking that he finally stopped. Li Jun, curled up on the ground with his hands over his head, finally got a chance to catch his breath. He painfully turned his head and looked pitifully at Fu Bo, who was standing nearby, looking bewildered. "Fu Butler, help me." At that moment, Fu Bo was still in a daze, but upon hearing Li Jun's cries, he snapped back to reality. He realized he couldn't stay out of it any longer and quickly stepped forward to grab Li Jin, saying, "Young master, this is the fourth prince." Li Jin's face immediately showed confusion as he looked incredulously at the fallen Li Jun. "You mean this thieving scoundrel is the Emperor's fourth son? Impossible. There's no way. How could the Emperor have such a thing? If it were me, I would have ended it early to avoid embarrassment." Li Jin's cold mockery made Li Jun, who was curled up on the ground, feel as red as a ripe tomato, almost wanting to dig a hole and bury his head in it. Uncle Fu, seeing that Li Jin was still putting on a show, couldn't help but smile bitterly and quickly advised, "Young master, it's normal not to know the fourth prince since you haven't been back to the homeland for a long time, but I have seen him. Do you not trust me?" After repeated pleas from Uncle Fu, Li Jin, still skeptical, finally moved his foot away from Li Jun's face. Li Jun immediately breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Li Jin with a fierce gaze, and dared not show any dissatisfaction. At this moment, Li Jin rubbed his hands, looking a bit embarrassed, and said, "Your Highness, I, Li Jin, am just a rough person and didn't know your identity. I hope you won't mind. It's a case of not knowing each other without fighting, right? I'm just anxious. You see, this hotel clearly belongs to me, and suddenly someone stands up saying they want to give it to me. Isn't that a scam? You don't know our customs in Lade Rome. Anyone who is a scammer deserves to be punished. No one would even ask questions if they were killed." And here, it became clear that Li Jun was indeed someone who could accomplish great things. He rubbed his swollen face, forced a smile, and said, "General Li, it's understandable that you don't know my identity. Just as you said, we can consider it as not fighting but getting to know each other. Tomorrow, I will host a banquet at the Jiangzhou public office. If General Li can attend, it would be my great honor." Li Jun really knew how to seize opportunities. As the saying goes, one should not hit someone who is smiling at them. Li Jin had already swollen the man's face, yet he still smiled back. It would be somewhat inappropriate for Li Jin to refuse again. After a slight hesitation, he nodded and said, "Then I shall disturb you." Li Jun immediately broke into a smile, momentarily forgetting the pain in his body, and quickly said, "Good, it's settled then. General Li, I'll take my leave." He hurriedly left with his subordinates, seemingly afraid that Li Jin would change his mind. "Young master, offending this fourth prince is unwise." Uncle Fu, standing behind Li Ji, said with concern. He understood very well the influence of these princes. Although Li Jin had some power, in Uncle Fu's eyes, Li Jin could only compete with others because of the existence of the empire. Li Jin smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, he wouldn't dare." Just then, a somewhat plump white man hurried over, bowing deeply to Li Jin. "General, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have come to greet you." Meanwhile, Li Jun wobbled out of the hotel with 3 unsteady companions. The young man behind him, looking at his bloodied hands, angrily said, "Boss, are we just going to let him go like this?" Li Jun glanced at the young man and replied, "What? Do you want to kill him? Do you know why he's so reckless?" Li Jun looked at the curious gaze of the young man and coldly said, "Because he holds something that terrifies everyone. What's more important is that he dares to use it." Chapter 49. I am a tycoon. In Jinling City, at the Capella International Hotel. In the chairman's office on the top floor, Li Jin excitedly walked around the office. The lounge, gym, entertainment room, reception room, and everything one could imagine were all there, occupying an entire floor. "Vic, is this entire building ours?" Li Jin asked as he finally sat down in a chair after touring the office. Vic, a stout Caucasian man, was actually one of the professional managers that Li Jin had recruited under Lai Durong. He had been sent to take over the businesses locally. To ensure these individuals could work with peace of mind, Li Jin had gone to great lengths to bring their family members to Lai Durong, allowing them to reunite. And naturally, these people were immensely grateful to Li Jin. Vic quickly bowed and replied, "General, not just this building, but also the adjacent tower and the annex are all your properties. Our hotel is the best in Jinling City, and the shopping plaza below is also yours, being the finest and most upscale shopping center in Jinling. In the entire Jiuzhou, we have 4 hotels and 1 shopping plaza, all top tier in the country." Vic introduced to Li Jin with pride. Li Jin nodded in satisfaction. In his eyes, these assets were worth 2 to 300 billion Jiuzhou currency. He thought for a moment and said, "You immediately send someone to hang the emblem of the Lai Durong Dominion in the most prominent place in the hotel. This is also a precaution. I want to see who dares to touch my things after the emblem is displayed. If I let these dogs walk out unscathed, I might as well share the same surname as the emperor." After handling these trivial matters, Li Jin then said seriously, "Notify Jinling University that our Jiuzhou International Group will hold a job fair at their school." Upon hearing Li Jin's instructions, Vic quickly said, "General, Jinling University just happens to have a spring recruitment fair in the next few days, and they have invited our group to participate. How fortuitous. It seems that the opportunity has come knocking." Li Jin immediately couldn't sit still. He stood up and said, "Let's go to Jinling University right now." At the same time, in a military training ground deep in the mountains on the outskirts of the capital, the sounds of synchronized slogans, running, and splashing water filled the air, creating an atmosphere thick with iron and sweat. At this moment, on a sheer cliff, a figure was moving like a monkey, descending from over 100 meters high in just a few dozen seconds. As soon as he jumped down, an officer hurried over and handed a bottle of water to the man. "Your Highness, your strength has increased again." The man turned around, revealing a stern and handsome face. After taking a big gulp of water, he said somewhat disinterestedly, "Boring, boring. Old Chun, you need to change these drills. Practicing the same few moves every day won't produce good soldiers." The officer couldn't help but smile wryly and said, "Your Highness, this is not something we can decide. The Defense Department has repeatedly emphasized the need to protect the rights of the soldiers. Today's young recruits are not like we were back then, overly pampered. If they undergo rigorous training, they complain endlessly, and some even report us to the Defense Department for mistreating the soldiers. What can I do about it?" Upon hearing the officer mention the Defense Department, the robust man immediately lost his temper and quickly changed the subject. "What brings a dignified chief of staff like you to me?" The officer glanced around and then whispered, "Fourth Master called, saying you need to go to Taozhou. He has arranged a job for you there." The robust man frowned. "Taozhou, what kind of place is that? What does Fourth Brother want me to do there?" The officer scratched his head and said, "Fourth Master didn't he say much, just mentioned that there is a great opportunity for you there. He said you would understand once you arrive." The robust man wrinkled his nose in dissatisfaction. "Fourth Brother really likes to speak in riddles. Why not just tell me directly what it is?" "All right, you tell Fourth Brother. I'll head to Taozhou immediately." Meanwhile, at Jinling University, one of the key universities in the empire, the magnificent buildings and beautiful landscapes made the visit worthwhile. Li Jin was strolling through the campus, reflecting on his past life, where he had merely graduated from a vocational school and spent years in a small factory. This life was far more exciting. He was captivated by the youthful and vibrant figures passing by, making it hard for him to take it all in. "Li Jin?" A crisp and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. As Li Jin looked in the direction of the voice, a stunning figure came into view. With delicate features, big eyes, a sweet smile, and a pink dress, she exuded pure charm. Before Li Jin could collect his thoughts, the girl quickly walked up to him. "Li Jin, is that really you? When did you come back? Why did you take a month off?" Looking at the sweet face so close to him, filled with youthful vitality, Li Jin snapped back to reality and realized the girl was none other than his class monitor, Lin King. It's just some family matters. Li Jin replied with a smile. However, Lin King, filled with curiosity, pouted in disappointment and suddenly remembered something. By the way, Yin Shoning came to class looking for you every day recently. I heard she even went to your dorm. Is something going on? Tell me the details. Li Jin found himself at a loss for words as Lin King, full of gossip, seemed eager for news. This beautiful girl was actually his fellow townsman. They had been classmates in middle school and high school. And now they found themselves at the same university. It made Li Jin feel a twinge of guilt for being so familiar with her. Lin Keqing, can you tone down your gossiping heart? Do you know what it feels like to have salt rubbed in your wounds? When Lin Keqing saw Li Jin lift his leg to leave, she immediately panicked and quickly ran up to him, wrapping her arms around his and shaking it. Li Jin, come on. Don't you know that salt helps healing faster? Feeling the softness and delicateness on his arm, Li Jin suddenly felt a bit hot all over and wanted to pull his hand back, but Lin Keqing was holding on too tightly. Moving only made Li Jin feel more awkward, and Lin Keqing, sensing something was off, quickly released her grip as if shocked, her face turning as red as a ripe cherry. Chapter 50, a job fair that draws attention. Come on, today I'll treat you to eggs. It'd be a shame to let that face go to waste, Li Jin suddenly said with a smile, leaving the somewhat flustered Lin Keqing momentarily stunned. She couldn't help but touch her own face, which felt hot. It was then she realized what Li Jin meant. You scoundrel! How dare you laugh at me? Furious, Lin Keqing clenched her little fist and playfully punched Li Jin, pouting, You're so annoying. The seemingly casual interaction between Li Jin and Lin Keqing was enough to feed the onlookers with plenty of gossip, as they appeared to be flirting. Especially with Lin Keqing being such a pure and charming beauty. Who knows how many single passers-by wish they could replace Li Jin. After chatting for a bit, Li Jin planned to leave. Before he could say anything, he saw Lin Keqing lower her head and pull out a wad of bright red cash from her pink mini bag, proudly waving it in front of him. This is my scholarship. I got 5,000. Let us go. I'll treat you to a big meal. Seeing Lin Keqing's bright smile reminded Li Jin of their school days. She was the only one who knew he secretly worked to maintain his appearance. They had fought countless times over it, with Lin Keqing always storming off in anger, but she would always show up just when Li Jin needed help the most, ensuring he didn't starve after spending all his money to keep up appearances. Because of this, Li Jin always tried to avoid Lin Keqing, feeling inferior in her presence. Now, he was confused about their relationship. Were they friends? Close friends? A couple? Hey, Li Jin, what's wrong? Lin Keqing's voice snapped him back to reality. Looking at her puzzled expression, he chuckled and said, It's nothing. I was just thinking about dropping out. This left Lin Keqing stunned for a moment before she finally responded, her voice rising in surprise. Li Jin, you want to drop out? Li Jin nodded, then checked the time and hurriedly said, I have things to do, so I'll head out now. Without waiting for Lin Keqing to react, he turned and quickly left. Lin Keqing was momentarily stunned by Li Jin's actions, and it wasn't until he walked away that she reacted, stomping her foot in anger. That Li Jin. Why does he always avoid me like I'm a tiger? Half an hour later, Li Jin arrived alone at the playground of Jinling University. As for Zimo and the others, Li Jin found them too conspicuous and told them to stay nearby. Otherwise, no one would dare to approach. How could he show off or take revenge if they weren't around? Sure enough, as soon as Li Jin appeared on the playground, a chubby girl with pigtails and glasses waddled over. Young Master Li, where have you been? We haven't seen you for almost a month. By the way, a new Western restaurant opened on our campus recently. When are you going to take the girls from our dorm to check it out? Li Jin completely ignored the chubby girl, treating her like air and walking straight past her, leaving her momentarily stunned. Was this still the Li Jin she knew? In the past, just calling him young master would get a response from him. Did she mistake him for someone else? Scratching her head in confusion, the girl walked away. Just as Li Jin took a few steps, a tall young man in basketball attire suddenly threw an arm around his shoulder, grinning. Young master, where have you been living it up lately? We've missed you. Want to hang out with us? I heard there are some pretty girls at the new place. Li Jin glanced at the hand on his shoulder, his brow furrowing as he coldly replied, Let go. The icy tone startled the young man, causing him to instinctively drop his hand. Watching Li Jin walk away, he couldn't help but rub his arms and mutter, Why is it getting colder all of a sudden? What's up with Li Jin today? Did he get smarter? Smarter? He's probably just out of money. Just a poor kid, trying to act all high and mighty. How dare he disrespect our Bronyo? Next time we see him, we should teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Li Jin had arrived at the venue of the job fair, where a lively atmosphere greeted him. As one of the top universities in the empire, Jinling University's job fair was bustling with activity. Featuring only the biggest companies, small businesses didn't even dare to show up, and even if they did, no one would pay attention to them. Navigating through the throngs of people, Li Jin quickly made his way to the recruitment booth of Jojo Group. As a renowned hotel brand, the booth was naturally crowded with job seekers. Vic, who was sitting behind and scanning the area, hurriedly stood up to greet Li Jin as soon as he saw him, especially raising his voice as he approached. "Chairman, you're here." Vic's words immediately caught the attention of the job seekers present. Li Jin, still dressed in the same polo shirt as before, strolled in with an air of authority that commanded respect without anger, making people unconsciously step aside. He walked straight to the recruitment area and asked, "Is the sign ready?" Vic quickly replied, "Chairman, it's all set." As he spoke, he waved his hand behind him, and two young people immediately brought out a sign, causing everyone to gather around. The sign read, "Hiring Chairman's Assistant." People were immediately intrigued, but what caught their eye was the bold text that stated, "Hiring several Chairman's Assistants. Requirements. 1. Fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. 2. Excellent temperament. 3. Must be adaptable to overseas business trips, with uncertain timing. Salary. Annual salary of 888 yuan. Benefits. Luxurious individual room in a collective villa, 8-hour workday, free 3 meals, a car provided, and reimbursement for fuel and phone expenses." The generous conditions caused a stir among the job seekers, but the glaring requirements made people raise their eyebrows. Was this a recruitment for an assistant or a secretary? Or perhaps both? As everyone pondered this, some male candidates became unhappy. They felt excluded by such enticing salary offers. A young man wearing glasses angrily exclaimed, "This is unfair. This is blatant gender discrimination. Why only hire women and not men? This is illegal, do you know that?" Exactly. The glasses-wearing man's voice resonated with many, and several others joined in, creating a commotion that made it seem like a fight might break out. Even Vic started to feel overwhelmed and quickly glanced at Li Jin. Li Jin, however, remained calm, casually crossing his legs and stating, "I'm willing." As soon as Li Jin spoke, the entire recruitment area fell silent. The previously animated discussions were abruptly cut off, and everyone was taken aback by his boldness, which they had only seen in videos before. "Are you not afraid we will report you?" The glasses-wearing man stammered, clearly flustered. Li Jin suddenly stood up, his formidable presence instantly spreading throughout the area, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat as they instinctively took a step back. What do you want?" The glasses-wearing man stuttered, intimidated by Li Jin's aura. Li Jin coldly uttered a single word, "Scram." The glasses-wearing man, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly scrambled away. Observing his pitiful retreat, Li Jin couldn't help but scoff. If it weren't for the need to avoid scaring off potential candidates, he wouldn't mind teaching the guy a lesson about why things are so vibrant. Li Jin cast a cold glance at the surrounding students, and some guilty ones quickly fled. However, his assertiveness also made many girls' hearts flutter, with some already starry-eyed at the sight. In just a short span of 10 minutes, the news that Li Jin was hiring a female assistant for a substantial salary spread like wildfire throughout the campus. An annual salary of 880,000 was already quite considerable for a university student yet to step into the workforce, especially upon hearing that the boss was a young man in his 20s who was quite handsome. Many couldn't help but think, could this be a search for a future partner? In no time, countless individuals hoping to connect with someone influential began to stir, as such opportunities were rare. Before long, Li Jin's recruitment spot was surrounded by layers of people. Although the crowd was large, no one dared to step forward. With Li Jin's requirements laid out so clearly, the fear of embarrassment loomed large if one approached only to be turned away. Just as the situation reached a standstill, a figure suddenly squeezed through the crowd. The curious onlookers turned their attention, only to pause in surprise. It was a girl in pajamas, her hair a mess as if she had just woken up, covering most of her face. "Are you hiring an assistant?" A melodious voice rang out. Li Jin looked up, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the girl in her disheveled state. Yet, recovering quickly, he noted that although her hair obscured her features, her fair skin and large, expressive eyes hinted at a striking appearance. The loose pajamas hinted at a well-proportioned figure. Confident in his instincts, Li Jin declared, "You've been hired." The girl, caught off guard, was momentarily stunned. Had she really just been hired? Before she could respond, Li Jin continued, "If it's convenient for you, Please go change and come back." Still in a daze, she nodded reflexively and walked away as if in a trance. Li Jin's unexpected decision left everyone present bewildered, but it also boosted the confidence of other girls who had hesitated to step forward, thinking themselves less attractive. Almost immediately, a beautiful girl in a tank top and shorts approached. With a delicate oval face, Li Jin lost interest after just one glance. He wasn't fond of artificial beauty. Without a word from Li Jin, his assistant, Vic, promptly apologized, saying, "I'm very sorry, miss, but you do not meet our requirements." The initially confident girl was taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment and anger as she shot a resentful glance at Vic before hastily leaving, her high heels clicking against the ground. Soon after, a dozen more stunning girls emerged, but Li Jin remained silent, and Vic efficiently sent them away as well. As a result, the onlookers around were somewhat confused. I said, "Could this chairman have some issues? With so many beautiful girls available, why choose a messy one? There must be something wrong. Indeed, that taste is quite peculiar." Just when everyone was discussing, a figure suddenly squeezed out from the crowd, instantly attracting everyone's attention. It was a stunning beauty, a top-notch one. "Wow, it's Qiu Luin. How did she get here? My goodness, is our goddess about to fall?" The girl was wearing light blue casual jeans and a plain white embroidered shirt, looking very capable. Her figure was absolutely stunning, and as for her face, it was on par with Lin King's. However, the two were completely different types. Lin King was pure and beautiful, while the girl in front of him was charming and seductive, reminiscent of a past love, but with a more commanding presence. As for the onlookers who were shouting Qiu Luin's name, Li Jin recalled that she was quite famous in school, known as the most beautiful campus belle since the founding of Jinling University. Although it was mostly whispered about by certain wolves in the school, Li Jin had only heard of her but never met her. He knew she came from an ordinary family and was very self-respecting, never involved in rumors with certain boys. While Li Jin was lost in thought, the girl had already walked up to him, slightly shy, and said, "I've changed my clothes." Li Jin was taken aback, his eyes showing a look of astonishment. She was the messy girl from earlier? No wonder. Suddenly, Li Jin understood why the girl was dressed that way. After all, the saying "beauty brings disaster" isn't just a joke. The onlookers were also in an uproar, looking at Qiu Luin in disbelief, and soon murmurs arose, suggesting all sorts of things, like they were all the same type, buying meat, etc. It was just that they couldn't stand seeing someone better off than themselves. This made Qiu Luin's face turn red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look up. Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed in Li Jin's eyes. But he said nothing, just smiled and nodded. "You can stand behind for now." Qiu Luin immediately felt relieved and quickly walked to stand behind Li Jin. He looked at the time and felt somewhat disappointed. It seemed that there weren't many people in college who caught his eye. Just as Li Jin was about to call it a day, a figure suddenly walked out, staring intently at him. Li Jin was taken aback to see that it was Lin King. "Lin King, you." Li Jin couldn't help but stand up, feeling a sudden awkwardness, as if he had been caught doing something bad. Lin King, with a serious face, said angrily, "I'm here to apply for the assistant position." Before Li Jin could respond, Lin King repeated seriously, "What? Is my appearance not appealing to the esteemed Chairman Li?" At this moment, Lin Kuching was almost furious. After Li Jin left, feeling frustrated, she and a few roommates came to see the commotion, but unexpectedly, they saw Li Jin demonstrating his prowess here. What was even more unbelievable to her was that Li Jin had become the chairman of a large group and was looking for a female assistant. For some reason, upon seeing the job requirements he wrote, Lin Kuching's anger surged, as if something she cherished deeply had been taken away by someone else. Li Jin looked at Lin Kuching's stubborn gaze and immediately surrendered, repeatedly saying, okay, you are hired." Seeing that Li Jin had no choice but to give in, a big smile broke out on Lin Kuching's face. What she wanted was actually very simple: Li Jin's attention. After pulling Lin Kuching to the back, quite a few candidates came to apply, but they were all dismissed by Li Jin. Among the applicants, there were many beautiful girls, but one by one, they either dressed too flamboyantly or wore heavy makeup, giving off a strong artificial vibe. Li Jin was no longer the same Li Jin as before. Now that he held power, he naturally looked down on these artificially created beauties. If he wanted to see such women, there were plenty to choose from. They paled in comparison to natural beauties like Lin Kuching and Qiu Luin. After waiting for more than half an hour, Li Jin grew a bit impatient and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go." However, as soon as he said this, some people immediately became unwilling. especially those who felt sour about not being chosen. Upon seeing Li Jin about to take the two school beauties with him, they protested, "I say, this guy can't be a fraud, can he? Is there really a young chairman of a big company? Hey, I just remembered, isn't he from our school? What's his name? Li Jin? He even calls himself a little lord every day? Oh, now I remember. Isn't he the scumbag who deceived the campus beauty, Yin? Didn't she say she was coming? He's just a fake, flaunting a noble title to swindle people. Don't believe him." Once someone said this, those girls who were upset about not being chosen immediately showed a look of realization. I knew it. How could someone as beautiful as me not be selected? Turns out it's a scam. Ugh, scumbag. Come on, there's a big fraud here. Who's calling the security office? Hurry up and catch this fraud. At that moment of excitement, a sudden honking sound came from behind the crowd. Everyone turned to see a Ferrari parked on the side of the road. A man and a woman got out of the car, followed by the roar of engines as a dozen luxury cars approached. A group of men and women stepped out, all looking wealthy and distinguished. The leading man was particularly tall and handsome, dressed in a deep blue casual suit, with his hands in his pockets, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Beside him, the girl wore a strapless short dress, her long, fair legs almost bare, captivating the onlookers. At that moment, the girl was affectionately leaning on the man's arm, but her eyes were fixed on Li Jin, filled with complex emotions. She finally glanced deeply at Li Jin before lowering her head. Indeed, the girl was Yan Xiaoning, Li Jin's original girlfriend. The man seemed to enjoy the girl's dependence, but his expression soured when he saw her staring at Li Jin. He stepped forward, scrutinizing Li Jin, and frowned. "You are Li Jin?" His eyes lit up when he saw Lin Keqing and Qiu Luoyin behind Li Jin, clearly surprised to find girls even more beautiful than Yan Xiaoning. Li Jin frowned at the man's lecherous expression and asked, "What do you want?" The man, feeling challenged, raised his hand as if to slap Li Jin. But at that moment, ZMO suddenly appeared behind Li Jin. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, he quickly drew a handgun and aimed it at the man. Bang! The crisp gunshot echoed throughout the recruitment venue. The man felt a sharp pain in his head, and everything went black. Murder. The sudden scene left everyone stunned, and soon after, people began to scream in fear. The second-generation elites who came with the man were terrified and fled in a panic. Li Jin looked at the chaos in the recruitment venue, frowned, and turned back, saying, "Couldn't you have shot in a less crowded place?" At that moment, a large group of well-dressed individuals hurried towards Li Jin. The leading plump man in a suit was taken aback when he saw the person lying in a pool of blood. Upon noticing the stern-faced Li Jin, he quickly approached and asked, "Are you all right, General?" ZMO coldly replied from behind Li Jin, "This person attempted to attack the general and has been neutralized by me." The onlookers were now stunned. General? The man they had mocked, Li Jin, was actually a general? Had they misheard? The suited man suddenly understood, and just then, the sharp sound of sirens filled the air as police cars sped towards them. People from the local security agency had arrived. The crowd immediately became lively. However, the outcome was destined to disappoint them. ZMO silently walked towards JC, who had already gotten out of the car, leaving the onlookers puzzled. The once fierce-looking officers quickly transformed into timid figures. Soon after, the crowd witnessed a scene where the security personnel were bowing and smiling at Li Jin, then hurriedly dragged away the body of the man. If it weren't for the large pool of glaring blood on the ground, it would seem as if nothing had happened here. Li Jin, too lazy to say anything to the suited man, simply greeted him and left with everyone else. As for Yan Xiaoning, who stood frozen in place, no one paid him any attention. At the university gate, Li Jin looked at the still-dazed Lin Keqing and her companion, saying, "I know you have many questions. ZMO, tell them." ZMO immediately stepped forward and introduced, "This is the governor of Lade Rong Islands, General Li Jin of the Empire." ZMO's words made the already stunned Lin Keqing and her friend widen their eyes again. Li Jin didn't waste time and directly stated, "You also saw the recruitment ad. However, I'm not looking for an assistant to the chairman, but an assistant to the governor. Since you are all now part of my team, let's skip the formalities. You have one day to pack your things. Come find me at the Capella Hotel tomorrow morning." After Li Jin finished speaking, he walked towards the car. Chapter 52, Misunderstanding? Once Li Jin got into the car, he let out a sigh of relief. The resentful look on Lin Keqing's face made him feel guilty. He wasn't he the previous incarnation. After all, rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. Lin Keqing was too tempting, and he was genuinely worried he wouldn't be able to resist. "General, this is the information you asked me to gather," said Vic, sitting in the front passenger seat, as he turned to hand a document to Li Jin. Li Jin's expression immediately became serious as he took the document from Vic. During this trip to the mainland, besides completing his mission and bringing his relatives back, he had one more task: to promote Lade Rong's resources. He had already figured it out clearly. If Lade Rong wanted to develop sustainably, it needed its own economy. Relying solely on the system was unrealistic. To maintain a prosperous Lade Rong, the limited gold bars he had could only support a few tens of thousands of people. If the population reached hundreds of thousands, the material consumption would be astronomical, making reliance on the system impossible. The best approach was self-sufficiency. Lade Rong happened to have its flagship products. Jiuzhou Power could produce the most advanced engines in the world, while Jiuzhou Precision could manufacture the best lithography machines. This was something Li Jin discovered during his inspection. The semiconductor base could actually produce lithography machines, including top-tier models like EUV. Holding on to such valuable resources would be a waste. It was perfect to promote these products to exchange for substantial wealth for Lade Rong. He had asked Vic to gather information on exhibitions where they could make a significant impact. At this moment, General Vic said, "The Hanoi Industrial Expo is the largest industrial exhibition in the world. If we can make a name for ourselves here, it won't take a day for the whole world to know us. By then, we won't even need to promote ourselves. People will come to us." Li Jin thought for a moment and decisively replied, "All right, let's participate in this exhibition." Seeing that Li Jin accepted his suggestion, Vic's face immediately lit up with excitement. He quickly said, "General, this exhibition starts on June 1st, and we don't have much time left. We should start preparing right away." Li Jin pondered for a bit and said, "You will be fully responsible for this matter. I will send people to assist you." Hearing that Li Jin entrusted such an important task to him, Vic felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly pledged, "General, please rest assured. Vic will definitely not let you down." Li Jin smiled slightly. "I trust you." While speaking, Li Jin took a bottle of liquor from the side cabinet and poured 2 glasses, handing one to Vic. "Come, let's drink to this. May we achieve great success." Vic was pleasantly surprised that Li Jin personally poured him a drink. He quickly accepted it with both hands. Li Jin raised his glass and said, "Cheers." Vic, being from a different cultural background, wasn't used to strong liquor, but since his boss was offering, he couldn't refuse and had to muster the courage to drink it. The fiery liquor hit Vic's throat like a blaze, almost making him cough it out. But he dared not do so in front of Li Jin and forced himself to swallow it. Li Jin watched Vic, who was slightly dizzy after the drink, and smiled as he placed his glass back on the cabinet. Vic, seeing that Li Jin's glass was still full, was momentarily taken aback, wondering to himself if he misunderstood the drinking culture of the people from the 9 provinces. Just then, Vic felt a sudden dizziness as if something had changed in his head. At that moment, Li Jin leaned back in his seat and suddenly said, "Vic, don't you think it's a bit dull sitting here? How about you slap your face a few times to liven things up?" Without a moment's hesitation, Vic, sitting in the passenger seat, raised his hand and slapped his own face. He was about to go for another slap when Li Jin quickly said, "Never mind." Just as Vic was about to continue slapping himself, he immediately put his hand down and replied, "Yes, General." Li Jin smiled, seeing that Vic showed no signs of hesitation. The nano central nervous system controller he bought from the store really worked well. Although Li Jin had made thorough preparations, he still felt a deep-seated distrust towards the people of this world and needed someone to help him navigate outside. Therefore, he specifically looked for something in the store that could ensure loyalty, and he finally found it. Unfortunately, it was a bit pricey, too, 500 gold bars per piece, with a minimum order of 4. Moreover, its effect was limited. Each piece could only last for 2 months. Meanwhile, Qiu Luoyin returned to her dormitory in a daze. She still couldn't believe that this was real. A girl from an ordinary family had actually become an assistant to a governor. As for the island mentioned by Li Jin, Qiu Luoyin racked her brains but couldn't recall where it was. It sounded somewhat familiar, but she had no real impression of it. Although the incident Li Jin created was making waves in the world, it caused no ripples in the empire. And ordinary people had no idea that such a bold individual as Li Jin existed. At this moment, several of Qiu Luoyin's roommates gathered around her. A sweet-looking girl asked with concern, "Luoyin, are you really going to be an assistant to that Li Jin? What if he's a fraud?" The incident involving Zimo at the recruitment event had been suppressed by the school, so Qiu Luoyin's roommates were naturally unaware. They only knew that Qiu Luoyin had applied for the assistant position and had been selected, and now the entire school was buzzing about it. Look at what they're saying online. Our Luoyin is the model of a virtuous wife and good mother at school. How could she be so vain? Another roommate chimed in. Exactly. With Luoyin's looks, if she wanted to snag a wealthy partner, she just needs to dress up a bit. And suitors would line up from the river's mouth to its source. Qiu Luoyin furrowed her brows and said, Li Jin, Mr. Li is not that kind of person. Don't believe everything online. Seeing is believing. One of the round-faced beauties looked at Qiu Luoyin's determined expression and couldn't help but reach out to touch her forehead. Luoyin, he didn't put some sort of spell on you, did he? Qiu Luoyin laughed and swatted the girl's hand away. What are you talking about? However, she didn't explain anything. As a girl from an ordinary family who was quite beautiful, she had no scandals in school and maintained good relationships with her roommates, which indicated that her abilities must be impressive. Clearly, both the university and Li Jin wanted to avoid unnecessary complications today. And a smart girl like Qiu Luoyin certainly wouldn't make things awkward for herself. Ding! Just then, Qiu Luoyin's phone chimed. It was a notification from a messaging app. Habitually. She opened it, and immediately, Li Jin's voice came through. Come over in a bit. I need to talk to you. Ding! The phone vibrated again. Looking at the message from Li Jin, Qiu Luoyin was momentarily stunned. Chapter 53 Unexpected Guest. I've prepared an outfit for you and sent someone to deliver it. The voice from the phone caused the dormitory to fall silent, and the round-faced beauty immediately screamed. It's such an obvious hint, and you still say he's not a fraud? That guy actually wants to give our Luoyin a cupping treatment. Dream on. At this moment, Qiu Luoyin also reacted, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her heart racing. Could it be that Li Jin really had feelings for her? The scene from the recruitment event flashed through her mind. Li Jin's imposing presence was truly captivating to women. Qiu Luoyin was no exception, as her mind was filled not with resistance, but with hesitation and even a bit of confusion. Don't talk about marrying into a wealthy family. If given the opportunity, who wouldn't want to live better and more comfortably? Everyone has a sense of vanity. It's just that the things they pursue are different. Of course, it could also be that the offers you provide aren't enough. Knock knock. A sudden knocking sound interrupted her thoughts. Who could it be, knocking at this hour and disturbing her sleep? The round-faced beauty complained. Just about to turn around to open the door, when Qiu Luoyin stood up first. I'll go? She thought it might be someone sent by Li Jin to deliver something. Standing at the door, she couldn't help but clasp her hands together, silently praying that Li Jin wouldn't send anything too bizarre. Otherwise, she really might just want to bury her head in the floor. Creaking, Qiu Luoyin nervously opened the door and was immediately taken aback. Standing outside was a dashing female officer. You are the officer. Upon seeing Qiu Luoyin, directly handed a leather case to her. Qiu Luoyin, still in a daze, accepted the case. The officer looked deeply at her and said, This is to be delivered to you by the commander. I hope you can live up to this uniform. After saying that, she turned and left briskly. Qiu Luoyin was left in shock. What did the officer mean? Wasn't he just a piece of clothing? At that moment, the three girls who had been peeking from the dormitory rushed over. One of them snatched the case from Qiu Luoyin's hands. Luoyin, hurry and see what's inside. Not just the three girls, but Qiu Luoyin was also very curious. Li Jin actually sent a military officer to deliver something. Clearly, what was in the case wasn't simple. While the girl eagerly opened the case, instantly widening her eyes and gasping in surprise. Hearing the exclamation, Qiu Luoyin hurried over. And upon seeing what was inside, she was also left speechless. Inside was actually a military uniform. What is this? The round-faced girl curiously pulled out a delicate little notebook. Wow. Luoyin, look, it's actually yours. Qiu Luoyin quickly took it, and it was a military officer's certificate. Qiu Luoyin, captain of the Imperial Army. Acting administrative assistant of the governor's office of Governor Lade Rome. Investigator of the Hanovi military inspection team of the Kyushu Empire. Qiu Luoyin was completely bewildered. She hadn't done anything here, just served in the military, and had become an officer? Was she dreaming? This can't be fake, right? The round-faced girl murmured to herself, but Qiu Luoyin directly closed the case and picked it up, saying, All right, you all hurry and sleep. There are classes tomorrow. I'm off to work. After finishing speaking without giving the three women a chance to respond, he hurriedly left, leaving them looking at each other in confusion. The next day, as the sun was already high in the sky, Li Jin finally walked out of his guest room, with Qiu Luoyin closely following behind. As he walked, Li Jin said, You must study hard with Weka at Hanovi this time. I am currently in great need of talent here. As long as you have the capability, you can stand on your own in my place. In the future, We will be on the same side. Qiu Lui nodded vigorously to show that she understood. All right. You all can set off now. Li Jin smiled slightly and waved his hand. Since he had said no decorative pieces, he naturally wanted to test Lin Luoyin's abilities. If her capabilities were truly outstanding, he wouldn't mind making her a true ally. After watching Wei Ke and the others leave, Li Jin turned to glance at the sullen Lin Keqing trailing behind him and helplessly said, Come on, my little ancestor. Lin Keqing followed behind Li Jin, muttering in dissatisfaction. Li Jin, do you think I'm not pretty enough, or do you think I lack ability? Why let her go for such an important matter instead of me? Li Jin looked at Lin Keqing, who was determined to get an explanation, and with a serious expression said, You only see the importance of this matter but not the dangers involved, right? To be honest, in the eyes of those from the West, I, Li Jin, am a thug, a thorn in their side. Who knows how much danger they will face this time? Do you really think I would let you go? If anything happened to you, how would I explain it to Uncle Lin and the others? This was also the reason why Li Jin didn't go himself. He was well aware of the nature of those from a certain region. If he went, they might really detain him or even directly eliminate him. As for Qiu Luoyin's safety, Li Jin had certainly considered it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given her a military uniform. To gain something, one must be willing to make sacrifices. Opportunities don't just fall from the sky, and he believed Qiu Luoyin understood this principle. Li Jin's suddenly stern tone startled the aggrieved Lin Keqing, causing her to lower her head and not dare to speak. Seeing Lin Keqing soften, Li Jin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If she had been truly relentless, he would have had no way to deal with her. As people are different, and Lin Keqing happened to be one of those exceptions, Li Jin raised his hand to check the time and said, Let us go. We should head to the banquet. He was actually looking forward to what kind of excitement this banquet would bring him. At the provincial government office in Jiangzhou. What did you say? Li Rong is coming? Originally somewhat leisurely, Li Jin suddenly stood up from the sofa, his expression changing rapidly, soon darkening like a pot bottom. A young man in his 20s standing next to Li Jin couldn't help but ask in confusion, Fourth brother, isn't that guy inspecting defense in the northwest? Why did he suddenly come to Jinling? Li Jin, with a gloomy expression, replied, He must have received news that Li Jin is coming to attend the banquet I'm hosting. This event is crucial for both me and him. The young man's expression immediately turned unpleasant upon hearing this. Is this guy here to cause trouble for us? Li Jin sneered, Cause trouble? It's not that easy. As long as Li Jin is here, we've already won. At this point, Li Jin looked at the young man with a smile and said, Our second brother here is quite arrogant, and that damned Li Jin isn't much better. When these two come together, we are in for some excitement. Li Jin had beaten him up in front of everyone, and he was still brooding over it. If it weren't for Li Jin's formidable strength, he wouldn't be able to take revenge easily, and he also needed Li Jin to pave the way for him. Right now, he wished he could strangle Li Jin to avenge himself. Now it was perfect. His cheap second brother suddenly rushed over, and it would be just right for them to fight among themselves. Who knows, this might push Li Jin to his side. Just as Li Jin was lost in thought, an old man hurriedly came in. Fourth master, Li Jin's car is about to arrive. Li Jin's expression immediately brightened, and he couldn't help but show a look of joy. He had been worried that Li Jin would let him down, but he didn't expect him to arrive so soon. Li Ti, let's go welcome General Li. Chapter 54, Madness. In front of the public office's main entrance, Li Jin hurriedly walked to the door with Li Ti. Fourth brother, it's just a governor. Why are we going all the way to the main entrance to welcome him? Isn't that a bit too much? Li Jin shook his head. His brother, despite being over 30, still hadn't matured. He couldn't help but reprimand. What do you know? To take something, you must first give something. If we're going to put on a show, we have to do it properly. Otherwise, wouldn't my beating have been in vain? As Li Jin said this, he couldn't help but touch his face, as if Li Jin's foot was still on it. His gaze slowly turned cold and sharp, but then it cleared up, and his expression returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Booming sounds of engines echoed from the street, and soon a convoy of 3 vehicles approached. Fourth master, it's Li Jin's convoy. An old man standing off to the side quickly walked up to Li Jin and whispered. Li Jin nodded, and as the cars came to a stop at the entrance, he stepped forward with confidence. General Li, your arrival has truly brought glory to my office. As soon as Li Jin got out of the car, he saw Li Jin extending his hand with immense enthusiasm, putting on a show of warmth. However, this enthusiasm made him feel uncomfortable and awkward. Did Li Jin have a penchant for getting beaten up? Or did he have ulterior motives? But since he was being treated with courtesy, Li Jin couldn't respond with hostility. He extended his hand politely. Your Highness is too kind. At this moment, Li Jun waved to the back, calling Li Ti over and introduced, General, this is my 14th brother, Li Ti, the current commander of the Shanghai garrison. If you have any matters in the future, you can find him. Upon hearing this, Li Jin looked Li Ti up and down. He had a strong build and a square face, clearly a standard soldier. He nodded slightly as a greeting, and Li Ti raised his hand to salute. General Li, you are a lieutenant general, and I am a major general. I should call you superior. Li Jin smiled and waved his hand. This isn't a public occasion, so there's no need for such formalities. If we were to salute, it should be me saluting you, the royal prince who outranks me. Just as the two were exchanging pleasantries, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from behind Li Jin, followed by a loud voice. Fourth brother, you're here throwing a feast. And you didn't call me? Li Jin turned around to see a middle-aged man in a grass-green short-sleeve shirt striding over. His tall figure, though not overly burly, was quite robust, and his dark face bore a pair of piercing tiger-like eyes. It was clear he was not someone easy to deal with. A glint flashed in Li Jin's eyes, but he chose to ignore the newcomer and turned to Li Jun. Your Highness, shouldn't we head inside? Li Jun immediately smiled and gestured for him to go ahead. Please, General. Then he turned to the newcomer. Second brother, I'll escort General Li inside first, and then I'll properly entertain you. Before Li Jin and Li Jun could reach the entrance, a chilling voice rang out from behind. Am I allowing you to leave? Li Jin halted abruptly and turned back, completely oblivious to Li Jun's excited expression beside him. Are you talking to me? Li Rong strode up to within a few steps of Li Jin, his face cold as he said, Li Jin, is this how you treat your superiors? Li Jin chuckled. Do I know you? Li Rong's expression remained unchanged as he coldly replied, Vice Chief of Staff of the Military Command, General Li Rong. Now do you recognize me? Haha. Li Jin laughed. Are you looking for trouble? The directness of his words made Li Rong's eyes narrow instantly, gazing at the confrontational Li Jin. A hint of hostility flashed in his eyes as he pronounced slowly, What's wrong with looking for trouble? Suddenly, Li Rong raised his hand, and the sound of polished shoes hitting the asphalt echoed sharply. Moments later, a dozen fully armed soldiers rushed out from around the corner of the government office and gathered behind Li Rong. Li Jin instinctively clenched his fists, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Lin Kuching, who had been silently following him, unconsciously stepped behind Li Jin, nervously saying, Li Jin, we. Li Jin did not turn around, but gently patted Lin Kuching's hand. However, her action made Li Rong's eyes light up. He hadn't expected such a beautiful girl to be by Li Jin's side. Li Rong's unrestrained gaze made Li Jin's expression darken instantly as he slowly walked toward Li Rong. What? Do you want to arrest me? Or are you going to shoot me directly? Li Rong was startled by Li Jin's aggressive approach and couldn't help but take a step back. Li Jin's sudden movement caused the soldiers following Li Rong to become agitated, ready to raise their guns at him. However, before they could act, a series of steel crossbow bolts suddenly shot out from the surrounding buildings, instantly piercing the unprepared soldiers. In the blink of an eye, they all fell into a pool of blood. The unexpected attack left Li Rong and the onlookers, including Li Jun, in shock. What do you want? Li Rong stammered as he looked at the soldiers lying on the ground, panic setting in as he cautiously glanced around. Li Jin, don't act recklessly. I was just trying to scare you. I'm the Emperor's son. If you kill me, you won't have it easy either. Li Jin looked at Li Rong with indifference. Relax, I have no intention of killing you. But a loud slap echoed through the street. Li Rong was caught off guard and stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Feeling the sting on his face, he was momentarily dumbfounded. How dare someone hit him? Li Jin, you actually dared to hit me? Are you crazy? Crazy? Li Jin chuckled, raising his leg as if to strike Li Rong again. But by this time, Li Rong had regained his composure. Seeing Li Jin about to kick him, rage filled his mind. After all, Li Jin had been an ordinary person in both of his past lives, while Li Rong was a military man. If it came to a physical confrontation, Li Jin wouldn't stand a chance. Li Rong swiftly dodged, causing Li Jin's kick to miss. A look of disdain appeared in Li Rong's eyes, quickly followed by fear as he noticed a gun pointed at him. Coming back to his senses, he sneered, Do you dare to pull the trigger? Bang! Li Rong couldn't help but let out a pained scream, but after a while, he felt no pain and quickly looked down at himself, relieved to find that Li Jin was just trying to scare him. General, please don't act impulsively. Li Jun, who had been watching, quickly rushed over to mediate. Although he secretly wished for Li Rong's demise, He knew it couldn't happen here, or he would not only miss out on benefits, but might also attract trouble. Humph. Realizing his earlier humiliation, Li Rong's anger flared. Li Jin, who are you trying to scare with a broken gun? If you have the guts, shoot. I'll tell you. This is my Li family's territory, and you have no right to act recklessly here. As he spoke, Li Rong shot a furtive glance at Lin Keqing. You know what? I've never failed to get what I set my sights on. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed through the quiet street again. Li Rong felt a sharp pain in his right leg and couldn't help but scream in agony. In an instant, everyone present became dazed. Li Jun turned pale. He never expected that Li Jin would actually dare to pull the trigger. He touched his own neck and shivered, thinking that Li Jin was truly a madman. Li Jin slowly lowered the gun in his hand and said, You're right. I can't kill you, but I can certainly incapacitate you. Do you think our emperor would clash with me over his son? Li Rong looked at his mangled right leg, his eyes turning bloodshot as he yelled. You will regret this. You will definitely regret this. Li Jin ignored him and turned to leave. Li Jun, who was calling for an ambulance, saw Li Jin trying to leave without saying a word and hurried over. General, why don't you sit inside for a while? My second brother has been a bit unhinged lately. Please don't take it to heart. Li Rong, who was being lifted onto a stretcher, was infuriated to hear his brother making excuses for him and was about to curse loudly. But before he could, Li Ti covered his mouth, showing concern as she said, Second brother, what do you want to say? Oh, don't worry. Your brother will never let you become disabled. We're going to the best hospital in Shanghai right away. Someone, get a car quickly, the fastest one. Li Rong was so furious he felt like spitting blood. Get someone to stop the bleeding, damn it. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from Li Ti's grip. She continued, Second brother, you don't need to thank me. It's what brothers do. Hearing Li Jun's plea, Li Jin suddenly halted and turned to stare at Li Jun, saying, Aren't you feeling quite pleased right now? Li Jun was caught off guard by the question but quickly recovered and laughed. General, what are you talking about? Li Jin calmly smiled and said, Do you know what I hate the most? Without waiting for Li Jun's response, he continued, It's people like you who are treacherous and cunning. Do you think that while I'm at odds with Li Rong, you can benefit from it? That I have to side with you? Do you really think I wouldn't know why your second brother is here? People like you are more despicable in my eyes than Li Rong. With that, he turned and walked away, clearly not wanting to engage with Li Jun. After a moment, Li Jun snapped back to reality, trembling with anger. On Li Jin's side, once he returned to the car, his expression turned dark as he coldly instructed ZMO. You go personally and kill that Li Rong. Remember, use our active duty weapons. Anyone who dares to threaten Li Jin will not survive. Does he really think I'm to be trifled with? But Li Rong is a prince, isn't he? If you kill him. Lin Keqing, who was sitting beside Li Jin, said anxiously. Hell, Li Jin sneered. What I killed was done by Li Jun. Don't worry. Li Rong is dead. And Li Jun is far more suspicious than I am. Now everyone knows that Li Jin is a madman, who never considers the consequences and goes straight for it. If Li Rong suddenly dies, he indeed has his suspicions, but the biggest suspicion definitely falls on Li Jun, because they are rivals. It makes sense that he would take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate Li Rong. After all, everyone has a common flaw. They love to speculate about things. And this speculation can lead to vastly different conclusions. The more all the suspicion points to Li Jin, the less they believe it. There is actually another reason. At that time, Li Jin really wanted to shoot Li Rong dead, but he was no longer a lone wolf. He couldn't just do whatever he wanted. If Li Jin killed Li Rong in broad daylight, it would be like tearing the mask off directly with the Empire, which would bring him no benefit. But if Li Rong died inexplicably, even if everyone knew it was Li Jin who did it, so what? His value far exceeds that of a prince. Sigh. Li Jin couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. How upright he used to be. Yet he has been forced to resort to schemes in this wicked world. Let's go. We are heading to Shanghai. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai garrison, in Li Shiqing's study villa. Master, you called for me? Fu Bo said respectfully in front of the desk. Li Shiqing, who was lowering his head to handle documents, put down his pen and looked up, his eyes filled with scrutiny, causing Fu Bo to feel uncomfortable. Which ungrateful child have you seen in Jinling? Li Shiqing suddenly spoke, making Fu Bo stiffen up and hurriedly bow. Yes, master. When I went to the Jiangzhou government office, I happened to run into the young lord. Upon hearing Fu Bo refer to Li Jin as the young lord, Li Shiqing's brows furrowed deeply, revealing a hint of displeasure. However, he didn't say anything but slowly asked, I heard that fourth master also invited Li Jin? Fu Bo quickly bowed and replied, I also heard about it. But it seems something happened, and the young lord did not attend the banquet. Li Shiqing's brow furrowed even tighter. What happened? Fu Bo replied. I only heard vaguely that the second prince suddenly arrived in Jiangzhou and was injured, so fourth prince lost interest in hosting the banquet and cancelled it directly. Li Shiqing's eyes showed a look of astonishment. You mean Li Rong was injured? Fu Bo replied solemnly. Yes, master. I also inquired secretly about how he was injured, but I didn't hear any useful news. I only heard that more than a dozen royal guards were killed. Li Shiqing nodded and then said, Fu Bo, I called you here today to discuss something with you. What do you think about letting the favored one become the Lord of Liderong? Chapter 56, Hypocrite. The words that suddenly came out of Li Shiqing's mouth made Fu Bo immediately uneasy. He opened his mouth but hadn't had the chance to speak before he saw Li Shiqing's expression suddenly darken as he slowly said, I know in your hearts. This Marquis is actually a heartless man, and you think that the death of Li Jin's mother was caused by me. Fu Bo's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly lowered his head in fear, saying, I wouldn't dare. Li Shiqing sighed and said, Fu Bo, you have been with the family for a long time. Ever since my father had a stroke, you know what our household has been like. If I hadn't acted then, our family would have faced ruin in no time. Emotions and affections cannot put food on the table. To ensure our family can be passed down through generations, there are some things I have to do. As Li Shiqing spoke, he tilted his head back and closed his eyes, seemingly recalling some sorrowful memories. Fu Bo noticed Li Shiqing's melancholic demeanor and felt somewhat puzzled. He knew very well what kind of person their lord was, cold-hearted and calculating, always prioritizing benefits above all else. However, since Li Shiqing had already expressed his feelings, Fu Bo, as a servant, naturally needed to show his support. He quickly bowed and said, I understand the difficulties you face, my lord. The prosperity of our household today is all thanks to your hard work over the years. Encouraged by Fu Bo's words, Li Shiqing lowered his head and looked at him, saying, although our household is thriving and prosperous now, you also know what kind of character the favored one has. He spends all day idling away and shirking responsibilities. Do you think I can trust him with our household? Li Shiqing's tone became serious as he continued. Therefore, I plan to bring Li Jin back to inherit the title of Duke of Jinghai after my time. As for Liderong, it's just a remote and desolate place. What good is it? It would be better to let the favored one gain some experience there. It could also help Li Jin in the future, right? Fu Bo, I know you have a good relationship with Li Jin, so I'll leave this matter to you. I believe you will handle it beautifully. In a tone that brooked no argument, Li Shiqing concluded. At that moment, although Fu Bo's face showed no emotion, his hands trembled uncontrollably, not from joy, but from anger. He had been wondering why his lord seemed so sorrowful, only to realize he was waiting for him to agree to this plan. What a clever scheme. In the past, Liderong would have been a place that struck fear into people's hearts. But now, after Li Jin's commotion, the locals had already tacitly accepted Liderong's affiliation. At this point, Liderong had become a coveted asset. Otherwise, why would the empire grant the young lord a seat in the council? It clearly indicated Liderong's importance. Their lord had truly calculated this well. What chilled Fu Bo even more was that Li Shiqing kept mentioning Li Jin as if he were an outsider, wanting to use familial ties to deceive the young lord. Li Shiqing spoke sweetly about letting Li Jin inherit the title after his time. But wasn't this just a blatant illusion? If Li Jin really handed over Liderong, wouldn't he become a fish on Li Shiqing's chopping block at his mercy? When Li Shiqing saw that Fu Bo had not responded for a long time, his expression darkened immediately. What? Are you unwilling? The originally submissive Fu Bo suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with a somber expression. My lord, I can't do it. With a loud bang, Li Shiqing slammed his fist on the desk, causing everything on it to jump, clearly showing how furious the Marquis was. Fu Kong, you dog servant. Have you forgotten the kindness the Marquis has shown you over the years? If it weren't for the Marquis, you would be digging in the dirt for food like your soldier friends. And what about your son, your daughter-in-law, your daughter, and your grandchildren? Why are they all thriving? Isn't it all thanks to the Marquis? Now you want to play the good guy. Do you think you deserve it? Li Shiqing's venomous voice pierced through Fu Bo like a knife, and in an instant, Fu Bo's once rosy face visibly aged, revealing the torment within him. Suddenly, Fu Bo deeply bowed. My lord, as the steward of the Marquis, I have failed to complete the tasks you assigned me, which is disloyal. If this matter has wronged the late lady, it is unjust. I truly do not know how to choose, and I wish to resign. Before Fu Bo could finish, A thunderous voice interrupted, "Enough. Get out." Fu Bo felt as if he had been granted amnesty, quickly bowed again, and staggered out. Not long after Fu Bo left, a woman's voice filled with restrained anger came from behind Li Shiqing. "My lord, this old fool doesn't even listen to your words anymore. What are you keeping him for? If he wants to leave, just let him." Li Shiqing frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, but it quickly relaxed. "What do you understand? Fu Bo has been in the Marquisate for nearly 50 years. He has managed all the affairs here. If he leaves, who will take care of this mess?" At this moment, the woman had walked to Li Shiqing's side. She was a voluptuous middle-aged woman, beautifully alluring, with every movement exuding a seductive charm. It was Zhao Yuer, Li Shiqing's current wife. Zhao Yuer approached Li Shiqing, placing her hands on his shoulders and kneading them. "My lord, our darling is already 19. He should have a career. I don't care. The Raid Rong Islands must belong to our darling. My father has said that as long as our darling can become the lord of the Raid Rong Islands, the position of the Imperial Navy commander will be yours in the future. You might even move further into the command department and take over my father's position." Li Shiqing was instantly intrigued. He immediately stood up and said, "You don't need to worry about this. I will find a way. This rebellious child may be a bit of a mess, but he wouldn't dare go against me as his father, as a descendant of the Li family. Who wouldn't want to be the lord? Besides, our darling is still his brother. For the sake of our Li family's great cause, what is this little sacrifice? At most, I can compensate him later. You aren't thinking of passing the Marquisate to him, are you?" Zhao Yuer asked suspiciously. Seeing this, Li Shiqing quickly waved his hand. "I was just saying it casually. Madam, think about it. If we don't give Li Jin a little incentive, do you really think he will comply? Once we secure the position of lord, who gets the title will be entirely up to me." Chapter 57, Fury. The next morning, after Li Jin's convoy exited the expressway, they did not enter the city but headed straight for the outskirts. Soon, they arrived at a lush green forest, which was the burial site of the Li clan. The Duke of Jinghai is the only founding noble in the area, so the cemetery is naturally extraordinary, surrounded by green hills and misty waters. Especially now, with Li Shiqing as the Duke of Jinghai, not only is he the commander of the Southern Ocean Fleet, but he also holds the position of protector of the area, making him quite formidable. However, the current position of protector has become merely honorary, lacking the real power it once had, as the military forces of the area are now under the command of the garrison headquarters. The only benefit is that the Duke of Jinghai's residence now has a small guard unit, roughly equivalent to an enhanced platoon of soldiers. Li Jin stood at the entrance of the cemetery, gazing at the solemn and desolate landscape with a complex expression. Memories of his mother in this life flooded back, always so dignified and graceful, never in conflict with the world. Her tenderness and affection were something he never experienced in his previous life. Only after losing something do you realize what is truly precious. Now, he found himself resenting fate. If only his memories had resurfaced sooner, perhaps his mother would not have died. Taking a deep breath, he was about to step into the cemetery when a burly man rushed out to block his way. "Hey, you there. Do you know where this is? How dare you trespass? Leave now." Li Jin frowned, feeling a bit displeased but chose not to lash out, recognizing the man was just doing his job. He calmly replied, "I'm here to pay respects to Lady Lung Yueying." The burly man paused, scratching his head as he looked back at another middle-aged man who was hurrying over. "Is there a lady with the surname Lung in the cemetery?" The middle-aged man was also taken aback, then his eyes flickered as he said, "You must mean the Duke's concubine, Lady Lung." "Concubine? So my mother has become a concubine?" Li Jin's gaze instantly turned icy. Suddenly, a chill swept through the hot summer day, causing both men to shiver involuntarily. Li Jin stepped forward towards the cemetery, but the middle-aged man quickly blocked his path. "Hey, if you're looking for the grave of Lady Lung, you should go to the Western Cemetery. A concubine doesn't have the right to be buried in the ancestral tomb of the Li family." Li Jin whipped around to glare at the middle-aged man, who staggered back several steps in fear, as Li Jin's eyes had turned blood red, resembling a bloodthirsty beast. After intimidating the men, Li Jin did not take his anger out on them, but quickly walked deeper into the cemetery, winding through the paths until he soon arrived beside a grave. The grave had long since turned into a pile of rubble, and the marble tombstone was shattered into pieces. Li Jin couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, and overwhelming anger surging through him. However, Li Jin did not curse or say anything else. Instead, he turned and walked out of the cemetery. He got into the car, and did not command Zemo to drive to the cemetery, but said, "Go to the garrison headquarters." After speaking, Li Jin closed his eyes. But the tightening grip of his fist showed that he was far from calm, not just unsettled. Li Jin felt a fierce flame burning in his chest, consuming him entirely. Li Shiqing had completely provoked him this time. In the past, although Li Jin despised Li Shiqing, he was still his biological father, and he never intended to do anything to him. At most, they would just live separate lives. But Li Jin never expected that a man could be so malicious. Not only turning his lawful wife into a concubine, but even demolishing his mother-esque grave. Such a beast did not deserve to live in this world. After an unknown amount of time, Zemo, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly spoke up, "General, we have arrived." This brought Li Jin back from his anger. "Go, call Li T and tell him I want to see him." "Yes, General." Zemo quickly agreed and got out of the car. Moments later, Li Jin saw Li T walking out from the gate. He immediately rolled down the window and said, "Commander Li, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Please get in the car." Li T, with a cold expression on his face, sat in the car. If it weren't for his fourth brother insisting that he not offend Li Jin, he wouldn't even want to see this guy. "Go ahead, what's the matter?" Li Jin smiled slightly and glanced at Zemo, who immediately lunged at Li T like a cheetah. Li T's expression changed dramatically, and just as he was about to resist, Zemo grabbed him by the neck and pushed him down onto the seat. Li Jin wasted no time and directly opened the car's cooler, taking out a silver syringe. This was the Loyalty Guarantee Agent mini-controller that Li Jin had purchased. After using one on Vic, 3 were left. Seeing the large syringe in Li Jin's hand, panic immediately filled Li T's eyes, and he struggled desperately. "Li Jin, what do you want to do? Don't do anything reckless. This is the headquarters. There are cameras everywhere. If something happens to me, you want to get away." Li Jin was unfazed and directly pulled Li T's arm over. This action frightened Li T, who quickly begged for mercy. "Brotherly, grandfatherly, I have no grievances with you. Why do you want to harm me? If you have any grievances, can't you go to my fourth brother instead? It hurts." Li Jin plunged the needle into Li T's arm, causing him to let out a painful groan, feeling a rush of energy surge from his arm to his brain. At that moment, Li T had only one thought. This time, he was truly finished. As soon as Zemo released him, Li T didn't feel anything unusual. He glanced at Li Jin, but instead of the anger he felt earlier, a sense of respect and affection arose in his heart. As if Li Jin were his own parents, his everything. Even if Li Jin were to order him to die right now, he wouldn't hesitate for a moment. Li Jin looked at Li T, who had suddenly become respectful, and his expression turned serious. "You immediately gather a battalion of troops for me. Bring the interference squad as well." Li T didn't hesitate at all, and immediately responded, "I'll go right away." The residence of the Duke of Jinghai, as one of the founding families of the 9 Provinces Empire, has stood by the river in Shanghai City for nearly 100 years. It occupies an area of about 60 to 70 acres. It's important to note that this is prime real estate in Shanghai City, and the value of this land alone is astronomical. As usual, several attendants of the Duke's residence were diligently polishing the grand European-style door made entirely of marble. Suddenly, a series of intense engine noises erupted. Chapter 58 Revenge. The busy people at the Duke's residence couldn't help but stop their work and looked up with curiosity. They saw military vehicles roaring in, stopping directly in front of the Duke's residence, followed by soldiers jumping out of the vehicles. "Quick, surround Duke Jinghai. Snipers, get in position. Machine gunners, on alert." The large-caliber machine guns mounted on the off-road vehicles started spinning rapidly, aiming at the Duke's residence. In this unexpected scene, not only the attendants, but even the guards at the entrance looked bewildered. While everyone was stunned, the soldiers had already surrounded them completely. "Brothers, we're all on the same side." The guards of the Duke's residence raised their hands helplessly in front of the dark muzzles of the guns. A leading officer stepped forward and took the guard's weapon away, raising his chin and saying, "Take them all down." At this moment, a Cadillac SUV slowly drove up the street. Li Jin was reclining in the back seat, eyes closed, looking as if he were asleep. "General, Duke Jinghai has been surrounded by us, and all the guards have surrendered their weapons." Li Jin suddenly opened his eyes. "Has someone been sent to Taozhou?" Zemo quickly replied, "Please rest assured, General. I have already sent 2 special operations teams to Taozhou." "Good. You tell them that before I arrive. If anyone dares to have ill intentions towards my family, I authorize them to shoot on sight. No questions asked." There was no choice. Li Jin had to be cautious now, as he was not just facing Li Shicheng, but also the intricate forces behind him. Years ago, Li Shicheng had climbed the social ladder, leading to his mother's untimely death, and that phoenix was the current Lady Duke, Zhao Yuer. This woman was not simple. Her grandfather was one of the 9 founding heroes of the empire, the empire's marshal and duke of the state, Zhao Dongshan. Li Jin's father, Zhao Gang, is a general of the empire and one of the 3 deputy commanders of the military command. His brother, like Li Jin, is also a member of the council, serving as the director of the National Defense Department of the Imperial Cabinet. The difference is that as long as one holds the position of director, they will always be a council member, while Li Jin's membership rotates among 9 territories, with each term lasting only 2 years. With such a powerful family, Li Jin naturally needs to prepare for the future, as his plans may drive this family to madness. As for why he didn't directly take his grandparents away, aside from the large number of people in the Lung family, making it impossible to move them all at once, there are many in the Lung family who look down on him. If he were to take only the old couple, the grandfather would definitely disagree, as he places great importance on family ties. Even if Li Jin explained his identity as a landowner, his relatives might not believe him. When he first arrived on the mainland, he had already inquired about the recent events, and there had been no reports in the mainland. Ordinary people had no idea what was happening. In fact, many people didn't even know about the place called Laterong, and online information about it is scarce. If he hadn't specifically researched it, no one would think that the empire still had such an overseas enclave. Moreover, with someone as special as Li Jin, how could his family not receive special attention from the empire? It is likely that the area is already filled with spies. If there happens to be a double agent among them, it could be even more dangerous for him to take his relatives away at this time. Furthermore, a vulnerability is not eliminated just by moving your most important people away. You must understand that the people you care about also have people they care about. And those who are cared for also have their own connections, making it a complex web. If someone wants to deal with you, they have plenty of ways to do so. Therefore, Li Jin realized the truth. To live well, one must be strong enough that no one dares to target them. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed all the restlessness in his heart. Only then did Li Jin get out of the car. At this moment, Li Ti had been waiting in front of the car for a long time. As soon as she saw Li Jin get down, she quickly raised her hand in salute and said, "General." Li Jin looked at the extremely respectful Li Ti. He had a crazy idea back then. Could he control this world-class figure with a nanotechnology controller? Unfortunately, ideals are often grand, but reality is harsh. First, such things are too expensive and the effects are limited. Second, the noble and political figures are not so easy to approach. Their security is much tighter than one might imagine. Otherwise, countless people would die every day. Li Jin raised his hand to signal Li Ti not to be overly courteous and then walked toward the Marquis's residence. Seeing this, Li Ti quickly led a team of soldiers to follow him. After about 10 minutes, Li Jin arrived in front of a 4-story villa, which was the banquet hall of the Li family and the largest and most magnificent building in the entire Marquis's residence. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Shicheng, Zhao Yui, and several stewards from the Ho residence surrounded by a group of soldiers in the living room, with Fu Bo among them. Li Jin's gaze immediately fell on a tall, middle-aged man, who was none other than his biological father, Li Shicheng. This Li Shicheng was indeed a figure capable of becoming a general in the empire. Even in such an environment, he remained calm and composed, sitting there with an imposing presence. However, when he saw Li Jin enter, his demeanor instantly changed. His expression darkened, and he abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Is it you, ungrateful son? You have such audacity to commit such treasonous acts. Kneel down before me." Li Jin looked at Li Shicheng, who still had that commanding attitude, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Did he really think he was still the same Li Jin who could be easily manipulated? Although he felt anger inside, Li Jin did not act immediately. After all, Li Shicheng had reached his current position through exceptional will and cunning. It wouldn't be easy to completely crush him. Moreover, killing a person was too simple. Destroying what he cared about the most, making him wish he were dead, would be far more painful. Li Jin sneered, ignoring Li Shicheng, and turned his attention to a burly middle-aged man next to him, who was the one that had sent him to the island previously, Chen Tiexin. "Do you remember me? You were quite arrogant back then," he taunted. Chen Tiexin, surprisingly unafraid, scoffed and turned away, acting as if he couldn't be bothered to engage. Li Jin wasn't angry. Instead, he looked around, walked straight to a decorated wall, and pulled down a baseball bat. He swung it a few times in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Seeing Li Jin approach with the baseball bat, Chen Tiexin's expression changed dramatically. Just then, Zimo and a soldier stepped forward, pinning Chen Tiexin's hands down. "What are you trying to do?" Chen Tiexin panicked and quickly called for help from Li Shiqing. "Lord Ho." By this time, Li Shiqing's face had turned as dark as a cast-iron pot. He directed his gaze at Li Ti, who was watching the scene unfold. "Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Do you not know the consequences of mobilizing the military without authorization? Don't think that just because you are a prince, you can act with impunity. This is not ancient times." Li Shiqing ranted for a long time, but to his astonishment, Li Ti didn't even glance at him, treating him as if he were air. This made Li Shiqing so furious that his lips trembled. Meanwhile, Li Jin looked at Chen Tiexin, who was struggling desperately to break free, and a smile appeared on his face. "Chen Tiexin, don't you like to look down on others? Today, I'll grant you that." Li Jin swung the baseball bat directly at Chen Tiexin's kneecap, and with a crack, the sound echoed in the room. Chapter 60, Ruthlessness. The sound of Chen Tiexin's bones shattering clearly reached everyone's ears in the hall, causing the servants of the Ofu to tremble in fear, silencing them completely. "Ah, my leg! My leg!" Looking at Chen Tiexin's face contorted in pain, Li Jin showed no mercy and raised the baseball bat in his hand again, swinging it down. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed once more, and this time, Chen Tiexin could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground and clutching his leg while wailing incessantly. Chen Tiexin's pitiful appearance not only frightened the servants, but also made the Ofuan, Zhao Yuya, pale with fear, hiding behind Li Shiqing and trembling. Even Li Shiqing couldn't help but tighten his pupils, staring in astonishment at Li Jin. When did his son become this ruthless? He seemed like a completely different person. At that moment, Li Jin happened to look at Li Shiqing, and their eyes met. The indifference in Li Jin's gaze made Li Shiqing's heart tighten. A terrifying thought suddenly crossed his mind. This kid might really kill him. At this thought, Li Shiqing couldn't help but shiver. Noticing Li Shiqing's reaction, a smirk appeared on Li Jin's face. It seemed that this general of the empire was not as fearless as he appeared. Just as Li Jin was about to speak, Li Shiqing preemptively said, "Li Jin, my son, it was indeed my fault back then for driving you out of the house. But you must understand a principle. When great responsibilities are bestowed upon a person, they must first endure hardships and strengthen their resolve to achieve greatness. Why didn't I welcome you back? Why did I drive you out? It was actually to toughen you up. You need to understand a father's intentions." At that moment, Li Shiqing appeared to transform into a caring father, earnestly speaking to Li Jin. "Have you ever thought, if I hadn't sent you away, would you have achieved what you have today? Do you know? I have always wanted to pass this marquis title to you, but I feared you wouldn't be able to hold it, which is why I trained you from a young age. Now, you have finally grown up. I can confidently hand the Ofu over to you in the future. That place, laid Rome, is just a chaotic and poor land. What's good about it? It's better to let your brother manage it. You should stay by my side, so I can make up for the years of neglect." Li Shiqing's heartfelt voice echoed in the living room, leaving Li Jin stunned. He couldn't believe that such shamelessness existed in the world. What was clearly extortion was being portrayed as a gift. As for Li Shiqing's earlier claims of training, if someone hadn't been through the harsh realities of society, they might have believed it. But all Li Jin felt was indifference and distance. Did he really think he was a fool? Li Jin had no time to indulge in this father-son filial game. He felt disgusted just being in the Ofu. He directly asked, "Who destroyed my mother's grave?" The hall fell silent in an instant. Li Jin glanced at the few people standing in the hall, finally fixing his gaze on Zhao Yuer. A palpable killing intent flickered in Li Jin's eyes, startling Zhao Yuer into a scream as she buried her head into Li Shiqing's embrace. Li Shiqing hurriedly pulled Zhao Yuer behind him, glaring at Li Jin in anger. "What do you want? Yuer is your stepmother. How can you be so disrespectful?" Li Jin's gaze turned icy as he looked at Li Shiqing. "I'm asking you, who destroyed my mother's grave?" Li Shiqing's face turned crimson with rage. Glaring back at Li Jin, "Have you had enough of this? To be honest, the grave of Lung Yuang was moved by me. Just a concubine. How can she occupy the ancestral grave of the Li family? It's ridiculous." At this point, the mask of civility had been completely torn off. Looking at the disdainful Li Shiqing, a surge of anger shot straight to Li Jin's head. Without thinking, he pulled out a gun from his waist. With a click, he aimed the gun at Li Shiqing. In that critical moment, a figure suddenly dashed out to shield Li Shiqing. It was Fu Bo. Li Jin frowned immediately. "Fu Bo, get out of the way." Fu Fu Bo shook his head, pleading, "Young lord, if you must kill, then kill me instead. You absolutely cannot do this. This would be parricide. If word gets out, how will you live with yourself in the future?" At Fu Bo's words, the furious look in Li Jin's eyes cleared momentarily. He then turned the gun towards several stewards of the Marquis' residence. Bang! Bang! The stewards collapsed into pools of blood. Li Jin was no fool. He had already gathered all the information before coming here. Everything was orchestrated by Zhao Yuer and those stewards. As for Li Shiqing, although he did not participate, his indifferent attitude infuriated Li Jin even more. Li Jin looked at the terrified Zhao Yuer behind Li Shiqing and coldly said, "Zhao Yuer, don't you love my mother's burial site? Today, I'll grant you that wish. Someone, arrest this shameless woman and bury her in that grave." Li Jin's cold command frightened Zhao Yuer to the point of paralysis. She clutched Li Shiqing's sleeve tightly and pleaded, "Master, save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." At this moment, Li Shiqing was also panicking. He wasn't worried about Zhao Yuer's life. He was concerned about his own career. If Zhao Yuer truly died in front of him, how could the Zhao family let it go? His hard-earned business would be ruined. That would be worse than death. He quickly said, "Li Jin, what do you want? As long as you don't kill Yuer, I can agree to anything." Li Jin immediately smiled, actually putting the gun away, and coldly said, "All right, I'll give you one chance. Someone, bring me a whip." In a short while, Zimo walked over with a long steel whip. Li Jin took it and threw it directly in front of Li Shiqing. "Come on, give that shameless woman 20 lashes. And make sure each one goes deep. If you don't hit hard enough, you'll have to dig in the dirt." Li Jin's tone was extremely indifferent, causing both Li Shiqing and Zhao Yuer to shiver. Grinding his teeth, Li Shiqing bent down to pick up the whip and swung it heavily at Zhao Yuer. The whip made a sharp sound as it struck, instantly leaving a bright red mark on her body. Following that, a piercing scream echoed through the hall. Chapter 61, The Great Fire. Li Shiqing continued to lash out at Zhao Yuer, leaving her in a state of severe injury. Her agonizing cries reverberated throughout the hall. After 10 lashes, Zhao Yuer fainted from the pain. Li Shiqing, with a blank expression, mechanically raised the whip again to strike, but was suddenly stopped by Fu Bo. "Lord, you can't hit her anymore. If you do, she'll die." Fu Bo then turned to Li Jin, pleading, "Young lord, could you spare her life for my sake?" Li Jin looked at the barely breathing Zhao Yuer on the ground and said noncommittally, "Since Fu Bo has spoken, then we won't hit her anymore." However, Li Jin's tone suddenly shifted. "Fu Bo, you must come with me." Fu Bo was momentarily stunned, unable to help but glance at Li Shiqing, who disappointingly didn't even look his way. Sighing, Fu Bo then perked up and said, "Young lord, I can follow you, but I hope you'll also take Instructor Lin Jin with you." Li Jin, without a second thought, replied, "Sure." He naturally remembered Lin Jin, who had treated him well back in the day and was quite capable. Now was the time to make use of talent, and the more, the better. "Zimo, help Fu Bo gather his things and take them to the airport immediately." "Yes, General." After Zimo left with Fu Bo, Li Jin cast a cold glance at Li Shiqing and silently turned to leave. No one noticed the bone-chilling intent that flashed in his eyes as he turned away, clearly indicating that he had no intention of letting this go. Li Shiqing watched Li Jin disappear, his face revealing a sense of relief from a narrow escape, but his legs buckled, and he sat down on the floor. His expression soon turned cold. He felt humiliated today and harbored deep resentment. Not only did he hate Li Jin, but he also developed animosity towards those from the Shanhui garrison, including Li Ti. "Just wait," Li Shiqing muttered darkly. Outside the Jinghai Marquis' residence, Li Jin glanced back at the opulent building complex and muttered to himself, "What a pity." Before he knew it, night had fallen. In a villa in the backyard of the Marquis' residence, Zhao Yuer lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Yuer, it's time for your medicine." At that moment, a gentle voice came through, causing Zhao Yuer to shiver and curl up into a ball. Li Shiqing sat by the bed, looking at the battered Zhao Yuer with a face full of sorrow. "Yuer, don't blame me. I did it to save you. You saw it too. Li Jin is a madman. If I hadn't done this, he would really bury you alive." Upon hearing Li Shiqing's explanation, Zhao Yuer suddenly lifted her head, gritting her teeth, and said, "I want him dead." Li Shiqing hurriedly replied, "Yuer, don't worry. I'll arrange for people tomorrow. They want to escape." Zhao Yuer raised her head, looking at Li Shiqing with suspicion. "Are you sure? He is your son." A trace of malice flashed in Li Shiqing's eyes as he slowly said, "Back then, I could kill his mother, so I can naturally kill him now." Saying this, Li Shiqing looked gently at Zhao Yue and said, Yue, I only have one precious son. Aside from the three of us, everyone else is an outsider. If they die, so be it. After hearing Li Shiqing's sweet words, Zhao Yue's expression improved slightly. However, thinking of the humiliation she just suffered and the stinging pain on her back, her heart was instantly filled with fury. As the only daughter of the Zhao family, she had been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood, getting whatever she wanted, with someone always cleaning up after her. She had never faced any punishment. Today, she was actually bullied by a young brat. Just as Zhao Yue was about to be consumed by her anger, an extremely piercing whistle suddenly came from outside the window, causing Li Shiqing, who was sitting by the bed, to change his expression. Just as he was about to get up, the house suddenly shook violently. Before he could react, a massive shadow crashed down from the ceiling, followed by a deafening explosion. The entire villa was instantly blown to pieces, and a tremendous shockwave swept through the area, causing nearby buildings to crumble like tofu. Then, two huge mushroom clouds rose into the sky, and fierce flames quickly engulfed the entire residence. Meanwhile, 3,000 meters away in a tall building, Li Jin stood in the top-floor office, looking through a telescope at the burning residence of the Duke of Jinghai. And couldn't he help but sigh, what a pity. After all, he had some very beautiful memories there. Zemo, who are the people on that plane? Li Jin suddenly asked. Zemo quickly replied, please rest assured, General, it's a confidant of Li Ti. This guy has been causing trouble in Jinling City, thinking he is above the law because of his connection to Li Ti. It's not a loss if he dies. However, he is very loyal to Li Ti. We didn't even need a controller, and he confidently agreed to it himself. Upon hearing that they saved a controller, a smile appeared on Li Jin's face, followed by a puzzled expression. What kind of plane is this? Its power is so great. General, it's a bomber, and it carried 20 tons of cloudburst bombs when it took off. Li Jin suddenly realized, no wonder it had such immense power. General, why didn't we act directly when we were at the Duke's residence? Zemo suddenly asked. Li Jin did not turn around, but said lightly, you don't understand. Killing in the open and killing in the dark are two completely different things. If we act boldly in the Gofu, what do you think the Empire's reaction would be? Can they tolerate us being so reckless? At that point, even those who don't want to act might strike out at us under pressure. We would be in danger then. Li Jin understood very well that Lai Durong's rapid development was inseparable from the Empire. If he offended everyone in the Empire, who would buy his goods? Where would he find people to relocate and strengthen Lai Durong? As a certain celebrity said, the world is not just about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. This is also why Li Jin didn't act directly, but instead used covert methods. If it were just for the thrill and recklessness, even if there were a few strong allies, how long could he hold on if he lost everyone's support? Li Jin was very clear-headed. He was still a small player, not a giant. Zemo nodded thoughtfully and said, General, I understand. Li Jin smiled slightly and replied, well, this matter has nothing to do with us. It's just an airplane crash that happened to fall on the Gofu. Who can we blame for bad luck? Let Li Ti and the others fight it out. He then asked, by the way, have you dealt with that dog Li Rang? Not yet. Zemo shook his head and replied, after Li Rang was beaten, he returned to the capital, and we didn't have the chance to act. Upon hearing this, Li Jin's expression shifted slightly, and he said, let our people come back. This matter will be left to Li Ti. Otherwise, it would be a waste. I believe he will give us a different surprise. Notify everyone to immediately head to the cemetery. Once the ceremony is over, we will leave Shanghai and go to Taozhou. After we finish our business, we will return to Lai Durong. After all, this isn't our territory, and it always feels a bit insecure. Besides, Li Jin himself felt he might be a bit too arrogant. If he got struck by lightning, it would be quite embarrassing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission awareness of the Ascendant. The reward has been deposited into the system warehouse. Chapter 62. Adding to the deck, just as Li Jin was about to leave the room, he paused and revealed a look of surprise in his eyes. Is there a reward for doing my own business? System, bring up the warehouse. Li Jin said eagerly. Before Li Jin's words had finished, a light screen appeared before him. Hidden mission, awareness of the Ascendant. Mission rewards. 1. A squadron of attack aircraft, equipped with 12 J-25 type Ghost Bird stealth attack fighters, fantasy version of modern naval warfare. Performance. The aircraft uses the most advanced variable cycle engine, capable of sustained 225 times supersonic cruising during flight, equipped with Eagle-type hypersonic anti-ship missiles and Zircon hypersonic cruise missiles. Combat range, 8, 100 kilometers, capable of vertical takeoff and landing. 2. 1 Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine. Li Jin looked at the rewards given by the system, and a big smile suddenly appeared on his face. This fighter jet is impressive. It can actually perform supersonic cruise at over Mach 2, which is absolutely top-notch in the fighter jet world. The definition of supersonic cruise is quite simple. It's when the speed can reach over Mach 1 without afterburners and can be maintained for more than 30 minutes. As for the Ohio class, there's no need to mention it. It's definitely a formidable national asset. Now, he has more cards up his sleeve. After all, it's said that a strong weapon gives one courage. With such a powerful tool in hand, what is there to fear? He can directly confront any challenge. Besides, he is determined to take risks, not knowing if other forces have the guts to do the same. Just as Li Jin was heading to Taozhou, a loud explosion in Shanghai City quickly reached the imperial capital. In the Huanjing Palace, Li Yi, still half asleep, sat in his seat and looked at Yun Xiao, who had woken him up and complained, "General Yun, can't this wait until tomorrow? My old bones can't take this kind of disturbance." Yun Xiao hurriedly stood up and saluted before seriously saying, "Your Majesty, something has happened in Shanghai. A bomber from the Phoenix base encountered a malfunction during a mission and crashed into Shanghai City." "What did you say?" Li Yi's eyes widened instantly, the sleepiness gone in an instant as he quickly asked, "Are there any casualties?" Yun Xiao, with a heavy expression, replied, "The plane did not crash in a residential area. It fell right into the residence of the Duke of Jinghai. We just received news that this bomber was carrying 2 heavy cloud explosion bombs, and the crash caused a massive explosion, flattening most of the Duke's residence. The Duke and his wife were killed on the spot." For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became strange, and Li Yi's brows furrowed even tighter. He was very clear about what had happened at the Duke's residence yesterday. After all, Li Jin's identity is special, and the Empire could not possibly neglect monitoring him. Unexpectedly, such an incident occurred today, leaving Li Yi's mind racing with thoughts. Who was piloting the plane? After a pause, Yun Xiao finally spoke. It was the acting commander Wang Chao from the Phoenix base. Li Yi's expression immediately changed, his brows knitting tightly together. Is he one of Li Ti's people? Yun Xiao bowed his head and remained silent. The flicker of light in Li Yi's eyes indicated his extreme unease. He was not a fool and could see that there was something off about this situation. A bomber goes out on a mission and just happens to crash into the Duke's residence. Such a thing is not just improbable, it defies logic. Anyone could see that something was amiss. What puzzled Li Yi was whether this was Li Jin's way of using a knife to kill, or if his own sons were up to some mischief again. "General Yun, what do you think?" Li Yi, feeling flustered, suddenly turned to Yun Xiao and asked. Yun Xiao was momentarily stunned and didn't know how to respond when 2 figures suddenly rushed in from outside the hall, one after the other. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Li Yi's eyes narrowed. They were Zhao Gang, the father of Zhao Yuer, and her brother. Zhao Gang, who was at the forefront, unexpectedly knelt down with a loud thud, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, you must uphold justice for this old minister." Zhao Gang's sudden action caught everyone in the hall off guard, even Li Yi, the emperor. It was important to note that this was no longer ancient times. The practice of kneeling had been abolished for many years. Zhao Gang's unexpected gesture left Li Yi, who had prepared a speech, momentarily speechless. He quickly descended the steps to help Zhao Gang up, comforting him, "General Zhao, you need not do this. Just speak your mind." With Li Yi's assistance, Zhao Gang stood up, his face filled with sorrow. "Your Majesty, my daughter and son-in-law cannot die without reason. You must give them justice." Zhao Gang's grief was genuine. Zhao Yuer was his only daughter, and Li Shicheng was the successor he had raised. Now that they were both gone, his resilience was truly remarkable. Li Yi looked at Zhao Gang, who was demanding accountability, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. Although he was not like previous emperors who wielded absolute power, he was still one of the highest authorities in the empire. Zhao Gang's blatant challenge felt like a disregard for his position. Despite his annoyance, Li Yi found himself at a loss and could only shout angrily, "Someone, bring Li Ti back to me." Standing nearby, Yun Xiao quickly said, "Your Majesty, Li Ti is just outside the hall." Li Yi was taken aback. When had his son become so obedient? Without further thought, he commanded, "Let him in." In a moment, Li Ti, dressed sharply in military attire, strode in, standing at attention and saluting. "Father." Li Yi scrutinized his son, aware that his children were capable of causing trouble, and he enjoyed observing them to select a suitable heir. However, he hadn't expected Li Ti to create such a significant issue. Speak. Li Yi's expression darkened as he coldly demanded, what happened with Wang Chao? What was a major general of the empire doing out at this hour? Don't try to brush it off as a mission. I am not foolish enough to believe that. If you clarify the matter, perhaps I can plead for leniency on your behalf. As Li Yi spoke, his gaze turned increasingly icy. If there is even a hint of a lie, I will ensure you face severe punishment, even if you are my son. Li Ti felt a chill run down his spine from his father's cold tone and quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Li Yi. Speak. Li Yi suddenly shouted, startling Li Ti, who immediately shivered and blurted out, It's Li Rong. Father, it was Li Rong who made me do this. Li Yi was taken aback for a moment, his expression changing dramatically, and it took a long time for him to calm down before coldly ordering, Someone, go find Li Rong for me. Chapter 63, Unexpected. The great hall fell silent as time passed second by second. Everyone stood in the hall, exchanging bewildered glances. At this moment, it wasn't only the Emperor Li Yi who found it hard to accept. The three present, Yun Xiao and his companions, also wore incredulous expressions. Wasn't this 14th Prince Li Ti the right-hand man of the 4th Prince Li Jin? How did he end up in cahoots with the 2nd Prince Li Rong? Kneel. Li Yi suddenly shouted coldly, causing Li Ti to tremble and obediently kneel down. Now, tell me, what on earth is going on? Li Ti lowered his head in fear and replied to his father, It was my second brother who suddenly found my 4th brother, saying that if we could help him take revenge, he would withdraw from the Crown Prince competition. Li Yi's expression darkened immediately. His sons were truly audacious to use the Crown Prince position as a bargaining chip. Father, you know that I have never gotten along with Li Rong. If it weren't for the constant pressure from my 4th brother, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Humph. Li Yi snorted heavily, his anger rising. You rebellious son. The Marquis of Jinghai has always been diligent in his duties and never involved himself in your filthy matters. How could he have offended you to the point of causing such a disaster? Have you lost your senses? Li Ti quickly raised his hand to explain. Father, Li Rong didn't want to kill the Marquis of Jinghai. He wanted to kill Li Jin. Li Rong received news that Li Jin was going to the Marquis of Jinghai. So I planned this operation. I just didn't expect that Li Jin wouldn't stay at the Marquis' residence. And by the time we realized it was too late to call it off, seeing Li Ti's earnest demeanor, Li Yi became even angrier. Especially with Yun Xiao and the others still present, he felt even more embarrassed. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the hall, and soon after, Li Rong, dressed in military attire, hurried in. Father, you called for me? Li Yi glanced at Li Rong expressionlessly, and then turned his gaze to the kneeling Li Ti. Repeat what you just said for your second brother to hear. Li Ti obediently repeated his earlier words, leaving Li Rong dumbfounded. He quickly became agitated. Li Ti, don't slander us. When did we ever let you kill Li Jin? He then looked at Li Yi, pleading, Father, this is a baseless accusation, a blatant slander. I never told him to kill Li Jin, let alone the Marquis of Jinghai. Li Ti, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately protested, standing up angrily to glare at Li Rong. Li Rong, do you think you can just turn against us? If it weren't for you, why would we provoke Li Jin? Stop pretending to be the good guy. I'll beat you to death. Li Ti was getting more and more agitated. And then he threw a punch that hit Li Rong's face. Caught off guard, Li Rong had no time to dodge, and his mouth was deformed from the blow. A few small white objects even flew out of his mouth. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Li Rong glared at Li Ti and said, Li Ti, are you crazy? Haha, you think I'm crazy? Li Ti suddenly burst into laughter, with a hint of madness in his eyes. In the horrified gaze of the crowd, he pulled out a short blade from his waist and plunged it directly into Li Rong's chest, followed by a second and a third stab. Feeling the excruciating pain in his chest, Li Rong looked at Li Ti in disbelief, then fell backward heavily, collapsing onto the ground. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present, including Li Yi, who took a long time to regain his composure. Looking at Li Rong lying in a pool of blood, he found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Yun Xiao reacted quickly and shouted, Quick, get a doctor. However, everyone understood that with so many stab wounds in Li Rong's chest, not even divine intervention could save him. Unfilial son. Unfilial son. Li Yi glared at Li Ti, who still held the bloody knife, his lips trembling with anger. Someone, take this unfilial son away. Upon hearing that the emperor intended to imprison him, Li Ti immediately protested, waving the bloody knife and shouting, Why? Father, he slandered me first. Why should you imprison me? Li Yi felt dizzy and on the verge of collapsing. but he forced himself to wave his hand and said, "Take him away." Immediately, a dozen soldiers rushed in and forcibly dragged Li Ti out. Li Yi took a deep breath and turned to Zhao Gang, who was looking down, seemingly lost in thought. "General Zhao, are you satisfied now? If there's nothing else, you may leave." At this point, Zhao Gang dared not say another word and quickly raised his hand in salute, saying, "I take my leave." He then hurriedly led his son out. Li Yi then turned his gaze to Yun Shao. "General Yun, you can go back to your duties as well." Yun Shao saluted and silently turned to leave. Once everyone had left, Li Yi's previously calm expression fell apart, and he looked even older, sitting down heavily on the steps. At the same time, Li Jin's special aircraft had arrived at the nearest Imperial Air Force base to Taozhou. After stepping out of the cabin, Li Jin looked around. It was a small airport with only a single runway. He checked the time, which was already past 6 in the morning. After exchanging a few pleasantries with some officers at the airport, he directly got into a car heading towards the county town. "ZMO, go gather the people from the Tao City district and tell them I want to inspect their military facilities." "Yes, General." Li Jin was not simply looking to pass the time. He was too lazy to explain his current identity. No matter how many times he explained, people might not believe him, but if he brought these officials along, everything would be clear without needing any explanation. His only purpose for coming this time was to persuade the old man Lung and Bai Ning to leave with him. He didn't care at all about other relatives who didn't welcome him. Thinking of this, Li Jin couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. If it weren't for the old man's stubborn personality, which prevented him from explaining the situation clearly, he wouldn't even think about taking him away. Since he couldn't make it clear over the phone, he had to go in person. "Let's head to the county town first," Li Jin instructed as he got into the car. His cousin Bai Ning worked in the county town, so he could conveniently take her along. Meanwhile, in a chain fast food restaurant in the county town, it was the busiest time of the day. A steady stream of people was coming in and out of the store. At the cash register, a remarkably beautiful young woman was busy collecting money and issuing tickets. "I'd like 10 buns and a bowl of tofu pudding." A clear male voice rang out from the cash register, causing the woman to frown slightly. "What do you want again?" Standing at the cash register was a young man in his mid-30s, tall and handsome, but he had a rather carefree demeanor. Leaning against the counter with a smile, he said, "Isn't this a place to eat? I can come whenever I want. Are you going to chase me away, little beauty? How about I take you out for a spin, if you're willing?" The man directly slammed a silver box on the table and opened it with both hands. "This is all for you." The woman glanced at the stacks of cash inside the box, which amounted to at least 1 million, but she showed no interest at all. Instead, she frowned and said, "I don't need it, go away." At that moment, a young man who couldn't stand it any longer walked over and said discontentedly, "Hey, uncle, if you have nothing to do, why not go to the park and walk your birds? There are plenty of old ladies over there. With your looks, you'd definitely be popular. What is the point of making things difficult for this young lady here?" The woman at the counter couldn't help but laugh out loud, while the young man, hearing someone dare to mock him, narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the young man who had just spoken. This simple action startled the young man so much that his heart raced, and he involuntarily took a step back, looking at the man in fear. What do you want? If you cause more trouble here, I can report you." The young man sneered and spat out one word, "Get lost." Hearing this, the young man couldn't even muster a response and immediately ran away in embarrassment. Only then did the young man turn his attention back to the woman, speaking to himself. "Bai Ning, you may not know my identity yet. To be honest, at first, I was just playing around, but after getting to know you these past few days, I've started to like you. Maybe we really can be together. Look, I've even thought of names for our future son and daughter." That's right. This young man is the 13th son of the current emperor, Li Xiang. Recently, he was sent to Taozhou as the division chief of staff under the pretext of a task assigned by Li Zhan, all to get him closer to Bai Ning, the cousin of Li Jin. Once they become in-laws, wouldn't everything be resolved? Although Li Xiang is already in his 30s, he has maintained a free-spirited personality since childhood, living a life of indulgence. At first, he was quite resistant to the task given by Li Zhan, but upon seeing Li Jin's cousin, he was instantly captivated. No one expected that Bai Ning was not only beautiful, but also had an incredible figure. She was well-educated, polite, hardworking, and completely different from the young ladies he had encountered before, which naturally attracted Li Xiang. It was somewhat like love at first sight, leading him to pursue her relentlessly every day. Considering the group of wealthy young men, there wasn't much novelty. They simply threw money and gifts around. When Bai Ning heard Li Xiang's blunt words, She immediately became furious and raised her hand, saying, "Get lost. I don't want to see you." Li Xiang's expression darkened. As a 13th prince, even the prime minister spoke to him politely, but here, in such a small place, 10 people dared to shout at him. However, he said nothing. As the one speaking was his future partner, he simply replied, "I'll come back tomorrow." But just as he turned to leave, he was blocked by a figure. Li Xiang, already in a bad mood, felt his anger flare up, but when he saw the person's face, he was stunned to realize it was Li Jin. This made things awkward. And before Li Xiang knew what to say, Li Jin's expression had turned icy. Without waiting for Li Xiang to react, Li Jin kicked him hard, causing Li Xiang to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. He quickly straightened up and said, "General Li, this is a misunderstanding, completely a misunderstanding." Li Jin had no interest in understanding why Li Xiang knew his name and simply ordered, "Beat him up." Upon hearing this, ZMO immediately led several guards to charge forward. Although Li Xiang was a soldier, he was no match for ZMO and was quickly taken down. Just as he was about to resist, ZMO kicked him to the ground, and a flurry of punches and kicks rained down on him. At that moment, Bai Ning realized what was happening and looked at Li Jin with surprise before running over to hug him. "Xiao Jin, you're back." Li Jin immediately smiled and hugged Bai Ning tightly, saying, "Sister, let's go home. Don't work here anymore. I found you a new job." After saying that, he pulled Bai Ning to leave. Bai Ning glanced back at Li Xiang, who was being mercilessly beaten by ZMO, and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Xiao Jin, tell them to stop. He was just being a bit frivolous with his words and didn't really do anything to me." Li Jin naturally had no objections and immediately said, "All right, stop hitting him. Let's go." After finishing speaking, he took Bai Ning and left, while ZMO and the others quickly followed, leaving Li Xiang battered and bruised, lying on the ground with a face full of sorrow. When Li Jin arrived at his hometown with Bai Ning, 7 or 8 officers from the district were already standing at the village entrance. Such a large display immediately attracted many villagers who enjoyed watching the commotion. Before long, a convoy was seen approaching, and the officers standing at the village entrance immediately lined up. A Cadillac slid to a stop right in front of the officers. Li Jin opened the door and stepped down. At that moment, he was also in military uniform, with 2 shiny stars on his shoulder epaulets, nearly dazzling everyone present. "Good day, General." The officers present quickly raised their hands and saluted. Li Jin smiled and returned the salute, then led several officers into the village. "I can't believe my eyes. Wasn't that the eldest grandson of the Lung family?" An elderly lady in the crowd exclaimed in disbelief. "Grandma Wang, how is that possible? The Lung family's son is still so young. He can't have risen so fast even if it's a rank a year. Look, they went to the Lung family." At that moment, someone suddenly shouted from the crowd, and the villagers were momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Lung family, the old patriarch couldn't help but rub his eyes and look again at Li Jin, then glanced at the officers behind him, finally believing that his grandson had truly succeeded. Seeing that the old patriarch believed him, Li Jin turned to the district officers and said, "You all can go back now. There's nothing for you to do here." The officers were all taken aback. Was that it? However, they didn't dare to question him, quickly saluting and obediently turning to leave. Just as Li Jin was about to assist the dazed old man back inside, ZMO hurried in, looking grim. "General, something has happened to Vic and the others." Chapter 65, Detention. Something happened to Vic and the others? Li Jin's steps halted, and he glanced at the old patriarch. The old man was a sensible person. Although he was reluctant to part with his precious grandson upon seeing him, he still patted Li Jin's hand and said, "Xiao Jin, if you have matters to attend to, go ahead. We have plenty of time." Li Jin nodded firmly and then turned to walk outside. "What happened?" he asked impatiently as soon as he was out. "General, it's the Prussian Empire. They have detained our team participating in the Industrial Expo. They claim we stole secrets and are conducting an investigation, restricting Vic and the others from leaving the country. Everything we brought to the exhibition has also been confiscated. Is the Prussian government out of their minds? How dare they detain his belongings? Is this the work of those troublemakers again?" Li Jin's expression turned cold. "Damn it. Do they really think I'm easy to push around? Where's the Tanling?" Li Jin suddenly asked. ZMO quickly replied, "General, after your orders." The Tanling set off and is now in the Atlantic. Li Jin mentioned the Greedy Wolf, which is actually the Virginia-class attack submarine, Thunder God, awarded to him by the system. He had just drawn the Ohio-class submarine, which he named Breaking Army. "Did you bring the Special Forces team?" Rest assured, General. They brought 2 special forces teams with them when they set out. Upon hearing this, Li Jin nodded. But his expression turned cold as he immediately ordered a call to the Prussian Empire, demanding the unconditional release of our personnel. I only give them 24 hours. Yes, General. ZMO raised his hand in salute and hurriedly left. Taking a deep breath, Li Jin walked into the courtyard. In the short time that Li Jin was outside, the courtyard was already crowded with people, relatives of the Lung family from the local area. The village may be slow with everything else, but gossip spread fast. The news of the Lung family's nephew returning in glory had already circulated throughout the village. Oh, Xiaojin, you're back. The old man has missed you so much. Yes, the old man talks about you every day, but don't worry, we are taking good care of him. He is in great health and eating well. Oh my, our Xiaojin is truly a dragon among men, becoming successful so quickly. Indeed, look at our Xiaojin, looking so spirited in his military uniform. I knew back then he would make something of himself. Didn't I say so? As soon as Li Jin entered, the relatives of the Lung family eagerly surrounded him, chattering away, and some were even impatiently saying, Xiaojin, you've made it big, don't forget about us. My second son just graduated from college. You should take him with you. His aunt doesn't need him to be rich, just a decent official would be enough. Hey, step aside, Xiaojin, my daughter. Li Jin looked at the relatives who were making demands and walked silently towards the house. These relatives had once directly insulted him, calling him a little bastard and a burden. They wanted his help, but he wasn't that magnanimous. The idea of a big family reunion was less appealing than watching a TV drama. Seeing that Li Jin was unresponsive and heading indoors, the relatives hurriedly followed, only to be stopped by 2 guards. The guards deliberately displayed their firearms, causing the previously agitated relatives to shrink back in fear, no longer daring to speak harshly. As soon as Li Jin entered the door, he saw the old man and his wife sitting on the sofa waiting for him. He quickly approached them, exchanged warm greetings, and recounted his experiences over the past period. Then he got straight to the point. Grandpa, Grandma, I hope you will come with me to the Riderong. We need to leave immediately. The old man's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he looked intently at Li Jin and asked, Are you worried that someone might take us hostage? Li Jin nodded, and the old man immediately laughed. Jiner, I think you're overthinking it. As long as you're in Riderong, no one will dare to touch us. Li Jin understood this logic. No one would provoke a madman for no reason. But what if? He certainly didn't want to regret this for the rest of his life. He immediately said, Grandpa, Grandma, only with you by my side can I fully unleash my potential. The old man looked at Li Jin's determined expression and fell silent. Leaving one's homeland is never easy, especially for someone like him who was already enjoying his twilight years. After a long silence, the old man suddenly spoke, We'll go with you. Li Jin instantly broke into a smile and stood up, saying, Grandpa, I'll arrange it right away. Seeing Li Jin so eager, the old man quickly added, So anxious? Ning Ning's parents haven't returned yet. Li Jin laughed and replied, Grandpa, didn't you just say that as long as I'm in Liderone, no one would dare to touch them? They have their own jobs and lives. They probably wouldn't want to go to that desolate place. What if they blame you later? The old man thought about it and realized Li Jin had urgent matters to attend to, so he immediately stood up and said, Wife, you and Ning Ning go pack our things. We're leaving right away. The Cold family had always been under the old man's authority, so no one else had any say in the matter. After a quick tidy-up, they followed Li Jin out of the courtyard. The relatives of the Cold family, who had been lingering outside the yard, tried to approach when they saw the old man was leaving. However, they were blocked by the people Li Jin had brought. Seeing this, the old man said, Jin Air, what is going on? Li Jin noticed the old man's displeasure and quickly explained, Grandpa, you know what they are here for. I have urgent matters and can't attend to them right now. We can come back and discuss it when we have time, okay? Seeing that Li Jin had put it this way, the old man had nothing more to say and nodded reluctantly, saying, These people, it's easy to share wealth, but hard to share hardships. Let us go. About 10 minutes after Li Jin's convoy left, a small car stopped in front of the Cold family's courtyard. A man and a woman got out, but upon seeing the courtyard's locked gate, they were momentarily stunned. At that moment, a passing villager said to them, No need to look. The old man has gone off to enjoy life with his nephew. What? He has already left? The two were instantly shocked. These 2 people were none other than Bai Ning's parents, the old man's daughter and son-in-law. The woman, with a shrewd face, became furious. That little brat Li Jin. Does he not consider us family anymore? Wasn't it just a matter of making him work a bit more and skipping a few meals? Now that he is successful, he is holding a grudge. Just as the woman was incessantly cursing, an off-road vehicle pulled up beside Bai Ning's parents, and out stepped a man, none other than Li Xiang. As soon as he got out of the car, he was taken aback, but upon realizing who the couple was, he immediately became warm and welcoming. Chapter 66. Confrontation time passed unknowingly, and night fell. Li Jin sat on the private jet, gazing at the dark sea under the moonlight, his expression focused. He was certainly not admiring the moon, but rather contemplating how to teach a lesson to a certain empire, which once had an incredibly glorious history and is still not far from that today. The weapons they produce are among the best in the world, even top-notch. Their military strength should not be underestimated. Although he held a significant deterrent power, the decision to use it and where to use it are entirely different matters. He had no intention of opening a Pandora's box at this moment. However, a show of force was definitely on the table. These people had no idea whether he would actually launch a strike. Of course, if they dared to gamble, he wouldn't mind playing along. After all, those without shoes don't fear those with shoes. For the sake of global harmony, he was quite proud of himself for not immediately unleashing his might. In his view, he deserved a peace prize for his restraint. Feeling a bit self-satisfied, he quickly composed himself and said seriously, "Zemo, take note. Order the fleet to head to the Atlantic immediately. Tell the squadron to arm all their weapons and take off at once, targeting the Empire for strategic patrols. Inform them that I authorize them to engage without seeking further approval if any hostile actions are taken against us." Zemo bowed his head, jotting down the orders, then presented them to him. With a wave of his hand, he signed his name and added, "Remember, don't use encrypted channels. Send it through public channels." Zemo paused. "General, this exposed their location?" With a cold smile, he replied, "That's exactly what I want. I'm curious to see how these individuals will react. Will they dare to confront me directly?" His orders quickly spread via radio signals to various operational units. At the same time, in another nation, in a prominent government building, a stunning woman in a formal short-skirt suit entered the office of Chief of Staff Willis, placing a document in front of him. "General Willis, this is a piece of intelligence just intercepted by our intelligence department regarding a certain individual." Willis, who was smoking and handling affairs, opened the document with a darkening expression. He abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "What is this madman up to now? Deploying strategic bombers?" The woman quickly responded, "General Willis, we just received news that our intelligence department has detained some personnel associated with this individual." Willis was instantly furious, slamming his fist on the table and cursing. Why can't these braggarts take a break? Why provoke this madman? Having crossed paths with him before, Willis knew this person well, acting without thinking, ready to unleash power at a moment's notice. Who wouldn't he be afraid of such a reckless individual? What infuriated Willis even more was that if they wanted to provoke someone, they shouldn't do it personally. So many subordinates are waiting in line to serve the Empire. Why should they involve themselves directly? Facing this madman now gives him a headache. Although Willis is quite dissatisfied with the actions of the intelligence department, when it comes to cleaning up the mess, he still has to cover his mouth and grab some paper. He immediately issues an order to closely monitor the military movements of a certain individual. Convey the information to the Western Command and the Empire. "I'm going to see Mr. T right now." After giving the order, Willis hurriedly put on his hat and left the office. As for the homeland, the Emperor, who just lost a beloved son, has no time to care about these matters. The turmoil caused is enough to keep him busy for a long time. Naturally, the Empire received the news from the other side immediately. In the capital, the leader looked at the intelligence in his hands, his brow furrowing deeply. What are they saying? Furthermore, it only mentions that this individual has sent troops to the west, but what kind of troops? The officer standing by the desk quickly explained. According to the information from the Empire, it should be submarines, but they haven't received specifics yet. The leader's heart sank. Could it be nuclear submarines? After all, this individual possesses powerful weapons, but he quickly dismissed that thought. While having powerful weapons is easy, possessing nuclear submarines is not something an ordinary power can achieve. This individual is just a tiny island nation. He cannot believe such a national treasure exists there. Even if they were to cheat, it wouldn't be on such a scale. With this in mind, the leader felt a little relieved. After all, offending a madman like this would make anyone nervous. He initially felt a bit lucky, not expecting a counteraction to come so quickly. "General Monk, immediately notify the Navy to prepare for anti-submarine operations." The officer standing at the desk quickly saluted. Yes, sir. Sir, what should we do about the protest letter from the island nation? The leader frowned again, cursing the other side in his heart for causing such a huge problem. However, as a head of state, he would never back down and immediately said, ignore them. Just come up with some diplomatic language to deal with it. Before his words could finish, another officer rushed in. Sir, the other side has sent another message. 3 swans are approaching the west. It seems their target is us. The leader's expression darkened immediately. This individual really means business. Does he think he won't dare to act? But immediately after, Bilbo felt disheartened. To be honest, he really didn't dare. Ryder was far away across the ocean, and without intercontinental missiles or strategic bombers, he found himself in a dilemma. Li Jin could create trouble for him, but he had no means to retaliate against Li Jin. At most, he could shoot down Li Jin's bombers. But they had already received complete reports on Ryder's bombers' performance in the Liang Kingdom, and even the M-35 fighters were no match for them. The TF fighters they were equipped with would likely be even less capable. For a moment, a sense of frustration arose in Bilbo's heart. Was this once leading military power in the world now reduced to being bullied by any random country? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Bilbo's mind, and his eyes brightened. Perhaps this crisis could be an opportunity for the Prussian Empire. If they truly failed, he could take advantage of this situation to develop their military strength. By then, other countries would have nothing to say. With this thought, Bilbo became excited and directly commanded, General Monk, prepare the Air Force and Air Defense Forces. Also, contact the Allies and request their support. Meanwhile, in the sky over the Mediterranean, 3 elegantly shaped swans were speeding just above the sea surface. Chapter 67. Air and ground warfare on the leading swan bomber. Squadron leader Zhang Kai was focused on piloting the aircraft. Commander, are we really just going to fly boldly like this? The co-pilot, Murray, said as he looked at the land getting closer on the navigation map. Zhang Kai turned to glance at Murray and replied, weren't we just flying through other countries? But ahead is the kingdom of Izar. Zhang Kai curiously asked, what's the difference? As he spoke, he pushed the control stick, and the swan immediately nosed down at a 90-degree angle, whistling towards the ground. In just a few seconds, the nose was only a few hundred meters above the ground. It's important to note that this was a strategic bomber, fully loaded with ammunition. At such a small angle and distance, any stall could mean disaster. However, Zhang Kai showed no signs of nervousness. When they reached 100 meters, he suddenly pulled the control stick hard, and the massive swan soared up like a light bird, leveling off in a flash. Under Zhang Kai's control, it even performed a 360-degree low-altitude maneuver around the other 2 bombers, causing Murray in the co-pilot seat to tense up, his face slightly pale. That was exhilarating. Zhang Kai exclaimed, thrilled. Being able to fly a bomber like a fighter jet was thanks to the new swan's exceptional performance. But Zhang Kai's skilled flying ability was also indispensable. Just then, the bomber's alarm system suddenly went off. Commander, air defense radar has detected us. Zhang Kai remained calm and said, ahead is the city of Milan, the largest city in this nation. Its air defense capabilities are naturally impressive, so it's not surprising that they can detect us. He continued, don't forget, ultra-low altitude penetration is not infallible. It just means we can't be detected at maximum radar range. We have now entered their radar's terminal warning zone. If they still can't detect us, they must be incompetent. Meanwhile, the capital of the Kingdom of Yisa was in chaos. At the military headquarters, Chief of Defense Staff Ulf stood in front of the radar, watching 3 small dots rapidly approaching Milan, his expression darkening. Damn it, where did these 3 planes come from? Why are we only detecting them now? Ulf, we've just received intelligence from our allies. They also haven't detected these 3 aircraft. But they informed us that 3 bombers, the White Swans, are heading west. The 3 aircraft we detected might be them. Ulf was taken aback for a moment. Then anger flashed across his face. Damn it, do they think our skies are a public restroom? They can come and go as they please? Order the air defense forces in Milan to shoot them down immediately. With Ulf's command, the operations center became busy. Report, the enemy aircraft are flying too fast. The fire control radar can't lock on. Then send up fighter jets. Ulf said with a dark expression. Sir, the enemy planes are flying at supersonic speed. They will leave our airspace in 60 seconds, while our jets will take at least 10 minutes to scramble. Damn it. Ulf clenched his fist in frustration. He could only watch as Zhang Kai and his team zoomed away, unable to do anything about it. Still, feeling dissatisfied, Ulf ordered. Immediately relay the intelligence to the Empire of Prulu. I will go see the king at once. This cannot be left unresolved. At this time, Zhang Kai and his team had crossed the border of the kingdom of Yisa and entered the mountainous region of the kingdom of Habuz. Looking at the white snow on the ground, Zhang Kai pushed the throttle, and the bomber accelerated again, producing a massive shockwave cloud. In an instant, the bomber vanished from sight. 2 minutes later, the bomber arrived at the border of the Empire of Prulu. As they approached the border, the alarm system blared wildly. It's the air defense radar, Murray said with a stern expression. Zhang Kai smiled slightly as the bomber accelerated again, crossing the border directly, with the two bombers following closely behind. At speeds exceeding Mach 3, they rendered the Empire of Prulu's air defense missiles useless. At this speed, once the missiles were launched, Zhang Kai had already flown beyond their range. However, it was clear that the Empire of Prulu was not naive. They had not only deployed a large number of air defense forces at the border, but also set up a second line of defense further back. Just as Zhang Kai and his team flew out of the border warning zone, the alarm system sounded again. It's infrared missiles. Zhang Kai's expression immediately became serious. However, instead of accelerating away, he quickly pressed a few buttons on the console. Dozens of infrared decoy flares were immediately ejected from both sides of the bomber's belly. Moments later, several surface-to-air missiles came whistling in, colliding with the decoy flares and creating bursts of flames in the sky. After dealing with the incoming missiles, Zhang Kai did not leave. Instead, he asked, "Is the target locked?" Murray quickly replied, "Target locked. Eliminate them," Zhang Kai ordered. At his command, Murray pressed a button, and the belly hatch slowly opened. Shortly after, a Zircon missile dropped out of the cabin. The moment it fell out, a massive jet of flame erupted from its tail, and the missile vanished in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, about 100 kilometers to the west of the White Swan, 5 mobile missile launchers and some support vehicles were concealed in a grove. Inside the command vehicle, a colonel watched the bomber safely on the radar, his face turning ashen as he barked an order, "Lock the target." Beep beep. Before the colonel's words had finished, the alarm in the command vehicle went off, followed by a panicked shout, "They've launched a missile at us. Quick, intercept." The officer immediately commanded. A soldier at the fire control system, pale-faced, replied, "Sir, their missile is too fast. The fire control radar can't lock on." Just then, a missile was already hurtling down from the sky at over 9 Mach, and the radar had no time to react before it struck. Boom! A massive fireball erupted on the ground, instantly obliterating the vehicles at the center, while the nearby launch vehicles were also caught in the explosion. In an instant, earth-shattering chaos ensued, with violent tremors shaking the ground and flames soaring from the site. After witnessing the missile hit its target, Zhang Kai and his team did not linger, but continued to roar deeper into the territory of the opposing empire. Chapter 68, Showdown. In St. Berlin, Chancellor Bilbo had left his office and rushed to the headquarters operations center. Not just him, the Western Theater commander of the Melige Empire, Lace, and the defense director of the opposing empire, Monk, stood beside Bilbo. Given their speed, they could have accelerated away when the missile was launched. Why wait until the missile arrived? Monk watched as the 4 launched surface-to-air missiles missed their targets, his expression darkening, but he couldn't help but voice his confusion. Lace, standing beside him, said gravely, "Because they know that even if we launch missiles, they won't be a threat to them." Bilbo's expression darkened instantly. Was this a blatant humiliation? Just then, an officer at the command desk suddenly stood up, looking grave, and reported, "We have lost contact with an air defense position deployed on the eastern border. It has come under missile attack." Bilbo's previously gloomy expression could no longer be maintained. He turned around and asked Monk directly, "How can we take them down?" Monk quickly responded, "Intercepting them is actually quite easy. As long as we can calculate their flight path, we can dispatch fighter jets for aerial interception, or set up air defense missile positions." What Monk said sounded straightforward, but there was a prerequisite. You had to know where Zhang Kai and the others were flying. Can we calculate their direction? Clearly, Bilbo was not a military novice, and his question went straight to the heart of the matter. Monk immediately looked at an officer beside him. "Can we calculate it?" The officer quickly stood up and reported, "Sir, the enemy bombers have entered ultra-low altitude flight again. We cannot capture the targets. We can only wait for them to appear again to make predictions." At this moment, Monk's expression changed drastically. He had just spoken confidently, but he was slapped in the face so quickly that he couldn't help but shout in anger, "Useless." "Enough," Bilbo said discontentedly, coldly staring at Monk. "I don't see you doing any better." The enemy is flaunting their power right above us, and you can't even catch a glimpse of them. What are you still doing standing here in that uniform, acting like clowns? The more Bilbo spoke, the angrier he became, and his voice reached a peak. The enemy was rampaging across his territory, and he had no way to counter it. This was a huge embarrassment. If this got reported, he, as the leader, would probably be pelted with eggs by angry citizens. Although he thought of using this opportunity to portray himself as the victim and gain sympathy from other countries to develop military capabilities, he never expected to be beaten so badly. This was no longer about being weak. It was outright disgraceful. Mr. Leader, I believe their target is St. Born City. At that moment, Rhys, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. His words stunned Bilbo. As the capital of the Prussian Empire, St. Born City had the strongest air defense capabilities in the entire country. Would these 3 bombers dare to go there? Weren't they afraid of walking into a tiger's den? Rhys patiently explained, Mr. Leader, I have specifically studied the ruler of Raid Rome. Others say he is a madman, a complete lunatic. But I don't think so. He is merely using extreme means to maximize his interests. This is because he knows that no country would dare to gamble with him, to bet on how many nuclear weapons he truly possesses, whether he would dare to use them. With this alone, he has already won at the starting line, holding all the initiative in his hands. So, Li Jin is not a madman, but rather an extremely intelligent person. Just looking at the nuclear weapon he previously launched, you can tell they did not drop it on the territory of the Liang people, but merely in the sea. This is enough to illustrate the point. Rhys paused deliberately here, and his expression suddenly became serious. Do you think a tiger like Li Jin would have a bunch of rats under him? The ruler in charge here likes to show off, and those beneath him are probably not much better, especially with such a powerful tool like the swan. Lessa's expression suddenly became profound. We can now fully confirm that the swan of the Rider family is no longer the same as that of the White Bear people, but a completely new type of bomber. If we have the opportunity to shoot one down, it would be of immense help to us. Can you imagine? Such a large strategic bomber can cruise at supersonic speeds exceeding twice the speed of sound, and it can maneuver as flexibly as a fighter jet. It's hard to fathom how advanced their engines must be. By the end of Lessa's speech, he was filled with awe. He could hardly imagine how a small entity like the Rider family could possess such an excellent bomber. Bilbo watched the amazed Les, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. It's all because of those damned people who have set their sights on the engines brought by the Rider family for exhibition, forcing them to take action. Otherwise, how could they have fallen into such a dilemma? Although Bilbo wanted to curse, he could only hold it back, as they were now at the mercy of others, having long lost the glory of their ancestors. Therefore, as soon as Les finished speaking, Bilbo immediately offered his most sincere praise. General, Les makes a lot of sense. General Monk, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and execute General Les's orders. Monk quickly raised his hand in salute and hurried away. Watching Monk's hurried back, Bilbo couldn't help but express his concern. I hope they can intercept those damned bombers. Seeing Bilbo's lack of confidence, Les confidently reassured him, Mr. Führer, please rest assured. I have dispatched an M35 squadron to support you. This time, they definitely won to escape. At the same time, Zhang Kai and his team had already penetrated deep into the territory of the Prude Empire at low altitude. After all, in such a small area, the maximum depth is only about 600 or 700 kilometers, and at the cruising speed of Zhang Kai and his team, they could make a round trip in just over 20 minutes. Captain, where is our target? St. Born. St. Born? Murray's voice suddenly rose. Seeing Murray's astonished expression, Zhang Kai couldn't help but laugh, muttering to himself, don't you think it's quite interesting that we're flying a bomber over St. Born? Just then, as Murray fell silent, the alarm system suddenly blared urgently. Chapter 69, Crossing the Fire Line. Upon hearing the alarm, Zhang Kai pressed a button on his helmet, and the display in the helmet suddenly changed. The control console and bomber ahead vanished, replaced by a 360-degree panoramic view, as if Zhang Kai were floating in midair, overlooking the world. This is the most impressive feature of the helmet display, akin to playing a VR game. Just 52 kilometers ahead in the airspace. 6 bright points were flashing rapidly, 6 TF fighter jets, clearly just having taken off. It is less than 60 kilometers away from the city, and not only the aircraft ahead, but likely the air defense system in the area has also detected them. Zhang Kai did not hesitate and pressed a red button, launching an air-to-air missile that instantly shot off from the wing. The aircraft is equipped with only 2 types of air-to-air missiles. One is the K-77 meter with a range of 190 kilometers. and the other is the R-73Me or HQ-17AE close-range combat missile. The missile that Zhang Kai just fired was the K-7 7-meter long-range missile. At the moment Zhang Kai launched the missile, the enemy fighter jets also reacted, scattering in all directions. The missile locked onto one of the aircraft and pursued it closely. The targeted aircraft quickly engaged afterburners and released a series of flares, but the K-77M's anti-jamming capability is exceptionally strong, ignoring these flares and continuing its pursuit. At this moment, the missile was at its fastest speed, around 6 to 7 Mach, leaving the fighter jet with no time for evasive maneuvers. Even if it attempted to maneuver, it would not be able to escape. This is known as the no-escape zone, especially for new missiles like the K-7 7-meter, which has a much larger no-escape zone compared to ordinary missiles. The missile quickly collided with the fighter jet, resulting in a massive explosion that turned the entire aircraft into countless fragments. However, at the same time Zhang Kai launched the missile, he was also targeted by another fighter jet. It is worth noting that the TF fighter is a powerful aircraft capable of supersonic cruising, only slightly inferior to the M-35. As soon as this fighter jet locked onto Zhang Kai, it launched 2 missiles without hesitation. Zhang Kai noticed the radar lock immediately and accelerated, drawing an arc in the air while orienting his wings toward the incoming missiles. He then surged forward, releasing a large number of flares and chaff to evade. The 2 missiles, seeing their target attempting to escape, also curved through the air in pursuit of Zhang Kai. He continuously executed the same evasive maneuvers, causing the missiles to make sharp turns, quickly depleting their fuel within just 10 seconds, which significantly reduced their speed. Before long, the 2 missiles self-destructed in midair. Zhang Kai's successful evasion was due in part to the distance and the short range of the enemy missiles. It is customary to reciprocate when receiving a significant gift. Naturally, Zhang Kai would not hold back in returning the favor. He promptly pulled the control stick, swiftly adjusting the rudder and elevator. The aircraft, resembling a white swan, instantly lowered its tail, the nose rapidly lifted, and the right wing tilted downwards, making a sharp turn in the air to align the nose with the enemy aircraft that had just launched missiles. In an instant, a missile was fired. At that moment, the pilot of the opposing aircraft was taken aback, as he had never seen such agility in a bomber, which was even more maneuverable than his own fighter jet. In that moment of distraction, the missile was already closing in. The pilot heard the alarm and hurriedly maneuvered the aircraft to the right, narrowly avoiding the missile. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes widened in fear as a second missile was already upon him, engulfing his aircraft in flames. All of this transpired in just a few minutes. Zhang Kai and his team, being elite personnel from the system, performed admirably. Besides Zhang Kai, the other 2 bombers also made significant contributions, collectively taking down 6 fighter jets with their 3 bombers. Feeling spirited, Zhang Kai exclaimed over the channel, "Brothers, let us charge forward and show them the might of our air force." He then activated afterburners, and a plume of white smoke erupted from the rear of the bomber. With immense thrust, the bomber vanished from its position, diving towards the city of St. Borin at a speed of Mach 4. In an instant, air raid sirens blared throughout St. Borin, and all anti-aircraft weapons were activated. However, to the shock of the defense forces, their fire control radar failed at that moment. They could only watch helplessly as the bomber roared past their defensive line. Zhang Kai flew the White Swan low over a wide street in St. Borin, producing a tremendous roar that caused people on the street to cover their ears in pain. The powerful airflow generated by the high-speed passage resembled a hurricane, lifting trash and dust into the air, with trees rustling wildly. Even people struggled to maintain their balance, swaying unsteadily. Many looked up, only to see a massive white silhouette flash by. Amid the blaring air raid sirens, confusion ensued, followed by a chorus of complaints. At an incredible speed, Zhang Kai and his team crossed through the city in just 20 seconds. They then executed a rapid 180-degree turn in the air, crossing the city again. The dense anti-aircraft defense system in the city activated, with orange projectile chains continuously firing into the sky, creating a dazzling display. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. While this system was effective against subsonic weapons, it was powerless against a bomber like the White Swan, which was approaching hypersonic speeds, rendering their efforts futile. In the headquarters operations center, Bilbo stood dazed in front of the screen, his heart sinking to the bottom. He seemed to hear the sound of bombers roaring past the building. No, it was a mocking sound. Even General Rice from the Empire looked grim. The Pru Empire was the location of the Western Command of the Empire, heavily fortified. Now, 3 bombers were flaunting their power overhead. This was not just embarrassing. It was a blatant slap in the face. Rice felt a surge of anger bubbling inside him, unable to contain himself. Suddenly, with a cold expression, he said to Bilbo, "Mr. Chancellor, I hope you can hand over all the members of the Raider territory that have been detained to us for custody." Bilbo looked at the serious-faced Rice and hesitated slightly, realizing the seriousness of the situation. The Raider territory was indeed not to be trifled with. If he handed over these individuals and something went wrong, there would be no room for maneuver later. But seeing Rice's undeniable gaze, Bilbo quickly conceded, saying helplessly, "All right." Chapter 70. Tempting Rewards. Before he knew it, night had fallen. On Raider Island, in the operations center, Li Jin looked at the battle report sent by Song Hai. And his face, even his eyes, were filled with delight. These scoundrels finally realized how formidable he was. They dared to detain him. If he didn't give them a good beating, wouldn't that be too unfair to himself? Suddenly, his smile vanished, and he pretended to be angry, saying, "Is Zhang Kai's head filled with air? How dare he frolic in St. Bolin? Does he know what danger is? Also, what is going on with the Kingdom of Isa? Their protest letter has already reached me. You need to issue orders immediately. Lock him up for a day. Let him think things over. Remember to take a photo and send it to Song Lian, so they don't say we are being perfunctory. Also check if there are any pretty girls in our territory to introduce to Zhang Kai. I think he just has too much energy and needs to be drained a bit. Oh, right, don't we still need a head for our Air Force? Appoint Zhang Kai as the Chief of Staff of the Air Force at the Governor's office, with the rank of Colonel. He can stir things up, so let him stir things up. If he has the ability, let him be locked up every day." Song Hai smiled knowingly and saluted. "Yes, General." Ding. Attention, host. Task number 9 has been issued. Just as Li Jin was about to continue monitoring the situation in the Pru Empire, he suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Immediately, a light screen appeared before his eyes. Task number 9, Authority. As a formidable lord of the Empire, you are currently being bullied by some shameless countries. Don't you feel angry? Don't you feel something blocking your chest? Or has your sword gone dull? Please, host, rejuvenate your spirit and fight fiercely. The system will grant rewards based on the severity of the host's actions, as follows. Basic reward. 0 positioning system from the world of interstellar agents. This is an orbital satellite positioning system from the city of 1,000 stars, consisting of 600 nanosatellites the size of soccer balls, capable of global coverage and millimeter-level positioning. It is powered by a type of energy pearl unique to the Pearl Star, with a working lifespan of 500 years. The system can automatically retrieve itself based on commands, and it comes with a ground control center and all necessary personnel. Upgraded rewards. 1. 888 gold bars. 2. 666 elite intelligence personnel. 3. 66 sets of terminal high-altitude interception systems. With assigned operational personnel. 4. 1 TIE fighter. From the Star Wars universe. 5. 1 Falcon aircraft. From the Marvel universe. The system will provide corresponding rewards based on the host's performance. Li Jin looked at the rewards prepared for him by the system, and a smile crept onto his face. The positioning system was impressive enough, but what came next was the real treasure. Most of it was beyond his means, or things he urgently needed. It seemed it was time to show the Westerners just how formidable he was. Just as Li Jin was eager to make his move, Song Hai rushed in. "General, I just received news that the Prulians have handed over all our people to the Meligans. They are being held in a military camp outside the city of St. Borin." Upon hearing this, Li Jin couldn't help but sneer. Those damned fools never missed a chance to provoke him. Did they really think he wouldn't retaliate without using nuclear weapons? Have the Prulians replied? Li Jin asked. Song Hai hurriedly responded. They only sent one sentence, saying it's a normal investigation and that we should wait. However, they just sent over a protest letter, claiming our Air Force unlawfully invaded their airspace and demanded an explanation immediately. Haha, Li Jin laughed in anger. Isn't that double standards? Tell them I'm willing. Do they have any say in this? Also, inform Zhang Kai that from today onward, the Prulian Empire will be their flight training ground. They should make good use of such a convenient target. After giving his orders, Li Jin thought for a moment and added, "Didn't the Greedy Wolf have 2 special forces teams? Let them go rescue our people." Then he paused, a cold glint in his eyes, and slowly said, "Flatten it for me. Send someone to find out who is detaining my people, one by one, They should all be eliminated. Understood, General. Off the coast of the Prulian Empire, it was already past 8 in the evening. The coastline was as calm and peaceful as usual. But beneath the tranquil surface of the sea, a massive shadow silently approached the shore like a ghost. This enormous entity was the Greedy Wolf attack nuclear submarine under Li Jin's command. In the submarine's operations center, Captain Chen-Pai stood calmly behind the sonar operator. At this moment, the sonar operator reported, "Report, we have reached the designated position." Chen-Pai immediately instructed to notify the Special Operations Team. In the standby torpedo compartment of the Greedy Wolf, 8 Special Operations Team members were silently seated in their respective positions, ready for action. At that moment, the Special Operations Commander Lei Hu, sitting at the exit, suddenly straightened up and said, "Received." He then stood up, scanned the team members in the compartment, and commanded, "Action." After finishing his command, Lei Hu inserted the respirator into his mouth and led the way out of the compartment, with the others following suit. The group quickly arrived at a narrow chamber. Once everyone was inside, Lei Hu closed the hatch, took a deep breath, and spoke into the communicator. A red light in the pressure adjustment chamber immediately began to flash, followed by an influx of seawater from both sides, which soon filled the entire sealed chamber. Seeing that the water was full, Lei Hu swam to the top hatch, forcefully turned the switch, and opened the hatch. He then waved his hand downward, and the Special Operations Team members swam out one by one. Once all the team members had exited, Lei Hu followed, closed the hatch, and swam toward the side of the submarine, stopping in front of the outer compartment. The submarine, being a submarine, could not be as spacious as a ship. It had to maximize utility and storage space. Although the Special Operations Team consisted of only a few members, they had quite a bit of equipment. The storage compartment outside the Virginia-class submarine was specifically designated for storing this special equipment. Lei Hu opened one of the hatches and took out several boxes. Each Special Operations Team member received one square box and one long box. They then swam up to the surface. Once on the surface, Lei Hu quickly removed his diving gear and opened the square box, revealing a silver-white backpack flying device, a special piece of equipment specifically prepared for them by Li Jin. The Mandalorian Type 1 backpack flying device came from the Mandalorian world, valued at 2,000 system gold bars, with a maximum load of 480 kilograms, a maximum flight speed of 360 kilometers per hour, and a range of 820 kilometers. Lei Hu strapped the backpack flying device on, pressed the switch, and the device immediately released 2 streams of flames, effortlessly lifting him into the sky, heading towards the land. Chapter 71, Rescue. The location where Lei Hu and his team landed was approximately 320 kilometers from the city of St. Bolin. Fortunately, the western continent was vast and sparsely populated, and they traversed remote areas, encountering very few people. After an hour and a half, they safely arrived near a large lake outside St. Bolin. Not far from them was a combat brigade's base of the Melaga Empire, where Chiu Luoyin and others were being held. After landing, Lei Hu quickly gathered all the equipment, made a gesture for caution, opened the rectangular box he brought, and took out a small iron box the size of a ring box. Upon opening it, he discovered 10 mosquito-sized creatures inside, just like the real thing, but if you look closely, you'll find they are made of an unknown metal. At that moment, Lei Hu took out a mini foldable phone from the box, opened it, and then split it to both sides, instantly transforming it into a tablet. After some operations on the tablet, several mechanical mosquitoes vibrated their wings and flew out of the box, heading towards the combat unit's base. The tablet immediately displayed the images captured by the mosquitoes. Despite their small size, the mechanical mosquitoes flew quickly, covering a distance of 700 to 800 meters in just 20 to 30 seconds. Although it was dark, the images on the tablet were exceptionally clear. Lei Hu tapped on the tablet, and the display changed to something resembling an infrared scanner, immediately showing dozens of light spots on the screen, which were cameras and alarms hidden in the small woods ahead. It made sense. In a military area, there would be some defenses in place. Lei Hu switched the view again, and at this point, the mechanical flies had already entered the camp, where numerous cameras and patrolling soldiers made Lei Hu's expression turn serious. The presence of these individuals, known for causing trouble, made it evident that even in the peaceful environment of the Pru Empire, defenses were still tight. Lei Hu focused his mind and began to search carefully, taking over an hour to finally spot something unusual. Near the center of the base, close to the training ground, there were only a few trees, but 3 fully armed soldiers were standing guard. It looked suspicious no matter how he viewed it. Lei Hu immediately controlled the mechanical fly to descend, and soon he saw a large puddle on the ground with an iron cage in it, where Vic and the others were trapped, with only their heads above the water surface. They had been imprisoned in a water dungeon by these individuals. And although it was almost May, the nights in the Pru Empire were still only around 10 degrees Celsius. Being confined in the water, one could only imagine the discomfort. Lei Hu's eyes turned red. These despicable individuals dared to treat them this way. But he quickly regained his composure. Saving them was the most important thing now. He waved his hand, and everyone except the alert team members immediately gathered around. Upon seeing the images on the tablet, they all became indignant. Lei Hu, what do you plan to do? A sharp-minded Special Forces member asked suddenly. Lei Hu's expression became serious as he said, "You all saw how tight their defenses are. Even if we sneak in, it will take time. If we don't rescue them before dawn, our mission will fail. We only have one path to take, a strong assault." Lei Hu quickly found a stick on the ground and began to draw. Although their defenses are strict, there hasn't been a battle here for a long time. So these soldiers definitely won't have such a quick response time. As long as we create a major distraction and use electromagnetic pulse grenades to destroy their electronic devices, we can at least gain ourselves several minutes. Lei Hu spoke with great confidence, saying, "This time is enough for us." Others nodded in agreement and reached out to shake hands. Shouting in unison, "Invincible in battle." Lei Hu then retrieved an HK-416A5 assault rifle from the box, quickly disengaged the safety, and chambered around. He then said in a deep voice, "Hyena and Wolf, you two are in charge of guarding the equipment. The rest follow me." After finishing, he pulled down his four-eyed panoramic night vision goggles, holding his submachine gun as he rushed towards the enemy's camp. As they approached the small grove, Lei Hu raised his hand and crouched down. The other Special Forces members quickly followed suit, finding advantageous positions to crouch. Lei Hu took out a long cylindrical object from his backpack, pulling it forcefully apart to reveal a densely packed array of objects resembling scales. Soon, these scales began to vibrate and then took to the air, transforming into mechanical bees the size of a fingernail, their tails glowing with points of yellow light. This device was one of the special equipment purchased by Li Jin from the treasure store, a bee bomb from the world of Special Forces movies. With Lei Hu inputting commands, hundreds of mechanical bees surged towards the military camp. "Grenades!" Lei Hu called out sharply, and all Special Forces members pulled out grenades, throwing them into the small grove. Bang! Bang! The sound of faint explosions rang out, and a momentary blue light burst forth in the grove, causing all the electronic devices set up by the enemy to emit white smoke. "Action!" Lei Hu ordered in a low voice, charging forward first. At that moment, continuous explosions erupted from the camp ahead, dense like raindrops. Lei Hu even heard the wails of people in their final moments. By this time, he had reached the camp's wall, a daunting concrete barrier standing 3 to 4 meters high. However, this did not deter Lei Hu and his team. One Special Forces member charged to the wall and pressed a round bomb against it, quickly retreating after pressing the center. Boom! A faint explosion sounded, creating a circular breach about 1 meter in diameter in the wall. The sounds of explosions inside the wall echoed like firecrackers. Without hesitation, Lei Hu was the first to rush in. The moment he entered, he threw 2 electromagnetic pulse bombs, destroying a section of surveillance equipment within the wall. At this point, the military camp was in chaos. Although the bee bombs were small, their power was comparable to grenades, and they had a degree of intelligence, specifically targeting living beings. Thus, when Lei Hu entered the camp, he was met with a scene of bodies sprawled across the ground, leaving him astonished at the power of the bee bombs. Unfortunately, these devices were too expensive. Li Jin only bought 1 box, containing just 4. There was no opportunity to use them as explosives. Chapter 72, Revenge. Lei Hu and his Special Forces team moved quickly through the devastated base without any hesitation, heading straight for the target location. A few minutes later, Lei Hu arrived at the site, raised his hand, and fired 3 shots, knocking down 3 soldiers who were disoriented by the explosions. He then rushed forward to rescue 4 individuals from the water prison. Clearly, the opposing forces had not anticipated that reinforcements would come so quickly to save the hostages, nor had they considered creating any decoys. The individuals in the water prison had been submerged for quite some time, their consciousness fading. Upon seeing the familiar military uniforms, Vic's face lit up with excitement. He wanted to speak, but his lips were frozen and stiff, trembling without forming any words. As for Chiu Luoyin, she had already passed out. Without hesitation, Lei Hu picked up Vic, and the others quickly moved to carry the remaining three, retracing their steps swiftly. Meanwhile, aboard the submerged Greedy Wolf submarine, the operations center was buzzing with activity. Voices rang out in the combat chamber. Report, target locked. Report, launch successful. Report, Special Forces team has begun evacuation. Chen Pai, with a serious expression, checked the time, paused briefly, and said in a deep voice, 3 Zircon missiles, launch. At Chen Pai's command, a large circular launch cover at the front of the submarine opened, revealing 6 Zircon hypersonic cruise missiles inside. One missile was instantly ejected from the chamber, surrounded by a flurry of white bubbles as it headed for the surface. The moment it broke through the water, its engine ignited, unleashing a torrent of flames onto the sea. At that very instant, the air defense systems of the opposing empire and neighboring countries blared with alarm. The coastal defense forces sprang into action, but unfortunately, the missiles were traveling at nearly 3 kilometers per second before their fire control radar could even operate. The Zircon missiles had already whizzed through their defense zone, catching the forces off guard. This was the first time they had encountered such fast missiles. Not only the coastal defense forces, but also other air defense units scrambled into action, yet to no avail. They couldn't lock onto the missiles. The equipment they had was nothing but scrap metal. In the operations center of St. Bolan City, Bilbo, whose face was already dark with anxiety, panicked upon seeing the 3 missiles heading straight for them. He shouted, "Quick, intercept." Monk rushed over, looking flustered. "Mr. Chancellor, they launched hypersonic missiles. Our current interception system is ineffective." Bilbo was thoroughly alarmed. If a hostage situation resulted in a missile attack on St. Bolan City, he would have no place left as Chancellor. He couldn't help but glance at Reese, who appeared calm. The incoming missiles were not targeting his home, so he naturally felt less affected. When he noticed Bilbo looking at him, he helplessly spread his hands and said, "Mr. Chancellor, you know that hypervelocity missiles are currently unsolvable." Reese's indifference finally caused Bilbo's anger to explode, but even in his fury, he didn't dare to lash out at Reese. Instead, he yelled at Monk, "Why aren't you thinking of a solution yet?" At that moment, an officer rushed over. "General Reese, Base 1 has been bombed." "What?" Now it was Reese who panicked, quickly saying, "I need visuals from Base 1. The screens in the operations center instantly changed to show a base engulfed in smoke and chaos. Reese's expression darkened as he looked at the wreckage of the camp. "Get me the command center of the combat brigade and find out what happened." Immediately, a soldier from the coalition stood up and reported, "Report, the combat brigade is calling in. They were attacked by a special operations team." "Special operations team?" Reese's face turned pale as he immediately thought of the few people he had imprisoned. Could it be Li Jin? Does he have special forces? Just when Reese was struggling to comprehend this, a shocking voice suddenly rang out. "Report, the trajectory of the incoming missiles has changed. They are heading towards the combat brigade." "What?" Reese couldn't help but raise his voice. Meanwhile, Bilbo, who had been extremely worried, calmed down and almost let out a gleeful laugh. As the scene shifted, Lei Hu and his team rushed towards the breach after rescuing people. However, by this time, the chaos in the camp had gradually settled down. Just as they were about to reach the breach, they were spotted by the coalition forces, and large numbers of soldiers rushed towards them. Lei Hu's expression turned serious as he called to a special operations team member, "Black Panther, you stay back with me. The others retreat." After saying that, he raised his submachine gun and swept it towards the incoming coalition soldiers. The dense gunfire forced the pursuing soldiers to stop and take cover. Suddenly, a helicopter sound echoed from above. Coalition helicopters were approaching them. Watching 2 armed helicopters flying towards them at high speed, Lei Hu's expression changed. Suddenly, as if receiving some news, a smile appeared on Lei Hu's face, and he shouted, "We retreat." The armed helicopter in the sky spotted Lei Hu and his companion fleeing, immediately aiming its cannon towards their direction. However, before the helicopter could open fire, a massive black shadow descended rapidly and crashed down heavily. Boom! A tremendous explosion followed, and the helicopter, which was flying at a low altitude, was immediately hurled away by the shockwave generated by the explosion, crashing directly into a nearby building, turning into a fireball. The shockwave from the Zircon missile explosion also arrived instantly, leveling everything within 100 meters in an instant. At that moment, the second and third missiles dove down from the sky, one of which directly struck the base building. Boom! The entire building was instantly engulfed in raging flames, smoke billowing, and rubble flying, transforming into a ruin in the blink of an eye. The third missile landed on another factory-like structure, causing it to shatter into pieces amidst the explosion. Following that, a series of explosions erupted like a string of firecrackers, continuously ringing out amidst the fierce flames. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the ground trembled violently, indicating that the missile struck either an ammunition depot or a fuel storage facility. In the combat center of Shangbolan City, Reese watched the battle group's base engulfed in fire and smoke, collapsing into a chair. "General, we have located the submarine." A military officer rushed over to report. Reese, looking despondent, stood up immediately upon hearing the report. If they could eliminate this submarine, perhaps he could rectify his mistakes. However, the officer's next words left him stunned. "General, it seems to be our Fuya-class submarine." Chapter 73, Clouds of Suspicion. Their submarine? Reese's eyes widened in disbelief as he snatched the document from the officer's hand. And upon seeing the data, he was frozen in place. The officer continued, "General Reese, we have compared all the data, and we can confirm it is indeed a Fuya-class." The officer's unwavering tone sent Reese into a state of confusion. What on earth was happening? Why was their submarine attacking them? This was simply absurd. Bilbo, a bystander next to Reese, was equally astonished, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment. Could it be that there was some internal turmoil within the Empire? Reese, feeling a headache coming on, immediately ordered, "Quickly relay this information back home, and ask them to respond as soon as possible." "Yes, General." Just then, another officer suddenly stood up and reported, "We have calculated the submarine's position. Should we dispatch anti-submarine forces?" Reese immediately commanded, "Deploy the anti-submarine aircraft right away, but instruct them not to engage until further orders." Understood. In the waters of the Prudy Empire, aboard the ship Greedy Wolf, a soldier stood up to report, "Captain, an unidentified aircraft is approaching us rapidly." An officer standing beside Chun Pai couldn't help but show a worried expression. "Captain, should we dive to avoid this? It must be an anti-submarine aircraft." Chun Pai glanced at the officer and replied, "How can we avoid it? This is shallow water. The anti-submarine aircraft can see us clearly using just infrared detectors without even deploying sonar buoys." However, Chun Pai quickly changed his tone and smiled. "But you don't need to worry. The way we are now is actually the safest. Don't forget where our submarine came from. I think the people above us are probably dumbfounded." The officer still looked concerned. "I just feel it's too risky." Chun Pai said seriously, "There's no way to avoid risk. We can't just leave Lei Hu and the others behind, can we? We've already launched the missiles, and that group of dogs has been alerted. If we hide, Lei Hu and the others would be in danger. It's better this way. We are all out in the open. No one will act rashly. It won't be easy for them to figure out our identity. We at least have 1 or 2 hours of time. At this moment, we are safe. As for what would happen once they discovered our identity," Chun Pai sneered, "have you forgotten? The breaking army is almost here. Just wait and see. That group of dogs will be eager for us to leave quickly." Just as Chun Pai said, the anti-submarine patrol aircraft roaring from the sky had everyone staring at the information on the display in shock. "Damn, it's really a Fuya-class submarine." One officer exclaimed, "Sir, what should we do now? Should we contact them?" A burly officer standing in front of the detector immediately ordered, "Quickly ask for their unit number, mission, and command code." Minutes later, a dark-skinned soldier put down his communicator and reported, "Sir, they are currently in communication silence and cannot be contacted." The burly officer frowned and turned to another soldier nearby. "Porter, upload the information to headquarters immediately." In the Empire of Melaga, at the Cap Palace, Yasser stared in shock at the intelligence handed over by Willis, suddenly standing up. "What did you say?" "One of our submarines destroyed one of our bases with missiles." Willis replied with a serious expression, "Sir, this is not an April Fool's joke. This is the truth. Our anti-submarine aircraft has confirmed it is indeed our Fuya-class submarine." Yasser's expression immediately turned serious. The Fuya-class submarine was one of their key assets and couldn't possibly be sold to others. Who is operating the submarine? Willis shook his head and said, "Mr. T, we have already investigated, and none of the active submarines are on a mission near the territory of the Prudy Empire." Yasser was momentarily stunned. Willis's response confused him. "General Willis, didn't you say that submarine is ours?" Willis nodded seriously, "Mr. T, there are only 2 possibilities for this situation. Either someone is deliberately concealing the truth, or there is a problem with the company that produced it." Joseph immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Whether it was a problem with the military or with the TY company, it was a catastrophic event for the Empire. General Willis, what do you plan to do? Willis hurriedly replied, Mr. T, I have already dispatched officials to investigate the military side, and we will have results in no more than an hour. But as for TY company, Joseph naturally understood Willis's concerns. The two letters TY represented not just a company, but an incredibly vast force, one that even Joseph, the top leader, had to be cautious around, let alone Willis, the chief of staff. However, the gravity of this matter posed a direct threat to the Empire's security. With this in mind, Joseph no longer hesitated. General Willis, I will have the security department assist you, and that submarine, find a way to intercept it. With Joseph's orders, Willis immediately felt invigorated and saluted, yes. On the coast of the Peru Empire, aboard the ship Greedy Wolf, the captain reported, there are 3 warships heading straight for us. We only have 20 minutes. Chun Pai stood in front of the operations screen, and upon hearing the report from the officer beside him, his expression turned grave. If they were surrounded by warships, retreating would not be easy. Sir, Captain Lei and his team have returned. Just when Chun Pai was feeling overwhelmed, a soldier excitedly stood up. A smile immediately appeared on Chun Pai's face. Outside the submarine, Lei Hu and his team had already reached the surface. Watching the aircraft circling in the sky not far away, a hint of coldness appeared in their eyes. Lei Hu turned to a Special Forces member beside him and ordered, Hyena, go get our air defense missiles. He then told the others, you all return to the submarine immediately. In a short while, Hyena returned carrying a portable air defense system. The anti-submarine aircraft had spotted Lei Hu and his team when they flew over, but couldn't distinguish friend from foe, which was why it hadn't acted, giving Lei Hu the opportunity. Lei Hu took the air defense missile, aimed it at the patrol aircraft, and pulled the trigger. A missile shot out instantly, but what was peculiar was that the missile's warhead had 3 spear-like projectiles. The missile quickly ascended into the sky and, in the blink of an eye, was close to the low-flying anti-submarine patrol aircraft. Just as it was about to reach the anti-submarine aircraft, the 3 spear-like projectiles detached from the missile body. The anti-submarine patrol aircraft had already detected the missile launch, but unfortunately, the missile's speed was too fast, leaving no time for the aircraft to react. One of the projectiles pierced through the patrol aircraft's wing, while another shot into the air, and the last one directly tore off the aircraft's tail. Without the stabilizing tail, the anti-submarine aircraft immediately dove into the sea, and a smile appeared on Thunder Tiger's face as he casually tossed aside the missile launcher. Unexpectedly, the Starlight missile from the Oxford team turned out to be quite effective. Let us go. Inside the Greed Wolf submarine, Chun Pai felt a heavy weight lift from his chest upon hearing that Thunder Tiger and the others had returned to the submarine. He immediately said, let us go. On Ryder Island, Li Jin had been staying at the operations center since returning to the main island and hadn't gone out. Songhai Liu, what do you think about changing our name? This island's name sounds so awkward. Songhai and Liu were taken aback by Li Jin's sudden suggestion, but quickly came around. Liu replied, General, you're right. This foreign name is indeed quite unpleasant. Yes, General, we should definitely change it. Songhai chimed in. Li Jin laughed, great. After this matter is settled, we'll change the name. Everyone in the operations center, think of a name. There will be rewards. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the operations center became lively. At that moment, a soldier stood up excitedly and reported, report. The Greed Wolf has completed its mission and is currently withdrawing. Joy immediately spread across Li Jin's face as he stood up. Good. Tell Chun Pai to meet up with the breakthrough, and when they return, I'll personally celebrate their success. After the excitement, Li Jin's expression suddenly turned serious. Have the Prussians replied? It's been almost 24 hours. The atmosphere in the operations center instantly froze, and Songhai quickly stood up. General, there hasn't been any news from the Prussians. Li Jin's expression turned cold. They really are like a dead pig that's not afraid of boiling water. Songhai, yes. Organize a press conference immediately. I want it on the video platform. Understood, General. Songhai saluted and turned to leave. Li Jin thought for a moment and said, Liu, go bring Lin Keqing over. Before long, Liu returned with Lin Keqing, who looked a bit nervous in such a serious setting, unsure of where to put his hands. Without further ado, Li Jin got straight to the point. Keqing, you wanted to help me, right? I now appoint you as the spokesperson for the governor's office. Me? I'm the spokesperson? Lin Keqing was taken aback, stammering as he spoke. He never expected Li Jin would assign him such an important task. Can I do it? Li Jin looked at Lin Keqing's lack of confidence and smiled gently. What is stopping you? You're only responsible to me, not to anyone else. If you make a mistake, you just admit it. Am I going to scold you? Lin Keqing immediately felt relieved, her delicate little face flushed with excitement. She was naturally lively and cheerful, which was the complete opposite of Li Jin's taciturn demeanor. Having joined the student council right after starting university, she even represented all the freshmen to give a speech. In Li Jin's eyes, she was undoubtedly a perfect candidate for a spokesperson. He couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, they had only recruited 2 assistants so far, with 3 more positions still unfilled. While Li Jin valued appearance, he didn't want to hire someone just for show. Adhering to the principle of better to have none than to settle for less, he preferred to wait rather than hastily find a few people just to fulfill a requirement. After all, he wasn't in a hurry. He had at least a month or 2 to find the right candidates. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the hidden mission, the birth of a demon. Mission brief. Please make a shocking declaration at the upcoming press conference and complete it. The host will receive the following rewards. Please choose one from the options below. Hidden mission rewards. Infiltration World. Huaxianyu, Lanbing. Yamamoto Rio, Just Love World. Liang Yuan, Luo Nian, Liang Tao. Rampage World. Chin Shooting, Mengyu. Gao Qilan. Li Jin was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the hidden mission. Was the system trying to help him recruit assistants? But then a thought crossed his mind. What should he do about it? General, the news about the press conference has all been sent out. Songhai walked over to report. Li Jin finally came back to his senses and said, Great, let us schedule the press conference for 7 p.m. That will give these Westerners something to think about. Yes, General. At 7 p.m. in St. Bolan City and 2 a.m. in the capital, at the press conference venue on Lade Island. Although it was called a venue, it was just a room hastily arranged at the operations center with a podium set up. In the large room, aside from a few soldiers responsible for photography, there was only Li Jin as the audience. Sitting in the audience, Li Jin opened the Douyin video app on his phone and entered the official account of the governor's office of Lade Islands. He had to admit that Douyin was really impressive, taking the short video industry to the extreme. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the largest entertainment platform in the world. Almost every organization had registered an account on the platform, which was indicative of its influence. Upon entering the account, Li Jin noticed there were fewer than 300 viewers. However, if one looked at who these people were, they would likely be shocked. The list included representatives from the Oxford Kingdom News Agency, the Meliga Empire Communication Headquarters, and so on. Just one of them was a heavyweight in their field. The live broadcast room was eerily quiet, with no one speaking. After all, these individuals were not representing themselves and thus couldn't behave like ordinary people, joking and arguing. Minutes later, Lin Keqing finally arrived in the room, dressed in professional attire. Li Jin couldn't help but glance at the time, internally criticizing a woman's vanity. She had taken an entire hour just to get ready. Standing at the door, Lin Keqing did not share the same leisurely mood as Li Jin. After arriving at the island territory, she understood the nature of this place, which made her hesitant. However, upon thinking of the situation in the West, her retreating steps immediately halted. She secretly encouraged herself. Lin Keqing, you can do it. She looked up at Li Jin, who was also looking at her. She saw encouragement in his eyes, and he gestured for her to keep going, which eased Lin Keqing's tension significantly. She returned him a sweet smile and took a deep breath as she walked toward the podium. Seeing Lin Keqing settle into her role so quickly, a smile appeared on Li Jin's face. Capable individuals always radiate a unique brilliance, no matter where they are. Lin Keqing reached the podium, opened her speech draft, and was momentarily taken aback. She couldn't help but look up at Li Jin, who smiled slightly and nodded encouragingly. Lin Keqing then began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lin Keqing, spokesperson for the governor's office of the island territory. Now, on behalf of General Li Jin, I would like to announce a notice. Our office has decided to designate the waters within 30 nautical miles near 5 degrees north and 7 degrees east as a nuclear test site. We will conduct a nuclear test with a yield of 5 megatons at 6:30 tomorrow morning. This is to demonstrate our determination to defend world harmony. At that time, all vessels in this area must leave. Otherwise, all consequences will be borne by themselves, and our office will not be responsible. Everyone. This concludes the press conference. Lin Keqing said this and turned to leave, causing the live broadcast to instantly go dark. in the command center of St. Bolan City. Bilbo looked at the black screen and couldn't help but sneer. Does Li Jin really think we will compromise just because he randomly drops a bomb somewhere? Standing behind Bilbo, Monk swallowed hard and spoke in a hoarse voice. Mr. Fuhrer, the coordinates they just mentioned are our territorial waters. Chapter 75, Panic. Bilbo felt his head buzz, and his mind went blank. One thought kept echoing in his mind. This madman Li Jin actually wants to throw a large bomb at them? How dare he? Just as Monk was about to speak, Bilbo stopped him with a wave of his hand, saying, I need to use the restroom. He hurriedly walked out of the hall, and Monk quickly followed suit, leaving behind a remark, I'll go too. About 10 minutes later, Bilbo returned with a composed expression, and Monk soon approached him. Mr. Fuhrer, what should we do next? Bilbo replied calmly, intercept it. Mr. Fuhrer is right, we can definitely intercept it. As soon as Bilbo's voice fell, the voice of Rees rang out from the hall. Rees strode up to Bilbo and said, our detection system has completely locked onto the Rider Islands. As long as Li Jin dares to launch, we are confident we can take it down. You don't need to worry. Rees's confident words acted like a powerful stimulant, instantly revitalizing Bilbo and the others. Bilbo hurriedly asked, General Rees, what should we do now? Rees shook his head and replied, we don't need to do anything. Everything is ready. Now it just depends on whether Li Jin really dares to launch. However, Rees and Bilbo clearly underestimated the impact of Li Jin's announcement. Less than 10 minutes after Lin Keqing issued the announcement, major official accounts and television stations abroad quickly forwarded it, especially upon learning the coordinates. There was an immediate uproar in the West. It should be noted that Li Jin, this madman, has a history. No one really dared to take his words lightly. In no time, ships in this maritime area were fleeing like mad, wishing they had more legs to escape this cursed place. The coastal area became chaotic, with boats pouring out of the ports, all trying to flee the empire. Meanwhile, the Prussian people living along the coast, whether commoners or the wealthy, were fleeing inland with their families. The roads were congested with various vehicles honking furiously. Civilians carrying large bags and dragging their families created a scene reminiscent of a desperate escape. Just as Bilbo was about to take Rees, the former leader, out for a meal, a government official rushed over, blocking Bilbo's path, looking anxious. Mr. Chancellor, there has been a major disturbance in the coastal area. Bilbo was taken aback. What happened? The official, with a serious expression, replied, Mr. Chancellor, the declaration from the Rider Islands has spread throughout the Western world. You know that Li Jin has a history. The coastal citizens are afraid of being affected by the Great Ivan and are moving inland. Now, all the ports along the southern coast have been paralyzed, with at least 90 of the ships leaving our ports and heading out to sea. It's not just us. Several neighboring countries are also experiencing unrest. Upon hearing this, Bilbo's expression immediately turned grave, and he felt a bit at a loss. Even if he were to make a television address at that moment, it probably wouldn't be heard. The intimidation from the Great Ivan was far greater than his personal charm. He couldn't help but curse Li Jin, thinking that this madman was too skilled at stirring up people's worst instincts. Just a small announcement had caused such significant losses for their empire. Rees, standing beside him, also did not expect such a situation to arise, and immediately said, Mr. Chancellor, I think you should make a speech right away to reassure the coastal citizens. Bilbo's face turned pale. Les's request put him in a difficult position, as the situation in St. Boran had already significantly diminished his credibility among the local populace. At this point, whatever he said might not have much effect. Of course, there was also the most important point. What if Li Jin really decided to throw the Big Ivan? What if the Maligian people couldn't defend against it? Would those enraged citizens tear him apart? He still wanted to stay in power for a few more years. It might be better to ignore everything for now and remedy the situation once the dust settled. Perhaps he could even maintain a good reputation then. With this thought, Bilbo stopped hesitating. Mr. Les, our top priority right now is to guard against Li Jin. Everything else is secondary, isn't it? Les frowned slightly. The usually obedient Bilbo was unexpectedly rejecting his proposal today. Although he felt dissatisfied, he couldn't force Bilbo and could only helplessly raise his hands, saying, Mr. Fuhrer, this is your country. Naturally, you have the final say. On Raid Island, in Li Jin's office, Li Jin was lying on a recliner, gently rocking back and forth while reading a book. Ever since he became the Lord, he increasingly felt his knowledge was lacking and wanted to fill that gap. However, once he started reading, he found himself engrossed, discovering answers to many vague thoughts in the book. He became so captivated that he lost interest in checking his phone. The world within the book was far more exciting than anything on his device. Suddenly, a pair of soft hands pressed on his shoulder, gently kneading it, followed by Lin Kuching's voice reaching his ears. Li Jin, are you really going to conduct a nuclear test? The rocking chair abruptly stopped before starting to sway again. Li Jin didn't turn around and continued to focus on his book, casually replying, why not? Lin Kuching paused for a moment. What about the people along the coast? Li Jin wasn't surprised that Lin Kuching knew about this. After all, they were on Raid Island, where there were no restrictions. If one wanted to gather information, it was easy to find a plethora of news from all over the world. Moreover, Lin Kuching's earlier statement had gone viral within an hour, garnering immense attention. It was inevitable she would see it online. Li Jin's expression was indifferent as he said, that depends on their choice. Kuching, you must understand one thing. There is no mercy between nations. Beyond interests, only bloodshed remains. This world is cruel. The strong can do as they please, while the weak are deemed guilty even for crying. Don't judge international relations with the morality of the streets. That will only drive you mad. As Li Jin spoke, his tone suddenly intensified, devoid of any emotion. Kuching, I can tell you honestly that such things will happen every day in the future. If you can't handle it, I can send you back. Or you can stay with my sister and never get involved in these matters. Just pretend you don't see or hear anything. Li Jin could feel Lin Kuching shiver suddenly, and then she silently left his office. Li Jin threw the book in his hand aside and collapsed onto the lounge chair, a complex expression crossing his face. He suddenly felt cold-blooded, able to speak of incredibly cruel matters so lightly, as if he were stepping on a group of ants. But he had no choice. If the island wanted to develop, it could only keep stirring things up. Chapter 76. It has been launched. In the imperial capital, the palace. The Hall of Reopening. Li Yi, wearing reading glasses, was sitting behind the imperial desk, focused on reviewing documents. However, today, he seemed much older than before. With his once black hair, now streaked with gray. Thud, 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 a series of steady and powerful footsteps suddenly echoed in the vast and quiet hall. Soon, Yun Xiao hurried in from outside, standing straight, raising his hand to salute Li Yi, and then said, Your Majesty, our intelligence department has just intercepted a piece of information for your review. After respectfully placing the document in front of Li Yi set down his pen, opened the file, and was momentarily taken aback before regaining his calm. He looked up at Yun Xiao and asked, Do you think this little guy dares to? Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Xiao replied, Dares. Ha ha ha. Li Yi immediately burst into laughter, shaking off his earlier gloom, making the hall feel brighter. Finally, stopping his laughter, he regretfully said, If only he were my son. Yun Xiao rolled his eyes in response. If Li Yi really had such a son, he probably wouldn't live past 10 years old, not knowing where he would end up. Li Yi then helplessly tapped the table and said, This little guy is fine as long as he doesn't move, but now the whole world is stirred up. It won't be easy to live a peaceful life in the future. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Yun Xiao asked. Li Yi shook his head. Let's wait and see. By the way, why did they detain Li Jin's people? Yun Xiao quickly explained. It seems it's because a company under Li Jin developed an engine and wanted to showcase it at the exhibition. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's expression changed slightly. Was there something they didn't know? Yin Shui, send someone to investigate thoroughly. Yes, Your Majesty. Yun Xiao replied, pausing before adding, Your Majesty. The wife of the second prince has signed the letter of understanding, and the 14th prince can be released tomorrow. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, then fell silent. After a while, his mixed emotions echoed through the hall. I have already lost one son. I do not wish to lose a second. Yin Xiao? Do you think I have done something wrong? Time passed second by second. The once bustling Western world suddenly fell silent. The deities, who had previously been merely bored comforting figures, suddenly became highly sought after, with countless people repeating their names in their hearts. However, although the situation in the West looks chaotic, it is merely the lower levels of some confused individuals, while those in power appear indifferent. In their eyes, even with significant resources, Li Jin is still just an ant. Even if he is a bit formidable, he is merely a fire ant. They might get stung, causing pain for a day or two at most. Furthermore, the empire in the region is not foolish. They have already set up an extensive network across the Pacific. If Li Jin dares to launch missiles, they could be destroyed as soon as they leave the designated area. Time slowly approached the launch point set by Li Jin. On the island, at the operations center, Li Jin was lying on a temporary sofa, resting with his eyes closed. Songhai approached quietly, and before he could speak, Li Jin suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Is there any news from the Perulians?" Songhai nodded. Li Jin sneered. It seemed these people were quite confident in their position, even eager for him to launch missiles so they could teach him a lesson. "Songhai, why do some people always hold themselves in such high regard, thinking they have everything under control?" Songhai paused for a moment before replying. "Perhaps they have never taken us seriously from the start. They just think we've been lucky." Li Jin nodded and smiled. These arrogant individuals have been in power for thousands of years. Their mindset is not easily changed. If we want them to see us, we can only shatter their arrogance. As Li Jin spoke, his expression turned solemn. He stood up straight and said, "Since they want to see our courage, we will show them. I want to see their true colors after the missile is launched, and whether they can maintain their composure." He commanded, "Send the order to launch a missile." Songhai immediately stood at attention and saluted, "Yes, General." Just as he turned to leave, he paused and turned back, asking, "General, is the detonation site?" Li Jin shook his head. "No need for that. Proceed as planned." This was no longer about mercy. It was a struggle between him and the Empire for survival. At this moment, any hesitation could give them an opportunity, leading to catastrophic consequences for the island. Perhaps those individuals were already plotting against him. They shouldn't think that just because there are barriers, they would be helpless. If they wanted to, they could easily erase the island from the map with precise targeting. It's not that they lack the capability. Their inaction is merely due to Li Jin's fierce determination making them cautious. Li Jin had one thought. He would never allow his loved ones to be in danger. To put it bluntly, he would rather be the one to betray the world than allow the world to betray him. Li Jin raised his hand to check the time and declared, "The time has come. Let Huang Tai proceed as planned." "Yes, General." At this moment, deep in the Atlantic Ocean, two massive vessels were anchored in a trench, with the strategic nuclear submarine standing by. Captain Huang Tai was in the command room, focused and calm, occasionally glancing at the time, clearly waiting for orders from Li Jin. "Report, headquarters calling." Suddenly, a voice broke the silence in the submarine. A staff officer hurriedly approached Huang Tai and said, "The General has commanded us to proceed according to the original plan. This is the activation code for Missile 1. Huang Tai took the document from the staff officer, looking at the long string of numbers, and his face showed signs of excitement. Taking a deep breath, he declared loudly, "I order, prepare Missile 1. As soon as Huang Tai's voice fell, the command room became busy, and various voices began to echo, "Launch ready. Calibration complete." Huang Tai approached the control panel, entered the activation code to unlock a safety box, revealing a keyboard inside. He promptly input the launch password, and the lights on the console lit up instantly. At this moment, Huang Tai pulled a metal card from his pocket and swiped it over the controller, causing the display screen to light up. The launch cover on the submarine's back had already opened, revealing the missile inside, which looked quite adorable with its plump body. Inside the submarine, Huang Tai looked at the red button beside him, took a deep breath, opened the protective cover, and pressed the red button firmly. The Trident missile in the launch tube was immediately ejected, soaring towards the ocean's surface. Within seconds, the missile burst out of the water. As it broke through the surface, the rocket boosters at the bottom ignited with roaring flames, propelling the missile swiftly into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 77. The Mushroom Cloud Reappears. At the moment the Trident ascended, piercing alarms sounded throughout the entire Western world. Those previously relaxed and dismissive high-ranking officials suddenly lost interest in watching the show. Their eyes locked onto the bright spot that had appeared in the Atlantic, their minds a whirlpool of confusion. With a single thought gnawing at their nerves, this madman actually possesses a nuclear submarine. In the city of St. Berlin, Bilbo stared at the radar's bright spot. Feeling his legs weaken, his face as pale as a corpse, he truly regretted it. Standing next to Bilbo, Reese snapped back to reality and shouted, "Activate the interception system immediately." As the personnel in the operations center scrambled to activate the interception system, the Trident had already entered suborbital flight. The first stage of the rocket booster detached, and the second booster ignited in an instant. The missile made a sharp turn in subspace, heading straight for its target. With no air resistance in suborbital flight, the missile easily reached speeds exceeding 20 Mach, and with the submarine less than 1,000 kilometers from the target. It would only take the missile a matter of seconds. As they were completing their preparations and planning to attempt a mid-course interception, they were horrified to discover that the missile above them had already jettisoned the second stage booster, and the warhead was plummeting downward at high speed. In the city of St. Bullen, as Mr. Rice watched the missile on the radar breach the atmosphere, he felt a chill run down his spine. He knew what this meant. Despite their daily boasts about being able to intercept ballistic missiles at the terminal phase, putting it into practice was far from easy. Intercontinental missiles could reach speeds exceeding Mach 10 during the terminal phase, and with only a few dozen kilometers from the stratosphere to the ground. He realized he had only a few seconds left. He might not even have enough time for a final prayer. At the moment the missile exited the atmosphere, the protective shield on the warhead detached, revealing 3 nuclear warheads inside. The 3 warheads then separated, forming a triangle as they hurtled toward the vast ocean below. Just before reaching the surface, the warheads detonated, creating a massive explosion. A white mist mixed with thick smoke shot up into the sky, forming a colossal white column that spanned several kilometers. As this water curtain reached mid-air, it exploded again, sending white mist sweeping across dozens of kilometers of airspace, quickly rising to form a gigantic mushroom cloud. Within seconds, it reached thousands of meters in altitude, and at the same time, the base of the mushroom cloud generated enormous tidal waves that spread outwards, like a voracious beast seeking to engulf everything in its path. On the coast of the Prussian Empire, just tens of kilometers from the explosion, the ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Those who had escaped to over 100 kilometers away stared in awe at the enormous mushroom cloud rising in the southwest, finding it both spectacular and beautiful. Yet, they quickly snapped back to reality, reminded of the dangers posed by the Great Ivan, especially as they felt the tremors of the earth. A chorus of gasps erupted as everyone hurriedly ran eastward. In St. Bullen, although Bilbo and the others did not feel any significant tremors, the images transmitted from satellites caused them to feel a sense of dread. Bilbo felt dazed, wanting nothing more than to lie down, wishing he could escape the overwhelming situation. Just as he was about to collapse, a voice suddenly echoed from the command center. "It's Trident! It's Trident!" Bilbo froze for a moment, his expression changing immediately. Everyone knew what those 3 words represented. "Mr. Rice, what is going on? Don't you owe me an explanation?" At that moment, Mr. Rice was also stunned and quickly replied, "How could this be possible? Did you miscalculate?" The officer from Melaga, who had spoken earlier, confidently asserted, "There's no mistake. The missile's size and flight trajectory match our Trident perfectly." Lays looked at the officer with a determined expression, wishing he could slap him to death. How could such an important matter be discussed in front of others? It would have been better to tell him privately. Didn't he see the expressions of the surrounding Prussians change? Bilbo's anger erupted upon receiving a positive response. "Great. Here I am, working hard for you, and you actually used a powerful weapon against us. Do you really think our empire is made of clay?" "General Lays, don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Lays felt a chill at Bilbo's murderous gaze, and the surrounding Prussians gathered, all looking at him with anger. He felt at a loss for words. Only their empire possessed such missiles. If he claimed they weren't theirs, no one would believe him. Seeing the hostile stares around him, he quickly raised both hands and said, "Mr. Leader, I need some time. I believe the matter will be clarified soon." Bilbo didn't push Lays too hard. "General Lays, I hope your country can provide us with an explanation soon. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee what those who have suffered losses will do." "Rest assured, Mr. Leader, I will arrange for someone to investigate right away," Lays replied, turning and hurriedly exiting the operations center. Once Lays left, Bilbo's expression turned serious as he ordered, "General Monk, immediately mobilize the biochemical units to the radiation zone. I want to know what is happening there." Bilbo issued several more orders, making the entire operations center busy, finally letting out a sigh of relief. "Mr. Leader, could it really be the ones from that other empire?" A government official who had been silent behind Bilbo suddenly spoke up. Bilbo replied without hesitation, "Of course it's not them, unless they've gone mad." The official looked puzzled at this. Bilbo narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "We've encountered such a major incident. The public needs an outlet for their frustrations. The islands are too far away for us to do anything to vent their anger. We can only turn to them. We can also take this opportunity to strengthen our military. They'll have to take this silent loss, whether they want to or not." The main issue was that Li Jin, this madman, was too terrifying. Bilbo now wanted to avoid him at all costs, and there was no way he would approach him. As for that other empire, they were indeed very overbearing, but at least they seemed to follow the rules on the surface, at least towards them. At this moment, Bilbo suddenly remembered something and quickly instructed the official, Minister Locke, contact the islands immediately and tell them it was all a misunderstanding. If there's anything, we can sit down and talk. Everything is negotiable. In another part of the world, in that other empire, someone cursed angrily, "Damn bastards." There was a hint of uncertainty and even fear in his voice. Yes, it was fear. A madman who dares to throw around powerful weapons actually possesses a triad of nuclear strike capabilities from land, sea, and air. Who wouldn't be afraid? Even if the weapons in his hands aren't enough to destroy the entire world, just look at his reckless demeanor. Erasing a country could be done in an instant. With someone like this, who constantly shouts about mutual destruction, who can sleep soundly? This is essentially the difference between someone barefoot and someone wearing shoes. Those wearing shoes might threaten others with their weapons from time to time, but when it comes to the crunch, no one dares to throw them. But the barefoot ones are different. They have nothing to lose, so what's there to be afraid of? Worst case, it's mutual destruction, and they won't be at a disadvantage. When he first threw a powerful weapon, it shocked all countries, and they shouted that he was insane. However, many believed he had no choice but to do it for survival. No one dared to think he would throw a second time. But surprisingly, he did throw again. And it was as casual as tossing firecrackers. Now everyone was certain of one thing. He was indeed a madman. This time, no one dared to hope for any luck. Mr. T. Willis strode in from outside, looking serious, and said something that made Yozel question his life. We found out that it's an SCJ missile. Yozel couldn't help but cup his ear, asking, "What did you say?" "It's an SCJ submarine-launched intercontinental missile," Willis repeated emphatically. "Also, we've confirmed that the missile was launched from an EHE-class strategic nuclear submarine." Yozel felt a rush of blood to his head and nearly collapsed. Seeing his boss about to fall, Willis quickly stepped forward to support him. Yozel took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to vomit blood, and straightened up, saying, "Investigate. Go investigate immediately. I grant you full authority. You must get to the bottom of this." Willis paused for a moment. "Mr. Leader, the security department has already investigated." Yozel's spirits lifted as he eagerly asked, "What happened?" Willis replied solemnly, "It's TY Power. Some of their higher-ups sold a large batch of weapons without government approval. We know that it includes FUYA-class and EHE-class submarines, as well as C-5, Apache, and other aerial combat weapons, even intercontinental missiles. We have no way of knowing how many were sold or the detailed list of weapons." Willis's words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Yozel's head in the dead of winter, leaving him feeling utterly chilled. So it turns out they were just playing with themselves from the beginning? Anger surged within Bilbo. Who is it? Who are they? I want to send them all to the gallows. Mr. T, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. We found that all the relevant personnel are dead, completely wiped out. We can't investigate further. Yasser was furious when he heard that Willis couldn't continue the investigation. He immediately asked, "Why aren't you digging deeper? Do you want to let those damn bastards off the hook?" Willis didn't answer Yasser's question. Instead, he said, "Mr. T, the leader has asked me to deliver a message from Mr. Paul of the Megan family. He wants to see you at his estate tonight." Yasser's expression froze for a moment, then turned bitter. After a while, his face returned to normal, and he nodded, saying, "I will call Mr. Paul personally." He sighed, feeling reluctant, but finally said, "Let's put an end to this matter." Willis's previously stern demeanor softened. Yasser, the supreme leader, was not the only one he feared. He was more afraid of dying without understanding why. In their empire, even though they were high and mighty, they were essentially just puppets. The steering wheel had never been in their hands. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Willis quickly changed the subject, saying, "Mr. T, regarding the Raider Islands." As soon as Willis mentioned the Raider Islands, Yasser perked up, thinking for a moment and then stating, "The significance of the Raider Islands has changed. They now have the qualifications to converse with us. What we need to do is temporarily halt military actions and see if we can control or sanction that madman from other angles. Additionally, we need to send someone to meet with Li Jin. At the very least, we need to establish a proper communication mechanism. I believe no one wants to see that crazy guy throwing Big Ivan over trivial matters again. Anything can be discussed." Yasser was truly unnerved by Li Jin's habit of throwing Big Ivan around. It was infuriating. Willis nodded in agreement, but then hesitantly said, "What about the Kyushu Empire?" Yasser waved dismissively, "Don't worry about them. When they sent a governor, we didn't act just to secure the order for 620 passenger planes. I didn't expect an unpredictable factor like Li Jin to appear." Yasser regretted it deeply now. It was a classic case of being penny-wise but pound-foolish. He adjusted his mood and said, "You don't need to worry about Kyushu. The Raider Islands are a vassal state, not a special territory, it's just nominal. Everything about the Raider Islands is decided by Li Jin. There's no need to provoke the Kyushu Empire. At this point, Yasser's expression suddenly turned serious. General Willis, Li Jin is merely a minor nuisance. The White Bears in Kyushu are our real threats. Therefore, we must ensure that the weapons in Li Jin's hands do not leak out. Do you understand? Willis looked at the serious Yasser and quickly nodded. Although Yasser was a soft-spoken figure domestically, he held significant autonomy in foreign affairs. And the White Bears are in a dire situation right now. We must not let them divert our attention. Just as I mentioned earlier, the strength of the island group has already reached a level that demands our attention. If those two troublemakers join forces, all our previous efforts will go down the drain. Therefore, we must not allow this guy to cozy up to the locals. Until we come up with a thorough solution for him, we need to express enough goodwill, understand? At the naval base building on the island group, Li Jin had just arrived at his office from the lounge and hadn't even taken a seat when Songhai walked in briskly. General, the special envoy from the leader of the local empire has just arrived at our port. He wants to see you. Li Jin was slightly taken aback. The envoy from the local empire? What could he want? However, considering the recent troubles faced by the local empire, Li Jin quickly had an idea. Bring him over. Just then, a voice echoed in Li Jin's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing Task 9. The rewards have been issued to the system space. Please check them as soon as possible. Chapter 79. Rewards galore. Li Jin paused momentarily. Had he completed the task so soon? He thought he would have to wait until the opposing factions softened up first. With that thought, he hurriedly shifted his focus from the envoy and spoke in his mind. A light screen immediately appeared before him. The rewards for Task 9 are as follows. 1. A complete set of Zero Global Positioning System. This is a satellite positioning system from the interstellar agent world, consisting of 600 nanosatellites the size of a soccer ball, capable of global coverage and millimeter-level positioning. Operational lifespan, 500 years. Note, ground control center and all personnel included. 2. 666 gold bars as a reward. 3. 666 elite intelligence personnel as a reward. 4. 66 sets of fully automated high-altitude interception systems, including control centers and operational personnel. Looking at the dazzling array of rewards, Li Jin couldn't help but burst into laughter. The positioning system and air defense system were just what he needed. With these, even if the protective barrier provided by the system disappeared, he would still have the most basic self-defense capability. Just as Li Jin was excitedly planning to meet the envoy from the local empire, the system's voice rang in his mind again. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, the birth of the demon. Rewards have been issued. Due to the host's exceptional performance, the system rewards have been upgraded. The new rewards are as follows. The light screen in front of Li Jin shifted again. Hidden task rewards. Unseen world. Blue Ice, Deputy Leader of the Governor's Guard. Hua Xiangyu, Deputy Leader of the Governor's Guard. Love World. Liang Yuan, Secretary of the Governor's Office. Luo Nian, Senior Nutritionist of the Governor's Office. Liang Tao, Secretary of the Governor's Office. Frenzy World. Chen Shooting, Secretary of the Governor's Office. Gao Qilan, Doctor of the Governor's Office. Meng Yu, Spokesperson of the Governor's Office. Li Jin stared at the rewards given by the system, his mouth agape. Had he really captured all the rewards? What incredible benefits were hidden in this? Just as Li Jin was still processing everything, the system's voice echoed in his mind once again. Ding. Host assistant recruitment completed. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing task number 8. Rewards have been issued in the system space. Please check in timely. Before him, the light screen changed again, displaying the rewards for task number 8. 1. A Type 1 integrated nuclear power station, codenamed Golden Crow. This is a controllable nuclear fusion device from the world of the wandering Earth, used to power a planetary engine, with a minimum annual power generation of 102 billion kilowatt-hours. 2. One large seawater desalination plant, annual desalination capacity of 72 million tons. Note, a wastewater treatment plant is included, with an annual wastewater processing capacity of 80 million tons. Both facilities are equipped with management and technical staff. Ordinary employees need to be recruited by the host. Li Jin looked at the system rewards and suddenly felt a sense of soaring like a great rock rising with the wind, reaching 90,000 miles high. Everything was in place. He just needed the right opportunity. As long as Wu Ziren and the others completed the infrastructure, he could unleash his ambitions. General, the envoy from the White Bear Empire has arrived. Song Hai's voice rang from the doorway, bringing Li Jin back to reality. He immediately walked toward the entrance. In the first conference room, upon entering, Li Jin saw a robust Caucasian man with a strong build standing at the door. When the man saw Li Jin, he quickly extended his hand in greeting. Hello, esteemed General Li. I am Vilif, the envoy of the leader of the White Bear Empire, Pros. Li Jin looked at the warm yet respectful Vilif and smiled, shaking his hand firmly. Mr. Vilif, welcome to the Raid Islands. He then gestured for Vilif to take a seat on the sofa, and both parties settled down. Without any small talk, Li Jin directly asked, Mr. Vilif, is there something important that brings you to the Raid Islands? Vilif looked at the decisive Li Jin, momentarily lost in thought, as if he were seeing their own emperor, exhibiting the same decisiveness and resilience. Mr. Vilif? Li Jin called out, noticing Vilif's momentary silence. Vilif quickly regained his composure, awkwardly chuckling before responding earnestly, General Li, I have been entrusted by the Emperor to establish an ambassadorial consulate in your territory. Li Jin was momentarily taken aback. The leader of the White Bear Empire had indeed presented him with a significant gift, effectively acknowledging the status of the Raid Islands. Naturally, Li Jin had no intention of refusing and promptly replied, no problem. However, the Raid Islands have recently suffered a disaster and are currently undergoing reconstruction. If your country wishes to establish a consulate, it will need to be at least a month from now. Upon hearing Li Jin's immediate agreement, Vilif's face lit up with a smile. As for Li Jin's subsequent comments, he quickly said, Thank you, General Li. This gives us time to prepare, and a 1-month delay works perfectly. In an instant, both host and guest were in high spirits. After chatting for more than half an hour, Vilif tactfully took his leave. Although no serious matters were discussed, this meeting alone held significant meaning. Just as Vilif left, before Li Jin could rise, a sweet-looking woman with delicate features walked in. Indeed, she was Liang Yuan, one of the assistant secretaries Li Jin had just summoned. General, the Foreign Affairs Department of a certain country has just sent a communication. Their leader wishes to speak with you. Upon hearing this, Li Jin's brows furrowed immediately. Tell them I don't have time for idle chatter. If they are sincere, they should first compensate for the mental distress and loss of work for Vic and the others, as well as the machinery we sent to the exhibition in the Raid Islands. Additionally, I deployed bombers to help defend their airspace and test their air defense system, not to mention the long-distance launch of a certain missile to help them clean up their doorstep. They should cover the costs for troop deployment, ammunition, and fuel, right? Tell them, if there is no sincerity, I will start the second phase of my actions. Is this person out of their mind? They wouldn't listen to reason back then, forcing me to take action before they come running. Truly pathetic. Liang Yuan quickly noted down Li Jin's words and raised her hand, saying, General, I will reply immediately. Li Jin looked at the efficient and capable Liang Yuan, a smile appearing on his face. It was clear that someone with a background as a secretary was straightforward and required no extra concern from him. Just as Liang Yuan stepped out of the conference room, she suddenly turned back. General, I just discovered a diplomatic document regarding a certain country. We requested an explanation within 24 hours, but 7 days have already passed. Li Jin was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had an outstanding debt that had yet to be collected. Song Hai, send someone to invite the king of that certain country back. I want to discuss this personally. Chapter 80, My City. Liang Yuan looked up in surprise at Li Jin, wondering if he really meant to invite him. However, Song Hai showed no surprise and raised his hand to salute, saying, Yes, General. Liang Yuan was about to stretch and leave when she quickly added, General, a certain empire has also sent a request for negotiation. They wish to send an envoy to meet with you. Great, Li Jin replied while walking. As long as they dare to come. As Li Jin exited the building, a military vehicle approached. He opened the door and said, to the construction site. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped in front of a busy construction site. Li Jin stepped out and looked up, instantly stunned. Before him was a modern city taking shape, with towering buildings, a sky-high television tower, and a massive Ferris wheel that stood out among the skyscrapers. General, that eye of the deep sea is a gift we are presenting to you, with a diameter 88 meters wider than the Dubai Eye. Moreover, you don't have to worry about its safety. The structures built by our group will stand firm unless you take them down yourself. No storm can harm them. Just as Li Jin was in shock, he heard Wu Ziren's triumphant voice from behind him. Naturally, Li Jin trusted Wu Ziren's words. After all, he was quite exceptional. Boss Wu, don't just talk about the Ferris wheel, What about the city? Li Jin turned around with a smile. Seeing that Li Jin seemed skeptical about their craftsmanship, Wu Ziren became a bit anxious and patted his chest, assuring him, "Rest assured, General, we have reinforced the entire city. Even if a large-scale explosion were to occur here, it wouldn't damage the main structure of the city at all. It might just shatter some glass. As for ocean storms, they are nothing to worry about." Li Jin couldn't help but smile at Wu Ziren's overflowing confidence. He liked this straightforward attitude. Turning back towards the city, they walked along a main road that was remarkably wide, with 8 lanes in each direction. On either side, there were expansive green belts, and beyond that, lush flowers and trees stretched as far as the eye could see, complemented by the blue sea and sky, creating a breathtaking view. "General, to ensure pedestrian safety, we have built overpasses at every street entrance, and also constructed underground corridors. At intersections, we have set up dual overpasses and underground corridors." Wu Ziren pointed to the intersection ahead. Li Jin looked over and saw 2 modern-style overpasses spanning the street, with additional overpasses crossing the side streets, forming a square shape above the intersection. Although the design was complex, it was very convenient for pedestrians and quite user-friendly, which made Li Jin very pleased. Wu Ziren pointed to the sewage drainage system on both sides of the street, saying, "General, due to the variable marine climate and frequent rainy weather, we have widened the underground drainage system. The entire pipeline is 72 meters high and 36 meters wide. We can guarantee that no matter how heavy the rain, there will be no water accumulation on the streets." Li Jin nodded repeatedly. As expected from a systematic builder, their foresight was commendable, even more comprehensive than what he, as the Lord, had considered. "General, please take a look. Up ahead is the subway station." Wu Ziren pointed to an exquisite building nearby. "To ensure convenient travel for city residents, we designed a subway station within a 500-meter radius during the construction of the underground railway. Also, when building large shopping malls, business centers, and entertainment venues, we ensured there are ample ground parking spaces." As Wu Ziren introduced the features, Li Jin nodded frequently, and his smile grew wider. Soon, they arrived at a residential area, and Li Jin looked around. The complex consisted of several elegantly designed high-rise buildings, looking very exquisite and beautiful. The general, in the residential area of the city, stated that all living pipelines, electrical wires, and network lines have been set up. As long as the power plant and sewage treatment plant are in place, they can be put into use immediately. Wu Ziren paused for a moment and asked, "General, should we also renovate the buildings inside and provide some daily necessities and food? These won't cost anything." Li Jin shook his head and replied, "No need. This is good enough." In the past, if Li Jin had heard that there was no charge, he might have agreed immediately. But now, he understands the term, economic sustainability. If he arranges everything, how will the city develop? There must be demand to have supply. If everything is already available, how will hardware stores and supermarkets open up? Only with a large demand will merchants travel from afar to bring goods in, allowing the people to spend their earnings, and the governor's office to collect taxes to maintain the city's operations, thus creating a cycle. The two continued to stroll through the community, noticing the abundant parking spaces and lush greenery around them, nodding in agreement. In his previous life, Li Jin had suffered greatly from the lack of parking spaces. After work, he wouldn't want to think about anything else but rushing home, praying to deities for a parking spot. Otherwise, he would have to go far away, which was quite troublesome. Unknowingly, the two arrived at the community square, surrounded by ancient trees and flourishing flowers, with the entire community, no, the whole city, adorned in greenery, making it seem like a forest. The square featured various exercise equipment, including parallel bars, waist twisters, treadmills, and upper limb pullers, everything one could need. Looking at all this, Li Jin couldn't help but feel emotional. Without the system's help, he wouldn't know when he could build such a city on his own. They exited the community, boarded Li Jin's vehicle, and, under Wu Ziren's guidance, visited the university town, a theme park, and a hospital. Then they took a small boat sailing through the river that runs through the entire city, which, of course, was fed by the large snow mountain that Li Jin had specially constructed. After touring the city, Li Jin returned to the base feeling satisfied. Everything was truly ready. But to relocate the population, hospitals and schools must be built first. However, what made Li Jin frown was that while it was easy to recruit ordinary doctors, nurses, and teachers, as long as the pay was right, experts and professors were another matter. Even with the right status and pay, they might not come to this small place. Suddenly, Li Jin's eyes lit up. He had forgotten what he was good at. If they weren't willing to come, he could invite them. Meanwhile, the Scorpion Special Operations Team, having received their combat orders, was already on a transport plane heading to a certain kingdom under the leadership of Zemo. Chapter 81. Surprise Attack on the Palace. Late at night, 2 o'clock. In the misty skies over the Pacific Ocean, a strategic transport aircraft soared through the air. Inside the cabin, Zemo looked at the 16 Special Forces members sitting neatly in front of him and smiled. The mission has been uploaded to the operational system, and you should have all seen it. It's a very simple task, just capturing someone. No need to be too nervous. Now, let's discuss the operational plan. Zemo tapped on the cabin wall, and a VR screen instantly appeared. The image quickly zoomed in, revealing a large complex. This was a palace belonging to the king of a certain nation, covering an area of 57 acres and guarded by over 300 personnel, along with 12 infantry fighting vehicles manufactured in a certain kingdom and 23 armored vehicles produced by another empire. Zemo paused for effect, allowing his team to digest the information before continuing. According to the latest intelligence, King Hamidi has just returned from vacation abroad and is residing in the central palace of this complex, called the Great Flat Hall. The VR display zoomed in again, showcasing the palace Zemo mentioned. At this moment, the power of the Zero global positioning system was evident. It could achieve millimeter-level positioning without any ground-based enhancement stations. This meant that even an ant on the ground could be clearly identified. Although it was already late at night, the Zero satellite was equipped with powerful infrared sensors and nighttime imaging systems, possessing all the functionalities of reconnaissance satellites. Therefore, the satellite image clearly showed how many guards were outside the palace, and even through the windows, the situation inside was visible. Zemo continued, "This time, we are also assisted by a squadron of fighter jets and a Super Roarer electronic warfare aircraft. During our operation, the Roarer will disable all communication systems in the palace to create a safe passage for us. After completing the mission, we'll return to base by helicopter. The operation is set for 5 o'clock in the morning. Is everything clear?" "Understood," everyone replied in unison. 2 hours later, an alert suddenly sounded in the transport aircraft, causing Zemo to snap to attention and check his equipment. At that moment, the rear door of the cabin slowly opened. The Special Forces members had already lined up instinctively. Zemo walked to the front, gave a firm pat on the leading member's backpack, who nodded, and then took a running leap out of the aircraft, followed by the second and third members. Before long, only Zemo remained in the cabin. He patted the parachute on his back and jumped out as well. At this time, in the kingdom, only a hint of dawn was beginning to glow in the east, while the land remained shrouded in twilight. In the sky, if someone were to look up at that moment, they would see dark parachutes slowly descending. At the moment of landing, Zemo swiftly rolled over and stood up, alertly raising his gun to scan the surroundings before running towards a small grove not far away. At this time, other Special Forces members also gathered around. "Is everyone here?" Zemo asked. "Report, sir, all 16 are present, and no one is injured." Zemo immediately pointed forward and commanded, "Action." At 5 in the morning, the sky had begun to brighten, and this was also the time when people felt the most fatigued. The guards at the palace were all listless, their heads drooping, nodding off intermittently, looking like they were about to fall asleep at any moment. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the sky, startling the drowsy guards, who quickly looked up. They saw a shadow streak past overhead, followed by several dark spots descending from the sky. The guards' faces changed dramatically, and without thinking, they dropped to the ground. Boom! The bomb exploded, releasing a flash of blue light that scattered in all directions. Electronic devices within hundreds of meters instantly sparked, and wisps of white smoke began to rise. However, after a long while, there was no sound of an explosion. This left the guards, who were lying on the ground, puzzled. What had just fallen? Just as the guards were about to investigate, a series of faint gunshots rang out. Those who had just gotten up from the ground collapsed again. And the guards hiding atop the palace walls were not spared either, each one directly targeted and shot in the head. It wasn't until there were no standing guards left at the palace entrance that Zemo and his team rushed out from their hiding spots. In a country like this, which was large in area but chaotic in every other aspect, Zemo and his team didn't even bother using special tactics. "Proceed as planned," Zemo instructed. The Special Forces members following him immediately split into groups of 3 and charged in. Zemo led a 3-member team straight towards the center, where the recently deployed electromagnetic pulse bomb had just destroyed all electronic and power equipment in the palace. Communication between the upper and lower levels was severed, causing chaos to erupt within the palace. Everyone was like headless flies, providing Zemo and his team with the perfect opportunity to navigate through the disorder. Otherwise, taking down a heavily guarded palace would indeed require significant effort. Zemo, along with 3 team members, carefully evaded the surrounding guards and soon arrived at the front of the central palace. However, the unexpected situation inside had alerted the guards here, and the hall was now surrounded by armed soldiers on alert, numbering at least 100, which dashed Zemo's hopes of sneaking in. But this did not stump him. He swiftly removed 2 lightweight canister-shaped grenades from his gear, released the safety, and threw them out. A grenade rolled directly to the feet of the guards. Before they could react, a cloud of white smoke quickly spread in front of the palace, soon enveloping most of the building. The soldiers stationed around the palace suddenly found themselves unable to see anything and became panicked, with some even firing their weapons in confusion. Seizing this opportunity, Zemo, armed with a gun and accompanied by 3 Special Forces team members, charged into the smoke. Guided by the combat system, they quickly made their way to the entrance, where Zemo used his pistol to take down several bewildered guards at the door. Zemo led the charge into the main hall, and as he entered, his rifle unleashed a volley of bullets, taking down the guards inside the palace. He then aimed his weapon at the center of the hall, where several men in suits were surrounding a corpulent figure, seemingly preparing to flee. Clearly, these suited men had not anticipated Zemo and his team's swift entry and hurriedly raised their guns. However, Zemo and his team were quicker, drawing their pistols and eliminating several bodyguards before swiftly approaching the corpulent man, who was none other than the King of Hamity. At that moment, he appeared nearly paralyzed with fear, mumbling incoherently, but Zemo and his team could not understand him. Suddenly, a loud explosion resonated outside the hall, causing the entire building to shake violently, with the sound of shattering glass ringing out. The already terrified Hamity King collapsed onto the ground upon hearing the explosion. Zemo, noticing Hamity's state, couldn't help but smirk slightly, but with the mission at hand, he reluctantly put on a smile. King Hamity, you need not worry. We mean you no harm. Our general has invited you as a guest and sent us to escort you. The commotion outside is merely a welcome ceremony. After glancing at his watch, Zemo cheerfully added, Your Majesty, it's about time for us to leave. Please. Just as Zemo finished speaking, 2 Special Forces members stepped forward, one on each side, lifting Hamity and dragging him toward the exit. Meanwhile, the explosions outside grew increasingly intense, and the sound of aircraft tearing through the sky could be heard. As Zemo led Hamity out of the hall, the scene outside had transformed into a hellscape, littered with the bodies of guards and the wreckage of armored vehicles. Many nearby buildings had been reduced to rubble. Suddenly, a piercing sound filled the sky as a fighter jet swooped in, roaring overhead. The massive sound wave caused Zemo and his team to cover their ears instinctively. In that moment, as the aircraft passed, a ground missile dropped straight down, striking an approaching armored unit about a kilometer ahead of Zemo and his team. Boom. The armored units gathered at the palace gate were instantly thrown into chaos, with soldiers crying out in distress. This scene left Zemo feeling both amused and bewildered. Wasn't it said that they were going to carry out a special operation? Was such a blatant bombing too ostentatious? At that moment, the scattered Special Forces members rushed over, each wearing a frustrated expression. They had expected this outing to be thrilling. No one anticipated that their elite Special Forces would become the targets, with all the action being taken away by the aircraft above. Let's go? Zemo waved his hand. At this time, the once magnificent palace was being bombarded in turns by 3 fighter jets, leaving the area in ruins. Most of the organized defense forces had already been neutralized, allowing Zemo and his team to move through without obstruction. They soon arrived at the palace gate, where a super transport helicopter was waiting for them. As soon as they boarded, the helicopter took off, flying northeast. Not long after they ascended, 2 armed helicopters roared in, crossing paths with Zemo and his team. Hamity, who was being escorted onto the helicopter, became excited upon seeing the armed helicopter and attempted to struggle. One of the Special Forces members, noticing this, quickly struck Hamity with the butt of his gun. While all the Special Forces members were tense and ready for combat, Zemo remained completely relaxed, even cheerfully waving at the passing helicopters. To everyone's surprise, the pilot of the armed helicopter nodded in acknowledgement. Although the helicopters had an identification system, one must not forget where Li Jin's weapons came from. What was a top-secret item to others was just another ordinary thing for Li Jin. The earlier scene left Hamity, who was slumped by the helicopter window, utterly dumbfounded. Since Zemo dared to fly the helicopter boldly in the air, he had made ample preparations. From an outside perspective, one would notice that the super transport helicopter they were on was painted in the standard colors of the Empire, prominently displaying its insignia. The passing armed helicopters had no idea that someone was impersonating them. They simply assumed it was one of their own helicopters on a mission. Zemo and his team safely arrived at a remote island, where the submarine Greedy Wolf was already waiting for them. Meanwhile, in front of the palace reduced to rubble, a line of military off-road vehicles was parked at the gate. A major from the Empire jumped out of one vehicle, staring at the almost flattened palace in shock. "Commander, the signal has been restored," a soldier from the vehicle reported. "Headquarters has just sent the latest update. An electronic warfare aircraft suddenly attacked our communication system. This caused our air defense systems to fail, and no alarms were triggered. What happened here?" The major pointed at the palace and asked, "Can an aircraft specialized in electronic warfare cause such significant damage?" The soldier shook his head and said, "The headquarters only detected an unidentified fighter jet appearing in a certain country's airspace, and no other aircraft were monitored. Due to severe radar interference, our Air Force was unable to take off in time to intercept, and that electronic warfare aircraft has already vanished. Damn it, are those guys completely useless? The enemy's aircraft flew right over us, and they didn't even know it?" The major officer was immediately furious upon hearing this. The soldier, observing the enraged major, shrugged and said, "Sir, these are matters for the generals to worry about. Why should we care?" The major was momentarily speechless, glaring at the soldier and memorizing his appearance, thinking about how to make him pay later. This is so frustrating. Don't they know the saying that a major who doesn't aspire to be a general is not a good major? "Sir, King Hamidi has been kidnapped by a group of unidentified armed forces." A soldier rushed out in haste. The major's expression instantly changed. This was a serious situation. On Raid Group Island, at the governor's mansion, Li Jin stood in front of the newly built governor's mansion by Wu Ziren, surveying the surroundings. The mansion was not built in the city but next to the naval base, conveniently located between the Assault Brigade Station and the naval base, covering an area of 720 acres. In Li Jin's eyes, the entire governor's mansion was nestled among lush greenery, with the buildings serving as mere embellishments. The design cleverly combined Western-style villas with traditional Eastern architecture, creating a very pleasing sight. Upon entering the gate, the first thing that caught the eye was the office building of the governor's mansion. Although it was only 9 stories tall, combined with the adjacent 5-story annex, it exuded an imposing and solemn presence. After surveying the area, Li Jin nodded in satisfaction and turned to Li Keqing behind him, saying, "Keqing, take some people to tidy up." Lin Keqing eagerly nodded and led a group of elite female officers into the governor's mansion. Just as Li Jin was about to take a look as well, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden system task of rebuilding your home. Rewards have been issued to the system space. Please check them as soon as possible." Li Jin paused, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had only built a residence for himself, yet there were rewards to be earned? He quickly focused on the light screen ahead. Hidden Task Rewards. 1. Task Force 141. Note: this is a powerful unit from an unknown world, consisting of 85 main combat personnel and 457 auxiliary personnel. The system provides the base and all weaponry. 2. 2nd Assault Brigade, same structure as the 1st Assault Brigade. 3. VIP Protection Team. Note: comprising 122 personnel, with corresponding auxiliary personnel and equipment assigned. 4. Air Force Headquarters. Note: attached all personnel, equipment, and buildings. Additionally assigned: 1st Aviation Regiment, 36 units of a certain advanced fighter model. 2nd Aviation Regiment, 24 units of a certain advanced stealth fighter model. Early Warning Aircraft Squadron, 2 units of a certain early warning aircraft model. Aerial Refueling Squadron, 3 units of a certain aerial refueling aircraft model. Li Jin was momentarily stunned by the system's rewards. Building a house had unexpectedly yielded far greater returns than completing missions. The next day, 6 o'clock a.m. Chapter 83. Is this how you invite people? Early in the morning, Li Jin finished his preparations and brought Lin Keqing and the other women to the square in front of the office building. Already, a dense crowd stood in formation on the square. Among them were people with dark skin from a certain continent, light-skinned individuals from Western regions, and those with yellow-toned skin from Eastern regions. Almost every ethnicity in the world was represented. These were the 666 elite intelligence operatives Li Jin had summoned. Ahem. Li Jin cleared his throat lightly as he looked at the intelligence operatives gazing at him with respect. I'll keep it brief. You are heading overseas with a critical mission to invite people, a lot of people. Li Jin emphasized the word invite and continued. Our Hantang archipelago is in a state of rebuilding. Aside from numerous structures, we lack people of all kinds, especially renowned professors, scholars, experts, anyone with genuine expertise. You must find a way to invite some of them here. As for why Li Jin referred to the Rider Archipelago as the Hantang Archipelago, just the day before, he had convened a general assembly to discuss renaming the islands. With decisive authority, he renamed the Rider Archipelago as the Hantang Archipelago and designated the main island, formerly Rider Island, as the Great Chin main island, covering an area of 680 square kilometers. The other three major islands in the Hantang Archipelago are Simon Island, 810 square kilometers, Yining Island, 480 square kilometers, Sar Island, 360 square kilometers together with the remaining smaller islands. The total area of the Hantang Archipelago reaches 695 square kilometers, a vast expanse of land larger than some nations and ranking within the top 200 globally. Let's cut to the chase, Li Jin continued after outlining the mission. Of course, we are civilized people, not bandits. We naturally resort to brute force. Since we say invite, we must ensure they come willingly. If someone you invite is unwilling or would rather die than comply, we can explore alternative approaches. For instance, consider their parents, spouses, children. There are always ways to persuade them. Once these individuals are invited, everything else will fall into place. So, remember to use your brains when carrying out your tasks. Li Jin raised his hand and pointed to his own head, earnestly instructing the elites standing in front of him, who all showed expressions of admiration, making him more and more animated as he spoke. Of course, since we are inviting people, we should treat them well with food and drinks. For those who are uncooperative, we can certainly enhance our service and provide them with private rooms. If that doesn't work, we can throw in some bracelets or something. They will definitely like those. In short, we must ensure that everyone feels at home. Speak politely and act swiftly. After all, the right to explain is in our hands. Li Jin went on and on until he stopped, his throat dry from talking. All right, I've said enough. Do you all understand? Understood. Understood. A uniform response echoed across the square, which made Li Jin nod in satisfaction. All right, you all head out. I'll be here waiting for your good news. After sending everyone off, Li Jin called over Lin Keqing, Qiu Luoyin, Liang Yuan, Chen Shooting, and other women. He had to admit that the system was quite impressive. Each woman summoned was more capable than the last. With a clap of his hands, Li Jin drew everyone's attention and said seriously, "Today we need to discuss something important. Our factory is about to start production. But there's one issue that hasn't been resolved yet. We need a lot of workers. Otherwise, our factory will just be an empty shell. Therefore, I've decided to send you all to recruit some local workers. Don't worry, I will send the military to assist you." Li Jin paused to let Lin Keqing and the others digest this information before continuing. "Yuan, you and Liang Tao will go to the northwest to recruit. Lan Bing, Xiangyu, you two will go to the capital. Shooting, Qilan, you two will head to the central plains. Mengyu, you and Luoyin will go to the southwest. I will accompany Keqing to Shanghai to participate in the International Industrial Expo being held there." As for why he sent Liang Yuan and the others to recruit, it was simply because the system had given him capable women. "General, if we are recruiting workers, what standards will the benefits have?" Liang Yuan asked at this moment. Li Jin smiled and said, "Our benefits are quite simple. As long as you are on my Hantang Islands, medical care is free and education is free. We will strictly implement a 9-to-5 work schedule. Everyone will not work more than 7 hours a day. Overtime cannot exceed 2 hours. And weekly work must not exceed 37 hours. As for the salary, the minimum hourly wage starts at 30 yuan. Li Jin laid out his ideas confidently, backed by the incredibly cheap resources from the system. Moreover, he had some high-tech factories rewarded by the system, like those for aircraft engines and lithography machines, which were enough to keep him counting money until his hands cramped. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered system task number 10. Just as Li Jin was getting into the flow of his speech, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Task 10 System Detailed Explanation. As an emerging superpower, the host surprisingly has no more than 100,000 subjects. Don't you feel embarrassed? Please resolve the issue of the shortage of subjects as soon as possible and the system will reward the host based on the completion level of the task. Basic rewards. 1. Super Hybrid Rice Dragon Tooth Rice. Note: Dragon Tooth Rice is a high-yield grain newly cultivated by a powerful nation in a certain world, with each plant producing over 50 ears and an output of over 5,000 pounds per acre. 2. Material Supply Gift Package. Note: this includes a large-scale food processing base, an environmentally friendly pollution-free steel plant, 5 million tons, an offshore oil and gas exploration and extraction base, daily crude oil output of 6 million barrels, daily natural gas output of 1 billion cubic meters, an environmentally friendly pollution-free petrochemical base, daily processing of 6 million barrels of crude oil, a machinery manufacturing base, an automobile manufacturing plant, a pharmaceutical base, a chemical base, and a precision instrument manufacturing base. 3. 36 Kuan-style transport aircraft from a certain superhero universe. Li Jin looked at the rewards provided by the system, unable to help but widen his eyes, especially the first one, when he initially transformed the island. He leveled a small plane of about 1,007 to 800 square kilometers on the main island, intending to cultivate 1 million acres of farmland. Now with Dragon Tooth Rice, if he plants this kind of rice, plus the favorable climate that allows for 3 harvests a year, he could harvest 15 million tons of rice annually, which would be more than enough for 100,000 people to eat well for several years, with even some surplus. Thinking about this, Li Jin's face showed an excited expression. He then suppressed his excitement and continued, "The treatment we can offer is certainly not just this. As long as they are willing to bring their families to our Hantang Islands, I can guarantee that each household will receive a new house. As long as they stay in my territory for 10 years, this house will belong to them." Li Jin's generosity left Lin Kuching and the other women in shock. It is well known that people from this region have a deep-rooted attachment to housing. Just this offer alone would surely attract many people. However, considering the nearby empty city, they quickly understood what Li Jin meant. What Li Jin lacked now was not houses, but popularity. After sending the women away, Li Jin thought he could finally take a break. However, Song Hai quickly approached and saluted Li Jin, saying, "General, Hamidi has been brought back." A smile immediately appeared on Li Jin's face. "Quick, bring our wealthy guest in." In a short while, Hamidi was brought in by ZMO and the soldiers. Li Jin looked at Hamidi, who was being brought in like a chick, and his expression turned displeased. "What is going on here? Didn't I ask you to invite His Majesty Hamidi? Is this how you treat my guest?" Hamid was initially at a loss due to fear, but upon hearing that Li Jin was looking out for him, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could speak, Li Jin got straight to the point, saying, "Your Majesty Hamid, I know you are very busy and eager to return. Let us keep this brief. Recently, I just helped you test the performance of 2 warships. Isn't it time to settle the bill?" Hamid was momentarily stunned, then recalled the 2 frigates he had just purchased, which had been sunk by the person in front of him. Those ships were his hard-earned savings, and to think they had sunk on their maiden voyage. It was a painful blow. This damn guy actually had the audacity to come and ask him for money. Seeing Hamid's indifferent expression, Li Jin's face darkened, and he sat down heavily on the sofa. "Your Majesty Hamid, I don't like speaking with my head held high." Hamid was taken aback before he could respond. He felt a sharp pain in his knees and fell to the ground. Li Jin ignored the action and smiled at Hamid, saying, "Your Majesty Hamid, please rest assured. I am not the type to take more than I need. I won't ask for much. How about this? I'll take as much as your central bank has in reserves. What do you think?" The mention of the central bank left Hamid dumbfounded. Was this guy really so desperate for money that he wanted to touch the very foundation of their kingdom? Seeing Hamid's bewildered expression, Li Jin continued with a smile. "Your Majesty Hamid, please don't worry. I'm not interested in your country as currency. I only want the gold reserves of this bank. How does that sound? Fair enough?" Hamid's expression changed instantly as he realized Li Jin was after their nation's gold reserves. "Impossible," he blurted out in anger. Li Jin's expression darkened immediately. "What's the matter, Your Majesty Hamid? It seems you are unwilling?" Of course, Hamid was unwilling, but he felt like a fish on a chopping board, unable to openly confront Li Jin. Feeling frustrated, he could only lower his head like a turtle. Noticing Hamid's silence, Li Jin became displeased. "Zimo, take our Majesty Hamid to stretch his legs. Treat him well." Hamid shivered at the command, unable to resist glancing at Zimo and the others. Seeing them eager for action made him feel weak. He had already experienced their prowess numerous times along the way. If it weren't for his usefulness, he would have likely ended up as a pile of mush. Now that Li Jin had given the order, He felt he was going to be in serious trouble. Just as Hammett contemplated submitting, Xiao Luoyin walked in quickly and announced, "General, Mr. Sorens, the envoy from the Milagati Empire, is here to see you." Li Jin was slightly taken aback. The arrival of the foreigners was surprisingly quick. On the ground, Hammett's eyes lit up, and he seemed to forget his pain, scrambling to his feet as he assumed that someone had come to rescue him. Watching Hammett suddenly rejuvenate, Li Jin couldn't help but smile. He was curious to see if Hammett could still stand firm in a moment. "Let him in." Xiao Luoyin leaned slightly and turned to walk outside. A few minutes later, she returned with a well-dressed foreign man. As soon as he saw Li Jin sitting on the sofa, he hurried over to extend his hand. However, Sorens felt extremely awkward when he realized that Li Jin had no intention of standing up, let alone shaking hands. Although Sorens was furious inside, he understood that the man in front of him had already proven his right to sit there and was not simply arrogant. As an advisor to the president, Sorens was no ordinary person. He quickly retracted his hand with a smile and introduced himself. "General Li, I am Sorens, a senior advisor to President Yozel." Before Sorens could explain his purpose, Hammett, who was standing nearby, rushed over and grabbed Sorens' hand, saying urgently, "Mr. Sorens, you finally came. Please take me away from this dreadful place." Sorens was startled by the sudden grip and frowned at the person who had grabbed him, only to be taken aback when he recognized Hammett. "Your Majesty Hammett, what are you doing here?" Now it was Hammett's turn to be stunned. Wasn't he Sorens here to rescue him? Just as both were confused, Li Jin spoke up, "Your Majesty Hammett is here to discuss compensation with me." Sorens was taken aback again, quickly realizing that Li Jin intended to settle accounts. Li Jin continued leisurely, "I've already discussed most of the matters with Your Majesty Hammett." To express his apology, he intends to hand over 200 tons of gold from their national bank to us. "Isn't that right, Your Majesty Hammett?" "Of course," Hammett replied. Suddenly, Li Jin shifted his tone, looking at Sorens with a smile and emphasizing, "If the Empire is willing to compensate, I wouldn't mind at all." Sorens felt a headache coming on as he looked at Li Jin's confident demeanor. If another country dared to threaten the Empire like this, missiles would have already been launched. However, the thought of a potential conflict with Li Jin sent chills down Sorens' spine as he considered the number of nuclear missiles that could be aimed at the Empire. He quickly responded, "General Li, our Empire has always adhered to international norms and never interferes in the internal affairs of other countries. Please resolve your issues independently. We will not intervene." Sorens' words left Hammett dumbfounded. Was he really being abandoned like this? Sorens quickly spoke up to clarify his purpose for coming. "General Li, I am here representing the Mariga Empire to strengthen our cooperation with you." He emphasized that the Raid Islands, as one of the important powers in today's world, should exert greater influence. Li Jin couldn't help but smile at Sorens' earnestness. The influence gained through strength was indeed different. "You want to establish a consulate here?" Sorens eagerly nodded, looking at Li Jin with anticipation. This time, Yozel had issued strict orders to establish an effective communication mechanism with Li Jin, but their relationship was quite delicate. Although they were often at a disadvantage, they were the ones who initiated the matter, and he was genuinely afraid that Li Jin would reject him, which would lead to unfavorable outcomes for him. Li Jin, however, did not think too much about it. After all, he was not at a loss, and these events had actually increased his influence. He immediately nodded in agreement, "Of course." Sorens was overjoyed and quickly added, "General Li, aside from this matter, we..." Noticing that Sorens was going on and on, Li Jin couldn't help but frown and said, "Mr. Sorens, I still have matters to discuss with His Majesty Hammett. If your matters aren't urgent, can we talk later?" Sorens understood that haste makes waste and quickly replied, "General Li, then we will discuss this later. I will take my leave now." Once Sorens left, Li Jin turned his attention to Hammett. "Your Majesty Hammett, I agree." "I agree." Hammett interrupted Li Jin, having clearly seen Sorens' earlier attitude. With no expectations from his godfather and not wanting to meet a grim fate, he readily agreed. Li Jin immediately stood up, smiling as he grasped Hammett's hand. "Your Majesty Hammett, that's the spirit. From now on, we are brothers. Since we are brothers, why bother with distinctions? What's yours is mine." Hammett, seeing Li Jin's sudden change in demeanor, felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as his life was secure, he was content. Meanwhile, while Hammett was plotting in his mind, Li Jin's next words left him dumbfounded. "Songhai, go communicate with the Mariga people immediately. Tell them I want to send a transport plane to the Non-Song Kingdom to fetch some goods, and ask them to lift the air restrictions right away to avoid any misunderstandings. By the way, Inform our Air Force to take a nuclear bomb with them. If anyone dares to obstruct us from retrieving gold, just drop the bomb." Then, turning to the now pale-faced Hamidi, he said, "Your Majesty Hamidi, don't take it personally. I, Li, may have many shortcomings, but I have one bad habit. If I can't have something, I just like to destroy it." Chapter 85, Li Jin Goes Wild. Unknowingly, 10 days had passed. At the Shunhui Mansion, Capella International Resort Hotel, Li Jin stretched lazily as he sat up in bed, glancing at the delicate, snowy white beside him. With alluring curves that were simply irresistible. Unable to resist, I reached out and gave a light slap. A sound that stirred the imagination immediately followed, causing a surge of intense feelings within Li Jin, who then rushed forward. 3 hours later, Li Jin walked out of the hotel with Lin Keqing, whose gait was slightly unusual, heading towards the venue of the Industrial Expo. As one of the few international industrial expos in the world, it was not as famous as others, but still attracted a large number of business people, creating a bustling atmosphere. Upon arriving at the entrance of the expo, Li Jin was overwhelmed by the throngs of people and the noisy environment, feeling a bit dazed. In his past and present lives, he had never been to such a lively place. He followed Lin Keqing to the center area, which was the most crowded spot. Given his current status, securing a position was merely a matter of a few words. After walking for a short distance, they arrived at a heavily populated area surrounded by layers of people. With the words Jojo Group prominently displayed above, a smile appeared on Li Jin's face, realizing that Victor and the others had done well. However, his expression soon turned serious as he heard arguing coming from inside, indicating that the onlookers were not there to admire the exhibits, but rather to witness the commotion. "ZMO, go check it out," Li Jin instructed in a cold tone. ZMO, who had been following Li Jin, immediately nodded and strode into the crowd. A few minutes later, he pushed through the throng and reported back, "General, I found out that someone has their eyes on our exhibition space and wants us to move." Li Jin was taken aback. Who had the audacity to target him? Or was his influence waning? A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he moved forward. Seeing this, ZMO quickly waved his hand, signaling the dozens of guards nearby to rush over, clearing a path through the crowd. The bystanders, initially entertained by the scene, were suddenly pushed aside and were unwilling to comply. Some began to shout in protest, but quickly fell silent upon seeing the stern-faced men in suits. Li Jin pressed on, and as he passed through the crowd, he overheard a loud, abrasive voice complaining incessantly, "Why are you all so clueless? Didn't we already notify you to move? What are you still doing here? Let me remind you, our group is an international conglomerate. If our boss gets upset, it will be a significant diplomatic incident. You won't be able to escape that." He continued, "Even without this, our boss has traveled a long way to be here. As people from Jojo, shouldn't you show some hospitality? I think your conscience has been eaten by dogs, tarnishing your country's reputation. Do you know what etiquette and decency mean? It's just an exhibition hall. If your products are good, they'll shine no matter where they are. Let me tell you, if you don't move soon, don't blame me for being rude." Li Jin stood at the back, watching a yellow-skinned man with a beer belly barking loudly. Beside the beer-bellied man stood 5 or 6 other men, who, although not acting arrogantly, were merely there to watch the commotion, resembling spectators at a monkey fight, which was quite unpleasant. What made Li Jin even more upset was the next scene. 7 or 8 women, resembling service staff, brought over dozens of chairs, warmly inviting the foreigners to sit down, then diligently handing them a bottle of water and a dessert. This scene made the local onlookers unable to bear it any longer. "Hey, they have water and food. What about us? Are you treating us differently?" The beautiful women serving the foreigners were momentarily taken aback, and one tall woman, who seemed to be in charge, immediately flashed a charming smile and said, "I'm very sorry, sir, we only brought these, and there are no more." At that moment, a foreigner in the crowd suddenly spoke up, "Can I have a bottle of water?" As soon as the tall woman saw it was a foreigner, she became enthusiastic, quickly bending down and gesturing for him to come over, speaking fluently in a foreign language. "Distinguished guest, please come this way." She then led the foreigner to the lounge area, warmly bringing over a chair and handing him a bottle of water and a dessert. The bespectacled man who had just spoken, seeing the foreigner sitting there with a smug expression, was instantly furious and questioned, "What does this mean? Didn't you just say there were none?" The woman still wore a slight smile and replied, "I'm sorry, sir, we really only have one left." But just as she finished speaking, another female server was seen enthusiastically distributing several bottles of water to the foreigners. "No more?" The man was nearly boiling with rage. pointing at the server distributing water and questioning, "What is that? Nonsense." Seeing the man persistently questioning, the woman's expression turned slightly displeased, and she replied stiffly, "I'm sorry, sir. We really have run out. If you're thirsty, there's a place to buy water not far ahead." The obvious double standard from the tall woman immediately sparked dissatisfaction among everyone present. Meanwhile, the beer-bellied man, realizing he couldn't force his way, became furious and shouted, "Security! Security! Clear this place for me." Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a powerful shove from behind and stumbled, landing face-first on the ground with a cry of pain. The one who kicked him was naturally Li Jin, who looked down at the man he had just knocked down, feeling even more enraged. He stepped on the man's face and rubbed it hard, cursing, "You sycophant! Do you think these foreigners are your masters, that you're so eager to please them?" The unexpected scene caused an instant silence in the exhibition hall, leaving everyone dumbfounded. At that moment, a large group of impeccably dressed individuals with an imposing presence hurried over. Chapter 86. Treason? The foreigners, who were somewhat at a loss, were taken aback when they saw this crowd. A middle-aged man at the forefront, who was white, quickly stepped forward and angrily addressed a man in the center, saying, "Director Ouyang, what's going on? Didn't you already agree to give us this venue? Also, how could you let a madman in here to assault our staff? You must give us an explanation." Just as the white man was utterly astonished, Director Ouyang, who had initially greeted him with a smile, didn't even glance at him and walked straight towards Li Jin. At that moment, the entire exhibition hall fell silent, and many people were already showing expressions of pity as they believed Li Jin was about to face trouble. However, everyone was taken aback when Ouyang Tianhua approached Li Jin and immediately displayed a smiling demeanor, extending his hand with a courteous look. "Chief, why didn't you let us know you were coming? We could have come to greet you." "Chief." The way Director Ouyang addressed him made everyone present widen their eyes in disbelief, unable to help but scrutinize Li Jin. Dressed in a smart, dark blue casual suit, black trousers, and a pair of polished shoes, he appeared quite mature, yet there was still a hint of youthfulness on his face, suggesting he was only in his early 20s. People couldn't help but gasp in surprise. How could someone so young hold such a position? Despite his youth, there was an inexplicable air of authority about Li Jin, causing those around him to feel a bit uneasy when meeting his gaze. Li Jin slowly turned to look at the newcomers. Although he believed in not hitting a smiling face, he was holding back his anger and didn't have a good temper towards them. Seeing that Li Jin showed no intention of stepping back, Ouyang Tianhua awkwardly withdrew his hand, a flicker of irritation crossing his eyes. However, given Li Jin's status, he dared not say anything. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, Li Jin pointed with his chin at the person he had stepped on and asked, "What is going on here?" Ouyang Tianhua felt a chill from Li Jin's stare, his legs turning weak as he silently cursed himself. He had initially promised to give this venue to Li Jin, but the day before, someone had contacted him, asking him to vacate the place. As the saying goes, a local official is more authoritative than a distant one. So Ouyang Tianhua naturally didn't dare to neglect the request. Besides, he thought that a big shot like Li Jin would never personally come to such a place. After all, it was just an obscure company. How could they dare to report him to Li Jin? However, he never expected that Li Jin would come in person. Suddenly, he felt a wave of panic. "WL." Ouyang Tianhua stammered, unsure of what to say. A middle-aged man following behind Ouyang Tianhua noticed his superior was cornered and quickly stepped in to defuse the situation, saying, "This chief, it's like this. The exhibition this time attracted many participants, and our management center outsourced the event. It must have been the outsourcing company that made a mistake." Yes. Ouyang Tianhua grasped this lifeline and quickly spoke up, insisting that it was their fault. A bunch of useless people. Director Wang, make sure to get rid of them as soon as we return. Li Jin frowned immediately, clearly dissatisfied with this explanation. At this moment, Ouyang Tianhua had already calmed down. In his view, it didn't matter since Li Jin couldn't control him anyway, as long as he could save face. However, although Ouyang Tianhua knew that Li Jin held a high position, being a general in the empire and a local lord, his own status was too low. He had no idea what Li Jin had done. Otherwise, he would never dare to think or act this way. Li Jin looked at Ouyang Tianhua, who wore a respectful expression yet was openly insincere and couldn't help but smile. He took out his phone and made a call. After a moment, the voice of the chief minister, Song Lian, came through. "General Li, what brings you to call this old man?" Without wasting words, Li Jin got straight to the point. "Chief Minister Song, I hope you can give me an explanation. Otherwise, I'll handle it in my own way. After saying that, he hung up the phone. In the capital, at the chief minister's residence, Song Lian listened to the beeping sound on the other end and couldn't help but furrow his brow. He then shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that Li Jin's temper was becoming increasingly volatile. He looked up at a middle-aged man at his desk and said, "You go notify the Shanghai mansion to find out the truth immediately and deal with it strictly and swiftly. Otherwise, Li Jin will cause a huge uproar." After hanging up the phone, Li Jin didn't make any moves, but instead raised his hand to check the time. Ouyang Tianhua, who stood opposite him, felt a jolt when he heard Li Jin on the phone, but quickly calmed down, even revealing a mocking expression. In his view, even though Li Jin was a general, he was just one among many. He and Li Jin were worlds apart. However, Li Jin was different from the chief minister. They were on completely different levels. So how could they possibly be in contact? Just as Ouyang Tianhua was lost in thought, a series of synchronized footsteps suddenly echoed, and a large group of soldiers rushed in. Leading them was a colonel who, upon seeing Ouyang Tianhua, immediately pulled out a piece of paper and said, "Ouyang Tianhua, you are suspected of treason and are under arrest." Several soldiers advanced and twisted Ouyang Tianhua's arms behind his back, preparing to take him away. Ouyang Tianhua was stunned. It wasn't until his hands were restrained that he reacted and shouted, "What treason? You must have the wrong person. Let me go. I am the supervisor here." Li Jin looked at the panicked Ouyang Tianhua, a cold smile appearing on his face. He slowly walked over, stood in front of Ouyang Tianhua, and said, "Everyone says I, Li Jin, am narrow-minded, but they are all wrong. I am someone who never lets a grudge go. Revenge is never delayed." As he spoke, he patted Ouyang Tianhua on the face and said, "Actually, I just planned to give you a beating at first, but then I thought it would be too easy for you. Now it's perfect. You can take your whole family with you, and that would make me feel better." He added, "By the way, those women over there, since they like foreigners so much, let's send them abroad and never let them come back." Li Jin concluded, recalling how those women had behaved when he dealt with the beer-belly man, which was quite disgusting. The colonel saluted Li Jin and then turned to leave with his men. Meanwhile, the beer-belly man, who was being stepped on by Li Jin, was completely stunned and then turned pale. However, Li Jin had lost interest in him and walked straight towards the foreigners from the Bavaria group. Before Li Jin could speak, the foreigners hurried over from a distance. Li Jin furrowed his brows, wondering if these people had not checked the calendar before leaving home. Were they all rushing to their doom? However, to his surprise, the newcomers completely ignored the Westerners and walked directly up to Li Jin, extending their hands warmly. "Your Excellency, General, I am Helens from the Prussian Empire, stationed at the Great S of the Jiuzhou Empire." Li Jin narrowed his eyes. Before he could ask these people for compensation, they had come forward themselves. Noticing the unusual expression on Li Jin's face, Helens quickly said, "General Li, we truly come with sincerity this time. We heard that you are selling engines, and we are willing to order 100 units. We can pay right now." Seeing Helens's eager expression, Li Jin frowned. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, especially when it comes to customers. He replied, "I don't have that many right now." Helens quickly waved his hand. "No problem. No problem. Whenever the general has them, just let us know. We're not in a hurry." Li Jin was taken aback, suddenly realizing what the Prussian Empire meant. They clearly wanted to offer him a large benefit while avoiding trouble and embarrassment. Li Jin couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Did they think they could buy him off with the money for 100 engines? It wouldn't be that easy. Helens, who was closely watching Li Jin's expression, immediately said when he saw Li Jin's dissatisfaction, "General Li, we can order 200 units. But Li Jin remained unmoved, prompting Helens to grit his teeth and say, 350 units. When Li Jin heard Helens raise the offer to 350 units, he couldn't help but smile. He was too lazy to waste time with Helens and directly stated 500 units at minimum, each for 15 million in gold. After saying that, he fixed his intense gaze on Helens. To Li Jin's surprise, Helens did not hesitate and replied, "Okay." This left Li Jin momentarily stunned. Did he just agree? However, since he had already said it, Li Jin had no intention of backing down. Worst case, he could find a way to make it up elsewhere. Li Jin couldn't help but glance at the several executives of the Baphalia group, who were already dumbfounded. "Mr. Helens, if you have nothing else to do, you can leave here first. I still have matters to attend to." Helens was taken aback, looking at the direction Li Jin had walked towards, which was precisely where the executives from their country's company were. Did something happen? Helen's heart tightened, and he hurried over. "General Li, is there something going on? These people are businessmen from our country. If you have any issues, I can help you resolve them." Li Jin looked at the approaching Helens and coldly replied, "It's nothing. Just a few people who don't know their place trying to cause trouble for me." Saying that, he shot a glance at Helens. "Are you planning to stand up for them?" Helen's expression changed instantly. Fearing that Li Jin might misunderstand, he quickly bent down and sincerely said, "General Li, may I go ask about the situation? I will give you a satisfactory response." Li Jin was indifferent, since Helens had sent him a large sum of money. He had to give him some face, so he nodded, "Of course." Helens was immediately overjoyed and hurried towards the group of Westerners. However, the development of the situation clearly exceeded Li Jin's expectations. The Westerners, who were originally having a good conversation with Helens, suddenly became agitated. After some exchange with Helens, they turned around and left in a huff, even giving Li Jin a fierce glare as they departed. Li Jin was momentarily stunned, and his expression darkened. At that moment, Helens approached, looking somewhat angry, and helplessly said to Li Jin, "General, the West is different from the East. There are some things I really can't help with." Li Jin quickly understood Helen's meaning. In the Western world, capital is king. With money, one has everything. He smiled and said, "Mr. Helens, don't worry about this matter." "ZMO?" Li Jin suddenly called out, and ZMO, who had been following him, immediately stepped forward. "General." Li Jin's expression turned stern as he coldly ordered, "Notify the Air Force to level this Baphalia group to the ground. Don't they think they are superior? Let them go to hell." "Yes, General." ZMO raised his hand in salute and turned to leave. Helens was left dumbfounded by Li Jin's bold move. Previously, he had only heard about such things. Today, he had witnessed what it meant to throw a bomb at the first sign of disagreement. At that moment, Vic hurried over, and upon seeing Li Jin, he was immediately delighted. He quickly approached and said, "General, you're here? I just went to the port to fetch our exhibition equipment and didn't expect such a situation to arise." Li Jin waved his hand dismissively. "All right. The matter has been resolved. You all hurry up and set up the venue. We should take advantage of this momentum to showcase our products." Vic did not dare to slack off and quickly nodded before getting busy with the arrangements. At that moment, a large crowd had already gathered around the exhibition stand, consisting of both domestic and international attendees, numbering in the hundreds, all curiously gazing at Li Jin, wondering who this extraordinarily young man was that even foreigners treated him with such respect. "I know. He is Li Jin. It's Li Jin." At that moment, a sudden exclamation arose from the crowd. People turned to see where the voice came from. It was a bespectacled, chubby man. The excited man exclaimed, "I've seen him in foreign news. He is a lieutenant general in the Imperial Army, the governor of the Ridden Islands." However, before he could finish speaking, two individuals in the crowd quickly covered the chubby man's mouth and dragged him away. By this time, everyone else was already in shock. An Imperial general? The governor of Ridden? While the crowd was still in disbelief, Vic had already stepped onto the platform and cheerfully said in fluent local language, "Dear guests, welcome to our exhibition stand of the Kyushu Group. Now, I would like to introduce to you the latest scientific achievement of our empire, the Hantang No. 1 turbine jet engine." As Vic finished speaking, the central part of the platform suddenly rose, revealing a jet engine about 5 to 6 meters long. With its sleek appearance and exquisite design, coupled with the lighting effects, the engine gleamed with a unique metallic luster, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Seizing the moment, Vic introduced, "This first-class turbine engine weighs a total of 15 tons. It has a maximum thrust of 205 tons and a thrust-to-weight ratio of 136. If we activate the afterburner, the thrust-to-weight ratio can reach 1447. It utilizes the latest metal materials developed by our group, with a service life of up to 12,000 hours." As soon as Vic announced the engine specifications, it caused an uproar. The Shunhui Industrial Expo was an international exhibition with military significance, featuring not only civilian industrial facilities, but also military weapons and aerospace technology as major categories. The attendees were not just tourists, but also numerous observers and experts from various countries. The shock caused by Vic's announcement was unimaginable, especially considering that these figures surpassed those of the so-called best operational jet engine in the world. How could an unknown company produce such a powerful engine? No one present believed it, with many scoffing at the idea, as they fundamentally doubted that people from Kyushu could manufacture such a formidable engine. Vic, standing on the platform, knew that merely talking would not convince anyone. He cheerfully produced a certification document. This document was also a catalyst between Li Jin and the foreign entity. Had it not been for this inspection report, they would not have detained both him and the machinery. Vic spoke slowly. I know that everyone doubts the performance parameters I just mentioned. This is a certification issued by one of the world's most authoritative testing centers, TUV. I can clearly tell you that our Hantang No. 1 engine is far more powerful than the so-called strongest engine currently in service. The large screen at the exhibition booth displayed the certification in Vic's hand at this moment. Wow, when the audience saw the certification matching Vic's earlier claims. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, especially among many locals who became visibly excited. After all, engine technology has always been a concern for them. And now a local company has developed such a powerful engine. One can only imagine their feelings. However, doubts quickly arose from the crowd. A young woman of European descent holding a camera suddenly raised her hand and loudly asked, Sir, on stage, I am a reporter from a certain publication. May I ask you a question? Vic, eager for more attention, gladly replied, Of course. You can call me Vic, the current assistant to the chairman of the group. The woman directly asked, Mr. Vic, you mentioned that the engine your company developed is better than the most advanced engines currently in service. I wonder, has this engine already been put into service? If it hasn't and is still in the experimental stage, isn't it a bit unreasonable to compare it with engines that are already operational? Isn't that unfair? Vic was momentarily taken aback. Why did this woman sound so confrontational? Just as he was about to respond, Li Jin, who had been standing in the background, stepped forward and said, Since we are making comparisons with operational engines, it is only because this engine has indeed entered service. Upon seeing Li Jin step forward to answer, the reporter's eyes lit up, looking at him as if he were a massive diamond. After all, the desire to associate with influential figures is not unique to locals. Many from other regions share the same sentiment. Generally, have you sold the engine to the Air Force? The woman asked. Her tone now completely softened compared to her earlier confrontation with Vic. Li Jin smiled slightly and shook his head, not quite. We have only installed it on a fighter jet developed by our group. The crowd erupted in surprise once again. What kind of organization is this that can even manufacture fighter jets? Li Jin did not elaborate further, instead stating, Everyone, if you are interested, you can visit the open-air exhibition area where the aircraft manufactured by our subsidiary are displayed. Just as Li Jin was about to introduce the second exhibit, a man wrapped in a white scarf shouted from the audience, How much is your aircraft engine? At this moment, more and more people gathered in front of the booth of the Kyushu group. Ordinary visitors had long been pushed out, and those at the front were mainly observers or experts from various countries. When someone inquired about the price, they couldn't help but perk up their ears. Hearing this, Li Jin smiled and said, It's not expensive. Our turbofan engines have already entered mass production, and each one only costs 10 million Mei yuan. While the crowd gasped once again, it's important to note that engines of this level developed by certain countries typically cost at least 15 million Mei yuan, and even then, they might not sell them to you. And if they do, there are many additional conditions. Just as everyone's eyes lit up, Li Jin suddenly said, Next, let us introduce our latest scientific research achievement, a new type of three-spool adaptive cycle engine that has completed all experiments and entered the trial production phase, utilizing variable cycle technology. Its name is the Daqin Type 1 variable cycle engine. Compared to the Hantang No. 1 engine we developed, its maximum thrust has increased by 30, fuel consumption has decreased by 75, acceleration has improved by 120, and we have developed a new type of material that doubles its lifespan. As Li Jin spoke, the central exhibition platform lowered and then rose again, showcasing an engine that looked quite similar to the Hantang No. 1 engine from before. However, keen observers could clearly see that the materials used in this engine were noticeably different. Nonetheless, Li Jin seemed unwilling to explain further. In a moment, the platform lowered again, causing the observers who had stretched their necks to watch to reveal disappointed expressions. At this time, the platform rose once more, but it was no longer an engine. Instead, it displayed a model of a piece of equipment. Someone knowledgeable stared at the model in shock and said, Is this a lithography machine? Li Jin smiled and nodded, saying, This gentleman is correct. This is the Jingwei series lithography machine produced by Kyushu Precision, a subsidiary of the Kyushu Group. This particular model is our Jingwei Type 23 lithography machine, a high-end version that competes with the most advanced EUV lithography machines in the world. I can proudly say that our lithography machines have reached the most advanced level globally, even leading in some aspects, while the price is only 2/3 of certain brands. Li Jin then repeated the parameters of the lithography machine, and another wave of astonishment erupted from the audience. At this point, everyone's expressions had turned quite peculiar. A group that could produce advanced engines and lithography machines was no longer just a simple addition. Moreover, according to Li Jin, the Kyushu group could also manufacture aircraft, which was even more impressive. Just then, a promotional video for the Hantang Islands suddenly played on the big screen. Watching the stunning visuals and the various introductions, the attendees were no longer just dumbfounded. They were completely stunned, especially some observers who were aware of the situation in the Hantang Islands, who showed expressions of disbelief. Chapter 89. The Phantom Bird Appears. The total area of the Hantang Islands is 695 square kilometers, consisting of the main island of Dachin. Some people immediately opened their mouths in shock, wondering when the laid islands had become so large. Isn't it only a little over 1,000 square kilometers? Does this area even grow by itself? Just when everyone was puzzled, due to a recent undersea earthquake that caused severe crustal movement, the Hantang Islands suffered significant losses and their area increased fivefold. With the detailed explanation in the promotional video, many people's eyes turned red, especially some who were from countries with small land areas. They felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Even a certain country seemed to regret its decisions deeply. As for the question of belief, there's really no need for discussion. This world is neither a magical realm nor a futuristic sci-fi world. No one would believe that someone could have such great capabilities, unless it was the immense power of nature. At this moment, observers from various countries, having heard the news, hurriedly flocked to the scene. For engines of this level, let alone purchasing them, most people had never even seen the actual objects. Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd below the exhibition platform, Li Jin naturally wouldn't do anything to dampen the excitement. He waved his hand to raise the platform and had someone move the panoramic model of the lithography machine aside for public viewing. In the capital, at the royal palace, Li Yi was discussing state affairs with Song Lian when suddenly a loud voice rang out from outside. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Soon after, Yun Shao entered with Zhao Gang and another elder. Upon seeing the three military leaders arrive together, even though Li Yi had long been trained to remain calm in changing situations, his expression still turned serious at once. What happened? Yun Shao sensed the sudden tension in the Great Hall and quickly spoke. "Your Majesty, Prime Minister, it's good news. Good news." He then recounted the events at the exhibition, which left both Li Yi and Song Lian astonished. After a moment, Li Yi sighed and said, "We really underestimated him." He then composed himself and asked, "What do you want to do?" At this moment, Yun Shao also became serious. "Your Majesty, the three of us have already discussed it. I will personally visit Shanhae City. If the performance is indeed as good as Li Jin claims, it would be a tremendous opportunity for us." Li Yi did not immediately express his stance, but turned to Zhao Gang and the others. He saw them exchange glances and nod in agreement. Although they had differing political views, their shared goal of strengthening the empire of Jiuzhou united them. Li Yi then looked to Prime Minister Song Lian and asked, "What do you think?" Seeing Yun Shao's eager gaze, Song Lian couldn't help but smile. Yun Shao, upon noticing this, became anxious. "Prime Minister, could you give a definite answer?" Realizing Yun Zhao's urgency, Song Lian stopped teasing him and replied straightforwardly, "Of course. After all, the Hantang Islands are also part of the Empire's domain. Using their resources is like using our own. If the military needs it, the cabinet will allocate the funds." Song Lian's decisive attitude left the four present stunned, and Yun Shao and the others thought they had misheard. After a long moment, they finally showed signs of excitement. Li Yi smiled and said, "I think we can definitely let the media report on the matter of the Hantang Islands. After all, this is the glory of our empire." Song Lian nodded seriously. "Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will give the orders right away." At this moment, Li Yi turned his gaze to General Yun Shao. "You should head over there as soon as possible." Yun Shao quickly replied, "I'll leave right now." After saying that, he raised his hand to salute Li Yi and Song Lian, then hurriedly turned and left. On Li Jin's side, he checked his watch and noticed the time was almost right, so he said, "Everyone, if you're interested, you can come to our group's outdoor exhibition area to take a look." After finishing his words, Li Jin took the lead and walked down the stage. The onlookers quickly made way for him, and a large crowd followed him out, drawn by the collective spirit. By the time Li Jin arrived at the outdoor venue, a massive throng had gathered behind him. The exhibition area of the Jiuzhou group was quite large, showcasing a dozen enormous objects, all covered with tarps. But they were vaguely recognizable as aircraft. The crowd of onlookers couldn't help but widen their eyes, thinking that the Jojo Group's business was incredibly extensive to have so many planes. Can they really handle all of this? Li Jin approached the largest aircraft and signaled to a soldier standing nearby. Immediately, someone pulled down the tarp, revealing a gigantic aircraft. The White Swan. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Li Jin smiled and said, "Indeed, its shape resembles a white swan, but after our upgrades and modifications. It is no longer the same model of aircraft. You can rest assured, we have also obtained the production authorization for its prototype." Li Jin paused deliberately, scanning the crowd and noticing the change in expression on some faces, then slowly added, "As for the power of this strategic bomber, I don't think I need to elaborate much, as many of you must have already experienced its capabilities. If you are interested, feel free to come in and take a look." As soon as Li Jin finished speaking, the crowd gasped, staring wide-eyed at the composed Li Jin. How could he be so confident to allow them to view such an important weapon? While some were incredulous, others with quick wits hurried towards the bomber. Before long, the White Swan was surrounded by layers of people. The once well-dressed observers now resembled elderly shoppers fighting for eggs in a supermarket, all jostling to be the first to get in and take a closer look. Li Jin observed the chaotic scene before him, a smile creeping onto his face. This was the effect he wanted. Although they couldn't produce these weapons right now, they existed in the system store. Since these military equipment were already present in the real world, their prices could only be described as unimaginably low. If it weren't for the shortage of pilots under Li Jin, buying hundreds of aircraft would be a trivial matter. At this moment, Li Jin walked over to a much smaller aircraft, and as the cover was removed, a fighter jet was revealed. Its design was similar to other fifth-generation jets, but the sky blue paint on its surface shimmered under the sunlight, giving it a sci-fi appearance that instantly attracted everyone's attention. Li Jin smiled and introduced, "This is a new stealth fighter developed by our group, codenamed Ghostbird. I won't go into too many parameters, just a few important ones. Its maximum flight speed is 3.08 Mach, and it can sustain a speed of 2.25 Mach for 1.5 hours, with a maximum range of 7,200 kilometers. The data that Li Jin casually mentioned left the entire exhibition area in silence. Everyone was genuinely stunned. If this were true, wouldn't this aircraft become the strongest known fighter jet? Many people showed expressions of disbelief, thinking that creating a stealth fighter requires more than just a good engine. Li Jin could tell what these people were thinking just by looking at their expressions. "ZMO," Li Jin suddenly called out. ZMO, who was on alert nearby, immediately stood at attention, turned to face Li Jin, and saluted. "General," Li Jin pointed to the ghost bird fighter parked on the lawn and said, "You go." Chapter 90. What? Do you have objections? ZMO saluted Li Jin again and walked briskly toward the ghost bird fighter, climbing into the cockpit with precision. This move left everyone present momentarily stunned, not understanding what Li Jin was trying to do. Did he intend to give them an aerial performance? Just as everyone was puzzled, the roar of the engine suddenly emanated from the ghost bird fighter. Soon after, a cover panel lifted from the back of the cockpit, and the roar of the engine grew louder. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened in shock as the circular nozzle at the tail of the ghost bird fighter rotated downwards, aiming at the ground. Wow, is this a vertical takeoff and landing? Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in the airspace, a large transport aircraft was rapidly heading towards the city. Inside the transport aircraft, Yun Xiao was intently sitting in front of a computer. Upon seeing the ghost bird rise vertically into the air, he jumped up and exclaimed, "Goodness, how many good things has that brat Li Jin hidden? He actually managed to produce this thing. Quickly, notify the radar unit to keep a close watch on him. I want to see just how powerful this fighter jet really is." After calming down, Yun Xiao quickly started giving orders, his words tinged with excitement. Sitting next to Yun Xiao was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a square face and a resolute expression, exuding a standard military demeanor. At that moment, he was intently staring at the screen. After a long while, he finally looked up at Yun Xiao and said, "Commander Yun, I have to say, this fighter jet called the Ghost Bird is really impressive. Look." The middle-aged man pointed at the screen. It took less than 10 seconds from takeoff to airborne. "Report. Radar information has come in." At that moment, an officer suddenly reported loudly. Yun Xiao and the middle-aged man quickly leaned in, momentarily forgetting to speak. The officer pointed to a light spot on the radar and said, "Commander, this is the reflection signal source of the Ghost Bird fighter jet." He then exclaimed, "Its signal reflection cross-section is only the size of a grain of rice. It's truly incredible. If we hadn't known its location in advance, we wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. Hearing this, excitement flashed in Yun Zhao's eyes as he suddenly asked, "Can we lock onto it?" The officer was taken aback, and the middle-aged man beside him looked astonished as he said, "Commander Yun, that's not a good idea. Using radar to illuminate the target is akin to declaring war." Yun Zhao, however, dismissed the concern, saying, "Is it really that serious? Since it's a new type of fighter jet, what's wrong with having a confrontation? Have you all forgotten the saying that practice makes perfect? Let's begin." With his authoritative tone, no one dared to oppose him. The officer quickly got to work, but soon furrowed his brows. "Report, Commander. The fire control radar we deployed nearby cannot lock onto the target at all." Just as the officer spoke, the light spot on the radar suddenly disappeared. He was momentarily stunned, then quickly took control again, but after a long time, he still couldn't find any signal, displaying a look of frustration. "Commander, the Ghost Bird must be equipped with an advanced jamming system that can block radar signals." Seeing this, Yun Zhao not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled and said, "It seems we really came at the right time." At the exhibition site, everyone's eyes were fixed on the Ghost Bird fighter jet that shot up directly from the grass. In an instant, it soared into the sky and then shot off in a northwest direction, quickly becoming a black dot, but then the dot rapidly enlarged. The Ghost Bird fighter jet had actually turned in the air and flew back, zooming past just a few dozen meters above the ground, stirring up debris and dust like a tornado passing through. Ugh! Li Jin spat out the dust that splashed up, secretly cursing ZMO for his show-off nature. He decided he would have to teach him a lesson when they got back. At that moment, Zemo piloted the Phantom fighter jet, swooping in and hovering in midair before smoothly descending back to the original spot. The entire process from takeoff to landing took only a few minutes, captivating the audience. However, some individuals wore grim expressions, their faces dark enough to rival a pot bottom. Li Jin noticed their wary looks and couldn't help but reveal a hint of a cold smile in his eyes. The reason he made such a grand display was to show these people that what they had, Li Jin also possessed. Don't underestimate him. With this thought, Li Jin decided to stoke the fire further. He walked over to a covered aircraft nearby and ordered the cover to be removed, revealing an armed helicopter. Upon seeing the helicopter's appearance, the audience was taken aback. It was none other than the AH-64 helicopter from a certain well-known country. Li Jin looked at the crowd that had gathered and said with a smile, "This is a new heavy armed helicopter produced by our company." Just as he finished speaking, an extremely angry voice rang out. "Li Jin, isn't this helicopter from our country? You're blatantly stealing. Shameless. I will sue you." Li Jin turned to see a white man glaring at him, his eyes almost blazing with fury. It seemed that if not for someone holding him back, he would have rushed over to confront Li Jin. However, Li Jin showed no signs of anger. Instead, he smiled and took out a document. "What this gentleman says is correct. This is indeed from your country, and it's the most advanced model. However, claiming that I stole it is not acceptable. Look closely. This is the authorization letter from the XS company. This means I can produce as many as I like and sell to whomever I choose." Li Jin's somewhat arrogant tone nearly left the man speechless, his eyes blazing as he glared at Li Jin, wanting to retort. Unexpectedly, Li Jin's expression soured, and he suddenly pulled the man over, causing him to stumble and fall hard. Li Jin had no pity. He kicked the man, who yelped in pain. After delivering several more kicks, the man curled up on the ground, and Li Jin coldly remarked, "I'm giving you a chance to smile, not to take it for granted. How dare you question me? You must be tired of living." As Li Jin finished, he lifted his leg and kicked again, causing the man to scream in agony. His behavior resembled that of a thug, leaving the onlookers stunned. At that moment, Li Jin looked around at the shocked faces and coldly sneered. "What? Do you have objections?" Li Jin had no intention of tolerating these foreigners. Did they really think they were above everyone else? Surrounded by foreigners with ulterior motives, they were all frightened into silence by Li Jin's fierce gaze. They knew exactly who he was. Meanwhile, the Chinese nationals who were pushed to the back watched the foreigners being scolded like children by Li Jin, and they couldn't help but express their disbelief at the sight. Li Jin looked at the silent foreigners and smiled. He walked directly to an aircraft, lifted the cover, and revealed an armed helicopter. The crowd's eyes widened once again as Li Jin cheerfully announced, "This is the AH-1Z armed helicopter, the latest version, which we also call the Viper." After that, he moved to an even larger aircraft than the previous one, lifted the cover, and it turned out to be a strategic transport aircraft. As Li Jin enthusiastically explained the weapon parameters and even invited the audience to take a look, Little did he know that someone across the ocean was about to explode with anger. In a conference room at the headquarters of a certain empire, the atmosphere was tense as a man named Joseph's face darkened with rage. Damn it! What on earth is going on? Who did this? Those damn bastards should go to hell. Joseph's roar echoed through the conference room until he was out of breath and collapsed onto the sofa. After a while, when Joseph calmed down, an official stood up and said, "Mr. President, we have investigated thoroughly. All the companies involved did indeed sell the relevant technology patents. However, this was decades ago." Decades ago? Joseph was stunned, and the official continued. For example, Company XS, the license they transferred included all their weapons and equipment, both at that time and in the future. Whoever holds this license has the right to produce and sell. Other companies were similar. Joseph was now confused. Did these companies lose their minds? Especially the arms companies. Wasn't this putting themselves on the chopping block? The official continued. Moreover, the government at that time also agreed to it. The reasons behind it are unknown since everyone involved is already dead. If it weren't for this Legion, these documents might still be gathering dust in a warehouse. The official then presented a large stack of yellow documents next to Joseph. Looking at the documents on the table, Joseph furrowed his brow. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't be too concerned. By now, his aircraft carrier strike group would have already set out. But dealing with this crazy guy Legion was tricky. He wasn't prepared to exchange heavy blows just yet, and even if he wanted to, the big players behind the scenes would likely intervene. With no viable options, Joseph felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, Yozel's eyes lit up as he remembered their ancestral expertise. "Mr. Bors, you need to notify immediately that no country is allowed to supply crude oil or refined oil to the Hantang Islands." The official who spoke earlier, Mr. Bors, was momentarily taken aback and then hesitantly replied, "Mr. T, this might be a bit difficult. Some rogue nations probably won't listen to us." Yozel, fully aware of what Bors wanted to say, confidently replied, "Just convey this message, and I'll take care of the rest." He then turned to Willis beside him, saying, "Chief of Staff Willis, deploy our aircraft carrier battle group and publicly state that it's a military exercise. Their mission is to ensure not a single drop of oil reaches the Hantang Islands." Willis quickly stood up and affirmed, "Yes, Mr. T." Yozel continued, "Tell the Navy to strictly prohibit any approach to the Hantang Islands, maintaining at least 1,000 nautical miles of distance." Willis nodded. "What if their fleet comes out?" Yozel calmly replied, "Then eliminate it." Now it was Willis who looked a bit worried, wondering if this might provoke a fierce backlash from Legion. Yozel, unfazed, stated, "All struggles are fundamentally a mad test on the edge of war. No one knows when war will break out. It depends on who can't afford it." At that moment, Yozel was extraordinarily calm, starkly contrasting with his earlier fury. Legion's actions had already crossed the line for the Melaga Empire. As the world's hegemon, the Melaga Empire would never allow any signs of surpassing them. Absolutely not. For this reason, they were willing to go to war if necessary. He was eager to see what this madman Legion would do next. As for whether he would actually drop a nuclear bomb on the Melaga Empire, Yozel was no longer concerned. After all, he wouldn't be the one to strike first, and he could manage the narrative domestically. As for casualties, in his view, any necessary losses were within an acceptable range as long as the objectives were achieved. After all, if measures were not taken soon, he might not even be able to secure his position. Yozel's gaze gradually deepened. "Bors, I think you should reach out to the Kingdom of Radiance. You can tell them that as long as they can eliminate Legion, all their shackles will cease to exist." Yozel's words left the conference room in stunned silence. Everyone looking at Yozel in disbelief. Was their leader out of his mind? The Kingdom of Radiance was a brutal wolf, and it was common knowledge that opening that wolf's shackles at this time would only create more trouble for themselves. Yozel, observing the confused expressions of Willis and others, smiled as he picked up a glass of red wine, took a sip, and said, "Gentlemen, this is not something we should worry about. We only need to loosen the chains. As for the rest, I believe there are many who are more anxious than we are. The East has been too quiet. It's time to add some fuel to the fire. Mr. T, what if the Solar Kingdom plays both sides?" Willis suddenly spoke up. "The Solar Kingdom is a cunning wolf and may not be willing to be their vanguard." Upon hearing this, Yasser sneered. "Do they have the right to refuse? Right now, they're just a little lapdog, not a wolf. If they don't listen, just give them a beating and they'll obey." At this moment, while the Melaga Empire was brewing up plans, Legion had already met with Yun Xiao. In the lounge of the exhibition hall, Legion looked at the smiling old man before him and couldn't help but be taken aback. He instinctively glanced at the man's shoulder insignia, for shiny gold stars made Li Jin's eyes narrow instantly. The two stared at each other, and an invisible pressure suddenly made the other people in the lounge feel a bit breathless, causing their expressions to turn cautious. Chapter 92. Assassination. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre, Yun Xiao suddenly burst into laughter and stepped forward to warmly extend his hand, saying, "General Li, I've heard so much about you, and now it seems you truly live up to your reputation." Li Jin quickly came to his senses and shook hands with Yun Xiao, seemingly forgetting the military etiquette between them. After all, as a general of the empire, it was somewhat inappropriate for Yun Xiao to salute Li Jin, the lord of a vassal territory. As for Li Jin, he had yet to figure out Yun Xiao's intentions and had no plans to get close, so he simply shook hands to avoid awkwardness. After exchanging a few pleasantries and taking their seats, before Li Jin could ask anything, Yun Xiao eagerly said, "General Li, we are all family. So I won't say anything superficial. I came here with one goal, which is those engines you produce. And those airplanes." At this point, Yun Xiao's expression had turned extremely serious. "You know our shortcomings. It can be said that what you've developed is a powerful tonic for us. I'm here to express my gratitude on behalf of the entire empire." Yun Xiao's flurry of compliments made Li Jin feel a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, during this period, he had managed to train himself not to reveal all his emotions like a novice. Li Jin smiled slightly and said, "Commander Yun is joking. I'm just forced to do this. My territory is far overseas, and I don't have anything to offer, so I can only make something to sell. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to feed myself, let alone support others. In fact, I was planning to ask Minister Song for some relief funds." Yun Xiao looked at the seemingly poor Li Jin and found it both amusing and exasperating. He wasn't a robber, after all. How could he just take Li Jin's things for free? He merely wanted to ask Li Jin for a better discount. "General Li, I wonder if we could test one of the engines first?" Li Jin did not hesitate at all and said, "Of course. I can provide you with samples of whatever you want first. As for other matters, we can discuss them after your testing. How about that?" Yun Xiao's smile deepened instantly, and he slapped the table, saying, "Great, that's straightforward. Then I want stand on ceremony. I want one of everything you're showcasing today." Li Jin replied with a smile, "Of course. I was just about to say I don't want to take these things back, so I'll leave them all to you." At that moment, everyone was pleased. Just then, Lin Keqing walked in and said, "General, a royal member from the Aladi Empire wants to see you." Li Jin was taken aback. What did these wealthy individuals want? Just as he was about to let them in, the middle-aged man sitting next to Yun Xiao suddenly spoke up, "General Li, some things are very sensitive. I advise you to think carefully before selling." Li Jin, who was about to respond, paused and turned to look at the middle-aged man, his expression slightly cold. This man was not unfamiliar to Li Jin, who had brushed up on basic knowledge about various countries. However, Li Jin had no intention of giving him face and coldly replied, "Commander Yin, what a coincidence. I dislike it when people try to dictate to me. The more someone wants me not to do something, the more I want to do it." Seeing that things were going south, Yun Xiao quickly intervened, saying, "Xiao Yin, this is General Li's own business. You must have forgotten our usual stance. The Hantang Islands are a vassal territory with a high degree of autonomy. Even a general like me can only persuade him with reason, not issue orders. Let alone Yin Tianchen." Yin Tianchen originally wanted to get angry, but upon seeing his superior's serious gaze, he could only suppress his anger and sit down. No longer paying attention to Li Jin, Yun Xiao then smiled at Li Jin and said, "General Li, Commander Yin is a pure soldier, completely clueless about political matters and the rules involved. Please don't hold it against him." With Yun Xiao saying that, Li Jin naturally wouldn't dwell on the matter, replying with a smile, "No problem." The atmosphere in the conference room immediately eased. Yun Xiao saw that things had calmed down and stood up, saying, "General Li, you can go ahead with your work. We'll take our leave now." As Yun Xiao and Yin Tianchen exited the conference room, Yin Tianchen expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Commander Yin, this Li Jin is too unruly. After all, we are his superiors, and he has this attitude?" Yin Xiao turned to him and said, "Superiors? On what basis do you consider yourself his superior? What did we give him during his toughest times? What help did we provide? Trust is mutual. Do you understand? Besides, Li Jin is not a foolish person. He knows exactly what he is doing. Remember, he is from Jiuzhou." After saying this, Yin Xiao took the lead and left, leaving Yin Tianchen to ponder over his words. Meanwhile, in the exhibition hall meeting room, Li Jin was meeting with a bearded man wearing a white turban. As soon as the bearded man entered, he enthusiastically shook Li Jin's hand and eagerly said, "Your Excellency, we hope to purchase your weaponry. I wonder if you are interested in foreign trade?" Li Jin looked at the generous man in front of him and thought, not making money would be foolish. Naturally, he had no intention of turning down the deal. He smiled and said, "Selling is certainly not a problem, but the price." Before Li Jin could finish his sentence, the bearded man interrupted, "General Li, money is not an issue." The two quickly reached a mutual understanding, and Li Jin immediately took the bearded man out of the lounge to check the products. Just as they stepped out, ZMO suddenly lunged forward and stood in front of Li Jin. Bang! In that moment of distraction, ZMO swiftly positioned himself in front of Li Jin and, in that instant, drew his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 3 consecutive gunshots jolted Li Jin awake, and he hurriedly looked ahead. About 20 meters away, a man was lying in a pool of blood with a conspicuous black object in his hand. Li Jin's expression immediately turned cold. At that moment, dozens of guards rushed forward to protect Li Jin. He took a deep breath, quickly regaining his composure, and turned to the pale-faced bearded man, saying, "Your Highness Abubakar, I have some matters to attend to. I think it would be better if you sent someone to my territory to discuss the issues we talked about." The bearded man, now frightened, had lost his mood for business. He quickly nodded and left in a hurry under the protection of the guards. "Seal off the entire exhibition," Li Jin ordered coldly. Upon hearing this, ZMO immediately turned and left. Li Jin then approached the man lying on the ground. The young man, in his 20s and with yellow skin, had been shot squarely in the forehead by ZMO. "Can you tell who he is?" Li Jin asked, and a guard immediately complied, examining the body closely. "General, this person appears to have received rigorous military training. There are no other suspicious items on him, and we cannot determine his specific identity." Li Jin frowned. There were many yellow-skinned people in the world, but few had the capability to cause him trouble. He could think of 2 forces. One was the Zhao family, and the other was the Liang people. Other minor players either had no grievances with him or lacked the capability. As Li Jin was deep in thought, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Yun Xiao rushing over. When Yun Xiao saw that Li Jin was unharmed, his previously tense expression relaxed. "That's good. That's good." Seeing Yun Xiao's anxious demeanor made Li Jin feel both amused and touched. At this moment, Yun Xiao couldn't be bothered to greet Li Jin and directly said to Yan Tianxian behind him, "Xiao Yan, you need to go investigate this personally and find out who did it. How dare they do such things in our empire?" Yun Xiao looked furious. Today's incident was simply a slap in his face. Just as the two were speaking, personnel from the local public security office arrived, led by a middle-aged man in his 30s. However, this middle-aged man didn't even glance at the criminal on the ground but walked straight towards Li Jin, coldly staring at ZMO behind him and said, "You are suspected of illegal possession of firearms. Come with us." The man's arrogant demeanor left Li Jin momentarily stunned, and then his eyes narrowed. Yun Xiao, standing beside him, clearly did not expect such a situation to arise, and his expression immediately darkened. "You public security personnel don't go after the criminals, but instead come to arrest General Li's bodyguard? What exactly do you want? Are you trying to rebel?" To Yun Xiao's astonishment, the middle-aged man showed no signs of fear and calmly replied, "Commander Yun, I know you hold a high position, but don't forget the iron laws of the empire." Yun Xiao's brows furrowed, looking the man up and down. "Do you know me?" The middle-aged man replied nonchalantly, "Of course I know you. You are a pillar of the empire. My uncle often speaks of you in front of us juniors." Yun Xiao's expression shifted to one of realization. "No wonder you look familiar. You are from the Zhao family." Upon hearing Yun Xiao mention the Zhao family, Li Jin understood immediately that these were the relatives of Zhao Yuer, here to seek retribution. "Since you know who I am, do you not know General Li's identity?" Yun Xiao said with a grim face. He was aware of the situation between Li Jin and the Zhao family. In his view, if a woman like Zhao Yuer was his daughter, he would have suffocated her long ago. The middle-aged man glanced at Li Jin and replied respectfully, "General Li holds a high position. We naturally wouldn't dare. But this person shot a gun at the exhibition, endangering public safety. We have the right to bring him in for investigation." Li Jin looked at the aggressive middle-aged man and smiled, raising a hand to stop Yun Xiao, then slowly walked up to the middle-aged man. "Are you looking to cause me trouble?" The middle-aged man maintained a cold expression and said, "I am performing my duties." "Oh really?" Li Jin scoffed and remained silent. then turned to ZMO, who had followed closely behind. ZMO, what is the punishment for someone who threatens the safety of this general with a gun? ZMO stared at the middle-aged man and slowly replied, those who threaten the general's safety shall be executed on the spot. With that, Li Jin raised his hand and slapped the middle-aged man across the face. The man was caught completely off guard and was spun around by the force of the slap, staggering a few steps before nearly falling to the ground. The middle-aged man, with a bewildered expression on his swollen face, suddenly had a sinister look in his eyes. Without thinking, he reached for the gun at his waist. Just as he drew the gun and aimed it at Li Jin, a gunshot rang out, and a blood hole appeared in the middle of his forehead, causing him to fall straight down. At this moment, Li Jin did not show any signs of happiness. Instead, he angrily said, Yin Shui, you saw it too. A mere local officer actually dared to attack me with a gun. I hope you can give me an explanation, or don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, he turned around angrily and left. Yun Xiao looked at the middle-aged man lying on the ground, his eyes wide open in death, and couldn't help but shake his head. This must be what they meant by stealing a chicken but losing the rice. Yin Shui, this Li Jin is quite clever. He turned the tables effortlessly. He doesn't seem like an inexperienced kid at all. Yin Tianqian couldn't help but sigh. In fact, the middle-aged man wasn't entirely wrong. It's reasonable to question someone in a public place and take them away for investigation. However, he overlooked one thing. In this world, it's not the rules that matter, but strength. He thought no one would dare to kill him, but in others' eyes, he was just a small ant. And look, he got squashed. Yet still wants to seek justice for being stepped on. Although Yin Tianqian was displeased with Li Jin's arrogance, he had to admit that Li Jin had the strength to turn the tables. This time, the Zhao family was in trouble. He glanced at the gloomy-faced Yun Xiao. It seemed that this time, not only Li Jin but even the big shot Yun Xiao had been offended by them. Xiaoyan, how is your investigation going? Yin Tianqian's expression immediately became serious as he shook his head. I haven't found any clues. At the entire trade fair, the only person identified was in front of the surveillance cameras of the Jojo group. Clearly, this person was well aware of what was happening in the exhibition hall and had planned it all in advance. They didn't enter through regular channels. Otherwise, there would be information on this person. Seeing that Yin Tianqian had nothing more to say, Yun Xiao's eyes flickered before he sighed and said, forget it. Let the local security office handle this matter. If we continue investigating, it will break the rules. By the way, keep a close watch on the nearby military. We can't let something like the Jinghai Marquis' residence happen again. Meanwhile, Li Jin had already returned to the lounge with a group of guards. ZMO stepped forward and said, General, we should leave here immediately. Li Jin nodded and said, inform the airport to prepare. We're leaving right away. He was not reckless. He understood the principle of not standing under a dangerous wall. Knowing there was danger yet staying behind to seek revenge would only be delivering himself to others. Even if he considered himself the protagonist, believing he could turn misfortune into good fortune, what if that wasn't the case? What does it mean to show off? It only counts when you are back in your own territory, able to control everything. Otherwise, you might just become a tragedy in someone else's story. At Shanghai Airport, Yun Xiao watched as Li Jin's private jet took off, escorted by 5 advanced fighter jets. He couldn't help but feel relieved. That troublemaker was finally gone. After all, Li Jin's reckless behavior was well known. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? If anything unexpected happened again, it would surely cause chaos. Yin Commander. At that moment, Yin Tianqian hurried over and leaned in to whisper in Yun Zhao's ear. There are unusual movements among the station troops near Jiangzhou. Yun Zhao's expression darkened immediately, and he coldly replied, the Zhao family is playing with fire. How could such a wise old man from Dongshan have given rise to such a fool? A strange look appeared in Yin Tianqian's eyes as he hinted, Yin Commander, do you think this might be a good opportunity? Yin Xiao paused, his gaze suddenly becoming distant. After a long while, he finally said, everything depends on His Majesty. But then he shifted his tone, looking deeply at Yin Tianqian. Xiaoyan, you must remember one thing. A tall tree attracts the wind. One tree cannot stand alone. Yin Tianqian was taken aback. As the son of an ordinary farmer, he had risen to the position of commander of the Imperial Navy not only due to his outstanding abilities, but also because of Yun Zhao's recognition. He was a pure soldier, but because of that, he was naive about certain matters, often confused and unable to grasp the situation. Yin Commander, what exactly do you mean? Please explain. In the private meeting room of the jet, Li Jin sat on the sofa, lost in thought, while holding a cup of a sports drink. General. ZMO quickly approached Li Jin. Hearing the noise, Li Jin looked up and asked, "Have you found any clues?" ZMO replied solemnly. "The Imperial Intelligence Department just sent us a report. The man shot by Captain Lin was a member of the Liang faction. Everything else was about the same." Li Jin paused with the cup in his hand, muttering to himself, "Is that so?" Then he turned to ZMO. "What do you think?" ZMO quickly stated, "General, perhaps this person's identity is genuine, but there must be an insider at the venue. Otherwise, how could he have infiltrated such a heavily guarded place?" Upon hearing ZMO's analysis, a cold smile appeared on Li Jin's face, chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. "ZMO, send an official letter to Prime Minister Song. Clearly state that we have confirmed it was someone from the Zhao family colluding with the Liang faction to assassinate me, and that the Zhao family must provide an explanation." Humph. A Zhao family member, whose background is unknown, dares to show off in front of him, and even disrespects Yin Xiao. One can only imagine how arrogant the Zhao family has become. The more Li Jin thought about it, the angrier he became, feeling as if a large stone was lodged in his chest, making him uncomfortable. Damn it, they dare to cause trouble for me. Can they really expect to be at peace? He genuinely wanted to see whether Li Yi and the others valued him more, or the Zhao family. Of course, with such little action, how could Li Jin calm down? Immediately, he issued an order. "ZMO, go and pass my command. Order Price to lead the task force to the Zhao family's people. Kill anyone we encounter." "Yes, General," he replied. "Also, send more people to protect Kuqing and the others." Li Jin expressed his concerns. In his view, these shameless individuals could do anything. At the entrance of a university in the northwest of the empire, Liang Yuan was directing several plainclothes soldiers to set up a recruitment booth. Suddenly, Liang Tao excitedly ran over to her and handed her a tablet, saying, "Sister, take a look." Liang Yuan took it with a puzzled expression, glancing at it, and was instantly taken aback. It was news about the Hantang Islands. She quickly scrolled down, and it was all news introducing the Hantang Islands. She opened one of the trending posts, which was a video account called Empire Observer. The host inside was vividly introducing the Hantang Islands, formerly known as the Lade Islands, located in the Western Pacific. The islands are the only overseas territory governed by the current governor, Li Jin. The video detailed a bunch of information and then broadcasted the Shanghai Industrial Expo, replaying the promotional video featuring Li Jin, along with detailed explanations of what the Jiuzhou group showcased. Liang Yuan noticed that the view count had reached tens of millions, with millions of comments filled with awe. "Wow, the Empire has such beautiful places. I must visit someday. Hantang Islands? What kind of place is that? Why haven't I heard of it before? Wow, this tiny place is even smaller than our city." A smile appeared on Liang Yuan's face. She had been worried that the Hantang Islands wouldn't attract enough attention to recruit anyone. Now, it had become a hot topic, and they might not even need to do anything to draw in a crowd. Sure enough, just as Liang Yuan expected, as soon as they hung up the sign for the Hantang Islands, students began to gather around. A lively and beautiful girl pointed at the sign with surprise and asked, "Excuse me, is the Hantang Islands you mentioned the one on TV?" Liang Yuan quickly stood up with a smile and said, "Classmate, we are from the Hantang Islands." The girl's eyes lit up, and she eagerly asked, "Is it a recruitment event by the Jiuzhou group?" Liang Yuan nodded. "Yes, it is by the Jiuzhou group. But there are more than 10 subsidiaries under Jiuzhou group. Today, we are recruiting for Jiuzhou Power, Jiuzhou Precision, and the Hantang Governor's Office, including the city management and water departments." When Liang Yuan mentioned the job positions, especially the last two, the young men and women who had gathered around became excited, and someone urgently asked, "Are you still hiring for public positions?" Chapter 95, Temptation. Liang Yuan looked at the eager college students and couldn't help but raise his voice, saying, "Classmates, the Hantang Archipelago is newly established and in need of development. We want to make it clear to you that more than half of the positions in the entire Hantang Archipelago Governor's Office are currently vacant. You should have heard in the news that the Hantang Governor's Office is at the same level as the provincial governments of other regions. And I don't need to elaborate on the value of these positions. Perhaps tomorrow you will rise to prominence." Liang Yuan guided them step by step. To be honest, Liang Yuan was being conservative in his assessment. Aside from the governor's office, the entire Hantang Governor's Office was essentially a shell, with not a single person in sight. However, these fresh college graduates were unaware of this, and as soon as they heard about the opportunity to work in the governor's office, they became excited. The first girl to speak quickly asked, "Sister, Can I sign up? Liang Yuan immediately nodded and said, of course. This is a rare opportunity. You might even get into the governor's office without an interview. If you miss this chance, there may not be another. Everyone present was already a college student and naturally understood what Liang Yuan meant. The early bird catches the worm. I want to sign up. I want to sign up. In no time, the college students surrounding the recruitment point forgot about asking about benefits and eagerly raised their hands, fearing they might miss out on this opportunity. Seeing such a warm response, Liang Yuan's eyes nearly squinted from smiling as he quickly raised his hand and said, "Classmates, please be quiet. Please quiet down." After repeating this several times, the surrounding noise gradually calmed down. At this point, the news of the Hantang Archipelago recruiting personnel had spread throughout the university. Especially after hearing that they were recruiting for public office positions, countless people rushed over. The recruitment area was surrounded in 3 layers, with at least 1,000 people packed in, and the number was still increasing. Even the university leaders were alarmed when they came out. They were stunned by the crowd at the school gate. They couldn't even move, let alone squeeze through. Liang Yuan was naturally unaware of all this and instead held up a delicate pink megaphone, loudly announcing, "Classmates, there's no need to rush. Our governor's office is eager for talent, and you all have a chance. Now, let me explain the benefits and treatment in the Hantang Archipelago. First, any student who can persuade their family or more than 3 households to settle in the Hantang Archipelago will receive the opportunity to enter the governor's office without an examination. If you can persuade more than 10 households to settle in the Hantang Archipelago, you will get a chance to train in a deputy position or above, with a 3-month assessment period. If you perform well, you will receive a formal appointment. Even if you do not pass the assessment, you can still work in the governor's office, but you will start as an ordinary employee." As Liang Yuan explained in a clear and simple manner, the college students surrounding him gradually quieted down, each of them straining to listen carefully, afraid of missing a single word. "Assistant Liang, can I ask a question?" Just as Liang Yuan was speaking passionately, a handsome man in glasses from the front row raised his hand high and said. Liang Yuan smiled and said, "Of course." The man in glasses quickly asked, "What do you mean by room level?" Liang Yuan replied, "Let me explain the system of the governor's office of the Hantang Islands. The highest authority in the Hantang Islands is the governor's office, below which are the departments, like the one I am in. Below that are the rooms or bureaus. So room level is roughly equivalent to a county in an empire." The audience immediately erupted in murmurs, followed by bright eyes. Liang Yuan seized the moment and said, "Students, you don't need to worry about not having a place to live. Governor Li Jin has already ordered that anyone willing to relocate to the Hantang Islands will receive a house of more than 100 square meters. After living there for 10 years, the residents will obtain permanent ownership of the house. Additionally, the governor's office will provide at least 2 job positions for each household, with a monthly salary of over 8,000. Furthermore, according to the latest decree signed by the governor of the Hantang Islands, all residents who pay for medical insurance will enjoy free universal health care and 12 years of free education for their children on the entire island." Liang Yuan paused slightly, took a breath, and continued, seeing that the students below looked somewhat dazed. "Of course, you don't need to worry about those who haven't paid for insurance not enjoying these benefits. The Hantang Islands will provide free universal health care for those under 18 and over 45. After finishing his speech, there was complete silence at the school entrance. Free houses, free healthcare, free education. It left everyone present in a state of shock, as if they were dreaming. After a long while, an incredulous voice came from the crowd. "Is all of this true?" Liang Yuan pointed to the large screen behind him and said, "Students, today I will introduce you to a brand new international metropolis, Hantang City." As soon as Liang Yuan's words fell, a modern metropolis filled with skyscrapers appeared on the screen. As the images flashed by, residential areas, business districts, large entertainment venues, hospitals, schools, and more all appeared one after another. There were also beaches more beautiful than any other, vast forests, and snowy mountains. It was mesmerizing, making everyone wonder how such a small island could have so many stunning landscapes. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see on the screen is the capital of the Hantang Islands, Hantang City. Liang Yuan proudly introduced it as a gem standing in the Pacific Ocean. This is a rare opportunity. You might want to discuss it among yourselves. Perhaps you are standing at the forefront of a great opportunity, soaring to new heights. Our contact information is on the screen, and if you are interested, you can directly email us. We will respond within 24 hours. At that time, We will have a special plane to pick you up at the designated location. A few days later, in the governor's office of the Hantang Islands, Li Jin was sitting in his office, playing games. There was no way around it. The entire Hantang archipelago had only about 18,000 people, and there simply weren't enough matters for him to attend to. Out of boredom, he could only find some fun for himself. Ding! Congratulations! The host has successfully completed the system task, and the rewards have been allocated to the system space. Please check. Chapter 96, Sudden Bloodlust. Li Jin paused, a look of astonishment on his face. Were Liang Yuan and the others really that capable? Had they gathered enough people so quickly? He hastily closed the game and opened the system interface. Ding! Please be informed, the system rewards have doubled due to exceeding task completion. Task 10 rewards. 1. 20,000 tons of super hybrid rice dragon tooth seed. Note. Yield at least 5,000 pounds per acre. 2. A large supply package including a large food processing base, an environmentally friendly, pollution-free offshore steel plant, annual steel production of 10 million tons, an underwater iron ore mine with a recoverable reserve of 24 billion tons, including a complementary offshore mining platform, annual extraction of 10 million tons, an offshore oil and gas exploration and extraction base, daily crude oil production of 12 million barrels, daily natural gas production of 2 billion cubic meters, an environmentally friendly, pollution-free petrochemical base, daily processing of 12 million barrels of crude oil, additional mechanical equipment manufacturing base, pharmaceutical base, chemical base, and precision instrument manufacturing base. Note, please be informed that aside from personnel assigned to the pharmaceutical base, other factories will only be assigned technical personnel, senior management, and instructors. Ordinary employees and mid to low-level management need to be recruited by the host. 3. 72 Kuan-style transport aircraft, Marvel Universe. This time, he had really struck it rich. Although the system only provided factories and most personnel still needed to be recruited, it had indeed improved the industrial chain of the Hantang archipelago. However, he felt a bit regretful that the system didn't grant him a shipyard. Ding! Please be informed, System Task 11 has been released. Task 11. The Hidden Hand, please identify the assassin targeting you and give them the punishment they deserve. Rewards include 1. An increase of 5. 416 square kilometers in area for any island under the host's command. Note, land allocation is random and cannot be changed. 2. 1 shipbuilding base. Note, randomly granted by the system. Li Jin couldn't help but smile. The system was really considerate, providing exactly what he wanted. However, his expression soon turned serious. Whether it was the Kingdom of the Rising Sun or the Zhao family, both posed a challenge for him. He wanted to throw a few big Ivan bombs and be done with it. But using such bombs was only a deterrent if they were not used frequently. If he started tossing them around, they would lose their impact and others might follow suit, risking the existence of the world itself. Li Jin was now considered a vested interest holder, and naturally, he wanted to maintain world peace. To put it simply, he could throw bombs, but others couldn't. Dare to throw? I'll take you down. Li Jin took a deep breath and suppressed the surge of hormones brought on by the reward. He then stood up and walked outside. He had no intention of releasing the factory now. The current Hantang Islands were simply too small to accommodate so many industrial facilities. ZMO, standing outside the office, immediately walked in and asked, "General, what can I do for you? Go and urge the cabinet to give me a response as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands." Li Jin could no longer afford to care about anything else. To complete his mission quickly, he didn't mind settling accounts with these two opposing forces together. "Yes, General," ZMO replied, and hadn't he even turned around when Songhai rushed in. "General, the Territory Office just sent an official letter. They have confirmed that the attack was entirely carried out by the Liang people. All the participants have been captured and will be handed over to us soon." Li Jin frowned. "Is that all?" Seeing that Li Jin was somewhat displeased, Songhai quickly added, "Also, there were indeed loopholes in the Industrial Expo that allowed the enemy to take advantage. The local authorities have already dealt with all related personnel according to the regulations." A surge of anger rose within Li Jin. What about the Zhao family? I don't believe they are not involved. For some reason, Li Jin felt a bit lost, even mixed with a hint of embarrassment. It turned out he had really overestimated himself. Perhaps in the eyes of others, he was just an overseas native, hardly worth mentioning. If they decided not to play along, he suddenly realized he had no way to respond. A glint of killing intent flashed in Li Jin's eyes. With Price and the others around, The Zhao family had no way to escape unscathed. He was eager to see who would ultimately come out on top. General. Just as Li Jin was boiling with anger, Li Yu quickly approached him. Assistant Qiu just called. Someone is impersonating our Hantang Islands people to recruit workers in the southwest. Li Jin was momentarily stunned. Then his anger erupted. Who is it? Li Yu was taken aback by Li Jin's fury and hurriedly said, General, it's the people from the kingdom of Pudian. Are you kidding me? Li Jin was astonished, and his eyes narrowed like a hunting tiger, exuding a dangerous aura. Have any victims? Li Yu quickly replied, yes. The local security bureau has already arrested those impersonating us. According to their statements, about 500 to 600 people have been deceived. Seeking death. Li Yu, go find Zhang Geng and have him send intelligence personnel to the kingdom of Pudian to investigate the situation. Let us see who has the guts. Songhai, prepare the special operations team. Once there is news, move out immediately and rescue those people. Also, have the Air Force practice that, yes, carpet bombing. Don't let them get rusty. Tell the Air Force that it's my order. We have plenty of ammunition, apart from the Big Ivan. They can drop whatever they want, and as much as they want. I, Li, am not short of money. It must be said that Li Jin's assurance was incredibly motivating, making Songhai feel so fired up that he promptly saluted and responded, yes, General. At the same time, in a certain empire, within the city of Xiudan, in a building located in the central district of the city, two Caucasian men were observing a skyscraper across the street, home to one of the world's premier institutions for tumor treatment, Andrew Hospital. Team leader, we've confirmed the details. Andrew Hospital employs over 500 top-tier experts, among whom 40 to 50 enjoy international reputations. The leading man, an unremarkable middle-aged Caucasian, pondered for a moment before replying. Since the general places such importance on this mission, we must execute it flawlessly. The more experts we can secure, the better. Relay the orders immediately. We act tonight to avoid complications. Support will be in place. Unnoticed, evening had arrived. In front of a villa situated in the affluent area of Xiudan, a van slowly approached. Chapter 97. The operation to secure experts begins. Screech, with the sound of brakes, the van came to a stop at a corner of the street near the villa, skillfully avoiding the surveillance cameras along the main road. The middle-aged Caucasian who had been surveilling the building earlier, along with a younger Caucasian man, leaped out of the vehicle. The older man was Bolt, one of Li Jin's elite intelligence operatives, currently serving as the leader of the 24th Action Team in the governor's intelligence department. The younger man was one of Bolt's team members. Bert, is Will here yet? Bolt asked as soon as he jumped out of the van. Bert quickly replied, Will and the others are on their way and will arrive within 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, Bolt glanced at his watch, immediately retrieved a submachine gun from the van, slung it over his shoulder, and pressed the earpiece in his ear. Move out. With a running start, he pushed off the wall with both hands, vaulting effortlessly over the low fence. After landing in the villa's small garden, Bolt dashed to the front door and pressed a clay-like substance against it. Whoosh, a faint explosion, no louder than footsteps, sounded, and the villa door instantly shattered into pieces. Though the noise was imperceptible outside, it was unmistakably clear in the quiet interior of the villa. As soon as Bolt rushed inside, he encountered an elderly Caucasian man emerging from an inner room, holding a shotgun. The old man tensed upon seeing Bolt and attempted to raise his weapon, but he was too slow. Before he could aim, Bolt had already closed the distance. Bang! Bolt knocked the barrel upward, sending a blast through the ceiling, and swiftly delivered a chop to the old man's neck. The elderly man's vision went black, and he collapsed unconscious. Bolt quickly caught the man and spoke into his earpiece. Target 17 has been secured. Then, Bolt and Bert helped the old man walk out of the villa. As they walked, Bolt said, Bert, contact Will immediately and have him bring the family of Subject 17 to meet us. Yes, Captain. At the same time, not far from where Bolt and the others were, in another villa, the sound of continuous gunfire echoed. A young white man was hiding at the door of the villa, watching bullets flying out from inside. And couldn't he help but frown. What the hell is going on? Isn't this guy a doctor? Why is he so alert? A white man following behind quickly replied, This guy is a former Marine. He was hired at a high price by Andrew Hospital because of his exceptional medical skills. The young white man couldn't he help but sneer. Marines? Trying to oppose us? Even if the top brass comes, it would be useless. Bobby, go bring his wife and daughter here. I want to see if he's still so formidable. The young white man understood the arrogance of these Westerners very well. Even if someone like Li Jin personally came to invite them, they might not think much of him. No, they should look down on Easterners. They always think they are superior, and even if they are asked to serve Li Jin, these people who have already made a fortune might not be willing. This is also why Li Jin had to take action. These people really think they are something special. They always act so high and mighty. As for whether they would still be arrogant when they arrive at the islands, Li Jin had no intention of coddling them. He had plenty of ways to make them obedient. The white man nodded, turned around, and soon brought a group of white women and children. Although Westerners are extremely self-centered, some do care for their offspring. After a sincere exchange, a burly man walked out of the house with a reluctant expression. Just as he stepped out, he was struck to the ground by the young white man's gun. Take him away. Such incidents were quietly happening all over the city. Bolt and his team had long been prepared. In fact, this was not just happening in this city. Similar events were occurring throughout the empire. On the islands, Song Hai came to Li Jin's office and placed a document in front of him. General, Assistant Liang, and the others have sent back the news. A total of 329. 700 people have been recruited. Li Jin was momentarily stunned and incredulously asked, "How many did you just say?" Song Hai quickly repeated, "General, a total of 329, 700 people." Li Jin was astonished. That was quite a number. Fortunately, he had already discussed with Song Lian, or it would have been a real hassle. As for transportation, Li Jin frowned. Using planes was definitely not feasible, but ships. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Transporting people was not difficult, not only passenger ships, but any kind of transport ships or roll-on roll-off ships could work. Talking about mixed cargo ships, any one of them can carry thousands of cars and accommodate tens of thousands of people without any problem, though it might be a bit troublesome regarding accommodation. However, Li Jin quickly dismissed this idea. Although inner beauty is what truly matters, how many people actually look at the inner qualities? Most just see the exterior. If he were to use a few transport ships to carry people, it would be like transporting piglets, and he feared that once they arrived at the port, many would back out. The situation overseas is very chaotic, with all sorts of dangers becoming commonplace. Therefore, having a flashy exterior can indeed help stabilize people's minds. Unfortunately, he currently has many things to take care of and no crew available. Otherwise, buying a few cruise ships would be a trivial matter. Li Jin sighed and thought for a moment, then said, "Tell Liang Yuan to find a way to contact shipping companies and rent more cruise ships to help us bring the people back. The price is negotiable." He was eager to use these people to strengthen the Han-Tang Islands, and money had lost all significance for him. At this moment, Song Hai continued, "General, we have received a reply from the official letter sent to the Kingdom of Liang. They said we were slandering them and completely denied any involvement in the assassination. They also claimed our actions infringed upon their reputation and demanded an explanation from the imperial cabinet." Li Jin immediately scoffed. It seemed like now anyone dared to act recklessly above him. "General, our intelligence department has uncovered some leads. These matters are indeed related to the Zhao family. But they did not participate directly. They merely opened the door for convenience. The main actions were still carried out by the people of Liang. However, there are shadows of certain individuals from another country involved in the planning, specifically Juliana, the security assistant to Zhozal. The one in charge from the Liang side is a high-ranking official from their military department named Sato Kenji." Li Jin's expression instantly turned cold, and he spat out a single word: "Kill." Chapter 98. An Eye for an Eye. Several days later, at a mysterious club in the Empire. At this moment, on a high mountain opposite the club, two shadowy figures were lying in a very secretive spot at the mountain's peak. The burly man on the right looked down at the layered architectural complex of the 9 provinces and sighed. "Lieutenant Riley, they chose a really concealed location here. There are no places to sniper from, and if it weren't for the general equipping us with new weapons, unless we take the risk to approach the club, we really can't complete the mission." Riley shook his head and replied, "It's not as simple as you think. Even if we use an electromagnetic pulse to disrupt their electronic communications and throw everyone below into chaos, this place isn't that easy to infiltrate. Use the LifeWave imaging device to see how many people are hiding in the dark. If you take out one person, everyone nearby will immediately know. Just the two of us can't pull this off." Just as the two were talking, a voice suddenly came through Riley's earpiece, making his expression turn serious. He took out a super cool sniper rifle and aimed it at the mansion below. Immediately, a light screen appeared on the rifle's scope, clearly revealing the entrance of the mansion. This device was a good piece of equipment that was acquired from an invasion world, specifically designed for the snipers in his army. At the same time, inside the mansion's entrance, Zhao Jinwan, the eldest son of the Zhao family, was laughing and chatting with a very handsome man as they walked out of the building. If Li Jin were present, he would definitely recognize this person as Li Ti, the 14th son of another prominent figure. Your Highness, you need not worry too much. Since the Emperor has said nothing, he surely does not wish to pursue the matter further, Zhao Jinwan said. Just this remark made Li Ti feel irritated as he ran his fingers through his hair. Damn it. What was I thinking at that time to have stabbed my second brother so many times? Amidst the anxiety, Li Ti couldn't remember what had actually happened. All he recalled was being filled with rage and wanting to vent it fiercely. Then, he remembered the scene in the Great Hall, looking regretful and wishing he could slap himself. Sigh. Which powerful figure did I offend to end up in this situation? As the two continued their conversation and walked down the steps, a luxurious car was already waiting for them. Just as Zhao Jinwan was about to say goodbye, a bullet whizzed through the air, striking Zhao Jinwan's head directly. In an instant, it was like a watermelon bursting. His head exploded, and blood splattered all over Li Ti. Li Ti froze for a moment, staring at the blood and shattered bones, shock making him exclaim. At the same time, gunfire erupted across the empire, and many from the Zhao family suffered the consequences. In the capital of the Liang kingdom, as night was fading and dawn was breaking, a shadow suddenly appeared over a luxurious mansion in the city center. Several black dots dropped down, and at the same time, the air defense alarm blared loudly. However, the shadow had already vanished in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a violent explosion, the entire mansion was instantly reduced to rubble. In the Melega Empire's Nook City, a woman in her 40s, Juliana, walked out of her villa with a refreshing demeanor, her face flushed with satisfaction. Following her was a young Caucasian man in his 20s. As Juliana stepped out of the courtyard, she was taken aback to find 3 men in black waiting for her. Realizing what was happening, she was startled but immediately relaxed her guard upon seeing the men's skin color. Who are you? A middle-aged man at the forefront looked coldly at Juliana, raised his hand, and waved it forward. The 2 men standing beside him immediately moved forward and grabbed Juliana, pulling her along. What are you doing? A young Caucasian man quickly spoke up when he saw Juliana being taken. The middle-aged man pulled out a handgun and, under the horrified gaze of the young man, struck him on the neck with the butt of the gun. The young man rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. What are you doing? Let go of me. Hurry up and let me go. Who are you? Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Anything. Juliana was terrified and spoke incoherently. However, the 3 men completely ignored her, yanking her and stuffing something into her mouth. With muffled sounds, they then put a black vest made of block-like objects on her and tied her up with ropes. Amidst Juliana's horrified expression, one of the men used a crossbow to shoot the rope over a tall streetlight nearby. Together, the 3 of them pulled and hoisted Juliana up. They tightened the rope and turned to leave. By this time, it was already late at night, and the wealthy villa area was sparsely populated. Even if someone passed by, they wouldn't pay attention to a broken streetlight, so naturally, no one noticed Juliana hanging in the air. Unbeknownst to the passing time, dawn arrived the next day. As more people appeared, someone finally noticed a person hanging from the streetlight. In no time, a large number of police and rescue vehicles arrived, especially upon realizing that the person hanging there was a high-ranking security assistant. Many media outlets quickly caught wind of the situation. Amidst the crowd's attention, Juliana suddenly exploded, showering the area with blood. On the Hantang Islands, in the capital, Ding, congratulations to the host for completing task number 11. Assessment level, normal, rewards have been distributed. Li Jin, who was lying on a massage chair relaxing, couldn't help but smile. The operatives he had dispatched, whether special forces or intelligence personnel, were all quite capable. Just pulling one out would not disappoint him. Indeed, they executed the task beautifully, making him want to give a thumbs up. However, a hint of surprise soon appeared in Li Jin's eyes. It seemed the system was not in a good mood today. Was it busy with some event? It only gave such a small reward, whereas before it was always double. He quickly figured out the reason. Chapter 99, The Ambush. Why did the system suddenly rate him as normal? It was probably because he had been too conservative this time, merely clipping the wings of a certain family or stripping them of their power, while their plump figures still stood out. However, he needed to be cautious now, as it involved a multitude of matters, especially with the 30,000 immigrants, which prevented him from being too aggressive. He had to ensure that his city operated smoothly first. As for why he wouldn't look for people from abroad, Li Jin had no interest in finding foreign elites. Nor did he want to deal with those who would only bring him trouble. Li Jin's main approach was to be approachable, so he carefully selected the destinations for recruitment, aiming to find hardworking and reliable individuals. As for those who tried to use flattery to climb the ranks, Li Jin could only say one thing: the Hantang Islands were their hell. He let out a soft sigh, but soon perked up. At the very least, he had eliminated all those who attempted to assassinate him, and he had also stripped the Zhao family of their influence. Once he completed the construction of the Qin Island, Li Jin's eyes narrowed with determination. In the capital, at the Zhao family's residence, the elder Zhao Gang suddenly sat up straight from the sofa. His eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at the middle-aged man before him. The middle-aged man trembled in fear, but had no choice but to respond stammeringly, "Elder Zhao." The second grandson was shot in Jiangzhou and is critically injured. Zhao Gang couldn't help but sway his body. Before he could speak, an old man rushed in, his face filled with distress. "Elder Zhao, it's terrible. The eldest grandson has been killed." Zhao Gang's mind exploded with shock, buzzing with disbelief. Just then, several others rushed in, delivering devastating news. "Elder Zhao, the fourth elder, the fourth grandson." With just these few words, Zhao Gang's complexion turned pale at a visible rate, and he swayed again before collapsing backward. The living room was immediately filled with panicked exclamations. 2 days later, Li Jin arrived at the beautifully constructed new land built by Wu Ziren and others. Standing on a specially designed cliff, he gazed at the waves crashing below. "Boss Wu, where do you think I should place the island given by the system?" Wu Ziren, standing behind Li Jin, replied, "General, we don't understand the principles. But I know that a 10,000-ton giant ship in the ocean is much more stable than a small fishing boat. At least it won't capsize in the waves." Li Jin nodded thoughtfully and then heard a voice in his mind. The system's voice immediately rang out. "Ding. Please be informed, the island has been randomly selected, and the reward is 8 Li Island. Excluding the inhabitants and buildings, the vacant areas will be randomly filled with forests or lakes." Ding. The system has completed the integration with the main Qin Island from the northwest direction, and the area of the main Qin Island has changed to 9,300 square kilometers. Ding. Please be informed, after comprehensive evaluation, you have left the novice zone. The electronic barrier will disappear in 30 days. Please take appropriate measures in a timely manner. The barrier was about to disappear? Li Jin's heart sank, and a sense of urgency surged within him. The reason Li Jin dared to act boldly was that the system's protective barrier was one of his main supports, regardless of its effectiveness. At least it gave Li Jin the courage to get through the most difficult times. Li Jin took a deep breath. It seemed like it was time to prepare for the upcoming challenges. After sending Wu Ziren away, he took out all the system rewards for his factory, ready to start as soon as the population arrived. Meanwhile, in a mountainous area at the northernmost part of a certain kingdom, there was a small city. Although it was small, it was filled with tall buildings and neon lights, looking quite prosperous. This was the headquarters of the largest force in the northern region, a group known as the Hungli Group. Although it was called a group, it actually operated as an armed force, better equipped than the kingdom's army. At this moment, in the tallest building of Hungli City, a young man with yellow skin and glasses stood by the window. He touched the frame of his glasses. While he appeared unchanged on the outside, the side facing his eyes turned a murky green, and the entire room was suddenly filled with a dozen orange-red light spots. Incredibly, a small hotel room was equipped with numerous cameras. However, the young man seemed oblivious to it all, casually glancing around the room before leaning on the window to enjoy the view. At that moment, his right hand quickly placed a button-like device on the eave outside the window. He then casually walked to the corner of the bar, the only spot in the room not covered by cameras. Buzz at that moment, a vibration came from his pocket. The young man quickly took out a small phone and whispered, "Hello, yes, I have found it. Understood, I have arrived at the mission location, and the laser pointer is set up." Before he knew it, noon had arrived. Under the blazing sun, the streets of Hungli City were eerily quiet, with hardly any signs of life. Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the air as a fighter jet suddenly appeared above Hungli City, directly opening its belly bay doors, releasing 4 large laser bombs. As for why missiles weren't used, they didn't deserve it. At that moment, the button the young man had placed on the eave emitted a laser, targeting an oval-shaped building 1 kilometer away, which was the headquarters of Hungli City. With the laser's guidance, the bombs, as if they had eyes, glided through the air for over 10 kilometers and accurately struck the building. Boom! A fireball erupted, debris flying. And with a thunderous roar, the other 3 bombs also hit the building, sending dust and countless fragments into the sky, thick smoke blotting out the sun. In an instant, half of the entire building collapsed, the remaining part teetering on the brink of destruction. At that moment, another bomb whizzed in, striking the precarious remains. And with a deafening explosion, the entire building was leveled to the ground. The aircraft in the sky, having completed its mission, made a swift turn and left gracefully. Although these events seemed lengthy, they actually transpired in just a few seconds. The personnel from the group had not even had time to react. The young man standing by the window looked at the dust-filled area ahead and immediately picked up the phone to report, "Mission accomplished." At that moment, explosions erupted in other parts of the city, and the buzzing central air conditioning in the room suddenly stopped working. Clearly, the power system of the city had also been destroyed. Chapter 100, Thunderstrike. Just as the city was engulfed in thick smoke, 2 transport aircraft suddenly descended from the sky and landed in a square at the center of the city. Inside the cabin, Zemo stood up as the rear door slowly opened, lowering his 4-eyed, full-color night vision goggles. Zemo wasn't wearing this for show. It was a multifunctional night vision device equipped by a special operations team, capable of thermal imaging and other combat systems, making it useful even in daylight. Action! Zemo waved his right hand forward, and over 20 Special Forces members who had completed their formation immediately charged out of the cabin, heading clearly towards a nearby residential area. Minutes later, as they advanced, Zemo suddenly raised his hand, prompting everyone to stop. He spoke in a low voice, 1 o'clock direction. Immediately, a soldier carrying a portable missile stepped forward, crouching down. Through the thermal imager, he spotted 5 orange figures hiding beneath a window in a building 400 meters away. Evidently a lookout. The soldier quickly aimed the missile at their location and pulled the trigger. Boom! As flames erupted, the hiding spot was instantly obliterated. "Continue advancing," Zemo commanded, and the soldier quickly discarded the launch tube and followed suit. With the thermal imaging device capable of penetrating walls, Zemo and his team moved as if they were in a no-man's land. Every enemy hiding in the shadows, without any idea of what was happening, was killed on the spot. In less than a few minutes, they reached the innermost part of the area, near a large building by the cliff. The building stretched nearly 1,000 meters long, with several stories high, its exterior old and weathered, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding new constructions. This was the location where those who had been smuggled in were held. Standing under the building, Zemo listened to the continuous updates in his earpiece. Point 1 secured. Point 3 secured. Point 7 secured. Zemo's expression hardened, and he waved his hand. Action. He then charged towards a tightly locked door and immediately placed a bomb against the heavy iron gate. Boom. With a loud explosion, the door was blown off its hinges. Zemo put away the 4-eye night vision device. The entire building was filled with surging orange-red figures, rendering the device useless. Clearly, the explosion had startled the people inside the building. As soon as Zemo entered, he saw several young men in the stairwell, looking at him in fear. He immediately asked in a fluent local dialect, "Where are you from?" The trembling young men were momentarily stunned by the fluent speech. Upon seeing Zemo and his fully armed companions, their expressions turned excited. One of the men joyfully asked, "Are you here to rescue us?" Zemo nodded and said seriously, "You need to notify everyone in the building immediately. Tell them that the enemies outside have been eliminated, and they should come down right away to gather in the square. A plane will come to take you back home soon." Before Zemo's team arrived, they had received detailed intelligence that there were no security personnel in the rundown building. During breaks, the entire building would be locked up, turning it into a prison. Even attempting to jump out of the building was a luxury, as all the windows were securely welded shut. Even if one managed to escape from the building, there was a sheer cliff hundreds of meters high behind it, and in front, a heavily guarded danger zone awaited them. Despair was the only option. The young men were momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. After a long pause, they finally snapped back to reality. Their faces filled with joy as they nodded and ran upstairs. Soon, shouts erupted from above, followed by a flurry of footsteps. Zemo quickly spoke into his earpiece. "All teams, maintain order at the scene. No trampling. Also, be careful and ensure your safety." Zemo was cautious because some individuals could be worse than the enemies lying outside, especially at this moment when anything could happen. As expected, Just after ZMO finished giving orders, a voice came through the earpiece. "Captain, someone is obstructing the evacuation at the east stairwell." ZMO replied straightforwardly, "Take them out." At the same time, people were continuously streaming out of the building, running toward the square. In no time, a large crowd of several thousand people had gathered in the square. ZMO couldn't help but be astonished at how many had been deceived. At that moment, a relatively pretty girl timidly looked at ZMO and asked, "Soldier, can you take me home?" ZMO replied earnestly, "Of course. I will take you back to our homeland." Hearing that they would be taken home, the people at the front became excited, completely overlooking that ZMO mentioned our homeland. Suddenly, the sky darkened as if something was blocking the sun. Everyone looked up in confusion, only to be stunned by the sight of dozens of transport aircraft hovering above. An incredibly spectacular scene left the people in the square in shock. At that moment, a transport aircraft descended vertically from the sky, landing steadily on the ground. The rear door opened quickly, revealing a vast interior space. Zemo immediately spoke into the headset, and Special Forces members directed a group of people to run towards the cabin. Once filled with passengers, the aircraft took off and flew away, followed by another one landing. As this continued, the number of people in the square decreased, while more transport aircraft arrived. Soon, all the people in the square were evacuated. Zemo checked the time and walked towards the only transport aircraft remaining on the square, which then took off and disappeared into the sky. Not long after the group of transport aircraft vanished, 3 white swans swooped in, and countless black dots rained down from the sky, enveloping the entire Hungly city in bursts of fire. Chapter 101. Li Jin's confidence in the Hantang Islands. On the main island of Daqin, Li Jin stood atop the highest point of the Daqin mountain range, clad in a down jacket, surveying the entire Daqin island. The vast expanse of land stretching endlessly before him filled Li Jin with pride. This over 10,000 square kilometers of territory was all his. After enjoying the view, Li Jin remembered his purpose for being there and hurriedly opened the treasure store. With a flurry of dazzling operations, a flash of light appeared. Before Li Jin stood 3 triangular steel structures resembling sails, each over 30 meters tall. This was the air defense early warning system he had purchased at a high price, featuring the range advantage of Skywave radar and the precision of active phased array radar. It could detect stealth aircraft, hypersonic missiles, or conventional targets within a range of 1,200 kilometers, automatically locking onto and guiding missiles to attack the 72 most threatening targets. This system cost him 12,000 gold bars, an exorbitant price for something not yet developed in the real world. It took Li Jin a full day to scrape together this purchase. Other options were simply too expensive for him to afford. However, with the system's barrier about to disappear, the security of his territory became paramount, and he was determined to find a way to re-establish a safeguard for himself. No matter how costly, he had to bite the bullet and buy it. "Zhang Gong, here." A strong voice rang out from behind Li Jin. He turned to see the sturdy, cold-faced Zhang Gong and said, "From now on, you will be in charge of the air defense early warning system and radar stations for the islands." After speaking, he looked at the others and continued, "Today, our team is fully present, so let's hold a special meeting. You all know the situation of our Hantang governor's office. It could be said to be in disarray. However, things are different now. I have just recruited hundreds of thousands of assistants, and we need to improve our framework. Here is my plan. The governor's office consists of the office of the chief executive, the general affairs office, the defense office, the public affairs office, the supervision office, and the territorial court, each managing domestic affairs, finance, military, administration, personnel, and judiciary matters, respectively. I personally serve as the commander-in-chief of the Defense Command. Song Hai is appointed as the Chief of Staff of the Army, granted the rank of Major General. Li Yu is appointed as the Chief of Staff of the Navy, also granted the rank of Major General. Zhang Kai is appointed as the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, granted the rank of Colonel. Zhang Geng is appointed as the Chief of Staff of the Defense Office, and Lin Yin is appointed as the Chief of Staff of the Global Strike Force. Li Jin has filled all positions within the Defense Command, making it the most complete department under his command. As for the others, looking at the few remaining positions, Li Jin couldn't help but frown, feeling somewhat like a certain historical figure who, despite having great generals under his command, lacked a top strategist. Ouyang Chung, you will serve as the Director of the Public Affairs Office. Nie Xian, you will be the Director of the Supervision Office. Zhang Tong, You will be the director of the General Affairs Office. Liang Yuan will serve as the Deputy Director of the Chief Executive's Office and the Director of the Attendant's Office. ZMO will serve as the Deputy Director of the Chief Executive's Office and the Director of the Security Office. Li Jin appointed the remaining 6 or 7 people and took a breath before continuing. As for the remaining positions, think of ways to fill them. I have only one requirement. Important positions must be filled by our people. All main positions must be our people. And at least one of the deputy positions must also be our person. Li Jin noticed the concerned expressions on everyone's faces after hearing his demands. He knew his requirements were somewhat difficult, so he smiled and said, "First, the 2nd Assault Brigade is filled with talent. You can definitely select from there. Let me say a few words behind closed doors. We are all ordinary people. None of us come from powerful families or have the opportunity to learn management or administration. We have to fight and explore on our own. Therefore, don't be afraid of making mistakes. As long as we notice them in time and correct them immediately, that is fine. Just remember one thing. Everything should center around the interests of the governor's office. Everything else is not important, understand?" Li Jin could say this confidently because he knew that everyone present was truly on his side. If they were locals, he wouldn't dare to say such things, fearing that some might take advantage of the situation and turn it into a disaster for the people. At present, the core interest of our governor's office is to increase the population. To increase the population, we need to improve the security system and welfare benefits. Li Jin paused deliberately here to allow Ouyang Cheng and the others to digest this, then continued. Your main task now is to establish a comprehensive living system based on the frameworks of various countries. In this regard, I have only one requirement. My subjects must receive salaries and welfare benefits comparable to those of Westerners, and the cost of living must be even more affordable than theirs. Only in this way can we have the capital to attract people. Today, for some reason, Li Jin was particularly talkative, continuing to speak without stopping until he felt parched and finally paused. At this moment, Song Hai quickly interjected to report, "General, Zemo and the others have already brought everyone back." Upon hearing that people had arrived, Li Jin's eyes immediately lit up, and he waved his hand, saying, "Let's go." To the freshwater factory. Li Jin stood on the top balcony of the headquarters building of the freshwater factory, gazing at the enormous pipes, each several meters in diameter, extending dozens of kilometers into the sea, as well as the massive tanks protruding from the water and the continuous construction around, feeling quite impressed. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted from the square below. Ouyang Cheng walked over to Li Jin and asked, "General, are you going down?" Li Jin shook his head and said, "Tell the factory director not to waste words. Our ancestors had a saying, beating is affection, scolding is love. The more lenient you are with them, the more they will cause trouble. Only by being firm can we make them behave. Tell them to find a way to make these people work here for a month. If they still want to leave after getting paid, let them go. I don't believe that with a 5-day work week, a salary of 7,000 to 8,000 a month, plus extremely low prices, they will want to leave. General, this is the water produced by our seawater desalination factory." Ouyang Cheng handed Li Jin a cup of water. Li Jin took it, raised it to the sun, and saw that it was crystal clear with no impurities. "General, we have conducted water quality tests, and it is classified as super premium natural drinking water." Upon hearing this, Li Jin drank it in one go. The icy liquid slid down his throat, refreshing and sweet, leaving a lingering taste. Just one word, delightful. Let's go. Let's take a look in the city. Chapter 102, The Tipping Point. Li Jin and his group then drove to Hantang City. Walking on the wide streets, they found the entire city eerily quiet and empty. Only the occasional chirping of birds brought a bit of life to the gloomy city. Although the city appeared very tidy, a city without people would likely fall into decay within a month. This was one of the reasons why Li Jin was so insistent on immigration. He could wait, but this city could not afford to wait. The more he looked, the graver his expression became. How many families were there among the 300,000 newcomers? Ouyang Cheng, who was following Li Jin, quickly replied, "A total of 97,321 households." Li Jin suddenly halted in his tracks, looking at Ouyang Cheng in disbelief. "How could there be so many?" Ouyang Cheng explained, "It's mainly because there are many only child families nowadays, with 3 people in each household, and very few live with their parents-in-law. Moreover, many people see an opportunity and directly separate from their parents." Li Jin was taken aback for a moment, unable to help but frown and ask, "Opportunity? What opportunity?" Ouyang Cheng quickly clarified, "It's the decree you issued, allowing one household to receive one house. Li Jin suddenly understood. General, should we amend the decree and reclaim the houses? Ouyang asked. Li Jin shook his head and chuckled. Why should we take back the houses that people earned through their own efforts? It is human nature to be thrifty, and since they are willing to come, why not accommodate them? I, Li, have plenty of houses, so it's no loss to me. What I want is people, Li Jin said with a domineering expression. In the entire Hantang city, there are a total of 108 communities and 360,000 residential units, with the smallest units being over 100 square meters. This doesn't even include the housing within commercial districts, hospitals, and public institutions. In Li Jin's view, even if there were 1 million people, 300,000 to 400,000 would be more than enough. As they walked, they suddenly saw a large shopping mall, Zhuzhou Plaza. Ouyang quickly explained, General, to address the upcoming livelihood issues of the citizens, we have urgently opened 4 large shopping plazas nearby, all managed by the Zhuzhou Group subsidiary, Zhuzhou Department Store Group. Upon hearing this, Li Jin became interested. Ouyang had previously given him a procurement list similar to the one for Shaoshan, mentioning plans to open a supermarket. Li Jin had spent over half an hour in the treasure store, and that was with the help of a shopping spirit. Although the shopping spree was enjoyable, it was indeed exhausting. Let us go in and take a look. After saying this, he led the way into the plaza. Upon reaching the entrance, they saw 2 adorable dog-shaped robots lying on either side. As soon as they spotted Li Jin and his group, they stood up and greeted them with mechanical voices. Welcome. Gentlemen, how can Xiaohei assist you today? Li Jin smiled slightly. These robotic dogs were also purchased from the treasure store. They were upgraded versions of the mechanical dogs from the Underworld film world, proper combat robots. It felt a bit beneath them to be used as welcoming dogs, but they were affordable and had intelligence levels comparable to that of a 14 or 15-year-old human. Each cost only 10 gold bars. And Li Jin had bought 1,000 of them to help maintain urban order. As Li Jin and his group entered the mall, directly opposite was the supermarket. Some humanoid robots were standing there. These robots were a bit more expensive than the dog-shaped ones, with intelligence levels akin to that of a 17 or 18-year-old. Initially, Li Jin was somewhat worried that these robots might become a significant hassle. However, the system assured him that as long as they were his intelligent entities, whether ordinary life forms or mechanical beings, they would always remain loyal to him and would never disobey his orders. Even if someone tried to alter the robot's programming, they could not change this fundamental rule. When Li Jin reached the entrance, a robot gleaming with a silvery sheen briskly approached him, pulling a shopping cart and presenting it to Li Jin with a slight bow, saying, Welcome, sir, to Zhuzhou Supermarket. Thank you. Li Jin casually replied and walked towards the supermarket. Upon entering, he looked around and noticed that it was quite similar to the large supermarkets he had visited before, filled with a dazzling array of goods, but it was eerily quiet. Besides Li Jin and his companions, only the wandering robots remained in the supermarket. Li Jin's purpose was clear. He headed straight to the meat section, casually picking up a box of pre-packaged pork tenderloin priced at 2.5 per pound. He then grabbed some premium pork belly, noticing it was 4 per pound, while spare ribs were 2.70 per pound, and pure lean meat was 1.99 per pound. Fresh beef was priced at 7.90 per pound, and steak was 10 per pound. As Li Jin kept checking the prices, his smile grew wider. And he turned to say, You guys better not have lowered the prices just to please me. Ouyang quickly explained, Rest assured, General, these prices are the result of our careful adjustments. In fact, these items themselves aren't expensive. The high costs come from shipping and taxes, even when importing from overseas. As official imported goods, we have our own shipping fleet, so the prices won't be too high. Li Jin nodded. As long as the treasure store was around, these items could be even cheaper. However, as a leader, he knew he had to plan ahead and consider everything comprehensively. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, it would be disastrous. He then moved to the vegetable section, where a variety of fresh produce was available. The most expensive items, like premium cherry tomatoes, were still under 4 per pound. The fruit section wasn't much different. Even expensive fruits like durians only cost a few dozen, while ordinary oranges and apples were just 1 or 2. Li Jin couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Despite everything in this large supermarket being sourced from the treasure store, he had confirmed that it cost him less than 100 gold bars. He realized that only 20 grams of pure gold could be exchanged for a system gold bar, which could purchase 40 tons of wheat or 10 tons of pork, an incredible bargain. Thus, Li Jin planned to use the items from the treasure store to support the core of the Hantang archipelago. establishing a complete transportation and cultivation system in the real world to prevent any unforeseen events. He had come to a realization: it would be foolish not to take advantage of such opportunities. As for where the gold bars came from, Li Jin believed that gold was a source of evil. It was better to collect it and exchange it for goods that could benefit the people. Just as Li Jin was contemplating where to seize opportunities, ZMO hurried over, saying, "General, we've just received news that our fleet transporting immigrants has been intercepted. They say we entered their designated performance area and won't allow our fleet to pass." Li Jin's expression turned icy. Chapter 103, The Rain of Bullets. The Empire. He chewed on those 5 words, his gaze growing colder. Damn it. It had barely been a few days of peace. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Ding. The system's 12th mission has been released. Please check it. Li Jin looked at the sudden light screen before him. The 12th mission, The Rise of the Demon. Detailed explanation. The host is the favored one of destiny, the bearer of luck, the companion of fortune. How can one be subdued by an evil nation? Host, please take decisive measures and confront the evil nation head-on. The system will adjust rewards based on your actions. Basic task reward, 6 Ford-class aircraft carrier strike groups, including all personnel and bases. Advanced reward 1, a Marvel World gift package, including 2 stealth aircraft carriers, 72 Kuan-style stealth fighters, and 144 Kuan-style stealth transport aircraft. All operational personnel and bases included. Advanced reward 2, 1 Hunter-class starship from the Star Wars universe. A starship? Li Jin looked at the last advanced reward, his heart and mind shaken. He couldn't take his eyes off it. He had watched the Star Wars series countless times and was quite familiar with the starships, if not an expert. However, he never expected to see this legendary ship in the system rewards. But soon, Li Jin's brows furrowed, as there were 4 words preceding the reward: advanced. This meant that the reward wasn't guaranteed. It might just look good, similar to the titanium fighter from previous task rewards, which ultimately didn't yield any rewards for him. Thinking of this, the excitement Li Jin had just felt dissipated considerably, but a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. What if he were able to complete the advancement? Let us go to the operations room. Li Jin no longer hesitated and turned directly towards the supermarket exit. Governor's office, operations building. In a conference room within the building, Li Jin sat in the main seat with a serious expression. The newly appointed director of the Military Intelligence and Defense Bureau, Zhang Gong, was reporting with a document in hand. "General, our intelligence bureau has thoroughly investigated. The Melaga people have secretly mobilized all 5 aircraft carrier strike groups in the Pacific to weaken our strength. They have formed a surrounding circle with a radius of 1,000 kilometers around our Hantang Islands. Their purpose is to intercept passing cargo ships and intend to trap us." Listening to Zhang Gong's detailed report, Li Jin maintained his usual calm demeanor, showing no emotions and not blaming Zhang Gong for the intelligence gathering. He understood that the dispatched intelligence personnel were busy helping him with other matters and had no time for serious business. Moreover, such top-secret information was not something those newly dispatched personnel could uncover. Once Zhang Gong finished speaking, Li Jin did not immediately express an opinion but instead asked, "Do you have anything to say?" Song Hai immediately stood up and said, "General, I believe these Melaga people are not just looking to sanction us. They are likely testing us. They want to see how strong our foundation really is." At this point, Song Hai couldn't help but exclaim, "The Melaga people are indeed wealthy and extravagant, actually using 5 strike groups as a wager." Li Jin couldn't help but sneer upon hearing this. He genuinely wanted to see how happy the Melaga people would be without those 5 strike groups. If they dared to act boldly, why shouldn't he respond in kind? "Song Hai, you must immediately convey my orders. Assemble all missile troops and go to a state of high alert. I want to take action." Song Hai quickly saluted and responded, "Yes, General." Li Jin did not say anything further, but directly stood up and walked towards the command center. As for any last warnings or ultimatums, since the decision to engage has been made, who has the time to worry about those things? Li Jin has always been straightforward. "If you dare to strike me, I'll take you down directly." "General, should we send the elders away?" ZMO, who was following Li Jin, suddenly asked. Li Jin's footsteps paused for a moment before he continued towards the operations room, saying, "No need. Since we are family, we should stay together." Li Jin understood very well that he had offended too many people. If he let his loved ones leave now, it would be fine if he survived. But if something happened, the outcome would likely be dire. It's better to be together. Soon, The group arrived at the command center. Li Jin stood at the command platform, looking at the satellite images in front of him. Songhai, immediately notify Liang Yuan and the others to retreat 100 nautical miles. Tell them not to worry. It will be over in half an hour at most. Yes, General. In the Operations Command Center, Control Hall, someone reported seriously, General, to the northwest is the strike group of the Meliga Empire, including an aircraft carrier, 2 Roga-class cruisers, 3 Bok-class destroyers, and a Paris-class frigate. There is at least 1 nuclear submarine underwater. Li Yu reported with a grave expression. This was just 1 aircraft carrier strike group, and there were 5 surrounding the Hantang Islands. One could say that the Meliga Empire had laid a tight net around the Hantang Islands. If it were someone else, they would be intimidated by such a display, but Li Jin, while serious, felt no turmoil within. The Meliga Empire was strong, but he was not weak either. If it came down to it, even 10 Meliga Empires couldn't compare to him, thanks to his resourceful system. A few hours later, Songhai quickly approached and said, General, the fleet has retreated 100 nautical miles. Upon hearing this, Li Jin immediately breathed a sigh of relief, clearly indicating that the Meliga side had no intention of making things difficult for others. Their aim was purely to box him in. Songhai, fire a few missiles to test the waters. Li Jin ordered. Songhai raised his hand in salute and quickly walked to the command platform to pick up the communicator. Loudly commanding, Dong Dong 1, fire 5 missiles at the target Ross. At the same time, at a base near the naval base close to the Hantang Islands, 5 Zircon missile launch vehicles simultaneously launched their missile tubes, sending the protective covers flying off. The launch tubes quickly stood upright. Following this, the missiles soared into the sky amidst thick smoke, propelled by orange flames, and in the blink of an eye, they became mere black dots before disappearing from sight. As soon as the 5 missiles flew out of the system's shielded zone, they were immediately detected by satellites closely monitoring the Hantang Islands. On board the flagship of the aircraft carrier strike group, the cruiser was under the watchful gaze of Commander Ross, who was intently focused on the radar screen. When 5 bright spots appeared on the radar, a smile immediately spread across his face. General Ross, the target missiles are maneuvering, and our fire control radar cannot lock onto them. A panicked voice rang out from the operations room on the bridge. Ross narrowed his eyes and replied sternly, No need to lock onto them. Their target must be the Ross. Calculate their potential attack trajectories, and we can wait for them at the end point. Chapter 104, Annihilation. Waiting for the right moment. Although Ross's words sounded reassuring, implementing such a strategy flawlessly would require several times, or even dozens of times, the number of missiles for interception. Moments later, a report came in. The trajectory of the incoming missiles has been calculated. We need 45 missiles for interception. The operations room was filled with reports again, and Ross suddenly froze, quickly approaching the ballistic computer, angrily stating, How can we need so many missiles? The soldier at the computer quickly explained, Sir, the enemy's missile flight path is erratic, and given their speed advantage, we can only use this many missiles to simultaneously shoot down 5 missiles. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee a 100 success rate. Just then, a beeping sound echoed in the operations room, indicating that the missiles had entered the strike group's alert zone. Ross's expression changed instantly, leaving no time for hesitation as he ordered, Intercept immediately. At Ross's command, the warships surrounding the Ross launched their missiles, and over 40 missiles soared into the sky, leaving behind long trails of white smoke, creating a spectacular sight. Meanwhile, 5 Zircon missiles were hurtling through the sky, and in front of them, dozens of missiles had completed their trajectory adjustments, aiming at the incoming direction of the Zircon, effectively sealing all potential attack paths towards the Ross. Boom, boom. In an instant, massive fireballs erupted in the air. In the operations room, Ross stared intently at the radar until all 5 bright spots disappeared, finally letting out a huge sigh of relief. Sir, we hit them, and the danger has been eliminated. An excited voice rang out in the operations room. Yeah. The entire operations room erupted in cheers, knowing that they had intercepted hypersonic missiles, which was a significant achievement. Ross, equally thrilled, said, Contact headquarters immediately. The missiles have been successfully intercepted. On the Hantang Islands, Li Jin watched as his missiles disappeared from the radar, not only feeling angry but instead smiling. How many missiles did they use? He asked. A total of 45 air defense missiles were used, came the report. Li Jin grinned at Songhai and the others, saying, You see, this is what it means to have deep pockets. Launching missiles is as casual as throwing shells. We are truly a model for our generation. What do you all think we should do next? Should we continue to engage them? Song Hai and the others immediately shouted in unison, "Let's go for it." "Then let's do it," Li Jin declared boldly. Today he is going to show those arrogant foreigners what it means to be a wealthy landowner. After all, wars are fought with money and logistics. Perhaps in their eyes, he is just someone with shallow resources, unable to hold out in a major conflict. But what they don't know is that he has a treasure store. Any ammunition that exists in reality can be bought with just a few gold bars. For instance, a certain type of advanced missile costs millions in the real world, but he can get it for just 10 gold bars in the system store. Thinking they can win by sheer numbers is simply a fantasy. With a cold laugh, he ordered, "Fire 10, no, 30 of those missiles. Target the Naval Strike Group. They think they have endless resources? He wants to see if they can still be so extravagant this time." On the western base of the island, as soon as his order was given, the missile units that had been on standby immediately launched 20 missile launchers, rapidly positioning themselves and firing their missiles. As the 20 missiles left the system's barrier, they attracted countless eyes in the sky. All attention was drawn to the airspace above the Naval Strike Group. These were 20 hypersonic missiles, not ordinary cruise missiles. They were eager to see whether the defense of that foreign power was formidable or if his offense was superior. On the flagship of the Naval Strike Group, everyone in the operations room stared at the radar, dumbfounded, as the 20 light spots continuously changed trajectories. The enemy's missiles are expected to reach our airspace in 6 minutes. The ballistic trajectory is being calculated, an officer reported. We need to intercept with 280 missiles simultaneously, with a 90 success rate. Hearing this, the commander turned pale. A 90 success rate means at least 3 missiles would still hit them. Watching the light spots get closer on the radar, he shouted, "Launch! Launch! Fire all missiles!" Despite having enough missiles at their disposal, launching them isn't enough. They also need to be guided to hit their targets. The fire control radar of the strike group simply couldn't guide so many missiles to 280 different targets at once. The only thing he could do was calculate the enemy missiles' trajectories and fire his missiles in advance, waiting for them mid-flight. Moments later, the missiles from the strike group soared into the sky, but everyone in the operations room had lost their earlier confidence, looking anxiously at the radar. Some had even started to pray involuntarily. In the sky, 20 Zircon missiles suddenly accelerated again when they were about 100 kilometers away from the strike group, instantly reaching speeds of over 10 Mach. At the same time, nearly 100 air defense missiles were also rushing towards them. With a loud roar, countless fireballs exploded in the sky. Soon, 21 or 2 Zircon missiles broke through the defenses, causing a brief sense of relief for the commander, who became tense again. At that moment, the second wave of intercepting missiles had already launched. The Zircon missiles were now less than 40 kilometers away from the strike group, and in just over 10 seconds, they would hit the group. As the second wave of over 100 missiles exploded in the path of the incoming Zircon missiles, several of them were detonated, causing more than half of the radar blips to vanish, leaving only 7 blinking points. Seeing this, the commander was not pleased. Instead, despair washed over his face as he realized he had no strength left to counterattack. A single Zircon missile that had broken through descended straight down from the sky, piercing through the deck of the aircraft carrier. A tremendous roar erupted from the carrier, and flames shot up into the air as a massive explosion tore a large hole in the center of the ship. Just as the carrier was ripped apart by the missile, 2 more Zircon missiles fell from the sky, striking the decks on either side of the carrier. With a flash of fire, the hulls of the carrier were instantly shattered into countless fragments. The cruiser where the commander was stationed also did not escape. A Zircon missile descended vertically and struck the middle of the cruiser, splitting it in half amidst a massive fireball. As for the remaining 3 missiles, they did not miss their targets either, directly hitting 3 other warships. At that moment, several more Zircon missiles came roaring in, completely destroying the remaining warships. It should be noted that the Zircon missiles used were not the original version, but an upgraded version for modern warships. Aside from the similar appearance, the differences were vast. The new Zircon missiles utilized the most advanced scramjet engines, achieving penetration speeds over 10 Mach and a range exceeding 2,500 kilometers. With an unprecedented warhead weight of 950 kilograms, the destructive power was unimaginable. Furthermore, when the missiles struck the warships, they relied not only on the explosion but also on kinetic energy. Descending at supersonic speeds, their immense potential energy could easily tear apart any hull. Combined with nearly a ton of explosives, no warship could withstand such force. In less than a minute, a massive aircraft carrier strike group had been reduced to a pile of floating scrap metal in the sea. In an instant, all the countries observing via satellite fell silent. Li Jin destroyed all the surface vessels of a carrier battle group using just 43 hypersonic missiles. Even if each missile cost 5 million in local currency, the total would just exceed 200 million, while a carrier battle group would require at least 20 to 30 billion. This was truly a case of a small force overcoming a larger one, and the losses for the Imperial entity were severe this time. The White Bear Empire's leader looked gravely at the carrier battle group reduced to scrap metal on the sea. A tall White Bear general standing nearby remarked, "Leader, we have calculated that the Zircon missiles launched by Li Jin reached a penetration speed of almost 11 Mach before the burly general could finish." Another stout White Bear general immediately objected, "That's impossible. If his missiles could reach 11 Mach, the Imperial forces would have never been able to intercept them." The tall general cast a disdainful glance at the stout general before explaining to the leader, "Leader, under normal circumstances, the Imperial forces would indeed struggle to intercept supersonic missiles. But the situation is different now. They have at least 10 satellites monitoring the Hantang Islands. It's likely that the missiles launched from the islands were tracked the moment they left. And Li Jin's target is the Ross strike group, a fixed target. The areas capable of launching an attack are limited, and fire control calculations can easily determine the missile trajectories. The Imperial forces just need to launch their missiles onto the predicted paths at the right moment. Although this requires expending several times more missiles, it is entirely possible to intercept hypersonic targets. The tall general's explanation made the officials present, who were somewhat puzzled, suddenly understand. "Leader, given the significant losses the Imperial entity has suffered, will they back down?" The leader shook his head, saying, "The Imperial forces are not as weak as you imagine, nor is Li Jin as strong as you think. If the Imperial forces truly wanted to destroy the Hantang Islands at all costs, Li Jin would likely not last even a day." The leader was not underestimating the Imperial entity. He knew their capabilities all too well. The world's strongest nation does not earn that title without reason. Although the Hantang Islands can shield radar satellite signals, the area is limited, and there are numerous attack methods available today beyond just lasers and satellite guidance, such as inertial guidance or precision bombing. As long as the Imperial forces are willing to invest resources, nothing would be impossible. It was only natural for the leader to think this way. After all, apart from Li Jin himself, no one truly understood the extent of his strength. At that moment, the leader smiled and said, "Our little brother has already taken action. We should also make a move. It's a perfect opportunity to act decisively." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Imperial entity, Willis was left dumbfounded. Just as the confrontation began, they had already lost a carrier battle group, leaving him feeling as if he had been dealt a heavy blow. "General Willis, our next step plan is disrupted by Li Jin's sudden lightning strike, leaving the operations center personnel momentarily at a loss." At this point, Willis realized what was happening, and his expression darkened as he coldly ordered, "Command the bombers at the Tanshan base to take off immediately and carry out the bombing of the Hantang Islands as planned. Order the other 4 strike groups to deploy their aircraft for combat missions immediately. Command the strike groups to launch missiles at once. I want to turn the Hantang Islands into scorched earth." Willis is taking another gamble, betting that Li Jin doesn't have such a strong foundation. Missiles aren't something you can throw around like vegetables. Moreover, these are hypersonic missiles. They can afford to lose 1 or 2 strike groups. Willis keeps encouraging himself, even though his heart is bleeding. Other countries are also skeptical about Li Jin. After all, even if the Kyushu Empire directly intervenes, it would end in mutual destruction, let alone a small island like Hantang. From the perspective of the Western nations, Li Jin has already astonished them by holding out until now, given that his strength is among the very few in the world. However, everyone clearly guessed wrong, far off the mark. Just as the other 4 strike groups stationed around the Hantang Islands were preparing to launch missiles, suddenly, alarms blared wildly on all the warships, and the radar lit up with countless blips, almost covering the entire screen. 5-star headquarters. Report. Hantang has launched hypersonic missiles. At least 500 of them. Target trajectories are being calculated. Report. Their targets are our 4 strike groups. At this moment, Willis was completely stunned, feeling a buzzing in his head, as all sounds vanished in an instant, as if he were locked in a dark cage, unable to call for help. Commander, what's wrong? Quick, Get a doctor. Other countries, watching the satellite feed, also felt a buzzing in their heads, understanding that this time, the situation for them was truly dire. Meanwhile, on a carrier strike group in the Pacific, Commander Harris looked pale at the radar blips. He opened his mouth, but found his voice was gone. Unable to make a sound. The other personnel in the operations room were equally despondent, staring at the radar. At that moment, Harris suddenly lunged at the control panel, grabbed the communicator, and shouted, "All aircraft, take off. Immediately, right now?" Then he straightened up and shouted to the people in the operations room, "Quick, quick, launch all our missiles, target the Hantang Islands." As a commander, Harris quickly understood what needed to be done, and the dazed personnel in the operations room snapped back to reality. In an instant, cruise missiles soared skyward. Seeing this scene, Harris grabbed the communicator and shouted, "All units, abandon ship, abandon ship. You only have 3 minutes. May God bless us." Chapter 106. We have lost. After Harris finished speaking, he threw the communicator away and shouted, "Retreat." Then, with a gust of wind at his feet, he was the first to run out of the bridge. At this moment, the entire cruiser was in chaos because of Harris's words. When he reached a lifeboat, a large crowd of soldiers had already gathered around it, all scrambling to get on. Seeing this, Harris rushed over, pushing other soldiers aside. When the other soldiers saw it was Harris, they dared not protest, allowing him to easily squeeze in. Harris raised his hand to check the time, and his expression changed instantly. He directly pulled a soldier who was climbing into the lifeboat down, and then climbed in himself. Following that, amidst the angry gazes of those outside the boat, he slammed the hatch shut. Pulling the switch inside the cabin, the lifeboat's hoisting mechanism roared to life. In an instant, the deck was filled with curses. What good can come from a nation made up of criminals and rogues? Most are self-serving. Don't be fooled by the heroism in movies. When it comes down to it, they will only run faster. Just as the lifeboat hit the water, a swarm of missiles came howling down from the sky at speeds exceeding Mach 10. By the time they were visible to the naked eye, the missiles were already diving down. At the moment of impact with the warship, the immense force easily tore apart what seemed to be an incredibly sturdy vessel. Boom. Following that was a deafening explosion. The already torn warship jolted violently, and countless fragments of the hull were blown into the air. At that moment, coincidentally, a piece of the warship's wreckage was flung out and crashed onto the lifeboat where Harris was. The sharp edge instantly tore through the lifeboat's walls. As seawater rushed in wildly, it soon sank into the depths of the ocean. At this time, hypersonic missiles rained down from above like a volley of arrows. The aircraft carrier at the center was instantly struck by 20 to 30 Zircon missiles, exploding into fragments amidst the flames. Other warships fared no better. The least affected vessel was hit by 5 or 6 missiles. Zircon, a heavy missile specifically designed to target aircraft carriers, was practically the nemesis of warships. One missile could render a ship obsolete, and 5 or 6 could completely dismantle it. As the missiles attacked surface vessels, more than a dozen Zircon missiles dove straight down into the sea. 20 seconds later, the sea surface suddenly rose, forming an inverted bowl several kilometers in diameter. The waves quickly surged, and in the blink of an eye, towering waves hundreds of meters high were created, crashing down heavily. Nearby warships, already reduced to scrap metal, were tossed aside by the violent tides. It turns out that the missile that just plunged into the sea was not a mistake, but specifically aimed at the submarine below the surface. It is a variant of the Zircon, an anti-submarine missile, under the dual surveillance of sky-wave radar and reconnaissance satellites. A submarine just a few dozen meters below the surface is no different from a big light bulb. From the moment the missile was launched to hitting the target, it took only a few minutes for all 4 carrier strike groups to be obliterated. In an instant, those countries that were initially watching the spectacle could no longer gloat. They were all thinking one question. If they faced Li Jin, would they have suffered even worse? Particularly the Prut Empire, which had already begun to hide in a corner, trembling. On the Hantang Islands, General, the Meligans have launched 423 cruise missiles at us, expected to reach the islands in 57 minutes. Li reported while standing next to Li Jin. The originally interested Li Jin lost all interest upon hearing that there was still an hour before impact, and waved his hand, saying, "Shoot them all down." Boring. Hearing this, Songhai quickly said, "General, should we wait a bit longer and use regular missiles to take them down?" Li Jin looked at Songhai in surprise and asked, "Do we have regular missiles?" Songhai paused for a moment, then remembered that Li Jin had replaced all missiles with hypersonic ones to strengthen the island's defenses, Regular missiles had long been put away. I understand, General. As Li Jin watched Song Hai turn to leave, a gleam flashed in his eyes. He used diamonds to smash stones not just because he had diamonds, but to let everyone know that he, Li Jin, was the wealthy landlord, with plenty of treasures. If anyone wanted to compete with him in logistics, they might as well wait for the next life. General. At that moment, Zhang Kai rushed out and saluted. Satellites show that 16 Meligan stratospheric bombers and 42 Raptor fighter jets have entered our warning airspace. The Air Force requests to engage. Li Jin shook his head and replied, "No need, just leave it to the missile troops. I just checked the calendar. Today is not suitable for many activities, but perfect for launching missiles. Let's quietly watch the fireworks today. There will be plenty of opportunities to strike later." After saying this, Li Jin walked out of the operations center to the top balcony, just in time to see missile after missile soaring into the air, propelled by orange flames, leaving long white trails behind. It looked like arrows arranged in neat formations piercing the sky, a magnificent sight. As these missiles completed their trajectory maneuvers, they first appeared on satellites of various countries. At the same time, to the southeast of the Hantang Islands, a formation of 16 stratospheric bombers was confidently sweeping across the sea surface, completely unaware that they were being clearly observed by several nanosatellites in the sky. Among them, the commander of the formation, Barnes, was seriously piloting the bomber, while others were high on something. "What? Have you heard the news? The place we are attacking this time is extremely mysterious, where all electronic signals are rendered ineffective. This time, it feels like we are blindly dropping bombs. We might not even make it back. Soldier Ovi, is there a bottle stuffed in your pants? Why are you so scared? It's just a small island. One bomber can flatten it. I can already imagine a bunch of them begging for mercy." Ha ha. The cabin was filled with loud laughter. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Bands and the others were laughing heartily, the alarm suddenly blared. Before they could react, a missile whizzed in and instantly tore the bomber bands into pieces. In the capital of the empire, the leader's residence, Yozel stared blankly at the dot occupying the entire radar again, stunned. His expression quickly darkened. Provocation. This is a blatant provocation. Just as Yozel's eyes turned red with the desire to use the ultimate weapon, a man rushed in. "Mr. Total Commander, Mr. Paul requests your presence at the Megan Manor." Chapter 107. Vice Commander of the Empire. The Megan family. Yozel's expression changed instantly, and he involuntarily shuddered, fear flashing in his eyes. He wanted to refuse, but looking at the man's unquestionable gaze, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, "Please tell Mr. Paul that I will be there shortly." The man glanced at Yozel with indifference and left without saying a word. Yozel watched the man's figure disappear before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Collapsing onto the sofa, a trace of unwillingness flickered in his eyes. He was no fool and naturally understood why Paul had called him. This time, with such a major blunder in dealing with Li Jin, causing the Empire immeasurable losses, someone had to take the blame, and he was the prime candidate. Not only would he likely lose his position as leader, but he might also end up in prison. Thinking of this, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in Yozel's eyes. As the leader of a nation, he felt like a puppet for these damn people. If he displeased them in the slightest, they would summon him and scold him like a child. He had long had enough of that humiliating feeling. These bastards were not allowing him to take extreme measures, were they? The coldness in Yozel's gaze intensified as he suddenly stood up and walked to the phone. "Get me Wei." However, before Yozel could finish his sentence, someone roughly snatched the phone from his hand. Yozel was taken aback. It was his most trusted administrative advisor, Fimesen. "Fimesen, you." Yozel's face was filled with shock, quickly turning to terror as Fimesen pulled out a handgun and aimed it at him. Bang! The dull sound suddenly rang out, and Yozel's vision went dark. Seeing Yozel fall after being shot in the head, Fimesen rushed forward to support him. He was forced to lie face down on the office desk. Gloves were put on, and the fingerprints on the handgun were wiped clean before it was roughly shoved into Yozel's hand, creating the false appearance of a suicide. Creak! Just then Lena, Yozel's security advisor, suddenly walked in. Fimsen, who was adjusting Yozel's clothing, merely glanced at her before lowering his head and continuing his task. Lena looked at Yozel, whose eyes were wide open in death, and sighed regretfully. "He was quite good to us. It's a shame he has gone." Fimsen shrugged helplessly and said, "There was no other way. If he had followed Mr. Paul's instructions, he would have at most spent some time in prison to placate public sentiment and would have been released before long. Unfortunately, he was far too reckless. He actually contacted Willis to plot something dangerous. This is absolutely unacceptable to the fraternal organization. What we need is an obedient lapdog, not a rabid one trying to bite. Besides, with his death, all conflicts will die with him, and the domestic situation won't deteriorate too badly. All right, let us go. Mr. Paul wants us to discuss potential new candidates. In the Hantang Islands, Li Jin, stationed at the operations center, was completely unaware of these events. His focus was entirely on the potential counterattack. However, an entire day passed, and the people from the rival nations seemed to have vanished. There wasn't the slightest movement, which made the usually confident Li Jin somewhat uneasy. Just as his thoughts were wandering, Zhang Gung hurried in and reported, "General, we've just received news. Zhozal has committed suicide." Zhozal is dead? Li Jin was stunned. How could the leader of a nation take his own life? His mental resilience must have been incredibly weak. For his part, Li Jin didn't believe it for a second. There had to be hidden circumstances he wasn't aware of. What has been the reaction from the rival nation? Zhang Gung quickly replied, "General, the media has already reported on this setback suffered by the rival nation, and the entire empire is in an uproar. If Zhozal hadn't died suddenly, the enraged citizens might have stormed the leader's residence. Now that Zhozal is dead, the entire nation has calmed down. They're busy electing a new leader and probably won't have time to deal with us for a while." Hearing this, Li Jin couldn't help but feel disappointed. He wasn't afraid of the rival empire continuing to confront him. As long as nuclear weapons weren't involved, he was confident he could handle it. Damn it, we can't just let this slide. Even though 5 of the rival nation's carrier battle groups had been destroyed, Li Jin's anger hadn't subsided, and he had no intention of backing down. Songhai, immediately send an ultimatum to that rival empire. Tell those bastards that their unjustified blockade of the Hantang Islands waters has severely harmed our interests. They must compensate us for our losses, issue a public apology, and hand over the mastermind behind this to the Alliance Court to face justice. Otherwise, I won't let this rest. Li Jin didn't care about the details. He was determined to make things difficult for them, even if it was just to irritate them. By the way, quickly notify Liang Yuan and the others to set off immediately and take this opportunity to head back to the island. We need to avoid any complications. Time flies, and before we know it, 2 days have already passed. Over these 2 days, due to the death of a certain individual, the entire world has been in an uproar. Ordinary people may not understand why, but those at the highest levels are fully aware. In fact, some are filled with apprehension. Meanwhile, the newly appointed leader of a certain empire is busy managing domestic issues, and for the moment, they cannot afford to bother with Li Jin, allowing the entire Pacific region to calm down. In the Imperial Palace, home to Hall, Li Yi placed a thick stack of intelligence reports aside and looked at Song Lian, who was sitting on the opposite sofa, and couldn't help but express his feelings. It's true that we should not underestimate this young man. As the saying goes, a scholar should be viewed differently after 3 days. The ancients did not deceive me. We truly underestimated this young fellow. Prime Minister, what do you think we should do now? This young man has quite a volatile personality. Since we did not comply with his wishes back then, he might not be as close to us as before. Upon hearing this, Song Lian's expression turned serious, regardless of how close we are. As long as he is a citizen of this realm and a vassal of the empire, he must abide by the empire's rules, understand honor and duty, and adhere to his responsibilities without acting recklessly. All right. Li Yi saw Song Lian's stern face and couldn't help but chuckle. Prime Minister, how old is this young man? What can he understand? Everything takes time to settle. Besides, who doesn't he make mistakes? We should at least give young people a chance, right? Now, Prime Minister, we are discussing heartfelt matters, not pushing him away. Encouraged by Li Yi's kind words, Song Lian's expression softened slightly, but he still maintained a serious demeanor. What does your Majesty wish to do? Li Yi's expression turned solemn as he announced, I appoint Li Jin as the Deputy Commander of the Empire's military command and grant him the title of Grand General. I will also propose to the Council to appoint him as a lifelong member. Song Lian was taken aback. Looking at the serious emperor, his expression finally turned serious. After pondering for a moment about the title, he nodded. All right. However, there are only 3 deputy commanders in the command. Suddenly adding one, Li Yi replied calmly. General Zhao is getting old and can no longer handle military affairs. Didn't he often say he wanted to go home to enjoy his grandchildren? I believe we should honor his wish. Upon hearing this, Song Lian was slightly stunned but quickly agreed. Your Majesty's respect for the wise and the elderly is commendable. I believe General Zhao will be deeply grateful. Li Yi smiled slightly. Since the Prime Minister agrees, let the cabinet prepare the documents, and I will stamp them. On the Hantang Islands, at the port of the main island of a certain empire, a luxurious cruise ship was docked at the port. On the deck of the cruise ship, it was now crowded with curious people. Mom, look quickly! Look quickly! On the top deck of the cruise ship, a very beautiful young girl excitedly pointed at the city where tall buildings were clustered together not far away, exclaiming with surprise, I told you I wasn't lying. There really is a city here. Unfortunately, the girl's voice went unheard, as the elegant lady behind her was already captivated by the beautiful scenery around them. The crystal-clear sea, the azure sky, and the endless expanse of pristine white sand beaches, along with the tropical plants everywhere. The vibrant colors were breathtaking, far surpassing anything else. Most importantly, the pleasant climate made it feel cool and comfortable, even though the temperature was in the 30s. Such beauty, such a climate. Surely, no one could dislike this place. Dear travelers, please gather your luggage and documents and disembark in an orderly manner. The staff from the local government office is already waiting for you at the port. The islands warmly welcome you. Here, you are about to embark on a unique journey in life. As the excited girl looked around, she heard the announcement and hurriedly pulled her mesmerized mother towards the cabin. Mom, we should go. As they rushed down the cruise ship, the dock was already crowded with families and their belongings. Perhaps it was the novelty of the unfamiliar place that made the older folks behave so well, patiently standing in line without causing a stir. Looking around, the dock was filled with long lines, a spectacular sight. After waiting for over an hour, it was finally the turn of the mother and daughter. The girl quickly handed over 2 silver cards, which had been arranged for them by their acquaintance before their trip. It was a comprehensive card that contained all personal information, including identification, social security, driving licenses, etc., issued by the local bank. It was truly a one-card solution. The person sitting at the desk took the platinum card and looked up, causing Lu Linlin and her mother to be taken aback. As they saw a metallic face before them, their receptionist was a robot. The robot, with its remarkably lively eyes, smiled and said, You must be Miss Lu Linlin and Ms. Zhang Ping. The mother and daughter quickly regained their composure and nodded. The robot cheerfully continued, I am Li Jixin, a staff member of the Civil Affairs Office. I am very pleased to assist you. After scanning their platinum cards, a piece of paper was printed from the machine. The robot then retrieved a red booklet from the desk, affixed the paper onto it, and stamped it with a seal before handing it to Zhang Ping. Ms. Zhang, here is your property certificate. Garden number 1, Building 26, Unit 4, Room 702, with an area of 120 square meters. Our islands have no shared space. This property is sufficient for your use. Zhang Ping stared blankly at the red booklet in the robot's hands, looking at the names of her and her daughter on it. She couldn't help but pinch Lu Linlin's arm hard. Ouch! Mom, why are you pinching me? The daughter's playful complaint brought a smile to Zhang Ping's face. It's nothing. I just wanted to see if I was dreaming. At this moment, the robot took out a stack of currency and handed it to Zhang Ping, saying, This is your living allowance. The governor's office of the Hantang administration stipulated that citizens arriving in the territory would receive a monthly allowance of 10,000 units for each household for 3 months until they found a job. Please keep the money safe. It then handed a letter to Lu Linlin, saying, This is your introduction letter. Please report to the Civil Affairs Office by 9 o'clock tomorrow. From now on, we will be colleagues. Zhang Ping accepted the thick stack of money like a marionette, feeling its heavy weight in her hands, her heart filled with shock. When she first arrived, she scoffed at what her daughter had told her, always thinking it was a scam. She wouldn't have come to such a remote place if it weren't for her daughter's future. However, she never expected that the Hantang Islands were indeed as advertised. If not better, the promised benefits were not exaggerated at all. They provided them with housing upon arrival and an additional 10,000 units as allowance. Such favorable treatment, if known, would surely attract many people. Dazed, Zhang Ping walked towards a nearby bus, feeling as if she were dreaming. It wasn't just her, others felt the same way. At the same time, on a street in Hantang City, a luxurious bus slowly stopped at the entrance of a residential area. The soldier in the driver's seat immediately announced, Shengshi Garden has arrived. Passengers can disembark. A woman in her 30s sitting at the back quickly tugged at the man beside her, who was looking around. Honey, we're here. Let us go. After saying that, she grabbed her small bag and pulled the man down the steps. At that moment, a shuttle bus was already waiting below the large bus, and another shuttle had just left, fully loaded. The woman hurriedly, pulled the man to board. And the driver was also a robot. Before long, the shuttle was filled with passengers, all seemingly uninterested in conversation. Their minds only focused on checking if the houses represented by the Red Book were real. Minutes later, the woman arrived at building number 4. She quickly jumped off the bus, and before them stood a modern building more than 10 stories high, looking very beautiful. The couple rushed toward one of the entrances. Upon entering the building, they saw a hall-like area of about 20 square meters, with 3 adjacent elevators directly opposite. Seeing this, the woman pulled the man towards one of the elevators and pressed the button for the 7th floor. Just as the elevator doors were closing, a large group of people entered from outside, clearly residents of the same unit. Ding! The crisp sound of the elevator bell rang, and the two stepped out into the corridor. They quickly walked a few steps to a door with a smart lock. The woman hurriedly entered the robot's initial password, and with a creak, the door swung open. As they entered the room, a ray of sunlight poured in, causing the woman to instinctively close her eyes. She then turned around, excitedly hugging the man, saying, "Honey, this is all real. We really have our own house now." The man, equally thrilled, looked around the room. Although it was empty of furniture and appliances, the room had been simply renovated, with water and electricity installed. "Honey, come quick and take a look." Just as the man was excitedly surveying the room, he heard the woman's exclamation and rushed to the bathroom, only to be stunned. The bathroom had been renovated too. It had a toilet, a bathtub, and a shower, all with a dry and wet separation. "Honey, this is actually a smart toilet. Oh my God. We even have a smart toilet. Hurry out, I need to use the restroom," she exclaimed, pushing him out. Scenes like this were unfolding continuously in Hantang City, and the surprises brought by Li Jin were truly overwhelming. However, Li Jin didn't have time to dwell on these matters, as a small situation had arisen. Chapter 109. Someone is tired of living. In the governor's office building, Li Jin sat behind his desk, his face dark as he looked at Liang Yuan. "Are you saying that my money has been frozen by the bank of a certain kingdom?" Liang Yuan nodded, saying, "Yes, General. The bank claims that the source of the funds is questionable, and they need to investigate." Li Jin was both angry and amused. It was indeed a surprising thing that there were still people in this world daring enough to provoke him. "They can't possibly not know that this money belongs to me. Li Jin, can they?" Li Jin suddenly asked. Liang Yuan couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. "General, they used the name of a hotel group, not the name of Hantang Islands." Li Jin suddenly realized why the bank dared to take his money. He thought his name no longer held weight. "General, should we issue a formal letter in the name of Hantang?" Liang Yuan suggested. "No need." Li Jin waved his hand dismissively. "That would be too boring. I'll go and demand it myself." He was currently preparing to establish a bank and was looking for ways to make some extra money. He didn't expect that an opportunity would come knocking so soon, and it was from a wealthy individual. If he didn't seize the chance, it would indeed be a pity. "ZMO?" Li Jin called out. ZMO, who was standing outside the door, immediately walked in. "General, go. Inform Zhang Kai to immediately dispatch a squadron of fighter jets and establish a point over the kingdom. All Air Force units should be on standby, ensuring that there is always a squadron of fighter jets and a squadron of bombers ready above the kingdom. Also, order Song Hai to assemble 2 assault battalions immediately. I'm going to make a big move this time. Let us go to the airport." Li Jin was known for his decisive and vigorous nature. He never considered the consequences when he wanted to do something. Anyway, the one who suffers losses will always be others. It doesn't matter to him. The airport of the Hantang Air Force. At this moment, more than 30 Kuan-type transport aircraft were quietly parked on the tarmac. Don't be fooled by the small and delicate appearance of the Kuan, as its internal space is quite large, easily accommodating a full infantry squad. Li Jin walked towards one of the Kuan transport planes. Just then, 6 fighter jets flew overhead, heading southwest. Following that were 2 bombers. Seeing this, Li Jin quickened his pace towards the Kuan transport aircraft. Once he entered the cabin, he saw ZMO waiting for him with the elite members of the Scorpion Special Operations Team. The Special Operations Team members immediately showed expressions of deep respect upon seeing Li Jin, raising their hands in a synchronized salute. Li Jin stopped and solemnly returned the salute, saying at ease. As soon as the command was given, the Special Operations members quickly took their seats. The Kuan transport aircraft truly lived up to its reputation for advanced technology. The seats were high-end leather massage chairs, making one feel drowsy and incredibly comfortable. Several hours later, Li Jin, who was sleeping soundly, was gently awakened by ZMO blinking his eyes. He looked at Ziamimo, quickly said, "General, we have arrived above the territory of the Kingdom of Reed." Li Jin, initially groggy, immediately felt clear-headed and stood up, saying, "So soon?" He then quickly walked to the control panel. As the elder brother of stealth aircraft, the Kuan-S stealth capabilities far surpassed those of its contemporaries. They were hovering above the capital city of the Kingdom of Reed, Belair, and not only radar, but even the naked eye couldn't spot them. This was the power of advanced technology. "Let us descend." Li Jin looked down at the large airport below and suddenly spoke. The pilot immediately complied without hesitation, diving down and informing Zhang Kai to destroy all aerial forces of the Kingdom of Reed. "Yes, General." At the Air Force Base in the Kingdom of Reed, known as the largest Air Force Base, not only were the main air forces of Reed stationed here, but several air squadrons from a neighboring empire were also present. Today happened to be a rest day, so the personnel either went out for leisure or wandered aimlessly around the base, with no one actually doing any serious work. Just as a male and female soldier were about to sneak into the woods for some private time, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out over the base, followed by all the deployed air defense missiles standing upright as the fire control radar began to rotate. Amidst the buzzing in everyone's heads, a bomber swooped in. And at the moment it flew over the base, countless bombs rained down like dumplings. Just as the air defense missiles launched, the bomber had already vanished. Boom, boom. The entire base was instantly engulfed in flames, with numerous buildings reduced to rubble. Carpet bombing was not exclusive to any one nation. Even the bomber could achieve the same effect. Not only here, but other military bases of the Kingdom of Reed have also suffered devastating strikes, while the air defense system of the kingdom remains unresponsive as if deaf. In Burley City, the palace, King Metz of the Kingdom of Reed woke up from his usual slumber, glancing at the white powder on the bed with a self-satisfied smile. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from outside the palace, followed by a violent shaking of the entire palace. The luxurious chandelier above swayed back and forth like it was caught in a whirlwind. Crack, crash, it soon fell to the ground and shattered, scattering glass shards that startled Metz, who quickly covered his head and ran outside. Upon exiting the palace, he was stunned by the scene before him. The barracks of the palace guards was engulfed in thick smoke and flames reaching the sky. Huge columns of smoke were rising from the direction of Burley City. "Oh my God, what is happening? Can someone tell me? Can anyone tell me?" Metz was utterly terrified, shouting frantically outside the palace. At that moment, a disheveled officer rushed to Metz. "Your Majesty, we have been attacked from the air." Metz's expression changed instantly. Who had the audacity to launch an airstrike against their kingdom? Didn't they want to live anymore? Where are the allies? Why didn't they give us a warning? Where is their military? Metz exclaimed angrily. During this time, the allies had forced him into many unethical actions, tarnishing the reputation of their kingdom. Thinking of this, Metz shivered. Could it be that the northern tribes could no longer bear it and were coming for him? "Your Majesty, all the bases of the Allied Empire stationed in our territory have been completely destroyed, and our forces have been obliterated." Chapter 110. I'm hoarding gold. Moreover, our military camps and bases have also suffered devastating strikes, the officer said with a mournful face. Upon hearing this, Metz turned pale, almost crying. But then another officer rushed over, and his words left Metz with only one thought. He wanted to die. The officer said, "Your Majesty, the military headquarters, the Parliament building, the communications center, and the power plant have all been airstriked and reduced to rubble. Now the entire Burley City is without water and electricity, and communications have collapsed." Metz felt his head buzzing, nearly fainting, but as the ruler of the kingdom, he could not allow himself to do so. Just as Metz was about to say a few words to motivate himself, a deafening roar of engines suddenly echoed above them. The three looked up and saw a futuristic transport aircraft hovering over their heads. It then rapidly descended, and before the three could react, a squad of soldiers rushed out from the transport aircraft, surrounding them completely, while the other guards in the palace could only listen to the continuous sound of gunfire from above, knowing what fate awaited them. Li Jin finally walked out of the cabin, cleared his throat lightly, and then, snapping the whip in his hand, stepped slowly in front of Metz. He glanced at Metz and asked leisurely, "Do you know who I am?" At this moment, Metz's mind was already a mess. He was so dazed that he couldn't recognize Li Jin at all and frowned. "Who are you people?" Seeing Metz still trying to act tough, Li Jin immediately felt a surge of anger and swung the whip in his hand. Crack! The sharp sound of the whip echoed, followed by Metz's piercing scream. A crack! Li Jin struck again, leaving Metz's skin torn and bleeding. What do you think you are? Is it easy for others to earn a bit of money? You freeze it just because you want it. Do you think you're some kind of authority? Crack crack today. I, Li Jin, must teach you a lesson. Is it so easy to take our hard-earned money? If you annoy the heavens, they might just come down and deal with you. Li Jin continued to whip him, causing Metz to writhe in pain on the ground. However, upon realizing that it was Li Jin in front of him, he shivered. Everyone in the world knew of this figure, definitely a notorious villain. What made Metz feel especially wronged was that he truly had no idea what was happening. At that moment, Li Jin suddenly stopped, looking coldly at Metz on the ground. Now do you know who I am? Metz, almost fainting from the pain, quickly nodded like a garlic clove. I know. Zemo, standing behind Li Jin, hurriedly leaned in and said, General, he says he knows. Crack. Li Jin's eyebrows furrowed. His gaze icy as he looked at Metz, and he swung the whip again, angrily scolding. Damn it, since you recognize me, how dare you freeze my money? He continued. Are you tired of living? What are you to dare to covet my money? You think you deserve it? Crack crack. He lashed out with another 7 or 8 strikes until his hand felt sore, and only then did he stop. At this point, Metz was on the verge of tears, feeling the burning pain on his body, and his sense of grievance could no longer be contained. It was too much to bear. Refreshing. Li Jin exclaimed with satisfaction, feeling invigorated and his energy flowing freely. Now where's my money? Metz, still feeling wronged, heard Li Jin's question and couldn't he help but cry out. General Li, can you at least tell me who froze your money? I don't know anything. Li Jin was momentarily taken aback. Did he hit the wrong person? He quickly dismissed that thought. How could he, Li Jin, make a mistake? Absolutely impossible. He snorted coldly. What kind of ruler are you? If something goes wrong under your command, don't you bear any responsibility? Do you know what it means to be in the same boat? Do you understand the phrase, a crooked beam casts a crooked shadow? It's precisely because you, the one in charge, are not a good person that your subordinates are also not good. They are all learning from you. Metz was taken aback by what Li Jin said. Although he felt very dissatisfied inside, he didn't dare to express it. If Li Jin decided to whip him a few times, his life would be in jeopardy. He could only soften his tone and say, what the general says is right. Li Jin immediately smiled. That's more like it. I don't have any major demands this time. Just want to take my money back. I can assure you. I won't take a single extra cent from you. By the way, Zemo, how much money did we deposit here? Zemo looked surprised and said, General, are you mistaken? We didn't deposit money. We deposited gold. Li Jin looked at Zemo, who suddenly took on a dramatic tone and couldn't help but pat his own head. Look at my brain. Right, it's gold. How many tons was it? Zemo quickly stepped forward and said, General, it's over 10,000 tons. When we deposited it, we used a large ship and it took us a whole night to transport. Li Jin and Zemo's banter left Metz, who was lying on the ground, dumbfounded. 10,000 tons of gold. How could that damn Li Jin even say such a thing? If he had that much gold, why would he even need a bank? He could just become the world's overlord. General Li, you are. Metz wanted to speak, but Li Jin waved his hand and interrupted. All right, Your Majesty Metz. I know you need to recuperate now, so there's no need for you to take us to retrieve the money. We can go ourselves. At this point, Li Jin suddenly changed his tone. Of course, I'm not a bloodthirsty demon. To avoid causing too much harm to your country, I kindly ask Your Majesty Metz to issue an order allowing them to freely enter and exit all banks in your country. You wouldn't refuse such a small request from me, would you? Seeing Li Jin's smiling face, Metz couldn't help but shiver and nodded without thinking. Okay, that's right. Li Jin said happily. This saves me from having to chop your hand off to get a thumbprint. Zemo, hurry up and help our king up. Oh right, Zemo. While you're at it, help our king clear the palace. Just in case there are any assassins. Make sure to thoroughly search and remove anything dangerous. Do you understand? Chapter 111, Demon. Li Jin complained a bit and then turned to Zhang Geng, eagerly asking, which is the largest bank in the Reed Kingdom? Zhang Geng quickly replied, General, the largest bank is the Reed Kingdom Bank. They are the largest private asset management bank in the world. I heard their gold reserves alone are around 400 to 500 tons. Li Jin immediately ordered, Good, let's south go to this place. Shortly after, several infantry fighting vehicles arrived. Just as Li Jin got into one of them, Zemo followed closely behind and said, General, King Metz has ordered the remaining troops to surrender. He has also announced via broadcast that all residents in Berlaire must stay at home and not go outside, or they will be treated as rebels and killed. He specifically pointed out that we are here to deal with the rebels, not enemies of the Kingdom of Reed. Li Jin nodded in satisfaction, but still cautioned, even if they surrender, we must not let our guard down. We need to be wary of those hot-headed individuals who might come after us with missiles. ZMO immediately replied, rest assured, General. The Air Force has already destroyed all the weapon depots and main forces of the Kingdom of Reed. As for the remaining stragglers, even if they have weapons, there aren't many of them. Li Jin naturally had confidence in ZMO and the others, but he still said cautiously, it's always better to be careful. As they talked, Li Jin looked out through the shooting port of the armored vehicle and saw that the streets were indeed deserted, creating a tense atmosphere. He was very pleased. This was the perfect scenario for, moving things home. After about 10 minutes, the armored convoy stopped in front of a tall building in Western style, which was the headquarters of the Bank of Reed. However, at this time, the bank's doors were tightly closed, appearing very secure with heavy steel gates, and the windows were barred with thick iron rods. But this didn't pose a challenge for Li Jin. He glanced at ZMO, who understood immediately and said over the earpiece, Thunder Eagle 3, clear a safe passage. As soon as ZMO's voice fell, an armed helicopter swooped in, followed by a missile being launched from the launcher, which struck the bank's door in an instant. With a loud bang, it created a large hole, but did not blow the entire door open. These Westerners are really timid. Why put up such a heavy iron door on a perfectly good bank? Are they afraid of a bank robbery? What a hassle, Li Jin said with some dissatisfaction. ZMO, you tell Mets later that if their country's bank dares to install such things again, I'll deal with them directly. While Li Jin was speaking, the armed helicopter fired another round of missiles, but this time it was not just one, but 5, hitting the iron door simultaneously. Amidst the flames, the door was blown into countless fragments. Let us go in, Li Jin ordered immediately. ZMO quickly jumped out of the vehicle and led dozens of soldiers to rush inside first. By the time Li Jin entered, ZMO was already dragging a middle-aged Westerner over, saying, General, this is the person in charge here. He knows where the vault is. However, the middle-aged Westerner struggled violently, shouting, damn yellow-skinned monkey, let me go. This is the West, not a place for you to act wildly. Li Jin's expression suddenly darkened. ZMO, send someone to bring his relatives over. If he doesn't go, I'll take care of them right in front of him. Don't you all want to know? Am I someone who was scared into growing up? Those damned people from that certain country have already met their match in front of me. Who do you think you are? The middle-aged foreigner's face changed dramatically. Li Jin's notorious reputation was known throughout the Western world, and he had blood on his hands from countless people. I'll take you there right now. The middle-aged foreigner immediately softened and spoke up. However, Li Jin was unwilling and coldly said, go, give him a good beating to make him remember. ZMO stepped forward and swung the gun butt, causing cries of pain to echo, frightening the nearby bank employees into silence. After a while, ZMO returned to Li Jin's side. Li Jin looked at the middle-aged foreigner, bloodied and beaten, and snorted, is he dead? If not, keep leading the way. If he is dead, we'll send him on another journey. Hearing Li Jin's chilling voice, the foreigner, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, quickly got up, clutching his bloodied head, and hurriedly led the way. Li Jin didn't follow immediately. Instead, he turned to the trembling employees clustered together and said indifferently, in a moment, take all these people to move the goods. If they don't work, kill them. Let them go reincarnate early. In Li Jin's eyes, most foreigners were not good people. They had once dominated over others, and now they still wanted to act above others. Li Jin aimed to make them understand that good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished. Under the guidance of the middle-aged foreigner, Li Jin and his group arrived at a massive vault entirely made of metal, deep underground. This vault is fully automated. The password changes every 30 seconds. I can only open it with the key, which is with one of my colleagues. But he has already been killed by you. And I have no idea where he put the password card. Li Jin was neither angry nor interested in finding the key. ZMO, it's up to you. ZMO nodded and gestured to the back. A soldier stepped forward, aiming a futuristic-looking gun at the vault door. With a spray, a large puddle of silvery metal liquid was blasted onto the door, causing its shiny metallic surface to dull instantly, followed by a pockmarked appearance as if corroded by acid. At that moment, ZMO kicked the door and it shattered into dust. Li Jin smiled slightly. He had stumbled upon this affordable futuristic weapon while browsing a vault store. He wasn't clear on the specifics of its construction, only knowing that it could shoot a metal liquid that would corrode metal into dust. General, it's safe. ZMO approached Li Jin and said. Li Jin nodded and stepped into the vault. Chapter 112, Conspiracy? Golden and bright. Yellow and shimmering. This was Li Jin's first impression upon entering the vault. It took him a moment to regain his composure. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never seen so much gold in one place. Suppressing the impulse to grab a piece and take a bite, he commanded, "You all can leave now." Upon hearing this, ZMO and the others immediately escorted the middle-aged foreigner out. System, how many system gold bars can the gold here be exchanged for? Ding. Please be informed, host, that after refinement, 100% pure gold can be exchanged. Every 20 grams of gold can be exchanged for 1 system gold bar. This vault contains a total of 302 tons of gold. Pure gold that can be refined amounts to 276 tons. The system will charge a 50% refining fee, and the host will receive 138 tons of gold. This can be exchanged for 690,000 system gold bars. Wait a minute, system, that refining fee you mentioned, isn't 50% a bit too much? Li Jin finally reacted, quickly interrupting the system. I might as well refine it myself. Ding. Please be informed. This system is a certified and legitimate system in the system realm and cannot accept materials of unknown origin. It will not arbitrarily charge the host extra fees. Everything is traceable and lawful, and it will never harm the host's interests. Damn, this system is getting a bit too clever, isn't it? If a legitimate system is like this, I might as well get a system without any guarantees. Li Jin thought with frustration. However, upon reconsideration, although the legitimate system charged high fees, at least it wouldn't have any ulterior motives. Aside from being greedy for money, it didn't exhibit any other negative behavior. Fine. Let it be. Li Jin waved his hand helplessly, thinking that these profits were essentially free. Even if he only got half, it would still be a gain. At worst, he could just take a bit more since he had stored 10,000 tons of gold in the kingdom. But how would he get this 10,000 tons of gold back? He pondered that sweeping through the entire kingdom should do the trick. Since they regarded him as a demon, he would show the Westerners what a true demon is. Li Jin turned directly and exited the vault. Let's go to another place. As he walked halfway down the corridor, he suddenly noticed a large metal door. What is inside here? The middle-aged foreigner quickly replied, General, this is where some wealthy individuals have stored their collections with us. Li Jin's interest was piqued immediately. Open it for me. Soldiers promptly moved forward and broke the security door using the same method. Li Jin stepped inside and was momentarily stunned by what he saw. It wasn't a safe, but rather a museum-like space where everything was covered with transparent glass. There were valuable paintings, antiques, and even some jewelry. Li Jin spotted many items from the eastern region. As he walked through, he was captivated by the exquisite artifacts on display, especially a half-human tall giant Buddha head, which was crystal clear and seemed to be carved from a single piece of jade. Li Jin felt a strong urge and directly commanded, aren't these things ours? Move them all back. Yes, General. The middle-aged foreigner, who was nervously following Li Jin, hurriedly replied, General, these things belong to someone. Li Jin glanced at the anxious foreigner and said, I know. That's why I'm here to take them. General, look here, there are names of the owners. The middle-aged foreigner quickly pointed to a piece of paper beneath a beautiful porcelain item. Li Jin's brows furrowed immediately. How can you write someone else's name on my things? You must be tired of living. The middle-aged foreigner was completely stunned by Li Jin's assertiveness, wondering how someone could be so shameless, stealing someone else's possessions and being so brazen about it. Move everything out. Li Jin cursed as he excitedly admired the items in the storeroom. How dare you secretly put my things here without telling me? I have to guess like it's a blind box. This is just unacceptable. Once all the good items were moved out, he finally felt satisfied and headed towards the next bank. For over 3 hours, Li Jin visited all the banks in Belair City, collecting over 200 tons of gold and a total of 69 million gold bars. It looked like a lot. But considering how expensive future weapons would be, this amount could only buy 78 advanced aircraft. For super weapons like the Hunter-class battleships, this would only cover a fraction of the cost. However, he knew that the official gold reserves in the world exceeded 100,000 tons, which meant he had enough to buy 10 of the smallest battleships. He still had a long way to go in the future. Without further ado, Li Jin's sudden attack on the Kingdom of Red startled the entire Western world. Soon, alarm bells rang out, piercing the previously peaceful atmosphere. Unfortunately, no country was willing to stand up for the Kingdom of Red. Their frantic actions were merely to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As for the wealthy elites with assets in the Kingdom of Red, they could only anxiously pray that their possessions remained intact. On the western continent, in the Kingdom of Isa, in an ancient-looking manor beneath the Bice Mountains, a stern-looking elderly white man stood in the living room with a gloomy expression. This Li Jin is truly domineering. He always catches us off guard. Opposite him stood an even older white woman, hunched over but with a calm face, coldly stating, "We initially advocated freezing their assets to assist in blocking their oil purchase routes. But who would have thought that the situation would turn out like this? They lost 5 carrier battle groups in one battle. It's simply humiliating. This isn't certain." An elderly white man seemed to have a different opinion. Perhaps the people from a certain country were intentionally ambiguous. As a long-established global power, they have reached their peak. And their system has long been rigid and decayed. Just think about it. How long has it been since their weaponry was updated? Don't they feel that? Based on their capabilities, I can't believe they haven't developed new weapons. It's just that their current arsenal is sufficient for their needs. Now that they finally have a chance to upgrade, what do you think they will do? The elderly woman was momentarily taken aback by the man's divergent thoughts and looked at him with some surprise, saying, "Regardless, the emergence of Li Jin has already disrupted the world order. He must be dealt with. I think it's time to deploy the Black Panther." Chapter 113, Playing Unconventionally. The next day, around 10 in the morning, in a certain district of Beryl City, a group of tall men in black hoods and full combat gear emerged from an old, abandoned building. The leading hooded man glanced around and then clapped his hands. The sound carried far in the eerily silent street. Soon, the sound of heavy boots echoed, and another hooded man approached. "King Panther, I've gathered information. The military from the Hantang Islands has completely retreated to Beryl Airport. It looks like they plan to leave." The leading hooded man's expression sharpened. "We move." 20 minutes later, at the edge of a forest about a kilometer from Beryl Airport, the dry leaves on the ground suddenly trembled and were lifted aside. The previous hooded leader emerged, holding binoculars to look towards the airport in the distance. Unfortunately, he was on flat ground and could only vaguely see some large strategic transport aircraft. Nothing else was visible. He then ducked back into the tunnel and spoke to another hooded man beside him. "Are the bombs installed?" The hooded man quickly replied, "They've been installed on the roads leading to the airport. We're using the tunnels, so no one noticed." A satisfied expression appeared in the leader's eyes. "Immediately send someone into the city to blow up a few buildings and say it was done by Li Jin's people. The bigger the commotion, the better. Such a big disturbance will definitely prompt Li Jin to send someone out to investigate. Once his troops leave the airport, we'll blow up a stretch of the road, causing them heavy losses." The hooded leader suddenly snorted coldly. "This Li Jin is just an arrogant fellow. As long as we kill his people, he definitely won't back down. As long as he doesn't leave, we have the chance to kill him." The hooded man immediately showed a look of admiration, nodded, and turned to leave. At Beryl Airport, Li Jin was completely unaware that someone was plotting against him. He was excitedly counting his spoils, his household items. These things are quite large. Li Jin examined a rose-colored diamond the size of an egg in his hand, weighing at least 700 or 800 carats. This was clearly a rare treasure, worth a fortune. He then walked over to a massive stone carving, resembling ancient scripts, which held significant research value and was equally priceless. He picked up a painting, which was also of great value. Li Jin played with the treasures, piled like a small mountain, before allowing ZMO to arrange for them to be transported on an aircraft. As he watched box after box being loaded into the transport plane, Li Jin's gaze drifted toward a more distant foreign land, which he considered a true treasure trove. He believed that soon, he would be able to explore it and bring back all the good things to the Hantang Islands. At that time, he was determined to build the largest museum in the world, specifically for public visits. Just as Li Jin was content and preparing to head home, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from the nearby city. The violent blast made Li Jin feel the ground tremble. At that moment, ZMO hurried over, and Li Jin couldn't help but frown and ask, "What happened?" ZMO, with a serious expression, replied, "General, it's not our people. Someone is impersonating us and has blown up a residential building in the city." Impersonating us? Li Jin was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning serious. Someone was posing as them to cause destruction. Could it be for profit amidst the chaos? Just then, another loud explosion rang out from the city. Li Jin turned to look at the source of the blast and saw a building slowly collapsing amidst billowing smoke and dust. A sudden realization flashed in his mind. He understood what some people were trying to do. They wanted him to take action or make an appearance. After all, if someone was wreaking havoc in the city under his name, his first thought would be to root out these individuals, which was precisely what certain people wanted to see. Unfortunately for them, today they had encountered Li Jin. "General, should we send someone to capture these people?" Zemo said angrily. "Anyone would be unhappy if someone is running amok in the city using their name." Li Jin smiled slightly at his words. "Whether they live or die has nothing to do with us. Even if they all perish, what does it matter? As for our reputation, we are demons. What do demons need a reputation for? Pass the order down, and once we are ready, we'll head home." Li Jin had just taken a few steps when he suddenly paused, turned around, and said, "By the way, have someone investigate who dares to target me, Li Jin. I will definitely send them a grand gift." "Yes, General." As for the leader in the black hood, he had already blown up several buildings. Yet there was no movement at the airport, which left him scratching his head. Was the disturbance still too small? Leopard King. Just then, a hooded figure rushed over and delivered shocking news. "All the planes at the airport have taken off." Time flew by, and unknowingly, half a month had passed. The incident of Li Jin suddenly bombing the Kingdom of Reeds stirred up a great uproar, attracting condemnation from various nations. However, for Li Jin, this event not only solidified his reputation as a demon, but seemed to incur no real loss at all. His harsh methods have frightened everyone. Even those who criticize him do so in a very subtle way. If someone didn't know better, they might think they were praising him. In the city of Hantang, the urban area, with 300,000 immigrants pouring in, the once ghostly streets finally showed a hint of liveliness. Li Jin walked down the street with Ouyang Chung. It was already 5 in the evening, just in time for the end of the workday, and occasionally a bus would pass by. However, the streets still felt somewhat empty. This was unavoidable, as Hantang City had just been established, and there were no places selling cars in the city. Even if someone wanted to buy a car, they wouldn't know where to go. At that moment, Li Jin and his group happened to arrive at the entrance of a subway station. When Wu Ziren helped Li Jin create a travel radius of 500 meters. It was uncertain how many subway stations would need to be built if they were to actually construct one. Therefore, when Wu Ziren and his team were building, they didn't construct any subway stations, but only built entry and exit elevators. Each subway station consists of 10 elevators leading directly to the underground platform, topped with a pavilion-like structure to protect the elevators. Since Li Jin had no plans to charge for entry, there were no inspections or card machines. As for safety, the armed mechanical dogs and humanoid robots under Li Jin's command were not mere decorations. Every subway station was equipped with them, making it impossible to hide any weapons under their watchful eyes. The entire subway system of Hantang City consists of 10 lines. After all, with so many subway stations, having only one line would be impractical, as it would take forever with a stop every kilometer. As they walked, Li Jin and his companions quickly turned off the main street onto a side road. The moment they stepped onto the street, a wave of noise hit them, causing Li Jin's head to buzz and feel a bit dizzy. It was bustling and lively. This was Li Jin's first impression. He hadn't expected to see such a vibrant place in just over 20 days. The creativity of people is indeed limitless. General, the people of Jojo are truly the hardest working and the smartest in the world. This street connects the back doors of 3 residential communities, with a shopping plaza at the front. Many people quickly recognized the business opportunities here and headed to the governor's office to rent properties. In just a few days, over 70% of the rentals on this street had been leased out, and it was now fully occupied. Li Jin nodded. He had promised that all shops in Hantang City would be free for 3 years to quickly boost the local economy. Looking around, he noticed that most of the establishments on the street were snack shops. "Boss, how much do you sell your skewers for?" Li Jin stopped in front of a barbecue shop and asked a middle-aged man who was efficiently grilling skewers. Although this was a side road, it was still a two-lane street with sidewalks, and there was a spacious area of about 7 or 8 meters in diameter in front of the shop, which Li Jin had deliberately left for the shop owners to use. In Li Jin's eyes, the street vendor economy embodies the true essence of grassroots life. At this moment, the open space was already filled with tables, and almost half of the people were seated enjoying skewers, with laughter and chatter resonating all around, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Lamb skewers for just 5 yuan each. A total of 20 skewers. There's a menu over there. You can take a look. The owner chuckled amiably, shaking a large handful of juicy grilled lamb skewers. Li Jin was taken aback, thinking, how could it be so cheap? But as he considered where these items came from, he suddenly understood. As a supplier of living essentials for the entire archipelago, the food Li Jin purchased from the system was naturally the highest quality, and more importantly, inexpensive. With low raw material costs, the prices could naturally be kept low. A pound of lamb in the supermarket costs about 5 yuan. And the lamb skewers made by this barbecue owner are substantial, easily yielding 30 or 40 skewers. It's a guaranteed profit. After all, prices are what they are. And people aren't foolish. If prices are too high, no one would buy them. Let us start with 80 skewers, then add 40 skewers of grilled kidneys, 20 skewers of grilled fish tofu, and 20 skewers of pork intestines. Li Jin impulsively ordered a large variety of items. The barbecue owner, seeing a big customer, immediately broke into a broad smile and cheerfully said, "Please find a spot to sit. Zhuanzi, come out and greet the guests." Li Jin found a small table with Ouyang Cheng and 4 or 5 burly men. Just as they sat down, they were drawn in by the conversation at a nearby table, where 2 men in their 30s were speaking. One of them, a round-faced man, whispered, "Brother, I discovered a big business opportunity today. If we handle it well, we'll definitely make a fortune." "What opportunity?" The round-faced man's words clearly intrigued the slimmer man across from him, who eagerly asked. The round-faced man responded mysteriously, "Since you moved here, haven't you felt like something is missing?" "Missing what?" The slimmer man scratched his head, puzzled. "Hardware. Just think about it. Your house isn't fully renovated, is it? I've looked around, not just in our community, but in others too. The houses are only minimally furnished, just enough to live in. If we start a home renovation hardware company, with our renovation skills, do you think we could make big money? Want to join me? I promise you'll get rich." However, the slimmer man hesitated, taking a long time before stammering, I think I'll just stay at my job at the freshwater plant. I make 7,000 to 8,000 a month, which is pretty good." The round-faced man clearly didn't expect his friend to reject him, and after a moment of shock, he sighed, "All right then, let us not talk about that anymore. Come on, let us drink." Even though the two resumed clinking glasses, Li Jin, sitting behind them, could clearly sense the awkwardness in the atmosphere. It was evident that their conversation was nearing its end, and Li Jin suddenly realized a truth. It's not so easy to ride the wave of opportunity. In the home decoration sector, the reason why Li Jin insisted on staying was to use it as an opportunity to motivate people. Clearly, opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared, and the round-faced man could certainly ride this momentum to rise. However, the choice of the thin man wasn't necessarily wrong. At least the freshwater plant would ensure him a stable retirement without worrying about major ups and downs, allowing for a decent life. Without further ado, Li Jin was quite satisfied, as Hantang City was moving in the direction he envisioned. "Boss, here are the skewers you ordered." At that moment, the barbecue owner brought over a large plate full of grilled skewers. Li Jin casually picked up a lamb skewer, took a bite, and it was crispy, tender, and flavorful. With no fishy taste at all, one could tell it was high-quality lamb. It was so appetizing that he devoured more than 20 skewers before finally stopping, wiping his mouth with a napkin and asking, "Ouyang, are there any difficulties on your side?" Ouyang Cheng hurriedly swallowed the food in his mouth and replied, "General, right now, the biggest problem is our insufficient teaching staff." Li Jin frowned slightly. "Didn't I ask Zhang Gong and the others to bring people over? Is it still not enough?" Ouyang Cheng explained, "General, the people Director Zhang recruited are all high-level talents, at least at the professor level, responsible for higher education. What we lack now are teachers for primary and junior secondary education. Based on Hantang City's capacity of 1.5 million people, there are at least over 260,000 children aged 14 and below. Currently, there are only 36,000 children enrolled in school, and we need to establish 10 primary and junior secondary schools. We have been recruiting teachers as much as possible, but there is still a shortage of over 30%. Li Jin nodded and said, "You don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it." To fill such a large gap in a short time would require national intervention. If they relied solely on their own recruitment, they might only be able to go to teacher training colleges, and even then, it wouldn't be guaranteed. Although the reputation of Hantang Islands was already quite prominent, it was still too far from the mainland. To attract some excellent resources, I would have to put in some effort. If all else fails, we might have to invite them. What about the other issues? Are there any difficulties? Like in hospitals, are there shortages of doctors or nurses? Ouyang Cheng quickly responded, "General, Hantang City has a total of 32 hospitals, and currently, 4 hospitals are fully staffed and operational. Our Hantang Islands have a suitable climate, maintaining a temperature around 30 degrees year-round, so there are very few sick people. There are hardly any vehicles on the streets, and accidents are rare. The 4 hospitals are basically sufficient. Li Jin shook his head. Your calculation is incorrect. The reason few people go to the hospital now is that most of the visitors are young people, and there aren't many children. But once the 300,000 residents settle down, I believe it won't be long before a large number of elderly and children come over. Will 4 hospitals be able to handle that? We should take this opportunity to improve the 2 most basic guarantees, education and healthcare. Since there are 32 hospitals, we must ensure that all medical staff in these hospitals are fully equipped. And the schools. We would rather have the schools and hospitals wait for those in need than let those in need wait for them. Do you understand? Also, you need to keep a close watch, since it's promised to be free for everyone. We cannot give anyone the chance to manipulate the system. If anyone dares to act against this, I will not hesitate to take action. Just as the atmosphere became a bit heavy, Liang Yuan rushed over. General, the special envoys from the Empire of the 9 Provinces and the Bear Empire have arrived at the governor's mansion and wish to see you. Li Jin was momentarily taken aback. The arrival of the Bear Empire's envoy was understandable, but what was the local envoy doing here? Let's go back. At the governor's mansion. In the office building. As soon as Li Jin walked into the hall, he saw 3 people waiting for him, one of whom was a Caucasian. Presumably the envoy from the Bear Empire. As for the other 2, Li Jin frowned slightly. One was a familiar face, Yin Tianxin. And the person following him was also familiar, Yin Roi, who had come during the disaster relief. What were they here for? Were they planning to lecture him again? Just as Li Jin was speculating about Yin Tianxin's intentions, the latter's next action caught him completely off guard. Yin Tianxin solemnly raised his hand and saluted Li Jin, saying, "Hello, Chief." Li Jin looked at Yin Tianxin in astonishment. It wasn't just him. Yin Roi standing beside him also looked bewildered, clearly not understanding why her father, a high-ranking general of the empire, would salute a lieutenant general and address him as chief. At that moment, Yin Tianxin suddenly produced a golden certificate-like object and handed it to Li Jin, saying, "Chief, this is what His Majesty asked me to deliver to you." Li Jin glanced suspiciously at the respectful Yin Tianxin. He seemed like a completely different person from the one he had met in Shanghai. He reached out to take it, opened it, and was instantly stunned. Deputy Commander of the Imperial Military Command, Imperial General, appointed as the Honorable Martial Minister, member of the Upper House, Marquis of Jinghai. Li Jin's mind buzzed. Was Li Yi trying to make him complacent? He had been given such a significant position. It should be noted that any one of these titles would be highly sought after, let alone being given 4 at once. As for the Deputy Commander's position, it was merely an honorary title since he was overseas and couldn't actually serve in that capacity. But the title of member of the Upper House was something else. The Upper House and Lower House of the Legislative Council may seem to have equal power, but there are significant differences. Members of the Upper House are akin to lifetime members with no limit on numbers. This means that as long as they are alive, they will always be members. Whereas Lower House members are only in their positions temporarily, with a total of 23 core roles. If they are no longer in those roles, they immediately lose their membership. As far as he knows, only the Emperor and the past chief ministers have the privilege of being lifetime members, while only the Speaker of the House is qualified to become a member of the Upper House. These individuals are the true power players, and their influence is on an entirely different level. As for the noble titles below, they are rare and hard to come by. Accompanied by numerous privileges such as judicial immunity, the formation of guard units, and the arming of weapons, definitely the mark of a winner in life. However, during the reign of the founding emperor, only 24 noble titles were conferred, and since then, no subsequent rulers have granted any titles, even encouraging meritorious individuals to abandon such feudal honors. In the current dynasty, very few noble titles have survived. However, thinking about his own father, it seems that such a title should rightfully belong to him. Unfortunately, it is of no use to him. The leader, the emperor, and the chief minister will hold a conferment ceremony in the capital on June 4th. If the leader is available, he can attend. They are well aware of Li Jin's temperament and naturally do not use a commanding tone, but rather a consulting one. Li Jin paused slightly before nodding and saying, "Okay." As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, and since they have gone this far, he naturally would not refuse them. Seeing Li Jin agree so readily, Yin Tianxin couldn't help but smile, raising his hand in salute. "Leader, if you have no further matters, I will take my leave." Li Jin was still feeling a bit dazed and unconsciously returned the gesture, saying, "Okay." Yin Tianxian raised his hand again in salute, then walked towards the door with Yin Ruoyi. Only after the two exited the building did Yin Ruoyi come to her senses and incredulously say, "Dad, how old is Li Jin? Aren't they afraid of pushing him too hard?" Yin Tianxian suddenly paused, turning to look at his precious daughter. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be worthy, but he is Li Jin, and he is worthy. Even if he were made a marshal of the empire, I would have no objections. As he spoke, admiration appeared in his eyes. Although Li Jin is only in his early 20s and has only served in the military for a few months, just look at his achievements. Who in the world can compare? He is truly a champion of our time. Yin Ruoyi clearly was not an ordinary woman. She did not believe her father's words at all and couldn't help but say, "Dad, are you worried that the cooked duck will fly away?" Yin Tianxian was momentarily taken aback, but who could blame him when it came to his daughter? He shook his head helplessly. Let's keep such talk between us." Then his expression grew serious as he said solemnly, "The Emperor and the Chief Minister have decided to establish a liaison office in the Hantang Archipelago, with Zheng Hui as the director and you as the deputy director. Zheng Hui is mature for his age, so I'm not worried about him. But you, remember not to act all high and mighty here. Li Jin is not someone you can provoke. If you annoy him, neither I nor the Emperor can save you. Your only job here is to serve as a messenger, maintaining communication between the court and Li Jin, and don't meddle in anything else." Yin Tianxian became increasingly serious, saying, "From now on, you will be a mute, with only a pair of ears and a pair of eyes. Listen and watch more, but don't speak too much." Yin Ruoyi noticed Yin Tianxian's seriousness and immediately became solemn, raising her hand to salute him. "Yes, sir." In the hall, Li Jin was unaware of the conversation between Yin Tianxian and his daughter, instead focusing on the silent white man. The white man quickly stepped forward and slightly bowed. "Honorable General, I am Boris, the special envoy of the White Bear Empire, and I will be responsible for establishing our consulate in Hantang." Without waiting for Li Jin to respond, he stated his purpose directly. "General, I have come to the beautiful Hantang Islands with a sincere invitation from our Emperor for you to visit the White Bear at your convenience." Li Jin immediately smiled upon hearing this. He had long admired the Emperor and said, "Of course. As for the timing, I will consider it. You see, our Hantang Islands are currently in urgent need of development. I can't leave immediately." Boris's face lit up with surprise. He hadn't expected Li Jin to agree so readily. He quickly replied, "General, our country warmly welcomes your visit anytime." After chatting for a few more moments, Boris left excitedly. By this time, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Just as Li Jin was contemplating where to sleep, Xiao Luin hurriedly walked in. "General, Director Zhang has just sent news that they have discovered the mastermind behind the Kingdom of Ruid's actions. They are." Li Jin raised his hand to stop Xiao Luin's words, saying nonchalantly, "I don't need to know who they are." Zimo, who was waiting outside, immediately walked in. Li Jin calmly instructed, "Go tell Zhang Kai to send fighter jets over and send them straight to hell." "Yes, General." After Zimo left, Li Jin's gaze fell on Xiao Luin. "Luin, don't leave tonight. I have something good to show you." Chapter 116, Uprooted. Hantang Islands, Air Force Headquarters. As soon as Li Jin's order reached the Air Force Headquarters, Zhang Kai rushed to the operations center, ordering the first squadron of bombers to refuel immediately. The munitions depot was to supply 2 types of bombs and 1 type of advanced bomb to the first squadron. "Hurry up." Minutes later, a soldier in the operations center stood up to report, "Sir, the first squadron is ready and requests to take off." Zhang Kai immediately replied, "You may take off." Meanwhile, at the Basie Manor near the border of a certain kingdom, the white old man and the old woman, who were plotting to assassinate Li Jin, gathered once again. However, the white old man no longer had the confidence he had the previous day. Instead, he looked frustrated and said, "This damned guy is so cunning, caring nothing for civilian lives to ensure his own safety." "Exactly. I think calling him a demon is too mild. He is simply a devil." The old woman nodded in agreement, her expression grim. "The clan leader just called and expressed deep disappointment in our operation. You are aware of the patriarch's concern regarding this matter. The developments from the group have already posed a fatal threat to our high-end industries. If they manage to achieve mass production, we will lose significant influence in the West, and we will no longer be able to leverage these technologies to obtain what we desire. This is a huge blow to our family and the Brotherhood." The woman's words immediately silenced the elder. Aerospace engines, lithography machines, either of these represents cutting-edge technology. As long as these advanced technologies are in their hands, they will be unbeatable. Now that this monopoly is being challenged, it's not just about production. The fact that what Li Jin sells is even cheaper than their production costs is alarming. This not only causes them to lose numerous clients, but also stirs dissatisfaction among certain powerful nations, potentially forcing them to lower their prices, which would lead to significant losses. Therefore, Li Jin must be eliminated, and the group must vanish. At this moment, the woman continued, "Patriarch, I must also warn you that our stronghold may have been exposed. We need to relocate immediately." Relocate? The elder was taken aback. This was the largest military training base of their family, with a significant portion of their forces hidden here. If they were to evacuate entirely, the commotion could attract the attention of local authorities. It would inevitably raise concerns about their family across the West. Remembering the harm caused by a certain adversary in the past, the elder shivered. They had finally managed to stay in the shadows and did not want to be targeted again. Moreover, he did not deny that Li Jin was powerful. But what kind of intelligence capabilities could exist in such a small area? Seeing that the elder seemed skeptical, the woman intensified her tone. "You know the patriarch's temperament. If his orders are not followed, he will become furious." The elder's expression changed, and he quickly got up, saying, "I will have the key personnel evacuated immediately." He then walked towards the door, but just as he stepped outside, a massive shadow suddenly descended from the sky, crushing him instantly. Boom! The shadow exploded, sending countless white substances into the air, quickly spreading outwards. With a loud bang, another explosion followed, and the white substance in the sky ignited into flames, engulfing the surrounding area within moments, forming a gigantic mushroom cloud. The shockwave from the explosion swept across the entire estate, turning everything standing into dust. Just then, another bomb descended with a roar, sweeping through the already devastated estate once more. The area had completely turned into a blank slate. However, it wasn't over yet. Just as the smoke was beginning to settle, a larger bomb fell from the sky. This bomb, however, did not explode upon impact. Instead, it burrowed directly underground. A dull explosion soon reverberated from beneath the surface. The ground then began to tremble violently, soil surged, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and it subsequently collapsed. In no time, the estate transformed into a series of ravines. On the Hantang archipelago, at the governor's office, after undergoing intense activity, Li Jin lay on the bed, catching his breath. Just as he was about to roll over and resume his efforts, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing task number 12. Rewards have been issued to the system space. Please check." Following that, a light screen appeared before Li Jin, displaying the rewards for task No. 12. 6 Ford-class aircraft carrier strike groups, including all personnel and bases, skin color and ethnicity, can be chosen. Advanced reward, Marvel World Gift Pack, including 2 stealth aircraft carriers, 72 Kuan-style stealth fighter jets, and 144 Kuan-style stealth transport aircraft, all combat personnel and bases included. Li Jin looked at the string of rewards, and disappointment flashed in his eyes. As he had guessed, the system would not easily grant him such a powerful weapon as a Star Destroyer. Was eliminating 5 strike groups not enough? Perhaps in the future, he should be a bit more ruthless. A cold glint suddenly flashed in Li Jin's eyes, and he quickly set aside the rewards. He was now very curious as to why the task had suddenly concluded today. Was it related to the events of today? Li Jin narrowed his eyes and looked down. "Luoyin, you mentioned earlier that you found out who attempted to assassinate me. Who is it?" Qiu Luoyin, who was busy, paused for a moment and then lifted her delicate face to respond. "It's the Ross family. Our intelligence personnel tracked those who made the assassination attempt to the border of the Kingdom of Isa, at a manor near the Basi mountain range. After our covert investigation, we've determined that it's the property of the Ross family." The Ross family? Li Jin's expression turned cold. They were truly a persistent bunch, having once attempted to control him and now wanting to assassinate him. "Tell Zhang Geng to thoroughly investigate this family. I want to uproot them and send them to hell." "Yes, General, I will go immediately." Wait, we continue. Early the next morning, Li Jin, assisted by Qiu Luoyin, got ready. "Luoyin, please inform you and to let the White Bear people know that I plan to visit the White Bear Empire in 2 days. The personnel at the command office should prepare as well. This time, I'm bringing all of you along." Chapter 117, The White Bear Empire. On May 17th, at 4:30 in the morning, in the capital of the White Bear Empire, the sky was already bright, but the temperature was only around 10 degrees, still giving a chilly feeling. There were hardly a few cars on the streets of the White Bear capital. However, the scene at the airport in the capital was quite different. The Imperial Guard of the White Bear Empire had already taken their positions early, along with numerous officials and generals. Even the Emperor of the White Bear had arrived. Today's guest was exceptionally special, both in terms of influence and power, warranting the Emperor's personal attendance. The leader, General Lee's private plane, would arrive in 3 minutes. At this moment, an officer quickly approached the Emperor and reported, to which the Emperor nodded and emphasized once more, "Have them conduct another check. We must not allow any unstable factors to arise." The officer promptly saluted and swiftly turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes passed, and a large white aircraft appeared in the sky above the airport, swiftly descending towards the runway. It soon came to a steady stop on the tarmac. Seeing this, the Emperor quickly walked to the front of the plane, seemingly intending to personally greet the guest. Such an extraordinary scene left the reporters on site in astonishment. Traditionally, according to international customs, it is rare for the host nation's leader to go to the airport to receive a guest, unless a leader from a major country is visiting a smaller nation, which is when such personal receptions occur. Generally, it is handled by ministerial-level officials, and instances of such high-level receptions are almost non-existent. Even when Emperor Li visited, it was done according to the usual protocol. However, with Li Jin's visit this time, the Emperor unexpectedly went to the airport to welcome him personally, which naturally drew widespread attention. Some reporters who were already live-streaming expressed in disbelief to the camera, "Dear viewers, this is truly incredible. The leader of the White Bear Empire has actually come to greet the guest in person. This is definitely a historic moment." On the plane, upon hearing that the Emperor was waiting for him outside, Li Jin was momentarily taken aback. Having just brushed up on etiquette, he understood the significance of this gesture. A wave of excitement surged within him. Although he knew the Emperor's welcome was purely for interests, the fact that a leader from one of the world's 3 major powers would take such steps reflected a level of grace and stature beyond that of ordinary individuals. "Let's go, we should head down." Li Jin took a deep breath and walked toward the cabin door. As soon as he stepped out of the aircraft, a passionate and beautiful melody began to play. He glanced down the staircase and saw a splendid red carpet extending far ahead, with the Imperial Guard lined up on the right. "Attention, march." As Li Jin took his first step down, a loud voice rang out, followed by the synchronized sound of marching footsteps. This was something Li Jin had trained for. Otherwise, the sheer spectacle could have left an ordinary person in a daze. Gradually descending the staircase, the Emperor had already come forward, extending his hand in welcome. "General Li, we are honored by your arrival." This clearly showcased the Emperor's straightforward and decisive personality, handling matters with efficiency and without any hesitation. Li Jin immediately extended his hand to shake with the Emperor. Feeling the strength in Li Jin's grip, the Emperor's smile widened, and he gestured for Li Jin to follow him toward the Imperial Guard. The beautiful melody sounded again as the officer of the Honor Guard swiftly drew his sword, loudly commanding, "Look right. Salute." The soldiers of the Honor Guard raised their rifles in unison, lifting their heads high and directing their gazes towards Li Jin. This treatment, experienced for the first time by Li Jin, made his blood boil with excitement. Soon, the inspection ceremony was completed, and the two arrived at a temporary podium at the end of the red carpet. Here, they faced the media and delivered a standard official statement. Afterward, Li Jin got into a car heading to his hotel. Such a visit was quite formal, with every detail prearranged, leaving no room for spontaneity. Half an hour later, in a villa at the Bear Hotel, Li Jin stretched, feeling a bit tired after traveling over 9,000 kilometers from the Hantang Islands to the Bear Empire. Even for someone young like him. "Friendin, what is on today's agenda?" "General, you will have lunch with the Bear leader at noon. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the first meeting will begin. At 4 o'clock, you will visit the Bear Empire University accompanied by the Bear leader. And at 6 o'clock in the evening, you will go to the Bear Opera House." Upon hearing this, Li Jin couldn't help but sigh. Look at this. Being high up isn't necessarily a good thing. All these rules are really annoying. Now that I think about it, I actually want to be an ordinary person. Just go to work, eat, sleep, and not worry about anything else. Just as Li Jin was lamenting, Lin Keqing, standing nearby, burst into laughter, leaving him momentarily speechless. He shot her a glare. Lin Keqing laughed even more heartily, showing no signs of fear, which made the other women in the room smile as well. Li Jin shook his head helplessly. Since they were all his own people, he couldn't bear to be harsh with them. He quickly shifted the topic. All right, let us talk about serious matters. You all shouldn't be idle these days. Go out and explore. Recruit teachers, doctors, and so on. By the way, has our promotional video for the Hantang Islands been released? Li Jin turned his gaze towards Meng Yu and Liang Tao. Meng Yu immediately replied, our news office has contacted major media outlets worldwide. They can promote the Hantang Islands, but the price is not an issue. What we need is exposure and popularity. We need everyone to know about the Hantang Islands. At this point, Li Jin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked, has there been any media saying bad things about us during this time? Yes, but they are from some small countries. Larger ones haven't reported anything. Li Jin squinted, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Countries like the Melaga Empire would naturally not report on the Hantang Islands, as that would be slapping themselves in the face. Other Western countries are just a bunch of fence-sitters. Without the Big Brother's directive, they naturally won't take any action. Moreover, Li Jin's swift strike on Rueda has certainly frightened quite a few people. Tell Zhang Geng to pick out a few typical cases and bring their bosses back. They must face justice. I want everyone to know that as long as one has power, they can do whatever they want. If one lacks ability, they should just hide under the covers and stop making a fuss. Chapter 118. The Alliance of Mei Lifting. Li Jin instructed Meng Yu, and then turned his attention to Liang Tao. How are your video accounts and public accounts coming along? We are in a digital age, and platforms are much closer to the public than traditional media. They can help more people learn about our Hantang Islands. Liang Tao quickly replied, I have already registered on major platforms worldwide, but the viewership is too low, and the exposure is insufficient. I am currently inviting popular influencers from various countries to our Hantang Islands. As long as they share videos, the beautiful scenery of our islands will definitely go viral. By then, our name will be established. Li Jin agreed with Liang Tao's suggestion. Having influencers promote the islands would indeed increase exposure in a short time. However, that isn't enough. There are even quicker methods. Liang Tao, contact major platforms immediately and tell them. Just say it's from me. Any news related to Hantang Islands must be pushed to the trending section. I am not greedy. Just one trending topic about us each day will suffice. Even though Li Jin appeared warm and friendly, there was an underlying chill in his words. I wouldn't mind inviting them over for a chat. Liang Tao was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected things could be handled this way. It was completely taking the initiative. What if they pushed malicious rumors to trending topics? Liang Yuan suddenly spoke up. Li Jin smiled and replied, as long as they dare. He took pride in his ability to repay every slight. If anyone doubted him, he wouldn't mind letting them experience what it means to have nowhere to go. Even if there were divine protection, Li Jin had 1,000 ways to eliminate them. By the way, Yuan, we need to establish consulates or offices in all major countries as soon as possible. I believe no country will refuse. You should also issue an announcement stating that countries establishing consulates or offices will be exempt from visa requirements. Time passed by in seconds, and by the time Li Jin and his team finished discussing, it was almost midnight. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, they finally entered the most crucial phase. In a luxurious conference room of the Calm Palace, Li Jin sat across from the emperor. To be honest, this scene made Li Jin feel somewhat awkward, but fortunately, the emperor was already accustomed to such situations and didn't give Li Jin a chance to feel embarrassed, sincerely saying, General Li, I invited you here today because I have something to ask. The direct conversation from the leader may catch some people off guard, but Li Jin actually enjoys such discussions. He couldn't help but laugh and said, Mr. Leader, although we have never met, we have a deep connection. We have many commonalities. While Li Jin's words seemed somewhat trivial, the leader smiled. A deep connection. Commonalities. Isn't that a shared vision? The leader immediately got to the point and said, General, our country hopes to purchase a batch of zirconium missiles from your region. Absolutely. Can we also purchase the latest aircraft engines produced by your region? Yes. Li Jin replied without hesitation, leaving the leader momentarily stunned. Li Jin then seemed oblivious to the leader's surprise and continued, Mr. Leader, may I ask how many you need? At this point, the leader had calmed down and, upon hearing Li Jin's inquiry, smiled and said, General Li, these minor matters. I think it's best to leave to my subordinates. Realizing that his previous remarks might have been a bit abrupt, Li Jin understood that such a significant military procurement couldn't be settled with just a few words. Both sides would surely need to send representatives for detailed discussions. As the top decision-makers, they only needed to grasp the general direction. I have one more thing, the leader continued. I hope to establish an all-weather strategic cooperation or alliance with the Hantang Islands. Upon hearing this, Li Jin's expression became serious. Forming an alliance with the Bear Empire was a significant matter, and he had to weigh the pros and cons. However, he couldn't help but chuckle, considering the circumstances. He felt surrounded by enemies, especially with the large presence of another empire causing him daily troubles. If he could create some obstacles for them, why not? An alliance is possible. However, I have a few conditions. The leader was generous, and Li Jin was no less so. Without caring whether the leader agreed or not, he boldly stated, "First, I hope that when my people recruit in your country, there will be no obstruction, and you will provide all necessary conveniences. Second, our alliance will only target the Western world. Third, goods from the Hantang Islands entering your country must be duty-free, and there should be no visa requirements for mutual travel. Fourth," Li Jin listed numerous conditions, making the leader's face turn pale, but he ultimately nodded in agreement with difficulty. All right. Li Jin immediately smiled. If the leader had refused, there would be no need for the alliance. Benefits should be mutual, and he couldn't just help when the other side needed him. Great. Since the leader is so straightforward, I am not a petty person. I will personally donate 666 various hypersonic missiles to your country. Rest assured, your launch systems will be fully compatible with these missiles. Additionally, I will gift you 200 of the latest aircraft engines. Furthermore, our Hantang Islands can provide various industrial equipment and precision components to your country at a price 10 lower than the market rate. The emperor widened his eyes in surprise. He never expected Li Jin to be so generous, directly gifting him so many items. While feeling excited, he found it hard to believe Li Jin's last statement. He was well aware of what the Hantang Islands were like. After all, it was a small place. How many factories could there be? Li Jin had no intention of caring whether the emperor believed him or not. He had drawn so many industrial bases last time, and letting them go to waste would be a shame. Utilizing them not only could support the White Bear, but also provide job opportunities for Hantang. As for the issue of profits, it was merely about the losses in raw materials and transportation. Resources like steel and oil were abundant in the Hantang Islands, and utilizing local materials significantly reduced costs. Even if he sold at a price of 90, Li Jin would still make a huge profit. Regarding transportation, it should be known that Li Jin was a man of systems, worth tens of millions in gold bars. Purchasing dozens of ships, or even hundreds, was a trivial matter. The only challenge was recruiting sailors. Moreover, these ships could also transport raw materials from the White Bear to Hantang, and then sell the finished products back to the White Bear people. There was no way to lose in this deal. At this moment, Li Jin extended his hand backward, and Liang Yuan immediately placed a thick stack of product lists into Li Jin's hands. Mr. Leader, this is the complete list of all production equipment available in the Hantang Islands. You can take a look when you have time. The emperor, seeing the list on the table as thick as a book, couldn't help but feel curious. He picked it up, and upon looking, he was astonished. The list included everything from 9-axis CNC machine tools and large-scale manufacturing equipment to precision components for chips, everything one would expect from a superpower. How could such a small island produce all this? However, seeing Li Jin's serious expression, the emperor was instantly tempted. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such cost-effective items. He immediately stood up, extended his hand, and said, "Thank you for your generosity, General. I will have the companies in need get in touch with you. I believe that as long as we cooperate sincerely, the clouds in the sky will eventually disperse." Li Jin smiled slightly. Why disperse them? Why not just break them apart? Chapter 119. Li Jin is up to something. Just the day after Li Jin's visit to the White Bear Empire, a piece of news instantly caught the attention of people worldwide. The White Bear Empire had actually formed a military alliance with the Hantang Islands. Such explosive news shot straight to the top of global trending searches. The Hantang Islands also became a topic of conversation, as people couldn't understand why the White Bear Empire would ally with such an obscure place. A corner of the world that many had never even heard of. But a quick online search left people stunned. The internet was filled with shocking information. There were blatant nuclear missile launches that nearly terrified the Flame Kingdom. Open confrontations with the Mariga Empire, even destroying 5 of their aircraft carrier battle groups. Bombing the capital of the Prulu Empire and treating the Prulu Empire's territorial waters as a nuclear weapons testing ground. Just because the funds of one of his companies were frozen, He destroyed all military forces of the kingdom within hours and brazenly looted the entire city. Each incident was shocking. Yet, despite such reckless behavior, the islands continued to thrive. Their strength was undeniable. However, many viewed the islands as insignificant and questioned their potential. Soon, they were proven wrong. The world's most advanced strategic bombers, faster than even the stealth fighters, had single-handedly taken down M-35 fighters, and videos flooded the internet, making disbelief impossible. But that wasn't all. This obscure archipelago could also produce the world's most advanced aircraft engines and lithography machines, even independently manufacturing fifth-generation fighters. As if they had some sort of advantage. It became clear why the Bear Empire would ally with these islands. It was truly compact and powerful. Li Jin, unaware of the implications of his actions, merely intended to annoy the Western nations with their alliances, but inadvertently promoted himself. At this moment, he was seated in the Central Opera House, accompanied by the Emperor, watching one of the most classic operas, War and Peace. A smile played on his lips. Performing such an opera at this sensitive time seemed to carry deeper meaning. It was uncertain whether the enthralled emperor beside him desired war or peace. The performers on stage were undeniably skilled, portraying their roles vividly. Although Li Jin couldn't understand the lyrics, he was moved by the atmosphere. As the opera reached its climax, an official approached the emperor and whispered something. The emperor glanced at Li Jin and smiled, saying, "General, we have prepared a gift for you. We hope you will like it." While Li Jin was puzzled, the opera concluded amidst applause. Minutes later, the curtain rose again, and he was taken aback to see a row of young students on stage, notably all from the same region. Suddenly, a grand piano began to play, and an inspiring melody stirred emotions, creating an intense feeling of urgency. At that moment, the students' shouts erupted, the familiar melody striking Li Jin deeply, transporting him back to a different era. With fervor and passion, they expressed their willingness to sacrifice everything. Time passed, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, bringing Li Jin back to reality. "Generally, these are your country's students studying here. They heard you were attending the performance and specially rehearsed this program." Li Jin nodded and stood up, walking toward the stage. Although he knew there would be a group photo later to meet these students, he was Li Jin. Being unconventional was his nature. Li Jin suddenly walked onto the stage, catching everyone off guard, but the students from Jiuzhou were thrilled. The man standing before them, who was about the same age, was like a god to them, their idol. "General," a chubby boy with a round face stuttered. Li Jin smiled warmly, patted the boy on the shoulder, and shook his hand firmly. He then reached out to shake hands with other students, encouraging them with a beaming smile. "You all performed excellently. I hope you can continue to promote the culture of Jiuzhou. I also hope you can visit the Hantang Islands sometime. I'll personally show you around." After chatting with the students for a while, Li Jin took a group photo with them. Before they knew it, 2 days had passed, and Li Jin's journey to the White Bears was coming to an end. The next day, at the governor's mansion on the Hantang Islands, Liang Yuan stood in front of Li Jin's desk, reporting, "General, 47 countries, including the Melige Empire, the Kingdom of Zhan, and the Pruli Empire, have requested to establish consulates with us. Agree to them." Li Jin replied casually, standing up and walking to the window, gazing out at the vast ocean, lost in thought. In just over 10 days, the electronic barrier provided by the system would disappear. Although he was well prepared, he still felt a bit uneasy. It seemed time to find some brothers to help share the pressure. He couldn't let the Melige folks keep an eye on him all the time. "Qilan, please call Zhang Geng over." Li Jin instructed Gao Qilan, who was busy in the office. Before long, Gao Qilan hurried in with Zhang Geng. "General, you called for me," Zhang Geng said. Li Jin asked, "How is your intelligence network coming along?" "General, with the help of the mini-controller, our intelligence personnel have successfully infiltrated various countries and can continuously provide us with information," Zhang Geng reported eagerly. Li Jin nodded. The mini-controller could only be effective for about 2 months. It wasn't realistic for long-term control, but using it for certain tasks would yield great results. Since he was now wealthy, he could afford to buy a large batch to hand over to Zhang Geng. "You all are doing well, but don't focus too much on politics. We should have our people in the military as well, especially those with nuclear weapons. If we can get control of these, it would be perfect. Of course, there's no rush. We have plenty of time. Let them showcase their skills. I believe our intelligence personnel can shine." Zhang Geng's expression changed, and he immediately understood Li Jin's intention. Their intelligence personnel came from diverse backgrounds, And as long as they resolved identity issues and had access to various extraordinary weapons, they could even reach the level of a country's leader. General, I understand what to do, Zhang Geng affirmed. Good, then go do it. By the way, send someone to negotiate. I want to send some weapons to the kingdoms of Persia and Baal. I only have one condition. They must take action, and I will provide them with more weapons later. General, what weapons should we provide them? Chapter 120, Capture. Li Jin pondered for a moment and said, let's give them a full set of equipment. Prepare some things like advanced vehicles, artillery systems, and other types as well. Who still uses rockets these days? Missiles are much more exciting. Tell them to use up all the weapons I support. The second round of assistance will be doubled. And if they use it up again, the third round will also double, and so on. The more they use, the more they get. As for how to transport the weapons, they don't need to worry. I will deliver them right to their doorstep. The items bought from the treasury store can be delivered to a chosen location, which is very convenient. After all, the real weapons in the treasury are not worth much. If these little brothers are obedient, I don't mind using their hands to take out those who oppose us. Still, Li Jin felt it was not secure enough and reminded, by the way, if they are willing, we can also provide them with positioning services. Of course, if they prefer heavy-duty equipment, we also have advanced aircraft and various types of advanced munitions available for them. But it will cost money. Understand? Don't be fooled by how these little brothers look. They are actually very wealthy. If I don't squeeze them a bit, I would feel guilty about my conscience. At this moment, Zhang Geng fully understood Li Jin's intentions and saluted. General, I understand. At the same time, in the kingdom of Berlan in Huasha City, at the Fucus Television Center building, as the most bustling area of the capital, it was naturally lively and crowded. Just then, a vehicle suddenly stopped at the entrance of the central building, and 4 men in suits and sunglasses got out. The 4 men looked around and walked directly into the building. The guard at the entrance became alert upon seeing them, waving his electric baton and pointing at the 4. Who are you? The leading man pulled out a red booklet from his pocket. We are from the Hantang Investigation Bureau. Hantang Investigation Bureau. The guard paused, unable to help but glance at the 4 of them. Upon seeing their eastern faces, his expression immediately turned angry, and he swung his baton. Damn yellow-skinned monkeys, this is not a place for you to act recklessly. Leave immediately. Otherwise. The leading man's expression suddenly turned cold, and he kicked the guard. There was a sound as if something had shattered, and the guard screamed in pain, clutching his lower body and collapsing to the ground. We are leaving. The man in black, who was also the captain of the Overseas Investigation Team of the Hantang Islands Intelligence Bureau, Wang Xiang, coldly glanced at the guard rolling on the ground in pain and spoke. The scene just now was witnessed by many people in the building. Before long, 7 or 8 security guards rushed out, some even brandishing shotguns. Wang Xiang narrowed his eyes and coldly uttered, "Resist law enforcement, kill." After saying that, he pulled out a submachine gun from his pocket and pulled the trigger, spraying 4 streams of fire that knocked the guards in front down to the ground. As soon as they entered the building, Wang Xiang led one person to an independent elevator while the other 2 headed in the opposite direction. They had conducted thorough investigations and meticulous planning before coming. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to brazenly come to another country to capture someone. Ding! Suddenly, the elevator door opened with a ringing sound, and Wang Xiang immediately took out a grenade from his pocket, released the safety, and threw it out the moment the doors opened. Boom! In an instant, a blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a series of gasps echoing down the corridor. As Wang Xiang stepped out of the elevator, he saw 4 or 5 guards stumbling around, covering their eyes. Ignoring them, he walked straight down the corridor to the door of an office. Seeing the office was completely still, Wang Xiang took out another grenade and threw it in. He then ducked into a corner. Boom! The office door was blown to smithereens, and at the same moment, Wang Xiang rushed in to find a plump old man cowering under the desk. Wang Xiang moved forward and smashed the old man on the head with the butt of his gun. The black-clad accomplices quickly moved in to grab the old man and escort him towards the elevator. Upon exiting the elevator on the first floor, they saw 2 other black-clad individuals holding a woman waiting for them. Suddenly, a piercing siren blared outside the building. A smile appeared on Wang Xiang's face. The local law enforcement had finally arrived. Let us go outside. Outside the building, more than a dozen vehicles had completely surrounded the main entrance, with dozens of fully armed Special Forces personnel standing by with shields. Just as a leading official was about to make an announcement, Wang Xiang and his group casually walked out. Their nonchalant demeanor was akin to being in their own backyard, leaving the local officials momentarily stunned. while the officers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what these intruders intended to do. Release the hostages immediately, lay down your weapons, and put your hands on your heads. We will ensure your safety. Facing the hundreds of guns pointed at him, Wang Xiang showed no signs of panic and calmly stated, "We are from the Han Tang Investigation Bureau, acting in the name of General Li Jin to apprehend elements that disrupt world stability. Clear the way immediately, or you will bear the consequences." The local officials were immediately infuriated, laughing in disbelief at these audacious intruders. Thinking they must have lost their minds to believe they could act like law enforcement from elsewhere, coming to their country to capture someone. Just as this official wore a look of astonishment, the sound of a helicopter's rotor blades suddenly filled the air, causing everyone to instinctively look up. 8 black-painted longbow Apache-armed helicopters roared in from the north, and before anyone could react, 3 enormous shadows flashed overhead. At that moment, the group of armed helicopters had already arrived with a deafening sound. When officials from the Kingdom of Berlan saw the white tiger emblem on the fuselage, their faces turned ashen. The notorious reputation of the white tiger was well known throughout the West. How could they not be aware of it? At that moment, Wang Xiang suddenly approached the officials from the Kingdom of Berlan, startling them. As the officials were left somewhat at a loss, Wang Xiang smiled and patted one of them on the shoulder, saying in Berlan language, "There's an old saying that I think is quite fitting. Those who know how to adapt to the times are the real heroes. Think about your wife and children at home. Is it better to die here, being a loyal and dutiful officer, or to obediently step aside and perhaps make it home alive?" Wang Xiang spoke loudly enough for everyone present to hear, and many people immediately showed expressions of anger. But upon seeing the artillery pointed at them from the sky, they quickly lowered their heads. "Let us go," Wang Xiang said dismissively to the 3 people behind him. Thus, the 4 walked through the crowd of Berlan people, supporting 2 individuals with an air of confidence, while the Berlan people could only watch helplessly, not daring to move a muscle. A super heavy-lift helicopter descended and quickly took off into the sky after boarding 6 people, while the group of armed helicopters also ascended, disappearing from sight in no time. It wasn't until this moment that the piercing air raid sirens began to sound throughout the city. Bang! The previously trembling Berlan officials suddenly fired a shot at the sky, shouting angrily, "Damn yellow-skinned monkeys, I won't let this go." Boom! No sooner had the words left the official's mouth than a missile suddenly fell from the sky, obliterating the area where the official stood. They were, of course, unaware that above them, a massive space carrier was hovering in the high sky, observing their every action clearly. Chapter 121, Collaborating with the Tiger. Li Jin suddenly dispatched people to the Kingdom of Berlan to capture individuals, while also destroying the air defense system of the Berlan capital. The news, once reported, immediately caused a huge uproar, or rather panic. It even led to a mass exodus from various capitals, just as the shock among the onlookers had not yet subsided. Personnel from the Han Tang Investigation Bureau parachuted into the Maple Leaf Federation, this time with an even bigger show of force. The Maple Leaf Federation, relying on the backing of a certain empire, opened fire directly. Unfortunately, the Maple Leaf people took themselves too seriously. The Han Tang Islands defeated the Maple Leaf Federation's air power in just 1 hour, ruthlessly subduing them. In the end, they had no choice but to compromise and obediently hand over the individuals to the Han Tang Investigation Bureau. What was most surprising was that the nearby empire showed no reaction at all, as if they were blind and deaf. Otherwise, the Maple Leaf Federation would not have capitulated so quickly. However, this led to an even louder wave of public opinion, with many people flooding into the official channel of the Han Tang Islands to express their opinions. For some in the West, it might feel unbearable to have an Eastern individual suddenly make a scene over them. Yet, they only received an official response. Defaming the Han Tang is tantamount to undermining world peace, and the Han Tang Investigation Bureau will arrest all troublemakers. Just this statement silenced everyone instantly. The recent events were glaringly evident, and no one wanted to become the next target. In an instant, the previously restless world fell silent, making it clear that those who talk are always afraid of those who act. Time passed quickly, and before anyone knew it, it was already the end of May. In the Melaga Empire, at the 5-star building, the head of the Satellite Reconnaissance Department, Quais, was walking to his office as usual, yawning while holding a hamburger and a cup of coffee. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from inside and collided with Quais, causing coffee and hamburger to fly everywhere, drenching him in the process. However, The figure seemed to be in a hurry and had no time to apologize, immediately dragging Quais inside. Mr. Quais, there is something unusual happening at the Hantang Islands. Quais, initially about to get angry, instantly tensed up upon hearing that something had happened at the Hantang Islands. He forgot his messy state and hurriedly followed the figure into the room. Once inside, the young man pointed to the large screen ahead. Sir, it seems we can observe the Hantang Islands. But it doesn't look quite like the Hantang Islands. It's at least 20 times larger. Quais quickly leaned in closer to the satellite imagery, and indeed, a piece of land had appeared in what was previously blank space. He frowned, realizing that the area which was once the size of a grain of rice had now grown to the size of a red date. Is the location accurate? It's been pinpointed. This is the former Ladrong Islands. How much larger? The original area of Ladrong Island was 5 square kilometers, but now it's at least 10,000 square kilometers. The entire archipelago covers at least 12,000 square kilometers. Quais's face turned serious, and his mind was filled with questions. Could the island grow on its own? Or was it a case of land reclamation? Mr. Quais, we've found out more. Just as Quais was puzzled, a beautiful woman rushed in from outside. I just consulted the Geological Research Center. The sudden expansion of the Hantang Islands could be due to an undersea earthquake that occurred some time ago. To verify this hypothesis, we just need to send someone to the island to collect soil samples. Quais suddenly understood and immediately said, report this information to General Willis right away. At the Führer's residence, the newly appointed leader of the Melaga Empire, Tibais, listened to Willis's report and was left in shock for a long time before incredulously saying, God truly favors them. He excitedly said, General Willis, can we take action now to eliminate this damn trouble? Willis looked at the overly excited Tobias and couldn't help but feel a headache. Why did the leaders he served always resort to violence? Did they not have any sense? Did they never look at the battle reports? In all the confrontations with the islands, when did this electromagnetic interference ever have anything to do with it? They were all defeated head-on by that devil, Li Jin. Although he was dissatisfied with Tobias's lack of thought, he, as a subordinate, dared not openly oppose him and could only emphasize, Mr. Leader, the islands are nuclear. Tobias paused for a moment. Then his expression became serious. He had forgotten that the islands had a madman who would actually dare to launch one, with the kind of weaponry like the Great Ivan. No one could guarantee it could be intercepted. Just the few times Li Jin had launched, any single one could destroy a city. The more Tobias thought about it, the more apprehensive he became. General Willis, what should we do now? Seeing that his superior had finally regained some sense, Willis felt a huge sigh of relief in his heart and quickly said, Mr. Leader, the islands are now like a tiger that has lost its fur. Everything about them is under our surveillance. Dealing with them is much easier than before. But before that, we need to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the islands. I do not recommend any military actions at this time. Tobias nodded thoughtfully, pacing around the office, suddenly looking up at Willis and saying, General Willis, if we don't take action, can we let other countries do something? An assessment is indeed necessary. But the dead remain dead. If we can provoke Li Jin into action, can't we observe him more closely? Tobias's expression suddenly turned serious as he continued, General Willis, Mr. Paul and the others are already dissatisfied with what we are doing. The cheap and high-quality engines from the islands have stirred up many countries. If we do not take measures soon and cause significant losses for some big figures, we don't need to discuss the lessons learned from Yozel, do we? Willis was immediately startled by Tobias's words. Although he was a well-known figure in the military, he couldn't help but feel intimidated by those high-ranking individuals. In this money-driven empire, wealth was the standard for everything. Having money truly meant being able to do whatever one wanted. The big figures who controlled most of the wealth could act at will, for the sake of money. Waging war had become commonplace. Therefore, Willis said without hesitation, Mr. Leader, I think the Kingdom of Liang would be a good choice. We've kept this dog for so many years. It's time for it to work for us. Chapter 122, Naval Parade. This is your responsibility, General Willis. I just need to know the result. Tobias didn't care who would take the lead. He only wanted to see results quickly and then take credit from his superiors. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Mr. Willis was about to leave, security consultant Lena hurriedly walked in, picked up the remote control from Tobias' desk, and pressed a button, causing the screen opposite the desk to light up immediately. Mr. Leader, you should take a look at this. Tobias and Willis couldn't help but look curiously at the screen, and their eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the images displayed. On the screen, several aircraft carriers were docked in a port, and upon closer inspection, they realized these were the Fort-class carriers from their own country. Willis's expression changed instantly. Their empire had only built 4 of these carriers, yet 6 appeared on the screen. What was going on? At this moment, Lena explained, "Mr. Leader, General Willis, this was captured by our satellite over the Hantang Islands." What the hell? Tabez felt a rush of confusion overwhelm him. How could their aircraft carriers end up in the Hantang Islands? Lena continued, without needing the satellite. As she clicked the remote again, switching to a channel from their empire, where the scene they had just seen was being broadcast live. Damn it. Li Jin was actually conducting a global live broadcast. A few days ago, the Hantang Islands announced a press conference, and major media from around the world had gathered. They never expected Li Jin to pull a stunt like this. Their empire's prized assets suddenly appeared in the port of the Hantang Islands, and what was worse, there were even more than their own active-duty carriers. This wasn't just a slap in the face. It felt like a chokehold, lifting them off the ground. Lena seemed oblivious to the stunned expressions on Tabez and Willis's faces and continued, "However, their escort ships did not use our warships, but rather the domestically developed Leader-class destroyers from the Hantang Islands. According to the satellite, there are a total of 20. We only know that they are called Leader-class, with a displacement of around 18,000 tons, equipped with advanced radar systems, and likely armed with hypersonic missiles. Beyond that, we know nothing else. Additionally, our satellites have also detected 18 Blade-class destroyers, 7 Foya-class attack submarines, and 1 Ohio-class strategic submarine, all exposed under the satellite's view. Whether there are more, our intelligence department currently has no way of knowing. But it can be confirmed that the Hantang Islands have at least 6 aircraft carrier strike groups. What does it mean to be choked up? What does it mean to be restless?" Tabez finally felt the weight of the situation. He was overwhelmed with the urge to turn around and quit. This was incredibly difficult. "Ms. Lena, you need to notify everyone immediately. I want to convene a full meeting. Hurry." Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters base in the Hantang Islands, Li Jin was standing on a military off-road vehicle, inspecting the naval forces he had just mobilized from the system. "Protect our Hantang, defend our sovereignty." As the vehicle approached an aircraft carrier, the naval officers lined up on the deck immediately shouted in unison. Their passionate voices soared into the sky, dispersing even the clouds. "The first battle calls upon us, and with us, victory is assured." At this moment, the off-road vehicle arrived beneath a Leader-class destroyer, and the voices of the officers and soldiers rang out once more. Li Jin stood atop the vehicle, repeatedly raising and lowering his hand, yet he felt no fatigue. Instead, he was exhilarated to the extreme, experiencing a sense of relish. After all, anyone with such a powerful navy that stretches as far as the eye can see would likely be too excited to sleep. For over 20 minutes, Li Jin walked from one end to the other before returning to the podium. Ahem. Li Jin cleared his throat, looking at the neatly arranged naval officers below, and said solemnly, "I hereby announce that the Hantang Navy is officially established today. Liu." Li Jin suddenly raised his voice, and Liu immediately stepped forward, standing tall and declaring loudly, "Present. I appoint you as the Commander-in-Chief of the Hantang Navy. Huang Rong. Present. I appoint you as the Chief of Staff of the Navy and Commander of the Pacific Fleet. Chen Sheng. Present. I appoint you as the Commander of the Atlantic Fleet. Zhang Yun. Present. I appoint you as the Commander of the Indian Ocean Fleet. Meng De. Present. I appoint you as the Commander of the Arctic Fleet." While Li Jin's sudden appointments caused an uproar among the reporters. For major ocean fleets? Could it be that this individual intends to emulate a certain global power? However, looking at the fleet nearly filling the entire harbor, there might indeed be such potential. Yet, many scoffed, viewing it as mere spectacle, believing that Li Jin was playing with fire. The aforementioned power could afford such maneuvers because they had bases around the world to ensure fuel and supply. But what about Li Jin? Did he have bases? Did he plan to transport supplies over vast distances? If so, it wouldn't take long before he faced collapse. As people pondered various thoughts, Li Jin proclaimed, "Soldiers, let us not speak of empty words. Why do I establish for major ocean fleets? It's because some individuals think they are on top of the world and occasionally seek trouble with us. Of course, we have already beaten them badly. It's just that I didn't want to hear their nonsense. Otherwise, they would have been begging for mercy by now. But now, some might think that the magnetic effect of the Hantang Islands has faded, and we have become lambs to the slaughter, to be consumed at their leisure. I want to say this, go dream on. What we need to do now is maintain world peace. How do we maintain world peace? By protecting our people from being bullied. That is peace. Therefore, I require you all to be aware. If anyone or any country dares to bully Han Tang and the people of Jiuzhou, do not hold back. Just give them a good beating. Li Jin placed one hand on his waist and vigorously shook his fist. We will use these iron fists to let those scoundrels know that Han Tang and Jiuzhou are not to be insulted. Offend our Han and Tang. The 9 provinces will surely punish, no matter how far. Li Jin's powerful voice echoed through the microphone, instantly resonating throughout the venue. All the soldiers immediately shouted in unison, "Though far, we will punish. Though far, we will punish." Chapter 123, Rising Up. The soldiers' voices surged like thunder, transforming into a palpable aura of killing intent that spread like wildfire, frightening the foreign reporters at the press table to the point of near collapse. Meanwhile, the reporters from the 9 provinces were overwhelmed with excitement. As for the viewers watching the live broadcast, their reactions varied. The citizens of the 9 provinces were naturally elated, while those from other nations had mixed feelings. However, they all understood one thing. An immensely powerful force was about to emerge on the historical stage. Sure enough, less than half a day after Li Jin's naval parade, overwhelming news swept through every corner of the world, proclaiming the birth of the world's second-largest navy. Claims about the instability of the imperial status and warnings that blind military expansion would lead to demise flooded the media. In any case, the commentary was plentiful. The Han and Tang Islands had truly made their mark, just as the Han and Tang Islands were gaining prominence. Another major piece of news broke. A super oil field had just been discovered in the territorial waters of the Han and Tang Islands, with reserves reaching 12.6 billion tons and recoverable reserves exceeding 9.8 billion tons, boasting the finest quality Tapi crude oil. What does 9.8 billion tons of crude oil mean? It can be said that it is enough for the entire 9 provinces empire to use comfortably for 14 years. One can only imagine how immense its value is. In no time, countless tycoons were envious. This was a fortune that could only be described as astronomical. The allure of money is no joke. Even with the Han and Tang demonstrating formidable military strength, many were still eager to act, for in the face of enormous financial temptation, even with a knife at their throats, it might not be enough to deter them. In the governor's office of Han and Tang, Liang Yuan, holding a document, addressed Li Jin, who was learning to brew tea. "General, 8 oil companies have submitted letters of intent, expressing their willingness to provide us with refining equipment free of charge." Li Jin immediately scoffed. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year is not sincere. Ignore them. What movements have the others made? Liang Yuan replied seriously. There are currently no actions. However, our intelligence has found that a certain entity has held 3 secret meetings in a row. We have yet to obtain details on what exactly is being discussed. Li Jin took a sip of tea and said, "What can they discuss? They are not fools. They won't stick their necks out. Most likely, they want to watch from the sidelines. Tell Zhang Geng to keep a close eye on the kingdom of Liang. In the Far East, that is the only pawn they can utilize." Li Jin's expression suddenly turned grim as he said, "As long as they dare to move. I'll make sure they understand what it means to have no complete corpse. Also, have Zhang Geng urge them. It's been quite a while since this started. Why haven't those guys acted yet? Damn it, is my stuff that easy to take? My patience is limited." Liang Yuan quickly jotted this down in her notebook before continuing. "Captain Zimo and the others have already arrived in the capital, and your accommodations have been arranged. When are we heading to the capital?" "The award ceremony is the day after tomorrow." Li Jin was momentarily taken aback. He had forgotten about this matter. However, he understood that this award ceremony was secondary. The main purpose was for the 3 of them to meet. "Then let us leave tonight. We can take a stroll and also visit the Zhao family. I heard that the descendants of the Zhao family have been wiped out by a certain hero." Liang Yuan looked at the serious Li Jin and nearly burst out laughing. She knew that her boss and the Zhao family were bitter enemies. Now that Li Jin was at the peak of his power, shining 10 times brighter than the sun. While the Zhao family was like a grasshopper in autumn, they wouldn't be able to hop for long. "General, I'll go change the itinerary right away." Just as Li Jin was pondering how to step on the Zhao family again, in the central winter region, in the controlled area of the Guava Kingdom, in front of a building reduced to ruins, a middle-aged man with a wrapped head was excitedly circling around a HIMARS rocket launcher. "It's really beautiful." A man next to him, also with a wrapped head, quickly spoke up. "Chief, the nobles have provided us with a total of 200 of these treasures. They said they greatly appreciate our indomitable spirit to restore our country and can't bear to see us suffer. He continued, we don't need to worry about ammunition. As long as we follow their requirements, they will provide us with more support. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression became excited. What great people. But then he frowned. Such good things, wouldn't it be a waste to use them all? Why don't we try a few first? The wrapped head man saw his chief wanting to hide the weapons and quickly said, Chief, the nobles said these must be used together. Otherwise, they won't support us anymore. Without ammunition, these things are just a pile of scrap metal to us. The chief paused for a moment. Although reluctant, he knew a good opportunity when he saw one. Send the order to distribute all the rocket launchers. These were sent directly to our base, and those damned enemies have no idea. Tonight, we shall launch a full-scale attack. 1,200 heavy rockets. I want to see what they can use to stop us, the chief said with resentment. Having had enough of living like a mole hiding underground, it was time to vent his frustrations. Oh, and clear out all those inferior missiles we have in stock. Before he knew it, night had fallen. In a bustling district of the Kingdom of Abraham, people were joyfully chatting and laughing as they walked along the riverside street after work, creating a lively atmosphere. On the opposite side of the river lay another district, but it was a scene of devastation and ruins. The people of Abraham felt safe wandering along the riverside street because the threat from across the river had been eliminated. They had effectively turned the other side into a no-man's land. Countless individuals from the neighboring kingdom had suffered greatly, losing their homes and being displaced. But just as the city lights began to glow, a deafening air raid siren suddenly pierced the sky. However, the crowd on the street showed no signs of panic, as if they were accustomed to such alerts. They looked up to the sky, where a meteor streaked across from the east, followed by a flame shooting up from the city, which collided with the meteor and transformed into a magnificent firework display. Cheers erupted throughout the district. Yet, it seemed they were celebrating a bit too early. Before the cheers could subside, more meteors appeared, one after another, until countless streaks filled the sky. In an instant, the sky in the east was filled with a dense rain of meteor-like fire, and the onlookers from Abraham could no longer remain calm. Shouts of alarm rang out in the streets, and chaos ensued in the district. As a people living on the brink of war, they had some basic military knowledge. It was sheer folly to think their air defense systems could intercept all these incoming rockets. At that moment, an even more terrifying event unfolded. The air defense missiles they launched inexplicably veered off course just before reaching the rockets, exploding elsewhere instead. This dramatic turn of events left not only ordinary citizens of Abraham stunned, but also bewildered the military and the rebel forces. The leader of the group exclaimed in disbelief. What is happening? Why have the weapons of the Abraham people failed? Are they broken? A strategist among them quickly responded, Leader, the nobles say these weapons are produced by a certain empire, equipped with friend or foe identification codes to prevent misfires. The leader's eyes lit up with realization. So, we can attack them, but they cannot retaliate? The strategist nodded, then added with a hint of regret, the Abraham people will soon discover the issue next time. It may not be so easy. Upon hearing that such an opportunity might not come again, the leader urged, Then we must seize this chance and launch all our ammunition. He ordered, Send the command down, change positions immediately, and load the rockets. Fire them all at once. In the meantime, over 1,000 heavy rockets had already rained down on the district of Abraham. The earth shook and the sky roared as the entire area was engulfed in flames. Filled with the sounds of wailing and despair, one might think they've stepped into hell. This horrific scene unfolding in the territory of the Abrahamic people has not only stunned them, but also left other nations speechless upon receiving the news. When did the Baal kingdom become so formidable? In the capital of the Abrahamic kingdom, the leader, Borovis, was immediately informed that his land had been subjected to a carpet-bombing campaign by the Baal forces. His fury was palpable. General Karami, can you explain why our air defense system had a 0 interception rate? Did our systems malfunction, or has your judgment failed? Standing before Borovis, General Karami, the chief of staff of the Abrahamic forces, was drenched in his leader's rebuke but dared not move. With a helpless expression, he replied, Sir, we have investigated the rocket debris. These rockets were launched from HIMARS systems manufactured by a certain major power. For coordinated operations, we shared identification codes long ago, and these rockets are equipped with IFF systems. Our missiles were rendered useless against them. Of course, Karami left unsaid that even without the IFF systems, Their air defenses would have struggled to intercept such a dense barrage. Hearing that a certain major power was implicated, Borovis was visibly taken aback, his face quickly twisting in anger. Though the influence of this power is undeniable, Borovis showed no fear. Without a word, he turned to his desk, picked up the phone, and dialed a number. After a lengthy conversation, he concluded, "Mr. Ford, I expect a reasonable explanation from your government. The Abrahamic land is our birthplace, and I trust you do not wish to see it ravaged by war. Very well, I await your good news." Hanging up, Borovis immediately turned and ordered, "Go now and temporarily disable the IFF system. We cannot allow a repeat of today's events." "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, aboard a private jet heading to the imperial capital, Li Jin was eagerly watching the news broadcast. According to the latest report from a global news agency, resistance forces of the Baal Kingdom had launched another large-scale rocket attack on the Abrahamic Kingdom, overwhelming its air defense systems. Vast areas of the eastern district were destroyed, with nearly 10,000 casualties, marking the first time the Baal resistance had inflicted such massive damage on the Abrahamic region. A faint smile touched Li Jin's lips. "I bet that major power is in chaos right now. Even if they don't care themselves, what about their allies?" The thought of the trouble he had stirred for a certain leader lifted his spirits remarkably. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, the awakening of a ruler. The reward has been deposited into your system space. Please check it at your earliest convenience." The sudden system notification in his mind caught Li Jin off guard, but he quickly felt a surge of delight. He hadn't expected such an event to come with a reward. Quickly shifting his gaze to the light screen in front of him, the reward appeared: 3 giant land reclamation ships named Jingwei, originating from the Cosmic Overlord's abandoned junkyard. Function: they can automatically extract soil from the seabed and fill in land, with a maximum operating depth of 12,000 meters. Utility: 1 square kilometer in 24 hours. Li Jin's eyes brightened instantly. This was a great asset. In just one day, they could create a square kilometer of land, amounting to over 36 square kilometers in a year. Truly a miraculous tool. "General, we have reached the airport of the imperial capital. General Yun Xiao is waiting outside." Li Jin immediately stood up. Although he held the same position as this old fox, he couldn't maintain a sour expression in the face of such enthusiasm. However, Li Jin was still in a hurry to visit the Zhao family, so he only chatted with Yun Xiao briefly before taking his leave, as he was not a foreign guest, and Yun Xiao naturally couldn't say much. Mount Diwang, the only significant mountain in the center of the imperial capital, stood beside the royal palace, a place of scenic beauty where the empire's high-ranking officials resided. At this moment, a convoy was slowly approaching a manor near the mountain's peak. Chapter 125, Using the Door as a Cannon. "General, this is the Zhao family." In the middle of the convoy, in a black car, Liang Yuan pointed to the large copper-red door in front of them. The red walls and green tiles, with their flying eaves and lush greenery, gave off an ancient and dignified aura, reminiscent of an official residence. However, the door was tightly shut, appearing quite desolate. Just as Li Jin felt puzzled, Liang Yuan leaned closer to him and whispered, "General, I just received news that Li Gang's second son was hanged in the neighboring empire." Li Jin was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. He didn't seem to have sent anyone to the west, did he? Yet, he didn't dwell on it. To him, it didn't matter who killed whom. As long as someone from the Zhao family died, he was pleased. Even if he knew someone was framing him, he would gladly take the blame. "Let's go." Li Jin opened the car door and was about to get out. Zimo, who was sitting in the passenger seat, quickly opened his door and rushed to Li Jin's side, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The 30 or so security personnel in black suits from the other vehicles also got out early, swiftly moving to potential threat areas around Li Jin. "Zimo, blow the door up." Suddenly, Li Jin uttered something unexpected. Zimo was taken aback, and Liang Yuan was left dumbfounded. Wasn't Li Jin here to offer condolences? Even if he wanted to see a spectacle, he wouldn't go so far as to blow up the door. "General, I can't help but advise against this." Liang Yuan tried to persuade. "You all don't need to advise me." Li Jin waved his hand, then sighed. "After all, the Zhao family is a relative of my late father. I should show some respect. So many of their family members have died at once. I should at least pay my respects with a few cannon shots. But since we came in a rush and brought nothing, we can only use the door as a cannon. Go ahead, Zimo." Zimo naturally would not go against Li Jin's orders. He nodded and turned to take a round object from the car, walking towards the large gate. Just as he approached the grand red door, it slowly opened, revealing a young man in a black suit who looked at ZMO and the others with confusion and asked, "Who are you looking for?" The young man wasn't being careless. It was just that the security at the Imperial Wangshan was extremely tight, and getting here required passing through numerous checkpoints. The fact that Li Jin and his team could drive and so ostentatiously indicated that they were not ordinary people. ZMO did not respond to the young man, but instead turned his gaze towards Li Jin. Li Jin calmly said, "You continue." After saying that, he stepped forward towards the grand red door. The young man was about to block Li Jin's path when Liang Yuan spoke up, "Go and report. Just say that General Li Jin, the deputy commander of the Imperial Command, is here." A look of shock immediately appeared on the young man's face. Although he was just a minor guard, he was in the central authority, and Li Jin's name was well known. However, he couldn't help but feel perplexed. Wasn't Li Jin at odds with the Zhao family? Why was he suddenly here for a visit? Not daring to delay, the young man quickly raised his hand to salute Li Jin and hurried towards the courtyard. Li Jin was not someone who liked to wait. After the young man entered, he directly followed him inside. As expected of a founding noble family, entering the estate revealed a vast garden, with traditional Chinese buildings beautifully interspersed among the greenery, creating a charming atmosphere. "Li Jin, what are you doing here?" Just as Li Jin was admiring the scenery on both sides, an angry voice suddenly came from ahead. Li Jin looked up to see Zhao Lei, the eldest son of Zhao Gang, the last pillar of the Zhao family. Ignoring Zhao Lei's furious glare, Li Jin leisurely replied, "It's nothing serious. Just came to see if your father is dead or not." Boom! At that moment, a loud noise suddenly erupted at the entrance, startling Zhao Lei and the others. Li Jin chuckled and said, "I heard that your Zhao family has fallen on hard times and is close to extinction. As a high-ranking official of the empire, I thought I should come to offer my condolences, right? I came in a hurry this time without bringing anything. So I figured I could just leave a few bombs at your door to make some noise, and that would be my small gesture." Zhao Lei was infuriated. The reason the Zhao family had come to this point was largely due to Li Jin's actions, and now he had the audacity to pretend to show concern. It was well known that his father had willingly given up the title of Duke of the Nation to become the deputy commander of the imperial military, and as compensation, the empire had granted him a position as a member of the Imperial Council. Otherwise, neither the emperor nor the prime minister would be foolish enough to allow the Zhao family to straddle both military and political realms, which would only invite trouble. After all, according to the empire's unspoken rules, nobles were not allowed to engage in politics, nor could they hold the positions of the three military giants. To prevent them from becoming too powerful, Zhao Gang, however, was a remarkable individual who understood the importance of balance, and the rewards he gained were undoubtedly significant. He was at the pinnacle of his power, considered the best in the realm. Even the emperor and the chief minister had to show him some respect. Who would have thought that just a few days into this good fortune, he would encounter Li Jin, who brought the Zhao family crashing down from their heights to the depths of despair. Originally, the Zhao family had a security force equivalent to half a battalion. But with Zhao Gang stepping down from his position and losing his title, it was impossible to retain such a force, leaving only a dozen or so security personnel. In an instant, the desolation of the Zhao family was palpable, reminiscent of losing both the wife and the soldiers in a single blow. Zhao Lei glared at the 20 or so fierce men surrounding Li Jin, trembling with anger but daring not to act, only gritting his teeth and saying, "My family does not welcome you. Leave immediately." Yet, Li Jin remained unfazed and walked straight into the main hall, where he vaguely saw a figure in a wheelchair. Seeing that Li Jin treated him as if he were invisible, Zhao Lei's fingers trembled with rage. However, Li Jin was at the height of his power and didn't see him as a threat. After all, Li Jin was self-sufficient and had no need to seek his approval. Before long, Li Jin arrived in the main hall and indeed saw Zhao Gang. The recent changes had evidently taken a toll on him. Not only was he in a wheelchair, but his hair had also turned white, and his face visibly aged. What surprised Li Jin was that when Zhao Gang saw him, his sworn enemy, he showed no signs of anger, instead appearing eerily calm. Zhao Gang looked at Li Jin with a composed expression and asked, "Li Jin, what will it take for you to spare the Zhao family?" Li Jin frowned slightly, finding Zhao Gang's demeanor quite irritating, as it lacked any sense of vengefulness. Their eyes locked in the air, neither willing to look away, and the atmosphere in the hall grew heavy, almost as if the air had stopped moving. Even Zhao Lei, an official of the empire, felt his throat dry, afraid to breathe. If you were to die, I might consider it, Li Jin suddenly spoke, causing Zhao Lei to change color in anger, wanting to retort. Zhao Gang raised his hand to stop Zhao Lei and said earnestly, I can agree to any request, as long as you cease to trouble the Zhao family. I am old and no longer wish to compete. I only want my descendants to live safely. I hope General Li can fulfill this one request of a dying man. Chapter 126. Too much bullying. Li Jin seemed genuinely moved by Zhao Gang's heartfelt plea as he stroked his chin and nodded seriously. If you were to die, that wouldn't be out of the question. Then, shifting his tone to a teasing one, he added, but what if your son wants to take revenge for you? He glanced at Zhao Lei, whose eyes were already red, and remarked, you see, your son's wolf-like gaze is a bit frightening. It's clear he harbors resentment. If he can't take it anymore and is determined to trouble me, and I lose my temper and take him down, along with his entire family, you better not jump out of your coffin in anger. Li Jin's extremely harsh tone made Zhao Gang's expression change, and he couldn't help but turn to look at Zhao Lei behind him, only to see Zhao Lei's eyes reddened, staring fiercely at Li Jin, as if he wished to swallow him alive. Zhao Gang shook his head helplessly. Those who rose to power by flying in planes could never compare to those who climbed step by step. In terms of temperament alone, they were far from it. If he dies, with Zhao Lei's temperament, the Zhao family would surely face disaster sooner or later. Zhao Gang instantly made a decision in his heart and suddenly looked up at Li Jin. General Li, if I grant your wish, will you really stop pursuing the Zhao family? Li Jin was momentarily puzzled by Zhao Gang's meaning and said matter-of-factly, of course. I, Li Jin, am a high-ranking official. How could I have the time to trouble a few kids? Zhao Gang's face suddenly revealed a smile upon hearing this. In that case, I can rest assured. He then pulled out a handgun from his sleeve and aimed it at Zhao Lei behind him. Bang! The crisp gunshot immediately rang out in the hall, and a blood hole appeared on Zhao Lei's forehead. Then, Zhao Gang suddenly pointed the gun at his own head, calmly looking at Li Jin and saying, General Li, I hope you can abide by our agreement. Without any hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The crisp gunshot rang out again, and Li Jin was stunned as he watched Zhao Gang's brain matter and blood splatter everywhere. What the hell? Are people nowadays this ruthless? Li Jin was completely dumbfounded, feeling a sense of being trapped. ZMO, who was standing behind Li Jin, aimed his gun at Zhao Gang the moment he pulled out the handgun. But seeing that Zhao Gang wasn't targeting Li Jin, he refrained from firing. He was now also stunned by Zhao Gang's resolute attitude. General Zhao. General Zhao. It wasn't until this moment that the surrounding staff reacted and rushed over. However, Zhao Gang was a ruthless person and didn't give them a chance to save him. At this point, Li Jin had regained his senses, looking at the surrounding angry and sorrowful gazes, feeling a bit speechless. Damn it, he was the victim here. He was completely being led around by that old man Zhao Gang. He finally understood that Zhao Gang knew he was no match for him, which was why he took such extreme measures. In this way, if Li Jin were to take any action against the Zhao family, his reputation would surely be ruined. In the eyes of others, it seemed that Li Jin had forced both pillars of the Zhao family to their deaths, bullying an orphaned family. How despicable could a person be? However, Li Jin then sneered. It seemed Zhao Gang never understood one thing until his death. What reputation does a person, who is condemned as a demon by the whole world, need? He suddenly turned and walked outside. Just as he was about to get into the car after passing through the main gate, Li Jin paused and instructed ZMO, who was closely following him. Tell Price that since Zhao Gang has left this world, let us be good people to the end and allow his family to reunite. If you don't eradicate the roots, the spring wind will bring them back to life. Li Jin understood this very well. An hour later, at a courtyard near the moat of the royal city, which used to be the residence of a certain prince from a previous dynasty, it had now become Li Jin's official residence in the capital. Being a royal mansion, it was naturally large, and after modern renovations, it had turned into a beautiful place that made anyone feel incredibly comfortable upon moving in. As for security, ZMO and the others had conducted thorough checks, and Li Jin had specifically deployed a company of guards to be stationed here. The courtyard even had a dedicated helipad in the back. The security measures were taken to the utmost level, and of course, Li Jin was not worried about the likes of Li Yi and others. They knew their limits. He was more concerned about those self-righteous second and third generation individuals. In case of any conflict, these troops could easily take care of them. This was a necessary means for showing off. With a wave of his hand, thousands of troops would come to his aid. What a spectacle! He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, But just when he was thinking about how some arrogant individuals might act, Liang Yuan suddenly walked in. General, a person named Zheng Tianfang has sent an invitation, wanting you to visit the Imperial Club for a while. Li Jin immediately frowned. Who is this Zheng Tianfang? Liang Yuan quickly replied. General, Zheng Tianfang is an Imperial counselor, the son of Cabinet Minister Zheng Rong. A cold light suddenly flashed in Li Jin's eyes. He understood the situation but was somewhat displeased. No matter what, he was a general of the Empire, the military deputy commander, on the same level as Zheng Tianfang's father. In terms of status, Li Jin was much higher. Even Li Yi and Song Lian could only treat him as an equal. How arrogant could Zheng Tianfang be to dare say such a thing? Of course, Li Jin knew the reason. He was simply too young. Some people, while aware of his strong capabilities, still looked down on him, feeling that their experience made them superior. Zheng Tianfang clearly thought that Li Jin was young and did not regard him highly at all. As soon as Li Jin thought of this, he felt anger rising within him. How dare he act all high and mighty in front of me? He scoffed. ZMO, take some people to this Imperial Club and bring those individuals back. Chapter 127, the Panlong Club. On a street located between Diwang Mountain and the Royal Palace, there was a building consisting of a 9-story main building and a 5-story annex. It appeared quite ordinary, somewhat conventional, belonging to that category of buildings that blended into the surroundings, easily forgotten after a glance. Yet, this seemingly mundane place was well known throughout the capital. This was the Panlong Club. In the capital, the elite and influential gathered, a place at the top of the social hierarchy. Only those with power and status could enter. Merely having some money wouldn't even get you through the door. At that moment, in a private room on the 8th floor of the main building, a plump man in his 30s was lounging on the sofa. Surrounding him were 5 or 6 other men, all in their 20s or 30s, along with a dozen beautiful girls sitting quietly among them. However, the men seemed disinterested in the women, their attention focused on the overweight man in the center. One young man in casual attire, with a curious expression, asked, Brother Zheng, do you think Li Jin will come? He is quite a significant figure. Perhaps he won't give us the time of day. If he doesn't show up, we'll be in a tough spot. Uft. A disdainful voice suddenly interrupted from the side, belonging to a slightly leaner man with a rebellious demeanor. Brother Zheng, you're just boosting someone else's ego. He.s. just a young kid. What is there to be afraid of? If it weren't for the strategic location of the Hantang Islands, who would pay him any mind? Does he really think that being an Imperial Council member puts him on the same level as our fathers? With just a little bit of territory, the Empire could wipe him out in no time. He.s. just overestimating himself and will end up getting slapped in the face. I say, Chen Wei, you've gone too far. Hantang has a navy that is claimed to be the second strongest in the world, and they've made the other side suffer quite a bit. Another voice chimed in, seemingly defending Li Jin, but the sarcasm was evident to everyone present. Uft. The second strongest navy? Do you really believe that? Look at what is shown on TV about aircraft carriers and warships. Are those people naive? If Li Jin really had the ability to defeat them so badly, how could they possibly buy his aircraft carriers? Didn't it say online that there are only 4 of those in total? Where did Li Jin get all these warships? Isn't that contradictory? I think it's all just hype. In today's world, can we trust what's on TV? It's all a scam. The rebellious man rattled off a series of statements, and everyone present nodded in agreement. Just then, someone asked in surprise, Brother Zheng, why hasn't Brother Chen come? Zheng Tianfang's expression immediately darkened at the question, and he replied sternly, he looks down on us and went to attend a banquet held by the Yin family. The Yin family? The one with the navy? Zheng Tianfang nodded with a grim face, saying, I specifically invited him today because I thought we're all brothers and wanted to discuss taking over the oil fields of Hantang, sharing some benefits later. I didn't expect Chen to want us to back off, claiming that Li Jin is not easy to deal with. The most frustrating part is that he didn't say anything at all. He is as tight-lipped as a novice. Zheng Tianfang's words brought a moment of silence among those present. The brother Chen they spoke of was the highest-ranking member of their group. While his father was also involved in the cabinet, but as a secondary advisor, he was certainly a big shot. In contrast, Zheng Tianfang's father, though also a cabinet member, was at the bottom of the 9-person structure and hardly counted. As for the Yin family, they had only one naval commander. But let's not forget the saying, power comes from the barrel of a gun. Just this point alone made their status incomparable. The silence among the crowd ignited a fire within Zheng Tianfang, and he suddenly stood up. However, before he could speak, The door to the room was kicked open with a bang, and ZMO entered with a dozen Special Forces soldiers. Zheng Tianfang was momentarily taken aback by the sudden intrusion, but his expression quickly darkened as he asked, "Who are you? Do you know where this place is?" Without wasting any words, ZMO slapped Zheng Tianfang across the face. Zheng Tianfang was caught off guard and felt a sharp pain, sending him flying to the ground. Ouch! He involuntarily groaned in pain. Before he could react, he felt a tightening grip on his collar, lifting him off the ground. Zheng Tianfang was momentarily terrified. When did such ruthless people appear in the capital? As Zheng Tianfang and his group were subdued, the commotion in the private room attracted the attention of the club's staff. Just as ZMO and his team were about to leave, a round-faced man in a suit, accompanied by a large group of security personnel, approached them. Upon seeing Zheng Tianfang and the others being handled, his heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly shouted, "Put them down. Who do you think you are to cause trouble in our club?" ZMO, uninterested in exchanging pleasantries, drew his pistol and aimed it at the round-faced man, coldly stating, "Get lost." The round-faced man was momentarily stunned to see the gun, but showed no signs of fear. Instead, he smirked at ZMO and said, "Brother, what era are we in? You still think you can resolve things with a gun? I can assure you, if he loses even a single hair, you and your family are finished. There won't be a place for you in the entire empire." ZMO couldn't help but laugh at the man's arrogance. Suddenly, he grabbed Zheng Tianfang by the hair and yanked hard, pulling out a large handful of hair. A chilling scream echoed down the corridor. "Ah, it hurts like hell. Zhang Tong, you bastard, I'm going to kill you." Zheng Tianfang cursed in agony, realizing that if it weren't for the round-faced man's provocations, he wouldn't be suffering like this. The round-faced man, now stunned, was left speechless, especially under Zheng Tianfang's fierce glare, which filled him with dread. However, he didn't dare to step aside. If Zheng Tianfang were taken away from him, the old man from the Zheng family would probably have them chopped up. ZMO furrowed his brows and directly raised his handgun, aiming at the round-faced man. Bang! Under the incredulous gaze of the round-faced man, he pulled the trigger. The man felt a sharp pain in his forehead, and then, well, there was nothing after that. Tap tap. At this moment, footsteps echoed again in the corridor. Chapter 128. Overestimating Oneself. ZMO frowned, and soon saw a fully armed team of law enforcement rushing over. A leader-like figure hiding behind a shield was about to speak when ZMO pulled out an identification card, stating that the Imperial Security Bureau was hunting down traitors and ordered unrelated individuals to leave immediately, or they would bear the consequences. The leader, who was about to say something, immediately shivered and led his team to retreat to the sides. The individuals being dragged along, including Zheng Tianfang, also changed their expressions dramatically. They understood the terror of the Imperial Security Bureau, which directly answered to the Emperor and the Chief Minister. Besides protecting imperial legislators like his father, they also handled special cases, with authority surpassing that of various departments. Could it be that they discovered his incident of assaulting women yesterday? No way. He had done it countless times without any issues. Besides, when would such trivial matters warrant the attention of the Security Bureau? While Zheng Tianfang was in a state of panic, ZMO had already led his team out of the club, tossing Zheng Tianfang and the others into a car as if they were trash. He even thoughtfully threw in a mobile phone, saying, "Call your elders and tell them you are suspected of conspiring to harm imperial officials and have been captured by General Li Jing. If you want to survive, have them come to rescue you. Otherwise," ZMO coldly smiled and raised his gun, making a shooting gesture towards the pale-faced Zheng Tianfang and the others. This immediately terrified Zheng Tianfang and the others, who scrambled to pick up the phone from the ground. Meanwhile, about 7 or 8 kilometers outside the imperial capital, on a beautifully scenic street, there were hardly any people around, except for the occasional passing vehicle. Only the sentry posts silently indicated that this place was unusual. This was Xuanwu Street, where the senior officials of the imperial military resided. In the parking lot of a garden villa located on the northern side of the street, nearly 100 various luxury cars were parked closely together. Today was the birthday party of Yin Tianxin's precious daughter, Yin Ruoyi, and familiar faces eager to curry favor had naturally rushed over. In the garden, Yin Tianxin wore a smile as he and Yin Ruoyi mingled among the guests, occasionally raising his glass in a toast. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out behind Yin Tianxin. He turned around, and, upon seeing the newcomer, his expression showed surprise. He handed his glass to Yin Ruoyi and hurriedly stepped forward, extending both hands. saying, "Chief Minister, what brings you here?" Opposite Yin Tianqian sat an elderly man in his 60s or 70s, full of spirit and bearing an imposing presence. He was Chun Yukuan, a prominent figure in the cabinet. And even Yin Xiao would seem somewhat inferior in his presence. To be honest, Yin Tianqian felt quite flattered by his arrival. After shaking hands with Yin Tianqian, Chun Yukuan turned his gaze to Yin Ruoi, who stood behind him. His eyes lit up with a smile as he said, "This must be Ruoi, right? I can't believe how grown up she is. Back when you brought her and General Yun to my home, she was just a little one. Look how lovely she has become in just a few years." He then turned to a handsome young man in his 20s or 30s who was following him and said, "Mingyu, you should be about the same age as Ruoi. Make sure to spend more time together." Chun Yukuan's friendly demeanor immediately brought the two families closer together. Just as Yin Ruoi was about to modestly respond, an old man suddenly rushed over and directly approached Chun Yukuan, exclaiming, "Deputy Minister, you must save my son Tianfang's life." Seeing it was Zheng Rong, Chun Yukuan asked with some confusion, "Brother Zheng, what's going on? What happened to Tianfang?" Zheng Rong quickly replied, "Deputy Minister, it's that damned Li Jin. He actually arrested Tianfang and said I have to go and meet him. If I don't go, he will kill Tianfang." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. If Tianfang has done something wrong, there are laws in the empire to deal with it. Who does Li Jin think he is to act like a deity? Deputy Minister, you must stand up for me. As a high-ranking official in the empire, Zheng Rong knew very well who Li Jin was. Although he looked down on him and often spoke ill of him at home, when it came to the crunch, he felt somewhat apprehensive about confronting Li Jin. For a moment, Zheng Rong couldn't help but regret that if he hadn't been so arrogant, his son wouldn't have thought himself invincible and gone to provoke Li Jin. What exactly happened? Chun Yukuan did not immediately agree to Zheng Rong's request, but frowned and asked. Zheng Rong awkwardly explained, "Isn't it that a new oil field was just discovered in the Hantang Islands? Tianfang and the others wanted to see if there was a chance to cooperate with Li Jin. But who would have thought that Li Jin is so unpredictable? Tianfang was arrested for no reason." He then looked at Chun Yukuan with sincerity, saying, "Deputy Minister, my son is truly innocent." Hearing this, Chun Yukuan's expression immediately turned serious. "I know Tianfang. Although he occasionally makes some small mistakes, they are usually inconsequential. Li Jin has indeed gone too far." However, Chun Yukuan suddenly shifted his tone. "He is, after all, a vassal lord, and even the emperor has to give him some face. I can take you to see him, but we must bring Tianfang back without causing further trouble." Zheng Rong was instantly overjoyed and quickly replied, "Rest assured, Deputy Minister, I understand the gravity of the situation." Chun Yukuan then felt relieved and turned to Yin Tianqian, saying, "Tianqian, I've heard that you are quite familiar with Li Jin. Why don't you come along with me as a mediator?" Upon hearing this, Yin Tianqian immediately shook his head and said, "Deputy Minister, you jest. I have only met Li Jin a few times. We have no real connection. I'm busy here, so you might as well leave." Chun Yukuan's expression froze, seemingly not expecting Yin Tianqian to refuse him. After a moment, he regained his composure and gave Yin Tianqian a deep look, saying, "In that case, Commander Yin, you carry on with your business. We'll take our leave." Once Chun Yukuan and his group had walked away, Yin Ruoi, who was standing behind Yin Tianqian, suddenly expressed her concern. "Father, aren't you worried about offending him? He is the deputy minister after all." Hearing this, Yin Tianqian's gaze suddenly became distant, and he slowly replied, "So what if he is the deputy minister? Compared to offending him, I fear offending Li Jin even more. That is the real big shot." With a sigh, Yin Tianqian continued, "Why can't these people understand one simple principle? A strong fist can indeed do as it pleases." Chapter 129. I, Li Jin, am not picky. At Li Jin's official residence. In the main hall, Li Jin sat in the central position, observing Zheng Tianfang and the others who had been captured by Zimo. At that moment, Zheng Tianfang and his companions were no longer the arrogant figures they had been earlier. They were now slumped on the ground, utterly deflated. Although they had acted foolishly before, they were not completely ignorant. They understood very well that since Li Jin dared to capture them, he was not afraid of the forces behind them. At this moment, stepping forward to make a fuss would only hasten their demise. They could only pray for their elders to arrive soon and rescue them. Just as Zheng Tianfang and the others were feeling anxious, Li Jin, who had been silent in the main seat, suddenly spoke, "Hang them all up in the training ground. If anyone dares to resist, kill them on the spot." Li Jin's tone was as calm as if he were squashing an ant, and the murderous intent suddenly revealed in Zimo's eyes terrified Jing Tianfong and the others. They quickly shut their mouths tightly, fearing that even the slightest sound would cost them their lives. General, Chen Yuquan and Zheng Rong have arrived. At that moment, Liang Yuan hurried in to report. Zheng Tianfong and the others, who were trembling in fear, were immediately filled with joy. However, Li Jin's subsequent words sent them straight to hell. Just wait. I'm busy teaching some kids a lesson. Go, hang them up. Outside the residence. Chen Yuquan looked at the soldiers blocking the entrance with a dark expression. The feeling of being turned away was something he had never experienced since becoming the deputy minister. Even the current emperor granted him an audience whenever he wished. Anger flared up in his heart, but despite his internal fury, he remained calm. He began to regret stepping forward, which had put him in a difficult position. Chen Yuquan's eyes flickered. What is the most important thing in being an official? It's about maintaining one's dignity. If he backed down today, he would become a laughingstock tomorrow. And all the authority he had painstakingly built up over the years would vanish in an instant. Who would want to follow a leader who couldn't even protect his subordinates? This was certainly not what he wanted to see. Chen Yuquan took a deep breath, his expression suddenly turning serious as he coldly stared at the soldier blocking his way. You need to go inform Li Jin right away and have him release Jing Tianfong and the others immediately. Or don't blame me, Chen Yuquan, for using my power to oppress. What nearly made Chen Yuquan explode with anger was that the soldier in front of him acted as if he were deaf, completely ignoring him. Fine, very well. Zheng Rong, go and tell them it was my order to bring the troops from the capital's garrison. Zheng Rong, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately showed a look of joy on his face, quickly nodded, and tried to walk away. A few minutes later, Zheng Rong hurried back, but he showed no signs of happiness. Instead, he looked frustrated. He approached Chen Yuquan and whispered, Deputy, the garrison won't take orders. They said unless it's from His Majesty, the chief minister, or the command headquarters, not a single soldier can move. Chen Yuquan's expression darkened instantly. A mere garrison commander dared to disregard him. He suppressed his anger, knowing he had more important matters at hand, and mentally noted this incident. He coldly said, Go and mobilize the Special Operations troops from the Public Security Bureau. Zheng Rong was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled, having forgotten about that option. He hurried off again, but a few minutes later, he returned with a gloomy face. Chen Yuquan naturally noticed, and his face turned pale. Could it be that something happened with the Public Security Bureau as well? Sure enough, Zheng Rong, with a grim expression, said, Deputy, Lu Ji isn't at the bureau. He said he had a hemorrhoid attack and went to the hospital. I can't reach him by phone. He added angrily. It's Deputy Commander Su Peng who led the team. At this point, Zheng Rong continued with frustration. Who would have thought that as soon as Su Peng's team reached Xinwu Street, they were stopped by the patrol units. The patrol said that unless there were orders from the emperor or the chief minister, they couldn't approach the imperial city. Otherwise, it would be considered treason. And they scared Su Peng back. Chen Yuquan's face turned a deep shade of anger. He realized he had made a huge blunder today. At this moment, even he could understand that someone did not want a conflict with Li Jin, and it was clear who had the power to prevent this. Chen Yuquan was drenched in cold sweat, now fully aware of the severity of the situation. Just as he was about to retreat, Zmo appeared at the right moment. His face cold. Follow me. Chen Yuquan hesitated for a moment, but then followed. As soon as he entered the yard, he was taken aback to see several people hanging from poles in the yard. Upon closer inspection, one of them was Zheng Tianfong. Zheng Rong naturally saw his precious son, and just as he was about to step forward, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Step forward, and you will die? The voice was chilling to the bone, making it impossible for Zheng Rong to take a step. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have cared, but facing Li Jin, known for his madness, they dared not disobey. Zheng Rong had no choice but to turn his head away, reminding himself that he still had several sons, but he only had one life. After a dozen minutes, Chen Yuquan and his group of over 10 people finally followed Zimo into a large hall, where Li Jin was sitting on the sofa waiting for them. Upon seeing Li Jin, Chen Yuquan initially wanted to put on a smile. But thinking about the 10 or so subordinates behind him and Li Jin's previous actions, his expression immediately turned serious. Li Jin, you are quite bold. Before he could finish, Li Jin's impatient voice came over. Get this noise out of here. Chen Yuquan was stunned, and by the time he regained his composure, he was already being dragged out by Zimo. What are you doing? Let go of me. Chen Mingyu, standing behind Chen Yuquan, was taken aback, but quickly reacted and shouted, Let him go. Just as he spoke, a gun came crashing down, and Chun Mingyu felt a sharp pain in his neck before everything went black. After escorting Chen Yuquan and his companion out, Li Jin turned his gaze toward the visibly shaken Zheng Rong and others. Now, let us talk about the beasts you've been raising. We want to discuss their past misdeeds for now. Let us focus on today. Who gave them the audacity to speak to me like that? Zheng, you start. After all, your son is the culprit. And the misdeeds he has committed are too numerous to mention. What do you think should be done? Should I have him killed? Or should I hand him over to the authorities? With my reputation, no one would dare break the law. Once this matter comes to light, you should know better than I what the consequences will be. Li Jin paused deliberately and then slowly continued. How about this? I'll give you a handgun, and you can take care of him yourself. Then, you can conveniently attribute his death to me. I'm not picky. Zheng Rong was stunned by Li Jin's words. His face alternating between red and green, clearly tumultuous inside. He knew exactly what his son was, but being a high-ranking figure, he had grown accustomed to the privileges that came with it, even enjoying the power. Who would have thought he would encounter someone as reckless as Li Jin? Someone who disregards all rules and speaks with his fists? Faced with such a person, he felt helpless. Arguing was futile, and fighting was not an option. Li Jin's earlier words made his heart race. If Li Jin truly fixated on him, not only would no one come to his defense, but more would likely take the opportunity to kick him while he was down. After all, one carrot, one pit. If he was finished, many would be thrilled. For a moment, Zheng Rong's mind flashed back to Li Jin's words, and his heart boiled with emotion. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zheng Rong's expression suddenly calmed, and he looked directly at Li Jin. Give me a gun. Li Jin immediately broke into a smile, clapping his hands. Good. That is decisive. Your disregard for kinship has even earned some respect from a certain individual. Bring a gun to the official. No, a submachine gun. Forget it. Have the guard unit bring over a heavy machine gun. Give it to the official. Upon hearing this, the official turned pale. That damn individual doesn't even want to leave him a whole corpse. However, since a decision has been made, the official didn't want to backtrack and turned to leave without a word. The other individual watched the official's staggering figure, showing no sympathy. Such a person is not worth mourning. Isn't they're saying? The greatest evil of human nature is to make things difficult for others to the maximum extent within one's own power. Since you don't regard others, naturally, I can use my power to disregard you. Meanwhile, outside the official residence, Chen Yuquan, who had been driven out, initially wore an angry expression. But as soon as he stepped outside, he became calm. Mingyu, let's go. Chun Mingyu, who was so furious he felt like he could explode, was momentarily stunned. And it took him a while to react, looking at Chen Yuquan in confusion. Grandpa, are we just letting it go like this? Chen Yuquan glanced at Chen Mingyu, unhurriedly saying, What? Do you want to confront him head-on? He doesn't even regard your grandpa. Who do you think you are? If you want, you can go in and give him a beating. I want to stop you. Chen Mingyu, suddenly scolded by Chen Yuquan, immediately lowered his head submissively. He wasn't foolish. Without his grandpa backing him up, he probably wouldn't even be able to enter the door. There was a high chance he could be shot dead by the soldiers outside. He still vividly remembered the indifferent expressions of those soldiers towards life. Chen Yuquan couldn't help but sigh. Hey, didn't you see? That individual has already given our family some face. If a real conflict breaks out, do you think he would care about us? If he really killed us, what do you think would happen? Without waiting for Chen Mingyu to respond, Chen Yuquan continued. I can assure you, he wouldn't have a problem at all. But what about us? We might just be concocted to have died in ridiculous ways. Like choking on water or drowning in a lake. There are plenty of ways to pin a death on you. I was foolish to come looking for trouble. Knowing this person is difficult to deal with. Honestly, I regretted coming here the moment I reached the entrance, but it was too late to back out. Being driven out by him also relieved me from my predicament. I'll remember this favor. Chen Mingyu was already in a daze. Didn't they lose face being driven out by that individual? How did it turn into a debt of gratitude? What is even going on? Chen Yuquan seemed unconcerned about whether Chen Mingyu understood, casually walking away with his hands behind his back. Bang bang, just as Chen Mingyu was in a stupor. A heavy machine gun suddenly fired from the official residence, startling him so much that he no longer dared to linger and quickly ran after Chen Yuquan. Not long after, a disheveled Zheng Rong stumbled out of the official residence. In the training ground, Li Jin looked at the blood and flesh scattered all over the ground and couldn't help but cover his nose, saying, This Zheng Rong is quite ruthless. By the way, did you capture everything? ZMO quickly replied, "General, we have captured everything, with no blind spots." Li Jin nodded and instructed, "Hand over the footage to the supervisory authority. Oh, and send a copy to Zheng Rong as a keepsake." Li Jin had a deep disdain for corrupt officials. Such people were a disaster waiting to happen and should be dealt with harshly. Otherwise, who knows how many citizens would suffer. The next day, a piece of news quickly stirred the upper echelons of the capital. Member of Parliament Zheng Rong had suddenly committed suicide by swallowing a bullet at home. In Li Jin's residence, someone reported, "General, it's been investigated." Zheng Rong committed suicide shortly after receiving the footage. Li Jin furrowed his brows and said, "What is the Public Security Office doing? Is the management so lax that anyone can possess a firearm? This is outrageous. Yu Yuan, immediately call the Chief Minister's office and say it's my order. They must severely punish these idle officials. Otherwise, Li, won't even dare to step outside." Indeed, Li Jin was openly taking the opportunity to retaliate. He had already received reports about the Public Security Office's actions. Who did Li Jin think he was? If anyone wanted to climb over him, they should be prepared to fall hard. Liang Yuan noted down Li Jin's demands and raised his head to say, "General, I'll handle it right away." Just as Liang Yuan turned to leave, Qiu Luoyin hurried in, saying, "General, the intelligence department just received news. The new Prime Minister of the Rising Sun Kingdom, Zhuo Si, will visit the new Luo Kingdom today to discuss issues regarding the Hantang Islands with the new Luo leader." Park Daiyue. Li Jin squinted. What do they want to discuss? Are they planning to sanction me? Or do they think I'm too soft and easy to bully? He suddenly stood up and shouted, "Send my orders. Tell Meng Yu to issue a formal letter to these two scoundrels, demanding an immediate explanation. Notify Zhang Kai. Have the Air Force prepare. If some people dare to disregard my words, I'll send them to their demise." Li Jin thought for a moment and still felt unsatisfied, saying, "A few days ago, didn't someone from the Lucio Islands send a petition asking us to establish a military base there? Immediately order the Pacific Fleet to send a carrier strike group northward. Establish a military base on the Lucio Islands." Liang Yuan and Qiu Luoyin were taken aback. They were unaware of the Lucio people's request. Besides, hadn't the Lucio Islands already been occupied by the Rising Sun Kingdom? At this moment, Li Jin continued, "Isn't the Arctic Fleet still not set off? Contact the Imperial military and the White Bear people, and tell them that our Arctic Fleet will conduct live fire training in the Rising Sun Sea for 3 months. Except for the White Bear Empire and the Fresh Luo Kingdom. All areas of the Fierce Sun Sea, 1 nautical mile off the coastline, will be our exercise zone. No ships are allowed to approach. Otherwise, the consequences will be at their own risk. Just do as I say and issue the announcement immediately." Liang Yuan did not dare to hesitate and quickly turned to carry out the orders. Suddenly feeling a bit nauseous, although Li Jin had responded, there was still a surge of anger he couldn't express. Looking at Qiu Luoyin, who was about to leave, he unceremoniously pulled her back. An hour later, Li Jin walked out feeling refreshed, followed by a blushing Qiu Luoyin. "General, I'm leaving now." Li Jin looked at the enchanting face in front of him, almost wanting to take a bite, and couldn't help but give Qiu Luoyin a heavy pat on the back. "Go ahead." Watching Qiu Luoyin flee in a panic and recalling the soft and slippery moments just now, Li Jin could only think of 2 words, "Sost." After giving all the orders, Li Jin suddenly felt at a loss. He simply sat down on the sofa and started scrolling through short videos. However, after a short while, his expression turned extremely unpleasant. He saw a news report on his phone about a shipping company called the National Sea Cruise Group. The gist was that on one of their cruise ships, passengers were required to speak a specific language to access the deck for tours, and even to enjoy free meals, they had to use that language. Otherwise, they would have to pay out of pocket. This was posted online and immediately sparked outrage. But the National Sea Company merely issued a bland apology, acting as if it was no big deal. Such an arrogant attitude. Did Li Jin think he would tolerate them? Li Jin immediately got up, walked to his desk, and picked up the microphone. "Get me Governor Lin Zhengsheng of Jiulong." Soon, a clear voice came through the microphone. "General Li, may I ask what you need?" Li Jin's expression darkened instantly. "What? Can I talk to him?" The person on the other end sensed Li Jin's anger and hurriedly replied, "Please hold on, General Li. I will connect you right away." Before long, there was a beep on the phone, followed by a very charming male voice. "Hello, Lin Zhengsheng." Li Jin stated directly, "I am Li Jin." There was a noticeable pause on the other end, and then Lin Zhengsheng's voice came through. "General Li, what can I do for you?" Clearly, Lin Zhengsheng was aware of Li Jin's reputation, considering that the Jiulong governor's office is one of the 4 major international metropolises. And news travels fast. Li Jin's reputation, well, his notoriety, was undoubtedly well known. Li Jin didn't waste time and spoke bluntly. I just want to ask you, is the Jiulong governor's office still part of the empire's territory? As soon as Li Jin finished speaking, there was a loud thud from the other end, indicating that his words had a significant impact. Then Lin Jingxing's serious voice came through. Generally, what do you mean by that? The Jiulong governor's office has always been an inherent territory of the empire. It is now, and it will always be. Li Jin snorted coldly upon hearing this. Humph. Since that's the case, what's going on with that cruise group? Why are you still keeping such troublemakers around? I think you can definitely arrest them all on charges of espionage. Of course, if you can't handle it, I'm a person who values loyalty. Do you need me to send someone to help you? Li Jin's sarcastic attitude left Lin Zhengsheng, on the other end, both amused and exasperated. But he dared not offend Li Jin. The more he knew, the clearer it became how terrifying the person on the other end of the line was. However, the situation at the Jiulong governor's office was different, and Lin Zhengsheng steeled himself to say, General, the cruise group is run by people from a certain country. Upon hearing this, Li Jin immediately became displeased. So what if they're from that country? Are they made of iron or bronze? Let me tell you, the first thing I did when I took office was deal with people from that country, and they're still living just fine now. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so I want to say more. I have only one request. I do not allow any sycophancy towards foreign influences on the empire's soil. I don't want to repeat myself. You know what to do, right? After saying this, Li Jin hung up the phone directly and returned to sit on the sofa. As for whether the other side would comply with his request, he was not worried at all. Sometimes, even he felt he was being a bit too overconfident. Sure enough, just an hour later, news flooded in that the Jiulong governor's office took decisive action to directly shut down the cruise group and arrested all the high-level executives on charges of espionage. All related personnel involved were also expelled from the country. Such a swift action left gossiping netizens in shock, followed by a chorus of cheers. Seeing the results, Li Jin couldn't help but smile. To be honest, that feeling of having the world in his hands was incredibly exhilarating. Just as Li Jin was excitedly browsing videos, planning to showcase his authority in the kingdom of Shilla, at the capital, the leader's residence, Prime Minister Soji Ichi was having a pleasant conversation with the Shilla leader Park Daeyeol. Although he was pelted with rotten eggs by the Shilla people on his way here, the Shilla leader was extremely enthusiastic, even respectful, which he greatly appreciated. Just as the two were enjoying their conversation, a short-statured staff member rushed in. Prime Minister, Li Jin has just sent an official letter requesting that we immediately explain this meeting. The once warm Soji Ichi immediately stiffened, and Park Daeyeol beside him looked equally grim. It was a common consensus that this man was not to be trifled with. Soji Ichi forced himself to calm down, and then said with dissatisfaction, "Isn't his reach getting a bit too long? Do our two nations' leaders have to get his approval to meet?" Chapter 132, Lightning Action. Seeing that his boss was unhappy, the staff member hurriedly said, "Prime Minister, isn't our meeting about discussing the matters of the Hantang Islands? The media has already released the news." Suddenly, Sato Taruchi felt darkness enveloping him, nearly fainting. Indeed, he had come to discuss how to deal with Li Jin in a covert manner, never expecting to do so openly. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Damn those unscrupulous media outlets. They were trying to ruin him. It was possible that bombers or snipers from another nation were waiting for him outside. With that thought, Sato Taruchi could no longer sit still. He stood up abruptly and said, "Mr. Chancellor, I think we should change locations." Park Daeyeon was also feeling uneasy, constantly fearing that a bomb would drop from the sky. He nodded repeatedly and said yes. "Yes, let's go to the basement now." Sato Taruchi quickly shook his head. "No, Li Jin loves using underground bombs the most. I remember that many people from the Liang Kingdom died this way. The previous leader stepped down because he was scared. We need to find a place with people from the Kyushu region. That would be safer. Let's leave here first." For some reason, Sato Taruchi felt a sense of impending doom, as if something terrible was about to happen, making him unwilling to stay there for even a second longer. Just as the two hurriedly exited the official residence and got into the car, a guard in the front passenger seat said, "Chancellor, the military just reported that several strategic bombers from a certain archipelago have appeared in our airspace. However, they are moving too fast for our current fire control radar to lock onto them. The military requests further instructions. Park Daeon felt a wave of relief wash over him, almost feeling as if he had escaped a disaster. He glanced at Sato Taruchi, who was looking back at him with a similar expression of relief. But then their faces turned serious. If the Air Force from that archipelago was running rampant in their territory and he didn't take countermeasures, the citizens would surely blame him. Of course, the current populace was already frustrated with him. However, Park Daeon preferred to turn a blind eye, believing that as long as he didn't hear anything, everything would be peaceful. Just as Park Daeon hesitated between protesting or intercepting, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from behind the car, followed by a cloud of dust that rushed toward them. The massive shockwave lifted the rear half of the car off the ground before it crashed back down, jolting Sato Taruchi and Park Daeon inside the vehicle. If it weren't for the fact that Park Daeon's car was a heavy armored vehicle, they would have been thrown out by now. Inside the car, a shaken Park Daeon quickly turned to look behind him and saw thick smoke billowing up from above the official residence, which was engulfed in dark smoke. Park Daeon's face turned pale. That damn Lee Jean had blown up his residence, pushing him to the brink. Just then, a tremendous whistling sound came from the sky, and a massive figure swept over the official residence in the blink of an eye, followed by a burst of flames erupting from the residence. The shockwave swept through with a billowing cloud of dust, instantly lifting the car, where Zwcd was located, and flipping it over onto the ground. After several minutes, Zwcd crawled out of the shattered window, his face covered in blood, followed closely by Park Daeon. Park Daeon was fortunate. When the car flipped, it had landed on Zwcd, and aside from severe pain throughout his body, he had no external injuries. However, Park Daeon felt no joy at having survived. Instead, he was furious. As soon as the security personnel arrived, he roared, "Call the military headquarters and tell them to immediately shoot down that damned thing in the sky." At the same time, above Park Daeon and the others, a massive stealth nuclear-powered mothership was steadily floating in the air. It was the flagship of the Air Force, the Giant Peng. The Air Force commander, Zhang Kai, was conducting a routine combat patrol near the Liang Kingdom with the Giant Peng and another air carrier, the Giant Coin. Upon receiving an order from Lee Jean, they had rushed over immediately. In the operations center of the Giant Peng's bridge, Zhang Kai stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the large screen in the center. When he saw the residence of the new Luo head of state reduced to ruins, a smile appeared on his face. "Commander, is it too soon to launch an attack? Will the general blame us?" A nervous voice came from behind Zhang Kai. It was Captain Wang Su of the Giant Peng. Zhang Kai was taken aback and replied, "Too soon? What do you mean by too soon? Don't you know our general calculates by the minute? Look." He flipped over his watch, pointing at the time. "It's been exactly 26 minutes since the announcement. That means I've given these bastards an extra 2 minutes for free." Report. A senior officer at the command station suddenly stood up and shouted, "Commander, the electronic department just intercepted a signal. It's a combat order from Park Daeon to the military headquarters." Zhang Kai chuckled upon hearing this. Is he in a hurry? Then his expression turned serious. "I order all units to attack. Destroy all their counterattack capabilities within 30 minutes. The atmosphere in the operations room instantly became tense, and orders began to be issued rapidly. On the deck of the mothership, a Ghost Bird fighter jet took off into the air after the deck crew released its restraints. After leaving the mothership, it dove straight down toward the ground. Just a few dozen meters above the surface, it pulled up sharply and leveled out. New Luo was simply too small. Within mere seconds, a broad stretch of open ground appeared ahead of the fighter jet. It was an airport. It was only at this moment that the airport's air defense alarm blared loudly, alerting the ground crew who were busy at the airport. Just then, the Ghost Bird fighter jet zoomed past, and in an instant, 2 bombs were dropped as it flew over the airport. At the same time, the automated air defense system at the airport began to take action, with orange-red projectile chains crisscrossing in the sky. However, their fire control radar was too outdated to lock onto the targets, making their efforts futile. Boom. The bomb exploded the moment it hit the ground. But instead of the expected flames and smoke, a flash of blue light surged through, and an invisible electromagnetic wave instantly swept across the entire airport. Subsequently, all the electronic equipment at the airport sparked and even exploded. The electronic devices on the aircraft were also completely destroyed in an instant as the electromagnetic wave passed through. Within just a few seconds, the entire airport was thrown into chaos. After a long while, when the explosions ceased, the ground crew who had been lying on the runway slowly got up. They looked at the M-35 fighter jets nearby, which occasionally sparked, and then at the runway lights that had suddenly exploded and shattered on both sides of the runway. For a moment, they were all dumbfounded, completely unaware of what had just happened. At that moment, a pilot, covered in black soot and emitting smoke, crawled out of the cockpit and fell heavily to the ground. This snapped the ground crew back to reality, and they hurriedly dragged the other pilots out of the aircraft. The situation in the airport's control tower was even worse. Some of the commanders sitting in front of their computers had been injured by the explosion, while others were convulsing from electric shocks. The place was filled with cries of anguish. In fact, the bombs dropped by the fighter jets were not anything new, just ordinary electromagnetic pulse bombs, albeit with slightly greater power and a wider impact range. Naturally, they weren't cheap. 10 pulse bombs cost as much as a gold bar. With Lee Jean's wealth in the tens of millions, he could afford it, but it was still a significant expense. At the same time, other fighter jets also reached their designated targets and dropped their electromagnetic pulse bombs. In just over 10 minutes, the entire military bases, communication centers, power plants, water plants, and other vital facilities of the kingdom were struck by electromagnetic pulses. There was no alternative. The territory was small enough that it didn't take long to destroy everything. Although there were no dramatic explosions or thick smoke, the power, water, and communication services in all cities were completely cut off. The chaos that ensued was unimaginable. One could say that the entire kingdom was completely paralyzed. Organizing any kind of counterattack was out of the question, and even passing a message would require someone to run. Several kilometers away from the leader's residence, in a manner, Park Daok picked up the phone repeatedly, but all he heard was a deafening busy tone. Frustrated, he slammed the phone to the ground and waved his arms, shouting, "Damn it! What on earth is going on? Can anyone tell me?" The people in the room quickly lowered their heads, fearing they might incur the wrath of their leader. Seeing this, the leader's anger surged even more. Just then, an officer stumbled in, awkwardly saluting the leader before gasping for breath to report, "Sir, our communication center and some key stations, as well as power facilities, have been attacked by pulse bombs and graphite bombs. All components and the power network have been destroyed. The entire country's communication and electricity are completely down." The leader was momentarily stunned. Electromagnetic pulse bombs. Could they really have such devastating power? At that moment, another officer hurried in. "Sir, the personnel I dispatched have returned. The bases near the capital have been hit. All weapons with electronic devices have been burned out, and to use them again, all components must be replaced. Also, the doors to our armory are automatic, and the opening devices have been destroyed, so we can't even get in." Upon hearing this, the leader was completely dumbfounded. Just then, the officer added, "Not only the bases near the capital, but I just received a satellite call. Our bases deployed nationwide have also been attacked. All aircraft, missiles, and tanks are unusable. Fortunately, our personnel casualties are not significant." The leader shot a fierce glare at the officer. He didn't care about casualties, but rather about the weapons. Without armaments, how could he confront his rival? Of course, he was smart enough not to voice these thoughts. When can the communication facilities be repaired? The officer's face showed immediate difficulty. "Sir, we currently have no idea how many stations have been damaged. Even just repairing the lines near the capital will take at least a day. As for electricity, our power grid is completely paralyzed. Full restoration will take at least a week." "No way," the leader said without hesitation. "A day is too long. As for the week you mentioned, just forget it." He stated directly, "You only have 1 hour. Communication across the country must be restored." The officer hesitated, unsure how to respond. Although the area was small, restoring communication nationwide was no easy task. Sir," just as the officer was at a loss for words, another officer rushed in, holding a satellite phone. "This is a satellite phone airdropped by our allies." In an instant, the atmosphere in the room became tense, and everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the satellite phone in the officer's hand. The officer, breathless, said, "Sir, we've checked. This is not a bomb." Ding-ling-ling. Just as the officer finished speaking, the phone rang at the right moment. Park Daok hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand, signaling the officer to connect the call. A deep voice came from the phone. "I am Zhang Kai, commander of the Hantang Air Force. Tell Park Daok to immediately expel Zashno 1 and publicly apologize to Hantang. You have only 24 minutes to consider. If you don't respond within that time, what you will receive won't just be pulse bombs. I believe you are well aware of our general's temperament. All right, your time is running out." With that, The phone hung up with a beep. Although Zhang Kai spoke in a dialect, Park Dae understood him clearly. He couldn't speak the dialect, but could comprehend it. Understanding the message made Park Dae-yue's heart leap. The Hantang Air Force had already crippled them with one attack. If they were serious, they would be doomed. Thinking of this, Park Dae-yue immediately made a decision and ordered, immediately expel Zosh #1 from the country. Make a big show of it. Also, use a satellite phone to reply to Commander Zhang, stating that we Scylla completely accept his demands. After communication is restored, we will issue a statement. Park Dae-yue was the type of person who would sway with the wind. Whoever was strong, he would lean towards. Just after giving the order, he quickly added, "By the way, make a note of this. After this matter is settled, I will visit the Kyushu Empire." Meanwhile, in a room not far from Park Dae-yue, Zosh #1 sat on the sofa with a grim expression. "Haven't we contacted the home country yet?" A short, stout man beside him quickly bowed and said, "Your Excellency, we have contacted the home country via satellite phone." Zosh #1's expression improved slightly as he quickly said, "You need to inform the headquarters immediately to prepare for an electromagnetic bomb attack. Since this madman dares to strike at Scylla, he definitely won't let us off easily." Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door, and an officer rushed in with a group of soldiers. "Zosh #1, leave our country immediately. You are not welcome here." The officer walked in with a cold expression, looking at Zosh #1 with a hint of hatred in his eyes. They clearly remembered the heinous crimes committed by the Liang Kingdom against them. If it weren't for Park Dae-yue's obstinacy, Zosh #1 might have been met with rotten eggs as soon as he entered Scylla. Zosh #1 was taken aback by the officer's outburst, and then his expression darkened. "I want to see your leader." The Scylla officer sneered, clearly mocking, "It's just a few steps away. Whose order do you think it would be?" What a naive guy. Temple was furious after being provoked repeatedly. He was about to explode with anger, but thinking that this was not his territory, he could only hold back and say, "Let's go." Deep down, he swore to make those damn guys pay when he got back. However, what the following attendant said left him stunned. "Your Excellency, our plane was affected at the airport, and all the instruments and equipment on board were destroyed. We can no longer take off." Temple's expression changed immediately, while the officer from the opposing side showed a gloating expression, urging, "You only have 24 minutes. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking forceful measures." Temple turned pale. Those damn guys, if it weren't for their invitation, he wouldn't have come to this miserable place, and now they wanted to destroy the bridge after crossing it. "I want to see your leader." The officer replied expressionlessly, "Sorry, our leader has other important matters to attend to, and doesn't he have time to meet you?" Just as the two sides were at a standstill, an officer hurriedly walked in and whispered something in the other officer's ear. The officer's expression darkened immediately as he said sternly, "We have prepared a boat for you. You must leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The murderous glare from the officer made Temple's heart race, and he naturally dared not stay any longer. He quickly led his attendants out the door. However, what Temple didn't expect was that as soon as he stepped outside, a soldier rushed out with a submachine gun, shouting in the local language, "Die!" A series of bullets erupted, instantly turning Temple into a sieve, leaving him lying in a pool of blood. The sudden scene shocked everyone present, and it took a long time for someone to react and rush over to check. By that time, Temple was already breathing his last. The earlier officer was also in a panic, realizing that he had landed himself in big trouble. The people from the opposing side would definitely not let this go, and he knew he would be one of the scapegoats. With this thought, a hint of murderous intent appeared in the officer's eyes, and he decided to take drastic measures. In the capital, at Li Jin's residence, it was morning. After half an hour of aerobic exercise, Li Jin felt refreshed as he walked out of his room. Today was the award ceremony, and he wanted to make sure he looked his best. At that moment, ZMO had already prepared breakfast for him: egg-filled pancakes, meat sandwiches, fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, soy milk, and a few exquisite pickles that opened Li Jin's appetite. He immediately sat down to eat when Liang Yuan walked in briskly. "General, the intelligence agency has just sent an urgent message. A rebellion has erupted in a certain region, and the local military has been heavily attacked by the insurgents. A prominent figure has also been ambushed. The entire area is now in chaos." Li Jin, who was drinking soy milk, immediately spat it out in shock, staring in disbelief at Liang Yuan. The thought that jumped into his mind was, could it be the work of Zhang Gong and his group? Liang Yuan replied that the intelligence agency confirmed they indeed had plans in this regard, but they hadn't been implemented yet. Li Jin nodded. It seemed that the local military leader was simply out of luck, as his name suggested. He then stated, as part of the Far East, "We cannot stand by and watch such a situation unfold. We must show our support. Let's issue a statement declaring that, in the interest of world peace, no country should interfere in the internal affairs of this region. Otherwise, they will be considered enemies of Li Jin. If I'm not happy, I will make sure they won't be either. Also, send a formal letter to them, stating that they are all compatriots and brothers. And how can they harm each other? Therefore, the use of weapons of mass destruction is absolutely prohibited. I think rifles would suffice. Fewer casualties, and it's fair. If they don't listen, they can't blame me for being merciless and turning their scrap into dust." "I understand, General." Liang Yuan nodded and turned to leave. At that moment, Lin Keqing walked out of the room with a military uniform, helping Li Jin put it on, carefully fastening each button. Li Jin, who was already good-looking, became even more impressive in uniform, with a courageous and resolute face that exuded a commanding presence, especially with the 4 shining stars on his insignia, making him look exceptionally dashing. Lin Keqing's heart raced, her face flushed as if on fire, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "This is my General Li." Li Jin looked at Lin Keqing's delicate, blushing face and playfully pinched her nose, smiling. "Wasn't I like this before?" Lin Keqing shook her head innocently. "Not the same." Li Jin, without further ado, ruffled her hair affectionately and said, "Just wait for me at home." Lin Keqing obediently nodded, and only then did Li Jin pick up his hat and walk outside. At the entrance, a long line of black armored cars from the Imperial Nation was waiting for him. As he approached, ZMO, who was waiting at the door, saw Li Jin come out and opened the car door for him. Li Jin got in, and the convoy immediately drove away from the residence. At the Imperial Congress Center, the tallest building in the capital, it has been a landmark since its completion, attracting countless tourists daily for photos, bustling with activity, and is considered one of the most vibrant places in the city. Today, however, is eerily quiet, with not a single tourist in sight. Only a few soldiers stand tall and straight, dressed in their vibrant ceremonial uniforms, resembling javelins as they line the sides of the central avenue, adding a touch of solemnity to the already imposing central building. On one side of the avenue, there is a platform that has been deliberately set up, now bristling with long guns and artillery, behind which is a dense crowd of reporters from various countries. "Miss Ling, I heard that General Li Jin from Hantang is coming too?" A young reporter, squeezed among the crowd, curiously asked a female reporter nearby. The female reporter immediately smiled. "General Li rarely attends such events. As far as I know, he has only appeared in front of the media twice, and both times were before he gained prominence. Since the rise of the Hantang Islands, he hasn't shown up at all. This is the first time. We might just grab the headlines." The young reporter couldn't help but get excited at this. With Li Jin's influence, it would truly be a front-page story. At the entrance of the central avenue, Yun Xiao stands alongside an elderly man also dressed in the Imperial General's uniform, with a group of Imperial Generals behind them, including Yin Tianqin, General Yun, General Mei. "If you both want to go in first, we can wait here," said an Imperial General standing behind Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao shook his head. "No need. I'm not at the point where I can't move. This is General Li's first time attending our conference, which is significant, and as the hosts, we must show proper etiquette. Don't you see that His Majesty and the Chancellor are also waiting on the steps?" Seeing Yun Xiao attach such importance to Li Jin, the general couldn't help but say, "General Yun, although His Majesty promoted him to Imperial General, he hasn't officially been commissioned yet. Isn't this quite a spectacle? You shouldn't feel resentful." At this moment, an elderly man in military uniform, named Mei, suddenly spoke up. "The current Hantang is not the same as the former Liderong. Li Jin represents a powerful force that can influence the world. You all know what happened yesterday, right? I don't need to elaborate on the strength of Silla. You should be well aware. But what does that matter? In just half an hour, the Hantang Air Force destroyed the entire military capacity of the Silla Kingdom. They crippled their power and communication. Even the troops of the Mariga Empire became vulnerable, like sheep to slaughter. They were given no chance to resist. If it were us, do you think we could achieve that? To me, this is a completely new mode of warfare. As long as we build a good relationship with Li Jin, we can be on the starting line. Moreover, this was just yesterday. Consider how many wars General Li has fought since he took office as the governor of Hantang. Who were his opponents? Such a figure deserves our admiration, doesn't he? Instead of wasting your thoughts on jealousy, focus on how to fight and how to win. The earnest teachings of the elder may cause the generals behind him to lower their heads, showing a humble demeanor, clearly resonating with their hearts. Elder May nodded in appreciation. Everyone present today was an elite among elites, core figures of the imperial military. If he could win them over, it would be equivalent to winning over the entire imperial army. At that moment, a convoy slowly approached, and with a slight braking sound, a small car stopped not far from Yun Xiao and the others. Li Jin opened the car door and stepped out, catching sight of Yun Xiao and the others. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly walked forward, but before Li Jin could salute, both Yun Xiao and Elder May raised their hands to salute him first, followed by the imperial generals behind them. Such a grand gesture left Li Jin feeling somewhat flattered. He hurriedly returned the salute. Then he stepped forward to shake hands with Commander Yun, saying, "Commander Yun, you are my seniors, yet you honor me too much." He then extended his hand to shake hands with the other imperial military deputy commander, Mei Sheng, saying, "Commander Mei, you are my idol." Li Jin's enthusiastic attitude left Mei Sheng slightly taken aback. At this moment, Yun Xiao spoke up, "General Li, let us go inside. His Majesty is still waiting for us." After saying that, he took the lead towards the building. Li Jin raised his hand to gesture for Mei Sheng to go ahead, and he fell back half a step behind Mei Sheng. Following behind were Yin Tianqin and the other imperial generals. Li Jin was the kind of person who reciprocated respect. If you honored him a foot, he would honor you a mile. With Yun Xiao and Mei Sheng being so warm, Li Jin naturally returned the courtesy with a few polite remarks. As soon as the three of them stepped onto the main path, they immediately caught the attention of reporters, who turned their cameras towards them. These three were the new military leaders of the empire, carrying significant weight. Soon, they ascended the steps and reached the entrance, where Li Yi and Song Lian were already waiting with smiles on their faces. Li Jin quickly raised his hand in salute, saying, "Your Majesty." "Chief Minister." Li Yi extended his hand with a smile. "General Li, we finally meet. The Chief Minister and I have long been looking forward to this." Li Jin shook hands firmly with Li Yi, humbly responding, "Your Majesty, you flatter me." At that moment, Song Lian also smiled and extended his hand. "General Li, your arrival has made His Majesty so happy that he couldn't sleep a wink last night." Li Jin smiled slightly and shook hands with Song Lian lightly, not showing any sign of closeness. He was very clear about the past. He had once gone alone to the Hantang Islands, and this person in front of him was one of the instigators. Although it was all for the benefit of the empire, Li Jin felt uncomfortable. Without the support of the system, he might have been completely devoured. Song Lian seemed to understand Li Jin's feelings and showed no signs of being bothered. He simply raised his hand and said, "Your Majesty, we should go in now. General Li, please." At that moment, the assembly hall of the central building was filled with military personnel. As Li Jin and others entered the hall, a loud voice suddenly echoed throughout. "Stand up. Salute." Chapter 136, Submarine Mysteries. Li Jin stood on the podium, looking at the officers sitting upright below, and his thoughts momentarily drifted. Was this considered a way to bring glory to one's ancestors? He quickly dismissed the thought, reminding himself that he had no ancestors in this world. They were all soldiers. Naturally, there was nothing superficial at the meeting. After a brief speech, the awarding ceremony began. Just as Li Jin's mind wandered, a serious voice rang in his ear. "Now, please welcome General Li Jin, Deputy Commander of the Imperial Military Command, to confer ranks on Dong Qi and Hua." Li Jin was taken aback. He hadn't expected this. He then stood up and walked toward the center of the stage. He was no longer a child. Having been through countless battles, such a scene did not intimidate him. At this time, 6 major generals were already standing straight on the stage. And as they listened to Li Jin confer ranks, a hint of emotion showed on their faces. Li Jin's name was likely the most renowned in this world, with unmatched achievements, almost godlike in status. Their positions were far from Li Jin's, so they felt no rivalry, only admiration. As Li Jin approached, he felt 6 intense gazes on him. Someone had brought over the rank conferral orders, and Li Jin picked one up to present it to the first general. To his surprise, it was a familiar face. The person who had first welcomed him to the homeland, and across from him, Dong Qi was equally excited. Quickly raising his hand to give a standard military salute and saying, "Commander Li," Li Jin smiled slightly, raised his hand in return, handed the certificate to Dong Qi, and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder before moving to the second general. Of course, the others did not receive the same treatment as Dong Qi. Merely going through the motions of returning salutes and receiving certificates, which left the other generals feeling a bit disappointed. Li Jin was currently at the peak of his career. Do not underestimate that pat on Dong Qi's shoulder. Everyone present had likely noticed it. Those with discerning eyes would naturally think of Dong Qi when good fortune came around. Even those who might not favor Li Jin would avoid causing trouble for Dong Qi to prevent conflict. So Dong Qi had essentially received a ticket to rise in status. This is the advantage of being under a big tree. After more than an hour, the rank conferral ceremony finally came to an end. Yin Xiao, sitting next to Li Jin, suddenly spoke up. Would you like to say a few words? Teach these young folks a lesson? Li Jin chuckled. How can I do that? By age, everyone here is my senior. Mei Sheng, sitting on Li Jin's other side, chimed in. If we go by achievements, you are indeed our senior. I believe many people here would love to hear you give a lecture. Li Jin, not wanting to refuse, nodded and said, all right, instead of a lecture, I'll share some of my own experiences. Yin Xiao immediately called out to the back, and after all the award ceremonies were over, the host suddenly spoke up. Next, we invite General Li Jin to give the closing remarks. Applause erupted like thunder from the audience, and it only quieted down after Li Jin stepped onto the stage, making the entire auditorium so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Today, I won't sing praises or boast about achievements. Let's just have a casual chat. Li Jin began. You should know a bit about what the Hantang Islands were like before. Issues like gambling and drugs were just child's play there. So what did I do? I sent troops to sweep through the entire archipelago. Li Jin spoke lightly, but everyone at the venue knew the bloody chaos that had ensued. But then, unexpected troubles arose. Just as I had cleaned up the mess, people from a certain country came knocking. What to do? Fight back. Li Jin continued with a smile. At that time, I had only one thought. Those with nothing to lose are fearless. Who would have thought that the folks from that country were just paper tigers? A poke, and they fell apart. Honestly, when I heard about our victories, I thought I was dreaming. Not long after, they stirred up trouble again, trying to trap me. What to do? Keep fighting. Just like that. I wiped out 5 of their battle groups. At that moment, I realized they really are just paper tigers. So, all this talk about being the world's strongest nation and opposing the entire world is nothing but a lie. Haven't great figures said that practice reveals the truth? If you want to know whether you're strong or if the enemy is a paper tiger, guessing won't help. You have to go all out. Li Jin's colorful language echoed in the venue, but instead of causing discontent, it ignited the fighting spirit in everyone. Soldiers are passionate. They never fear the battlefield, but yearn for it. Li Jin spoke for over half an hour, only stopping when he felt parched. Once again, thunderous applause filled the hall, and everyone spontaneously stood up. At Li Jin's residence, he casually hung his hat on a rack and instructed ZMO, who was following him. ZMO, tell Yin Shui that I won't be attending the dinner. He then turned to Lin Kuching, who was approaching. Kuching, gather Yuan and Mengyu. Let us go out to eat. Lin Kuching immediately smiled and nodded, saying, I'll go find Yuan and the others. Meanwhile, at the Joint Operations Command Center in the Hantang Islands, the on-duty commander Li Yu was standing in front of the long-range radar, watching 2 light spots on the screen. He spoke up. Have we identified them? Immediately, a staff member stood up and reported, Sir, they should be 2 conventional submarines. Based on their specifications, they are likely whale-class attack submarines from a certain kingdom. Li Jin furrowed his brow. What did those people want? Attack them? With just 2 conventional submarines? Wasn't that a joke? Target direction. Report. According to trajectory calculations, their direction of travel is towards our archipelago. Li Yu furrowed his brows. At this moment, an officer spoke up. Commander, the distance to the nearby kingdom is approximately 300 nautical miles. The submarine is a conventional powered vessel with a displacement of only 3,000 to 4,000 tons, and its range won't exceed 2,000 nautical miles. Furthermore, we haven't detected any supply ships nearby. Could these 2 submarines be on some special mission? Hearing this, Li Yu's expression turned contemplative, and he then asked, Are there any of our warships nearby? Report, a destroyer from the Pacific Fleet, the Jinyuan, is in the adjacent waters. Li Yu immediately issued an order. These submarines dare to intrude into our territorial waters. Command the Jinyuan to take them out. The operations officer was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but remind, Commander, they are still nearly 800 nautical miles away from us. Li Yu glanced at the officer and spoke with vigor. So what? I say wherever we declare as our territorial waters, it is ours. Chapter 137, Missile Anti-Submarine. On May 27th, at 8 p.m., a dark and windy night. In the vast Pacific Ocean, a sleek destroyer was rising and falling with the waves. This warship is the Jinyuan missile destroyer, part of the 2nd Carrier Strike Group of the Pacific Fleet from the Hantang Archipelago. Captain Zheng stood solemnly on the bridge, listening to the fierce sound of the waves outside, and picked up the communicator to shout, "Sonar, how is it? Have you caught the target?" A voice immediately came from the communicator. "Report, Captain, target acquired. Direction southeast, distance 110 nautical miles." Excitement flashed across Zheng's face as he shouted, "Right rudder, heading southeast. Full speed ahead." In the waters 100 nautical miles away from the Jinyuan, underwater at a depth of 300 meters, 2 slender submarines were slowly making their way towards the Hantang Archipelago. At this moment, inside one of the submarines, the team leader, Yamamoto Junichi, passed through a narrow corridor and arrived at the command room. A 156-meter tall officer quickly approached Yamamoto and bowed. "Captain, we are 680 nautical miles from the Hantang Archipelago. Estimated time of arrival is 68 hours. Yamamoto nodded and patted the officer's shoulder. "Xuantiankun, you've worked hard." He then glanced around the command room and said loudly, "Everyone, we are about to approach the Hantang Archipelago. Before you came, someone should have informed you that we are on a top-secret mission this time. There is no code name, no plan, and no information at all. In other words, we are already as good as dead. Do you know what this mission is?" Yamamoto's words sparked some interest among the previously silent crew members, who cast curious glances at him. A smile appeared on Yamamoto's face. Although he was leading this group into danger, there was a difference between being forced and being willing. Despite all the preparations made, the opponent was simply too powerful, with 6 carrier strike groups alone, not to mention other forces. In this sea area, who knows how many submarines are hidden beneath? Leading a group of people forced to their deaths on a mission, they would probably be torn to pieces long before they even approached the target. In his view, to accomplish the mission, it was essential to inspire everyone's fighting spirit, uniting them as one, to have even the slightest hope. With a serious expression, he said, "You only know that our target this time is a certain island group. But do you know what we are carrying? It's a nuclear bomb." His words instantly caused an uproar among the crew, their faces filled with disbelief. "Do you know? The relevant parties have promised us that as long as we complete this mission, they will lift all restrictions on us. They might even withdraw all stationed troops, return the entire defense to us, and support us in establishing a real army. At that time, we will have aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines. We won't have to be crammed into this tiny, suffocating thing anymore." His passionate speech completely shocked everyone in the command room, and even the entrance was crowded with people, clearly drawn in by his words. "Now, do you think this mission is worth it? Is it worth exchanging our lives for the rise of our nation?" The command room fell silent, but the heavy breathing echoed in the cabin. After a while, fervent shouts erupted. "Worth it!" Just as he was about to feel elated, a soldier suddenly emerged from the sonar room. "Captain, a destroyer is approaching us at high speed." His expression changed drastically, losing all traces of joy. He quickly asked, "Can we determine which force it belongs to?" The soldier quickly bowed and reported, "Captain, according to sonar data, it should be a destroyer over 10,000 tons. Such a large warship can only belong to the island group." Damn it! His face turned grim. The fact that the enemy's warship was charging at them meant they had been discovered. What puzzled him was how they found them when they hadn't surfaced since departing. Was it satellites or radar? He couldn't afford to think too much at that moment and shouted, "Order the submarine to surface immediately and divert the enemy." The soldier bowed quickly. "Yes, sir." As for the safety of the submarine, he didn't care at all. Having an extra submarine was meant for this moment, to buy him enough time to escape. After giving the order, he commanded, "Continue to dive another 100 meters. We need to get out of here." On the destroyer, the captain reported, "A submarine from the relevant nation is heading straight towards us." The captain frowned. What on earth did they want to die? Suddenly, his expression changed, and he quickly asked, "What about the other submarine?" "Report, according to sonar, it is diving rapidly. It seems they want to escape." The captain couldn't help but sneer. These damn people had actually learned to abandon the vehicle to protect the commander. "Report, the enemy submarine has surfaced to 50 meters at a distance of 96 nautical miles." The commander ordered directly, "Take it down." The operations room immediately became busy. Within 10 seconds, 2 hatches of the vertical launch system at the bow of the ship popped open, and a missile soared into the air amidst flames. followed closely by a second missile. The two missiles arced through the sky towards the submarine's location. Within 100 nautical miles, in just a few seconds, the missiles were nearing the submarine. At that moment, the two missiles dove down from above, skimming the surface of the sea as they rapidly approached the submarine. When they reached directly above the submarine, one missile plunged into the water below. At this moment, the submarine from the hostile nation was slowly surfacing, completely unaware of the impending danger. By the time their sonar detected the missiles, it was too late. The missiles struck the submarine directly, resulting in a massive explosion and flames erupting in the sea, obliterating the entire submarine into fragments. Under the deep sea, Yamamoto stood nervously in the sonar room, while a sonar technician said gravely, "Captain, there has been a violent explosion in the area where the Chunshin is located." Yamamoto's expression changed. The nearby destroyer was still 80 or 90 nautical miles away, making it impossible for them to launch torpedoes. It must be anti-submarine missiles. If that were the case, the Chunshin was likely doomed. However, Yamamoto felt a slight relief knowing that at least they had escaped. He ordered silence throughout the vessel. Chapter 138. Whose territory is this anyway? On the bridge of the Jinyuan cruiser, an officer approached the commander and said, "Captain, the remaining enemy submarine has gone silent. Our sonar cannot currently determine their position." The commander replied, "What about headquarters? Our radar cannot detect stationary submarines, but we can estimate their approximate location. Knowing the approximate location is enough. I really don't believe they can hide there indefinitely." He ordered, "Slow down. We have plenty of time. We can wear them out slowly." At the same time, near the Liushio Islands, a large aircraft carrier group was rapidly approaching the main island of Liushio. The garrison on the islands was not blind and quickly noticed the aggressive battle group approaching. Initially, they thought it was a routine patrol by the naval forces. However, who would have thought that this time it would come right to their doorstep? At this moment, about 20 to 30 nautical miles outside the aircraft carrier battle group, a destroyer from the hostile nation was closely following behind. On the bridge, Commander Daiben Shiro was peering through a high-powered telescope, observing the approaching battle group. An officer rushed to him and said, "Commander, the naval fleet has entered the exclusive waters of the Liushio Islands. Should we warn them?" The band Silang straightened up and said, "These damn guys really think we're just decorations. Get ready to shout at them and make them leave our waters immediately." The officer quickly bowed and turned to the bridge control panel, picking up the communicator and loudly declaring, "Attention, warship ahead. Attention, warship ahead. This is the territorial sea of our nation. Please leave immediately. Please leave." Just as the officer was about to repeat the message, a frustrated voice suddenly came through the communicator. "Shut the hell up. If you keep blabbering, I'll take you down myself." The officer was momentarily stunned. Who else could talk to them over the public channel at this moment? Are people from that region always this irritable? The officer was at a loss for a moment and turned to Daban, who had heard the voice from the communicator and frowned, asking, "What did they say?" The officer hurriedly repeated the message, and Daban's expression twitched. Looking at the officer's questioning gaze, Daban suddenly felt a bit parched. If it had been someone else speaking, Daban would have ignored it, but this group from the island region might do something unpredictable. "Report to the base immediately." Ultimately, Daban did not respond to the officer, but changed the subject. The officer immediately felt relieved, bowed, and turned to leave. At the naval base of the kingdom, chaos reigned. The harsh sound of air defense alarms and the noise of personnel running and calling out echoed throughout the base. In the command building, the base commander, Chuanbin Xiong, looked exasperated. He had thought the fleet from the island region would just be wandering around as usual, but unexpectedly, they had directly intruded into their territorial waters this time. Looking at the officers surrounding him, waiting for his decision, he felt overwhelmed. Even skilled personnel had suffered losses against those from the island region. Now asking them to engage, it was easy to imagine Chuanbin's anxiety. However, Chuanbin appeared to be a decisive leader. Suppressing his worries about the future, he solemnly commanded, "Issue another warning. If they don't leave, sink them." In Chuanbin's view, this was their stronghold, and he truly believed they could handle a carrier battle group. At that moment, an officer hurried over and bowed, saying, "Commander, the islanders are trying to communicate with us." Chuanbin was taken aback. Were they trying to steal the show? They hadn't even said anything yet. "Put them through." The officer immediately pressed a button on the control panel, and a strong voice came through the speaker. "You damn little brats from the kingdom, listen up. You are currently in the military protection zone of our governor's office. You have 24 hours, no, 1 hour, to leave. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Also, how dare you station troops here without the consent of our governor's office? You have seriously hurt our feelings and insulted our reputation. You must provide compensation. As for what to compensate, my family's general hasn't figured that out yet. So, until then, you cannot touch anything on the Lucio Islands, as it might all belong to us. Bang crashed before the voice in the communicator finished. A shadow rushed over and smashed the loudspeaker to pieces. Kawamoto's face turned red with anger, breathing heavily, and he cursed through gritted teeth. Baka, shameless. Counterattack, give me a counterattack immediately. I want to leave them here. The officers of the Liang army surrounding Kawamoto instantly became excited. They had none of Kawamoto's hidden agendas, only a thirst for war. Some officers even had bloodshot eyes, displaying a bloodthirsty expression as if they wanted to devour their enemies. A few minutes later, at the military port dock of the base, dozens of missile launch vehicles quickly arrived, and the launch tubes were quickly erected. From parking to vertical positioning, it took less than a minute, showing that the Liang army was also well trained. Bang, immediately, a slight explosion was heard, and then anti-ship missiles shot out from the launch tubes, roaring towards the fleet like the last rays of the setting sun, propelled by flames. At the same time, shore-based missiles deployed in other locations were also launched, with hundreds of missiles pouring down like rain, truly resembling a thunderous storm. On board the 2nd Aircraft Carrier Strike Group, the Tianshu Missile Destroyer's bridge, the combat commanders were calmly performing their duties. They detected the incoming missile trajectory, bearing 220, quantity 124, and the fire control calculations were initiated. Requesting to fire. Permission granted. As the weapons controller pressed the missile launch button, anti-aircraft missiles from various destroyers soared into the sky from vertical launch systems, trailing long white smoke as they gracefully arced through the air, racing towards the incoming Liang missiles. Chapter 139, Sea and Land Showdown. The combat commanders on the Tianshu, facing the overwhelming number of incoming missiles, showed no signs of panic, naturally because they had confidence. It is known that the Prometheus air defense system equipped on the Leader-class destroyers is an evolved version in the modern naval world, armed with 162 medium and long-range air defense missiles, capable of automatically intercepting up to 81 of the most threatening targets simultaneously, along with a powerful close-in defense system. The second formation had 3 Leader-class destroyers. Although one was on a different mission, 2 remained. Moreover, 3 Blade C-class destroyers were providing support on either side, creating a multi-layered air defense configuration. At this moment, as the Prometheus air defense missiles launched, they charged towards the incoming Type 12 anti-ship missiles. In the blink of an eye, the leading air defense missile collided with the Liang Kingdom's anti-ship missile, resulting in countless bursts of flames erupting in the sky. Dense black smoke instantly covered half of the sky, darkening the atmosphere. Of course, there is no air defense system that can intercept everything with 100% certainty. Amidst the thick smoke, several missiles still shot out, heading straight for the aircraft carrier at the center of the fleet. At that moment, the close-in defense system of the destroyer opened fire. Countless bullet casings were ejected, and orange-red tracer rounds intertwined in the air, instantly turning the incoming anti-ship missiles into fragments. In response, after eliminating all the incoming missiles, the vertical launch system at the bow of the destroyer opened its hatches, and flames erupted from the launch tubes. One after another, Zircon missiles were launched, igniting in midair and accelerating upward toward the location where the missiles had just been fired from. Other missile destroyers also began launching their missiles, which shot up into the sky like arrows, leaving long white trails behind, creating a spectacular and breathtaking scene. At the same time the missiles were launched, several strategic bombers appeared in the sky, also roaring toward various military outposts on the islands. By this time, the missiles had reached the airspace above the military base, and with the hypersonic speed of the missiles over such a short distance, even if the defenders had detected the incoming missiles, they would have no time to react and could only watch helplessly as the missiles screamed down from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. In a series of explosions, the entire base was instantly engulfed in flames. One missile headed straight for the command building where the officer was located, making a sharp turn in the air and diving straight down, piercing through the roof and into the building. With a violent explosion, the entire structure shook violently, and countless flames burst through the glass, billowing thick smoke into the sky, wrapping the command building in darkness. Cough, cough in the command center. The officer stood up from the fallen ceiling, touched his face, and winced in pain upon seeing his bloodied hands. He quickly scanned the surroundings. The entire operations center had turned into a disaster zone, with bodies strewn everywhere. Even the roof had collapsed, allowing blinding sunlight to pour in, forcing him to shield his eyes. "Commander, are you all right?" A bloodied officer staggered over. The officer shook his head and supported himself on a nearby table, saying, "We need to get out of here." At that moment, some surviving officers and soldiers gathered around, helping him to leave. Suddenly, a piercing sound cut through the air from above. The officer couldn't help but look up, just in time to see a large shadow rushing past the hole in the roof, followed by a bomb being dropped. The officer's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "There's a bomb." After speaking, he was about to run towards the stairs, but bombs had already fallen from the sky, piercing through the rooftop and just passing right in front of him. Looking at the massive bomb that pierced through the building as if it were paper, he felt a wave of despair. It was a penetrating bomb. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed again, and the command building collapsed violently, turning into a pile of rubble. At this moment, the entire Lucio archipelago was filled with the sounds of explosions and soaring flames. This scene terrified the civilians on the island, who hurried back to their homes and tightly shut their doors. Fortunately, the bases of the local forces were located outside the gathering area, and the Second Fleet showed no signs of a saturation attack, so there were no civilian casualties. In the sky, bombers roared overhead, repeatedly strafing the local forces' positions until every area was turned into craters before finally leaving with lingering satisfaction. On board the giant aerospace carrier, the ground crew was busy reloading ammunition for the returning bombers. The deck was bustling with activity. On the bridge, Captain Shirkong leaned comfortably against the railing, enjoying the afternoon sun. "Captain, from the direction of the local forces, 2 M-35 squadrons, 48 aircraft are heading towards us. A carrier battle group from the Meliga Empire stationed in the region has also set sail and is moving quickly towards us." Shirkang's face immediately lit up with a smile, and he excitedly said, "Now this is what war looks like." Immediately informed the Second Fleet to prepare. "They are the hosts, and our Air Force is just here to support." "Yes, sir." On board the second carrier battle group of the Hantang Navy, Commander Chun Yu stood in the operations room, watching the radar data sent from headquarters on the screen. He turned to a radar operator beside him and asked, "Can our fleet's radar detect these aircraft?" "Report, Commander. Our shipborne radar is too small to detect long-range stealth targets. We may only detect them within 100 kilometers." Chun Yu nodded and then turned to an officer nearby. "Commanding, order all aircraft to take off. Since they dare to come, we will send them all to hell." The officer raised his hand in salute and turned to leave. "Commander, should we deploy the Marines to the island?" asked Wu Di, the fleet's chief of staff, who was following Chun Yu. Chun Yu shook his head and replied, "No need. We are here to uphold justice, not to help others seize power. Besides, this is still the local forces' sphere of influence. If they truly decide to use missiles indiscriminately, our personnel on the island could be in danger. These local forces can do anything without a care. Let them handle their own affairs. Our consistent principle is to never interfere in the internal affairs of other countries." Wu Di nodded thoughtfully. He hadn't considered this point. Although they came this time under the banner of allowing the people of Liuxiu to gain independence, they were well aware of one thing. The true Liuxiu people had mostly been eliminated by the people of another region long ago. Now, there were only about 100,000 left. After so many years, they had been completely assimilated by the people of that region, and those who harbored hatred towards them were likely few and far between. If they were to land on the island at this moment, it was likely that no one would welcome them. Only hatred awaited. Therefore, some things should really not be taken too seriously. Chapter 140, Eagle Clash. As soon as Chun Yu's command reached the aircraft carrier, the impatient Ghostbird fighter jets immediately began to taxi on the deck. One by one, they were catapulted into the air, roaring towards the direction of the M-35 squadron. While the Ghostbird fighters were not considered remarkable in the treasure shop in this world, they were undoubtedly top tier. The ability to fly at speeds exceeding Mach 3 for the entire duration of their flight was enough to outperform all other aircraft. As for the M-35 fighters, they could only sustain a supersonic cruise of Mach 1.6 for about half an hour at most. Without further ado, at hundreds of kilometers per hour, within just a few minutes, the M-35 squadron appeared on the radar of the Ghostbird fighters. The radar equipped on the Ghost Bird was only slightly better than that of the M35, capable of detecting stealth aircraft at around 50 nautical miles, while the M35 could only detect stealth flights at just over 30 nautical miles. The 20 nautical mile gap could already determine life and death. At this moment, in the foremost Ghost Bird fighter, squadron leader Chao Jinyun was seated. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a signal from the M35 appeared on Chao Jinyun's radar. However, he did not activate the fire control system yet. At this moment, the two aircraft were still 50 nautical miles apart. Activating the radar lock now would alert the enemy immediately, and at that distance, they could easily maneuver to evade. Chao Jinyun maintained his composure, watching the point of light on his helmet display. As they approached 30 nautical miles, he quickly activated the fire control system. Instantly, a red box appeared on the helmet display, indicating that the fire control system had locked onto the target. Chao Jinyun pressed the launch button without any hesitation. The missile bay beneath the aircraft opened instantly, and two air-to-air missiles were launched, igniting midair and soaring forward with a roar. At that moment, adjacent fighter jets also opened fire, with missiles streaking across the sky, leaving behind white trails. In the airspace less than 30 nautical miles from Chao Jinyun and his team, the missiles fired by the Ghost Bird fighter jets were detected by the radar of an M35 fighter jet. However, by that time, the missiles had already been in flight for several seconds, at a distance of 30 nautical miles. It only took a dozen seconds for the R-37 air-to-air missiles to reach their target. Therefore, when the M35 fighter jet realized it was locked on, there was no time to maneuver for evasion, as the missile was already screaming towards it, crashing directly into the fighter jet. Boom! An M35 fighter jet was instantly blown into a cloud of debris, and as flames erupted from the wreckage, it triggered a chain reaction, causing other missiles to arrive simultaneously, swiftly taking down 7 or 8 more M35s. The surrounding M35 fighter jets were immediately frightened and distanced themselves, quickly scanning their surroundings. However, what left the M35 pilots dumbfounded was that the detected signals had vanished. It turned out that after launching the missiles, the Ghost Bird fighter jets had quickly distanced themselves from the M35s, not giving them any time to lock on. Just as the M35 pilots were in a bit of a panic, the Ghost Bird jets approached again, launching missiles from beyond the detection range of the M35s, resulting in several more aircraft being destroyed. At this point, the M35 pilots learned their lesson and dispersed their formation, with one M35 jet roaring off towards the northwest. Suddenly, a light spot appeared on the radar of the M35, and they soon saw a dark shape speeding towards them. It was a deep blue-painted fighter jet. Just as Sato in the M35 fighter jet attempted to lock onto it, he saw the blue aircraft suddenly accelerate and vanish from his sight in the blink of an eye. Sato's expression darkened. The unknown aircraft was too fast. So fast that the fire control system on his jet couldn't lock onto it. Just as Sato felt an overwhelming sense of dread, the alarm system began to blare wildly. Without thinking, he pressed a button, releasing a flurry of chaff and flares. He then maneuvered the aircraft in a wide turn, attempting to shake off the lock. However, to Sato's horror, no matter how he maneuvered, up and down or in an S-turn at ultra-low altitude, it was all in vain. The piercing alarm continued to torment his ears. Sato knew that the blue fighter was right behind him, playing cat and mouse, but he had no way to counter it and could only keep fleeing. However, Sato was also unwilling to be toyed with like a puppet. Finally, gritting his teeth, he pulled the control stick, causing the aircraft's nose to lift instantly, and the plane shot straight into the sky. At this moment, Sato yanked the control stick again, and the aircraft, which was climbing straight up, directly rolled in the air, drawing an arc before diving towards the ground. Just in time, Sato spotted a blue figure below, and he was overjoyed. Just as he was about to lock onto the target, the blue figure suddenly accelerated, flying diagonally upwards and evading Sato's direct lock. It then completed a half-turn in the air, aligning its nose with Sato's aircraft, which was in a high-speed dive, and immediately launched a missile. Sato, diving at high speed, had no time to react before a missile struck him, turning him into a cloud of debris. Although the M35 fighter jet was an advanced fifth-generation aircraft, the enemy fighter was equally formidable. In terms of speed, maneuverability, payload, and radar capabilities, it surpassed the M35 by a significant margin. Coupled with excellent pilots, the M35 fighter jet was no different from a chicken in a coop, easily taken down by the soaring eagle in the sky. Chapter 141. The Devious Plot of the Foreigners. While Chao Jinyun and the enemy were locked in fierce combat, over 800 kilometers away from Liuxiu's main island, a carrier battle group was rapidly moving toward the Liuxiu archipelago. On board the USS Miss, the battle group commander, Smith, walked along the corridor of the bridge with a deeply furrowed brow. He was not afraid of the enemy navy, but was worried about the state of the entire battle group. Throughout the journey, all the officers and soldiers appeared listless. Although their faces didn't show much, the fear and anxiety in their eyes made him think that doomsday was approaching. Was the enemy navy really that terrifying? They had only destroyed 6 carrier battle groups and launched a few nuclear missiles. What was there to be afraid of? The more Smith thought about it, the angrier he became. He arrived at the bridge, where he accidentally bumped into the hurried Captain Harvis of the USS Miss, causing Smith to fall to the ground. Harvis stumbled back a few steps before stopping. As soon as he stopped, he rushed over to help Smith up, looking apologetic. "General Smith, I didn't know you were coming. Enough?" Smith interrupted Harvis impatiently, clearly displeased. "Captain Harvis, you should be on the bridge, not wandering around here." Harvis quickly replied, "General Smith, there were over a dozen soldiers who stole a lifeboat and escaped." "Escaped?" Smith's eyes widened in shock, but Harvis's next words left him utterly stunned. Harvis helplessly continued, "General Smith, in the 4 hours since we set sail, this is already the 5th wave of stolen lifeboats. 3 soldiers even couldn't handle the pressure and committed suicide. Not only on the Ms. ship, but also on other escort warships. There have been quite a few similar situations." After a while, Smith finally came back to his senses, feeling a mix of emotions and losing the earlier spirit he had. However, he soon calmed down, his expression becoming serious as he said in a cold tone, "Pass the order down. Command all military police in the combat group to assemble immediately, armed with live ammunition. Patrol the warship 24 hours a day, and if any deserters are found, there is no need to detain them. According to battlefield regulations, they are to be shot on the spot. In desperate times, almost all nations resort to harsh measures. Smith was no exception." Smith's cold, almost murderous tone made Harvis dare not voice any objections, quickly standing at attention and saluting. "General Smith, I will take care of it right away." Watching Harvis hurriedly leave, Smith's expression grew heavier. He had noticed Harvis's demeanor earlier. There was no fighting spirit at all, even allowing the officers and soldiers on the warship to act on their own, which explained the numerous desertion incidents. However, considering that since the confrontation with Li Jin, the Empire had not gained any advantage and had suffered heavy losses each time, with countless casualties among the troops, it was understandable that these naval soldiers held such a mindset. In Smith's view, as long as there was a victory against the Han and Tang forces, all this instability would be resolved. Thinking of this, Smith couldn't help but recall the top-secret plan devised with domestic allies. If it could really be accomplished, perhaps the world would return to order. However, Smith was not someone who relied on others. He hoped to keep everything under his control. At that moment, a female officer in a short skirt and high heels walked over, stepping lightly, and handed a document to Smith, saying, "This is a document just transferred from the military department. 2 squadrons of M-35 from the Air Force have been completely wiped out." Smith's body instantly stiffened, disbelief showing on his face as he quickly opened the document. Upon seeing the news, he was left completely stunned. A total of 48 M-35 stealth fighters had been wiped out in less than an hour. Smith felt as if he were dreaming, but then a chill ran down his spine to his brain, making him shiver involuntarily. If this were true, with just over 30 M-35 fighters on his aircraft carrier, they would probably meet the same fate. What should he do? Run back in disgrace? He had boasted to his homeland, if he were to return like this, he would never be able to continue as a commander. His dreams of becoming a general might come to an end. Smith's eyes revealed a look of unwillingness as he pondered what to do next. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He recalled that a certain kingdom had recently equipped itself with a new batch of anti-ship missiles, totaling almost 1,000, with a range of up to 1,000 kilometers. If these missiles were aimed at the aircraft carrier battle group of a certain nation, he truly doubted the battle group would be able to intercept all of them. Even if they could intercept half, the remaining missiles would be more than enough to destroy the aircraft carriers. This way, the Empire could avoid spending much while teaching a lesson to a certain leader. What could be better? As for whether the kingdom would agree, he reminded himself that the military command during wartime was in their hands, and with a major conflict on the horizon, they certainly had that right. Thinking about the substantial rewards this plan could bring, Smith could no longer sit still and hurriedly made his way to the bridge to discuss this idea with the commander of the Far East garrison. Meanwhile, far away on the missile destroyer, a certain officer named Zheng raised his hand in surprise to check the time. It had been a full 10 hours, and that submarine had shown no signs of movement. It was indeed patient. An officer sitting next to Zheng spoke up. "Captain, what should we do now? Should we drop some depth charges to probe the situation, or send out a couple of unmanned submersibles?" After a moment's thought, Zheng replied, "Forget the depth charges. I want to send out 2 submersibles to see where they are hiding." The officer immediately picked up the communicator to relay Zheng's orders. 2 minutes later, the central display in the operations room switched to the reconnaissance footage from the submersibles. The officer stood up and pointed at the electronic map on the table, saying, "Captain, according to the last detected signal from headquarters, the submarine should be in this area, at the speed of the submersibles. We should have results in no more than an hour." Zheng smiled slightly and said, "Then let's wait and see." At that moment, on the aft deck of the destroyer, a section of the deck suddenly split apart, and a dual-barrel launcher rose from within. With a bang, the protective cover of the launcher flew open, and 2 unmanned submersibles, resembling ribbon fish, were launched into the water one after the other. As soon as the submersibles hit the water, they swiftly swam away like ribbon fish. Meanwhile, about 20 nautical miles away, at a depth of 400 meters, a submarine quietly floated among a cluster of reefs. This area was an extension of an archipelago's continental shelf, densely packed with reefs and only 400 to 500 meters deep. Otherwise, the submarine would have been detected by the sonar on the destroyer long ago. On the submarine, Yamamoto stood sweating profusely in front of the periscope, droplets of sweat continuously dripping onto his clothes. Yet, he didn't dare to wipe his face. His heart had been in his throat ever since they went silent. It had been a full 10 hours, and he felt as if his feet no longer belonged to him. But at this moment, the more he felt this way, the less he dared to move. In a submarine contest, isn't it all about who can remain the calmest? He truly believed that the destroyers above wouldn't be able to find him in this natural hiding place. However, Yamamoto was clearly overestimating himself. Just as he was trying to encourage himself, the sonar operator's voice suddenly came through. "Sir, we've detected sonar waves just a few nautical miles away." Yamamoto's head felt like it was about to explode. Although the entire vessel was silent, the submarine had only turned off its active sonar. The passive sonar was still picking up signals, otherwise they would be completely blind. Taking a deep breath, he faced 2 choices: continue to remain silent or take the initiative to strike. Within seconds, he made his decision and ordered sharply, "Turn on the sonar. Prepare for engagement." He had realized that rather than waiting to be doomed, it was better to fight back. After all, the series of plans behind him were already in vain. With that thought, Yamamoto's eyes suddenly turned cold as he shouted, "Ascend to a depth of 100 meters. Set the sonar to maximum power. I want to know where the enemy destroyer is." Immediately, the sonar operator's voice reported, "Report, the enemy destroyer is 18 nautical miles away, bearing due south." Upon hearing this, Yamamoto commanded, "Target the enemy ship, full speed ahead. Prepare harpoon missiles. Fire." A flurry of orders followed, and the entire submarine became busy. On the Jinyuan, the report came in. "Captain, we've detected the enemy submarine 17 nautical miles away, bearing due north. They are surfacing." Zheng Zhong was momentarily taken aback by the sonar room's report. Why were the enemies surfacing? Were they not planning to play hide and seek? "Captain, the enemy is approaching us. They've launched 2 missiles." Zheng Zhong quickly leaned into the high-powered telescope and saw 2 missiles rising from the sea, one after the other. As they soared through the air and curved, they collided with 2 air defense missiles fired by the Jinyuan, resulting in 2 massive explosions in the sky. 3 mines detected. Bearing 133. Fire control system calculated. Missiles launched. Zheng Zhong looked up to see 3 missiles from the bow of the ship shooting into the sky, tracing an arc before plunging straight into the sea. Following that, 3 columns of white water shot up into the air. At that moment, another missile launched from the warship soared into the sky, then dove headfirst into the water. Meanwhile, inside the submarine, the sonar operator's panicked voice rang out, "Sir, the enemy has launched torpedoes at us. Distance 120 chains, bearing due south." Yamamoto maintained his composure and said, "Accelerate, hard right turn, avoid the main hull. Prepare for collision." Yamamoto's voice had barely faded when the submarine suddenly jolted, followed by a violent vibration that knocked everyone in the command room including Yamamoto, to the ground. In an instant, alarms blared in the command room, and lights flashed incessantly. Yamamoto scrambled to his feet and shouted, "Damage control report." Immediately, a voice responded, "Report, sir. The middle section's 3 sealed compartments are taking on water, and the holes are too large for emergency repairs." Upon hearing this, Yamamoto grabbed the collar of the soldier who had just spoken and shouted, "What about the engine?" The soldier replied, "Report, sir. The engine is intact." Then tell the power room to forget about damage control and accelerate. Target the enemy ship. On the Jin Yuan, the captain received the report, "Captain, the enemy submarine has been hit in the middle." Zheng Zhong furrowed his brow and asked, "Are they still approaching us?" "Yes, Captain." Zheng's expression darkened with unease. This submarine from the other side was behaving unusually. Instead of retreating after being attacked, it was desperately closing in on them. Did they really want to perish together? Were they planning to ram their submarine into them? Or was there something extraordinarily powerful on board? With these thoughts, Zheng's face changed, and he ordered loudly, "Right rudder. Set course southeast, and increase the distance between us." As soon as Zheng gave the order, the destroyer turned southeast, creating a white arc of waves on the surface of the sea. "Captain, should we sink it?" an officer suddenly asked. Zheng paused for a moment, then shook his head. "They are finished. There's no need to waste ammunition." In truth, Zheng had initially considered agreeing to the request, but just as he was about to speak, a sudden sense of dread washed over him, as if something terrible was about to happen. Although intuition couldn't prove anything in the vast ocean, feeling cautious was never too much. On the submarine, Yamamoto stood at the communication device, urging the power compartment to accelerate. He no longer cared about leaks or tilting. They were all doomed anyway. "Sir, the sonar shows the enemy warship is suddenly turning. They are moving away from us." "What? Are they fleeing?" Yamamoto was momentarily stunned. Looking at the water starting to rise beneath his feet, his eyes turned bloodshot in an instant. He forcefully pushed aside the sonar operator, walked to the submarine's control panel, and slammed down on the red button beneath the cover. Boom. The entire submarine was instantly engulfed in a ball of flame, like a small sun appearing underwater. The intense white light swept through the depths of the sea, obliterating everything tangible around it. Soon after, a massive vortex emerged on the surface, and towering waves surged skyward. On the Jinyuan destroyer, Zheng Zhong tightly gripped the railing, watching the suddenly turbulent sea with a grim expression. Just then, a massive wave crashed in, lifting the entire warship and then slamming it back into the water. The splashing water drenched Zheng Zhong from head to toe. However, he paid no attention to this, his face serious as he looked towards the rear. He saw, about 11 or 12 nautical miles away, a vast white wall of water slowly rising from the sea, with towering waves sweeping in all directions one after another. In just a few minutes, a huge mushroom cloud formed in the sky. Nuclear bomb. Zheng Zhong's face turned ashen as he uttered those words, followed by a wave of fear. If they hadn't installed the most advanced over-the-horizon radar, they might not have detected the 2 enemy submarines. If one of those submarines had surfaced near the Hantang Islands, he couldn't even imagine the disaster that would have ensued. As the mushroom cloud rose, the monstrous waves surged once more, tossing the Jinyuan like a small wooden boat in a storm. Zheng Zhong quickly ran to the bridge and focused on the helmsman's operations, not daring to look away. At that moment, even a slight mistake from the helmsman could mean destruction. Fortunately, the Navy under Li Jin was composed of elite personnel, and mistakes were unlikely to occur. Half an hour later, the sea finally calmed down, allowing Zheng Zhong to breathe a sigh of relief. He felt a sense of luck. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have already met his end in the ocean. At the Hantang Islands, in the governor's residence, Li Jin had just disembarked from the plane and was about to take Liang Yuan and Luo Nian to rest when Li Yu suddenly rushed into Li Jin's office. "General, this is a report just received from the Jinyuan destroyer. Please take a look." Seeing Li Yu's serious expression, Li Jin's previous dissatisfaction vanished instantly. He took the document from Li Yu's hand with a solemn look. After just a glance, his brows furrowed tightly. These bastards actually wanted to drop a nuclear bomb on his home. Were they trying to defy the heavens? These despicable people dared to openly violate international conventions by using nuclear weapons. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. Yuan, tell Mengyu later to strongly condemn them. They must provide an explanation. Otherwise, I won't let this go. As for his own reckless plans to use nuclear weapons, Li Jin pushed those thoughts aside. In this day and age, who would admit to such things? If there was a mistake, it was always someone else's fault. In Li Jin's view, his use of nuclear weapons was entirely for justice and self-defense, while these bastards were merely trying to provoke conflict with malicious intent. At that moment, Zhang Geng walked in quickly and saluted Li Jin, saying, "General, the intelligence station has just reported that the Commander Paul of the Eastern Command of the Melaga Empire has rushed to the residence of the newly appointed Prime Minister to plan an attack using 987 new missiles on our fleet stationed in the Liuxiu Sea." Li Jin's expression suddenly changed. It was a tough situation. If they really launched a saturation attack, the air defense capabilities of the carrier strike group would be unable to intercept it. Anger surged within him. Damn it. If it weren't for those constant petty actions from them, would he really have to deal with them like this? Li Yu, where is our nearest fleet? Li Yu quickly approached the map and pointed to a sea area near the kingdom, saying, "General, the closest to the second combat group is our Arctic fleet. The two direct combat groups are not far from the kingdom." Hearing this, Li Jin felt relieved. With 3 carrier strike groups nearby, he was not too worried anymore. "General," Zhang Geng handed a document to Li Jin, saying, "This is a plan just reported by the intelligence station, codenamed Shifting Stars." Li Jin's interest was piqued upon hearing this. He took it and opened it to read carefully. The plan was actually quite simple: to take advantage of this opportunity to launch all the missiles at the Melaga people, making them face the consequences of their actions, while also inciting conflict between the two nations. While Li Jin was reading the document, Zhang Geng continued, "General, the intelligence station plans to utilize deployed personnel to control the relevant commanders in the military. Also, we have people in the coastal anti-ship units. If they collaborate, this plan might really succeed." Li Jin had no objections and said directly, "We can approve their plan. If they need anything, the headquarters will fully support them. However," he added, changing his tone, "to prevent any accidents, Li Yu, immediately notify our fleets near the kingdom to prepare. I grant them full authority to use all necessary means if needed." "Yes, General." After giving a few more instructions, Li Jin sent Li Yu and Zhang Geng away. He then sat down on the sofa, rubbed his temples with a headache, and couldn't help but feel a bit lucky. Fortunately, he usually placed great importance on intelligence work. Otherwise, they might have been caught off guard by a small bird this time. How should he respond to them properly? Li Jin pondered while stroking his chin. Just then, a pair of soft hands suddenly rested on his shoulders, gently massaging them. He looked up and saw an exquisitely beautiful face before him. It was Luo Nian. Li Jin couldn't help but reach out and pull Luo Nian closer. Startled, Luo Nian exclaimed and fell directly into Li Jin's arms. For a moment, the warmth and softness enveloped him, igniting a surge of heat in his heart. He leaned down towards the charming girl in his embrace. After what felt like an eternity, he finally lifted his head, releasing the blushing and panting Luo Nian. However, Li Jin did not let go of her. Instead, he held her and sat on the sofa, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the undulating sea visible in the night. Suddenly, he asked, "Nian Nian, do you prefer it braised or stewed?" Luo Nian was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress her confusion. "What?" Li Jin smiled slightly. "I'm talking about the blazing sun." Luo Nian's confusion deepened. "What does that have to do with braising or stewing?" Li Jin replied nonchalantly, "If you want it braised, I'll send bombers to flatten it. If you want it stewed, I'll use a nuclear bomb to send them straight to the bottom of the sea." Luo Nian was momentarily stunned. Then she hugged Li Jin's neck tightly and said, "But we're good citizens of the world. How can we use nuclear bombs? I think braising is better. Such a large area might as well be turned into a landfill. When the time comes, where will all the world's garbage go? It beautifies the environment and solves problems. What a great merit." Li Jin couldn't help but laugh heartily. He particularly liked Luo Nian's straightforward personality. "All right, we'll turn it into a landfill. But as for those Westerners, let us forget it. We don't have enough for ourselves. Why should we make it easy for them?" Just as Li Jin and Luo Nian were enjoying their time together, in the capital of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, there stood a European-style building with red exterior walls on a street near the royal palace. Of course, this wasn't unusual, as there were plenty of similar buildings around. What was surprising was the flag of the 9 provinces and the banner of the Hantang territories flying on the flagpole in the yard. This was the office of the Hantang Islands in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Although Li Jin had almost beaten the people of the Blazing Sun Kingdom to the point where they wouldn't recognize their own mothers, everything here seemed as if nothing had happened. The office continued to operate as usual, with no one coming to drive them away or protest. In this regard, The people of the Blazing Sun Kingdom performed well, showing their tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. Li Jin couldn't help but give a thumbs up. At that moment, in a conference room of the small building, Chief Sakamoto Saburo and 3 intelligence personnel resembling the people of the Blazing Sun Kingdom were sitting at the conference table. Sakamoto had read through all the documents in his hands and looked up with a smile, saying, "Very good. You all did well. As long as we control the heads of these 3 departments, we will have succeeded in 70 of our plan." One of the men then spoke up. "The headquarters has just sent us a box of new nanoworms, a total of 6. These are much more effective than the nanocontrollers we used before. We don't need to get close. We can control everything from a distance, which minimizes the risk of exposure. The only issue is that this device is too expensive, and we haven't been equipped with it until now. This time, for the strategic plan, the headquarters has specially approved 6 units for us." A smile instantly appeared on Sakata's face. "This is great. Being able to establish ourselves quickly in the harsh environment is largely thanks to these nano-weapons." The other 3 nodded in agreement. The intelligence agency has managed to grow rapidly in a short time, being able to stand on equal footing with other countries' intelligence agencies, and even subtly surpassing them, all because of this mind control-like device. "Station Chief, I think just controlling a few key personnel is still risky. The local people will definitely mobilize a massive workforce for such a large-scale plan, and there is a possibility that individuals from another region might participate personally. My suggestion is to expand the control range and capture them all at once. Moreover, we don't need to be involved. We can use those we control to handle this." Sakata nodded. For such a large coordinated operation, they will definitely hold a meeting to discuss it. This is a rare opportunity. Without hesitation, he said, "Zhang Kuan, this task is up to you. Get on it right away." "Yes, Station Chief." In the military headquarters of the local kingdom, in an office within the main building, a major general was bent over his desk writing something. Suddenly, a sharp phone ring broke the silence. "Hello?" The major general picked up the phone, and a smile appeared on his face. "It's Director Sato." All right. You want everything, right? Good, I understand. I'll tell Junko when I get back tonight." "Sure, you can deliver it." "Ha ha ha. It's not about the money, it's just a hobby. As long as you enjoy it, Junko will be very happy." "Yes, I'm in my office. Please have it sent over." Not long after the major general hung up, there was a knock on the office door. After receiving permission, an officer walked in. "General Hatsuda, this is what Director Sato asked me to deliver to you." Hatsuda pointed to his desk. "Put it here." The officer quickly placed the item down, saluted, and then turned to leave. Once the officer was gone, Hatsuda hurriedly brought the box over and opened it. Inside was a transparent glass tube, continuously flashing with a faint blue light. Hatsuda frowned as he looked at the contents of the box. After a long pause, his gaze suddenly landed on a bottle of red wine on the cabinet in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. Knock, knock. The office door sounded again, and a well-dressed female officer entered. "General Hatsuda, the commander requests your presence in the conference room for an important meeting." Hatsuda immediately stood up, put on his hat, and walked out of the office. After a few minutes, Chutian arrived at a conference room on the first floor. At this time, more than 10 generals were already seated in the conference room. Chutian greeted a few familiar generals with a smile and then took his seat. Shortly after, he saw the commander of the ground defense forces, Inyu Makoto, entering with a general from a foreign nation. Chutian's eyes narrowed slightly. It was Paul, the commander of the Eastern Command. As soon as Inyu entered, all the generals in the conference room stood up and bowed to him. Inyu walked behind Paul, and when Paul reached the main seat, Inyu took his place at the first seat on the left and said, "Please, be seated." Once everyone was seated, Inyu solemnly addressed Paul, saying, "Commander Paul, I don't need to introduce you, do I? His Majesty has just issued a decree, and the ground defense forces of our kingdom will follow your orders. No one is allowed to act against this, or it will be seen as a disrespect to His Majesty's authority, and severe punishment will follow." The generals present immediately stood up and bowed, saying, "Yes." Paul had no intention of being modest and directly brought up the plan to attack a certain aircraft carrier. However, when he mentioned using all the land-based anti-ship missiles, the generals were in an uproar. This was their entire arsenal. Using missiles worth 80 to 90 billion in their currency to attack a carrier group valued at 30 to 40 billion would mean a tremendous loss for them. Inyu ignored the uproar and turned his gaze to Chutian. "Chutian, you are the chief of staff. What do you have to say?" Chutian quickly stood up and bowed, saying, "Commander, I have no objections. As long as we can strike against the enemy, I am the first to support it. Inyu's face immediately showed satisfaction, and the others, seeing that Chu Tian, the chief of staff, had no objections, quickly settled down. Inyu then stood up and said, "Gentlemen, do not worry about your resources. If we can deal a heavy blow to our enemy, it will be a great victory for us." Chu Tian timely stood up to echo, "Commander Inyu, you are absolutely right. I happen to have a bottle of fine wine. Let's raise a glass to our victory." Inyu's eyes brightened, and he said with a smile, "Chu Tian, you are our kingdom's renowned wine collector. We are in for a treat today." Chu Tian humbly replied, "Commander, you flatter me." He then turned to the door and called out, "Ingzi, go bring me that limited edition Romani Kani." Turning back to Inyu and Paul, he added, "This bottle of wine was passed down from my grandfather. It should be one of the last remaining in the world." The eyes of everyone in the room lit up, especially Paul, who was from a foreign nation. They regarded fine wine similarly to how some might view high-quality spirits. He immediately stood up and said, "General Chu Tian, you are truly generous." Chu Tian quickly smiled and said, "General Paul, General Eagle, I'll go personally." Paul couldn't help but respond, "Good, good." Chu Tian nodded and then walked outside. As he exited, he ran into the female officer who had come to call him. The female officer, with an apologetic expression, bowed and said, "General." Chu Tian waved his hand and said, "I'll go get it myself." A few minutes later, Chu Tian returned with an exquisitely crafted wine box and entered the conference room. After about 10 minutes, he emerged with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, on the aircraft carrier of the Smith Combat Group, General Smith and the Far East Command had reached an agreement with the Liang military. The operation was set for exactly 12 o'clock today. Standing in the operations room, Smith raised his hand to check the time. It was almost 11 o'clock, and a smile appeared on his face. General Paul is still as decisive as ever. Immediately notify everyone to prepare. After the Liang forces launched a missile attack on the Hantang fleet, we need to rush over at the first opportunity. The honor of annihilating the enemy will be ours. Smith raised his voice in the operations room, declaring, "At that time, everyone here will become heroes of the Empire. Superheroes. ISNT that YM. People have a hero complex?" As soon as Smith finished speaking, the eyes of those present from lit up, and many faces showed eager anticipation. Seeing this, Smith smiled and loudly ordered, "Fleet, proceed at full speed." At the same time, at a ground defense base near the capital of Liang, over 30 missile launch vehicles had their launch tubes raised high. Inside the command building not far from the launch base, Brigadier General Badamu stood seriously in the command room, frequently glancing at the time. As it approached 12 o'clock, he solemnly ordered, "Set the target, Smith's Aircraft Carrier Combat Group." The Liang officers at the control panel, about to execute the command, instantly froze, looking up at Badamu with incredulity. Badamu's expression remained unchanged as he coldly said, "Execute the order." His icy tone sent a shiver through the command room, but the officers struggled to press the buttons, glancing over at the officer behind Badamu. The deputy commander behind him, visibly impatient, said, "Are you all deaf? Execute the order immediately." With both commanders in agreement, the personnel in the command room quickly input the order into the computer. Badamu then raised his hand again, and when the clock struck 12, he commanded, "Launch." Then, turning to look out the floor-to-ceiling windows of the building, he saw missiles rapidly ascending into the sky propelled by flames. As they reached midair, they immediately changed direction and whistled southward. Batanmu couldn't help but look into the distance, noticing dozens of dark silhouettes rising into the sky from the southeast. It wasn't just here. If viewed from above, one could see missiles launching from various locations, a spectacular sight that naturally caught the attention of the locals, many of whom displayed puzzled expressions. Meanwhile, aboard the Smith Aircraft Carrier Battle Group, Smith had been standing in front of the radar display for a full hour and a half, occasionally glancing at his watch. Suddenly, a dense cluster of bright dots appeared on the radar, causing Smith to be taken aback, excitement flashing in his eyes. It had finally begun, General Smith. Just as he was eagerly rubbing his hands together, an officer sitting in front of the radar said with some confusion, "It seems these missiles are headed towards our location." At this moment, Smith was completely blinded by power, merely glancing at the trajectory of the dots on the radar and stating, "Our target is the Hantang people. Their target is also the Hantang people. Isn't it normal for the trajectories to align?" The officer, observing Smith's nonchalant demeanor, couldn't help but interject, "General Smith, If the missiles are targeting the Hantang fleet, they should be on a straight path. Even if they change course, they shouldn't end up on our trajectory. Unfortunately, the officer's words were like talking to a wall. Smith didn't listen at all and simply replied, "Could it be that the locals can attack us?" The officer was momentarily stunned, thought for a moment, and then a look of agreement appeared on his face, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Just as the two were speaking, the missiles howled in, and to their astonishment, over 100 missiles descended directly upon them. Caught completely off guard, the Smith battle group was immediately engulfed in flames. The Smith aircraft carrier was hit by 3 or 4 dozen missiles in an instant, and the entire deck of the carrier was reduced to rubble. Following that, a tremendous explosion erupted from the carrier, with fireballs shooting skyward, and the carrier was blown apart into 4 or 5 pieces, clearly indicating that the missiles had detonated the carrier's ammunition depot. The Smith carrier couldn't escape disaster, and the escort ships fared no better. Each ship was assaulted by dozens of anti-ship missiles, obliterated in the ensuing explosions. In just a few minutes, the once formidable battle group was reduced to heaps of scrap metal on the sea. As if that weren't enough, all the bases of the foreign forces on the local territory were simultaneously struck. One could imagine the scene, hundreds of missiles screaming down from the sky. Even if those bases had time to retaliate, how many could they possibly intercept in such a rush? Chapter 146. Fire sweeps across the island. Since the missile launch until now, more than 10 minutes have passed. In just these 10 minutes, all military forces deployed by a certain country in the Kingdom of the Rising Sun have been completely destroyed. The sudden actions of the Rising Sun forces stunned all parties closely monitoring the battlefield situation. In the capital city of the Empire, a new leader, Tybais, rubbed his eyes repeatedly, unable to believe that what was shown on the satellite imagery was real. He simply could not understand why the Rising Sun forces would attack them. After all, they were supposed to be allies, right? Unable to contain himself, he shouted in the conference room, "Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Why is this happening?" The others in the conference room looked as bewildered as Tybais. What was happening had completely exceeded all their expectations. "Mr. Leader, what should we do now?" Eventually, it was the military head, Willis, who reacted quickly and stood up to ask. Tybais, feeling frustrated, scratched his head and waved his hands, exclaiming, "Damn it, my God, don't ask me what to do. We need to retaliate immediately. I want the Rising Sun forces to disappear from this world. Completely disappear." Tybais' madness caused his security advisor, Lena, to change her expression instantly. She quickly stood up and said, "Mr. Leader, perhaps there is some misunderstanding. I believe the Rising Sun forces would not dare to do such a thing. We should investigate the cause first before deciding what to do next." Seeing Lena's serious expression, Tybais' heart trembled slightly. His previously frantic mind suddenly cleared up. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Fine. However, Ms. Lena, you have only 1 day. If there are no results, I will take action." Although Tybais agreed to Lena's suggestion, he also issued an ultimatum. With the entire military power of the Rising Sun destroyed, the domestic response could be imagined. If there were no countermeasures, the enraged populace would probably tear them apart. On one side, the Empire felt as if it had been shaken by an earthquake, while on the other side, the Kingdom of the Rising Sun was experiencing a massive tsunami. In the Rising Sun Palace, everything was in chaos, with shouts and screams echoing all around. "Quick, go get a doctor. His Majesty has fainted. His Majesty is having a seizure. Why hasn't the doctor arrived yet? Hurry up and urge them." After a while, the new Prime Minister, Tianqing Ichiro, emerged from the palace with a gloomy expression. As soon as he stepped out, he was surrounded by a group of officials. "Prime Minister, how is His Majesty?" "Yes, Prime Minister." Tianqing Ichiro, with a pained expression, said, "His Majesty has passed away." Boom, it was like a bolt from the blue, leaving the officials present stunned. His Majesty is dead. He actually died. The timing is just too terrible. But it didn't matter that he was gone. What were they going to do about this catastrophe? Who would take responsibility? In an instant, all eyes turned to Tianqing Ichiro, making the lackluster leader feel a sudden chill. He involuntarily shivered. As soon as he looked up, he saw all the officials staring at him with intense gazes, and he immediately felt a shiver run down his spine. Before he could say anything, one official spoke up eagerly. "Prime Minister, that damn army has blown up the base and aircraft carriers of a certain nation. They definitely won't let this go easily. What should we do now? Aren't you supposed to come up with a plan?" Tian Xinjialang's face darkened instantly, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly, thinking, To hell with plans. What plan could he have at this moment? With thousands of soldiers from that nation dead or wounded, they were probably furious and ready to retaliate. Just as he was contemplating hanging himself, an official rushed over. Prime Minister, they have sent a notice demanding an immediate explanation for this incident. Upon hearing this, Tian Shinjiling's face suddenly lit up with joy. It seemed that the Empire did not believe they would do such a thing. After all these years, they had always been meticulously subservient to that nation's demands. General Qiangshan. Tian Shinjiling immediately turned his gaze to a general among the officials. You must issue arrest warrants and capture everyone involved in this incident. General Qiangshan quickly bowed. Yes, sir. Just as Qiangshan was about to turn around, a gunshot rang out suddenly, and he was instantly hit in the chest by a bullet. Tian Shinjiling watched as Qiangshan collapsed to the ground with blood spraying from his head, feeling his knees weaken, nearly collapsing himself. At that moment, synchronized footsteps accompanied by the roar of engines approached from the street not far away. Soon, a large group of soldiers rushed in behind armored vehicles, surrounding Tian Sheng and the others. Suddenly, an off-road vehicle sped over, and two figures got out, Yingxia and Chu Tian. Without giving Tian Sheng a chance to speak, Yingxia drew his pistol and fired directly at him. Bang! Bang! Several shots hit Tian Sheng's chest. He couldn't believe that Yingxia dared to kill him. Looking down at his blood-soaked chest, he opened his mouth, felt darkness engulf him, and collapsed into a pool of blood. Yingxia raised his hand high and shouted, "For the rising sun, kill them all." In an instant, gunfire erupted before the palace gates, and soldiers from the ground defense forces and the palace guard engaged in a bloody battle. Not only here, but Yingxia's troops went wild, launching a massive assault on various government offices in the capital, plunging the entire city into chaos. Meanwhile, on the Hantang Islands, at Air Force One Airport, Li Jin stood in military attire on the runway. In front of him were hundreds of pilots lined up in formation. Behind the pilots were rows of large swan bombers, stretching endlessly into the distance. In order to give the people of the Fiery Sun an extravagant barbecue feast, Li Jin spared no expense, pulling dozens of brand new bombers from the treasury. Today, let's not talk about anything vague. I, Li Jin, have only one demand. That is to drop all the bombs I give you right on the heads of the Fiery Sun people. Turn them to ashes and flatten their land. I want everyone to understand one principle. Anyone who dares to provoke me, Li Jin, will pay with their life. Let their country sink into hell. Today's performance. I've given it a beautiful name, the burning of Fiery Sun Island. All right, let us start the operation. Chapter 147. Thunder and fire from the sky in the terminal building. Li Jin stood in the command center on the top floor, watching the strategic bombers take off one by one from the runway. He turned to Li Yu and Song Hai, who were following behind, and said, "The Fiery Sun Islands cover an area of 300,000 to 400,000, and with just 80 bombers, who knows when we'll finish bombing? How about this?" Zhang Gong, who was following Li Yu and the others, quickly stepped forward. "General," Li Jin said seriously, "I will allocate another 2,000 missile launch systems to you, along with 8,000 missiles equipped with cloud explosion warheads. I need you to launch all of them within a day. I want to erase all the industry and infrastructure of the Fiery Sun Kingdom. Can you do that?" Zhang Gong's expression instantly brightened. He thought he would gain nothing this time, but unexpectedly he became a main force. He quickly patted his chest and assured, "Please rest assured. General, I guarantee not a single missile will be wasted. Each one will hit the target." Cough. Li Jin couldn't help but cover his mouth and cough lightly. How could Zhang Gong say such blunt words? He then turned his gaze to the somewhat dejected Song Hai and said, "Song Hai, your army shouldn't be idle either. Withdraw all the special forces. These damned Fiery Sun people claim to have industries all over the world, right? Let us blow up the big targets." Upon hearing that Li Jin had assigned him a task, Song Hai immediately perked up, standing straight and saying, "General, just watch. I will personally lead the team this time. We will definitely turn the Fiery Sun people upside down." Li Jin nodded in satisfaction, looking around at the generals present, and said loudly, "Good. You all hurry up and crush this little mudfish of the Fiery Sun. There's a big fish waiting for us. An ancient saying goes well. You should always find the soft ones to squeeze first. If anyone is to blame, it's the Fiery Sun for swimming into a school of big fish while knowing they are just a little mudfish. This fish pond is too small. It's cramped even for 3 fish, and now with Li Jin the big fish squeezing in, there's simply no room to maneuver. There's no choice but to eliminate some of the occupying little mudfish first. Li Jin had just assigned all the tasks when a unique mechanical voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating task No. 14, Dawn of the Empire. Immediately, a light screen appeared before Li Jin, detailing task number 14, Dawn of the Empire. As someone aspiring to become the most powerful force in the universe, how could you tolerate letting the small fry climb to the top and take advantage? The host is encouraged to uphold the fine tradition and let the small fry know what the iron fist of revenge means. The system will reward the host based on the intensity of the revenge, with the specifics of the reward unknown. The host is urged to continue striving and surpassing themselves. Only with thunderous means will substantial rewards be obtained. Li Jin's eyes brightened at this. Surprisingly, the system had not disclosed the reward up front this time. Could it be something earth-shattering? He felt a surge of excitement. For some reason, he found himself increasingly drawn to challenging tasks. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Sun Kingdom, after a day of fierce fighting, the international metropolis finally quieted down. The Sun Kingdom residents, who had been hiding indoors all day, stepped out onto the streets, only to be stunned by the horrific scene. Armored vehicles torn to pieces, soldiers lying in pools of blood, and soldiers, disheveled and weary, cleaning up the battlefield like robots. Transporting bodies. After all, those lying on the ground were once their comrades, and now they had no idea why they were fighting to the death. Just as the residents were bewildered, a tremendous roar suddenly erupted from the sky, so piercing that many instinctively covered their ears. Boom. Just as the people on the street covered their ears, they were met with a massive explosion, followed by a wave of heat that left them in shock. The sound of screams soon echoed through the air. It turned out that as bombers flew overhead, several large bombs were dropped. These bombs detonated just before hitting the ground, releasing a cloud of white dust that quickly enveloped the entire street. With a deafening boom, the white smoke erupted into fierce flames, incinerating the Sun Kingdom residents caught within the inferno. The shockwave from the explosion swept through every corner of the street. The more confined the space, the more powerful the effect of the thermobaric bomb, and the towering buildings in the city provided the perfect environment for its devastation. In an instant, all the glass on the street shattered, and those hiding in the buildings were also subjected to the scalding heat, crying out in agony. In just a few minutes, the once vibrant city transformed into a hellish landscape, with ruins and corpses strewn everywhere, the air filled with wails of despair. At that moment, a meteor shower fell from the sky, resembling missiles. These missiles quickly descended, and the entire city was once again engulfed in flames. When the explosions finally ceased, the city had been reduced to ruins. Simultaneously, other major towns in the region also faced a saturation attack. Although Li Jin did not use nuclear weapons, the impact of hundreds of ton-class cloud bombs dropped at once was not significantly lesser than that of a typical nuclear bomb. In an instant, the entire archipelago was filled with thunderous sounds and rising smoke. However, the barrage of missiles not only brought suffering to the local populace, but also left other concerned nations in stunned silence, as if the missiles were not striking the inhabitants, but falling right above their heads. In a certain empire, in the city of Modern, the bigwigs like Tybais and Willis gathered once again. This time, however, the atmosphere was devoid of their previous arrogance. Instead, they wore expressions of fear and confusion. A military officer, with a serious expression, reported, "Mr. Leader, as of now, the islands have launched 8,000 medium-range ballistic missiles." 8,000 missiles. The crowd was momentarily stunned. This was an unimaginable figure, equating to at least 100 billion in currency lost in just this short time. Even for an empire as wealthy as theirs, it was impossible to treat missiles like mere artillery shells. This was not just extravagant spending. It was akin to a gold mine. Of course, what scared Tybais and the others even more was the potential of the islands. The fact that 8,000 missiles could be launched so readily indicated that there were even more reserves available, which was the most frightening aspect. Tybais' expression grew more serious. Since the conflict with the islands, the Empire had only 6 carrier battle groups left. Now, with one loss to the relentless attacks, they were down to 5. Meanwhile, the islands had 6 carrier battle groups, not to mention the additional ones from the neighboring empire, totaling 9. This had propelled them to the top rank in the world, a reality they could not accept. This world must belong to their empire. General Willis. Tybais suddenly spoke up. Immediately issue orders to unseal our stored warships and aircraft, bringing them into active service. We are entering national mobilization. All security forces must transition to active duty. As he spoke, Tybai's expression became increasingly grave. Ladies and gentlemen, our empire has reached a critical juncture. We have no more choices. If we want to continue our dominance in the world, we must defeat Li Jin. Tybai's words made everyone present serious, as they understood what Li Jin's rise meant for their empire. It had touched upon the most sensitive areas of all their powers. Willis immediately stood and saluted, saying, "Mr. Leader, rest assured, I will convey your orders right away." After Willis left, Tybais said solemnly, "Given the current extremely serious situation, I declare that the Melaga Empire is entering a state of war. Does anyone have any objections?" Many present turned pale at Tybais' announcement of a wartime state, as this would significantly elevate his power, making him the true leader of the Melaga Empire. This was something many were unwilling to see, as they believed it would breed a dictator and negatively impact the interests of their backers. As for the effect on the populace, they couldn't care less. As long as there were sufficient benefits, they would not hesitate to annihilate the entire world if necessary. The reason why the world where Li Jin resided was relatively stable was not that these despicable figures were afraid, but simply because they lacked enough interest to act. Although some were dissatisfied, no one spoke up. Everyone present understood that the Melaga Empire indeed needed to prepare. Given Li Jin's madman's methods, there was no way they could escape his grasp. Tybais looked at the silent crowd and couldn't help but smile. For the first time, he felt a sense of motivation in being the leader. "Ms. Lena, has the intelligence department investigated thoroughly? In just a few months, this Li Jin has gained power comparable to ours. It seems a bit too mythical." Lena quickly stood up and replied, "Leader, everything we've uncovered points back to us, as if we have provided everything to Li Jin." A hint of helplessness crossed Lena's face. No one was a fool in this world. It seemed everything under Li Jin was traceable, but the more it appeared that way, the more abnormal it was. Tybais showed a hint of dissatisfaction. "Is there nothing useful you found apart from this?" Lena shook her head. The intelligence department concluded that while there are pointers, a discerning person can see they are all fake. Although it appears watertight on the surface, a closer inspection reveals numerous flaws. It doesn't hold up under scrutiny. After all, systems are not human and cannot cover every aspect. For example, an aircraft carrier must have some financial flow or trade associated with it. It's impossible for someone to give you so much without reason. But where is the money? Where are the goods? Given how stingy the system is, always chasing after Li Jin for funds, how could it possibly provide tangible items? Initially, when resources were scarce, it didn't seem like much, but now, with 6 entire carrier battle groups forcibly produced by the system, the amount of resources they would have needed to provide would be astronomical, thousands of billions in deficits. How could that be reconciled? Thus, there is only one explanation. These items might just be a paper illusion. They may not exist at all. This raises a new question. Where did Li Jin acquire so many Mel-style weapons? Unfortunately, to this day, not a single clue has been found. What useful information have our people in Hantang gathered? Tybais asked, unwilling to back down. Lena also shook her head and said, "Mr. Leader, although the Han and Tang dynasties do not prohibit personnel movement, some important places are heavily guarded, and our people cannot get close at all. The intelligence department plans to infiltrate gradually over 5 to 10 years to establish a comprehensive intelligence network." 5 to 10 years. A surge of anger rose in Tybais' heart. This was clearly a lack of respect for him as the leader. If they really waited for 10 or 8 years, this position would no longer be his. Damn it. Did they really think he was just a temporary leader to be fooled around with? Tybais' expression immediately darkened, and he said coldly, "Ms. Lena, please convey to Director Danji that I am giving him only 1 month. If there is no progress by then, I will have to ask him to go home and take care of himself." Lena looked at Tybais' icy demeanor and couldn't help but shiver. She quickly nodded obediently. "Mr. Leader, I will convey your message right away." Lena's extremely respectful attitude made a satisfied expression appear on Tybais' face. He waved his hand to dismiss the meeting, and everyone present immediately stood up and left. Only Willis did not leave immediately. Instead, he walked up to Tybais and said, "Mr. Leader, may I take a moment of your time? I have some thoughts I would like to report to you." Tybais narrowed his eyes, silently glanced around, and took 2 steps forward to a secluded corner before looking at the approaching Willis, and said, "General Willis, you may speak now." Willis said seriously, Mr. Leader. Regardless of where Li Jin obtained such equipment and combat personnel, his formidable strength indeed poses a significant threat to us. I can now assure you that if Li Jin truly declares war on us, the current forces of the Myligia Empire may not be able to compete with him at all. Tobias frowned. General Willis, this is indeed hard to believe. Willis understood that Tobias thought he was being alarmist, but he did not get angry. Instead, he patiently explained, Mr. Leader, let's not discuss anything else for now. If Li Jin were to launch 8,000 missiles at us, do you think we could intercept them? Tobias's body stiffened, and after a moment, he looked intently at Willis and said, General Willis, what exactly do you want to do? Willis's expression was serious as he spoke deliberately, Mr. Leader. The best way to defeat Li Jin is to strike first. I have a very good idea. Chapter 149, Interests. Public Sentiment. Tobias looked at Willis, whose eyes sparkled with intensity, and his heart raced. Just by looking at Willis's expression, he knew it had to be an extraordinary idea. General Willis, go ahead. Willis quickly replied, Mr. Leader, my suggestion is very simple. Directly use nuclear weapons. Use nuclear weapons. Tobias's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Willis. General Willis, do you know what that means? Willis's expression was extremely serious as he responded, Mr. Leader, of course, I know what that means. But the Pandora's box was not opened by us, was it? Have you ever considered the question of why we have come to this point today? Isn't it just because we are wary of the nuclear capabilities in the hands of a certain individual? Otherwise, he would have had no chance to develop and would have been eliminated by us. Every word from Willis felt like a thorn piercing into the heart of Tebes, leaving him suddenly breathless, yet his mind was unusually clear at that moment. Thinking about it, it seemed just as Willis said, from the very beginning. They were intimidated by the determined momentum of that individual. Otherwise, with the immense military power of the certain empire, there would have been no opportunity for him to turn the tables. Seeing that Tebes was absorbing his words, Willis quickly seized the opportunity to say, Mr. Leader, it is actually quite simple to eliminate him. We only need a dozen nuclear warheads, and we can regain control of the world order. At that time, our empire will still be the most powerful nation in the world. Willis's enticing voice made Tebes show a moment of interest. But just as Willis thought things were going to go his way, Tebes's expression suddenly calmed down, and he shook his head in refusal. General Willis, your idea is too bold and full of uncertainties. Have you considered what if the plan fails? Would he not directly engage us in a nuclear war? Then the entire empire would be destroyed, and I believe you wouldn't want to see that, right? Willis did not expect Tebes to reject his proposal and could not help but raise his voice. Mr. Leader, it's enough, General Willis. Tebes interrupted him impatiently. Some things are not as simple as you think. We cannot only focus on how to defeat our opponent, but we must also consider whether it is worth it. The cost of using nuclear weapons is something we cannot bear. Do you understand? That individual is a madman, a complete lunatic. Competing with a madman to see who destroys whom first will only lead to one outcome, a total loss for us. Just like you, General Willis. Would you be willing to fight to the death with a beggar? Tebes's passionate speech made Willis feel as if he had been struck deaf. Realizing he was merely a frog at the bottom of the well, not seeing as far as Tebes did, he immediately felt a wave of admiration. It was no wonder he could be a leader. His awareness was indeed different. He quickly saluted and said, Mr. Leader, I understand what to do now. Tebes smiled and waved his hand, signaling that Willis could leave. Willis raised his hand in salute again and turned to leave, completely unaware that after he turned, Tebes's expression suddenly became cold. That damn guy is trying to sabotage my plans. Tebes muttered with a grim face, watching Willis, who was almost out of the meeting room. Although Willis's suggestion was very feasible, eliminating that individual so quickly did not align with his interests. At that time, how could he, as the leader, manage to control the country and free it from certain influences? What a presumptuous guy. On the Hantang Islands, at 8 in the evening. Nearly a day had passed since the fire on the burning Sun Island, and Li Jin remained at the Air Force headquarters without leaving. In the operations center of the building, Li Jin was sitting at a desk eating, with 7 or 8 exquisite dishes laid out before him, including dishes like shredded pork in Beijing sauce, braised big carp, stir-fried fatty intestines, stir-fried chives with rolls, kung pao chicken, and small meat pies. Although there were no rare delicacies, they were all Li Jin's favorites. As for reputation, everyone present was a true ally, so he naturally didn't bother to put on any facade. While Li Jin was enjoying his meal, Zhang Geng quickly approached. After chewing a few bites and swallowing the fatty intestines, Li Jin asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Geng quickly replied, "General, all 8,000 missiles have been launched." Li Jin nodded and said, "Well done, I'll give you another 8,000. Continue the strikes tomorrow." Zhang Geng's face instantly lit up with joy, and he quickly saluted, "General, just you wait and see. I will make sure to hit those bastards on Burning Sun Island so hard they won't even recognize their own mothers." Suddenly, Li Jin put down his chopsticks. Looking seriously at Zhang Geng, "Stop talking like a bandit, cursing here and there. We are civilized people. Do you understand? And how can we hit them so hard they won't recognize their own mothers? It's tragic for a parent to lose their child. Can't you just send them off together? When doing things, we must prioritize humanity. It's enough to eliminate them." Zhang Geng immediately showed a look of understanding. "General, I understand." At that moment, Luo Nian also walked over. "General, this is a document just transmitted from the intelligence station." Li Jin took it, glancing at it with a slight frown. Luo Nian spoke up. "The intelligence station recently installed a listening system in the leader's conference room and unexpectedly obtained this information." Li Jin nodded, a serious expression flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected that there were similarly insane individuals in the Empire, and most importantly, they held military power. Such people should not exist. He looked up at Luo Nian. "I remember Song Hai is on a mission in the Empire, right? Tell him to take care of this Willis." Luo Nian nodded and turned to leave. Li Jin picked up the document again, curious about why Tai Base had refused. Was it really because of him? "Zhang Geng, investigate this Tai Base thoroughly. What is he up to?" In the Burning Sun Kingdom, in Dongjing City. At this moment, the sun was about to set, but the entire city had already turned into ruins due to the bombardment from thousands of cluster bombs and dozens of strategic bombers. As far as the eye can see, there isn't a single intact building in the city's core area. What remains are only collapsed ruins, with the occasional remaining wall standing tall. On the streets, charred vehicle frames and broken bodies are scattered everywhere, yet there is no sound to be heard. No living person in sight, making it feel as if one has stepped into hell. Chapter 150, Route Removal Operation. On the outskirts of the city, due to its unimportance, it naturally cannot enjoy the treatment of missile bombardment, but the situation is hardly better. The fleeing residents have crowded these areas to the point of suffocation. One can see disheveled individuals huddled on the streets like beggars, their eyes vacant, staring blankly at the sky as if they have become mere shells of themselves. "Mom. I want my mom. Child, my child, my child. Mom, what's wrong? Please talk to me. Mom, I don't want you to die." A bloodied little girl in tattered clothes stands in the street, crying out for her mother. There is also a mad woman running around erratically and a man kneeling on the ground, continuously calling for his mother. Of course, this is just a trivial glimpse of the misery. The entire shantytown is cloaked in despair. Isn't it said that retribution is swift? How you treated others in the past. One day they might treat you the same way. When will the cycle of vengeance end? But that is just empty talk. If someone were to kill your entire family, could you really smile and let bygones be bygones? Just then, a strategic bomber soared overhead, but the refugees were already numb, too lethargic even to duck for cover. In the sky, the commander of the bombing formation, Chung Kong, was seated in the co-pilot's seat, reviewing flight records. Behind him, an aide reported, "Commander, today we have deployed 928 sorties, dropping a total of 27,873 tons of munitions. We have destroyed 72 designated targets. Commander, the brothers have been fighting continuously and are quite exhausted. Should we take a break?" Chung Kong shook his head. "No way. Our bombing missions are too urgent. We can't afford to rest. Let's report to headquarters and request additional pilots to come over. We may rest our personnel, but the machines cannot. Right now is a special period. We must maintain a high-pressure stance against the enemy, 24 hours nonstop. We must keep them occupied at the front while they neglect the rear. Only in this way can we achieve the greatest results." As they spoke, dozens of bright points suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by missiles streaking past them with orange tails. Did you see that? The missile units are working overtime to execute their missions. Can we be any worse? Let us move on to the next target. Meanwhile, in a distant empire, in a city known for its grandeur, 3 black helicopters emblazoned with military insignia whizzed past over a city. Inside one of the helicopters, a man named Zhang Kai was seated in full military gear, facing a well-dressed Caucasian man. The man spoke fluently in the local language, saying, "Sir, the commander at the base has prepared vehicles for you." Zhang Kai nodded, unable to hide his shock. Before coming here, he expected a fierce battle. But it felt more like returning home. They hadn't faced any inspections or even inquiries during their journey, thanks to the military transport they were on. What left him even more astonished was the information officer across from him stating that they were now part of a regular military force, with official designations and units that could even be found online. This unexpected revelation left Zhang Kai bewildered. "Sir, we have arrived." Just as Zhang Kai was lost in thought, the information officer suddenly spoke up. Zhang Kai snapped back to reality and followed him off the helicopter. It seemed they had landed at a helicopter base, surrounded by numerous helicopters. Not far from them was a row of armored vehicles, equipped with heavy machine guns and anti-tank missiles, appearing quite formidable. "Sir, here are your credentials." The information officer approached and handed Zhang Kai a bag containing identification documents. "These will allow you to move freely throughout the Empire. Also, if you need air support, you can call this number." At this point, Zhang Kai felt somewhat numb. He took the bag and replied, "Let's skip the air support to avoid causing you any trouble." The information officer chuckled and slipped a note into Zhang Kai's hand, saying, "What trouble could there be? If anything happens, we can just say it was a mistake." He added, "The laws here are quite robust. Without evidence, no one can do anything against us." Zhang Kai, hearing this, decided not to be overly formal. He patted the information officer on the shoulder and said, "Brother, we will meet again." With that, he led his 30-plus Special Forces team members towards the armored vehicles. Once in the vehicle, Zhang Kai activated the individual equipment on his arm, entered the address, and the onboard system immediately displayed the navigation map. "Let's go." Zhang Kai and his team drove through the city in the military vehicle, drawing no attention from the residents. After all, this was a place where armed individuals enforced justice, and government officials, if not fully armed, would hardly dare to venture out. Thus, their bold demeanor was quite normal here. With a screech, the military vehicle came to a halt beneath a tall building. Soldiers quickly disembarked from the vehicle, blocking the main entrance securely. A few short security guards standing at the entrance of the building naturally noticed the soldiers rushing over, and their faces immediately showed signs of unease. However, when they saw that the soldiers all had Eastern faces, their initial apprehension vanished instantly. They raised their clubs and pointed at the approaching soldiers, saying, "Who are you?" "This is Yamamoto Corporation. This is not a place for you to come." Just as the two sides were at a standoff, a small figure resembling a manager hurried out from the building. Upon seeing the soldier's skin color, the tension in his eyes mirrored that of the security guards, and it disappeared completely. It seemed that this group was also selective in their treatment of people in this region. Before the manager could speak, Zhang Kai stepped forward, raised his 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, and struck the small manager on the head with the butt of the gun, causing him to bleed and fall unconscious to the ground. "Don't waste time. We have many tasks to complete." Following Zhang Kai's command, the surrounding soldiers wasted no time and began to strike with their rifle butts. Zhang Kai then surveyed the environment, turned, and waved his hand to the soldiers behind him. Immediately, a dozen soldiers dispersed around the building, pulling out round devices from their backpacks and pressing them against the walls. Before long, the dispersed soldiers returned. Zhang Kai did not linger and turned to head towards the military vehicle. Just a few kilometers away, the building suddenly erupted in a violent explosion, and the entire structure collapsed in flames. In New York City, a thunderous explosion resounded, followed by the collapse of a building amidst billowing smoke. The thick dust instantly engulfed the surroundings, causing people below and nearby to scream in terror and flee desperately. Yet many were still swallowed by the rolling smoke. In just 2 hours, this was the 7th building to collapse, and such terrifying events immediately incited chaos throughout the city. People rushed to escape the city, with streets packed with cars, and the blaring of horns echoed throughout the air, driving everyone to the brink of madness. More people, in their panic, chose any path to escape, disregarding vehicles, wishing their parents had given them more legs to run faster, as they sprinted towards the outskirts of the city. The chaotic situation left the stationed troops in the city in a difficult position, as their vehicles could not even leave the camp, let alone heavy equipment. Naturally, this also caused considerable trouble for Zhang Kai and his team, as their vehicle was stuck on a street. Fortunately, the intelligence station was resourceful and dispatched 3 helicopters to extract them from the city. In the helicopter, the same intelligence officer named Jack wore a serious expression and said, "Sir, we have tracked down Willis's whereabouts. However, this guy seems to be aware that someone is after him and has been hiding in the military camp. Our people haven't infiltrated there yet, so it might be quite difficult for you to get in. Zhang Kai's expression immediately turned grave upon hearing this. Li Jin had given them strict orders to eliminate Willis, but the problem was that he only had about 30 people at his disposal, making an assault on a base unrealistic. Just as Zhang Kai was feeling torn, Jack suddenly spoke up. Commander Zhang, I think we should leave this matter to our intelligence station. We have ways to take care of him. Please rest assured. Our station chief has already reported this to higher-ups, as long as you don't mind us taking credit for it. Zhang Kai didn't mind that at all. He had already reached the top and didn't need to worry about such things. He nodded and said, then I'll leave it to you, brothers. On the Hantang Islands. At the governor's office. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Jin finished handling official business in his office and was about to head to the backyard for some exercise when Liang Yuan walked in. General, Paul, the head of the Megan family, has arrived outside the governor's office. He wishes to see you. Li Jin frowned slightly. Wasn't the Megan family a major player behind the scenes in the Empire? What were they doing here? After a moment's thought, he replied, let him in. Minutes later, Liang Yuan entered with an elderly white man. The man bowed slightly upon entering and greeted Li Jin, Megan family. Paul, greetings to General Li. Paul approached with a very respectful demeanor. Li Jin naturally wouldn't respond harshly, so he sat down on the sofa, looking at Paul with a surprised expression. Mr. Paul, what brings you to our Hantang? Did you eat too much? Paul seemed oblivious to Li Jin's underlying hostility. In this world, the strong ruled. And given Li Jin's current power, Paul had no choice but to comply. However, Paul did not seem soft or willing to linger and got straight to the point. General Li, I have only one thing to discuss during this visit, which is to hope that the Empire can reconcile with your territory. Our Empire has always been dedicated to maintaining world peace and has never instigated wars without reason. Since your territory was established, it has made significant contributions to world peace, which is evident to all. Li Jin glanced at Paul, noting his remarkable ability to speak nonsense with a straight face. All right, Mr. Paul, if you are here to flatter me, I believe you have achieved your goal. But if you want reconciliation, where is your sincerity? Li Jin's voice was calm and devoid of emotional fluctuations, leaving the passionately speaking Paul somewhat puzzled about Li Jin's true intentions. He paused for a moment and slowly said, Your Excellency, tomorrow's news will report that the leader of the Empire has met with an unfortunate incident and drowned in his own bathtub. Additionally, Chief of Staff Willis will be involved in a car accident during his inspection and will perish on the spot. Furthermore, the Hantang Islands will join the alliance in the next conference, replacing the Kingdom of John. Paul slowly laid out his conditions, but Li Jin shook his head and said, This is still not enough. Paul was taken aback, and his expression changed immediately. General Li, I came here with utmost sincerity and did not intend to deceive you. But please understand one thing. The Empire is not afraid of Hantang. It simply does not wish for both sides to suffer. Hantang is powerful, but we are not to be underestimated. There is a saying in 9 provinces that I believe is quite fitting. A cornered rabbit will bite. So, please do not push us, this rabbit, to desperation. Li Jin looked at Paul, who constantly compared himself to a rabbit, feeling somewhat speechless. However, Paul's words did draw his attention. He was indeed confident in defeating the Empire, but its counterattack should not be underestimated. If it were truly pushed to its limits, launching all its nuclear weapons, Li Jin doubted he could handle them all. At that point, it would truly be a mutual destruction scenario. Perhaps the Empire could still linger on, but he wasn't sure about the existence of the Hantang Islands anymore. After all, no matter how strong his city was, it could not withstand continuous blows, especially with the threat of radiation. Moreover, Li Jin realized he had become somewhat cautious, no longer as reckless as before. At that moment, he suddenly understood he was no longer the barefooted individual, but a vested interest holder. When one becomes wealthy, the fear of death arises, leading to a desire to protect everything they have. Otherwise, why would so many wealthy individuals go to great lengths for heart transplants or the development of longevity drugs? Li Jin sighed inwardly. He understood that the Empire was merely buying time and did not truly seek reconciliation. It could only be said that the war had been postponed. However, Li Jin also needed time and preparation. Countries like the Empire must be dealt with decisively. Otherwise, their desperate counterattacks could be quite formidable. After all, with his current strength, he truly was not capable of overwhelming the Empire. Chapter 152, Bombing with Money. Li Jin suddenly had a plan in mind. He agreed. But the initiative had to remain in his hands. Otherwise, he would not mind taking the risk. Starting over was always an option. If he lacked this spirit, he wouldn't have made it to where he was today. Mr. Paul, peace is possible, but I have a few demands. Without waiting for Paul's agreement, he continued. First, the Empire must publicly apologize to the Hantang Islands. Second, our Hantang military will carry out special military operations on the Empire's territory. And the Empire's government must not obstruct us. Of course, I won't put Mr. Paul in a difficult position. We can agree on a time. How about 7 days? Thirdly, the Empire must compensate the Hantang Islands with 2,000 tons of gold. Fourthly, based on the principle of voluntariness, the Empire must not obstruct the Hantang from recruiting talents in various countries or within its own territory. These 4 points are non-negotiable. If Mr. Paul can agree, then the whole world will celebrate tomorrow. Otherwise, we might as well go to hell together. After all, I, Li Jin, am not like Mr. Paul. I have enjoyed this good life for over 100 years, while my good days have not lasted long, so I can afford to let go. Paul looked at Li Jin, whose stance was indisputable, and frowned tightly. This damned Li Jin was trampling on his bottom line with every demand. As a member of an established family and one of the power holders of a certain fraternity, they naturally did not wish for chaos in the world. Minor skirmishes were one thing, but if a global catastrophe were to be triggered, they would be unable to remain passive. After all, they did not want to die, nor did they want to lose this extravagant world, unless they found an alternative place. After a while, Paul nodded and said, Generally, I can agree to your requests. However, any actions you take within the Empire must not be conducted under the name of Hantang. Otherwise, our agreement will be rendered void. Li Jin nonchalantly replied, Fine. As long as the goal can be achieved, I don't care about the rest. Besides, the notion of not using the Hantang name is just a way to deceive ourselves. Other countries are well aware of the truth, and it's merely a way to fool the ordinary citizens. A smile immediately appeared on Paul's face. After exchanging a few more words with Li Jin, he took his leave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing task number 14. The rewards have been credited to the system space. Please check. Li Jin was momentarily stunned, then quickly sat up. Was the task completed so soon? Could it be that the Empire's integrity was this good? However, thinking about the current situation the Empire was facing, Li Jin quickly felt relieved. He hastily turned his attention to the system interface. Task number 14 rewards. 1. 100 sets of Thor Hammer Assault Power Armor. A modified version of the Mark IV from the Halo universe, with unchanged power, suitable for special soldiers. 2. 12 Titanium Starfighters from the Star Wars universe, system modified. Usable by ordinary people. Li Jin was so pleasantly surprised that he stood up directly. Was the system preparing to let him venture into space? Such impressive items were now being given to him. In fact, these items were available in the treasure shop, but they were the original versions, which ordinary people could not handle at all. Don't think that just because these worlds refer to ordinary people, they are like us. That is simply impossible. Every leap in technology represents a transformation in human physical capabilities. And the second issue is the pricing. Ordinary versions of the Mark Power Armor are valued at over 1 million gold bars, while the armor that Li Jin just received is worth over 10 million, completely unaffordable. He has realized that this treasure system is designed to entice him, or rather to motivate him, as long as he develops something revolutionary. Similar items in the treasure will immediately become incredibly cheap. This is also why he sought out talents from the very beginning. With these resources, his confidence would be significantly bolstered. Of course, he still has no intention of falling out with the local powers. These resources are not enough for him to crush the local empire without putting himself or the planet at risk. He is not ready to live underground for the rest of his life. The next day, at 6 in the morning, just as he turned on his computer, the news reports left him stunned. According to reports, the leader of the local empire accidentally fell into a toilet during the night and suffocated to death. The chief of staff, Willis, was also reported dead after being crushed by a truck. Wow, how urgent is this, Paul? His efficiency is astonishing. A sense of wariness quickly rose within him. These notorious families truly dare to do anything. It seems that he needs to be cautious of the local inhabitants in the future, as risking everything could lead to significant losses. Just then, the television switched to broadcast scenes from a nearby region, showing ruins, corpses everywhere, and refugees in tattered clothes, children crying heart-wrenchingly. It was indeed a scene of devastation. He took a sip of soybean milk, smacked his lips, and sighed. How tragic. Prosperity brings suffering to the people, and demise brings suffering to the people. Suddenly, An idea struck him. With the continuous influx of outsiders, the population of the Hantang region has skyrocketed, now reaching nearly 800,000, of which half are young men. Excluding children and the elderly, this naturally leads to fierce competition for resources. He could think of a solution, even if they don't marry. They could establish some entertainment districts to relieve the pressure. After all, he firmly opposes the locals engaging in such industries, but it's fine for those from the nearby region. ZMO, inform Songhai and the others to send people to the nearby region to find more young and beautiful individuals. Just look at this tragic situation. We should lend a helping hand. Oh, my heart. Li Jin stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked towards the door, reciting, "Worry for the world before oneself, rejoice for the world after oneself. My heart is almost on par with the divine, not ruthless enough." Time passed unknowingly, and a month went by. The whole world seemed calm. Well, aside from the nearby kingdom where fireworks could be seen 24 hours a day, other places were truly harmonious, even excessively quiet. After all, anyone would be shocked to see Li Jin bombarding continuously for 24 hours a day for 30 days straight. This is carpet bombing, with thousands of sorties daily, not to mention the hundreds or thousands of missiles launched occasionally. Even burning money might not suffice. Even the so-called strongest nation in the world would likely not hold out for long under such circumstances. It might lead them straight to bankruptcy. In the refugee area of East Jing City, at this moment, a small booth was crowded with young and beautiful girls from a place known for its intense sunlight. Chapter 153, They Want Me to Undress. As the girls eagerly pushed towards the entrance of the tent, a stunning girl stepped out. "Sister, did you get selected?" Upon seeing the girl come out, a petite and adorable girl quickly squeezed her way to the front, her face filled with anticipation. The beautiful girl, noticing the petite girl, hurried over with great joy and nodded, saying, "They accepted me. That's wonderful." The petite girl exclaimed, jumping up in excitement, while the other girls around her showed envious expressions. The place known for its intense sunlight was no longer what it used to be. Through relentless efforts, it had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Not only had the city turned into ruins, but the entire kingdom's infrastructure had been nearly obliterated, and countless farmlands had been reduced to ashes under explosive attacks. Even the ships in the ports had not been spared. Bombers, having exhausted their targets, indiscriminately bombed every vessel belonging to the place. Such reckless actions had terrified various nations, deterring any ships from approaching the waters of the region. With a population of tens of millions and barely any food left, how could they survive? Over the past month, countless individuals had perished from hunger. This was also why so many girls had come here. No matter what they were recruited for, at least they wouldn't starve. At that moment, a girl with a decent appearance curiously asked, "What exactly are they checking for?" The surrounding girls turned their gazes towards her, their faces full of expectation. It was a simple question, but upon hearing it, the girl's face turned bright red. With her head lowered, she shyly murmured, They want me to undress completely." As she spoke the last part, she seemed too embarrassed to continue. The girls present were immediately taken aback, their minds racing to fill in the blanks. However, unexpectedly, instead of fear, these girls displayed excitement, their eyes filled with eagerness. Considering the vast and certain industries in their society, it was clear why they reacted this way. Meanwhile, inside the tent, several officials from the local intelligence agency responsible for recruitment were seated at a table. One man set aside a thick stack of photos and remarked, "These girls would do anything for a meal. Not a single one hesitates. What has this world come to?" The leading man scoffed. "I see these women as only fit for the red light district." He shot a disapproving glance at the man. "What nonsense are you talking? If you were hungry for a month, I doubt you'd be any better than them. And have you forgotten what the general said? In the face of war, beauty is innocent. The remaining population in the entire region is at least 20 to 30 million. Our task is to sift through and take away the most beautiful women among them. All right, let us continue. There are still thousands of women outside waiting for us to inspect," the manager said, clapping his hands, and immediately someone brought in a very beautiful girl. "Go, take off all your clothes." The man pointed directly to a small partition in the corner of the tent. The girl was taken aback, looking at the 4 or 5 men with piercing gazes, yet she showed no signs of shyness and reached for her clothes, intending to undress. Seeing this, the manager helplessly pointed to the partition and said, "Go inside to undress." The girl looked at the manager innocently. "Can I do it here? I don't mind." This is what I do. The manager frowned. Go in. The girl was startled by his stern tone and obediently walked inside. A man sitting in front of a computer said, appearance 90, mindset 99, experience 4086. The computer in front of the man was no ordinary device, but a special emotional testing instrument purchased by Li Jin from a treasure shop, specifically used to determine if someone has undergone plastic surgery, has implants, or how many partners they have had. Most importantly, it can discern a person's inner world and whether they harbor any hatred towards the dynasty. Li Jin didn't want to bring in a group of women with ulterior motives to cause trouble. The manager's face showed a look of astonishment. Wow, is this the Sea Emperor? Having experienced so much? A man next to him chuckled. Perhaps she has been through hundreds or thousands of encounters. Leader, don't forget where we are. Do we want this woman? The manager thought for a moment. This girl shows no hostility towards us and is quite open. Let us assign her to the Red Lantern area. I think she will like it. He then continued. What we're doing is too slow. Didn't T headquarters send over 5,000 machines to the border checkpoint? I think we should set up makeshift corridors at all major refugee points, allowing the young women of the region to pass through, and we'll take away all the good ones. How about that? This is a great idea. One staff member's eyes lit up instantly. They had been looking at so many beauties lately that their eyes were nearly dazzled. Especially since these girls would go to great lengths to escape the hell of the region. Thinking of this, the staff member couldn't help but pound his waist. In the Empire of Melaga, among the high mountains outside Modern City, a large ancient castle, looking weathered by time, sits halfway up the mountain, in the quiet, deserted forest. It appears somewhat eerie, but upon closer inspection, it is heavily guarded with electric fences, cameras, and guards every 10 steps. Clearly, this is not an abandoned place, but the residence of some big shot. At this moment, in a banquet hall of the castle, it is unclear why this person has a special fondness for gold. The decorations, walls, and all furnishings are in gold, and even the lighting has a golden hue. The golden expanse before us was almost blinding. At the head of the dining table sat an elder in a golden robe, flanked by 7 or 8 individuals, all at least 50 years old. The elder raised a glass of red wine and remarked, Brothers, today marks the 247th gathering of our fraternity. This time, we have only one topic for discussion, the Hantang Islands and Li Jin. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the entire banquet hall fell silent. After a moment, an elder sitting towards the middle on the right slowly said, Respected President Abraham, hasn't Vice President Paul already reached a consensus with Li Jin? For this, we even broke the rules to conduct a special operation. Abraham, the elder in the golden robe, shook his head and replied, Mr. Demira, consensus is merely a temporary measure. Do not forget that Li Jin's emergence has completely disrupted the order we established. This is absolutely unacceptable. This world can only belong to us. Chapter 154, Technological Barriers? Abraham's shouts silenced the attendees once more, and he was right. At this moment, Paul, seated at the rightmost position, spoke up. On behalf of all of you, I visited the Hantang Islands. Do you know what struck me the most? It was shock. It hasn't been long since. Yet Li Jin has built a massive modern city on the island. A city with a population of over 1 million. Just imagine how such a large city can be maintained on a remote island. Just the water and electricity supply alone would be overwhelming. Yet Li Jin has managed it. I had people observe carefully, and the entire service industry in Hantang has almost been replaced by robots, which are far superior to our current AI technology. Most importantly, their freshwater processing plants and nuclear power plants. Just then, an elder sitting opposite Paul interrupted him, raising his voice. If you say their AI technology is advanced, I can understand that, but isn't seawater desalination and nuclear power quite common? Perhaps it's provided by the Kyushu Empire. Paul, suddenly interrupted and displeased, glared at the elder opposite him and said, Mr. Soder, can't you let me finish my point? The nuclear power and freshwater technology from the Kyushu Empire is indeed capable, but don't forget, this is a city with over 1 million people. How many nuclear power stations and desalination plants do you think they need to build? I only saw 1 nuclear power station and 1 desalination plant in Hantang. You must not forget that the Han and Tang dynasties were not just about urban electricity. They had a massive industrial sector, which is a significant consumer of electricity. What does this indicate? It suggests that the Han and Tang have made a leap in nuclear technology and may even have mastered controllable technology. Therefore, we should not continue to look down on the Han and Tang with outdated perspectives. Consider the thousands of years of civilization in the region. They have stood at the pinnacle of the world for millennia. We have only surpassed them for a mere 100 or 200 years. And now they have once again surpassed us. It may not be long before the threat reemerges. If we do not take measures to curb this individual, our descendants, no, even our generation, will soon find themselves beneath his feet. At that time, we will be like how we currently view others, kneeling and licking their feet. Paul rambled on with a lot of grand theories, successfully evoking the fear of this individual among everyone present. Observing the change in the demeanor of those around him, Paul could not help but smile. It was this group that had pressured him to go to the Han and Tang. One must understand that this individual is someone who can give you nightmares. Who would want to meet such a person, fearing they might not return? Yet, this group of older folks saw him as the youngest and unanimously agreed to send him. Truly unbelievable. Just then, as everyone was speechless, Abraham, seated at the head of the table, suddenly coughed. Once all eyes were on him, he turned to Paul and asked, "Paul, what exactly do you want to say?" Paul quickly straightened up. The person sitting at the head was not only his uncle, but also the true decision-maker of the world's foremost family. He had to show respect. "Chairman Abraham, my suggestion is simple. Lift the technical restrictions and allow the companies of the empire to accelerate innovation. I believe it won't be long before we have the capability to eliminate this individual." Buzz Paul's words immediately stirred the crowd, and Abraham furrowed his brow, saying, "Paul, do you know what it means to lift the restrictions?" Paul's expression turned serious. "Uncle Abraham, it just means earning a little less money, right?" Abraham's initially stern expression softened slightly at Paul's use of uncle, but he still couldn't help but frown, saying, "Paul, don't you understand? For some, money can be more important than life itself. Why did we initially block technological innovation? Besides the fact that our current technology is sufficient, the biggest reason is to obtain the maximum benefit with the least amount of money. Do not forget our core principle. Everything is for profit." Seeing that Abraham was going on and on, Paul couldn't help but raise his voice. "But it's not enough anymore. Chairman Abraham, do not forget that the empire has already yielded to a small individual. If this continues, just watch. In a few years, the technologies we have stockpiled may turn into piles of worthless paper. Why has the Meliga Empire seemed to be relying on past achievements in traditional and even military fields for so many years? Is it really due to a break in continuity within the empire? No, this is all an illusion. As the world's leading power, resources and people from around the globe continuously flow in. How could there be any gaps? It's all about interests. Who wouldn't want a steady stream of wealth without having to invest in new equipment or develop new technologies?" Paul looked at the frowning individuals present. These people are the biggest beneficiaries. The stagnation of the Meliga Empire's industrial technology is due to their short-sightedness. In their quest for maximum profit, they recklessly suppress industrial innovation, preventing new technologies and equipment from emerging. In their minds, they always believe that the Meliga Empire is the most powerful country in the world, unmatched by any other. And there's no need to strive like other nations to enhance their strength. This mindset was not flawed in the past, but now, with the emergence of that damn variable, Li Jin, these restrictions have become a death knell. Although everyone present understood what Paul was saying, implementing change was not so simple. Upgrading industries requires a significant amount of money, and these bigwigs, who are used to reaping profits without investing, found it hard to accept. After a long pause, Abraham suddenly spoke up. "Brothers, I believe Paul is right. It's time for us to make some changes. Don't forget, our future is tied to the Meliga Empire. Without the Meliga, there would be no current glory for us. So, I agree to lift the technological restrictions." The others exchanged glances, and soon someone raised their hand. "I agree. I agree too." Chapter 155, 5th District. Paul looked at the bigwigs who seemed to be in pain, yet still pretended to be righteous, and a trace of cold amusement appeared in his eyes. He had known from the start that these guys would not refuse. Although other than the Ross family, all the other families were relatively new powerhouses that had risen in the last 200 years. Those who could stand strong for 2 centuries certainly had their merits. They understood the weight of their decisions. After all, a lifetime of wealth is less important than generational wealth for a family. Sitting at the head of the table, Abraham smiled as he saw everyone agree. "Since we are all in agreement, from now on, we should work together to develop the Meliga Empire once again. In the past, we rose from obscurity to become a world power. And now, we can also stand permanently at the pinnacle of the world." After giving some motivational words, Abraham announced the meeting adjourned. Soon, only Abraham and Paul remained in the conference room. Abraham suddenly looked at Paul, who was sitting upright, and said with approval, "Paul, you did well today?" Paul quickly stood up, bending his body, and humbly said, "Uncle Abraham, this is what I should do." Abraham smiled and nodded. "If we don't put on this show today, those stubborn guys probably won't easily give in. You need to go to Zone 5 immediately and say that the Brotherhood has agreed to use the resources there. All the countries in the Western Alliance can utilize the technology inside. I believe that with the help of Zone 5, it won't be long before the entire Western world takes off rapidly." Paul was initially excited, but upon hearing that Abraham intended to share technology with the entire Western Alliance, he became somewhat reluctant. "Uncle Abraham, won't this cause misunderstandings among others?" Abraham's expression suddenly became serious. "Paul, you need to understand one thing. The Meliga Empire belongs to the West, and the West belongs to the Ross family. We are one. Only when the entire West becomes strong will we become stronger." By the end of his statement, Abraham's eyes were shining, but Paul, standing nearby, scoffed inwardly. Although the Megan family was significantly weaker than the Ross family, they were not subordinates of the Ross family. He respected Abraham simply because he was an elder and the president. There was no need to align with the Ross family, especially when it came to harming his family's interests. Seeing Paul's indifferent expression, Abraham realized that he was not enthusiastic about the proposal. His expression changed. Although the Ross family was powerful, the Meliga Empire still needed support from families like the Megans. If they united, even the Ross family would face difficulties in the Meliga Empire. Abraham quickly shifted his tone. "Of course, these are all future matters. Our current goal is to strengthen the Meliga Empire first." Abraham's conciliatory tone eased Paul's demeanor, and he agreed, "Uncle Abraham, you are right. Only when the Meliga Empire becomes strong will the Western world become even stronger." Abraham was momentarily taken aback. Paul was clearly reciprocating his earlier words. For a time, the two parted on unfriendly terms. As spring turned to autumn and time passed, 2 years unknowingly slipped by. During these 2 years, Li Jin seemed to have vanished into thin air, hiding in the Hantang Islands without anyone knowing what he was doing. With Li Jin, the troublemaker, gone, every country suddenly found the sky exceptionally blue, and even the air felt sweet. It's no wonder people are forgetful creatures. In just 2 years, they completely forgot about Li Jin, as if the world had returned to how it was before, except for the Liang Kingdom. Li Jin spent 3 months turning the Liang Kingdom into a barren land, destroying all industrial and modern facilities. There was no electricity, no internet, and even the ground communication stations were all cleared out. The Liang people had to grind flour by hand, which is a bit of an exaggeration, but not far from the truth. After all, without electricity, all the equipment was just a pile of scrap metal. Even if you have a generator, where will you buy fuel? Therefore, after just 2 years, the people of Liang have returned to the era of slash-and-burn agriculture. The Hantang Archipelago and Hantang City have remained unchanged for the past 2 years, except that there is now a bit more vitality, giving it the semblance of a city. At this moment, on a street in the city, Li Jin was walking on the sidewalk with officials Ouyang Chung and Xie Xian, observing the bustling traffic on the street. He turned to Ouyang Chung and asked, "How many people are there in Hantang now?" Ouyang Chung quickly stepped forward and replied, "General, the governor's office completed a population census the day before yesterday, and the entire Hantang archipelago has a total population of 3,275,414. Among them, 1,927,000 people live in Hantang City. 523,600 people reside in the 54 satellite towns on Hantang Island. An additional 600,000 people are distributed across other islands, with 510,000 on Simon Island." Li Jin nodded. The total area of Hantang Island, after continuous land reclamation and some incentives, has reached 18,600 square kilometers, with Hantang Island itself covering 13,000 square kilometers and Simon Island being the second largest at 2,300 square kilometers, with a population of over 3 million. That means each person has about 8 acres of land, which is certainly sustainable. He couldn't help but smile and praise. "You all have done very well." Ouyang Chung, feeling a bit shy from the praise, quickly humbly replied, "General, you flatter us. If it weren't for your esteemed reputation, so many people wouldn't have flocked here to Hantang." Li Jin smiled without speaking, then shifted the topic. "Aside from the people from Jiuzhou, how many foreigners do we have in Hantang?" Ouyang Cheng answered, General. According to the statistics from the public office, there are about 2.29 million people of Jiuzhou descent, approximately 360,000 girls of Liang descent, and around 620,000 immigrants from various Western and Eastern countries. The welfare in Hantang is world-renowned, and we don't know how many people are trying to sneak in. Our immigration policy is gradually adjusting, no longer accepting ordinary immigrants, but only those with technology skills. Li Jin couldn't help but feel amazed. He didn't expect that in just 2 years, so many people would come to Hantang. By the way, how are the people we hired before? General, rest assured. Even if you tried to send them away now, they wouldn't leave. We have the most advanced instruments and equipment in the world, along with unparalleled welfare. They are not fools, so they won't run away. Li Jin's face broke into a smile. Let's go. We should visit Jiuzhou University. General, I'll prepare the car right away. Zemo quickly said. Li Jin shook his head and smiled. No need. Let's just walk. It's been a long time since we took a stroll. After saying that, he took the lead and walked down the street, with Ouyang Cheng and the others quickly following. Just as Li Jin approached the intersection, a group of 7 or 8-year-old elementary school students came out from a large gate, laughing and calling to one another as they walked around. He had arrived at the entrance of an elementary school. Li Jin looked at the lively groups of children chattering as they walked by, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. As these students approached the intersection, the vehicles suddenly came to a halt. Traffic rules in this region are quite strict. Failing to yield to pedestrians is a serious offense, leading to a 3-month detention and a fine of 5,000 yuan. If someone persists in their disregard and repeats the offense, not only will their driver's license be revoked, but they will also face 3 years in prison and a fine of 50,000 yuan. Of course, if someone thinks they are untouchable and that prison won't tame their wild spirit, and they want to engage in reckless behavior, they are mistaken. They will lose all benefits and face over 30 years of imprisonment. This time, the authorities won't impose a monetary fine. Instead, they will assign labor reform tasks, such as clearing drains and cleaning septic tanks, specifically designed for them. As for those who believe their wealth grants them immunity, they are mistaken. In this entire region, only Li Jin is beyond such constraints. Everyone else, even if they are the child of a prominent leader from another nation, must face consequences. Such incidents are not unheard of. Over a year ago, a reckless individual dared to run a red light and was promptly apprehended by a patrolling enforcement robot. Not long after, the authorities received a call revealing that this individual was the child of a notorious drug lord. This drug lord, apparently high on his own supply, had the audacity to threaten the local government. Did Li Jin tolerate such behavior? Absolutely not. With a wave of his hand, the Air Force was mobilized, and within hours, the arrogant drug lord was captured. His territory was reduced to ashes. In a public broadcast, this drug lord was executed for failing to discipline his child, a spectacle that shocked many. Of course, only those who are unaware of the gravity of the situation would dare to act so recklessly. Other nations would not have the guts to do so. After all, Li Jin is known as a relentless enforcer. As for the children walking home alone, what if there were human traffickers? Given the severe penalties for failing to yield to pedestrians, one can only imagine the fate of traffickers here. To combat such heinous individuals, Li Jin had even reinstated certain harsh penalties, such as slow slicing and skinning. His robotic enforcers are more than capable of ensuring that justice is served. However, since the establishment of this region, these measures have never been needed, as traffickers tend to prey on the weak and avoid confrontation. While Li Jin was deep in thought, a traffic officer on a motorcycle appeared at the intersection and immediately stopped upon seeing the children crossing the road. In the Hantang archipelago, apart from numerous mechanical law enforcement officers, Li Jin also recruited many ordinary officers. While mechanical enforcers are efficient, they lack flexibility in thinking. Sometimes, it's not only about considering the law, but also about legal principles, human feelings, and moral ethics. Therefore, ordinary enforcers are naturally indispensable. To prevent these officers from engaging in any illegal activities, not only are all management positions filled by Li Jin's people, but extremely strict laws have also been established. Anyone caught engaging in favoritism, corruption, or neglecting their duties will face immediate execution. Even if someone embezzles a single unit of currency, they will meet the same fate. Of course, Li Jin is not a devil. Under the high-pressure environment, there are incredibly attractive salaries, free accommodation and living expenses, and 1 month of paid leave each year. among other benefits. Coupled with the welfare guarantees in the Hantang archipelago, if one is still not satisfied, it can only mean they are unworthy of life. Hello, Uncle. Goodbye, Uncle. The children crossing the street cheerfully greeted the officers, who responded with smiles and waves, creating a harmonious scene. At this moment, Li Jin and his group arrived at the service hall of the governor's office. As soon as they entered the hall, a cool breeze greeted them, refreshing Li Jin and instantly revitalizing his spirit. A glance around the hall showed that the resting area was already filled with people, but it seemed that the processing was quite efficient, as 3 or 4 individuals had already been attended to by the time Li Jin reached the service window. When he arrived at the window, an elderly lady with unsteady steps got up to approach. The security personnel maintaining order in the hall quickly stepped forward to assist her to a seat in front of the window. Behind the window was a young woman in her late 20s who warmly asked, "Grandma, what can I help you with today?" The young woman's enthusiastic demeanor clearly made the elderly lady a bit uncomfortable, and she quickly replied, "Young lady, I just came from a distant place and would like to apply for a Hantang card. Grandma, what is your surname?" "I am Zhang Suying." The young woman swiftly typed a few keystrokes on her keyboard and then looked up with a smile. "Grandma, your son is Lin Jinying, right?" The elderly lady was momentarily taken aback, looking at the young woman in surprise. "Young lady, you know my son?" The woman shook her head. "No, Grandma. Your son has already applied for you in advance. I'll take care of it for you right now. Do I need any proof or documents?" The elderly lady asked. "No need for any proof here, Grandma. Given your age, you can just call us, and we'll come to assist you. The card application will take some time. If you feel thirsty, there's a water dispenser on your left, and cups are available below." The young woman's warmth left the elderly lady pleasantly surprised. Repeatedly expressing her gratitude and mumbling about encountering kind people, Li Jin couldn't help but smile at this scene, then moved on to other windows, where the same level of warmth and efficiency was evident. As he walked along, he had seen too many scenes like this: city management chatting with vendors, enthusiastic locals helping with carts, and the staff from the governor's office, all spirited and efficient in their work. Perhaps this is what they call a well-governed society. Although it was created through strict laws and harsh measures, the support from the people and the joy of these workers could be considered a success, right? General, ahead is Kyushu University. As Li Jin and his group left the hall, Ouyang Chung pointed to a cluster of ancient buildings partially obscured by greenery nearby. "Let's go over there." Chapter 157, Untitled. As Li Jin led everyone halfway, he suddenly heard a heated argument nearby. "You bastards, let me go. Do you know who I am? I'm the General S. Wu, let go of me. I'm here to see the General. My daughter is the General's woman. I'm her father-in-law. Let me go." Immediately, a sharp female voice followed. "Head of the family, are you okay? I tell you, you're finished, all of you. I will tell my son-in-law and have you all dealt with. Li Jin, come quickly. Your father and mother are being bullied by your subordinates. I can't believe my daughter gave you a big fat grandson. Not only did you not give us a betrothal gift, but you treat us like this. Have you lost your conscience?" Li Jin, who was about to go over to understand the situation, suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression darkening. "Zimo, go check what's going on." Zimo quickly walked toward the source of the noise. After about 10 minutes, Zimo returned. "General, they are indeed the parents of Assistant Chiu." "The parents of Luoyin?" Li Jin frowned. Chiu Luoyin did have parents, but when he intended to bring them over some time ago, he was suddenly rejected by an agitated Chiu Luoyin. He hadn't paid much attention to it, but now they had come looking for him, and in such a state. What happened? Why were they arrested? Zimo's expression became serious. "General, Assistant Chiu's parents came to the island and claimed to be your parents to anyone they met. Some people thought they were lying and confronted them, which led to a fight. The restaurant owner reported it." Li Jin's brows furrowed tightly. At this moment, Zhang Gong, who was at the back, hurried to Li Jin's side. "General, we have investigated Assistant Chiu's parents in the intelligence department. These two have a serious preference for sons over daughters, and they are quite unfilial. Their reputation is terrible locally. They abandoned Assistant Chiu in the countryside when she was young and brought their son to live in the city. The money for her schooling was even raised by her grandparents farming in the countryside. If it weren't for the strong opposition from Assistant Chiu's grandparents, they would have tried to marry her off right after she graduated from high school for money. It was only because her grandparents promised to give them all the money they earned in the countryside that her parents finally backed off. These two people only returned to the countryside when it was harvest time to collect money. Otherwise, they rarely went back. Their sudden appearance here must be because they saw news of Assistant Chiu frequently attending international events. Li Jin fell silent for a moment after hearing what Zhang Geng said and asked, "I heard from Luo Ying that her grandparents have passed away?" Zhang Geng quickly replied, "Yes, General. Not long after Assistant Chiu started university, her grandparents both passed away due to overwork, and she has been living alone ever since. We also found out that when she was in school, her parents often caused trouble, demanding money from her. Because of this, Assistant Chiu had to work several jobs every day." Li Jin nodded, imagining how helpless Luo Ying must have felt at that time. No wonder she ran overdressed like that. She must have had a tough life. However, this also showed Assistant Chiu's integrity, even in difficult times. She did not take the wrong path. "Zhang Geng, send someone to deal with them. I don't want anyone else bothering Luo Ying, understand?" Li Jin instructed coldly. Such people would only be a hassle in the future, so it was better to eliminate the problem entirely. As for Luo Ying, it was enough for her to have one relative. Zhang Geng, who was following Li Jin, quickly nodded to indicate he understood, then turned and left to take care of the matter. Li Jin adjusted his mood and waved his hand forward, saying, "Let's continue to explore." After a few minutes, they finally arrived at the entrance of Jiuzhou University, which had a grand gate resembling a city tower, and the surrounding walls were built to look like ancient city walls, looking majestic and imposing. Directly opposite the school's main gate was a pristine white beach, smooth as silk and soft as skin, with the vast ocean visible beyond the rows of palm trees. This stretch of beach, spanning over 10 kilometers, was one of the most beautiful beaches in the Hantang archipelago, far more stunning than others. General, Jiuzhou University currently has 10 colleges with 27,000 students. There are 200 faculty members, including 923 academicians from the Academy of Sciences, Engineering Academy, and Medical College of the Mariga Empire. There are also 423 academicians from the Royal Society of the Zhan Kingdom and 957 elite academicians from other countries. These elites were all invited by Director Zhang Geng and his team, and without their hard work, there would be no Jiuzhou University today. Ouyang Cheng concluded with emotion. Li Jin turned back with a smile to look at Zhang Geng, who had hurried back. Upon seeing Zhang Geng nod, his smile grew even more pronounced. At this moment, Ouyang Cheng continued to introduce, "General, currently at Jiuzhou University, there are 9 laboratories ranked among the top 15 globally, and the remaining laboratories also rank highly. For instance, the first laboratory excels in fields such as nuclear fusion, nanotechnology, and supercomputing, showcasing unparalleled research capabilities worldwide. The third laboratory stands out in life sciences and chemistry. The 10th laboratory focuses on aerospace research." Ouyang Cheng said excitedly, "General, not only do we possess the best research instruments and experimental equipment in the world, but we also have world-class laboratories. It can be said that our technological advancements in Hantang have completely achieved a leapfrog development." Li Jin merely smiled and did not show much excitement. The current success of the Hantang Islands was not solely due to hard work, but rather because Li Jin was ruthless enough to directly remove at least a quarter of the global obstacles. With such a vast base, achieving the current accomplishments was evident. Subsequently, accompanied by Ouyang Cheng, Li Jin took a tour around Jiuzhou University. The Hantang Islands were in a state of embracing diverse talents, welcoming anyone with abilities. As for why these individuals traveled great distances to Jiuzhou University, it was naturally due to the reputation the university had built over the past 2 years on the global stage. To this end, Li Jin even sent personnel to invite prestigious awards such as the Nobel Prize and the Fields Medal to be presented in Hantang, allowing the professors and scholars at Jiuzhou University to receive numerous accolades. Fortunately, these individuals were all well known. Otherwise, these awards might have been trivialized by Li Jin. However, this also made the Hantang Islands truly famous, as these awards could not claim to be coerced, leaving them to express their admiration for Hantang and its significant contributions, specifically holding the award ceremony in the Hantang Islands. Interestingly, last year, the recipient of the Peace Prize was actually Li Jin. Li Jin, along with several high-ranking officials, took a stroll around Jiuzhou University before heading back to the governor's office. After a hurried lunch, he arrived at the conference room, which was already filled with attendees. Today marked the annual summary meeting of Hantang, gathering the senior officials of the entire governor's office. "All right, let's get straight to the point." Li Jin, seated at the head of the table, looked at the 40 or so loyal aides sitting neatly on either side, and said, "Songhai, let's start with you." Songhai, the commander of the Hantang army, quickly stood up and said, "General, we have formed 5 brigade-level rapid response units that can deploy combat troops to any part of the world within 12 hours with the support of the Air Force transport units. Additionally, our mech assault squad has been fully established and has completed all adaptive training, ready for combat at any time. Furthermore, 3 local mechanized assault brigades are being gradually formed, and all recruits will be local citizens except for the officers." Li Jin nodded in acknowledgement, and Songhai saluted before sitting down. Li Yueding, who was sitting behind Songhai, suddenly stood up and reported, "General, our Navy has completed the full deployment of the 4 major fleets, and all overseas military bases have been constructed, apart from the Pacific Fleet, which has 3 aircraft carrier battle groups and an independent operational formation. The other 3 fleets each have 2 aircraft carrier battle groups." Li Jin couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. It wasn't easy to find a suitable port for his battle group. He had spent a whole week selecting locations, and still had to rely on support from certain nations for 5 overseas bases. These countries willingly ceded several of their bases and even contributed significant construction funds, saving Li Jin a considerable amount of expenses. Well, next time when he dealt with them, he could be a bit harsher, allowing them to suffer quickly, which could be seen as a form of repayment. After Li Yueding finished his report, Air Force Commander Zhang Kai immediately stood up to report, "General, our Air Force has established 3 aerospace fleets and an independent transport unit based on 3 aerospace carriers. Each fleet consists of 1 aerospace carrier, 36 Swan strategic bombers, 160 Ghost fighter jets, and 132 auxiliary aircraft. Additionally, following your orders, we have formed an interstellar fighter squadron with 12 titanium fighters." Li Jin nodded with a smile. Although 2 whole years had passed during this time, the nations that had been a thorn in his side seemed to have taken some sort of calming potion, as they had all been unusually compliant. Li Jin couldn't find an opportunity to beat them up, and naturally, the system had no tasks for him, leading to 2 years of idle life. Aside from Lin Keqing and Luo Nian giving birth to 3 healthy boys, there was hardly any change. "Very good, you all did well, and I am very satisfied." After the 3 military branches reported, Li Jin immediately praised them with a smile, making Songhai and the others straighten their backs with joy. Next came the political affairs. Ouyang Chung recounted the situation in the Hantang region, focusing on its agriculture. When Li Jin heard that the grain in Hantang was now completely sufficient for its use, and that most of it was stored for emergencies, he felt very pleased. Although he had the system's assistance and was no longer concerned about these matters, he was still very happy that Hantang could be self-sufficient. This was something he had never anticipated. He immediately decided, "All right, since your public affairs office is so confident, from now on, I will temporarily halt the supplies from here, and everything will be handed over to you." Li Jin wanted to see if Ouyang Chung and the others could really shoulder the burden without the supply from the treasury store. If they could truly become self-sufficient, the entire Hantang would definitely usher in a qualitative development. At this moment, Li Jin turned his attention to Zhang Geng. "Do you have any news on your side? Please share with everyone." Zhang Geng quickly stood up and said, "General, there hasn't been any unusual activity in the East. But the Empire has been quite active in the past 2 years and has successfully developed a new generation of fighter jets, according to the detailed information we have gathered. The fighter jet from a certain empire is codenamed Max. The project was initiated over a decade ago, but had little progress until suddenly accelerating research efforts 2 years ago, achieving development success in less than a year. We have obtained detailed information and design blueprints regarding its specific performance. This aircraft is capable of brief hypersonic flight, reaching speeds of 51 Mach. Its supersonic cruising speed exceeds 26 Mach. It can also operate in coordination with drones for combat. Several months ago, we specifically acquired a certain model of fighter jet from the aforementioned empire to test our air defense system. It was found that our stealth-detecting radar could only lock onto it within a range of 100 kilometers. As Zhang Gengang mentioned this, Professor Qin Shun, the president of the Academy of Hantang Technology and Kyushu University, suddenly stood up and said, "General, Director Zhang is right. Our previous radar indeed has limitations against this new type of fighter jet. However, our academy has overcome this challenge. Our current air defense early warning system employs a brand new AI quantum early warning radar, capable of detecting stealth aircraft from 1,000 kilometers away. Unless there is a qualitative breakthrough in optical stealth technology. With the current stealth technology, they are nowhere to hide from our radar. Li Jin nodded. He understood that modern stealth aircraft are not truly invisible. They simply do not reflect electromagnetic waves, making them undetectable by radar, while still visible to the naked eye. True invisibility, like the 3 space aircraft carriers in Li Jin's possession, utilizes advanced optical stealth technology, achieving real stealth where they are invisible to both radar and the human eye. Professor Qian Shun continued. In addition to radar advancements, we have also made significant upgrades to the Ghost Bird fighter jet. Our academy has referenced the dual-ion engine of the Titanium Fighter X-1 and developed the latest generation of ion rocket engines. This type of engine allows our fighter jets to achieve hypersonic flight, with maximum surface speeds exceeding 6 Mach. We have also upgraded the cockpit of the fighter jet, enabling our pilots to fly at low altitudes at speeds above 27 Mach. Li Jin's eyes lit up. He was no longer a novice and understood the significance of low-altitude hypersonic flight. Although modern fighter jets can easily reach speeds of 2 or 3 Mach, and the fighter jet from the aforementioned Empire can reach 5 Mach, one could notice that these extreme speeds are usually achieved at altitudes above 10,000 meters. It is known that the closer to the ground, the denser the atmosphere becomes, which naturally increases drag. With current material technology, aircraft can only achieve slightly over 1 Mach in low-altitude hypersonic flight. Any faster, and the entire aircraft could disintegrate mid-air. Furthermore, this is merely about the aircraft. It is also a torment for humans, as the intense vibrations during low-altitude flight could be unbearable. The fighter jet can perform ultra-low altitude flight at 27 Mach, which alone allows it to dominate other aircraft. You all have done well. Li Jin praised Qian Shun. Then his expression turned serious. It seems that this certain empire is quite restless, doing so many things behind our backs. Don't you think we should give them something to do? Chapter 159. Song Hai is up to something. Boom. As soon as Li Jin finished speaking, the generals present became excited, each rubbing their fists and looking at Li Jin. After staying on the Hantang Islands for 2 years, they felt like they were getting rusty. Of course, Li Jin suddenly changed his tone and said seriously, "Our Hantang is a civilization praised worldwide. Otherwise, your General Wu Ti have received that so-called peace award. So, how can we act without reason? We need to find a justification. As for how to find this justification, that is up to you." At this point, Li Jin stood up. "Anyway, my responsibilities are limited. Whoever wants to eat well will have to act quickly." After saying that, he walked out of the conference room. The generals exchanged glances, and for a moment, the entire conference room felt charged with tension. What soldiers compete for is simply to be number one. If they don't even have that spirit, they might as well go home and hold their children. At night, in a building not far from the governor's office, Army Commander Song Hai was bent over a map, scribbling notes and seemingly engrossed in research. At that moment, a 30-something officer approached with a meal tray. "Commander, let us eat first." Song Hai looked up and saw his chief of staff, Wang Sheng, and immediately shook his head. "I really don't have the mood to eat right now. Compared to the Navy and Air Force, we Army forces are already at a disadvantage. If we don't work harder, we might not even get a sip of soup, and we'll just have to wait and watch the fun." Wang Sheng placed the meal tray on the desk beside him and comforted the frowning Song Hai. "Commander, we are the Army. Our duty is to defend Hantang well, and the rest will come naturally." Hearing Wang Sheng's words, Song Hai, already a bit irritated, felt a surge of anger and shouted, "What do you mean by let it be? What are we? We are soldiers, strong and resolute. Even the Buddha knows to fight for a bit of fragrance. Our proud army should at least fight for some respect, right? What is the point of being a soldier otherwise? I think we might as well go home and hold our children." Wang Sheng looked at the furious Song Hai and couldn't help but laugh. "So, has the fire in your heart been released?" Song Hai was taken aback, and he felt a bit better, momentarily amused as he pointed at his chief of staff. "Chief of staff, you." Wang Sheng chuckled. "I agree with what you just said. People fight for a breath, and the Buddha fights for a stick of incense. We soldiers should be competitive, otherwise, how can we train elite troops?" Wang Sheng walked up to the map and said, "Commander, our army doesn't have overseas bases like the Navy does. If we want to find something to do, we have to take a different approach." "A different approach?" Song Hai's eyes lit up. "Chief of Staff, tell me quickly, how should we go about this?" Wang Sheng didn't keep him guessing and pointed directly at the map, indicating the neighboring country of the Mariga Empire. "Boss, we should naturally pick the toughest targets. Look here. He then pointed to the kingdom of Moj next to the Mariga Empire. This is a gathering place for drug lords. Recently, didn't our general just execute one of their big leaders? I think we could definitely use the pretext of eradicating drug lords to send a troop here. Then we can claim that for the long-term peace of the region, we need to deploy missile systems in Moj. What do you think the people from Mariga will react? Will they be cornered and lash out? Song Hai's eyes grew brighter, and he suddenly slammed his hand on the table in excitement, saying, "Great, let's do it this way. Those bastards used to give us trouble every day. Now it's time we show them a thing or two. Chief of Staff, you're really something. A true scholar, quite cunning." They exchanged glances and burst into laughter together. With a decisive plan in mind, Song Hai and Wang Sheng quickly made their way to the base of the 101st Assault Brigade. Soon, the base was filled with the blaring sound of alarms, turning the previously quiet area into a boiling pot. Troops in full gear rushed out of their barracks, forming neat rows in the training ground. "Report, Commander. The 101st Assault Brigade of the Hantang Garrison is assembled and ready for orders," shouted a tall officer, Zhang Jinsong, as he approached Song Hai and Wang Sheng. Song Hai raised his hand in salute, slowly scanning the faces of the officers and soldiers present. Each youthful face radiated determination, their bodies standing tall like ancient pines. "Soldiers." Song Hai took a deep breath and spoke loudly. "Tonight we will carry out a top-secret mission involving a long-range maneuver. Do you have confidence in completing the task?" The training ground erupted with a thunderous response. "For the first battle, use me. Victory is assured." The passionate voices carried boundless confidence, dispersing the dark clouds above and revealing a bright, full moon. With a smile of pride in his eyes, Song Hai then turned serious and called out, "Zhang Jinsong. Yes, you will lead the 1st Assault Battalion as the advance team. The mission has been assigned to the operational system. Execute the orders according to the combat plan." Zhang Jinsong puffed out his chest and replied loudly, "Yes, Commander." He then saluted Song Hai and, with a sharp turn, shouted, "1st Battalion, all units prepare. Target, airport. Move out." The sound of boots marching in unison echoed across the training ground. Song Hai then turned to Wang Shengdao behind him and said, "Chief of Staff, I will personally lead the team this time. After occupying the target, we will immediately transport the entire 101st Assault Brigade over." Hearing this, Wang Sheng showed a worried expression. "Commander, isn't it too big of a target to airlift an entire assault brigade?" Song Hai smiled slightly. "Big talents are needed. Otherwise, how could they possibly take action? To achieve great results, we have to invest significantly. Don't worry. I have already allocated an air defense missile battalion from the missile troops to accompany us. A small team from the Mech Special Operations Squad will also join us. They are not fools. Even if they attack us, they won't dare to make it obvious and will only secretly send troops. At that time, who will prevail is still uncertain." Chapter 160, Intercontinental Transport. At the main Air Force airport of the Hantang Island, 72 Kuan-type transport planes were neatly parked on the runway. Armored vehicles from the assault battalion were slowly being driven into the cargo holds of the transport planes under the guidance of ground crew. Although the Kuan-type transport plane's carrying capacity is far inferior to that of the C-5 transport aircraft and can only fit one infantry fighting vehicle, its strong vertical takeoff and landing capability easily mitigated this minor flaw. "Commander, all equipment has been loaded." At this moment, Song Hai was standing in front of a Kuan-type transport plane when Zhang Jinsong hurried over. Upon hearing this, Song Hai looked at his watch and said, "Departure." He then walked towards the cargo hold of the Kuan-type transport. A few seconds later, the Kuan-type transport planes began to take off vertically from the runway, accelerating towards the southeast and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Several hours later, in Tina City, a large city located on the western coastline of the Kingdom of Moj, it was only a wall away from the border of the Empire of Mariga. It was indeed well known, not just in the Kingdom of Moj, but renowned worldwide, as it was a paradise for drug traffickers. Several notorious drug lords made their home here. At this moment, 72 Kuan-type transport planes had arrived above the city, nearly covering half the sky, but the planes had activated their optical stealth, rendering them invisible to the people below. Suddenly, one of the Kuan-type transport planes began to descend rapidly, revealing a wide, open plain below. With a hum, the Kuan-type transport plane landed steadily on the barren ground, and the rear doors immediately swung open, followed by a Hantang-modified American Lion II infantry fighting vehicle charging out from the cargo hold. The Puma is inherently powerful. And after improvements made by a certain research institute, its mobility and protection capabilities have significantly enhanced. The thermal imaging reconnaissance system and weaponry have also seen qualitative upgrades. Of course, what Li Jin appreciates most about the Puma is its comfort. It not only offers ample interior space, but also boasts a robust climate control system, allowing passengers to avoid the crowding and heat inside the vehicle. Once the Puma disembarked from the transport aircraft, it immediately sped towards a nearby city, undeterred by the bumps on the ground. In no time, it reached a sparse grove of trees, where 3 wooden cabins stood. Without slowing down, the Puma's turret swiftly rotated to aim at the wooden cabins. Boom bang, several shells were fired in an instant, striking the small cabins ahead. Explosions erupted, and the 3 tightly clustered wooden structures were blown into the air. At that moment, the Puma had already arrived at the scene, revealing a larger wooden cabin behind the smaller ones. The earlier explosions had alerted the occupants inside, and 7 or 8 burly men rushed out. Upon seeing the approaching Puma infantry fighting vehicle, they were momentarily stunned, fear evident in their eyes. Bang bang, before they could turn to flee, the machine guns on the armored vehicle opened fire, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets. The men at the entrance were instantly torn apart, blood and flesh scattering. Then, the sound of cannons echoed again as a series of shells flew toward the wooden cabin. Amidst the explosions, the entire structure couldn't withstand the assault and collapsed, kicking up clouds of dust. Report: Unit 1 has completed the clearing operation. Repeat: Unit 1 has completed the clearing operation. Suddenly, several transport aircraft revealed themselves and began to land. Infantry fighting vehicles and tanks rumbled out from the cargo hold. At that moment, Songhai also exited the aircraft, followed by the 1st Battalion commander, who remarked, "Commander, this area is a no-man's land due to the concentration of drug lords, and certain families have connections here. Therefore, the local authorities have never paid attention to this region, not even conducting basic satellite reconnaissance. It's usually handled by the State Guard." Songhai couldn't help but sneer coldly. Those people are quite arrogant. How could they possibly regard the locals? But it also gives us time to prepare. Although Songhai believed they wouldn't dare to act against him, it was wise to be cautious. Otherwise, if they launched missiles, it would spell disaster for them. Send the order down. Have the rocket artillery units fire a barrage immediately and destroy all power and communication facilities in the area. Yes, Commander. On a stretch of open land several hundred meters away from Songhai, 8 rocket launchers that received orders immediately raised their multiple launch rocket systems. Songhai was well prepared this time, as these rocket launchers were loaded with the latest electromagnetic graphite rockets developed by the Hantang Academy of Sciences, which could incapacitate a city's power and communication systems with just a few dozen rounds. Whoosh! As the protective cover was blown away, a silver-white rocket shot out instantly, roaring towards the city of Tijuana. Following closely were the 2nd and 3rd rockets. In an instant, the entire launch site was enveloped in thick smoke, with bright orange flames continuously leaping through the haze. At that moment, dozens of electromagnetic pulse rockets had already soared over Tijuana. Unfortunately, the city was already a chaotic hub, where gunfights and riots were a daily occurrence, and no one paid any attention to these events. Even if someone looked up and saw the dark shapes in the sky, they wouldn't think they were missiles or rockets. It's important to note that this area was very close to the border of a certain empire, with numerous citizens from that empire present, and no one dared to make a scene here, not even the local military. Meanwhile, the rocket launchers had found their respective targets. One of the graphite rockets traced an arc in the sky and plunged straight down towards the only power plant in Tijuana. Boom! A fireball erupted into the sky, and countless graphite fibers spread out like clouds around the plant. Zing hiss boom! Following that, sparks flew from the entire power plant. Arcs of electricity flickered, and explosions rang out. The once noisy city fell silent in an instant, only to be followed by a series of explosions echoing from within. The people in the streets became frantic. Someone pulled out their phone, and just then, a spark flashed, causing smoke to rise from the device. In a panic, a woman threw her phone away, and then, realizing what had happened, she clasped her head in despair and exclaimed, "Oh my God, my phone." Such incidents were happening all over the streets, not just with phones. Advertising boards, decorative lights, and cash registers in shops were all sparking and then ceasing to function amid the rising smoke, rumbling just as the citizens were at a loss. The sound of roaring diesel engines suddenly filled the streets, followed by the clanking of tracks. Confused citizens turned to see where the noise was coming from. On the third day, at the Hantang governor's office, Li Jin had just walked out of his bedroom when Liang Yuan, wearing a seductive robe, approached him and said, "General, you should turn on the TV." Li Jin was momentarily taken aback. Then he walked into the living room, pulling Liang Yuan along with him. He plopped down on the sofa, causing Liang Yuan, who was caught off guard, to fall directly into his arms. Soft jade warmth instantly excited Shaoli. But now was not the time for serious matters. Li Jin did not pursue further, merely letting his hand wander a bit, slipping through the gap in the pajamas. His gaze, however, was fixed on the television. When he heard the words coming from the screen, he was momentarily stunned. General, you hurt me." Liang Yuan's delicate cry brought Li Jin back to his senses, and he quickly withdrew his hand. Yet his eyes remained glued to the TV, which was broadcasting a piece of news from the Empire of Jiuzhou. "Dear viewers, we have just received news that the garrison command of the Hantang governor's office has suddenly deployed troops to strike against drug trafficking forces entrenched near Tina City in the Kingdom of Moj. In just one day, they have destroyed the largest drug dealer stronghold in the world. A large quantity of drugs was destroyed, and all drug manufacturing factories were blown up, earning widespread praise from people around the world. For this, our correspondent in the Kingdom of Moj conducted an on-site interview with Brigadier General Zhang Jinsong of the 101st Assault Brigade of the Hantang Garrison. Brigadier General Zhang stated that in order to ensure long-term peace and stability in Tina City and completely eradicate the drug traffickers' poison, the Hantang Governor's Office will also deploy 250 units of the Electric Mother I medium-range ballistic missile system near Tina City. It is reported that the Electric Mother I missile is a medium-range ballistic missile independently developed by the Hantang Governor's Office, with a range of about 5,000 kilometers, capable of covering the entire territory of the Meiliga Empire. The Meiliga Empire has expressed serious concerns and strong protests, and will engage in stern negotiations with the Hantang Governor's Office regarding this sudden incident, while the Kingdom of Moj has not yet made a clear statement. A smile involuntarily appeared on Li Jin's face. That guy Song Hai was quite clever, quietly accomplishing such a big task. At first, he thought the first to act would be Li Yu or Zhang Kai, but unexpectedly Song Hai took the lead. Such an uplifting event naturally warranted generous rewards from Li Jin. "Yuan, go convey my orders. Promote Song Hai to the rank of Vice Admiral in the Empire. At the same time, order the Air Force and Navy to fully support their actions. Also, tell Song Hai to go all out. If he wants troops, I'll provide them. If he wants nuclear weapons, I'll provide those too. In short, whatever he needs, I'll supply. If they complete this mission well, I'll reward them with a 3-day trip to the Red Light District." Hearing Li Jin's orders, Liang Yuan, blushing and nestled in Li Jin's arms, quickly stood up and said, "I will convey your orders right away." However, Li Jin reached out and pulled Liang Yuan back, then pressed down on her. "No rush. Let us take care of business first." In the Meiliga Empire, at the Führer's residence, the newly appointed third Führer, Bach, sat gloomily in his office. Standing in front of the desk were the newly appointed Chief of Staff Stanley, the Führer's security advisor Lena, and the head of intelligence Boris. No one spoke, and the entire office was filled with a sense of oppression. Bach looked at the three silent figures and couldn't help but curse inwardly. He had been unwilling to take on this damn Führer position from the very beginning. It wasn't just him. Ever since the mysterious deaths of the previous two leaders, this once highly sought-after position had become a hot potato. In the end, the shorter candidate was pushed up by a group of behind-the-scenes bigwigs. Initially feeling a bit apprehensive, he didn't expect to land in a good situation, as Li Jin had not stirred up much trouble for 2 whole years. However, no one expected that after just 2 years of peace, that troublesomely madman would jump back into the fray. Couldn't he have waited another 2 years? Wouldn't it have been better to wait until he was out of office before causing chaos? Bach continuously complained in his heart. His face bore a gloomy expression, but he showed no other emotions. After a while, seeing that no one spoke, Bach reluctantly asked, "Ms. Lena, is there any word from Mr. Paul?" Lena looked at Bach's indifferent demeanor, her expression slightly unpleasant, and replied stiffly, "Honorable leader, Mr. Paul has stated repeatedly that he is just a businessman. This is all a matter for the government and has nothing to do with him." Bach scoffed at that. How could it not concern him? After all, how did his 2 predecessors die? One committed suicide in his office, and the other hanged himself in the restroom. Thinking about this sent a chill down Bach's spine, and he couldn't help but glance around. Both of his predecessors had died in this very office, and if it weren't for maintaining the dignity of the imperial leader, he wouldn't stay here for anything. All right. Bach suddenly stood up, his tone urgent. Since Mr. Paul has no objections, let's proceed with the normal process. Ms. Lena, you should immediately notify the Foreign Affairs Department to follow the normal procedures and issue a protest letter. A protest letter? Lena was taken aback by Bach's decision. They were the leading global power. Were they really just going to issue a protest when bullied? What was the difference between that and being a coward? Leader Bach. Lena looked at Bach, who seemed ready to leave, and emphasized, the deployment of medium-range ballistic missiles by the Hantang Islands at our border is already trending. I'm afraid the entire empire is aware of it. If they find out our government is merely issuing a weak protest, it could incite unrest. Bach, who had already left his desk, suddenly paused, his expression turning serious. He had been so focused on leaving this cursed place that he had forgotten about this matter. He needed to remember. The empire was not just any region. Here, everyone held equal power. Seeing that Bach was finally taking things seriously, Lena felt relieved. Just as she was about to speak again, Bach's next words froze her in place. Ms. Lena, how about this? You go on my behalf to the Hantang Islands. I believe with your capabilities, you will surely achieve our objectives. Let her meet Li Jin? Lena felt dazed, staring incredulously at Bach. Li Jin, this formidable figure, has not stirred up trouble for 2 years, but as a prominent figure in the political scene, he is well aware of the temper of this big boss. Unpredictable and bloodthirsty. Even though Li Jin wouldn't do anything to her, just the thought of meeting him made Lena's legs tremble. How could she possibly face him? Moreover, Lena knew very well that even if they met, it would likely only bring humiliation and make her a laughingstock. Lena couldn't help but furrow her brow. But looking at Bo Ku's calm expression, the refusal just wouldn't come out. After all, she was merely one of Bo Ku's subordinates. And the higher-ups would never offend Bo Ku just for her sake. What should she do? Lena's mind raced, and then her eyes lit up. Mr. Leader, there's only 1 week left until the World Alliance Conference. I think we can invite Li Jin to attend. Bo Ku's eyes flickered for a moment before settling back to calmness, and he frowned. Li Jin would come? Lena smiled. Mr. Leader, we can create enough momentum to force Li Jin to attend. As one of the major powers in the world, it would be a huge joke if he wasn't a member of the alliance. Bo Ku's expression turned contemplative. Ms. Lena, since you are so confident, I will leave this matter to you. After saying that, he ignored Lena's astonished face and hurriedly walked out of the office. This damn place. He didn't want to stay a minute longer. At the Hantang governor's mansion. Oh, they invited me to the alliance conference? These bastards sure know how to make excuses. When did they become the hosts? Li Jin looked at the alliance invitation in his hand with a mocking expression, flicking it away, sending it flying to who knows where. Meng Yu, standing in front of Li Jin, looked worried. General, I think we should ignore them. This looks like a trap. Liang Yuan and Luo Nian quickly echoed. Yes, General, we don't need to pay them any mind. A trap? Li Jin didn't respond, instead chewing on the words in his mouth. He then stood up with a hearty laugh. Do you think they dare? They are just a bunch of petty thieves. Their ancestors were the same. And they are still the same now, never changing. What can they do to me? I, Li Jin, will definitely attend this alliance conference. At this moment, Li Jin exuded confidence, valiant and decisive, a true leader. The 3 women were left speechless. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating task No. 16. Who is the hero? Immediately, a light screen appeared before Li Jin. Task number 16. Who is the hero? Details. I laugh at the heavens with my sword in hand, regardless of life or death, as one of the top heroes in the world. How can I be frightened by the enemy? Please head to the Empire to attend the Alliance Conference. The system will reward the host based on performance. So keep up the good work. Note, please rest assured, the system will ensure the host's safety. A smile suddenly appeared on Li Jin's face. This damn system finally showed up. It had been almost 2 years without a single task, making him think the system was down. Now that it finally made an appearance, Li Jin felt a great sense of relief and quickly asked in his mind, System, where have you been? Immediately, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding. Please be informed, the system community is currently conducting an advanced evaluation activity for civilized systems. In order to welcome the inspection with the best mindset, the system has paused its services for 18 months. Please forgive me. Li Jin was left dumbfounded, almost letting out a classic expletive. What on earth is this system community? Is his system malfunctioning? Why would it cast him aside for some ridiculous inspection? What kind of operation is this? If it was in an ordinary world, he could accept it, but what if it was a martial arts or mythical world? Wouldn't the host be at risk of being harmed upon returning? Perhaps the system realized its explanation was too shocking. It added, "Please be informed," as a registered formal system in the system community. Everything it does is aimed at better serving the host. During hibernation or system updates, the system will activate an automatic protection mechanism for the host. If the host encounters danger, the system will appear immediately. The host need not worry about personal safety. At this point, Li Jin was speechless. Of course, it could be that his system was too basic. If it were another system, it might directly reverse time, making the host unaware that the system had been absent. However, Li Jin soon set this matter aside. After all, his system was quite honest, even if it sometimes tried to make some extra money or take a little time off. But it was still a formal system, and there wouldn't be any harm to the host, which was a good enough guarantee. At least he didn't have to worry about dying at the system's hands one day. With the system's assurance, Li Jin felt more confident and directly instructed, How many days are left? Meng Yu quickly replied, 5 days left. Li Jin pondered for a moment and said, Yuan, immediately relay my orders. Command all submarines of the Pacific Fleet and Atlantic Fleet to approach the coast of the certain empire. Also, notify the aerospace fleet to position themselves right above New York City. Tell them I have only one requirement. They must be able to bomb the certain people back to the Stone Age within an hour. Of course, that was a bit exaggerated. After all, the certain empire is vast, and to flatten it would require hundreds of missiles, even more from megaton-class ones. It's clear that flattening an area of 378,000 square kilometers would take over 20 missiles. One can only imagine the scale for millions of square kilometers. Liang Yuan's expression immediately turned serious, and he nodded. I will relay the orders right away. After Liang Yuan left, Li Jin turned to Luo Nian and said, Have Li Yu prepare for a transfer. We will set off today. Chapter 163. Cake? The Crazy Abrahamites. In the Meliga Empire, at the Führer's residence, Boku returned to his office with a distressed expression, looking dissatisfied at the solemn Lena. Ms. Lena, don't you know that interrupting someone on vacation is quite rude? Führer, Li Jin has agreed. Lena replied, not caring about Boku's dissatisfaction. Boku, who was expressing his displeasure, suddenly found himself speechless, as if something had blocked his throat. After a long while, he incredulously said, You mean he agreed? Lena nodded vigorously. Boku stared at her, confirming that he had indeed heard correctly, and then stood up, waving his arms in astonishment. My God, how is this possible? Doesn't he fear being detained by us? Has he lost his mind? Lena looked at Boku, who was flailing about, speechless. She didn't know if Li Jin had lost his mind, but she was sure this man had. Unable to hold back, she emphasized, Führer, what should we do now? Li Jin's plane should have already taken off. Boku was taken aback. So soon? Lena replied helplessly, Führer, you may not understand Li Jin well. He always acts decisively, and doesn't he give others a chance to speak. To be honest, upon hearing that he was about to meet Li Jin, Boku's adrenaline surged. This man was a legendary figure, and even as the leader of the Meliga Empire, he felt a bit nervous. Fortunately, Boku was no fool, otherwise, he wouldn't have reached his position. After calming himself down, he immediately instructed, Ms. Lena, arrange things quickly. I need to head to New Moon City right away. Also, notify the troops stationed near New Moon City and JC to be ready immediately. Just after giving his orders, Boku suddenly thought of something and quickly added, No. Put New Moon City on lockdown immediately, have all JC personnel mobilized, and ensure there are sufficient police forces at all intersections. Also, deploy at any high points or danger zones. At this point, Boku still felt uneasy. After thinking for a moment, he decided, let JC, the military, and intelligence agencies work together for security. Every duty point must have personnel from all three parties present. Boku recalled how Li Jin had once decimated the naval forces of the Meliga Empire. He worried that if someone in the military felt disgruntled, it could lead to trouble. As for why he didn't rely solely on JC and intelligence personnel, it was due to similar considerations. After all, too many Meliga people had died at Li Jin's hands. Who knew if there were any relatives among them? He didn't want to take any risks. As for Boku's earlier mention of detention, those were just empty words. Did he think that detaining someone would make that person's strength disappear? Li Jin is not a ruler of a small power or country, someone who can be easily manipulated. What do those in the West say? Although they are all of a savage nature, there is one thing that stands out. They share a common trait of respecting the strong, even eagerly bowing to them. For those in the West, the strong represent justice, the strong embody truth. And Li Jin is that strongest figure. Even their empire is suppressed to the point of not being able to raise its head. Now that Li Jin has suddenly appeared on their territory, how could he possibly be treated poorly? After giving all possible orders in one breath, Boka finally took a breath. Surprisingly, Lena, who was standing beside him, remained silent, clearly agreeing that Boka's actions were necessary. If something were to happen to Li Jin and their empire, it would indeed spell disaster for them. At that moment, Lena suddenly began to regret her idea, as the variables were just too great, making it impossible for them to predict what would happen tomorrow. However, one thing was certain. Li Jin absolutely could not have any incidents in their country. Of course, they understood that since Li Jin dared to come, he was already fully prepared, which was precisely what worried them. Since the continuous wars with the Han and Tang dynasties, although their empire still considers itself the world's strongest nation, some countries have clearly become disobedient. If certain countries had ulterior motives and tried to take advantage of the situation, wouldn't they be in deep trouble? Just then, the phone on the desk rang suddenly. Boka was taken aback. Who would be calling at this time? His expression tightened as he realized who it was. Although he felt 1,000 misgivings, he did not hesitate and quickly walked to the desk to pick up the phone. Immediately, Paul's voice came through. I heard Li Jin is coming? Boka hurriedly replied, Yes, Mr. Paul. I have already given the orders to ensure the safety of the Han and Tang delegation. Very good. Paul was evidently satisfied with Boku's handling. Boku, I need to convey the Brotherhood's opinion to you. Boku's expression immediately became serious. He knew very well what the Brotherhood represented. It could be said that the Brotherhood is like a god to their empire, with absolute authority. Even the leader is seen as expendable in their eyes. Mr. Paul, please go ahead. Boku, we have only one requirement. You must ensure Li Jin's safety and not allow anyone to take advantage of the situation. You should know about Li Jin's madness. Do not place your hopes on the mercy of a madman. I believe you do not want to become a sinner of the empire. Do you? Boku quickly nodded. Mr. Paul, rest assured, I know what to do. On this matter, we are of the same mind. After hanging up the phone, Boku turned to Lena, who had been closely following him, and said, Did you hear that? Mr. Paul places great importance on this Li Jin. Lena nodded, feeling a sense of relief in her heart. With the backing of the big shots from the Brotherhood, it would be much easier for them to take action. Ms. Lena, go prepare for the transfer right away. We need to head to the New Moon City immediately. While Bach and others were in a flurry, in a luxurious mansion outside New Moon City, Abraham was sitting with several men with prominent noses. One of the men with a beer belly complained, Mr. Abraham, the government is urging us daily to upgrade our machines and develop new products. It feels like throwing money into a bottomless pit with no end in sight. Although there are military purchases, where can you find money that comes quicker than waging war? Just think back 2 years. We were buying weapons until our hands were sore. But now, to guard against that damned Li Jin, the locals have pulled back their claws. If they don't stir up trouble, how are we supposed to make money? Exactly. If the world isn't chaotic, how can we, the Abrahams, make a profit? Abraham, seated at the head of the table, frowned deeply. What exactly do you want to do? The beer-bellied man, named Sherlock, immediately showed a look of delight upon hearing Abraham's dissatisfaction with the local government. He quickly seized the opportunity to say, Mr. Abraham, our point is quite simple. Only by keeping Li Jin in the local territory can we maximize our interests. Abraham's initially gloomy expression turned to shock as he incredulously looked at Sherlock. Sherlock, are you crazy? If Li Jin dies here, the whole world will descend into chaos. It might even trigger a nuclear war. Do you want to destroy our homeland? Sherlock, however, seemed indifferent, shrugging his shoulders and saying, Mr. Abraham, don't you think this world has been too quiet for too long? Only by letting chaos reign can we amass tremendous wealth. As for whether the world will be destroyed, what does it matter to us? All I know is that we won't die. Sherlock's mad words sent a chill down Abraham's spine. He never expected that his fellow Abrahams would go to such lengths for wealth. A bitter smile crept onto his face as he suddenly remembered that he had once been just as reckless in his youth, with his shadow lurking behind every war the locals waged. However, he was now over 100 years old, and didn't he wish to stir up trouble anymore. He just wanted to enjoy the remaining 2 or 3 decades of his life. But thinking of how Paul and the local factions had started to drift away, he realized that without their support, the Brotherhood would likely fall apart in an instant. This was not what he wanted to see, and he immediately made up his mind. Sherlock was right. Only through global chaos could they bind everyone to the war chariot of the Ross family. Mr. Bohan, representatives from the Abraham Kingdom just visited, and the Balala Kingdom seems to have acquired a large number of advanced weapons from an unknown source. Their military is now facing continuous defeats. They hope that Melaga can send troops to assist them. Upon hearing this, Bohan shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Our people have found out that this is all the doing of a certain individual. I don't need to elaborate on his strength. The military of Melaga would never offend a powerful enemy for the sake of the Abraham Kingdom. To resolve this issue, the first step is to deal with him. Once he is dealt with, everything else will fall into place." Sherlock exchanged glances with several prominent figures present and said slowly, "Then let's take him out." At this moment, Abraham's expression also turned serious. "Sherlock, you will be responsible for this matter, and the code name will be 001. As he spoke, Abraham's demeanor grew even colder. Since this individual dared to come, he should remain here permanently. Sherlock quickly stood up and said, "Mr. Bohan, I will issue the order immediately." With a decision made, there was no point in discussing other matters. After a few words, Abraham and the others quickly dispersed. Once everyone had left, Abraham sat in his seat, his expression dark and uncertain. Suddenly, he stood up and addressed the elderly servant standing at the table. "Prepare the special aircraft. Tonight we fly to the Gaul Empire." The reputation of this individual was too formidable. Regardless of whether Sherlock and the others could eliminate him, Melaga would become a place of chaos. Leaving at this moment was the wisest choice, and most importantly, it would help clear his own suspicions. However, what Abraham could never have anticipated was that his most trusted servant did not immediately go to prepare the aircraft. Instead, he quickly walked out of the conference room and into a corridor of the estate. At that moment, a similarly dressed white man was slowly dragging a large box down the hallway. Just as the two passed each other, the servant discreetly threw a small black sphere into the groove of the large box, which already contained several small spheres of the same color. The two brushed past each other, and the white man casually tapped the large box, seemingly brushing off dust, just as the servant embedded the sphere into the groove. The white man continued as usual, dragging the large box through multiple security checks and out of the estate, loading it onto a pickup truck before driving away. In the skies over the Pacific, aboard the giant Cohen spaceship, Li Jin was enthusiastically touring the deck of the spaceship under the guidance of Sherlock. Standing at the edge of the deck, he looked down at the vast, rolling ocean below. He then reached out and pressed forward, feeling as if he were pushing against rubber, soft and elastic. Yet, no matter how Li Jin looked, the view ahead was a blank space. But he could distinctly feel a barrier present. Sherlock noticed Li Jin's curious expression and quickly explained, "General, our previous space carriers were open air. If we wanted to operate on the deck, we needed to wear specially designed pressure suits and carry oxygen tanks. Recently, the Academy of Sciences successfully developed a space support system that can convert quantum energy into an energy shield. All 4 of our space carriers have been equipped with this shield, which functions like a pressure chamber, allowing our personnel to work outdoors." Li Jin asked, "What about the aircraft? How will they take off?" Zhang Kai hurriedly replied, "General, this shield is smart controlled. It will automatically open a gap when the aircraft is about to take off, so it won't affect the planes." Li Jin smiled broadly, feeling that inviting these experts back was indeed the right decision. Just as he was about to continue, Liang Yuan rushed over and said, "The intelligence department has just sent a message that the descendants of the Abraham lineage from the Brotherhood of the Empire are plotting to assassinate you, General." Director Zhang inquired whether they should send someone to apprehend them. Li Jin shook his head and said, "No need. Making a move now would be too dull. Let them enjoy their moment. By the time we arrive, they will be the ones crying. Just inform Zhang Geng to keep a close watch, but do nothing for now. This time, I want to see who dares to jump out. I've prepared quite a big trap this time. Just hope there's enough bait." It had been 2 years, 2 whole years without any action. If he didn't move soon, he feared he would rust. This time, he wanted everyone in the world to know that his name as the living king of hell was not something that could just fade away after 2 years. By the way, tell Zhang Geng to keep a close eye, and it would be best to trace the leads and uncover as many of them as possible. "Yes, General." At that moment, Sherlock approached and said, "General, we are almost at the Empire's waters." Li Jin nodded. "Are the planes ready?" Sherlock quickly replied, "General, they're ready." Then let's go. With that, he turned and led everyone toward a waiting Kuan-style transport plane on the deck. Minutes later, a Kuan-style transport plane suddenly appeared not far from the Empire's waters, immediately detected by the Empire's radar. In an instant, the high-ranking officials of the Empire became tense, focusing on the images transmitted by the satellite. When they saw what was captured on the satellite, everyone's eyes widened in shock. My God. Chapter 165, Mysterious Discovery. Damn it, what on earth is that? Exclaimed Stanley, the newly appointed chief of staff, with a look of horror on his face. As the satellite images showed 3 Kuan-style planes, a massive object briefly flashed across the screen, but it was too fleeting, lasting only a moment. Stanley, with his keen eyes, caught a glimpse of it, which led to his earlier exclamation. However, his voice did not attract attention in the operations room, as everyone was already stunned. They did not see the scene that Stanley witnessed, but were shocked by the sudden appearance of 3 giant figures. Is this a creation from Quan? The people from the 9 provinces have replicated it? A military officer in front of the control panel stared at the familiar yet strange sight on the screen, stammering. The renowned Marvel Universe, in the Empire or rather globally, wherever there is internet, it is known to all. To see something from it suddenly come to life in the real world is overwhelming and unbelievable. Brooke, replay the footage from Satellite 033. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, the operations officer responsible for satellite communication was suddenly kicked from behind. Turning around, he saw Stanley standing there with a grim expression. He immediately stood at attention. Yes, General Stanley. Then he sat down and quickly started operating the controls. The satellite footage immediately began to rewind. Slow down. Slower. Give me even slower. Stanley's gaze was fixed on the screen as he kept instructing. Just as the footage was about to reach the scene he had witnessed, a loud crackle erupted, and a series of sparks shot out from the main console, plunging the operations room into darkness. Damn it! What is going on? Stanley's furious voice echoed in the pitch-black operations room. The sudden blackout did not cause any chaos among the officers. They believed this was the heart of the Empire, and it was impossible for any enemy to infiltrate and cause destruction here. Sure enough, within just 20 seconds, the lights in the operations center flickered back on. Suppressing the urge to lash out, Stanley turned to Brooke, who was sitting at the computer, and said, "Continue." Brooke quickly reopened the computer. But what drove Stanley mad was that the computer responsible for satellite transmission had completely crashed and wouldn't boot up. Damn it, those worthless idiots. Use the backup computer. Stanley, filled with rage, couldn't help but curse and then shouted at Brooke. Startled by Stanley's fury, Brooke hurried to another computer, but as he opened it, his face turned pale because the satellite footage was completely blank. Nothing was displayed. Bang, bang. The operations center was filled with the sound of fists pounding on tables. Damn it, Nick. What is going on? Why did the power go out? Where's our backup power? A colonel who had just entered the operations room was startled by Stanley's roar and quickly stood at attention. Report, General Stanley. There was a minor fault in the headquarters wiring. It has been repaired. Bang. The sound of slamming the table echoed again. Where's the backup power? Why didn't it activate immediately? Even if the first backup failed. What about the second and third? The officer replied, General Stanley, our backup power has reached its usage limit and can no longer be used. Damn it. Why wasn't it replaced? The officer helplessly spread his hands and said, General, we have submitted the budget for replacement to Congress multiple times, but it has all been rejected. There's no money, and those people won't provide us with batteries. Stanley was left speechless. What kind of place is that 5-star building? Such an important location, and yet such a foolish thing could happen. Has the Empire really fallen to this extent? Damn it. Those bastards should be sent to a military court. Unfortunately, Stanley could only vent his frustration with a few curses. He couldn't afford to offend any of those noble members. Then, Stanley's mind was suddenly struck by something he had seen earlier on the screen, making him feel as if something was stuck in his throat. His eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of the satellites in the sky, but before he could speak, an officer rushed in to report, General Stanley. The Satellite Control Agency has just informed us that the 033 satellite over the Pacific has suddenly malfunctioned and is temporarily out of service. We need to switch channels. Stanley was momentarily stunned. Wasn't the 033 satellite the one they used to observe Li Jin's satellite? Now it was suddenly broken? Coincidentally, their computer was also down. Was it because of what he had just discovered? But how could Li Jin know about it? Stanley's eyes showed a look of horror as he glanced at those around him, suspicion suddenly filling his gaze. At New York International Airport, the leader of the empire, Bach, along with high-ranking officials from the presidential office, had arrived early at a conference room in the airport's control tower. Chief Security Advisor Lena quietly whispered in Bach's ear, "Leader, I think having Vice Leader Baird welcome Li Jin shows our sincerity. You don't need to go in person." Bach remained silent, turning to glance at Lena. His profoundly deep gaze made her feel a tightness in her chest, a cold chill rising up her spine. After a shiver, Lena immediately closed her mouth tightly, not daring to say another word. "Mr. Leader, Li Jin has arrived." Upon hearing that Li Jin was coming, Bach quickly turned and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, where he saw 3 sci-fi-styled aircraft swooping in from the northwest. They hovered directly above the airport, their agile postures resembling 3 eagles soaring in the sky. Bach couldn't help but rub his eyes. After observing carefully, he was left agape. He saw that the 3 aircraft did not glide onto the runway, but descended vertically, landing steadily at the airport while Bach was still in a daze. "Leader, we should head over," Lena quietly reminded him. Bach finally regained his composure and said in disbelief, "Ms. Lena, did I see that correctly? Is that a Kun type?" Lena replied with a serious expression, "Mr. Leader, the intelligence department discovered this type of aircraft 2 years ago appearing in various places around the world, but they never captured any photos to prove their existence, which is why they didn't report it to you." Unexpectedly, Li Jin chose not to hide this time and flew directly over. "Perhaps they have already achieved mass production of such aircraft." Bo Ke frowned slightly. "Has the technology in the Hantang region advanced to this level? They can even manufacture things for movies?" Lena's expression darkened as she spoke. "Mr. Chancellor, you may not know, but during the tenure of Chancellor Taibasi, Li Jin sent people all over the world to seize scientific talents. Our empire has at least had a quarter of our elite personnel kidnapped by him. At that time, to avoid causing unrest, Mr. Taibasi directly sealed off the news, and the matter was left unresolved. Nowadays, when it comes to genuine scientific researchers, Hantang is not at all inferior to us, and may even have more." Bo Ke's face instantly turned dark. "Damn it! How many more secrets does this country have from him?" While they were talking, the group had already arrived at the designated reception area on the runway. But to Bo Ke's surprise, Li Jin's vehicle did not stop at their established reception area. Instead, it was on another runway over 1,000 meters away. This was actually a little trick played by the Empire, as this reception area was right below the terminal, and Bo Ke's group could just step outside to reach it. However, after Li Jin's aircraft landed, he still had to walk 500 to 600 meters to arrive here. This way, the grandeur of the Empire was immediately highlighted. But no one expected that Li Jin would not play by the rules. What should they do? Should they let Li Jin's plane come over? Or should they go to him? Bo Ke felt conflicted and nearly cursed out loud. That damn guy, causing him trouble right after arriving. After a moment, Bo Ke said sternly, "Lena, you must convey the order immediately. The honor guard should move forward at once. I believe General Li and his team are not familiar with the route and may have taken a wrong turn. As the hosts, we naturally need to go greet them." Bo Ke's words sounded grandiose, but his expression showed no sign of happiness. Lena understood Bo Ke's intentions and quickly nodded in agreement before turning to leave. After several minutes, Bo Ke and his group finally reached Li Jin's private jet. A distance of over 1,000 meters was not short for Bo Ke, the old man. His legs were nearly numb from walking, and his expression was naturally not very pleasant. Just then, the cargo door of the transport aircraft opened, and Bo Ke immediately rubbed his face and revealed a smile. He saw a figure striding confidently out of the door, exuding a commanding presence. Li Jin, being a prominent figure, had appeared numerous times. Although Bo Ke had never met him, he had seen photos, so he recognized him at first glance. Without thinking, he stepped forward, and stirring music started to play. "General Li, welcome to our empire." Bo Ke extended his hand first. Li Jin walked in confidently, smiling as he extended his hand to shake with the leader, Bo Ke. He said, "I was so pleased to receive the invitation from you, Mr. Bo, that I couldn't sleep all night. So here I am." However, Bo Ke's expression became strange as he shook hands with Li Jin. His face seemed to twitch, his lips trembling uncontrollably. His complexion also turned red at an alarming speed. "Ellie General, we should go now?" Only then did Li Jin release Bo Ke's hand, clapping his own together and saying, "Please, Mr. Bo." Bo Ke looked at his tightly clenched fingers and the sharp pain shooting through them, wanting to howl in agony. But seeing the officials and the honor guard around, he forced himself to hold it in. He couldn't afford to lose face. At this moment, Everyone else's attention was fully on Li Jin, hardly noticing Bo Ke's expression. Even the security personnel nearby couldn't help but steal glances at Li Jin. He was a legendary figure, renowned everywhere. It was no surprise that no one could resist their curiosity. After all, it's said that the nation is overflowing with hero worship, and despite Li Jin having killed so many of their people, many officials present looked at him with starry eyes. Not to mention the soldiers in the honor guard were equally unfazed. If this were in the other region, they would have been scolded long ago. Of course, none of this mattered. After inspecting the honor guard with Bo Ke by his side, Li Jin headed towards the media podium. The shouts of Li Jin, "I love you so much. Ah, I'm dying," made Li Jin momentarily stunned. He then noticed that the people on both sides of the carpet were looking at him with fervent expressions, their passionate gazes making him want to adjust his clothing. Although he didn't understand their excited chatter, after all, this nation had only a couple of centuries of history and lacked the depth of the other region's language. The repeated phrases were quite familiar to him. Moreover, just by looking at the expressions of these people, it felt as if they were welcoming a super celebrity. Li Jin paused for a moment, but chose not to engage further, leaving Bo Ke and the others feeling somewhat awkward. Were these people sent by a higher power to amuse him? It was ridiculous that they would idolize their enemy. It was not just incomprehensible, but downright foolish. Did they not see how many reporters were present? What an embarrassment. Bo Ke fought the urge to send troops to silence them, but he couldn't suppress the anger on his face. He had to force a smile, but the pain in his body and the rage in his heart intertwined on his face, creating a very awkward expression. At that moment, Li Jin casually glanced at Bo Ke, noticing his discomfort, and kindly said, "Mr. Bo, if you really need to go, please don't hold it in. At your age, you must take care to avoid any mishaps." Chapter 167. The seat I prefer to choose for myself. Bo paused for a moment, noticing the unusual gaze from Li Jin, and his face turned green with embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. That damn guy. How could he be so good at playing the thief who shouts to catch the thief? But thinking about his role as the host, he knew he couldn't lose his composure. He could only motivate himself internally, reminding himself that he was a civilized person and must not get angry. Absolutely must not get angry. Bo Ke realized that this damned guy was just looking for trouble, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt he couldn't offend Li Jin. This was what they called a conspiracy theory. All he wanted now was to get this troublemaker out of the way as soon as possible. Bo Ke slowed his pace, falling a few steps behind Li Jin, and quietly instructed Lena, who was closely following him. "You need to notify everyone immediately that the Alliance meeting will be held at 12 o'clock sharp today." Lena nodded. As a prominent figure in the political scene, she quickly understood Bo Ke's intention. Generally, Bo Ke quickened his steps to reach Li Jin, smiling as he said, "The Alliance meeting is scheduled for 12 o'clock today, and it's almost 11 now. Shouldn't we head over right away?" With the automatic translator, Li Jin had no objections and nodded casually, "Sure." Bo Ke's heart immediately relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. He momentarily forgot about any principles of equality and quickly leaned slightly forward, gesturing as if he were a waiter. "General Li, this way please." He then led Li Jin towards the nearby convoy. Given Li Jin's status, he naturally couldn't use the vehicles provided by the locals. The other two Kuan-style transport planes he brought were specifically for transporting these vehicles. They were all military off-road vehicles made in Hantang style. Essentially the Hantang version of the Predator, which was Li Jin's favorite. Half an hour later, at the Alliance headquarters building, Li Jin stepped out of the car and stood on the wide Alliance square. In the center stood the towering headquarters building. At this moment, the entire square was under strict security, with armed guards everywhere. Li Jin adjusted his jacket and, without waiting for the hurried Bo Ke, headed straight towards the headquarters building. That damn guy. Bo Ke, who had finally caught up, glared at the self-absorbed Li Jin, feeling the persistent pain in his fingers. He couldn't help but grind his teeth in frustration, even wanting to wave him off. But thinking of the troublemakers inside the building, he realized that if he wasn't there and something earth-shattering happened with Li Jin, he would regret it later. Bo Ke shot a fierce glare at the instigator before quickening his pace to catch up. By the time he reached the entrance of the headquarters building, several security personnel saw Li Jin approaching and hurriedly opened the glass doors for him. They stood tall, saluting him with respect in their eyes. For those nations that had been taught a lesson by Li Jin, he was like a living demon. For those countries engulfed in turmoil, Li Jin stands as a banner of resistance against imperial hegemony. The soldiers stationed in front of the headquarters were recruited from a war-torn small nation, and their attitude speaks for itself. Li Jin smiled and nodded at the soldiers on either side. As he walked through the entrance, he saw a frail old man approaching with a group of people, and they unexpectedly collided face to face. The old man paused for a moment upon seeing Li Jin. A man from a neighboring region quickly stepped forward, extending his hands. "General Li, hello. I am Zhang Kuan, the commissioner of the Empire at the headquarters." Seeing a familiar face, Li Jin couldn't help but smile and shook hands with Zhang Kuan. The elderly foreign man, realizing the situation, quickly extended his hands and said, "General Li Jin, welcome to the headquarters. You see, this is the privilege of the strong. As long as you are powerful, you can receive godlike treatment wherever you are." At this moment, Li Jin transformed from his previous imposing demeanor to one of politeness, nodding at the frail old man and extending his hand for a brief greeting. "Mr. Agu, I have seen your name countless times in certain places." Initially pleased that Li Jin knew his name, Agu felt a pang of unease at Li Jin's indifferent attitude. He couldn't understand why this formidable figure seemed disinterested in him. This left him feeling somewhat anxious. His warm reception of Li Jin was also motivated by his own agenda, hoping to see Li Jin confront the representatives from another region, allowing the Alliance or other Western nations behind him to benefit from the situation. "Isn't there going to be a meeting? Shouldn't we head inside?" August suddenly snapped back to reality and eagerly led the way. He realized that regardless of Li Jin's feelings towards him, as long as Li Jin and the representatives from the other region were at odds, it would be the best news for him. At that moment, another individual named Bok walked in from outside, and upon seeing Li Jin surrounded by admirers, he felt a surge of anger. "Damn it! This was supposed to be my treatment. How come now that Li Jin is here, I feel sidelined?" Li Jin and his party had now arrived at the conference hall of the Alliance headquarters. As soon as they stepped into the hall, an overwhelming round of applause erupted. Li Jin glanced around nonchalantly, seeing the envoys from smaller nations looking at him with fervor. That single glance startled the representatives from the Western nations who hadn't stood up immediately, prompting them to rise and clap with even more enthusiasm, determined to make their applause resound. However, Li Jin had no mood to pay attention to them. Instead, he focused on the 5 seats in the center of the circular hall, where a person was currently seated. Li Jin turned to Zhang Kuan, who was following him, and asked, "Who is that guy?" Zhang Kuan hurriedly explained, "General Li, he is the envoy Williams from the Kingdom of John." Li Jin nodded slightly, and the person standing to his right, Ogu, quickly said, "General Li, let me take you to your seat." Li Jin glanced at Ogu and replied calmly, "No need. I prefer to find my own seat." Chapter 168, One-Man Show. Finding his own seat? Ogu, standing behind Li Jin, was momentarily stunned, and then his expression changed. Li Jin was about to stir things up. In a moment of panic, Ogu wanted to speak, but Li Jin had already taken long strides toward the envoy Williams Funak from the Kingdom of John. Funak, who had just sat down, felt a sudden tension as he saw Li Jin walking straight toward him. This was what it meant to have an imposing presence without being angry. Just thinking about what Li Jin had done in the past could scare someone to death. Clearly, Funak was aware of Li Jin's reputation. As Li Jin approached his seat, Funak could no longer resist standing up. Just as Funak was about to speak, Li Jin suddenly reached out and grabbed Funak by the collar, lifting him up effortlessly. With a forceful toss, Funak was flung out, landing in the center of the hall with a loud crash, instantly knocked unconscious. Li Jin nonchalantly sat in the seat that Funak had just vacated. For a moment, the entire conference room was silent, everyone staring in shock at Li Jin. The alliance had been established for over 100 years, and countless prominent figures had attended, but none had been as fierce as Li Jin. Cough. At that moment, a light cough suddenly echoed in the silent hall, snapping everyone back to reality. Cough. Li Jin coughed again. "Aren't we supposed to start the meeting? Shouldn't it begin now?" Only then did everyone awaken from their stupor and hurriedly find their seats. At this time, Funak, who had been thrown aside, was stumbling to get up from the ground. Unfortunately, the spectacle that some were eager to see did not unfold. Funak didn't dare to confront Li Jin. He simply swayed and left. Unexpectedly, after taking a few steps, Li Jin's voice rang out from behind him. "Hey, I'm talking to you. What do you think this alliance meeting is? A restroom? You come and go as you please. Find a place to sit and stay put." Although Li Jin didn't seem displeased and wore a calm expression, the coldness in his words sent a shiver down Funak's spine. He instantly recalled the pitiful sight of the Prussian Empire crying out for mercy after being defeated by Li Jin. With no courage to protest, He could only obediently find a place to sit down. At this moment, Li Jin realized that the hall was quite quiet. The way everyone looked at him reminded him of how he used to look at his teacher as a child, nervous and at a loss. Li Jin smiled and said, "Representatives, I just arrived. I'm only here to listen at the invitation of Mr. Boak, the leader of a certain country. You all can continue talking. I'm just here to observe. You don't need to worry about me." After saying this, Li Jin leaned back against his chair and indeed stopped speaking. At this time, Boak quietly walked over and took his seat. After a while, seeing that Li Jin really had no intention of participating, the atmosphere gradually eased. The chairman of the Alliance Conference, Mr. Ogun, quickly stepped up to the podium and delivered a few opening remarks before starting the annual grievance session of the Alliance. Shortly after Ogun stepped down, a representative from a certain country in Africa approached the podium and began to speak at length. Thanks to the translator, Li Jin learned that this country was experiencing an unprecedented drought, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of people. And the representative hoped the Alliance could provide some aid to their nation. Unfortunately, the people present showed no expression. They either looked down or stared blankly into space. Aside from Zhang Kuan and a few other countries that clearly expressed support, no one else seemed interested, leaving the speaker feeling awkward as he had to step down in disappointment. Then a few more Africans took the stage, most of whom were lamenting their hardships. Unfortunately, the Western representatives present were known for being ruthless. If you wanted to extract resources from them, you'd better ask yourself first, do you have oil? Do you have minerals? No. Then just roll over to the side. Fortunately, some countries like Jojo actively responded, preventing these nations from leaving entirely empty-handed. Otherwise, the alliance would have fallen apart long ago. Li Jin, sitting in his chair, was almost dozing off, feeling no connection to these countries. He was no saint. He just wanted to take care of his own small territory. Time passed second by second. And just as Li Jin was bored enough to want to take out his phone, a gray-haired man suddenly walked up to the stage. After standing at the podium, he took out a document and began to speak. It turned out this man was the envoy from the Kingdom of Damascus, and he was accusing the Western nations of imposing a land, sea, and air blockade and economic sanctions against his country under the pretext of rampant terrorism. What was unexpected was that just as the elderly man began to speak a few sentences, several envoys sitting next to Li Jin grew impatient and stood up as if they were about to leave. Li Jin frowned immediately, and then a loud bang echoed as he slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone in the hall. The Western representatives who had planned to leave paused to look over. It was Li Jin. He stood up and coldly addressed the departing envoys. "I ask you, have you lost your father or mother? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Or is your brain not functioning properly? The basic principles of morality, integrity, and shame seem to have been completely forgotten. Let us put it this way." Li Jin suddenly raised his voice. "As long as you admit you are not human but beasts, you can crawl out of here. Li Jin, won't stop you." His harsh tone made several representatives from certain countries who were planning to leave flush with anger. "General Li Jin, whether we leave or not is our freedom. I believe it doesn't require your consent." The representative who had just been thrown aside by Li Jin, Funa Ku, finally couldn't hold back. His face darkened as he spoke. Li Jin smiled slightly and scrutinized Funa Ku several times, just as Funa Ku felt uncomfortable under Li Jin's gaze. Li Jin's expression suddenly turned serious as he fixed his eyes on Funa Ku. "I now suspect you are a member of a certain terrorist organization. Guards!" Li Jin immediately shouted, "Arrest him." Funa Ku's face changed instantly. "Li Jin, what do you want? I am from the Kingdom of John. You have no right to arrest me." Li Jin coldly laughed. "You can impose baseless charges to sanction other countries, so why can't I arrest you?" Funa Ku was infuriated, his head buzzing, nearly fainting from anger. At that moment, several guards walked in from outside. "Arrest him." Li Jin repeated his earlier command. The guards were taken aback. They naturally recognized Funa Ku, one of the representatives of a major alliance. As for Li Jin, he was a well-known figure whose achievements were easily found online. For a moment, they were at a loss and quickly looked towards Ogu. But Ogu had already lowered his head, indicating he didn't want to get involved with either of these powerful figures. Seeing this, Funa Ku couldn't help but smile. But Li Jin's next words made him freeze. Li Jin said slowly, "What? My words don't carry weight in the alliance?" This seemingly casual remark caused the air in the entire hall to freeze, making everyone afraid to breathe. Ogu looked particularly anxious. Why was this powerful figure so formidable? He dared to do anything. At this moment, The guards were also flustered, suddenly recalling online discussions about someone who could handle everything ruthlessly. Realizing this, the guards dared not delay and obediently approached Funaku. Even Funaku, the instigator, was now nervous, so when the guards grabbed him, he complied without resistance, taking small, almost cheerful steps. Continue. Li Jin looked at the elderly man on the stage. As for the other representatives who had stood up to leave earlier, they had now sheepishly returned to their seats. The elderly man with white hair looked at Li Jin, who was smiling, and tears immediately filled his eyes. The reality of a weak nation having no diplomacy was starkly evident on this world stage, where being ignored, dismissed, or roughly interrupted was commonplace. The old man had persisted until now, hoping for the emergence of truth. After so many years, someone finally spoke on their behalf. In that moment, a multitude of emotions surged within him, rendering him speechless. Li Jin, understanding the old man's feelings, was well aware of such situations from his previous life. Mr. Boke. Li Jin suddenly turned to Boke and said slowly, "Does anyone in your country claim they are terrorists? Is there evidence? As a prominent power, how could your nation not uphold the knightly spirit of your ancestors and sink to the level of banditry? You speak of humanitarianism and peace openly while secretly engaging in underhanded dealings and plundering. I believe the people of your nation wouldn't stoop to such behavior." Sitting next to Li Jin, Boke felt the sting of Li Jin's pointed remarks and his face turned red. He wanted to retort, but hesitated, sensing a possible trap in Li Jin's seemingly playful expression. Reluctantly, he replied, "General Li, I will send someone to look into this." "Look into it," Li Jin countered. "So your accusations are not substantiated. In that case, hurry up and lift your blockade. And what else with the so-called embargo? As a leader in the civilized world, how can you reverse progress?" Li Jin paused deliberately. "I've made a decision on your behalf. You don't mind, do you?" Boke quickly nodded. "General Li is right. We have been remiss in our considerations. We will lift the blockade immediately." A satisfied smile finally appeared on Li Jin's face, and with that smile, the previously tense atmosphere in the room became lively. Those sitting near Li Jin, including Boke, let out a sigh of relief, and Boke realized his back was soaked with sweat. At that moment, he recognized a crucial point. From the moment Li Jin arrived in the Empire, he had lost his voice. Everything was under Li Jin's control. This was the influence of power. Since 2 years ago, the world's leading power had shifted from the Empire to the islands of Han and Tang. Whether one wished to admit it or not, this influence had subtly affected the entire world. Why were they so nervous about Li Jin's arrival? Initially, Boke thought it was just a hassle, but at this moment, he understood it was fear. What is a hassle? It only becomes one when others are more powerful than you. Otherwise, is it still a hassle? If Boke had yielded, other nations were even quicker to nod in agreement. This scene thrilled the elderly man on stage. He never expected that Li Jin's simple words would grant them something they had struggled for decades to achieve so effortlessly. However, what Li Jin said next made the old man overjoyed. Li Jin said, "Leader Boke, you have unjustly imposed restrictions on others for so many years without any indication of remorse. How about this? Each of you contributes 3 billion Mayuan to our central bank of the Hantang Islands as a reconstruction fee for the Great Masha Kingdom. What do you think?" The elder on the stage was already overjoyed. As for why Li Jin didn't just hand over the money, but insisted on going through the Hantang Islands, everyone present was perceptive enough to understand his intentions. He wanted the elder to use this money in the Hantang. The elder was quite willing. He was aware that this enormous sum was not really a form of aid, but rather reflected the value of Li Jin's words. Moreover, he knew very well what the nations in that region were like. They could be easily overwhelmed. But Li Jin was different. Based on the might he had just displayed, who would dare to delay him? Sure enough, as soon as Li Jin's words were spoken, Boke turned pale, his face alternately red and white, and finally managed to agree with great difficulty. All right. The other subordinates of Boke, seeing their leader's consent, felt compelled to agree as well, even if they were unwilling. Especially with Li Jin sitting right there. Deep down, they cursed the imperial authority for this situation. They were indeed losing both resources and manpower. Who would dare to refuse what Li Jin demanded? Li Jin noticed Boke and the others' unwilling expressions. A fleeting glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and then a slight smile appeared on his lips. It seemed that the imperial authority still had no confidence to confront him directly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be this cautious. After the elder left the stage in high spirits, a yellow-skinned man sitting opposite Li Jin suddenly stood up, walked around the table to the central podium. and stared intently at Li Jin. "I am Saburo Kobayashi, the special envoy of the Maple Leaf Kingdom to the Alliance. What I want to address today is the blatant disregard for international law by the Hantang in their actions against the citizens of Liang." The atmosphere in the hall, which had just become lively, instantly turned cold and quiet again. All eyes were fixed on Li Jin, curious about how he would respond. However, to the disappointment of those eager for drama, Li Jin remained calm and showed no signs of anger. While Li Jin was unperturbed, Boke, sitting to his left, was fuming like an ant on a hot pan, glaring at Saburo Kobayashi on the stage. "Damn Maple Leaf Kingdom, why send a Liang descendant to stir trouble? Are they looking for a beating?" What Boke didn't know was that the leader of the Maple Leaf Kingdom was already terrified, seeing the hall suddenly fall silent. With all eyes on him, Saburo Kobayashi became excited, raising his voice even higher. "Respected representatives, although I am from the Maple Leaf Kingdom, I feel it is my duty to stand up against Li Jin's blatant violation of international agreements and his wanton slaughter of Liang citizens, so that all nations can see his true colors. As a country that values peace, this nation has never harmed any other country or infringed upon anyone's interests. Even when they discharge water into the sea, they inform other nations repeatedly, and they have never done anything that goes against their conscience. Yet, such a respected nation has been ruthlessly destroyed by a certain individual. Tens of millions of its people have died unjustly. What kind of demon is this? And why does he sit here so self-righteously? We must unite to eliminate him." Mokomoto Saburo, filled with rage at the thought of his parents perishing in flames, felt his eyes turn red as he glared at that individual. He didn't even notice that everyone present had lowered their heads, almost covering their ears, as if the person on stage was not a human, but a mere presence. Time passed, and Mokomoto's voice became hoarse before he finally stopped. "That's enough." The individual, calm and composed, looked at Mokomoto with indifference. Mokomoto was taken aback. He couldn't believe that this person was not angry. Just then, the voice rang out again. "Next." Mokomoto was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. The chairman of the Alliance, accompanied by two others, walked directly to the podium, seemingly intending to pull Mokomoto down. Looking at the representatives below, who were preoccupied with their own matters and not even glancing his way, Mokomoto felt utterly disheartened. Even their leader appeared to be lost in thought, unconcerned about the situation. Mokomoto was completely dumbfounded. He had already pulled the trigger, only to realize that this group was utterly indifferent. Just then, a large group of people rushed in from the hall, overwhelming Mokomoto and pinning him to the ground. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? I'm a representative of the Maple Leaf Kingdom. You have no right to detain me. Let me go?" Mokomoto struggled frantically, but his hands were tightly restrained by two imposing figures behind him. One of the men, seeing Mokomoto's incessant shouting, looked around and removed a shoe, tearing off a sock to stuff in Mokomoto's mouth. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurried over, bowing and scraping as he addressed the individual. "General, we've just learned that Mokomoto Saburo is suffering from schizophrenia. Everything he's saying is nonsense. Please don't take it to heart." The individual regarded the man with a deep gaze and replied calmly, "If he is indeed insane, let him go where he belongs. Moreover, since your nation's descendants seem to love their homeland so much, perhaps it would be best for them to return there. They are not needed here." Yes. Please rest assured, General. We in the Maple Leaf Kingdom have no fondness for these descendants. They are a bunch of despicable individuals. Once we return, we will expel them all immediately." The man, relieved that the individual had not lost his temper, spoke quickly. Saburo Mokomoto naturally overheard the conversation between the two, and in an instant, all his enthusiasm deflated. The current state of the kingdom was one of desolation, a place where one couldn't even get enough to eat. If they returned, wouldn't they starve? And what about those who were implicated because of him? He couldn't help but feel some regret. If it weren't for someone supporting him, he might have already collapsed. Mokomoto still didn't understand that someone without even a country would hardly be taken seriously by others. The farce came to an abrupt halt. Li Jin, on the other hand, felt nothing, yet it evoked a sense of melancholy in many, as despite the kingdom not being something to be proud of, its return to a primitive state due to Li Jin's actions seemed to go unnoticed, as if the incident never happened. How many countries could relate to that? Then a few more representatives took the stage. Perhaps the earlier events left them in a daze, as they all spoke with vacant expressions, making listeners feel drowsy. Eventually, after all the representatives had expressed their opinions, Agu returned to the podium, started with some formalities, and then, with a serious expression, said, "Dear representatives, this year the workload of the Alliance's security forces has increased, and the budget is insufficient. I wonder if you could help cover this year's operational expenses?" Just as Agu's voice fell and others were still in a daze, Boak eagerly responded, "Sure, after the conference. I will ensure that the operational funds are transferred to the Alliance's account immediately." Boak's eagerness stemmed from a desire to prevent Li Jin from intervening again, as that would not only be embarrassing but could lead to even greater losses. It was better to take the initiative and maintain a good reputation. Other Western countries, seeing this, reluctantly agreed as their leader had already consented, and with Li Jin watching closely, they all expressed that they would promptly cover the operational expenses. All of this opened the eyes of the smaller nations present, giving them a comprehensive understanding of Li Jin's influence. In no time, many representatives began to think that if they could align themselves with Li Jin, they might just prosper. 2 hours later, the Alliance conference finally concluded. The restless Boak let out a sigh of relief. The hours spent with Li Jin felt more exhausting than 2 years as a leader, as he was constantly using his brainpower. Chapter 171, Crisis. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a building 500 meters away from the Alliance headquarters, a middle-aged man in black casual wear was aiming a modified Barrett heavy sniper rifle towards the direction of the headquarters. This sniper rifle was clearly upgraded, or perhaps was a new model. The scope was no longer the traditional type, but a small LCD screen, which displayed a clear view of the entrance of the Alliance headquarters, even capturing the flowers and plants at the bottom of the steps. "Vic, they have come out." A white man quickly entered the room. A white man lying on the ground immediately aimed his LCD scope at the entrance of the headquarters upon hearing the news. Unbeknownst to him, 2 other white men in a building directly opposite were not focused on the headquarters, but rather on the positions of the 2 snipers. "Captain, we have confirmed that the Brotherhood has set up 5 sniper points, and we have full control over all of them. Moreover, those damned individuals have also deployed some of their people near the headquarters, planning to launch a strong assault if the sniping fails." One of the white men in charge stated, "Pass the word down. Keep this sniper point, but eliminate all the others. We still have use for this one." At the entrance of the headquarters, Li Jin was enthusiastically chatting and laughing with Boku as they walked out. If it weren't for the obvious forced smile on Boku's face, others might have genuinely thought they were close brothers. Just as Li Jin and Boku stepped outside, a bullet suddenly shot out from a balcony a kilometer away, whizzing through the air towards Li Jin's location. At the same moment the sniper fired, Li Jin calmly took a step back, positioning himself behind Boku just in time to let Boku take the hit. As soon as Li Jin stood firm, the bullet struck Boku's arm, shattering it with a tremendous force and splattering blood everywhere. Boku only realized what had happened when blood splattered across his face, and the intense pain made him scream in agony. The others were startled by the sudden turn of events, many left frozen in shock. Li Jin didn't have time to worry about them. He quickly found a pillar to hide behind, watching Boku roll on the ground. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he pressed the earpiece in his ear and whispered, "Take him out." Zhang Geng and his intelligence personnel were no amateurs. They had already thoroughly investigated Abraham and his setup. Since these individuals were so eager to cause trouble, Li Jin certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to let them have their fun, while also allowing Boku to experience some real excitement. He was genuinely curious to see how Boku, who had witnessed the deaths of 2 leaders, would react in a similar situation. Buzz, just as Li Jin was about to get up, a tremendous roar suddenly erupted from the sky, followed by an aerial gunship manufactured by a certain empire swooping in. The people in the square of the headquarters had yet to understand what was happening when countless bullets suddenly rained down, kicking up clouds of dust from the ground. The representatives, caught off guard, had no time to react before being turned into mere targets, blood and body parts flying everywhere. Li Jin was equally bewildered by the sudden appearance of the aerial gunship. Where did this come from? Why hadn't Zhang Geng reported it? Fortunately, he was sheltered by thick concrete walls, and the bullets from the gunship couldn't reach him. Just then, a burst of flames suddenly erupted from the square, and flying debris shot out like bullets, whizzing past Li Jin's head. It was the artillery fire from an aerial gunship. "General." Zmo bent down and ran up to Li Jin, saying, "The intelligence department received incorrect information. The Brotherhood has not only deployed snipers and ground troops, but has also bribed an aerial gunship. Additionally, an unknown number of fighter jets are approaching the Alliance headquarters." Upon hearing this, Li Jin's expression darkened instantly. Those damn old geezers were indeed cunning. They had set up a trap within a trap. It caught him completely off guard. Damn it. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have likely been turned into a sieve by the gunship overhead. While they were talking, a fighter jet roared in, reaching an incredible speed that left the aerial gunship with no chance to resist. 2 missiles were launched directly, turning the gunship into a cloud of debris. The intense sounds of gunfire abruptly ceased. Seeing this, Li Jin finally stood up. At this moment, the local security personnel finally reacted and rushed over to protect the representatives from various countries. A dozen of them attempted to come over to Li Jin's side, but were stopped by ZMO and his guards, who knew if any of them had ulterior motives. Li Jin didn't want to take any chances. The group of local security personnel, suddenly blocked, looked displeased, just as they were about to provoke a few words. The roar of aircraft echoed in the sky again. Dozens of transport aircraft roared in, and the 2 intimidating cannons mounted beneath their noses completely silenced these little troublemakers. Seeing that his subordinates had controlled the situation, Li Jin strode towards the direction where Bach was located. He didn't know if Bach was just lucky or if those scoundrels had intended it, but everyone else in the square had been turned into chunks of flesh, leaving only Bach, who lay on the ground unharmed. However, Bach, who had lost an arm, was not in good shape either. Lying pale on a stretcher while medical personnel bandaged his wound, Li Jin walked over with a dark expression and stood directly in front of the stretcher, startling the already weak-looking Bach. Bach, I expect an explanation from you within a day. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Without giving Bach a chance to speak, he waved his hand and left. Bach's already pale face lost any trace of color at Li Jin's threat, just as Bach was lost in thought. Lena hurriedly ran over. Leader, the intelligence department just reported that an unidentified ground force is rapidly approaching the Alliance headquarters. 2 squadrons of fighter jets are also advancing toward us without orders. Upon hearing this, Bach's expression turned grim. Did these damn guys really want to kill him too? However, upon seeing the hovering transport aircraft in the sky, his expression suddenly became calm. Take me to General Li Jin. Chapter 172, The Initial Battle of the Special Forces. Lena's expression immediately soured when she heard that Bok wanted to meet Li Jin as the top operative placed by the Brotherhood in the leader's residence. Her sole mission was to monitor the leader and ensure that no decisions harmful to the Brotherhood's interests were made. Bok's request to meet Li Jin clearly contradicted the Brotherhood's interests. Noticing Lena's sudden change in demeanor, Bok understood what she was thinking and couldn't help but suppress the pain in his arm, raising it to wave in front of her. See this? Paul and the others have already targeted me. And you, do you think you can escape this time? With so many foreign envoys murdered, a scapegoat is needed. And me, the leader of the nation, was assassinated in my own country. Do you think you can wash your hands of this? Lena's expression shifted immediately. As a security advisor, she couldn't escape responsibility for such an incident. The previous 2 leaders had both died by suicide, which could be said to have nothing to do with her. This time was different. It was a premeditated riot, and just that fact pointed to her dereliction of duty. While Lena hesitated, Bok had already urged the nearby soldiers to carry him to find Li Jin. Lena remained dazed for a long while, only coming to her senses after Bok had walked far away, and she quickly chased after him. Like Bok, she did not want to die? Li Jin also received the news, and his expression suddenly darkened. At this moment, he could easily leave calmly, but was Li Jin someone who would suffer in silence? Those who dared to act recklessly would only face dire consequences. As Li Jin pondered how to deal with these individuals, Bok approached. General Li Jin, I hope you can help us get through this crisis. Li Jin was slightly taken aback, a smile appearing on his face. Bok was quite adept at leveraging situations. However, this was exactly what Li Jin wanted. He immediately declared with righteous indignation, no problem. These damn terrorist organizations are so ruthless with human lives. If we don't eliminate them, who knows how many more lives will be slaughtered. I can't stand this. President Bok, rest assured that as long as I, Li Jin, am here, you will definitely be safe. Bok did not expect Li Jin to agree so readily and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He knew this was tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house, but thinking about his own life being in danger, he couldn't care less about the consequences. General Li Jin, I entrust everything to you. I will immediately issue orders for the Air Force to freely enter and exit our airspace. Li Jin smiled but remained silent. As soon as Bok finished speaking, his face turned red, as he suddenly remembered that for Li Jin's forces, the airspace of his nation was no different from their own backyard. At this moment, Zemo quickly walked over. General, just received news that 48 M22 fighter jets from a certain military are rapidly approaching the airspace over a city. The expression on Boku's face suddenly turned pale as he glanced at the transport aircraft in the sky, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes. With over 40 fighter jets, how could just a dozen transport planes defend against them? Li Jin cast a sidelong glance at the despondent Boku and turned to Zemo, saying, "Let Shir Kong and the others be deployed." "Yes, General." Seeing Li Jin's calm demeanor, Boku couldn't help but feel curious. Even if Li Jin's aircraft were formidable, the M22 fighter jets from that country were not to be underestimated. They had completed a new generation upgrade, and in his view, their combat capability was already on par with the Ghost Bird fighters from another region. Moreover, there were only 3 Ghost Bird fighters circling in the sky. The rest were all transport planes. Did Li Jin really intend to use these transport planes to confront the most advanced fighter jets from that military? Just as Boku was puzzled, the aircraft that had been hovering in the sky suddenly began to vanish one by one, right before his eyes. Shocked, Boku sat up and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Li Jin glanced at the flustered Boku and, feeling too lazy to engage him, focused on the ground troops that were already approaching. Looking around, he was surprised to see dozens of tanks surrounding them from all directions, with countless soldiers in off-road vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles rushing in behind the tanks. Damn it! Boku naturally saw the main battle tanks on the outskirts of the square. This was no armed uprising. It was clearly the regular army from that military. Were the Brotherhood truly going to tear the facade apart? Boku's heart raced. If Li Jin really fell to that military, a nuclear war would be inevitable. He didn't have the wealth of those prominent families to prepare for the worst or build a doomsday bunker for himself. As the television said, the top echelon of the world would remain at the pinnacle regardless of how the world ended or faced doomsday. Their resources would allow them to quickly establish a vast power or even construct a spaceship to escape into outer space. Don't think they couldn't do it. The world of the truly wealthy is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Without further ado, Boku felt an increasing sense of dread as he thought about those damn people who might actually want such an outcome. It was too crazy. While Boku was lost in these thoughts, the ground troops of the rebels had begun to slowly close in on the Alliance headquarters. Just when things seemed dire, a series of shadows suddenly descended from the sky, crashing down onto the square's floor, creating immense shockwaves that cracked the ground. The billowing dust nearly made Boku cough up his heart. He could no longer care about that. Instead, he stared in astonishment at the dozen figures that appeared before him. All of these figures were dressed in striking armor, entirely enveloped in metal, making it impossible to discern their specific appearances. However, it was clear that they were not robots, but powered armor. Boku was utterly shocked. Had the Hantang Islands become this powerful? Had they even designed powered armor straight out of science fiction? But soon, he revealed a wry smile. Even if it were indeed powered armor, what use would it be against dozens of main battle tanks? He certainly didn't believe that such compact powered armor could withstand tank shell attacks. As the approaching rebels saw the powered armor descending from above, they were momentarily stunned. But quickly, the tanks began to move their main guns, aiming their barrels at the powered armor. Boom! A tank's cannon suddenly erupted in a burst of flames, and the shell was instantaneously fired towards the position of the powered armor. Chapter 173. Is this a transport aircraft? It should be noted that the M1A1 tank's shell has an initial velocity of 1,679 meters per second, and the special forces in powered armor were only about 1,500 meters away from these tanks. This meant that the powered armor had only 1 second to react, likely without even a moment to think before the shell was already on its way. Yet, the special forces clad in powered armor managed to do the impossible. The moment the cannon flared, one of the special forces leaped high into the air. At the instant he jumped, the shell whizzed past right under him, striking a stone pillar in the square and leaving a deep penetration mark. At this point, the special forces in powered armor had already charged towards the rebels, their movements incredibly agile. With just a few jumps, they reached the rebels, who only then realized what was happening. They hurriedly raised their guns and pulled the triggers, unleashing a storm of bullets that incessantly struck the powered armor of the special forces, yet they were quickly sent flying back. The special forces simultaneously raised their MA-5B assault rifles, unleashing a barrage of bullets that instantly took down a large number of infantry following the tanks. Bang, 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 bang. Just then, a dull sound of machine gun fire erupted. It was the M2 heavy machine gun mounted on the rebel off-road vehicle that had opened fire. One Special Forces member was hit squarely, the powerful recoil causing him to stagger back several steps before rolling to the side. By this time, the rebel soldiers were left dumbfounded. The 127mm bullets fired by the M2 heavy machine gun couldn't penetrate the humanoid-powered armor at all. Observing the agile movements of the powered armor, it was clear that they had sustained no damage whatsoever. Immediately, a hint of fear appeared in the eyes of the soldiers. The shock of being impervious to bullets and blades was overwhelming, making it hard for them to muster any fighting spirit. However, this group of rebels was clearly not incompetent. Despite their fear, they showed no intention of fleeing. Instead, they relied on the advantageous terrain and their formidable firepower to engage in a fierce battle with the Special Forces. In no time, the square in front of the Alliance headquarters was filled with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. The intense firepower even wore down the Special Forces. And while the heavy weapons like tanks couldn't harm them directly, the shockwaves from the explosions could easily throw them off balance. Fortunately, the interior lining of the power armor was made from an unknown liquid metal that possessed strong neutralizing abilities, capable of dissipating the external shock. Otherwise, the shockwaves alone could have killed the soldiers inside. Of course, the artillery shells fired from the tanks were somewhat less powerful against the Thunder Hammer. If they were facing real heavy artillery, the lightweight assault armor, which prioritized mobility, might not withstand the blows. Just then, a Special Forces soldier had just jumped onto a tank turret when a shell landed right next to it. The explosion sent him flying away. The rebels, intent on destroying the powered armor, didn't hesitate to sacrifice their own soldiers, launching a barrage of artillery fire. However, to their astonishment, despite witnessing the Special Forces soldier being hit and blown away, he soon returned, lively and ready to charge once more. It must be said that while these lightweight mechs could handle infantry, they were lacking when it came to organized military forces and heavily armored tanks. Just as the battle was at a stalemate, 3 fighter jets suddenly swooped in, launching missiles that rained down from the sky. In a series of explosions, the rebels were thrown into chaos, crying out in despair. Meanwhile, the Special Forces operated with agility, deftly dodging the missile strikes and clearing out the rebel infantry in the process. With the support of heavy firepower, the advantages of the powered armor became evident. Swift and agile movements, strong defensive capabilities, coupled with the power of the MA-5B assault rifle, quickly turned the tide against the rebels. As the Special Forces dealt with the ground troops, over 40 M-22 aircraft were already approaching the airspace of New Moon City. From the northwest, 3 M-22 fighters locked onto the Alliance headquarters building, preparing to launch an attack when a Kuan-style transport aircraft unexpectedly appeared behind them. The piercing alarm blared throughout the cockpit, leaving the pilot momentarily stunned. With a stiff neck, he turned to see a fighter jet, resembling an eagle, aiming its Vulcan cannon directly at him. Without waiting for him to accelerate, the Vulcan cannon erupted with a series of flashes, instantly turning 3 M-22 fighter jets into Swiss cheese. The fighters from other directions were no exception, while the transport aircraft silently appeared behind them, causing significant losses with just its nose-mounted cannon. By the time they reacted, the transport aircraft had vanished, leaving the fighters that had just locked on their targets, ready to launch missiles, completely dumbfounded. Damn! On one of the M-22s, pilot Vargas watched as the target suddenly disappeared from his display. Unable to suppress an expletive as a look of tension crossed his face. He had seen clearly that the oddly shaped aircraft had just appeared behind them. Beep beep. Just as Vargas's nerves were at their peak, a blip suddenly appeared on the radar. The alarm made Vargas accelerate without a second thought, flying forward. At that very moment, the transport aircraft opened fire. A series of bullets whizzed past the tail of the M-22. After shooting out, Vargas immediately pulled up to gain altitude, then turned the aircraft around and dove back down. The onboard radar quickly locked onto the transport below. Without hesitation, Vargas pressed the launch button, and 2 missiles shot out from the cabin. To his shock, just as he launched the missiles, the transport aircraft below vanished, leaving the missiles to fly off aimlessly. Just as Vargas was filled with dread, the transport aircraft reappeared behind him. This time, he was not so lucky. The moment the transport appeared, its cannon roared to life, turning the fighter jet into a wreck. By now, 7 or 8 minutes had passed, and the once aggressive M-22 fighter group had dwindled to a few jets fleeing in panic. In reality, due to its size and design, The transport aircraft was less maneuverable than the upgraded M-22S. However, it was operating at an advantage in the face of optical stealth technology. These ordinary fighters had no path forward other than defeat. Under the headquarters building, Li Jin showed no sign of pleasure at the victory. Instead, he frowned tightly at the intelligence report in his hand. Chapter 174, Space Carrier. Are you saying that Abraham has escaped? Li Jin waved the report in his hand. His expression dark. Seeing his boss's displeasure, ZMO felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly said, General, this Abraham ran away before the Brotherhood made any moves. Although the Ross family claimed to be the world's #1 family, their power was mainly concentrated in the Western continent. The many old families from the Brotherhood could still compete with the Ross family. Therefore, the Ross family, the local empire, and the Megan families had always been in a cooperative relationship. In recent years, the local families have gained immense power, reaching a point where they can rival the Roth family. The Brotherhood is showing signs of disintegration. Additionally, in the past 2 years, the rapid industrial innovation has drained a significant amount of capital, causing dissatisfaction among many capitalists, most of whom are from a particular ethnic group. Many of these individuals are major players in the defense industry, and they are eager to sow chaos. This assassination attempt was orchestrated by them. There are also some extremists within the military who harbor deep resentment towards our empire, and their collaboration has led to this large-scale uprising. At this point, he quickly pulled out a document and said, the intelligence agency has discovered that these Brotherhood members are contemplating nuclear missile ideas. But the control box is in the hands of a certain individual, which has temporarily thwarted their plans. His expression turned cold. Pass the order down. Capture every last one of them. Damn it. Just because I don't act like a tiger, do they think I'm a sick cat? Notify the Atlantic Fleet and have them send someone to bring that damned individual back. I want to see which fool dares to support them. Don't think he's being arrogant. He has the capability to back it up. What he despises the most are those who have overwhelming power but still act timid. Concepts like moderation and inner strength are not suitable for him. He operates under a single principle. If he finds you displeasing, he'll take action directly. In this era, only by being tougher than others can you instill fear and respect. It's the law of the jungle. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. Upon hearing the command, his subordinate promptly saluted. Yes, General. In the capital city, at the headquarters, Stanley stood in the operations room, angrily confronting a gray-haired general. Swick. You can still stop now. The Empire is far stronger than you think. Your actions will only push it towards the abyss. The elderly general glanced at Stanley, unfazed. Stanley was anxious. Ever since he saw that colossal object in the sky, he had been unable to eat or sleep well, racking his brain to uncover the truth. Just as he finally obtained a clue, Swick unexpectedly took command of the headquarters and even intended to strike against a major city, which was simply madness. Report. Target correction complete. At that moment, an officer at the control panel suddenly stood up and reported loudly, then glanced at Stanley and continued. However, to obtain launch authorization, the highest commander's key is required. Upon hearing this, the elderly general immediately turned his gaze to Stanley. Hand over the key. Stanley looked at Swick with mockery. Didn't you hear? You need the highest commander's key. I think you should go look for the leader yourself. The elderly man with white hair suddenly laughed, but then quickly retracted his smile and fixed his sharp gaze on Stanley. General Stanley. Who said I would resort to a nuclear strike? Is it impossible to use other means after these things? Stanley's expression changed immediately. What do you want? The elderly man darkened his expression and said, hand over the missile launch keys. Stanley suddenly understood. This old man wanted to use ground-to-ground missiles. Although they were far less powerful than the large ones, their sheer quantity meant that they could still annihilate a city or even a country. Just like when Li Jin recklessly launched medium-range ballistic missiles at a certain kingdom, using only fuel-air explosives, which turned that kingdom into a wasteland. Seeing Stanley refusing to cooperate, the elderly man grew impatient and waved his hand behind him. An officer immediately brought over a tablet. The images on the screen made Stanley's face go pale. It showed his family. General Stanley, I don't have time to waste with you. You have 10 minutes to decide, or your family will meet their end because of your mistakes. Stanley looked at the elderly man with rage, his eyes almost blazing, and gritted his teeth. I'll give it to you. Westerners often lack the spirit of sacrificing personal interests for the greater good. Sometimes, they would even sacrifice their own family to save their own lives. Not to mention the idea of selflessness. The elderly man immediately broke into a smile. But before he could enjoy it for long, the door to the operations center was kicked open, and a squad of soldiers rushed in, aiming their guns at everyone in the room. Swick and the others were taken aback, and their faces turned pale. For the intruders were not from a certain empire's army, but fully armed troops from a different dynasty. Clearly marked with distinctive insignia, there was only one such force in the world. Could it be that the city had already been occupied? At this moment, Stanley's expression was even worse than Swick's. The presence of the troops from the other dynasty in the highest command center of the empire was more painful than death itself. Just then, a major from the other dynasty strode in, surveyed the operations hall, and fixed his gaze on Swick. "You are under arrest." Swick was stunned, and before he could react, two soldiers stepped forward and pinned him to the ground. Naturally, the others couldn't escape either. Soldiers rushed in to control everyone around Swick. As for those who resisted, it was even simpler. One bullet would suffice. The brutal tactics proved to be the most effective, and everyone quickly became compliant. The major showed no interest in Stanley, and, seeing that everyone had been subdued, raised his hand and signaled for the troops to escort Swick and the others out. Stanley watched the troops leave without any signs of joy, feeling instead a deep dissatisfaction. Did these people really think so little of him? Something seemed to have crossed his mind. Stanley hurriedly ran outside, and as soon as he stepped out of the grand building, he was stunned in place. Chapter 175. Has the mother ship become the backyard of Legion? Right in front of Stanley, high in the sky, a colossal aerospace carrier was slowly approaching, its massive silhouette completely blocking out the sun, turning the originally scorching afternoon into a cool morning. However, Stanley felt a chilling sensation rising from his feet, surging up to the crown of his head, making him shiver involuntarily. It was real. They had actually managed to develop an aerospace carrier. The overwhelming pressure made Stanley feel a bit weak in the knees. Suddenly, an M-22 fighter jet appeared from nowhere, charging straight towards the aerospace carrier. Stanley could see with his own eyes that the fighter's belly was opened, and 4 air-to-air missiles were launched, heading straight for the carrier. He couldn't help but squint his eyes, even feeling a glimmer of hope. But he was soon disappointed as the 4 missiles struck a barrier that resembled an energy shield, exploding with no visible effect whatsoever. In fact, the original aerospace carrier from the Marvel Universe didn't have a shield, but this one was an upgraded version. Not only was it nearly twice the size, but it was also equipped with a shield similar to those in space battle worlds. Unfortunately, this technology was only for atmospheric flight and lacked interstellar capabilities. At that moment, the aerospace carrier suddenly fired beams of orange light that enveloped the fighter jet. The bullets, glowing with an orange-red hue, instantly sealed off all escape routes for the M-22, which quickly erupted into a fireball. Just then, a series of missiles, trailing long white smoke, rushed in and struck the energy shield of the aerospace carrier. The power of these surface-to-air missiles was clearly beyond that of the air-to-air ones, creating ripples across the shield. Stanley felt immense disappointment as they had no effect either. He quickly turned to a military officer who had followed him closely and ordered, "Tell the defense forces in the city to cease fire." The officer was taken aback. "General Stanley." With a serious expression, Stanley interrupted. "They have only taken Sweek hostage and haven't harmed us. Perhaps they have reached some kind of agreement with the leader. As you can see, our weapons are currently ineffective against them. You know Li Jin's temper. If he gets provoked, our city might turn into a hellscape. Just tell them to be ready and await further orders." As soon as Stanley finished speaking, a combat staff officer hurried over and handed him a document, saying, "General, this is a command just issued from the leader's residence." Stanley quickly took it, glanced at it, and his expression instantly darkened. Damn it, Pock. Was he trying to sell out the country? Allowing the forces to freely enter the territory of the Empire, did he not fear being attacked by angry citizens on the streets? "General Stanley, what should we do now?" The operations officer's face was extremely grim. Regardless of the country, patriotic education is always a top priority. As the saying goes, no matter how bad one's own country is, it's acceptable for one's own people to say so, but others cannot. The same applies to the Empire. It can be said that this order from the commander has offended everyone. Stanley hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, "Execute the order." The operations officer was momentarily taken aback, looking at Stanley with confusion. Stanley helplessly pointed to the sky where the airship was hovering and said, "We need time." The operations officer suddenly understood and quickly saluted, saying, "Yes, General." Stanley watched the operations officer leave in high spirits and shook his head. His earlier words were merely a formality. After this sudden rebellion, who knows how many people are involved? Wanting to go to war with the Hantang is simply a pipe dream. Meanwhile, in the Empire, in the city of Los Angeles, as the industrial and trading center of the West and the largest port city, its prosperity goes without saying. However, today, the city was filled with anxiety. Everyone looked up at the sky in fear, seeing a massive airship floating above. Some might have thought it was an alien invasion. Oh my, it's an airship. Is the captain here? Wow, my Iron Man. Have we time traveled? I want to become a mutant. The older ones were worried, while the younger ones were overly excited. In their eyes, the airship above was something they were extremely familiar with. In a huge estate outside the city, Paul, the head of the Megan family who had just fled from the city of Duden, stood at the top of the castle, looking at the giant warship above the city. His face devoid of any color. One thought raced through his mind. The Hantang people wouldn't be here to capture him, would they? At that moment, several transport aircraft rose vertically from the airship, roaring in all directions. One of them headed straight towards Paul's direction, filling his eyes with fear. He quickly turned to a servant behind him and shouted, "Where is the army? Where is the army of Los Angeles? Why aren't they fighting back?" The servant hurriedly replied, "Mr. Paul, orders have just come from the leader's residence and the five-star building. Do not engage with the people from the Hantang Islands. They are here to help us quell the rebellion." Paul's hands and feet went cold instantly. This was not about quelling a rebellion. It was clearly a matter of life and death for them. Just as Paul was at his most terrified, the transport aircraft zoomed past the estate, causing him to freeze for a moment. He quickly dashed into the castle and soon arrived at the balcony at the back of the castle. He happened to see the transport aircraft landing in a distant estate. Paul's expression suddenly tightened. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that one of their Brotherhood members resided there. A series of gunshots and explosions faintly echoed from the distant estate, causing Paul's heart to sink again. However, he felt a slight relief when the gunfire suddenly ceased, and the transport aircraft flew away without paying him any mind. Hours passed, and when the aerial mothership disappeared from sight, Paul finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. The air force of the Hantang Empire moved freely over the territory of the Melaga Empire, as if pouring water into a hot oil pan, causing the entire Melaga Empire to boil with anger. Countless Melaga people were enraged, and a great battle was brewing. At the same time, in the western continent, near the waters close to the Kingdom of John, a carrier fleet was sailing through the waves, heading straight for the capital of the Kingdom of John. In the Defensive Operations Command Center of the Kingdom of John, alarms blared throughout the facility as Prime Minister Winnick, Defense Minister Sadeshi, and a group of high-ranking military officials rushed into the command center. The Deputy Chief of Staff for National Defense, Snook, quickly approached Winnick and reported, "Prime Minister, a carrier strike group from the Hantang Atlantic Fleet is rapidly approaching our territorial waters. The Royal Air Force has already dispatched reconnaissance aircraft to drive them away." Drive them away? Winnick glanced at Snook, realizing why he had remained a Deputy Chief of Staff for his entire career. Shaking his head, he walked straight to the control panel in the command center, where the large screen displayed images transmitted from satellites. Snook hurriedly moved in front of Winnick and said, "Prime Minister, the images show the Tianquan carrier strike group from the Hantang Islands, consisting of one Tianquan aircraft carrier, 2 Leader-class missile defense cruisers, and 3 Blade C-class missile destroyers. According to our latest intelligence, the Tianquan strike group is also accompanied by 2 Fuya-class attack submarines and 1 Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine." As Snook finished his introduction, Winnick's expression darkened immediately, feeling a chill in his heart. Although the Kingdom of John had 3 aircraft carriers, they were all light carriers with limited capacity, and their combat effectiveness was even less impressive. At that moment, an officer suddenly stood up to report, "Report, sir. The reconnaissance aircraft have informed us that the Hantang Navy is ignoring our warnings. They have already entered our exclusive economic zone. The Invincible is monitoring their movements." Winnick's face turned pale with anger. What do they want? Do they think our kingdom is their backyard? Although the military strength of the Hantang Islands was indeed intimidating, the people of John, who had been the dominant power for hundreds of years, were unwilling to accept the reality that the Hantang could be stronger than them. The eastern nation that had been trampled for over a century had now risen above them. Although Winnick was eager to order missiles to strike the Tianquan, A sliver of reason in his mind reminded him that the Kingdom of John was no longer the big brother it used to be before the war. Their current military strength was even inferior to a fraction of that of Hantang. Resorting to force was the least wise choice. However, as the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of John, he obviously couldn't voice such demoralizing thoughts. Thus, he needed a scapegoat. General Sadeshi, you are the Minister of Defense. What do you think we should do now? Winnick looked at the now gray-haired Sadeshi and felt a twinge of reluctance. But there was no one else in the Kingdom of John with more influence than Sadeshi. Sadeshi was momentarily taken aback by Winnick's question, but he quickly understood the implication. His expression tightened. He was well aware of Winnick's intentions. In fact, not just him, but everyone present understood that no matter how fiercely they shouted, it was merely venting. If it came to a real confrontation, there probably wouldn't be anyone willing among them. Modern society was no longer like that of the war era, where one could rely on the ocean's barrier to live their own lives. They weren't facing some bearded adversary whose strength was only slightly greater, offering a chance for a comeback. What they were up against was a powerful force with 8 aircraft carrier strike groups, 147 strategic bombers, and 748 stealth fighters. This was just the information released by the Hantang governor's office, who knew how much more was hidden. Most importantly, this force wasn't merely engaging in idle comparisons. They were ready to strike directly. Sadeshi felt a surge of anger at Winnick's piercing gaze but maintained his composure, saying, Prime Minister, given the might of Hantang, I suggest we refrain from using force and seek a peaceful resolution if possible. As soon as Sadeshi finished speaking, the atmosphere in the Operations Command Center became strange. The senior military officials surrounding Winnick showed little reaction, but the advisors and soldiers nearby looked at Sadeshi in shock, with many of them practically seething with anger. They couldn't comprehend why, when the enemy was at their doorstep, they wouldn't retaliate and instead wanted to negotiate. Sadeshi sensed the change in the atmosphere around him and felt a prickling at the back of his neck, but he showed no signs of panic. They were merely small fry and posed no threat to him as long as the big shots around him had no objections. He continued, Prime Minister, I believe we should immediately send a commissioner to negotiate with the Hantang representatives to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Winnick nodded in agreement and instructed General Sadeshi, I leave this matter to you. Please contact the Hantang representatives and clarify what is going on. Sudashir couldn't help but look at Wei Naku in shock, realizing that this guy was trying to push him to the edge. If he agreed, he wouldn't just be in trouble with the Minister of Defense. He might not even dare to step outside. Prime Minister, Wei Naku turned around directly, not giving Sudashir a chance to speak. All right, it's settled. Half an hour later, what did you say? They want us to hand over the Ross family. Wei Naku's shocked voice suddenly echoed in the small conference room. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He glared at Sudashir with anger. You tell them that it is absolutely out of the question. The core of the Western world is these ancient families. These politicians are actually serving these families, or rather, the wealthy. How could they ask us to clear the way to capture their own masters? It's absolutely not feasible. If we do that, not only would I be finished as Prime Minister, but I could also be taken out at any moment. For my own life, I can't do this. He immediately ordered with a grim expression, General Sudashir, you must relay the order at once. Instruct the strategic forces to be on standby. As soon as Li Jin's army dares to step into our territorial waters, eliminate them immediately. Wei Naku's sudden hard stance left the officials present somewhat baffled, but it unexpectedly earned him admiration from the surrounding junior officials. In a region of the Atlantic near the territorial waters of the Kingdom of John, aboard the flagship of the Tianquan Aircraft Carrier Strike Group, Commander Guan, who stood on the deck of the bridge, looking at a faint black line in the distance. He turned to Chief of Staff Zhang Cheng, who was approaching. What's the reaction from John? Zhang Cheng's expression was slightly serious. The newly arrived Prime Minister of the Kingdom of John has ordered that if we dare to enter their territorial waters, they will use strategic weapons. Guan, who raised his eyebrows in surprise. Do they really think they are untouchable? Chapter 177, Night of Fear. After a moment of contemplation, Guan, who made a decision, his face showing a hint of coldness. Chief of Staff, relay the order to prepare all ships for battle. He cursed under his breath. Thinking they really believed they could do whatever they wanted just because they had a powerful ally, he wasn't afraid. Turning around, he walked into the operations room on the bridge and shouted, How far are we from the territorial waters of John? Report, 10 nautical miles. Guan, whose expression suddenly turned serious. Pass my order, fleet, full speed ahead. Level 1 Combat Readiness. In the operations center of the Kingdom of John, Waynock, who watched the satellite images showing the Tianquan strike group not only maintaining speed, but actually accelerating. Sweat began to bead in his palms, and he suddenly regretted the order he had just given. But it was too late to say anything now. He bit his lip, closed his eyes, and said, "Proceed with the action." On the Tianquan aircraft carrier, Guan Hu stared intently at the central screen when suddenly an officer stood up and reported, "Sir, in the northeast of John, direction 223, one missile is being launched rapidly from a submarine." Guan Hu's expression instantly tightened. Intercept. Although the Kingdom of John claims to be a nuclear power, it has not actually established a credible nuclear strike capability. It only possesses 4 strategic nuclear submarines equipped with SCJ, submarine-launched intercontinental missiles. The recent surge in heat sources was due to the submarines launching missiles. One must say, Waynock is quite ruthless, daring to do this on his own territory without regard for civilians. Target direction, 223, 113. Trajectory calculations completed. 3 missiles launch. The operations room was filled with the passionate voices of the personnel, and then the vertical launch system of the Jianhai-class ship opened, with missile after missile shooting straight into the sky, leaving white trails as they flew towards the direction of the intercontinental missile launch. At that moment, the SCJ missile had already emerged from the water, and its rocket engine ignited, creating flames that boiled the sea. The missile soared into the sky amidst the rising steam, gaining speed. Just then, 3 missiles came roaring from the southwest, colliding with the ascending SCJ missiles. Boom! A massive fireball erupted in midair, and the missiles launched from the submarine were instantly shattered into fragments, falling into the sea. As for a nuclear explosion, that was out of the question. The warheads have special protective mechanisms. To detonate a hydrogen bomb-sized nuclear warhead requires temperatures of at least 100 million degrees Celsius. This is why nuclear warheads need an atomic bomb as a trigger. Regular intercepting missiles cannot possibly detonate a nuclear warhead. While the submarine-launched intercontinental missiles were being intercepted, the Kingdom of John had not yet reacted when several missiles descended rapidly, plunging into the water. A series of muffled sounds then arose from beneath the surface, and the once relatively calm sea became tumultuous. The missiles launched from the Leader-class protective cruiser struck submarines located dozens of meters below the surface. In the Kingdom of John's Defense Operation Command Center, Waynock looked pale as he watched the sudden fireball erupting on the satellite screen. Sudashir's eyes widened in shock. No one expected the Hantang Navy's attack to be so sharp, intercepting the intercontinental missiles right at the initial stage and leaving them no chance at all. "Report, sir. The guard ship has suddenly lost contact." A panicked report rang out in the hall, snapping everyone back to reality, and their expressions changed immediately. The guard ship was missing? Sudashir quickly asked, "What happened?" The officer hurriedly reported, "General, just now, a Hantang warship launched 2 anti-ship missiles that went directly below the surface." Although the officer did not continue, Waynock and the others understood the implication. Waynock's pupils constricted. He wasn't worried about the safety of the submarine, but rather the consequences of its destruction. Which was the most frightening part? Not good. The Hantang people have launched missiles at us. Just when Waynock was in a state of panic, a terrified voice suddenly rang out, causing his face to turn pale again. At this moment, Sadeshi, who was standing nearby, could no longer pay attention to Waynock and hurriedly shouted, "Quick, defend." An officer sitting in the command position said with a distressed face, "Report. The enemy missiles are moving too fast, at least over Mach 9. Our radar cannot lock onto the targets, and the fire control system cannot calculate the flight trajectory, making interception impossible." "What?" Waynock was completely stunned, his face devoid of any color. In the Atlantic Ocean, on a Leader-class protective cruiser and a Blade-class destroyer, hypersonic cruise missiles were continuously launched skyward, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Several missiles were heading straight for the capital of the Kingdom of John. As the latest hypersonic cruise missile developed by the Hantang Academy of Sciences, codenamed Zircon 4, it has a maximum flight speed exceeding Mach 16, with a cruising speed over Mach 10. The aircraft carrier strike group was only 420 kilometers away from the capital of the Kingdom of John, meaning these missiles would hit Waynock's head in just a few seconds. Moreover, the air defense system of the Kingdom of John required more than 1 or 2 minutes for early warning, activation, tracking, locking, and launching interception missiles. Not to mention that they couldn't even track the incoming missiles. Therefore, Weinerk and his team could only watch helplessly on the combat room's early warning radar as the missiles flew over the main island of the Kingdom of John and then fell straight from the sky. At this moment, it was already night in the west, and the entire capital of the Kingdom of John was brightly lit. It was also the busiest time for the city, with crowds of people bustling through the streets, creating a lively atmosphere. On a particularly busy street, a girl dressed provocatively pointed at the sky and exclaimed, "Look, a meteor!" Everyone involuntarily looked up, seeing 3 orange-red lights streaking quickly across the sky, falling from the northern part of the city. Then, a blue flash appeared in the northern sky, followed by the brilliant lights of the entire city suddenly extinguishing, starting from the north and soon engulfing the whole city. The street where the girl was standing plunged into darkness in an instant, and then piercing screams erupted from the streets. Chapter 178, Blood for Blood. Just as Luandun City was plunged into darkness due to the destruction of the power grid, a great turmoil erupted in Los Angeles of the Melaga Empire shortly after the departure of the Sky Mothership. Some Melaga citizens, unable to accept the current situation, vented their anger on those of the Kyushu descent. In an instant, the entire Los Angeles was filled with cries, wails, and the sounds of smashing, with countless yellow-skinned individuals suffering the consequences. In the Los Angeles, at the consulate of the Empire, Consul Zhang Ren paced back and forth in his office, occasionally pounding his hands in anxiety. At that moment, a major rushed in, saying, "Brother Zhang, what should we do now? More and more people are gathering outside, and if we don't take measures soon, they will break in. There are many civilians of certain descent outside being bullied and beaten. Shouldn't we take action? If this continues, it will escalate beyond a riot." The major's eyes reddened as he spoke. He had just witnessed a scene akin to hell outside. Seeing the major's furious expression, Zhang Ren quickly said, "Xiao Chun, please don't do anything reckless. I've already contacted the consulate, and they have lodged a stern representation to the Empire. I believe we will see results soon." The major's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he clenched his fists tightly. Boom, buzz, buzz. Just then, a loud explosion echoed from outside, accompanied by a buzzing sound like a swarm of bees. Both men were momentarily stunned, and their hearts raced. The major, with a serious expression, said, "Consul Zhang, stay inside and don't move. I'll go check it out." He hurriedly walked outside, and as soon as he left the building, he was frozen in place. Outside the consulate, a transport aircraft was continuously spraying bullets, and the people surrounding the consulate fell to the ground like wheat in a field. The splattered blood even stained the consulate's walls red. The horrifying scene left the major and the armed soldiers in the courtyard speechless. How could they dare? How could they dare? Suddenly, Zhang Ren's incredulous exclamation broke the silence behind the major. However, at that moment, everyone was captivated by the earlier scene and didn't notice Zhang Ren. "Xiao Chun, immediately contact the commander of the Hantang forces and order them to stop this brutal behavior. This is outrageous. Hurry, save the people." As Zhang Ren spoke, the transport aircraft that had been firing from the air suddenly descended, and soldiers began jumping down from it. Following these soldiers were 2 powered exosuits. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted again as a series of bullets shot from the Hantang soldiers' weapons, taking out the remaining assailants one by one. "What are you doing? Stop it. What you're doing is no different from these assailants. It will only provoke a greater riot." As the soldiers were dealing with the assailants, Zhang Ren and the consulate could no longer sit still and shouted to stop them. The soldiers paused momentarily, and one commanding officer, with a grim look, glanced at Zhang Ren and slowly said, "There is no difference. We are simply repaying blood with blood and tooth for tooth." After saying this, he raised his pistol and pulled the trigger at a fleeing man. Bang! The bullet instantly pierced the man's skull, blood flying out from his forehead as he fell heavily to the ground. Next to the man was an Eastern woman, disheveled and trembling, hugging herself in a corner with vacant eyes. The officer sighed, a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, then turned to the major behind Zhang Ren and said sternly, "I am now ordering you, in the name of the captain of the 1st Special Operations Assault Team of the Hantang Governor's Office, Imperial Colonel, to immediately shelter the nearby victims and protect them from further harm. I authorize you to fire at will. Do you understand?" The major, seeing the officer's serious expression, instinctively stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, sir." Zhang Ren's expression instantly changed. "This Mr. Zhang." The colonel suddenly interrupted Zhang Ren, his face serious. "I am now conveying the order of the Imperial Council member, Vice Commander General Li Jin. Execute it. As soon as Zhang Ren heard the name Li Jin, his earlier discontent vanished at a visible speed, and he quickly nodded. Please rest assured, Colonel. I will have Chen Ling handle it immediately. Meanwhile, on a street in Luoxing City, groups of locals were rioting, smashing, and looting. Looking around, one could see bloodied men, naked women, and twisted children sprawled across the street. When a team of Hantang commandos arrived, they were met with a scene resembling hell. Their eyes instantly reddened. Just as Li Jin had said, these people were no longer from their homeland and even spoke ill of their own country daily. However, no matter what, these people were still their responsibility, while others were not. Moreover, most had no subjective intentions. They were merely trying to earn a little more money, like migratory birds. At that moment, a large group of locals armed with wooden sticks charged out from a side street, colliding face-to-face with the commandos. When they saw the military, their faces turned pale with fear, but upon recognizing the commandos, they froze for a moment before the fear vanished. It's just yellow-skinned monkeys. They won't dare to shoot. Just as they were about to make a move, the commandos had already raised their weapons and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The rioters had never expected the commandos would fire, and in an instant, they all fell into a pool of blood. After all, in the eyes of these locals, Easterners were not even worth mentioning. Even soldiers were no exception. In their empire, Easterners were the lowest existence, and no one cared about them. Report, sir. The descendants of the homeland have been evacuated. The leading officer immediately spoke into his earpiece. Earth Tiger calling Eagle's Nest. Earth Tiger calling Eagle's Nest. Requesting carpet bombing of Area 502. No sooner had the officer finished the communication than 2 fighter jets roared in. Following that, a series of small black dots fell from the sky, and a series of explosions erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The intense sounds of explosions rang out in an instant. As these small black dots fell from the sky, they suddenly broke apart midair, transforming into dozens of smaller black dots. In an instant, a large part of the sky was obscured by the dark mass of bombs. Then, flashes of fire shot up into the sky, turning the entire urban area into a sea of flames. At that moment, more aircraft and bombers roared in, and the sound of explosions rang out in the city like raindrops. Thick smoke billowed upwards, overshadowing everything and making the entire city seem like it was facing its doom. The once reckless individuals began to feel fear, but unfortunately, it was too late. With no last ties to hold them back, the Air Force showed no mercy. A piercing wail echoed from above, and with each sound, a series of bombs dropped down. These were not ordinary bombs, but a new type of high-concentration incendiary bomb developed by a leading research institute. They burned longer than typical incendiary devices, reaching temperatures of over 5,000 degrees at the moment of explosion. Such temperatures could turn not only flesh, but even steel into molten metal in an instant. Moreover, these high-energy incendiary bombs had a wider coverage area upon detonation. Right in front of the assault team, a bomb landed a kilometer away and exploded the moment it hit the rooftop. The entire building was immediately engulfed in flames, with flames splashing out and covering a radius of 400 to 500 meters, igniting everything in sight. The team witnessed a fireball land on top of a vehicle, instantly melting a large hole in the roof, and the entire vehicle caught fire. With a loud bang, it was reduced to fragments in no time. Although the assault team was over 1,000 meters away from the bombing area, the heat wave carried by the wind was still intense, making it feel like they were pressed against a furnace. The burning sensation was unbearable. We need to withdraw. The commander of the assault team waved his hand, overwhelmed by discomfort. Meanwhile, at the Imperial residence, the leader had just returned to the medical lounge after surgery, planning to rest. Suddenly, Lena rushed in, breathless. Sir, we just received a report from the city. There has been a major upheaval. She handed a document to him, and upon seeing it, his expression froze in shock. His face turned even paler as he looked up and exclaimed, "What is happening? What about the station troops? Why haven't they been deployed to quell the unrest? Are they just going to watch? Do they understand the consequences? This is pushing the Empire into a pit of fire." His furious voice echoed in the lounge, only stopping when he was too hoarse to continue. Finally, Lena interjected quickly. The Air Force arrived shortly after the unrest began. Lena's expression immediately changed for the worse as she handed a tablet to Boku. "Mr. Leader, these people from Hantang are too despicable. They actually launched an aerial attack on Los Angeles, almost destroying half of the city. The legislators from the West Coast are in an uproar, and they are demanding an explanation from Hantang. Otherwise, they are ready to go to war. Boca looked at Lena in disbelief. Are you saying these legislators want to go to war with Li Jin? Lena nodded firmly. Boca couldn't help but laugh out of anger at these fools. How could there be such idiots everywhere? Didn't they see that Li Jin's space carrier was right above them? What would they use to go to war? Don't they understand the saying that sometimes taking a step back leads to a broader horizon? Even if they wanted to fight Li Jin, they should at least be prepared. Boca knew that Li Jin's actions had severely harmed the interests of these wealthy individuals, but that was just their interests. For Boca, or rather for all the rulers of the Mariga Empire, this was a rare opportunity to truly take control of power into their own hands. Rather than being puppets of certain families, they couldn't just be easily drowned in the toilet. So, Boca understood one thing very clearly. Whoever sought trouble with Li Jin would be his enemy. Ms. Lena, pass this message to General Li Jin. Lena was momentarily stunned, looking at the expressionless Boca. Suddenly, she shivered. She had previously thought that Paul and his family's people were cunning and ruthless. But now it seemed that this leader before her was no less formidable. However, since she had already decided to follow Boca to the end, she would naturally not say anything. She nodded and turned to walk out of the lounge. At the same time, the kingdom of John, which had been plunged into darkness for an entire night, finally welcomed the morning of the next day. As dawn broke, the full view of Shield City re-entered people's sight, streets littered with debris, vehicles cramped on the roads, shops with shattered glass everywhere, and bodies lying in pools of blood. It seemed that too many things had happened during the night. Darkness, while bringing fear to people, sometimes also becomes a curtain that completely releases the evil hidden deep within their hearts. In the National Defense Command Center, Prime Minister Winnick had been sitting there for the entire night. Although the operations center switched to backup power immediately after the power outage, how long could such a vast defense network rely solely on backup power? Mr. Prime Minister, the power department has assessed the situation. The Hantang people used graphite missiles, which caused serious damage to our power grid. Statistics show that 60% of the power lines in the kingdom have been damaged. The power department will need at least 3 months to repair everything. What? 3 months? Winnick was stunned. By then, whether the kingdom of John would still exist was another matter altogether. The reporting official helplessly spread his hands and said, Mr. Prime Minister, you know this is outdoor work, and our workers can only work for 3 hours a day. If they work more than 3 hours, it could cause unpredictable harm to their health. We might even face a lawsuit. Upon hearing this, Winnick's initial anger vanished without a trace. He certainly didn't want to get into trouble over such a matter. If protests were to arise, he would be utterly at a loss. He could only helplessly turn to General Sadeshi and say, General Sadeshi, the military needs to think of a way to overcome this. Just then, an officer rushed in. Mr. Prime Minister, the Hantang people have entered our territorial waters. They demand to speak with you. Chapter 180, Storm Action. The Hantang Islands want to talk to him? Winnick's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart raced, fearing he might become the next Prussian Empire. He had mocked the Prussians for lacking courage and not deserving to be called Westerners, but now that it was his turn, Winnick suddenly realized that such courage came at a cost so great that he didn't even have the courage to say no. Taking a deep breath, Winnick finally regained his composure. Connect the call. He looked at the phone on the table as if it were something terrifying, his hand hovering above it, unable to move. He was genuinely afraid. Once the arrow was loosed, there was no turning back. If the Hantang Islands made him any unacceptable demands, should he accept or refuse? At that point, there would be no retreat. The harsh ring of the phone suddenly pierced the air, startling Winnick. In the end, his hand reached for the receiver. He had no choice left. Hello, I am Winnick. Hello, Prime Minister Winnick. I am Lise, the translator for the Hantang Atlantic Fleet. Lise? Winnick's expression instantly turned grim. After all his anxiety, he picked up the phone, only to find that the Hantang had sent merely a translator to speak with him. This was rather disrespectful, wasn't it? But what frustrated Winnick even more was that he truly didn't dare to say anything. On the other end, Lise seemed to have no intention of establishing rapport with Winnick and stated directly, I am now authorized by General Chen Sheng, the commander of the Atlantic Fleet, to present the following demands to your country. First, immediately arrest all members of the Ross family and hand them over to us. Second, immediately freeze all assets of the Ross family and await our investigation. Third, immediately close all entry and exit ports to prevent members of the Ross family from fleeing. Fourth, immediately cease all hostile actions. Otherwise, all consequences will be borne by your country. Fifth, We will send officials to accompany your country during the operations. Sixth, if your country does not take any action by noon today, we will take special action on our own, and all consequences will be borne by your country. The demands laid out by Li Zhe struck Winnick like a series of heavy blows, making his head spin and nearly causing him to faint on the spot. They wanted him to dispatch troops to arrest the Ross family. This is simply impossible. The influence of the Ross family in his kingdom is such that not even the prime minister, let alone the royal family, can match it. If he were to issue a command, not only would it not be carried out, but someone present might even pull out a gun and take him down. This is not out of the realm of possibility. Do not underestimate these ancient families. The power they possess is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It's just that no one has ever dared to challenge their authority, which is why they appear so harmless. As far as Winnick knows, the only one who has ever resisted the Ross family is a certain individual known as Brother Beard, but unfortunately, he was also suppressed and became a demon that everyone wanted to fight against. There are many in the Western world who are worse than this Brother Beard. Yet he became the typical example, which speaks volumes about the terrifying nature of capital. Winnick certainly does not want such a thing to happen to him. So he firmly stated, "This is impossible." Just as he was about to say something else, a disconnection sound came from the other end, causing Winnick's heart to drop. Sure enough, the command center was soon filled with exclamations. The Hantang people have launched missiles again. Winnick quickly stood up and looked at the radar, where countless light spots were rapidly moving toward the direction of his kingdom. Counterattack. Full counterattack. Since there was no longer any possibility, filled with a desire to survive, Winnick shouted in the command hall, "Take down the Hantang's aircraft carrier." On board the Tianquan aircraft carrier, in the operations command center, Guan, who stood with his arms crossed in front of the radar, while the operations officer beside him continuously shouted, "Northwest direction, position 2 or 3, 23 incoming missiles detected. Due north, position 2 caves, 18 incoming missiles detected. Fire control system corrected. Target locked. Intercept missiles launched." Guan, who turned and walked toward the bridge observation window, just in time to see intercept missiles trailing long white smoke, shooting straight up into the sky, then arcing toward the north. Soon, fireballs began to appear in the distant sky. "Report. All incoming missiles have been intercepted." Guan, who nodded and ordered, "Launch the carrier-based aircraft squadron." "Yes." On the deck of the Tianquan aircraft carrier, the squadron leader Chun Hao approached a Ghost Bird 2 fighter jet, climbed into the cockpit, and put on his flight helmet. Instantly, everything around him faded away, as if he were standing on the aircraft carrier deck. Demon God 1 ready for takeoff, requesting clearance. Chun Hao efficiently flipped all the switches and, under the guidance of the deck crew, slowly moved the aircraft to the steam catapult line. As the deck signalman made the gesture for takeoff, Chun Hao immediately activated all switches. The aircraft shook, and the powerful thrust pressed him firmly into the seat. It's known that the steam catapult can accelerate an aircraft from 0 to 250 kilometers in just 3 seconds. One can only imagine how terrifying that speed is. In the blink of an eye, Chun Hao's vehicle was ejected and soared into the sky. Once airborne, he did not hesitate and immediately sped toward his target as planned. Within a few minutes, 3 red blinking dots suddenly appeared on his display. 3 M-35 2 Lightning fighter jets were approaching him. Chun Hao naturally did not believe that the local air force could detect him. These jets likely had another mission and happened to cross his path. At that moment, the combat system of the fighter jet activated. Target tracking in progress. Flight trajectory calculation in progress. Target locked. Without hesitation, Chun Hao pressed the launch button, and 3 air-to-air missiles immediately shot out from the bay. After distancing themselves from the fighter, the missiles ignited and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 3 M-35 fighters detected the missile trajectories the instant the missiles ignited and released heat. However, the distance was too short, within the no-escape zone. They had no chance to retaliate, and were instantly transformed into 3 massive fireballs. As Chun Hao watched the 3 dots vanish from the radar, he maneuvered the aircraft to turn and accelerated toward the northwest. Chapter 181, Surgical Strike. 27 to 28 minutes later, Chun Hao piloted the Ghost Bird fighter jet over a vast factory. This was the largest ammunition storage facility in the region. Despite the numerous buildings below, the actual ammunition depot was buried 30 to 40 meters underground. Upon spotting the target, Chun Hao opened the munitions bay and pressed a yellow button firmly. A large missile, mounted at the center of the bay, immediately dropped out. With its nose pointing downward, it fell straight down, its massive size symbolizing greater power. And the downward gravity accelerated its descent. In just a few seconds, the missile penetrated a building and vanished from sight. From above, one could see the building punctured, and a large hole appeared in the ground. A few seconds later, the building suddenly trembled, and the ground began to undulate violently like ocean waves. The earth cracked as if shattered glass, and all the buildings collapsed in an instant. Boom, 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 the muffled explosions from below began to echo, resembling thunder, creating an apocalyptic scene. Once all the tremors and sounds subsided, the area where the factory stood had transformed into a landscape of craters and hollows. Seeing the effects of the attack, Chen Hao couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Report to Eagle's Nest. Report to Eagle's Nest. Task 001 has been completed. Requesting return. Immediately, a voice came through his headset. Military report. Military report. War God 1. Please proceed to Airspace 17 immediately. Execute Task 113. The mission has been dispatched to the combat system. Chen Hao's face lit up with a smile. As a soldier, what he enjoyed most was combat. War God 1 understands. Chen Hao pulled the control stick, and the aircraft's nose immediately lifted as it soared into the sky, turning towards the northwest. The other pilots in the carrier-based squadron followed Chen Hao's lead to attack the munitions depot, displaying overwhelming force. The once mighty kingdom of John had long lost its glory and had no room to fight back. It could be said that the kingdom's last shreds of dignity had been stripped away, leaving it utterly humiliated. At the Prime Minister's residence, Wennick looked at the report given to him by Su Deshi, his face turning pale. Defeated, destroyed, destroyed, defeated. Each line ended with these words, as if constantly reminding Wennick that he was nothing but garbage. No, he was the worst of the worst. A mere trash can. Wennick shook his slightly dizzy head, darkly glancing at Su Deshi, and said, General Su Deshi, is there no good news at all? Su Deshi, with a serious expression, replied, there is. So far, the Hantang forces have not shown any intention to deploy ground troops. Is this good news? Wennick stared blankly at Su Deshi, but then thought about it and realized it was indeed good news. Otherwise, they would be further humiliated while already down in the mud, and at that point, they would really have no face left. Mr. Prime Minister, our homeland defense system has been almost completely destroyed by the Hantang forces. If this continues, we will have no capacity for countermeasures at all. Countermeasures? Su Deshi's words made Wennick roll his eyes in disbelief, unable to help but mock. General Su Deshi, when did we ever have the ability to counter? How come I, as Prime Minister, am unaware of it? Su Deshi's face turned red. He certainly knew that Li Jin's army had beaten them badly, but who doesn't want to save face in these times? Wennick ignored Su Deshi and began to seriously contemplate what to do next. If this continued, the kingdom of John might end up like the kingdom of Liang, reduced to ruins. Wennick understood very well that in terms of strength, apart from nuclear capabilities, the kingdom of Liang could easily overpower the kingdom of John. Even such a powerful nation had been reduced to ashes by Li Jin. What future could the kingdom of John expect? Forget it, forget it. At worst, I'll just sacrifice my own life. General Su Deshi, go and communicate with the Hantang forces. Just tell them I accept their conditions. After speaking, Wennick's expression seemed to age several years, and his body became hunched as he slowly stood up and walked away in silence. Su Deshi watched Wennick's receding figure with admiration, fully aware of what this order would bring upon Wennick. The influence of these ancient families was beyond their imagination. Bang! Just as Su Deshi was lost in thought, a gunshot suddenly rang out from outside. As Su Deshi was stunned, Wennick was helped back in by someone. Su Deshi's expression changed instantly, and he hurried over, asking, what happened? But immediately his expression changed because a handgun was aimed at his head. Su Deshi instinctively felt dazed, and just as he was about to speak, a gunshot rang out. A bullet struck Su Deshi's forehead, and he felt everything go black in an instant, losing all awareness. How could you kill General Su Deshi? Without him, who will command the troops against Li Jin? I killed him as per the council's decision. He dared to advocate for peace talks, so he was already on the kill list. Humph. These two guys deserve to die, thinking they could trade our family for their own safety. All right, Mr. William. You need to leave here immediately. Do not reveal your identity. If the next leader finds out we have placed personnel beside the leader, it will make them uneasy. What about here? You don't need to worry about that. The Patriarch has already devised a countermeasure. An extreme guard soldier, dissatisfied with Waynak's compromise policy, stormed into the Prime Minister's office and killed both of them. Do you think anyone will believe that? The questioning voice clearly carried a hint of astonishment. Humph. As long as our family believes it, that's enough. All right, hurry and leave. On the aircraft carrier Tianquan, on the bridge, Guanho looked at Chief of Staff Zhang Cheng in shock, repeatedly confirming, "What did you say?" "Waynak is dead." Zhang Cheng helplessly replied, "Old Guan. How many times do I have to say it? Waynak is really dead." Upon hearing this, Guanho finally showed a deeply emotional expression. "It's not that I don't believe it. I just didn't expect a prime minister to be so fragile, just like that. He's dead." Zhang Cheng casually said, "What is so surprising about that? The West is a capital-dominated world. Waynak wanted to hand over the behind-the-scenes big shots to us. Don't you think they would be desperate? Don't underestimate these families. A wolf is still a wolf. It's just that no one dared to provoke them before, and no one dared touch their bottom line, which made people think they were harmless. Commander, since they think they can resist us, I think we should go all out." Chapter 182, Li Jin's Major Moves. All right, Guanho, being the commander of the strike group, was naturally a decisive person. Thud thud, an officer rushed in front of Guanho. "Report. The submarine from John Bull has launched intercontinental missiles again. The target is us." Guanho's expression instantly turned serious. The Great Ivan is not an ordinary missile. If even one is not intercepted, they will suffer heavy losses. He quickly turned and headed towards the operations room. As he turned, intercepting missiles were already taking off one after another from the escort warships around. This is war. Delaying for even a second could lead to total annihilation of the forces. So it's impossible to wait for the commander to give orders. As soon as Guanho and his companion returned to the operations room, the Deputy Chief of Staff Lin Xiong welcomed them. Pointing at the radar, "The John Bull side has launched a total of 6 intercontinental missiles at us. Fortunately, we have their submarine locations under control. Otherwise, this time it would have been troublesome. 6 intercontinental missiles, each carrying dozens of nuclear warheads. If they succeed, the entire strike group would be insufficient to counter them." Guanho couldn't help but feel a chill, although they had a general idea of the submarines' locations from the beginning. These submarines were deep in the ocean, and the missiles couldn't reach them at all. Moreover, even knowing their approximate locations, sending submarines or destroyers would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Countries develop submarines precisely because they can operate deep underwater, making them nearly impossible to detect. Although Li Jin was formidable, some of the advanced systems were simply too expensive. Even if he wanted to buy them, he would be powerless. Therefore, unless these submarines surfaced, accurately calculating their positions would indeed be quite challenging. Guanho said solemnly, "Since we've discovered them, we must eliminate them. We cannot leave any threats behind." Li Xiong smiled and replied, "Commander, don't worry. They need to approach the surface to launch missiles. As long as they are within a depth of 100 meters, they won't escape." Seeing Li Xiong's confidence, Guanho couldn't help but smile as well. On this point, they were indeed on the same wavelength. Meanwhile, 100 nautical miles away in the Atlantic Ocean, a strategic nuclear submarine was floating just 10 meters below the surface. The missile launch tube above the submarine opened again. Inside, Captain Hallop stood with a grim expression in the command room. He had no choice but to risk surfacing the submarine since there were no naval vessels nearby. And all threats came from the air, especially after one of their submarines had been sunk. Unfortunately, the submarine's radar had limited aerial search capabilities and detected nothing. "Commander, the operations center reports that our missiles have been intercepted." Hallop's expression remained unchanged, clearly having anticipated this outcome. He immediately commanded, "Continue launching. Fire all missiles." His words shocked the entire submarine command room, and everyone looked at Hallop in disbelief. They knew that the targets he marked were within the territorial waters of another nation, and their launch would surely bring disaster upon themselves. For a moment, those controlling the missile launch hesitated. Hallop noticed the unusual atmosphere and coldly stated, "Remember, you are soldiers. Other matters are not for you to consider. Execute the order." The ingrained obedience of soldiers silenced the command room, and they quickly lowered their heads to get to work. Just as the launch tube cover opened and the missiles were about to be fired, 2 light spots suddenly appeared on the radar, followed by a piercing alarm sound. Hallop stared at the rapidly approaching lights on the radar, his eyes blank. Were they finished? Above the submarine, 2 missiles swiftly approached, appearing in the sky and reaching the water's surface in just 3 seconds. The submarine below had no chance to escape, let alone make any last-minute preparations. The missiles quickly plunged into the sea, followed by a towering white splash. While the 3 were conversing, An officer hurried over to report. Commander, Chief of Staff. The remaining 3 strategic nuclear submarines of the kingdom have all been destroyed. The smile on Guan Hu's face grew wider. They no longer had any worries. However, it seemed Guan Hu was a bit too early in his celebration. Just as he was about to give the order to attack, another officer rushed over. Commander, the Empire has launched 36 anti-ship missiles at us. Guan Hu's smile instantly froze. He suddenly recalled a saying, the West belongs to the Ross family. Their influence extended far beyond just the kingdom. Guan Hu's expression turned serious. He did not believe that a single carrier battle group could contend with the entire Western powers. Take them out, he quickly ordered. After the attack, the entire fleet will retreat to a safe area. Guan Hu felt no psychological burden. If he sensed danger, he would prioritize his own safety. As for saving face, that was merely secondary. Practicality was what mattered most. Moreover, his strike group was just a carrier formation and could not compete with a world power in terms of missile numbers. He only dared to appear so boldly because he had already largely neutralized the kingdom's counterattack capabilities. As for whether a fleet commander should have considered these potential risks, Guan Hu had indeed thought about it. However, he had set those concerns aside based on the assurances from the intelligence department. Chief of Staff, contact the intelligence station and see if there's an issue on their end. Just as Guan Hu finished speaking, an intelligence officer approached and said, Commander, the intelligence station just reported that someone from the Ross family has taken control of a coastal defense base, and they have dealt with it. Guan Hu nodded, not retracting his earlier order. After a series of strikes, his battle group's ammunition was running low, and they needed to return to a safe area for resupply. He clearly understood the principle of being cautious. Of course, he had another purpose, to drive the Ross family to madness before their downfall. Only then could he uncover all their secrets and eliminate them in one sweep. Retreating 100 nautical miles for such benefits? How could Guan Hu refuse? On the Hantang Islands, at the governor's office, Li Jin looked at the report handed to him by Song Hai, his expression cold as ice. Chapter 183, Corruption. The Hantang Archipelago, Governor's Office. Chief of Staff of the Hantang Garrison, Song Hai, reported to General Li Jin. General, the Air Force has completed the mission to eliminate the forces in the neighboring empire, and all riots have been suppressed. Li Jin's expression was stern. He did not expect these people to be so bold as to instigate such a rebellion. Was his infamous reputation merely a facade that no longer held weight? Or had he become too lenient? Song Hai, yes. Relay my orders. Deploy the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Assault Brigades to the neighboring empire. I have 3 demands. First, take over their nuclear arsenal. Second, control all their ammunition depots. If you can't control them, destroy them all. Third, punish these rioters severely. Every single one, without exception. Remember, I mean all the rioters. I want them to know what it means to have accountability. Tell Boku that if they do not cooperate, I won't hesitate to wipe them out. Let them try if they dare. Li Jin was furious. Most of the descendants living in the neighboring empire were there merely to earn a living, and he held no ill will towards them, except for a rare few who wore a yellow skin but were white inside, which was quite disgusting. It wasn't that Li Jin was exaggerating. With his current strength, defeating the neighboring empire would be a matter of minutes. Just the optical stealth capability of the Kuan-class transport aircraft could make a significant impact. Report. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the office. It was Li Yu. Come in, Li Jin casually said. Li Yu strode in, raised his hand to salute, and reported. General, this is the combat report just received from the Tianquan strike group. Li Jin took it, glanced at it, and immediately furrowed his brows. Coldly, he ordered the Atlantic Fleet to mobilize. Completely crush the Kingdom of John. Also, send a telegram to the Western countries. Anyone who dares to support the Ross family will be my enemy. There is usually only one outcome, death. Li Jin was growing impatient. To completely eliminate the Ross family, he knew he had to isolate them and sever all their ties with other nations. And to make those nations listen to him, there was only one way, iron and fire. After Song Hai and Li Yu left, Li Jin suddenly felt a bit restless. He thought for a moment and said to Luo Nian, who was standing nearby, let us go out for a walk. He then walked toward the bedroom, and Luo Nian hurriedly followed. 2 hours later, Li Jin, dressed casually, appeared on the streets of Hantang City with a flushed Luo Nian. It was already 7 in the evening, and night was gradually falling. With the gentle sea breeze blowing, there was a slight chill in the air. Li Jin tightened his collar as he observed the bustling crowd on the street, and the small vendors energetically attending to their business. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. He enjoyed this peaceful, bustling atmosphere. "What are you doing? Let go of me. Help." The sudden noise immediately shattered the tranquility of the street. Li Jin frowned and quickly walked over. In front of him, a crowd had formed, encircling a group of 3 burly men who were surrounding a very pretty girl, continuously saying something. Although Li Jin couldn't understand what the 3 men were saying, their lewd demeanor made it clear they weren't up to any good. From the whispers around him, he gathered that these 3 foreigners were making lewd remarks about the girl, who had retaliated with anger. This had led to the current situation. Li Jin's expression turned icy, but he didn't immediately intervene. Instead, he watched coldly to see how the situation would unfold without his involvement. However, he was somewhat disappointed to see that although most people around looked indignant, none were willing to step forward. "Get your filthy hands off her." Just as Li Jin felt disheartened, a loud shout came from the side, and he saw a middle-aged man stepping forward, dressed in a camouflage outfit smeared with plaster. Behind him, 5 or 6 young men followed, all similarly dressed, clearly part of a renovation crew. The once arrogant foreigners immediately shrank back at the sight of the group of strong young men approaching. "Make way. Everyone, step aside. What are you all doing here? Causing a disturbance? Disperse." A commanding voice rang out from across the street, and 2 uniformed officers approached. One of the officers, who seemed to be in charge, paused upon seeing the 3 foreigners, then frowned and asked, "Who reported this incident?" At that moment, the girl who had been surrounded quickly broke free and rushed to the officers, fear evident on her face as she recounted what had just happened. To her surprise, the leading officer's frown deepened. "So, the 3 international friends didn't actually do anything to you? It was just a few words, right? Is it really necessary to report it?" It was clear that the 3 foreigners understood the local language, and their initially panicked expressions turned into smiles. One of them quickly said, "Officer, we were just admiring this beautiful lady and discussing a few things. We had no intention of offending her. Can we go now?" The leading officer smiled and replied, "There's nothing to worry about. You can leave." The 3 foreigners immediately showed expressions of delight. While they were pleased, it sparked dissatisfaction among the onlookers. The middle-aged man who had stepped up earlier expressed his discontent. "What does this mean? You're just letting them go like this." "Exactly. Why should they be released? They should be arrested," shouted another. "Yes, arrest them," echoed the crowd. The sheriff's expression immediately darkened when he saw someone causing a commotion. "What are you doing? What is it to you?" "They just said a few drunken words. And nothing happened to her. If you're scared, just leave." "Is it really necessary to report such a trivial matter? Do you know what abuse of authority means?" After the sheriff finished speaking, he intended to leave, but at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, causing him to freeze in place. "Stop." The sheriff trembled as he turned around. Upon seeing the figure slowly approaching, his face turned extremely pale. Although they were just at the bottom of the hierarchy, Li Jin had personally attended their training class graduation and even gave them a speech. He still remembered clearly the ironclad rule Li Jin repeatedly emphasized. Everything should be centered around the people's interests. Be patient, show warmth, and prioritize speed. What would happen to those who violated this rule? Li Jin hadn't mentioned it at the meeting, but the chilling gaze he cast told them that if they truly broke this rule, they would be doomed. At first, they naturally didn't dare to be negligent. But over time, some couldn't contain their restless hearts and began to act arrogantly, bullying others, and even shamelessly extorting money under various pretexts. After all, the people of this region were known to be the best in the world. They were used to enduring hardship and would not trouble Li Jin unless pushed to the brink. However, the more this happened, the angrier Li Jin became. Everything good he had seen recently collapsed at that moment. Human nature is such. If things are good, they must remain good. Even a little rat droppings can spoil the entire pot of soup. The sheriff stuttered, wanting to speak. But then his eyes widened in shock as he saw Li Jin draw a gun. Bang! Bang! The street was immediately filled with the sharp sounds of gunfire. "Oh, my leg, my leg." Li Jin certainly wasn't going to take his life over this matter. That would be too lenient. Just by looking at the attitudes of the 2 men earlier, their arrogant demeanor was not something that developed in just a day or 2. "Zimo," Li Jin shouted. "Take them to the labor camp." Li Jin wasn't just capable of killing. What good would that do? Killing them would only intimidate for a moment. To make them remember thoroughly, they needed to experience a fate worse than death. The sheriff, who was initially writhing on the ground in agony, was immediately terrified by Li Jin's order. Did he not know what a labor camp was? To him, It was simply hell. He would rather be dead. The labor camp was specifically established by Li Jin for those who were corrupt and tyrannical. The work was simple, mostly dealing with excrement and cleaning sewers. It wasn't particularly strenuous. They would spend about 12 hours a day in the muck and sewage. And the total working days in a year would not exceed 365. Furthermore, Li Jin generously paid them a salary of 800 a day, which amounted to over 20,000 a month, a solid high income. To motivate those who caused trouble to work, Li Jin charged a small fee for meals and accommodation. The accommodation fee wasn't much, only 400 units per day for a spacious, bright dormitory housing 120 people, with the room temperature consistently maintained at 39 degrees. As for accuracy, the thermometer inside never changed. Li Jin even promised these individuals that if the temperature exceeded 40 degrees, he would install air conditioning and provide high-temperature allowances. Food and drinks were also reasonably priced. A bun cost just 100 units, and a piece of pickled vegetable only 100 units. Most importantly, water was provided freely. Those who performed well could even earn overtime opportunities, instantly elevating their meal quality to heavenly standards. To ensure these individuals worked diligently without thoughts of ending their lives early, a simple consciousness control device was purchased from a treasure store. This device would alert authorities at the first sign of suicidal thoughts, leading to a 48-hour confinement in a 1 square meter dark room for reflection. It's fair to say that Li Jin went to great lengths to ensure their safety, demonstrating how much he valued them. After all, to provide them with work, he reluctantly gave up on using intelligent robots. Without further ado, Li Jin cast a disgusted glance at the fallen law enforcement officer and turned his attention to another. Take him away too. Additionally, expel all their relatives and kin. Out of compassion for life, I, Li Jin, will not involve your entire clans. Only up to 3 generations shall be expelled. His icy tone felt like throwing someone in shorts and a t-shirt into the Antarctic, freezing them instantly with fear. As they recognized who stood before them, the master of this land, Li Jin. Suddenly, Li Jin raised his pistol and fired at 3 equally stunned individuals of fair skin. A bloody hole appeared on each of their foreheads, and they collapsed lifelessly. Glaring at the 3 motionless bodies, he snorted coldly. To this day, you scum still fail to understand one thing. Our nation shall not be disrespected, and its people even less so. Deep down, Li Jin knew well that these individuals dared to act arrogantly here because some were too weak, allowing themselves to be bullied at will. Thus, his gaze turned profound as he addressed the residents around him. Did you all see that? They were merely worthless trash. If any of you had stepped forward to uphold justice and taken them down, it would have been a righteous act. Not only would I not punish you, but I would reward you. Yet look at you, standing there like timid turtles. What if this girl were your wife or daughter? Would you still remain indifferent? Frankly, with such cowardly behavior, I truly have no respect for you. Without the courage befitting our people, how can you even call yourselves residents of our islands? Li Jin finished speaking and did not look at the crowd, who were embarrassed and blushing under his words. Instead, he turned his gaze to the middle-aged man who had just stepped forward, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. You all did well. Truly worthy of being my people. But you were a bit too gentle. You should have used the tools in your hands to deal with them directly. However, at least you've helped me regain a bit of face. From today onward, your construction team will have priority on the projects at the governor's office. You can do whatever you're capable of. The middle-aged man was now extremely excited. He hadn't expected that by just doing what he was supposed to, Li Jin would reward him so generously. But that wasn't all. Li Jin continued. Moreover, for your children who wish to enter politics in the future, they can join directly. Those who want to join the military can also enlist without going through the selection process. I can assure you that your children will all hold official positions. Li Jin's last statement caused an uproar, with many in the crowd turning red with excitement. Holding an official position, whether in the governor's office or the garrison, it meant being among the elite. Such an opportunity was something countless people dreamed of. In an instant, the atmosphere became electrified, with attendees wondering if they too could receive similar treatment in the future. As for whether it was a scam, the person before them was Li Jin, the supreme authority of the region, whose words were believed without question. Li Jin calmly surveyed the surroundings and continued loudly. Not only them, but as long as you are citizens of our region and you uphold the dignity of our homeland, everyone will have a chance. The crowd erupted in astonishment and then excitement, nearly breaking into cheers. Seeing the suddenly energized crowd, Li Jin couldn't help but smile. He wasn't just saying this to appease them. He genuinely intended to follow through. Of course, bringing all these people in would mean there would be a mix of qualities among them, but he was prepared for that. As a responsible and influential entity, how could they not have offices in various countries? Those who came in through connections would be perfectly arranged, and as for wages, naturally, the host country would cover them. In Li Jin's view, establishing offices in their countries was like protecting them, providing a quick channel for them to express their grievances. Otherwise, with bombs falling from above, they wouldn't even have the chance to voice their complaints, which would be too tragic. He believed that all countries would be more than willing to accept such arrangements, as it would be a win-win situation for everyone involved. After wrapping up this matter, Li Jin decided to leave. Otherwise, the enthusiastic citizens would have insisted on showering him with gratitude. Once he walked onto another street, the smile on his face immediately turned cold, and he looked at ZMO with a serious expression. "You need to call the security office right now and say that you lost your wallet." ZMO nodded, then took out his phone and dialed the security contact center's number. Immediately, a sweet voice came from the center. Following Li Jin's instructions, ZMO repeated the message before hanging up. "General, they said officers will be here shortly," Li Jin said in a low voice. "All right, we'll wait here. I want to see when they arrive." Half an hour later, Li Jin's face had darkened significantly. It had been half an hour, and he hadn't seen a single shadow. "Who is in charge of the security department?" ZMO quickly replied. "General, the security department is overseen by Zhang Ping. However, Director Zhang has been busy establishing the International Security Agency lately. The work of the Hantang Security Department may have been overlooked." Just as they were speaking, a chubby man in uniform came running over, panting heavily. He saluted Li Jin and said, "General, Deputy Director Chen Feng of the Security Department reports to you." Chen Feng. Li Jin frowned immediately upon seeing the round figure in front of him. He knew Chen Feng very well, as he was one of the first public officials Li Jin had personally recruited in Shanghai. But the Chen Feng in his memory was poised, sharp, and capable. How could he have changed so much in just a few days? If it weren't for Chen Feng identifying himself, Li Jin wouldn't have recognized him at all. A sense of inexplicable melancholy or disappointment rose in Li Jin's heart. Human nature is fickle, and this has been true since ancient times. Some people simply cannot resist the temptations of the flashy world and willingly fall from grace. However, Li Jin held a small hope that perhaps this person was just broad-minded and robust. "ZMO, you tell him," Li Jin said irritably, ignoring Chen Feng. ZMO immediately recounted the situation. Chen Feng listened, his heart racing, and quickly explained, "General, the main issue is that the influx of people has been too great during this time, and our security personnel are limited, leading to immense pressure. We generally respond based on urgency." Generally? Li Jin couldn't help but laugh in anger. He loathed that term the most. What does generally even mean? Isn't it just a way for them to decide for themselves? He shot a cold glance at Chen Feng and said, "So, are you implying that the area under my jurisdiction has become a den of crime? Are over 10,000 security officers and tens of thousands of security robots unable to manage it?" At this moment, Chen Feng realized how foolish his excuse was, as if he had rubbed his brain against the ground. The chilling look in Li Jin's eyes instilled a profound fear in Chen Feng. He opened his mouth to explain again, but at that moment, his mind was a jumbled mess, and he didn't know what to say. "Call again." Li Jin coldly uttered 2 words. ZMO quickly took out his phone and dialed again. This time, a man answered. After inquiring about the incident, the man simply stated, "I've noted it down," and then hung up without further ado. Li Jin was immediately infuriated and deeply disappointed. The reason he initially recruited local law enforcement officers instead of relying entirely on law enforcement robots was to give Hantang City a sense of liveliness. But now it seemed he was wrong. There was no liveliness at all, just a chaotic mess. "Zemo, relay my orders. From this day forward, all human law enforcers are to be dismissed. Future city patrols and handling of ordinary cases will be entrusted entirely to law enforcement robots. If it weren't for the limited intelligence of these robots, I wouldn't want to use any human officers at all. And you, look at yourself. What have you become? Just taking up space. Setting a bad example. Do you think there's anything good under your command? Bring him here. Arrest him and send him to the labor camp." Just as several guards were about to take Chen Feng away, Li Jin suddenly spoke up. "Wait. First, lock him up and have the investigation department conduct a thorough investigation of all law enforcers in Hantang City. Anyone involved in corruption and abuse of power must be arrested." I want to hold a public trial to restore clarity to the Hantang Islands. Yes, Commander. While Li Jin was making drastic moves due to the corruption in the Hantang Islands, in the Empire of Melaga, in the city of Modern, at the Führer's residence, bang. Bach slammed his hand on the desk and stood up, leaning on the table with an angry expression. What does Li Jin want? To annex our Empire of Melaga? You tell them this is absolutely impossible. The nuclear arsenal of Melaga can only be controlled by Melagans. After saying this, perhaps realizing he was being too harsh, Bach quickly added, of course, aside from that, we can negotiate other points. Lena shook her head gravely. Mr. Führer, there is no room for negotiation. This is Li Jin's ultimatum. We only have two options now. Go to war or comply. Bach was momentarily stunned, his expression changing dramatically. Chapter 186. Melaga has its own cards to play. Bach hesitated in his heart. To resist. Just thinking about Li Jin's ruthlessness sent chills down his spine. To not resist. He felt unwilling and had no way to justify it. As a nation either at war or on the brink of war, there were many fierce individuals. Getting these people to surrender might not even work. After all, Eastern and Western cultures are different. There is no concept of a ruler compelling a subject to die. The more Bach thought, the more his head ached. He felt like his brain was about to explode. Finally, he spoke. Ms. Lena, please bring Vice Führer Harel, Chairman Olet, and Chief of Staff Stanley to me. I need to discuss something with them. Also, notify Hantang. Tell them I'm just the Führer of the Empire of Melaga, not a deity. These conditions must go through the parliament before they can be implemented. Having reached this point, with death being inevitable, Bach decided to throw caution to the wind. He had already realized that he was now crippled. How much worse could it get? In case one day he is no longer the leader, he might struggle to find a job. Lena looked at Bok, who seemed to have transformed into a different person, and was momentarily taken aback. Then she nodded and said, Mr. Leader, I will take care of it right away. In the grand conference room of the leader's residence, Bok observed the high-ranking officials from the region filling almost every seat around the square conference table. With a serious expression, he said, You all know the situation? So let us discuss what we should do now. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Chief of Staff Stanley, which added to his already heavy burden. He knew that the weight of what he was about to say was significant. The decision to fight or negotiate rested on his shoulders. Stanley, being experienced, quickly composed himself and addressed the room. Leader, gentlemen, ladies. The reason the Hantang Islands appear so powerful is not solely due to their advanced weaponry. Their victories stem from a particular technological advantage, optical stealth capability. This capability is different from our radar-absorbing coatings, which can only deceive radar systems while still being visible to the naked eye. Optical stealth, on the other hand, renders both radar and the human eye unable to detect it. This is the ace up Li Jin's sleeve. Of course, aside from that, they also have vast amounts of ammunition. Have you noticed that every victory of Li Jin comes at the cost of massive ammunition consumption? Although we don't know where Li Jin sources his ammunition or raw materials, they have never run out, which is one of the main reasons for our devastating defeats. Hearing Stanley's words, Bok and the others frowned. Bok emphasized, Mr. Bok, I don't care about these details. I only care about whether our military can win battles and help us get through this crisis. Stanley was momentarily taken aback by Bok's interruption and criticism, feeling somewhat dazed. After a while, he returned to his senses, revealing a look of helplessness. Speaking to these individuals felt like talking to a wall. He quickly shifted the topic. Leader, although we have just gone through turmoil, our strength has not suffered significant losses. If we can crack the optical stealth capability of the Hantang Islands and upgrade to the latest radar models, I have a 50% confidence. Bok furrowed his brow. Everything Stanley mentioned would require funding and parliamentary approval. Moreover, could they truly develop these technologies? And would Li Jin give them the time needed? Seeing Bok hesitate, Stanley hurriedly encouraged him. The 5th District has already developed a method to counter optical stealth. What? Bok was taken aback, his face revealing a hint of excitement. Really? We have developed a device to counter optical stealth? Stanley nodded vigorously. Bok, filled with excitement, stood up involuntarily, almost rubbing his hands together in anticipation, only to remember that one of his arms was gone. However, he still couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. His thoughts aligned with those of Stanley, both believing that the defeat by the Hantang Islands was entirely due to their stealth capabilities. If it were a matter of ammunition quantity, could the Hantang really have less than them? All right, General Stanley, I leave this matter entirely in your hands. I will urge the council to allocate funds for you. Stanley was overjoyed. He had expected to argue extensively, but to his surprise, Bo Ku was even more proactive. He quickly stood up and said, "Yes, Mr. Leader." The intelligence station of the Hantang in the region was located in a small building less than 100 meters diagonally opposite the residence of the Imperial Leader. You read that right. It was that close. Moreover, the flags of the Kyushu Empire and the Hantang governor's office were flying from the roof of the small building. As for the sign, it was eye-catching, clearly stating that it was the intelligence collection station of the Hantang governor's office in the Imperial region. There was no attempt to conceal it at all. At that moment, in a conference room of the small building, Station Chief Zheng Yao sat in front of a projector, the screen displaying a live scene of Bo Ku's meeting. Zheng and his team were actually watching a live broadcast. A man sitting next to Zheng couldn't help but comment as he saw Bo Ku and his group still attempting to resist. "Chief, these people have some nerve. They should let the Air Force send them all to hell." Zheng Yao smiled and shook his head. "Why rush? Even a cat plays with its mouse for a while. Chief, do you think they have really developed a radar to counter optical stealth?" The man suddenly asked with concern. Zheng Yao nodded. "They have developed it. But its performance is quite poor. It's just a gimmick. Our intelligence station has just received news that District 5 has dismantled a wreck of an alien spacecraft and obtained 2 energy particle bombs." "Alien spacecraft?" the man exclaimed. Zheng Yao shot him a look. "What's so surprising about that? The universe is vast. Everyone knows there must be life on other planets. The lack of news about aliens is just to prevent panic. All right, let's get back to business. The people in the region are dismantling these 2 energy particle bombs and have obtained a technology to produce energy particles. They can use these particles to create a particle defense network, rendering all approaching optical stealth aircraft visible." As Zheng Yao said this, he suddenly sneered. "But these folks are so busy celebrating their groundbreaking technology that they've made a fundamental mistake. These fools have forgotten that we are already in the beyond visual range era. Who would be foolish enough to engage in close combat? This is also why the Hantang Air Force prefers to use ghost birds and day swans for strikes within their defensive area, misleading these Westerners. Pass the message to headquarters. The mice are about to move, and we need to prepare the trap." Time flew by, and before they knew it, 7 or 8 days had passed. Hantang Islands. First Air Force Base. Li Jin walked along the runway with Zhang Kai and other Air Force generals, gazing at the towering white swan bombers that seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. Had the intelligence station clarified the situation? Were there really aliens? Just as Li Jin voiced his question, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing task number 16. The rewards have been issued to the system space. Please check them promptly." Li Jin halted his steps, raising his hand to stop Zhang Gung from speaking, and focused on the light screen ahead. Task No. 16. Who is the hero? Reward 1. 3 Imperial-class Star Destroyers from a Galaxy battle world. Note: assigned with all personnel. Basic specifications: length 1,600 meters. Equipped with ion engines and hyperspace jump systems, utilizing solar ionization reactors. Additionally equipped with heavy turbo laser cannons, heavy ion cannons, and tractor beams. Each Star Destroyer is equipped with 72 TIE fighter units, 8 Lambda-class shuttles, and 15 Delta-class assault transport ships, with a total crew of 37,085. Reward 2. Upgraded York City Space Station from a space exploration world. Basic specifications: maximum diameter of 48 kilometers, featuring natural ecological pods that can accommodate 1 million people. Equipped with powerful planetary energy shields and kinetic weapon defense systems from the Galaxy battle world, capable of withstanding 2 attacks from a Death Star. It can dock with up to 9 Imperial-class starships. As Li Jin surveyed the rewards provided by the system, a smile finally broke across his face. The system truly exceeded his expectations. With 3 Imperial-class Star Destroyers, his previous worries about the unknown events vanished without a trace. He turned to Zhang Kai and said, "You can continue." Seeing Li Jin, who had been somewhat gloomy, suddenly become cheerful, Zhang Kai scratched his head in confusion but quickly spoke up. "General, the 5th district base of the Empire is quite mysterious. The people inside never go out, and even supply trucks can only reach the supply station outside the base at most. The checks are extremely strict. Even high-ranking officials of the Empire can only stay on the periphery and cannot enter the core area. Even the head of state cannot enter the core area without authorization." Li Jin raised an eyebrow. "The head of state also needs authorization?" Zhang Gung hurried to explain. Yes, General. The 5th District base is nominally led directly by the Empire's parliament, but it is actually controlled by the Brotherhood. However, after our strikes, the Brotherhood has become virtually non-existent, giving the Empire the opportunity to take control of the 5th District. We have also managed to place many of our people inside. According to reliable information we have obtained, there are indeed alien spaceships and bodies in the 5th District, and quite a few. Some were discovered in the Amazon, others on the moon, and some were seized from the Prussian Empire after World War II. However, most of the spaceships are already severely damaged and have little research value left. The only valuable piece of wreckage they managed to seize from the Prussian Empire was a relatively intact spaceship. This is also why the Meliga Empire possesses so many groundbreaking technologies, Li Jin suddenly realized. And then he heard Zhang Gung continue. The news from Zheng Yao indicated that the Meliga people indeed obtained some items from extraterrestrials that could detect our stealth fighters. They advised us to be cautious and to conduct strikes from beyond the defense zone. Li Jin shook his head upon hearing this, snorted, and said, "Humph. I've seen Zheng Yao's report too. It's just something that looks good but is useless. Besides, when have we ever relied on stealth to defeat our enemies? Our main strengths are speed and maneuverability. Do they really think they can compete with us just because they have a few gadgets? How about this?" Li Jin pondered. "Since the Meliga people are so invested, let's give them an opportunity. Tell Zhang Kai and Li Yu to halt their actions. I believe what they're doing now isn't interesting anyway. Let the Meliga develop a bit more. Let them reveal all their trump cards, and we can take them down in one fell swoop." Li Jin made a gesture as if to catch a net. That night, Li Jin did not sleep. Instead, he took Liang Yuan and the other women to a training ground behind the governor's mansion. "General, what are we doing?" Luo Nian asked curiously, standing behind Li Jin. There were too many people in Li Jin's courtyard, and they all had their tasks. It was rare to see such a gathering except during festivals. Usually, it was hard to witness such a scene, as Li Jin had too many ambitious women managing a significant number of affairs for him. Li Jin smiled slightly. "Today, I'll let you experience something extraordinary." The women present were momentarily taken aback, a hint of blush appearing on their beautiful faces. Did their general come up with another fun idea? Li Jin, unaware of their thoughts, raised his hand to check the time and looked up at the sky, where 4 blue lights suddenly appeared in midair. Soon, a futuristic spaceship came into Li Jin's view. It was a VT-49 landing craft equipped with an Imperial-class 1-star destroyer. Quickly, the landing craft stabilized and landed not far away. Li Jin was the first to walk toward it, and as he approached, he could sense how enormous the landing craft was, like a small mountain. With a soft sound of compressed air, the hatch slowly opened. Then, the sound of synchronized footsteps emerged from within, revealing a squad of stormtroopers in white armor marching out in formation. They stood proudly on either side of the hatch. Reporting to the general, "Commander Li Yu of the 1st Squad is here to report." Li Jin raised his hand in salute and followed Li Yu into the landing craft. Before long, the landing craft took off and vanished in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the landing had arrived at a massive space station constructed from long corridors of steel. The exterior of the space station was covered by a spherical protective shield, tightly enclosing the entire structure, making it look like a transparent ping-pong ball from a distance. As the spacecraft moved forward slowly, the space station grew larger, and when it was almost right in front, it resembled a planet, while the ship Li Jin was on appeared as tiny as an ant. Passing through the transparent barrier, the spacecraft soared directly towards the corridor-like framework of the space station. Although referred to as a corridor, it was actually a gigantic fortress made entirely of steel, with countless black dots densely packed on one side facing them. It was only upon closer inspection that they realized these were individual spacecraft ports. The ship Li Jin was on charged straight towards one of the ports, passing through a window that was more than 10 times larger than the spacecraft itself. The moment the ship passed through the energy shield of the window, Li Jin felt a sudden clarity. The space inside this corridor was unexpectedly vast. However, considering that this space station could accommodate 1 to 200,000 people, it did not seem surprising to him. As soon as Li Jin disembarked, a large group of people was already waiting for him on the port deck, representing various ethnicities, with a middle-aged man of Asian descent at the forefront. "General." The middle-aged man quickly stepped forward to stand at attention and saluted, saying, "Commander Zhou Ping of the space station, reporting to the general." Li Jin returned the salute casually and remarked, "What kind of name is York City?" "From now on, it shall be called Jingwei City." "Yes, General." Zhou Ping promptly replied, and then led Li Jin towards an elevator. Upon entering the elevator, Zhou Ping explained, "General, we are now heading to the natural living area of the space station." Natural living area? Li Jin immediately showed interest, wondering if the space station could be built to resemble Earth. Ding! With the sound of a bell, the elevator doors slowly opened, and the scene outside made Li Jin's eyes widen in astonishment. There was indeed a city inside this space station, a city nestled within a forest. Meanwhile, in a forest near the Pyrenees Mountains, at the ruins of a manor close to the kingdom of Izar, the patriarch of the Ross family, Abraham, stood expressionlessly in front of a stone tablet that had been blown to pieces, seemingly lost in thought. Clop, clop. Clop, a middle-aged man in a black leather trench coat, approached Abraham, looking confused as he glanced around and asked, "Patriarch, what are we doing here?" Abraham's previously calm expression suddenly shifted, turning into a sigh. Adas, do you know what this place used to be?" The middle-aged man, Adas, was somewhat puzzled. "Wasn't this the place where we trained the guard forces?" Abraham slowly shook his head. "No, this was once a laboratory of the Empire. A laboratory dedicated to pioneering technological research." Adas couldn't help but be taken aback, and his expression changed immediately. "The laboratory of the Prussian Empire, which is certainly not the current Prussian Empire, but rather from the era of the bearded man. What kind of laboratory is this that warrants a personal visit from the patriarch of the Ross family?" As the patriarch, Abraham naturally couldn't pay attention to others' expressions and said to himself, "Although what the Prussians are researching here is somewhat shocking and even hard to believe, they have indeed managed to bring mythical elements into reality." At this point, Abraham suddenly sighed and showed a hint of melancholy on his face. "It's a pity that such a talented individual cannot be utilized by us. Otherwise, the whole world would be unified. We might even have already ventured beyond this planet." Upon hearing how much Abraham valued the bearded man, Adams couldn't help but express his anger. "That damned demon, actually opposing us for a bunch of lowly piglets. He doesn't even understand what it means to be an upper-tier individual." All right, AIDS, that matter is in the past. However, if we talk about abilities, he is indeed a respected leader. Abraham clearly did not wish to continue on this topic and interrupted AIDS' indignation, but ultimately couldn't help but offer a compliment. "Patriarch, what kind of weapon is being developed here?" AIDS asked curiously. Abraham smiled slightly and said slowly, "The solar cannon." AIDS' eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Abraham. The solar cannon. He naturally knew about it, said to be one of the top 10 black technologies of the Prussians. He thought it was just talk. He never expected that the Prussians had actually created it. At this moment, Abraham continued to speak to himself. Although the Prussians developed the solar cannon, by that time they were already on the verge of defeat and lacked the capability to launch it into the sky. Just then, one of our informants learned of this news. Our Ross family seized this place and established a secret laboratory underground to study the solar cannon we obtained. After years of relentless effort, the solar cannon is now incomparable. Our Ross family doesn't really need this. We only consider it a trump card. Never did we expect that one day we would actually use it." AIDS couldn't help but ask, "Patriarch, is its power really that formidable?" "I don't know. All I know is that if it's launched into the high altitude, it can raise the temperature of an area of about 30 to 40 kilometers to 10,000 degrees in just 1 second. 10,000 degrees. AIDS couldn't help but shiver. Would there even be humans left at that point? They would probably turn to gas in an instant. At this moment, Abraham slowly walked to the already shattered stone tablet, crouched down, and pushed aside the small stones on the base, gently tapping the edge of the base. The base immediately reacted, and a square suddenly rose from the center, with the top opening to reveal a password keypad inside. Abraham trembled as he took out a small notebook from his pocket, flipped through a few pages, and then began to type on the keypad, slowly and painstakingly, taking a long time to input each letter. Adas looked at Abraham's slow demeanor, feeling as if he were being scratched by a cat, wanting nothing more than to kick Abraham aside. Unfortunately, he didn't dare. After a few minutes, Abraham finally finished, stood up, and glanced at Adas, who was becoming increasingly impatient. "Do you know why I'm so slow? Let me tell you. If I make a mistake with even one letter, a huge pit will open up within a radius of several kilometers, and we all have to meet our doom." Adas suddenly understood. He thought to himself, Abraham may be over 100 years old, but he just got a young heart and a full blood transfusion. He was at least as robust as a middle-aged man for the next 2 years. How could he be so sluggish just now? As the two were talking, The rubble around the stone tablet suddenly began to move. Abraham quickly looked over and saw cracks forming on the ground, growing larger by the moment. Before long, a stone staircase leading underground appeared before them, giving off an ancient and mysterious vibe. Adas couldn't help but complain internally, thinking that these old folks only knew how to show off. They clearly had an elevator but insisted on using this troublesome contraption. Abraham led everyone through a long stone corridor, and soon they arrived at an ancient tomb. Chapter 189. You turn out to be the traitor. Yes, it was an ancient tomb. Adas was dumbfounded. The place was suffused with an air of ancient decay. This is also to protect the laboratory, Abraham explained lightly, addressing the questions of Adas and the others. Before long, Abraham's group was twisting and turning through a corridor as if they were navigating a maze, until Adas and the others were dizzy before arriving at a sci-fi-like silver door. Looking at the energetic and unwearied Abraham, Adas couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he's the leader of the Ross family. Such willpower. It's a shame he's dead. At this moment, Abraham had already placed his palm on the scanner beside the door. With a click, the silver metal door slid open to reveal an expansive underground space. Rows upon rows of experimental instruments stretched out as far as the eye could see, but there wasn't a single person in sight. Abraham trembled as he walked into the hall, and Adas quickly stepped forward to support him. Leader, if you have any tasks, just tell us. There's no need for you to come here yourself. Your health is important. Seeing the eager expression on Adas's face, Abraham revealed a satisfied smile. Then his expression turned serious. There are some things you do not know. I suspect that the Han and Tang dynasties have infiltrated the entire West. Abraham's words were shocking. Adas looked at him in disbelief. How is that possible? Abraham understood how outrageous his statement sounded. His expression grew increasingly grave. Adas, have you ever considered why the Han and Tang dynasties have always bombed so accurately? They strike exactly where they intend to, and they have never missed. Do you think reconnaissance aircraft or satellites are that powerful? Do they really think all countries are fools? The fact that they can achieve this only indicates one thing. They have mastered the defense situations of various countries, even keeping track of every move. Otherwise, how do you think the secret munitions depot of the Kingdom of John is known to them? These are top secrets. Not even an ordinary person, let alone a head of state, would know. If they can find it, it could be a coincidence. But what about 7 or 8 times? The reason the Kingdom of John can't withstand the pressure is that all their resources have been destroyed. Such events keep happening, and it's likely that we're not the only ones with such doubts. Unfortunately, these individuals are incredibly well hidden. I have sent people to investigate for so long, yet there hasn't been a single clue. Adas seems to be shocked, struggling to close his mouth. Patriarch, are you saying there are traitors within our family? Abraham shakes his head. I don't know. Uncertainty flickers in Abraham's eyes. If there really were a traitor, given Li Jin's strength, he would have probably met his end a long time ago. After all, with Li Jin's ruthlessness, he shouldn't have left anyone alive. Thinking of this, Abraham feels a sense of relief. It seems Li Jin indeed hasn't placed any spies around him, or rather, hasn't infiltrated their family core. It's understandable. Their family has a legacy of thousands of years. How could a force that has just risen for a few years compare? As Abraham recalls the glory of their family, a proud look emerges in his eyes. Just as he raises his head to speak, his expression changes instantly, staring at Adas in disbelief. You, at this moment. Adas is pointing a handgun at Abraham's forehead, wearing a playful smile. Patriarch, didn't see this coming, did you? Abraham can hardly believe what is happening. Adas grew up under his watch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought him here. Abraham is immediately furious. Others betraying him is one thing, but Adas cannot. Initially, he felt some fear, but seeing the dozens of people behind Adas, he calms down. Realizing Abraham has suddenly become calm, Adas understands immediately. A cold smile appearing on his lips. Go, get that so-called solar cannon out of here. The dozens of people behind him spring into action, leaving Abraham in shock. How is this possible? However, Adams does not give him a chance to think. He pulls the trigger directly. Bang. Abraham's head bursts open like a watermelon. Chapter 190. Major Moves. In the Jingwei space station, Zhou Ping walks with Li Jin on the main street of the natural ecological cabin. Li Jin looks at the tall buildings on both sides of the street, as well as the villas and entertainment venues hidden among the greenery. Looking up, he sees a transparent barrier, beyond which is a space filled with countless stars, a spectacular sight. General, Over there is the largest forest park in District 001 of Jingwei City. The entire Zone 1 can accommodate up to 1 million people. But when considering the happiness index for living, the maximum capacity drops to only 100,000. The whole Jingwei City can hold 1.5 million people, with a maximum of 15 million. If we disregard the happiness index, it could even accommodate tens of millions. Zhou Ping, sitting behind Li Jin, kept introducing things to him. Li Jin nodded. After spending so much time in the hovering vehicle, they had only seen a tiny portion of the living area, which was just a circular living zone. While the entire Jingwei City had nearly 100 such circular areas, it was clear that Zhou Ping wasn't exaggerating. In fact, Li Jin thought he was being conservative. What do you think about living here? Li Jin suddenly turned to ask Liang Yuan and the others. The women were momentarily taken aback, unsure of why Li Jin brought this up. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Li Jin smiled. He had just mentioned it casually. However, it must be said that this space station is indeed safer than Earth, capable of withstanding 2 full-force attacks from a dead star, which speaks volumes about its safety. Earth couldn't even withstand one. However, a space station is still just that. Although it looks like a planet, it is not one. A cold steel fortress always lacks a sense of solidity. General, at that moment, ZMO approached quickly, saying, "General, Abraham is dead. Our people have also discovered a weapon developed by the Ross family." Li Jin's interest was piqued. What weapon? The solar cannon. The solar cannon? Li Jin repeated, feeling a sense of familiarity as if he had heard of it somewhere. Without thinking much, he asked, "What kind of weapon is this?" ZMO explained, "It's actually based on the principle of a magnifying glass. A giant focusing lens is set up in space, which concentrates heat onto a single point. It can reach temperatures over 10,000 degrees. To launch this lens into space, the Ross family even built a small rocket launch base in their laboratory." Li Jin's expression immediately turned cold. These damned guys will stop at nothing to disrupt world peace. It's truly despicable. Tell me, is personal gain really that important? Why won't they stop resisting for the sake of world peace? If they are willing to kneel, why should we waste ammunition on them? Why are these Westerners so stubborn? It's so annoying. Liang Yuan and the others looked at Li Jin's serious complaints about Abraham and nearly burst out laughing. After his rant, Li Jin suddenly became serious and said, "ZMO, go tell the Alliance that, starting today, the Alliance is moving to the Hantang Islands." ZMO was taken aback. "General, will they agree?" Li Jin glanced at ZMO and slowly said, "Do I need their agreement?" In the headquarters of the Marigo Empire, New Moon City. In the office of the chairman, Agu looked at the young man in front of him with disbelief. "Mr. Chun, I'm sorry. Could you please repeat that?" The man smiled faintly and said, "My general hopes to move the headquarters of the Alliance to the Hantang Islands." Upon hearing this, the expression on Agu's face changed immediately. Looking at the smiling young man in front of him, if it were anyone else, Agu would have already kicked them out. However, this young man represented Li Jin, and he truly did not dare to offend him. He could only force a smile and say, "Mr. Chun, this matter is too significant. We need to discuss it before we can give you a response." The man immediately laughed and replied, "Mr. Agu, you probably still don't understand one thing. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm informing you." After saying this, he looked up at the time and continued, "Mr. Agu, you only have 2 hours to prepare. The plane is already waiting for you at the Alliance Square." As he spoke, the man deliberately paused and looked at Agu seriously, saying, "Mr. Agu, we in Hantang are recognized as the most civilized place in the world. I believe you wouldn't want me to do anything uncivilized, would you?" Agu's expression changed at once. The young man's words made his heart race. The reputation of Li Jin was not just talk, it was earned through action. Naturally, Agu felt fear, and all his pride and interests were thrown aside in an instant. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Mr. Chun, we will move right away." In the city of Modin, at the official residence of the leader of the Meliga Empire, Boke sat weakly at his desk. A pile of documents awaited his attention, but he couldn't even muster the energy to glance at them. The current Meliga Empire felt like a chicken standing on the edge of a volcano, with magma about to erupt beneath it, yet its wings had been clipped, unable to fly away. At this moment, he had no mood to deal with anything else. He just wanted to save his own life. Everything else about the Meliga Empire could wait. Tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed through the office. Boke looked up just in time to see Lena strutting in. "Mr. Leader, Li Jin wants to move the headquarters of the Alliance to Hantang." Boke was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let them do as they please." The current Meliga Empire is no longer what it used to be. We don't need the alliance as a facade anymore. Keeping it is just redundant. Whoever wants it can have it. I don't care. As for whether Li Jin would use the name of the alliance to pressure him, Boke scoffed at the idea. Even without the alliance's backing, he wouldn't dare to resist. Since that was the case, who would still care about it? Lena understood Boke's meaning, but she knew it was useless. The real challenge was getting the dense-minded members of Parliament to figure it out. Mr. Leader, this matter has already caused a strong reaction in Congress. Many members are calling for tough measures against Hantang. In fact, quite a few radical members want to impeach you. Boke leaned back in his office chair, feeling utterly drained, and said weakly, "Let them be. I might even have to thank them later." Looking at Boke, who seemed to have lost all interest in life, Lena couldn't help but recall his passionate demeanor before he was injured. Now, he didn't even have the energy to look at her. Bang! At that moment, a man in black burst into the office, rushing in with a panicked expression and exclaimed, "Sir, you should go outside and take a look." Chapter 191, Heading to Space. Boke looked at the extremely anxious guard, and his expression changed instantly. Could it be that Li Jin has already started acting? With this thought, Boke began to feel some panic himself. Fortunately, he still remembered that he was the leader of the Meliga Empire. Taking a deep breath, he stood up and said, "Let's go." He led the way out, and Lena hesitated for a moment before quickly following. At this moment, being by the leader's side was the safest place to be. The three quickly exited the official residence. Boke glanced around. The sky was remarkably calm. Where could the situation be? He looked at the man in black with confusion, who quickly pointed to the sky in the northeast direction. Boke looked up and was instantly frozen in shock. He saw a transparent moon hanging high in the sky, several times larger than the sun. Upon closer inspection, it was not a moon at all, but rather a sphere composed of dozens of circular objects, wrapped in a layer of white transparency, resembling a giant snowball. Boke couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Spaceship? Aliens? Planet destruction? Countless possibilities flooded Boke's mind. At that moment, 3 black dots suddenly flew out from the giant snowball, heading toward their direction. As they drew closer, the dots grew larger and larger, revealing the silhouette of an Imperial Class 1-star destroyer, measuring 600 meters in length, equivalent to 5 aircraft carriers lined up. It could be said to block out the sun. The originally bright city of Doton was suddenly engulfed in darkness, causing confused citizens to look up. In an instant, screams, screeching brakes, and alarm sounds filled the air, throwing the entire city into chaos. Lena, the security advisor, couldn't help but cover her mouth and gasp in disbelief. As a senior official of the Meliga Empire, she naturally knew of the existence of aliens, but to see them appear so blatantly before the world was a first. Moreover, they were alive and piloting a starship. Lena immediately informed General Stanley to mobilize the troops. Just as Boke spoke, the massive interstellar warship had already hovered in midair. "Sir, look up there." Lena suddenly pointed above them in astonishment. Boke involuntarily raised his head to look in the direction Lena was pointing, his eyes widening in shock. He actually saw the emblem of the White Tiger Army of the Hantang Islands right on the belly of the starship. Could this starship belong to Li Jin? How could that be? Boke quickly dismissed this speculation. He understood too well what an interstellar warship represented. It could never be built by a single country or a particular force. It was the culmination of an entire planet's effort. Buzz, residents of Doton, please pay attention. We are the first fleet of the Hantang Governor's Office Galactic Fleet. We are on a special mission. As long as you do not show hostility or take any extreme actions, our fleet will not initiate any attacks. The sound from the starship played continuously 3 times, unexpectedly causing an even greater commotion. Boke could hardly believe his ears. The starship in the sky truly belonged to Li Jin. This was unbelievable. Who would believe that such a gigantic interstellar warship could be built in such a small place like Hantang? But disbelief aside, he understood one thing. From today onward, this world had completely entered the Hantang era. In the imperial palace of the Jojo Empire, Li Yi stood in a small conference room, watching the images transmitted from the satellite. Even with his practiced calm expression, he couldn't help but show signs of emotion. Standing behind Li Yi, Song Lian looked astonished and incredulously said, "How on earth did this Li Jin manage to do this? Is it like in the novels, that he obtained some kind of system? Or is he an alien? Or perhaps his ancestors were aliens?" Li Yi glanced at Song Lian in silence, thinking how ridiculous it was that the Grand Chancellor of the Empire believed such nonsense. However, To be honest, he also enjoyed reading such novels. They didn't require much thought. Grand Chancellor, I think we need to make a trip to Han Tang, Li Yi suddenly said. Song Lian was taken aback for a moment, his expression shifting, and finally sighed. Indeed, it's time to go. Your Majesty, I will arrange for a special plane right away. Li Yi watched the bustling Song Lian without saying anything. At this moment, time was opportunity, and being tense was not excessive. In fact, it wasn't just Li Yi and his group, the emperor of the Baixiong Empire, the leader of the Pulu Empire, and others who had a bit of insight all knew what needed to be done now. After all, they were no longer in the same circle, and the fastest and most effective way to keep up was to align themselves with someone powerful. On the Hantang Islands, at the governor's office, after moving the Jingwei space station close to the Earth, Li Jin returned to the Hantang Islands, knowing that it would be bustling here for a while. General, Liang Yuan approached Li Jin and said, the headquarters of the Alliance have all relocated to the Hantang Islands. Li Jin was taken aback. So soon? Liang Yuan smiled. As soon as our Jingwei city floated in space, there wasn't a single person from the Alliance who wasn't eager to come, even very enthusiastic. He then placed a document in front of Li Jin and said, this is a communication just issued by the leader of Myligia. He hopes to form a new alliance centered around you, a true alliance. He expressed his willingness to abandon all armed forces of the Myligia Empire and hand them over to the alliance for management. After Boku's speech, many countries expressed their agreement. A smile involuntarily appeared on Li Jin's face. This Boku was much more informed than others. Yuan, do you think these Western countries are foolish? They know I dislike them, yet they still want to approach me like eager puppies? Liang Yuan chuckled. General, the Western tradition is that the strong rule. You are far more powerful than them, and they still cling on even knowing they might face doom. That's not a tradition in the West. Li Jin nodded. Throughout the history of the Western world, it seems that only those who recognize the times are truly outstanding. Those who fight to the death often believe they have a chance of winning. Otherwise, they would have surrendered long ago. After all, heroes are always in the minority. Otherwise, they wouldn't be widely celebrated. However, with these individuals having surrendered, he wondered where he would go to complete missions and earn rewards in the future. Since his strength had significantly increased, the system had been giving him fewer and fewer tasks, and suddenly, it dawned on Li Jin. The reason the system provided him with a starship was to remind him that the world beyond Earth is far more exciting. Only by leaving Earth could he have more tasks and obtain more rewards to enhance his strength. Li Jin was also a decisive person. Since he had found the key point, he immediately ordered, Yuan, convey my command to Zhou Ping and have him dispatch all the starships. I want the glory of Han and Tang to shine across the entire galaxy.